Chapter 1. The Global Maritime Game. The waves crashed against the surface of the sea. What on earth is happening? In a state of utter bewilderment, Chen Feng, clad in pajamas, flailed his limbs in the water to keep himself afloat, preventing himself from sinking. Having spent an entire night engrossed in short videos, he had only just succumbed to slumber when he found himself abruptly plunged into the ocean, choking on seawater. Fortunately, he knew how to swim, though he had swallowed a bit of salt water, leaving his throat somewhat irritated. The wind and waves were mild, yet the blazing sun overhead scorched his skin, causing a slight sting. Wiping the seawater from his face, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Welcome to the Global Maritime Game. You will survive on a planet that is entirely covered by ocean. Gather resources with all your might. Upgrade your vessel, as it is your sole means of survival. Remain vigilant against all encounters, be they with fellow humans, monsters, or foreign beings. The only entity you can trust in this world is yourself. By focusing your thoughts, you can summon your game interface, which contains functionalities that will aid your survival. Please explore at your discretion. You have a 3-day novice protection period during this time. Summon your vessel, for on it, you will be safe from harm. After 3 days, a new world will unfold. With dangers encroaching in 30 days, you shall face your first great natural disaster. Lastly, do not worry about the elderly, the weak, or the infirm. They will be introduced after the second disaster. Chen Feng felt a profound sense of confusion. The scene before him, coupled with the notifications in his mind, confirmed that everything was indeed real. A survival game on the sea? Well, since I'm here, I might as well enjoy it like a vacation. Accepting his fate, Chen Feng's mental fortitude shone through. Born in the Qijian orphanage, he harbored no concerns for others. Now was not the time for lamentation from the prior notification. He gathered that this was a survival game set at sea. Focusing his mind, Chen Feng summoned the game interface, which presented 4 options. Warehouse, trade, craft, and chat. To the top of the interface, a row of small text read. Novice protection period, 2 days, 23 hours, 40 minutes. First natural disaster ocean storm, 29 days, 23 hours, 40 minutes. This is quite reminiscent of some survival games I've played before. Chen Feng nodded, feeling somewhat familiar with the interface. With a thought, he selected chat. The options for world chat and local chat appeared. He opted to explore world chat first. Due to the multitude of players, the system has automatically filtered out useless messages, such as searching for relatives, false, and deceitful. Where exactly is this? One moment, I was scrolling happily, and the next, I'm on the ocean, sitting in the water. Whoa, it's here. The apocalypse has truly arrived. Ha ha ha. Who abducted me to this place? I want to report it. Help! Help! I can't swim. Glub glub. Glub glub. To those who can't swim, quickly open the warehouse and summon a raft. Saved. Thank you, big guy, for reminding me to summon a raft. I almost drowned. 1. The world chat was bustling with activity, each message flashing incessantly. Each ID was accompanied by a real photo and name. The chat box below displayed 11 daily messages and 4 billion online users. IT seemed that players could only send 1 message per day. In world chat, the majority of the current messages were cries for help and reminders to summon rafts. Chen Feng then opened local chat, which bore similarities to world chat. However, the chat box below indicated only 10,000 online users and lacked a daily message limit, suggesting that there were no restrictions on local chat. It appears the notification was accurate. Aside from the elderly, weak, and infirm, all other humans have traversed here, just like me. Closing the chat, Chen Feng opened warehouse. The warehouse comprised 30 item slots, and at the bottom, there was a number indicating the potential for upgrading its size, though it was currently red and unclickable. Within the item slots, he found only 2 items. Chen Feng scrutinized them closely. Rudimentary raft, level, LV1, area, 510M, evaluation, looks shabby, and it is even shabbier. Fishing rod, non-upgradable, disappears after novice period, function, 1 chance of catching something, 1 minute cooldown, evaluation. While it lacks a hook, perhaps a foolish fish will take the bait. After examining the items for a moment, Chen Feng hastily followed the advice from world chat and summoned a raft. Though he could swim, remaining in the water indefinitely was not practical. Summon raft. A green light suddenly illuminated his hands, and a rudimentary raft materialized, splashing down onto the surface of the sea, drenching Chen Feng. Clambering onto the raft, he summoned the fishing rod, which appeared in a similar flash of light. A timber-long wooden rod materialized in his hands, with a fishing line made of an unknown material resembling twine. Water continually seeped through the gaps in the dilapidated raft, causing Chen Feng a headache. The fishing rod in his hands lacked even a hook, let alone bait. Even if he managed to catch something, it would likely be of questionable intelligence. Shaking his head, Chen Feng continued to observe the game interface. The trade function had two options. Players could designate another player for a mutual exchange of items, or utilize an auction feature where items could be listed with the highest bidder winning. For now, no intermediary fees were being charged. However, since the game had just begun, there were no items available for auction. There was also a craft option. Concentrating his thoughts, Chen Feng examined the crafting possibilities. Barrel, wood 0 remaining, requires 4. Harpoon, wood 0 remaining, requires 2. Iron block 0 remaining, requires 2. Fishing net, plant fiber 0 remaining, requires 10. Numerous items could be crafted, but he lacked the necessary materials. After some exploration, Chen Feng gained a general understanding of all the functionalities within the game interface. With only 3 days of novice protection, and according to the prompts, dangers would soon arise. The first natural disaster, an ocean storm, loomed in 30 days. The storms at sea were no trivial matter, especially considering all players had to rely solely on a raft for survival. Yet at present, there was no time to dwell on the impending threat. As he pondered the game interface, considerable time had elapsed, and the scorching sun overhead left him parched and dry. Now, everyone was preoccupied with two pressing concerns: fresh water and food. He opened world chat once more. "I'm starving and thirsty. Can anyone trade me some water and food? I'll exchange it for my plain underwear." Image of yellowed men's underwear. .jpg. Get lost. 1. Are all our warehouses filled with rafts and fishing rods? Ha! A raft is one thing, but can that fishing rod even be called one? It has no hook. I just started fishing, and I saw nothing. I did see a fish that swam around my fishing rod, spat water at me, and then swam away. I caught a shoe. Image.jpg. I caught a piece of rotten wood. One chance to catch something? Turns out it doesn't have to be fish. The items in the warehouses were all the same, and the hookless fishing rods had sparked considerable discontent. Everyone was facing a dire challenge. What to do in a survival game at sea with no water and no food? After basking in the sun for too long, Chen Feng felt extremely overheated, his mouth dry, and a gnawing hunger began to set in. Before traversing into this new realm, I had perused numerous survival films and videos that why paramount concern now is to swiftly secure a source of water and sustenance. Otherwise, under the relentless blaze of the sun and in a state of severe dehydration, I might not endure more than 3 days before succumbing to my fate. In this game world, lacking a fishing hook, I might still have a chance to catch fish with a fishing rod.at present. I can only grasp the slender 1 probability of activation for the fishing rod. With determination, I plunged the coarse, dark rod into the water. Detection of a probability tool in use. Would you like to activate the rare talent of 100% success rate? Money cannot procure this regal fortune. Chapter 2. 100% probability, the regal talent. 100% probability, the regal talent? A voice suddenly echoed in Chen Feng's ears, prompting an involuntary exclamation. Before my arrival in this world, I had dabbled in various games from different companies. Perhaps it was merely my ill fortune, but I often felt that luck eluded me in gaming. In dungeon games, I had lost count of how many weapons I had unintentionally destroyed while attempting to enhance them. In card games, legendary cards were a rarity for me. I had never even heard of the illustrious Golden Legend. In nostalgic games, my wind sword perpetually lacked half of its face. Indeed, I was the quintessential unlucky player. You wish to proceed? Countdown. 5 seconds. Failure to confirm will be regarded as a forfeiture. 5, 4, 3. Yes. 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 Activate. The prompt urgency drew Chen Feng's attention back, and he answered in haste. Naturally, who would refuse the regal talent? Ding. 100% probability, regal talent successfully activated. Talent description, skill endowment. In-game, whenever the host utilizes a tool with a probability, the success rate will be 100% and take immediate effect. 100%? Chen Feng gasped in disbelief and quickly opened the chat channel. Apart from a few distress signals, the majority were complaints about the fishing rod, lamenting its dismal catch probability. Unlucky players wept, while fortunate ones despaired. Am I the sole possessor of this talent? Chen Feng was overwhelmed with joy. No longer concerned with others, he promptly lifted the fishing rod and let the line drift upon the water's surface, eager to test whether this 100% probability was indeed authentic. Before long, he felt the rod grow heavy. I've got something. With a swift motion, he lifted the rod, revealing his catch out a piece of wood. Evaluation, resource. Indeed, there is something. He removed the block of wood from the line, and with a mere thought, it vanished, prompting him to check his inventory. Wood 1. How convenient. I wonder how many identical items can stack in each inventory slot. Continuing his fishing endeavor, Chen Feng settled onto the wooden raft. The rod had a cooldown of 1 minute, and nearly a minute passed before he felt another tug. A seashell, evaluation, trash. He persisted. An empty plastic bottle, evaluation. Container, a blue crab, evaluation, resource. Finally, a living catch. Chen Feng cautiously grasped the crab by its back, wary of its pincers, and exclaimed with excitement. This 100% probability, regal talent was indeed real. With only a 1 chance of catching something, the variety of items was vast, yet he had successfully caught several, which validated the claimed probability. Suppressing his exuberance, the once unlucky player had transformed into a fortunate one. The crab was edible, but Chen Feng did not possess a penchant for raw seafood, so he stored all his recent catches in the inventory. Continuing to fish, he wondered what peculiar items he might reel in next out a smelly sock, a rusty pipe, an octopus, a pomfret, a large lobster, a strip of kelp, a robust geoduck clam, a wooden treasure chest. As indicated, this fishing rod was only usable during the novice protection period. Once it expired, the rod would vanish. Chen Feng formulated a plan. With a guaranteed 100% probability, during these 3 days of novice protection, he would maximize the use of the fishing rod to gather resources, dedicating himself solely to this endeavor, as if he were a fervent angler. Time always seemed to accelerate for those engrossed in fishing. Another half-day slipped away, the sky darkening gradually as the scorching sun receded, yielding to the soft glow of the moon upon the sea. Seated upon the wooden raft, Chen Feng felt parched and ravenous, compelling him to stow away the fishing rod and assess his inventory. The assortment was eclectic, and he disregarded the heaps of rubbish. Wood 46, iron blocks 28, containers 16, plant fibers 30, seafood 3,000 G, wooden treasure chests 3. These items, along with the refuse, occupied only 7 inventory slots, leaving ample space available. Though lacking fresh water, I'm not bereft of food. However, with no pot or fire, I cannot consume these raw. Gazing at the crabs, octopuses, lobsters, and fish within the seafood category, Chen Feng felt a wave of concern wash over him. Surely, this wooden treasure chest functions similarly to others, yielding various items. He retrieved the 3 chests from his inventory and placed them upon the raft. Open. 3. A progress bar materialized above the wooden treasure chests, and within 3 seconds, they burst open. Peering inside, he discovered a packet of tomato seeds. 550 milliliters bottled mineral water. 3. Raft upgrade blueprint. Water. At long last. Water. After enduring a day beneath the sun, Chen Feng's lips were parched and cracked. Seeing the water, he swiftly unscrewed the cap. Gulp, 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 gulp. He downed half the bottle in a fervor. Not wanting to consume it all at once, he reminded himself that after fishing for so long, he had only acquired 3 bottles of water, and he must ration them. Having alleviated his thirst, he stored the 3 bottles in his inventory. Tomato seeds. With no soil or place to plant them, he opted to store them for now. Raft upgrade blueprint. Function. Provides materials, allowing your raft to unlock level 110 privileges. Usage. 1. Evaluation. An essential item for early game progression. Upon reading the description, Chen Feng promptly clicked to use it. A radiant light flickered from the blueprint, and the raft beneath him trembled slightly. The blueprint vanished upon use. Chen Feng examined the raft below him. Rudimentary raft. Level. LV1. Area. 510 m. Upgrade. Wood remaining 46, required 30. Plant fibers remaining 30. required 15, evaluation, appears shabby. In reality, it is even shabbier. Having spent an entire day on this raft, not only was the space limited, but also failed to insulate against seawater, leaving Chen Feng's lower half damp. Upgrade. No sooner had Chen Feng spoken than the materials in his inventory diminished. The raft beneath him shimmered with white light and underwent a transformation. The area expanded slightly, and the planks were more closely joined, preventing seawater from flooding as easily. Rudimentary raft, level, LV2. Area, 612 m, upgrade. Wood remaining 16, required 30, plant fibers remaining 15, required 20, evaluation. Now resembles a proper raft. Upon realizing he lacked sufficient materials for further upgrades, Chen Feng was forced to set aside his aspirations for enhancement. Game interface. Novice protection period. 2 days 11 hours 03 minutes. First catastrophic storm at sea. 29 days 11 hours 03 minutes. The precise countdown to the minute caused Chen Feng's brow to furrow. With danger looming in 3 days and a catastrophe expected in 30 days, a sense of unease enveloped him. In the face of the impending storm at sea, upgrading the vessel appeared to be the sole viable option. Chen Feng pondered to himself. Wood and plant fibers seemed to hold considerable significance. The world was abuzz with conversation. Is there anyone who can save me? I feel like I'm on the verge of death. Please, just a sip of water. Everyone, remember, under no circumstances should you drink seawater. Could someone spare a bit of food and drink? I promise to reward you with 100 million once we escape this game. Which kind gentleman would be so kind as to provide me with some water? I promise he'll be exceedingly generous in return. 1 Australian dragon in exchange for 1 L of water. Interested parties. Let's trade. Desperate for any liquid, price negotiable. Those selling urine, kindly leave. As the frequency of messages slowed significantly, a day had passed, and most individuals had exhausted their daily quota of speech. Observing these messages, Chen Feng realized that water was still exceedingly scarce. The average person requires 1,200 milliliters of water daily. Without it, one could perish in just 3 days. Soaking in seawater throughout the day, coupled with the relentless sun, had left everyone feeling like sun-dried fish. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that one could scarcely endure 2 days without water. The number of online users had dwindled from 4 billion to 3 billion. In merely a few hours, 200 million individuals had already perished, predominantly the young and strong. It was unfathomable how they had met their demise. Chen Feng was taken aback on the raft. One could only perish from thirst or hunger, as other dangers were absent. With so many deceased, barring suicide out of despair, the vast ocean surrounding them was undoubtedly unusual unless absolutely necessary. He could not leave the raft. He glanced at the auction in the trade section. A plethora of items filled the interface, and many had managed to acquire goods over the course of several hours. Chapter 3. Grilled fish, item. Self-created manual, seller. Ma Baowa, required item. 20 L of water, note. Young people must uphold martial ethic. Survival at sea. Requires remarkable skills. Chen Feng, that you truly dare to sell this. Item, wood 5, seller. Zhang San, required item. Water, note. Just give me whatever you can spare, even a sip will do. Item, abalone 3, seller. Li Si, required item. Iron block 6, item. Lighter, seller. Wang Air, required item. 1 L of water, note. Don't mess with me, only want water, nothing else. After browsing for a while, Chen Feng finally spotted something he desired: a lighter, likely obtained from a treasure chest. Beyond food and water, a source of fire was indeed an invaluable resource. However, trading 1 L of water for it was utterly implausible. Chen Feng clicked on Wang Air's profile and chose to send a private message. Brother, how about 200 milliliters of water for your lighter? Is that agreeable? Before long, a reply arrived. Not enough, that's too little. This is a lighter, and humanity cannot survive without fire. At least 800 milliliters of water. Given the current situation, would you say water is more valuable or the lighter? I only have a bottle of 550 ml live, consumed half, leaving me with about 300 milliliters. The most I can offer you is 220 milliliters. If that doesn't suffice, then so be it. Of course, Chen Feng would not reveal his reserves at this juncture. Water was undoubtedly the most significant bargaining chip. After a lengthy pause, he finally received another message. Fine, they'll give you a flat rate of 250 milliliters if you agree. We can make the trade. Just as Wang Air finished his sentence, a trade window appeared on Chen Feng's screen. The other party had a lighter in their item slot, and the trade was being confirmed. Chen Feng took out the half-consumed bottle of mineral water, drank another sip, and placed it in the trade window, confirming the transaction. Trade successful. As the lighter appeared in his hand, a faint smile graced Chen Feng's lips. What was once taken for granted and readily accessible had become exceedingly precious. The chat channel and trade interface no longer displayed any items of interest to Chen Feng. He opened the manufacture section. The wooden treasure chest he had previously opened had been stored in the warehouse and transformed into wood, totaling 6 units. Firewood. Remaining 22, requires 2 wood. Evaluation. Completely dehydrated wood, a single piece can burn for 4 hours. Manufacturing successful. Lost 4 wood, gained 2 firewood. Iron basin. Remaining 28, requires 2 iron blocks. Evaluation. A versatile container that can serve as both a wash basin and an iron pot. Manufacturing successful. Lost for iron blocks, gained 2 iron basins. Small knife. Remaining 24, requires 1 iron block. Evaluation. A small knife measuring only 10 centimeters, perfectly suited for nail care. Manufacturing successful. Lost 1 iron block, gained 1 small knife. From a myriad of options in manufacture, Chen Feng crafted 5 items using wood and iron blocks. 2 pieces of firewood, capable of burning for 8 hours collectively, could provide light, warmth, and heat food. The small knife would later be employed for food preparation. As for the reason behind creating 2 iron basins, that required explanation. The raft was still experiencing significant seawater seepage. Placing firewood directly on the raft posed risks of damage and extinguishment. Thus, using an iron basin as a fire pit was the most prudent choice. The second iron basin had its own purpose. Retrieving 4 pieces of wood from the warehouse, he set them up on the raft, securing them with plant fibers, placing 1 iron basin below, and inserting a piece of firewood. Within, finally, he positioned the other iron basin atop the constructed wooden frame. With a series of clangs, a rudimentary stove was completed. Upon pressing the lighter, a flame leapt forth, drawing near the firewood within the basin. Whoosh! Unlike in the real world, igniting the firewood proved effortless. The flame flared up vigorously, its warmth coloring Chen Feng's cheeks. The ocean at night contrasted starkly with the day. The air was laden with humidity, and the occasional cool breeze prompted involuntary shivers. Chen Feng estimated the temperature to be below 10 degrees Celsius, and he was clad in thin pajamas. Fortunately, the burning firewood provided considerable warmth. Having consumed a substantial portion of the mineral water, he was no longer parched now. It was time to prepare a seafood dinner. He retrieved a cod from the warehouse and placed it on the wooden raft beneath his feet. The cod, upon reaching Chen Feng's hands, was surprisingly still lively, indicating the warehouse's excellent preservation capabilities. Cod is a widely appreciated fish in the ocean, renowned for its delectable flesh and rich nutrition. The cod in Chen Feng's possession was not particularly large, measuring only 30 centimeters and weighing about a pound. Using the small knife, he carefully scraped away its tiny scales, then pierced open its pale belly to extract the entrails. The cod's vitality waned swiftly, and after a brief struggle, it lay still. Disregarding any notions of waste management, he discarded the entrails into the sea and washed the cod in the ocean before slicing it into 6 small sections, placing them directly onto the steaming iron basin. Fizz, fizz, fizz. As the fish met the scorching iron plate, a symphony of sizzling sounds erupted. Before long, the fish began to curl from the heat, and light yellow oil gradually separated from its flesh. Cod is rich in oil, and a simple grilling produces a copious amount of fat. Lacking cooking oil, using animal fat is a common practice, which explains Chen Feng's decision to prioritize the cod. Before long, the fish turned a golden hue, prompting Chen Feng to flip each piece, releasing an irresistible aroma that tantalized his taste buds. Tears unwittingly streamed down his cheeks. It's not done yet, just a little longer, just a little longer. Swallowing hard, he pushed the fish to the edges of the iron basin, directing the accumulated oil toward the center. Then, he retrieved a palm-sized octopus from the warehouse. The octopus squirmed vigorously, its tentacles coiling around Chen Feng's arm. Ignoring its resistance, Chen Feng forcefully pressed it against the basin the stove. Sizzle, sizzle. The heated octopus thrashed even more fiercely, compelling Chen Feng to pierce its body with the small knife, securing it within the iron basin. The octopus, a seafood delicacy, is composed largely of water after being grilled for a while. It shrinks down to the size of merely half a fist. Despite the absence of elaborate seasonings, high-quality ingredients often require only the simplest of cooking techniques. The two types of seafood, after being grilled, exude no fishy odor instead. A rich and enticing aroma wafts through the air. The fresh taste of the fish melds perfectly with the fragrant essence of the octopus, and before long, a delightful seafood duo barbecue is completed. The flavor is indeed on par with any seafood buffet Chen Feng has previously experienced. After a long day of toil, Chen Feng sheds his weariness, placing the delectable dishes he has prepared upon the wooden raft and settling down beside them. Leaning against the fire pit, he retrieves a pristine bottle of iced mineral water, savoring a cautious sip as he revels in the ambience of a campfire dinner. The fish is exquisitely tender, melting effortlessly upon contact, while a soft, delightful texture dances upon his palate. A bite of the octopus follows. Its bounciness is invigorating, playfully teasing away the fish. I digress. This is nature's most splendid gift. Were it not for the fact that he still drifts upon the ocean, Chen Feng might almost forget his plight of survival at sea. What a splendid moment this is. How could one not share it with others? Chen Feng activates the screenshot function of the chat channel, capturing the image of the seafood barbecue, the mineral water, and the campfire. He swiftly sends it to the global and regional chat. Cool sea breeze, wooden raft, campfire, dinner. What an ordinary yet extraordinary night. Picture.jpg. With the dispatch of this message, the global and regional chats erupted into a frenzy. Chen Feng's private messages surged uncontrollably. Great one. Do you lack any trinkets? Seeking a bite to eat. It's me, Qin Shi Huang, begging for sustenance. TMD, I almost resorted to drinking my own urine. This fellow has managed to grill. I'm still gnawing on raw fish. It's utterly foul. Is this a survival game or a gourmet vacation? This guy is so ostentatious. Where's my knife? He'll fetch it. Where's my knife? He'll fetch it. Keep your formation downstairs. Where's my knife? He'll fetch it. Maintain your formation downstairs. Meanwhile, the private messages abound with threats, intimidation, seduction, deception, and requests. In the vast expanse of the ocean, regardless of gender or character, everyone shares a common fate. Survival is a solitary endeavor. No one owes another anything in the throes of survival at sea. Self-preservation is paramount. Ignoring the cacophony of the chat, Chen Feng, having satisfied his hunger, retrieves his fishing rod and casts it into the sea. A plastic bag, a stone, a pearl. After an indeterminate span of time, Chen Feng, the weary angler, finally succumbs to slumber. Chapter 4. Survival Points and the Mall. Assessment of supplies acquired yesterday. Assessment of vehicle upgrades yesterday. Supplies earned survival points. 106. Upgrade earned survival points. 30. Total survival points. 136. Survival points successfully activated. Mall system unlocked. Mall level is related to vehicle level. Vehicle level 19 corresponds to mall level 1. Vehicle level 1019 corresponds to mall level 2, and so forth. Current mall level. LV1. In a daze. Chen Feng was roused by a series of notification sounds. He had fallen asleep while fishing yesterday, and upon opening his eyes, he found the sun high in the sky. Without further ado, he quickly rose. Splashed seawater on his face to awaken himself. Survival points? The mall? The notifications chimed again, indicating that he had met certain criteria and unlocked a new feature. He summoned the game interface. Below the countdown. Survival points, 136 appeared. Curious, he clicked to explore further. Survival points are a score evaluated based on the supplies and vehicle upgrades earned daily, refreshing the statistics the next day. They could be used to purchase items in the mall. Chen Feng understood that the supplies he caught while fishing and the wood raft upgrade from yesterday had been evaluated by the system, rewarding him with points. Aside from the usual chat options, a new mall icon appeared. Intrigued, he opened it. Mall level LV1 items. Newbie welfare treasure chest. 98 survival points. Purchase limit. 1 note. Quickly enhance your vehicle to improve mall level and unlock more items. Currently, the mall offers only one item, which requires 98 survival points for purchase. He examined the description. Newbie welfare treasure chest. Use: 80 chance to yield 10 items, 19 chance for a white grade item, 0.9999 chance for a blue grade item, and 0.0001 chance for a purple grade item. Evaluation: spend 98 and you'll gain not just a treasure, but joy to take home. A welfare treasure chest? Chen Feng pondered. Yesterday, relying on his fortunate talent, he had used a fishing rod with a 100 success rate to fish late into the night, accumulating 136 survival points with the supplies and the upgraded raft. Others, relying on their one rods, likely only gathered single-digit survival points. This newbie welfare treasure chest must be exceedingly precious to them. What could it yield? Was it worth buying? It appeared that item grades were categorized by color: white, blue, and purple. He decided to check the chat channel. Opening the world chat, he saw, "Who knows how I've endured until now? I feel I might not see tomorrow's sun. What on earth is this mall system?" The newbie welfare treasure chest costs 98 survival points. I only have 8. When will I ever buy it? Survival points? I have 15. How about you? I have 17. How do you all have so many? I only have 3. I guess my luck just that bad. From my years of gaming experience, that treasure chest probably can yield the 80 resources, but don't hope for much else. Survival points can only be spent them all. So why save them? Yes. Let us quickly gather survival points. Also collect water and make sure it's worth it. 1 daily messages, 3.6 billion online. Indeed, it seems survival points could currently only be used in the mall. Why not buy something? Chen Feng nodded in agreement and confirmed his purchase. The survival points swiftly diminished to 38. The mall now had no items left. This treasure chest could only be bought once. Watching the red treasure chest materialize on the raft, Chen Feng felt a glimmer of anticipation. He confirmed to open it, and a 10-second progress bar appeared. Using probability item, triggering 100 luck talent with a chime. A multitude of items appeared on the raft, causing it to dip slightly. What? The luck talent can even affect this kind of treasure chest? Chen Feng exclaimed joyfully. He had initially thought that his luck talent would only influence items with attributes. But to his surprise, it also affected treasure chests that yielded various items. While others might only receive one type of item, Chen Feng was rewarded with an array of goods. Beaming with delight, he began to assess the items before him. Wangzhong Wang ham sausage, 400G, 2 evaluation. Resource: Wangzhong Wang ham sausage, each piece better than Kong Shifu old vinegar pickled beef noodles. Bucket, 5 evaluation. Resource: the sourness is just authentic. Large pear, 3 evaluation. Resource: hey, Apple, what are you doing? Sunscreen white. Evaluation: apply to the skin to reduce sun damage to some extent. Taming scroll blue. Use: 10 chance to tame an animal. Evaluation: taming animals? What kind of magical item is this? Seawater desalination device. Purple. Use: consumes firewood to boil seawater, yielding fresh water and coarse salt. 2L, 50G day. Evaluation: with the seawater desalination device, my mother no longer needs to worry about my survival. Oh my goodness, this is exhilarating. Chen Feng could hardly contain his excitement as he took stock of the items. He set aside the fruits and food for now, as the sunscreen was optional and not immediately necessary. The taming scroll? A 10 chance? Well, that's basically a 100 probability. An artifact. I'll have to try it on an animal sometime. That seawater desalination device is a fantastic find. He examined the apparatus before him. Composed of various tubes and glass vessels, the desalination device stood less than a meter tall, with a semi-closed glass chamber resembling a fish tank at the top and a furnace below for adding firewood. Its construction was quite simple and foolproof. He manufactured a piece of firewood, placed it inside, and lit it. Then he filled an empty plastic bottle with seawater and poured it in. Before long, bubbles began to rise as the seawater boiled, with fresh water and coarse salt appearing in the smaller glass chambers on either side. Chen Feng quickly used an empty bottle to collect the output. Distilled fresh water, 20 milliliters. Evaluation: the taste of this drinking water is not particularly pleasant. Coarse salt, 2G. Evaluation: meets the body's needs, but the taste resembles the aroma of summer armpits. In a brief span of time, he had separated a considerable amount of fresh water and salt, bringing Chen Feng great joy. His food supplies were abundant, but fresh water had been scarce. Now, With the water issue resolved, he could also tackle the salt problem. Perfect. After a while, he managed to distill even more fresh water. The water was still steaming hot, and he didn't want to waste the heat from the firewood. Hot water should serve its purpose well. Chen Feng pulled out a bucket of Kong Shifu old vinegar pickled beef noodles. After adding all the seasonings and a ham sausage, he poured in the boiling hot water. The tantalizing aroma of the pickled cabbage made his mouth water. He eagerly covered the lid and waited for 2 minutes and 55 seconds. With a pop, he lifted the lid. Wow, this sourness is just authentic. In the chat channel, he took a screenshot and sent it. Ah, Chen Feng is flaunting again. My knife? I'll go get it, big shot, after you finish. Can you trade me that instant noodle? I'd love to sip some broth. Hey, don't throw away the empty bowl after you've finished the broth. Let me lick it clean. The kid next door is drooling. 2 instances of divine operation had made Chen Feng a well-known figure across the gaming world that he chuckled softly. In the game world, such recognition felt delightful. Chen Feng smiled faintly, finishing every last bit of noodles and broth, even licking the bowl clean before finally storing the empty container in his warehouse. Container 1, with food and water no longer a concern, his priority now was to focus on upgrading the raft. He needed to use the restroom first, then return to fishing for more wood and plant fibers. He currently lacked sufficient resources for the raft upgrade. Suddenly, he felt an urgent need, with no restroom on the raft. He had to squat on the side, clutching the raft tightly to prevent himself from falling off. Just as Chen Feng felt a sense of relief, he noticed a triangular dorsal fin swiftly slicing through the waves in the distance. Chapter 5. A shark? Rose petals scattered before him. One by one. Somehow, he had developed a habit of singing whenever he needed to relieve himself. Otherwise, it felt impossible. Chen Feng leisurely sang, occasionally reflecting on the annoyance of lacking toilet paper. Gradually, amidst the sound of splashes, he also heard the rushing water. Moreover, the once calm sea began to ripple with increasing intensity. Did I just make such a big splash? Thinking it was merely a reaction from his previous actions. Chen Feng was startled and turned to look. However, as he glanced over, he caught sight of a triangular flag rapidly approaching the surface. A shark! A shark! While Chen Feng was still dazed, a creature burst from the water. With a splash, he discerned a massive, gaping maw filled with rows of sharp, blood-red teeth, charging directly at him. Oh my God! Should it bite me? DB turned into a meal, without time to adjust himself. Chen Feng lunged toward the center of the raft. In that split second, time seemed to slow, and the enormous mouth narrowly grazed his skin. Sliding past him, he had barely evaded it and turned to gaze back at the creature. It was a great white shark, its dorsal side a slate gray while its underbelly gleamed white, measuring approximately 3 meters in length. Still shaken, Chen Feng could only exclaim, "What the heck?" The great white shark, having failed its initial attack, submerged into the depths of the ocean, only to surge forward again after a brief distance, seemingly intent on demolishing the raft. Chen Feng instinctively stepped back 2 paces. 3 seconds later, the great white shark was upon him. With a resounding bang, a brilliant white light enveloped Chen Feng and the raft like a spherical shield. The shark, momentarily dazed from the collision, lingered on the surface, staring blankly at Chen Feng in confusion. Beginner protection activated, successfully withstood 1 attack. Chen Feng exhaled in relief. The sudden appearance of the great white shark had nearly resulted in his untimely demise. Fortunately, he was still within the confines of the game's beginner protection phase, ensuring his safety on the raft. "You nearly forced my brother and me to part ways," he exclaimed, adjusting his trousers and sheathing his wildly flailing sword, directing a torrent of invective at the bewildered shark. What ordinary person could withstand such a shock? The shark, recovering its senses, seemed to comprehend the peculiarity of the raft and plunged back beneath the waves. Yet, the fin that remained above the surface indicated it had not given up, continuing to circle nearby. After a while, Chen Feng regained his composure and began to observe. Hungry great white shark. Evaluation. It is a delightful little creature that enjoys gnawing. Yes, it is he. What to do? Chen Feng furrowed his brow as he gazed at the circling shark in the distance. Where did this shark come from? It appeared intent on wearing him down. Beginner protection period, 1 day, 18 hours, 32 minutes. With the beginner protection period dwindling, what would happen if the shark remained once time expired? He needed to devise a plan to either eliminate or drive it away. The beast taming scroll. An idea struck Chen Feng as he recalled the blue item he'd discovered in the beginner's treasure chest. He took it out to examine it, remembering it could tame animals. A pale blue leather scroll materialized in his hand. Beast taming scroll, blue. Usage, 10 chance to tame an animal. Evaluation. Tame an animal? What kind of magical artifact is this? Triggered lucky trait. Probability adjusted to 100. Hint. To use this item, the user must press the scroll against the animal to be tamed for 3 seconds for it to take effect. No animals detected at present. Press it with your hand. Chen Feng swallowed hard as he regarded the scroll. He had expected something more sophisticated. What kind of imbecilic planner devised such a mechanism? Query. What steps are involved in taming a shark? First, produce the beast taming scroll. Second, place it on the shark. Third, a sliding tackle? Perhaps it's best to abandon that notion. Chen Feng resignedly stowed the scroll back into his inventory, opting to ponder alternative strategies. Sitting in the middle of the raft, he dared not edge near its perimeter. Since yesterday, the total online player count had surged to 3.6 billion, with 400 million having perished. Chen Feng surmised that most of these individuals had succumbed due to a lack of food and water, abandoning their fishing rods to plunge into the sea in search of fortune. The absolute safety of the raft had led many to overlook the perilous predatory creatures lurking in the ocean. As a result, those who ventured into the depths found themselves unable to resurface. He wondered if other players had also encountered sharks, and how they had managed to cope. Chen Feng clicked on crafting, eager to discover tools that could contend with the great white shark. Harpoon, no good. A mere poke would only incite its fury. Fishing net, useless, as a net made from plant fibers would easily be torn apart. Dagger, at 30 centimeters long, it might be of some use, but what sane person would dare plunge into the sea with a dagger to confront a shark? After much deliberation, Chen Feng concluded that upgrading the raft should take precedence, and he would check the trading section for better tools or weapons. Having fished for quite some time the previous night, he decided to assess his inventory. Wood 53, stone 7, iron block 29, container 19, plant fiber 19, seafood 41, 21 G, food 2000 G, freshwater 1,250 milliliters, wooden treasure chest 2, tomato seeds, sunscreen. Opening the 2 wooden treasure chests yielded 300 G bread and lighter. He still needed a few more materials to upgrade, so he headed to trading. The auction section was predominantly filled with resource listings, with most players seeking water and food. Regarding weapons, most were merely basic knives, which did not pique Chen Feng's interest. Wood 15 required 100 milliliters freshwater. He decided to purchase this. Plant fiber 10 required 150 milliliters water. He bought this as well. Chen Feng traded for the 2 items. Progressing toward upgrading the raft, as wood and plant fibers were essential resources, the upgrade blueprint had been obtained from the wooden treasure chest, and with billions of players worldwide, many undoubtedly possessed upgrade blueprints. The impending calamity in 30 days had instilled a sense of urgency among players, and once food and water were secured, the prices of wood and plant fibers would inevitably rise. However, for now, water and food held the highest value. Fortunately, Chen Feng had obtained a seawater desalinator from the beginner's treasure chest, making him the only player free from the struggle for drinking water. Others could only acquire it through treasure chests or by crafting rudimentary distillation devices. Freshwater and food would be Chen Feng's greatest bargaining chips that he registered the following in the auction section. Item 1 L freshwater, seller. Chen Feng required. Wood plant fibers, weapons. Note, please message for specifics. No reply indicates dissatisfaction with the quantity. Item 3000 G seafood, seller. Chen Feng required. Wood, plant fibers, weapons. Note, please message for specifics. No reply indicates dissatisfaction with the quantity. And no sooner had these 2 listings gone live than Chen Feng's private messages began to flash. Chapter 6. Trading. As freshwater could be produced continuously, it was not a pressing concern for Chen Feng. Thus, he listed all the remaining freshwater in his inventory for auction, reserving some food for emergencies. He also listed a few more cumbersome seafood items, totaling 3 kilograms. Some convenient food items, such as instant noodles, ham sausages, and pear bread, were kept aside. Checking his private messages, Chen Feng swiftly dismissed irrelevant chatter and selected a few useful inquiries to scrutinize. Big brother Chen Feng, I have 10 units of wood. Can I exchange it for 80 milliliters of fresh water? This was a tad pricey, but within acceptable range. Chen Feng, too lazy to haggle, confirmed the trade directly. Hello, I have a fine iron harpoon. Would you trade it for 2,000 g of seafood? The individual proceeded to share the item's attributes. Fine iron harpoon, 2 meters long, with a sturdy texture. Evaluation, for spearing fish. I'm serious. Chen Feng shook his head and replied that he temporarily had no need for it. This harpoon would be a valuable tool for fishermen with experience, but for Chen Feng, who possessed a fishing rod with a 100 success rate, it was unnecessary, and the price was too steep. He continued browsing. Ultimately, after spending 2,000 g of food and 550 milliliters of fresh water, Chen Feng acquired a considerable amount of wood and plant fibers, but no weapons caught his eye. Now, the materials needed to upgrade the raft were wood 188, plant fibers 95, fully meeting the upgrade requirements. Upgrade, Chen Feng declared, gazing at the attributes of the raft beneath him, with a flash of white light. He upgraded the raft by 3 levels. Ordinary raft, level. LV5 area, 816M upgrade. Wood remaining 48, needed 70. Plant fibers remaining 20, needed 35. Evaluation. Though the raft has grown larger, it remains merely a raft. After ascending 3 levels, the materials required for the next upgrade were once again insufficient. Now, the raft's area had expanded to 128 square meters, surpassing the size of Chen Feng's previous dwelling, and the raft appeared significantly more robust, instilling a sense of security within him. Even after the beginner protection period ended, it would not be so easy for the great white shark to dismantle the raft. For the time being, he decided against trading, as his resources were dwindling. Chen Feng cautiously approached the edge of the raft. The great white shark loitered in the distance, but did not approach, nor did it leave. It seemed intent on engaging in a war of attrition with Chen Feng. Continuing to add seawater to the desalinator, he sat at the edge of the raft, retrieved his fishing rod, and resumed fishing. As long as he kept his body within the raft, the shark would not charge at him. While fishing, he sent messages in the chat channel. Everyone, since we crossed over, I believe I have developed quite well. And I should have some authority to speak. That I know many of you are lacking in food and water, but I must urge you not to leave the raft unless absolutely necessary. The dangers of the ocean are far greater than we can imagine. Great White Shark.jpg, bread with ham.jpg. He broadcasted this once in the World Channel and 10 times in the Regional Channel. Chen Feng merely wished to extend a friendly reminder to his fellow humans that, oh my goodness, is that shark fin? It looks so delicious. You are fabricating things out of thin air. Deceptive tactics. Imagining things out of nowhere, utterly speechless, beyond redemption. Thank you, Big Brother Chen Feng, for the warning that I was thinking of diving into the sea to catch some fish today. That flimsy fishing rod is unreliable. I had no idea there were sharks lurking in the depths. I must be more cautious. Hey. You posted a picture of the shark, but why is there a hot dog in the background? Ah, the shark. Shark, come quickly. I'm on the verge of starvation. Bring me a shark to feast upon. Upstairs resides a wolf in disguise. Hurry, where's my killing Chen Feng knife? I shall fetch it, observing the responses of the crowd. It seems they are indifferent. Chen Feng chuckled lightly, having already issued his reminder. As for the attitudes of others, that was beyond his concern. In a state of ennui while fishing, Chen Feng casually scrolled through unread private messages. A message from a female player named Zhou Lingrue piqued Chen Feng's interest, of course. It wasn't merely because her bare-faced avatar was exceedingly beautiful. Would you have clicked if you hadn't seen her avatar? LSP. Hello, esteemed Chen Feng. I noticed the trade you listed at the auction. I have something that could be considered a weapon, and I wonder if you might be interested. Below was a pitch-black equipment image. Solar paralysis electric stick, white 5 chance to trigger paralysis for 5 seconds. Evaluation. Charges for 5 hours. Discharges for 5 seconds. The sensation of electric shock has slowly begun to manifest. Chen Feng's interest was suddenly piqued by the introduction. After perusing numerous weapons and items in the auction, all devoid of color suffixes, this weapon was unexpectedly of white quality. Moreover, it had attributes. Chen Feng's heart raced at the prospect of the probability attribute. He simply had to acquire this weapon, for regardless of how low the odds, to him, it was a certainty of 100. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Feng replied, This weapon is rather mediocre, quite lackluster, with only a 5 chance of paralysis effect. What do you wish to exchange for it? Before long, Zhou Lingrue's avatar flickered. Though it may be lackluster, it should have some utility okay, I would like to exchange it for 3L of water. Zhou Lingrue stammered, struggling to imagine what utility a paralysis effect with only a 5 chance could offer. She had tried it herself, charging it under the sun for 5 hours, only to find that when placed in water, it could only discharge for 5 seconds, and after several attempts, it achieved no results, wasting several hours instead. You must know it's quite lackluster, right? 3L is impossible. I don't even have that much myself. The most I can offer is 1L. Zhou Lingrue hesitated for quite a while before continuing to respond. At least it's a white weapon. How about 1,500 milliliters of fresh water, along with a hot dog you just had? Reading the messages in the chat box, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile. If you wanted a sausage, you should have said so. All right, we shall trade tonight. I am currently tied up. Chen Feng was determined to acquire the solar paralysis electric stick. But at the moment, he only had a few hundred milliliters of fresh water in his storage. He would need to wait until the desalination device produced more fresh water in the evening before proceeding with the trade. Thus, he fabricated an excuse to delay okay, esteemed one, Zhou Lingrue, having seen Chen Feng post a picture of shark earlier, speculated that he was currently engaged in a battle of wits with the shark, considering him quite formidable. After receiving Chen Feng's affirmative response, she felt a sense of glee, and not wanting to intrude further, she ceased messaging him. Chen Feng then poured some seawater into the desalination device. The water kept being produced, and the fish kept being caught. A coral, a sea snail, a clam. Chen Feng gazed at the great white shark drifting in the distance, his mind slowly formulating a plan. Chapter 7. Teetering on the edge of self-destruction to kill this shark in Chen Feng's current state was an impossibility. He could neither drive it away nor defeat it. What else could he do? He could only think of ways to keep it as a subordinate, perhaps even utilize it to tow a raft. Theoretically, if he obtained the solar paralysis electric stick, relying on the certain success of a 5-second paralysis effect, and then applied a taming scroll to the great white shark, success could be achieved in 3 seconds. However, no margin for error could exceed 2 seconds. The challenge was immense. A delay of even a second could mean serving the shark a delectable fishball. And who knows, the great white shark might even exclaim, "Old iron, 666, love you moi." Chen Feng clicked his tongue. While the ideal was grand, reality was stark. Water conducts electricity, but the greater the distance, the less effective it becomes. It might even be necessary to lure the shark nearby to ensure the effect lasts the full 5 seconds. Otherwise, it could become quite troublesome. He resolved to acquire the electric stick first. The blazing sun continued to scorch the earth, and without any shelter upon the ocean, moisture was rapidly depleting. After drinking some fresh water, Chen Feng suddenly recalled a summer outdoor essential in his storage. Bolea's sunscreen usage, a milky white liquid, apply where exposed to sunlight. Previously, Chen Feng had detested the use of bottles and jars, but now he had no choice but to twist off the cap and squeeze a generous amount into his hand. He hastily smeared it onto his exposed skin. Although it felt somewhat greasy, a wave of coolness washed over his skin. He continued to fish until evening. The sunset connected the ocean and sky, casting a pale red hue over the entire world. The sunset is infinitely beautiful. Yet there's a shark. The 100 success rate of the novice fishing rod enabled Chen Feng to gather quite an array of resources once more. After storing everything in his inventory, only 3 or 4 slots remained in his 30-slot inventory. Resources like wood and food could only stack up to 100 units. Exceeding this limit would necessitate the use of a second item slot. The upgraded account could not be clicked, suggesting it required some special item. Looking at the desalination device, Chen Feng retrieved the freshly made fresh water and coarse salt using 2 plastic bottles. After several hours, he had accumulated 1,200 milliliters of fresh water and 29 g of coarse salt. With an additional 450 milliliters remaining in storage, he had sufficient fresh water that he used the last bit of bread to make a hot dog with his ham sausage and privately messaged Zhou Lingrue. "I now have fresh water and hot dogs. Is the electric stick still available?" Barely 2 seconds after sending the message, Zhou Lingrue's avatar flickered. Yes, I will trade with you right away. On a dilapidated wooden raft sat a girl who, despite her disheveled appearance, still bore a tall figure and striking features. Zhou Lingrui seemed to have been waiting, responding to messages with remarkable speed. Chen Feng took the initiative to request a trade, offering 1,500 milliliters of fresh water and a bread ham hot dog. Simultaneously, he noticed Zhou Lingrui placed a black electric stick of white quality in the trading window. After the trade was successfully completed, Zhou Lingrui sent another message. "Thank you so much, Brother Chen Feng. I haven't had any decent food these past couple of days. If there are future trading opportunities, please take good care of me." Trade successful. You have received the solar paralysis electric stick, white? No problem. We are merely fulfilling each other's needs, Chen Feng replied. The term of address shifted from esteemed one to brother, and Zhou Lingrui's words subtly conveyed her desire to bridge the gap between them. Yet, she refrained from stating it outright, perhaps due to the dignity she felt compelled to maintain. Chen Feng, however, did not dwell on it too much and began to carefully examine the weapon in his hand. Paralysis solar electric stick, white 5 chance to trigger paralysis for 5 seconds. Evaluation. Charges for 5 hours. Discharges for 5 seconds. The sensation of electric shock has slowly begun to manifest. Hint. Current power level is sufficient. Please maintain close proximity to the target during use. When used underwater, ensure the target is within 3 meters and that you are above water to avoid accidental harm. Probability item detected. Triggering lucky talent, probability modified to 103 meters underwater. Chen Feng licked his lips. This distance may be somewhat difficult to control. He stored the fishing rod and cautiously approached the edge of the raft. The great white shark in the distance was also keeping a close watch on him. Upon seeing him near the edge, it swam closer to the raft. However, it did not come too near. Having previously collided with the raft, it remembered the white barrier that obstructed it. It understood that charging forward now would yield no results, and it was waiting for the opportune moment, akin to a hungry wolf on the prairie. Clever little beast, Chen Feng realized that the shark's cautious approach prompted an involuntary curse. Never mind, one must be brave to capture a wolf. Chen Feng steeled himself and gradually squatted down. Rolling up the cuffs of his pants, his furry calves extended over the edge of the raft, gliding over the sea surface. "Come here, little shark. Let us play." How reckless! Chen Feng was indeed being audacious. The great white shark could no longer contain itself and surged forward at breakneck speed. Whoosh! Its dorsal fin sliced through the water like a fan, and as it drew near, it opened its massive jaws wide, ready to snap at him. Too fast. Chen Feng attempted to thrust the electric stick into the water as the shark lunged at him. But just as he was about to act, a gigantic mouth appeared before him. There was no time. The great white shark was too swift, and Chen Feng could only retract his leg in disappointment. Duong, novice protection activated, successfully thwarted one attack. The white sphere of light enveloped the raft once more, and the great white shark retreated in vain. Enraged, it stirred the water, splashing Chen Feng. How naughty! Chen Feng spat out the seawater in his mouth, feeling disgruntled. Once again, he extended his leg over the edge of the raft. Resuming his provocations, the it seemed the great white shark sensed Chen Feng's taunts and turned back, charging at him once more. So fast. Again, there was no time to insert the electric stick. Duan novice protection activated. Successfully thwarted one attack. Hey, you can't bite me. The great white shark retreated yet again. Chen Feng extended his leg over the raft once more. Come here. Duong, novice protection activated. Successfully thwarted one attack. Can't get it, can you? Standing on the raft, Chen Feng lifted his pant leg to his thigh and swayed it back and forth. The great white shark seemed to be going wild this time, not retreating. With its massive jaws, it frantically gnawed at the white barrier surrounding the raft, but it proved ineffective. Upon observing the situation, Chen Feng refrained from extending his leg once more, at such a close distance. Withdrawal would be impossible. Anxiety surged within him. The great white shark, having repeatedly failed to make contact, suddenly retreated over 10 meters to augment its momentum, preparing for a powerful strike, a splendid opportunity, instead of luring it with his leg. The great white shark opted to widen the gap and charge forward. For Chen Feng, this was a rare chance that he promptly plunged the electric baton into the water, anticipating the shark's swift approach. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. 3 meters. Go, Pikachu. Chen Feng pressed the button on the solar-powered stun baton with fervor. Silvery arcs of electricity spread like a spider's web, radiating within a 3-meter radius. The charging great white shark suddenly convulsed, emitting an unrecognizable shriek, its small eyes rolling back in a state of paralysis. Despite the inertia, the shark collided with the side of the wooden raft, yet it refrained from biting. Paralysis state for 5 seconds. Now is the moment. The great white shark was within arm's reach. Chen Feng retrieved a beast-taming scroll from the storage and pressed it firmly against its smooth back. Using beast-taming scroll, success rate 10, probability-altering item detected. Modifying probability to 102. Distinct notifications echoed in Chen Feng's mind. Countdown 3.2. Hurry, hurry. Chen Feng shouted anxiously. The paralysis state lasted 5 seconds, and it had been about 2 seconds since he applied the taming scroll. He was uncertain if he could successfully tame it. Just as he perceived the great white shark beginning to cease its tremors, on the verge of awakening, another notification finally chimed. Taming successful. Please give your partner a name. Hearing the successful notification, Chen Feng exhaled in relief, though disbelief lingered. He retreated to the center of the raft. The shark's paralysis had dissipated, and the ferocity in its eyes had vanished, replaced by a gentle demeanor. It circled the raft in the water, swaying its tail. The creature that had moments ago sought to devour Chen Feng now appeared as docile as a Shiba Inu, its formidable jaws no longer menacing, but rather endearingly clumsy. What a remarkable transformation! Chen Feng mused, observing the shark that seemed like an entirely different being, concluding that the taming had indeed succeeded. The taming scroll vanished after use, as it was a consumable item. Taking a closer look at the great white shark, the game description materialized. Pet. Great white shark, unnamed. Description: a recently matured great white shark, capable of understanding its master's commands, currently very hungry. Loyalty: 50. If loyalty drops below 1, it may rebel and possibly consume you. Evaluation: my master appears quite pleasant. Is there really such a thing as loyalty? Chen Feng pondered. Somewhat speechless, he retrieved 4 or 5 pomfret fish from the storage, waving them in his hand. Hungry. The great white shark immediately halted its circling, surfacing its massive head, and gave a couple of eager nods, eyes revealing a hint of urgency. Here you go. He tossed the pomfret fish into the water, and the shark opened its jaws wide, effortlessly catching every morsel, demonstrating remarkable agility. After finishing, the great white shark continued to gaze at Chen Feng with longing, seeking more. Your pet feels that these few fish are insufficient to satisfy its appetite. And indeed, 4 fish are enough for me, for a day. Chen Feng begrudgingly continued to feed this gluttonous creature from the storage. The more he fed, the more the shark seemed to crave. Ultimately, he had offered around 10 fish. Yet it still appeared ravenous. Though its loyalty had increased to 55, I don't have much left. You can fish for yourself later. Chen Feng ceased the feeding, uncertain how much a fully grown great white shark could consume. If he continued this way, the storage would be depleted. It was better to let the shark hunt for itself. Given your voracious appetite, I shall name you Xiaopeng. Chen Feng nodded, believing himself to be a naming genius. Naming successful, great white shark named Xiaopeng. Upon receiving its name, Xiaopeng exhibited great excitement, splashing about and creating waves. Xiaopeng, follow my gestures and move. Chen Feng pointed in a direction, eager to gauge Xiaopeng's intelligence. Left, right, forward, backward. Xiaopeng obediently swam back and forth in the water, its speed impressive, quite good. In the future, I could fashion a rope and have Xiaopeng serve as a guide, preventing the raft from drifting aimlessly. Chen Feng silently nodded, finally realizing Xiaopeng's greatest utility. Come, Xiaopeng, come a little closer. Chen Feng smiled warmly. Xiaopeng approached gently, exhibiting a calm demeanor. Come here. Good boys. Xiaopeng reached his feet. Chen Feng suddenly raised his hand high. Resembling a wolf with bared fangs, I shall give you a good smack. Puff. With a resounding slap, his hand struck Xiaopeng's head, producing a dull thud. Indy, you nearly scared me to death when you bit me earlier. My brother almost disowned me. Having confirmed Xiaopeng's successful taming, Chen Feng felt emboldened, venting the frustrations of the morning to is that how one addresses a shark. Xiaopeng stared blankly at Chen Feng, bewildered. Indeed, Chen Feng was the first in history to dare strike a shark. Xiaopeng's loyalty decreased by 1. Current loyalty, 54. Has loyalty decreased just like that? Chen Feng grimaced, feeling a twinge of regret, and tossed a few small fish to restore its loyalty. Go fish for yourself. Come back tomorrow morning. Waving his hand, he recognized that his provisions were insufficient for Xiaopeng. It was better to let it forage independently. Having received Chen Feng's command, the already famished Xiaopeng dove headfirst into the water, venturing off to hunt. Next, it was time for Chen Feng's favorite part of the day. He rubbed his hands together and put away the solar-powered stun baton. After a single use, it had been completely drained of power. Indeed, it was quite useless and required 5 hours to recharge. With the moon now risen, there was no way to recharge it, so he would have to wait until tomorrow. He then retrieved a simple stove from storage. Today's theme, a self-service seafood hot pot. He poured the remaining fresh water into an iron basin. With a seawater separator, freshwater was no longer a concern, and I have plenty of freshwater, and I refused to skimp. The basin was small, with a water depth of about 5 centimeters. He ignited the firewood, and the heat was intense, causing the water to boil rapidly. Gurgle, gurgle. Chen Feng watched as the clear broth bubbled. First grabbing a crab to give it a bath, then pulling out 2 10-centimeter-long shrimp to let them swim around. He then took a piece of seaweed, sliced it into several sections, and added 2 pieces of ham sausage. Finally, he sprinkled in some coarse salt to achieve a flavorful hot pot. One must excel in the art of cooking. Meat should be added first, followed by vegetables, though he was missing a bit of vinegar. The crab and shrimp offered a fresh taste, while the vegetables and ham mingled in between. Even without seasoning, the flavor was delightful, watching as the shells of the crab and shrimp gradually turned red. Chen Feng knew it was time to eat. He seized a shrimp, scald. He blew gently on the shrimp in his hand, rubbed his earlobe, and slowly peeled away its shell. White, so very white, drool dripped down. 3 minutes later, Chen Feng concluded his meal. I forgot to post on social media today. He smacked his thigh, feeling a pang of regret. Chapter 9, Alliance. Evaluation of resources acquired yesterday. Evaluation of vehicle upgrades yesterday. Resources gained survival points. 153. Upgrades gained survival points. 90. Total survival points. 243,38281. After a day of ample food and drink, Chen Feng had fished late into the night, and the next morning, the system notification sounded on time. Coupled with the remaining 38 points from the beginner's welfare treasure chest he had purchased earlier, he now had a total of 281 points. However, the current store was at LV1, and after purchasing the beginner's treasure chest, there was nothing else available. He would have to save the points for now. Upgrading the store's level required vehicle enhancements. He hoped that a level 2 store would offer some enticing items. Chen Feng opened the chat channel and noticed that the world channel's online population had decreased from 3.6 billion to 3.4 billion, and the regional channel had dropped from 10,000 to 8,342. So many have perished. A sense of sympathy washed over him. Had it not been for his good fortune and the assistance of cheats, he might have succumbed to thirst or starvation by now. Yet, this was not the time for lamentation. The previous day's attack by Xiaopeng had heightened Chen Feng's vigilance. Should he be attacked again, he would not have another taming scroll at his disposal. It was imperative to enhance his offensive capabilities. The game interface displayed, Beginner Protection Period, 23 hours and 13 minutes. Once the protection period concluded, he would no longer benefit from the white orb safeguarding, as the saying goes, stock up on food, but not on weapons, or risk being robbed. Today, it was a shark, but who knows what tomorrow will bring. Chen Feng perused the chat messages. Many had already resolved their issues regarding water and food. The new player fishing rod boasted a mere 1 chance. However, over the past 2 days, many had managed to catch a variety of items. If fortune smiled upon them, they might even reel in treasure chests, yielding freshwater, food, or upgraded raft blueprints. Additionally, survival experts in the chat had shared tips for constructing simple distillation devices for freshwater, while experienced fishermen suggested manufacturing to create fishing nets for harvesting seafood. At the very least, some are managing to survive by consuming their own urine. Although barely sustainable, it was better than nothing. The issues of sustenance and water supply have been resolved, and it is well known that everyone is upgrading their rafts. Some individuals have obtained upgrade blueprints from treasure chests, while others have acquired them through trade. Nearly everyone has begun to enhance their rafts. However, upgrading a raft requires a substantial amount of wood and plant fibers, and relying solely on fishing rods yields only a meager supply. The current trading market is in a state of imbalance, leading to a sharp increase in the prices of wood and plant fibers. Previously, 100 ml of water could be exchanged for 15 units of wood, but now one must offer 1 L of water to obtain the same amount. Chen Feng has also observed the trading prices, finding them utterly outrageous. The warehouse still contains nearly 2 L of fresh water and 8,000 G of food, but the fishing rod will disappear in a day. Without this invaluable tool, Chen Feng might very well find himself in a predicament of food scarcity. Thus, he has decided against trading food, though he is willing to trade some water. Nevertheless, he does not intend to purchase any more wood. His raft has already reached level 5, boasting a significant advantage in both size and sturdiness over others. At this juncture, he finds himself particularly intrigued by the various items listed in the trading column, especially those of white quality or higher, which may possess special attributes. Such items, if they include probabilistic traits, would be the epitome of perfection for Chen Feng. Unfortunately, the trading options consist solely of basic items, devoid of any color. With a sigh, Chen Feng ceased his browsing and directly posted an auction listing. Item: fresh water 1 L. Seller: Chen Feng. Required items: various tools, any of white quality or above. Note: please do not disturb if unavailable. Most items of white quality possess special effects, and those who acquire them would likely not trade unless they were in dire need of water or food. Consequently, after posting his auction information, Chen Feng received no private messages that a mundane day began anew, marking the final day of the novice protection period. After consuming a bucket of instant noodles and a large pear, he added a piece of firewood to the seawater separator at the center of the raft and replenished it with seawater, placing the solar-powered stun batten on the dry ground to absorb sunlight for recharging. He then sat at the edge of the raft, continuing his fishing. Before long, the surface of the sea began to bubble, and a gigantic great white shark emerged, playfully nudging its head against Chen Feng's calf, hanging over the side of the raft. Presumably sated, Chen Feng patted its head, signaling it to remain vigilant. With such a formidable pet, his safety was assured. As the sun climbed higher, its rays grew increasingly fierce. After applying some sunscreen, Chen Feng suddenly found himself intrigued by a private message from an individual. The sender's profile picture depicted a middle-aged man named Tang Yuqing, appearing to be in his 40s, exuding maturity and approachability. Chen Feng recalled that before the transition, he was a high-ranking executive at a well-known company in Nanjing City, a person of considerable wealth and influence. Hello, Chen Feng. I believe you have heard of me, that I have some matters I would like to discuss with you. Please reply upon receipt. Hello, what is it that you wish to discuss? Chen Feng, knowing little about Tang Yuqing beyond his notoriety in Nanjing City, responded out of curiosity, and I'm delighted to see your reply, that I was quite astonished when I noticed your messages in the world and regional channels. It was a pleasant surprise to discover that we fortuitously share the same region, which is why I reached out to you. Shortly thereafter, Tang Yuqing replied. Chen Feng chose not to respond immediately, aware that his previous messages in the chat channels had likely left an impression on many. Observing Tang Yuqing's message, he understood that the man had more to say. That I wonder, Chen Feng, have you noticed any particular characteristics of the regional channel? Characteristics? I haven't paid attention. That if you have something to say, Mr. Tang, please be direct. Having been in this world for 2 days, I can confidently assert that the individuals in this regional channel are predominantly citizens of Nanjing City. In other words, the people of a specific area from the original world have transitioned to this world, still residing in the same geographical region. Chen Feng was somewhat taken aback. He had not considered the other individuals in the area. While anyone who sent a message could see the profile picture and real name, Chen Feng had always been somewhat reclusive, lacking friends, making it unsurprising that he did not recognize anyone, even if they are from Nanjing. What does that have to do with me? Chen Feng replied, uncertain of Tang Yuqing's intentions. Chen Feng, what I mean is that since we are all of the same ethnicity and hail from Nanjing City, we should support one another in the face of these challenges to survive. As a notable figure in Nanjing City, I have garnered a certain level of trust, which is why I have taken the initiative to form an alliance for mutual assistance. Ensuring that everyone can endure these trying times, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join. What are your thoughts? Chapter 10. Refusal join the alliance? Chen Feng was taken aback. What purpose would joining an alliance serve at this moment? Adrift in this vast ocean where no one could see one another. Noticing Chen Feng's prolonged silence, Tang Yuqing continued to message. Joining the alliance means that when you are in urgent need of food and fresh water, the alliance will provide you with resources as conditions allow. There is absolutely no downside for you to owe. That is indeed a tempting offer. Chen Feng mused privately, contemplating Tang Yuqing's intentions. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. In this world where everyone has been cast adrift upon the ocean, free from the constraints of laws and regulations, even well-meaning individuals could not be easily trusted, he replied. What would I need to do to join the alliance? So, does this mean you're willing to join? Haha, that would be ideal. The essence of organizing this alliance is mutual support to ensure the survival of our regional populace and to prevent casualties. Currently, over 1,000 individuals have agreed to join that if you find yourself in need of food, fresh water, or survival tools and weapons, I will rally our collective strength to provide you with resources through the game interface as traded. However, if you're well-stocked, you will be required to submit any surplus resources for the alliance to manage and redistribute to those in greater need, with the understanding that they will be returned to you when you require them again. From what I can see, you have ample resources. Wouldn't it be better to contribute some to help those who are in greater need? Reading the lengthy message in the chat box, Chen Feng scoffed inwardly, thinking, so he has been waiting for me. Unified management? This is merely a ruse to capitalize on my surplus resources, given my comfortable living conditions, having been an orphan since childhood. Chen Feng understood deeply that genuine kindness does not arrive unexpectedly, nor do altruistic individuals emerge in dire circumstances. This Tang Yuqing was certainly no ordinary person. Shaking his head, he replied, I'm sorry, but I do not have much in the way of resources, nor do I wish to join the alliance. Thank you for your kindness. Chen Feng, you are thinking too narrowly that I hope you do not misinterpret my intentions. The resources are not for my personal gain, but rather to assist many others. How about this? Do not rush to refuse. Take some time to consider. Whenever you wish to join the alliance, we will welcome you with open arms. Seeing Chen Feng's refusal, Tang Yuqing hastily replied, leaving the door open for future conversation. Chen Feng closed the game interface, choosing not to respond further. Submitting resources? That was utterly inconceivable. Even if Tang Yuqing had possessed considerable renown before the transition, making him a potentially trustworthy figure, that was all in the past. Furthermore, the quantity of resources obtained was directly tied to the survival points awarded by the system the following day. Turning over resources to someone else would surely mean foregoing survival points. Currently, survival points could be used to purchase novice treasure chests from the store, but as the store levels up, who knows what other functions they might serve. In this world, where one must fend for oneself, how could he be sure of Tang Yuqing's character? Moreover, Chen Feng was not lacking in resources at present, and had no desire to join this so-called alliance. He had never been in the habit of entrusting his worth or life to others. Shaking his head, he considered this merely a diversion. The novice protection period would soon draw to a close. After its conclusion, the dangers that awaited humanity were uncertain in the face of unknown threats. It was wise to be prepared and ready for any eventuality. Aside from the solar-powered stun baton, Chen Feng truly possessed no other significant weapons. After selecting from the crafting menu for a while, he successfully manufactured a short knife and a fishing net. The short knife could serve as a means of defense, while the fishing net might prove useful once the novice fishing rod disappeared. He had almost forgotten about Xiaopeng. Chen Feng patted the small creature swimming back and forth alongside the raft, smiling as he acknowledged that it was indeed a formidable beast. Its 3-meter-long body and mouth the size of a basin would be sufficient to handle most dangers. He resumed his fishing and resource gathering. On the serene surface of the ocean, a middle-aged man in a suit stood upon an enormous raft, which appeared to be at least several dozen square meters in size. This man was none other than Tang Yuqing, who had previously messaged Chen Feng. At this moment, his expression was grim as he exchanged private messages with someone. Failed, he refused. Oh, is that so? I didn't expect this young man to be quite astute. Let us not worry about him for now. After all, we have already rallied over 1,000 people, and the resources we possess far exceed those of the others. Well, go and seek out others to gather more supplies, food. Fresh water, weapons, wood, and plant fibers are the priorities. And you too. We should prioritize upgrading our raft. I've frequently observed ferocious creatures lurking in the sea these past few days, and while we are still under the protection period. Once it ends, only a high-level raft will ensure our safety. What about the ordinary members of the Alliance? Those who are on the brink of starvation and dehydration, just give them a little something to tide them over. As for wood, plant fibers, iron blocks, and weapons, we must stockpile them and ensure they do not dwindle. All right, time flies swiftly. Less than a day remains in the protection period. During this safeguarded time, countless humans who have traversed into this world have perished. And once the protection period concludes, the death toll is likely to skyrocket. After another day of toil, Chen Feng tidied up the spoils from today and ate a modest meal to tea this moment. He found no inclination to share his culinary delights in the chat channel. As night fell, sleep eluded him. Protection period, 6 hours 02 minutes. Just a few hours remain before danger descends. In the chat channel, collecting wood, collecting plant fibers. Fair prices only. Greedy ones can leave. Tomorrow morning, the protection period ends. We have all witnessed the dangers in the sea, with countless sharks lurking about. The white protective light will vanish tomorrow, so everyone must upgrade their rafts. Is there a kind soul willing to spare me some wood? My raft is only level 1, and I'm in a panic. I still haven't obtained the raft upgrade blueprint. I'm losing it. Dear Lord, please bless me, amen. A sharp bit my leg off, it hurts so much. All those monsters are just paper tigers. Among billions of players, some are brimming with confidence. Others are utterly despairing. Some are indifferent. Some are begging, while others are engaging in final frenzies. Tomorrow, everything shall be revealed. Protection period, 3 minutes. Chen Feng spent the entire night wide awake. With merely 3 minutes remaining until the end of the novice period, the novice fishing rod would soon vanish. After 3 days of frenzied fishing, Chen Feng felt a wave of nausea at the sight of the fishing rod. He opened the game panel to tally his inventory. Having discarded much of the junk he had previously caught, his 30-item slots were still filled to the brim. Wood 359, plant fibers 181, stone 86, iron blocks 57, lighters 3, containers 32, fishing net 1, Kong Shifu pickled cabbage beef noodles 2, Wang Zhong Wang ham sausage 200 G seafood fish. Shellfish occupying multiple slots, 15,000 G, small knife, dagger, solar paralysis baton, tomato seeds. Wooden treasure chest 6, seawater separator 1, coarse salt 68 G, distilled fresh water 4L. Chen Feng decided to open the wooden treasure chests. As these ordinary chests typically yield only low-level items, he retrieved the 6 wooden treasure chests and opened them all. The progress bar filled over 6 seconds. Lighters 2, Nolinshan liquor 1, Snickers 2, red Nanjing cigarettes. Damn. It's more cigarettes and alcohol. I've been abstaining from smoking and drinking for many years. Chen Feng was somewhat speechless about the items he had received. They were temporarily useless, so he stashed them in the warehouse. The 6 wooden treasure chests were decomposed into 12 units of wood. With enough wood and plant fibers, Chen Feng planned to upgrade the raft once more and see how high he could elevate its level. Upgrade. The raft beneath him began to shake violently, and then 3 beams of white light flickered, elevating it by 4 levels. Exquisite raft, level, LV9 area, 1320M upgrade. Wood, remaining 31, needs 110. Plant fibers, remaining 11, needs 50. Evaluation. Waterproof, fireproof, but cannot guard against robbers. After the upgrade, the warehouse was significantly emptied. However, the raft still lacked a bit for a complete upgrade, and he could not enter the shop for further enhancements. Chen Feng shook his head in regret. He still required a little more. Nevertheless, he felt somewhat satisfied, for through the chat channel, he learned that most people's rafts were still at levels 1 or 2. Global announcement. The novice protection period will end in 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, the global sailing game will update. This update adds a regional map feature, allowing players to view the terrain of the sea area they are in. A friend feature has been added. Within the region, mutual friends can see each other's locations on the map. Each area will soon refresh a treasure island. Please search for the treasure island on the map and feel free to explore it. as it will sink into the sea in 15 days. At the same time, all marine creatures will begin to mutate, including but not limited to size, ability, intelligence, and increased aggressiveness. Survivors, prepare yourselves. The official game is about to commence. Countdown. 2 minutes 30 seconds. A series of alert sounds echoed in Chen Feng's mind as information burst forth in a torrent, but he did not expect such a vast change in the game once the novice period concluded. The chat channel erupted in chaos, filled with expressions of fear, madness, and anticipation. The message is scrolling too rapidly to keep up. A map feature. Treasure Island. Friend feature. Mutated sea creatures. Chen Feng grasped the essence of these 4 updates. The map and friend features would serve as auxiliary tool for the game to AS for the mutated marine creatures with enhanced aggression. Chen Feng believed that given the current sturdiness of his raft, he should be fine. Regarding the Treasure Island, the name alone suggested its significance. Once the game update was complete, he would undoubtedly explore to discover what treasures lay within. Moreover, the Treasure Island would sink into the ocean in 15 days, presumably to prevent players from lingering there and avoiding the impending sea storm in 30 days. Not to mention, islands are land, and they would surely harbor abundant plant life, ensuring a sufficient supply of wood and plant fibers. Chen Feng hurriedly crafted a thick, long hemp rope using 10 plant fibers from the manufacturer menu. Little fatty, come here, I have some clothes for you. Chen Feng beckoned for the plump creature nearby to come closer. Little fatty, naive, and simple-minded, thought there might be something tasty, swam over with a bobbing head. As it approached, Chen Feng leapt into the water and wrapped the hemp rope around Little Fatty several times. Reminiscent of a halter. Given Little Fatty's speed, once the game update concluded and the Treasure Island appeared, Chen Feng would undoubtedly reach it in record time. Little Fatty, follow my instructions later. If you obey, I'll reward you with a pomfret to eat. Suddenly, a massive shark's head broke the surface of the water, and Little Fatty spun around excitedly in the water, filled with vigor. Before long, the countdown continued. Countdown to 9, 3, 2, 1. Game update complete. Map feature, friend feature activated. Marine creatures begin to mutate. Regional Treasure Island has refreshed. The novice fishing rod in Chen Feng's hand suddenly disintegrated into powder, scattering with the wind. For someone like Chen Feng, who possessed the talent of a lucky star, the loss of this 100 trigger effect fishing rod was indeed unfortunate. There was no time to lament. Upon hearing the prompt, Chen Feng quickly opened the game interface and indeed found new options for map and friends. Before he could even open the map, 2 boxes popped up on the screen. Tang Yuqing wants to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Zhou Lingrui wants to add you as a friend. Do you agree? These 2 were impressively fast. Chen Feng declined Tang Yuqing's friend request and accepted Zhou Lingrui's. He then opened the map, revealing a blue flat map before him. The map was circular, with a radius of 1,000 kilometers, and the Treasure Island appeared as a red dot pulsating in the center. On the opposite side of the circular map, there was another yellow dot flashing. Chen Feng's gaze shifted to discover it was Zhou Lingrui's location. He and T realized she was also in Chen Feng's area. No wonder she wanted to add him as a friend. Chen Feng's position was in the lower right corner of the circular map, about 100 kilometers from the Treasure Island. Not too far. Little Fatty, swim in that direction, quickly. Let us go. Chen Feng pointed towards the northwest, calling out to Little Fatty. Little Fatty acknowledged with a strange noise, diving swiftly, its powerful tail propelling Chen Feng's raft forward. The ocean foamed as waves surged. Little Fatty, a fully grown great white shark, moved with remarkable speed, effortlessly towing the massive raft. Estimated at about 50 kilometers h, at this pace, Chen Feng would reach the Treasure Island in less than 3 hours. While Chen Feng enjoyed this swift passage, others were not so fortunate. They could only craft paddles from manufacturing and glide along slowly, uncertain of when they might arrive, just as Chen Feng was slicing through the waves. A creature resembling an arm's width leapt from the sea, brandishing its gigantic pincers, charging menacingly towards him. Standing on a raft, Chen Feng caught a glimpse of a reddish-brown shadow hurtling directly at him. What on earth is that? Chen Feng turned to the side, his peripheral vision sweeping the area, and then his eyes widened in astonishment as he finally discerned the crimson-brown silhouette before him. It was a lobster approximately 80 centimeters in length, strikingly similar in appearance to an Australian lobster, albeit slightly larger. To his surprise, the creature leapt out of the water, soaring high into the air, brandishing two formidable pincers, each measuring over 40 centimeters, aimed directly at Chen Feng's neck. With the novice protection period now expired and the raft devoid of safety, this colossal lobster encountered no hindrance as it landed directly above Chen Feng's head. The chilling glimmer emanating from its pincers suggested that a grip from such a beast would likely result in severe injury. Fortunately, the game announcement had warned of marine life mutations and increased aggression, allowing Chen Feng to brace himself. After shedding the novice protection, he remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the tranquil waters surrounding him. After turning aside, Chen Feng quickly retreated a considerable distance, feeling the rush of the lobster's massive pincers graze his cheek, leaving a faint trace of blood. However, the injury was not severe. Following its assault, the lobster, having expended its energy in midair, landed on the raft, its pincers raised defiantly, while its other legs moved slowly, establishing a standoff with Chen Feng. Such a cunning little creature. How careless of me. Thankfully, I dodged in time. Chen Feng wiped the blood from his face, a wave of trepidation washing over him as he took 2 steps back to assess the aggressive lobster before him. It had only been a matter of minutes since the game update, and already a marine creature had leapt onto the raft to attack. Just 2 days prior, one could scarcely catch a glimpse of such a creature, let alone have it board their raft. It was evident that the warning regarding increased aggression was indeed true. Even lobsters had become bold enough to strike. Drawing his short sword, Chen Feng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. If he could not even defeat a single lobster, what distinguished him from a mere idle fish? Despite the lobster's larger size, it likely had not undergone significant mutation yet, and thus may not possess any additional capabilities. Short sword description: a 40-centimeter long, iron short sword, single-edged. Evaluation: never playfully lick the blade, as it may slice your nimble little tongue. With his right hand gripping the sword, Chen Feng cautiously approached the lobster. Observing its reactions in the water, lobsters can maneuver swiftly using their tails, but on the raft, their movements appeared clumsy. Now, each step it took seemed painfully slow, its pincers raised in warning to deter Chen Feng from advancing. Is this all you've got? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. The lobster's behavior was no different from what he had expected. Once on solid ground, it seemed utterly bewildered. Charging forward might expose him to its pincers, and those familiar with live lobsters know that the best way to capture one without injury is to approach from behind, rendering it unable to retaliate. As Chen Feng circled around to the lobster's rear, it struggled to maintain its position facing him, hindered by its unwieldy legs. With a swift motion, Chen Feng plunged the short sword into the lobster's hardened back. Gritting his teeth, he found it quite laborious. For the mutated lobster's shell had become significantly more robust. The lobster writhed in agony, thrashing violently. However, it was merely a lobster, and no matter its strength, it could not rival that of a human. In its desperate struggle, it inadvertently caused the sword to rupture its insides, and moments later, after a couple of convulsions, it lay still. Thank you to the generous friend who gifted me this Australian lobster, Chen Feng exclaimed as he withdrew the sword, his face alight with joy. He had tasted lobster before, but a specimen nearly a meter long was unprecedented. He estimated it weighed around 20 kilograms. He stored it in his inventory, looking forward to a delightful meal later. Chen Feng signaled to Xiao Peng to continue onward. The sun gradually ascended above the horizon, casting warm rays upon the sea. The golden light almost blinding, making it difficult to open his eyes. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as something collided with the raft, causing it to sway, and Chen Feng stumbled slightly. Another one? He thought, quickly steadying himself as he surveyed the area around the raft. Upon closer inspection, he was met with the sight of a nearly 4-meter-long shark, significantly larger than Xiao Peng, ramming into the raft. Its smooth, gray back and jagged, enormous teeth revealed it to be a mature tiger shark. Fortunately, the raft was remarkably sturdy, sustaining the impact without serious damage. Faced with such a formidable foe, Chen Feng dared not strike with his short sword. Xiao Peng, attack it! He bellowed, beckoning the shark he had previously tamed to engage. At the sound of his command, Xiao Peng halted its forward movement, turned, and dove beneath the surface. Despite being slightly smaller in stature, a fully grown great white shark was no trivial opponent, even if it had become somewhat clumsy after being tamed by Chen Feng. However, when called upon to fight, it showed no hesitation, charging forward with its teeth bared as Xiao Peng advanced. The tiger shark ceased its assault on the raft and lunged toward its challenger. The waters churned beneath the surface as the two massive sharks clashed, each sustaining injuries in the fray. After a brief struggle, the tiger shark seemed to reconsider its tactics, abruptly turning to retreat into the depths of the ocean. Xiao Peng, eager to pursue, found its speed hampered by the ropes tethering it to the raft. Preventing it from catching up? That's enough, Xiao Peng. Don't chase it, Chen Feng called out, recognizing that defeating the tiger shark would not be a simple task, and prolonging the encounter would be unwise, though Xiao Peng bore minor wounds. It swam back to Chen Feng with the swagger of a victorious rooster, as if to say, "Did you see how formidable I am?" Chen Feng smiled, retrieving a few small fish from his inventory and tossing them into Xiao Peng's mouth as a reward. "Let us go. Onward." The skirmishes of the past half hour had consumed valuable time, and Chen Feng knew he could not afford any further delays. He signaled for Xiao Peng to continue as they pressed forward. Perhaps due to Xiao Peng's intimidating presence, only a handful of unknown creatures bumped against the underside of the raft, and no particularly dangerous animals attacked. Chen Feng made swift progress toward Treasure Island, his speed increasing, and he realized they would arrive shortly. While Chen Feng's journey was progressing smoothly, others were facing dire challenges, their chat channels rife with despair. Chapter 13, Treasure Island World Chat, 1-1 Daily Messages. 3 billion online help. My raft was smashed by a whale, and I can't swim. Is there anyone who can save me? Thankfully, my raft has reached level 3. I'm secure. Everyone be cautious if you have wood and plant fibers. Upgrade your rafts quickly. Marine life has begun to mutate, and once docile creatures are now attacking. Our rafts are our only lifeline. The previous poster is correct. I've done some rough research, and as long as you're not particularly unlucky, a level 2 raft should provide temporary safety against sharks, whales, and other massive marine animals. And, just now, a bread crab jumped onto my raft and severed one of my arms before escaping. Be careful. Everyone, in light of my plight, is there anyone willing to trade some first aid or bleeding control supplies? Everyone, make haste to the treasure island in your respective areas. The marine life has mutated suddenly, becoming highly aggressive. The island may be safe. Chat channel 7031 Online Treasure Island. Just the name suggests it's teeming with riches. I'm on my way. A treasure island has spawned right next to me. In half an hour, I'll set foot on the island. Please add me as a friend. Once we're on the island, we can look out for one another. Life and death are fated. Wealth is in the heavens. If you want to prosper, the opportunity is right before you. Within the chat channel, messages flooded in, and in a short span, around 400 million players had disappeared. Many rafts were destroyed by mutated marine creatures shortly after the system update, sinking into the depths of the sea, leaving their fates uncertain. Some players upgraded their rafts and found temporary safety, but many others faced attacks from mutated marine life that leapt aboard their rafts. The majority of players were wise, now hastening toward their respective treasure islands. After the map feature was opened, some fortunate players found themselves in close proximity to the island, and for them, reaching the island first could yield significantly greater rewards. Chen Feng had been guiding Xiao Peng and maneuvering the raft for nearly 3 hours. The sun had steadily risen higher in the sky, and the temperature was once again climbing. Following the map's direction, Chen Feng finally caught sight of a hazy island in the distance, gradually growing larger as they approached. Xiao Peng, let us give it one last push. We're almost there. Unable to contain his excitement after drifting at sea for 3 days, Chen Feng felt a surge of exhilaration at the sight of land once more. Xiao Peng, still brimming with energy, let out a peculiar cry and surged forward, increasing the raft's speed. At last, Chen Feng beheld the golden sands and the vastness of the island stretching out on either side. This treasure island was remarkably large, roughly estimated to span 15,000 square kilometers, approximately 1/3 the size of Taiwan. In this area, there were still over 7,000 players, making the likelihood of encountering other humans quite low unless they were friends aware of each other's locations. The vast expanse of Treasure Island, however, was not the verdant paradise that Chen Feng had envisioned. On the contrary, the entire isle was shrouded in a murky fog, with visibility plummeting to under 10 meters. From a distance, the scene appeared somewhat eerie. Consulting the map revealed only the island's outline. It provided no insight into what lay within, as Chen Feng gazed at the strange landscape before him. He cautiously approached the golden sandy beach. The thick mist obscured any view of the island's interior, leaving him to ponder whether it harbored any monstrous creatures. Standing by the shore, Chen Feng scrutinized everything around him. Perhaps it was wise to open the chat channel to see if others had made any discoveries that in the world chat. One player announced, "I have set foot on the island. It's vast and unlike any ordinary isle. Primarily due to the pervasive fog, I have yet to uncover any treasure." Another chimed in, "I've also landed on the island, Magton. What a bizarre place, it's so foggy." A third player exclaimed, "I ventured deep into the island already. There are so many trees here. I can chop to my heart's content. In 15 days, my raft will surely reach maximum level." Yet another voice cried out, "I just found a fruit. What on earth is this? Get away, help. Is anyone there? What happened? Is he still alive?" Upon reading this, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. The message from the World Channel had raised everyone's anxiety. There were monsters on Treasure Island. He glanced at the regional chat. "Hey, everyone in the World Channel saw that there might be lethal creatures on Treasure Island. Is there anyone who wants to team up? Add me as a friend, and let us gather in one location for safety." Responses flooded in. "Yes, count me in for the team. Let us exchange friend requests. Hello, everyone. I'm Tang Yuqing. Those who join the alliance, add me as a friend. Let us assemble in my location before heading to the island together. There is still time to join." Chen Feng noted that players in his region had already landed on the island, but unlike the previous messages in the world chat, most were not blinded by the alluring name of Treasure Island. Everyone was selecting friends within the region, preparing to form teams for their excursion. Observing this, Chen Feng shook his head. The number of viable teams would likely be scant. Trust was a significant concern. Without laws in this apocalyptic world, a teammate could easily turn on you in the blink of an eye, seizing your supplies. Moreover, having been in this world for 3 days, Chen Feng had yet to encounter another human, despite the region hosting 10,000 players. The lack of encounters indicated that everyone was widely dispersed. Coupled with the island's vastness, gathering a team would require extensive time, either by walking around the island as periphery or paddling in circles on a raft. And even if a team were successfully formed, after so many players had scoured the island, what treasures would remain? Thus, Chen Feng had made up his mind. Boldness yields rewards. Without high risks, where are the high returns? He would venture onto the island alone. The thick fog enveloped the island, concealing any dangers that lurked within. Chen Feng planned to gather some wood and plant fibers from the outskirts to quickly upgrade his raft to level 10. Once the shop unlocked to level 2, he might find special defensive items to aid him in further exploration. Reaching the shallow waters, Little Fatty could advance no further. "Little Fatty, I'm going to search for supplies on the island. And I might be gone for several days. Stay here and fend for yourself. Don't wander off until I return." Chen Feng leaped into the water, patted Little Fatty's head, untied the rope around him, and fed him some seafood. Currently, loyalty, 60. Little Fatty nodded, let out a strange noise, and dove into the sea. Chen Feng contemplated placing Little Fatty in his storage, but reconsidered. The storage lacked seawater and food, and he could not risk letting him dehydrate or starve. After watching Little Fatty disappear, he stored the large raft in his warehouse. The warehouse was truly remarkable. Such a sizable raft occupied only a single item slot. Armed with a short knife in one hand and a solar-powered stun baton in the other, Chen Feng slowly ventured into the mist. Chapter 14. Raft Level 10. Level 2 shop unlocked once he departed from the Golden Beach. His visibility remained limited. After walking a short distance, the sandy ground beneath his feet inexplicably transformed into mud. Countless unfamiliar trees began to emerge around him. "Let us chop some wood," Chen Feng exclaimed. His eyes gleaming at the sight of the trees, he decided against venturing deeper. Opening the game interface, he clicked on Crafting Axe. Wood remaining 31 needed 2 iron block remaining. 57 needed. 2 young man. Which is yours, the golden axe or the silver axe? Crafting successful. Lost 2 wood, 2 iron blocks, gained 1 axe. Holding a nearly 1.2-meter axe, Chen Feng could not help but marvel at the conveniences of the game world, where materials could be transformed into items with ease. Although the items in crafting were merely basic tools, they were undeniably cost-effective. Approaching a tree over 10 meters tall, he swung his axe vigorously. With a resounding crash, the tree fell. Wood 10, plant fiber 6. Indeed, a single tree yielded far more resources than anything he could fish from the sea. The wood converted into timber, and the bark transformed into plant fibers. An impressive yield. Continuing, he now had 39 pieces of wood and 17 plant fibers that he needed 71 more pieces of wood and 33 plant fibers to upgrade the raft. Approximately 7 or 8 trees would suffice. Chen Feng felt invigorated. Collecting materials on the sea for 3 days would hardly compare to a single day on the island. The tranquil forest echoed only with the sound of Chen Feng chopping trees. Soon, he had felled 8 large trees. At this point, the quantities of wood and plant fibers were just sufficient for his needs. Upgrade. Without hesitation, Chen Feng decided to upgrade the raft in his warehouse. Top-tier raft, level, LV 10 dimensions, 1520 rating. The ultimate form of a raft, capable of transforming shape via blueprints. The upgrade completed. A notification popped up on Chen Feng's game interface. Congratulations, player Chen Feng. You're the first player in the entire server to upgrade the raft to maximum level. You've earned a random purple weapon as a reward. Please check your warehouse. Congratulations, player. The raft has reached maximum level, and the level 2 shop has been unlocked. Please browse the newly unlocked items. Rewards? Chen Feng exclaimed in delight, astonished that being the first to max out the raft would grant him a special bonus. He quickly opened his warehouse and discovered a purple quality bow lying in the item slot. Refined iron bow. Purple. Description: a fine bow constructed from refined iron. Equipped with quiver, 200 refined iron arrows. Recyclable. Range: 100 meters. Special. Due to the arrow's sharpness and sturdiness, there is a 2 chance of causing bleeding effects upon hitting an enemy. Lasts for 1 minute. Chen Feng examined the attributes of the refined iron bow, his face lighting up with excitement. This equipment had a probability effect. Eager to test it, he took out an arrow, knocked it on the bow, and prepared to draw the string. Chen Feng felt the bowstring was exceedingly taut. Despite his utmost effort, he could only pull it halfway. Detected use of a probabilistic item, triggering luck talent, modifying probability to 100%. Whoosh! Although he had only drawn the bowstring halfway, when Chen Feng released the arrow, it flew forth like a streak of black silk, striking a nearby tree with precision. Approaching, he struggled to retrieve the arrow embedded in the trunk. This refined iron bow is surprisingly difficult to use. I can't fully draw the string, despite its demanding nature. The bow proved exceptionally effective. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, Chen Feng considered himself of average build, with strength comparable to most. He hadn't anticipated needing greater strength to wield the refined iron bow. It seemed he needed to engage in more physical training. The arrows he shot could be recovered for reuse, alleviating any concerns about running out of ammunition. However, the 2 bleeding effect had not activated. With the luck talent applied, it should have triggered at a 100 rate. After much contemplation, Chen Feng surmised that the bleeding effect likely only occurred when the arrow struck a living target. The shop had reached level 2. He recalled that upgrading the raft to level 10 had also elevated the shop's level. Eagerly, he clicked on Shop. Shop. Level. LV2 consumable items. Level 1 red potion, 20 survival points. Description: suitable for both oral and external use. Rating: effective for various ailments and injuries. Level 1 enhancement potion, 200 survival points. Description: 90 chance to enhance various physical abilities, such as strength and speed. Rating: consume it, and your abilities will be enhanced. Wicked Grin, JPG special items. Long knife, white, 50 survival points. Description: a white quality weapon crafted from ordinary iron blocks. Purchase limit: 1 rating. At least better than the rubbish in crafting. Sailboat upgrade blueprint, 1000 survival points. Description: after your raft reaches level 10, you can unlock the permissions for a level 1120 vessel. Purchase limit: 1-1 rating. Young man, do you wish to possess a grand ship? The Level 2 shop indeed featured a broader array of products, and Chen Feng eagerly examined each one. That the merchandise within the marketplace is categorized into two distinct types: consumables and special items. Consumables can be purchased an unlimited number of times, while special items are restricted to a single purchase. The first item, the Level 1 Red Potion, is a healing elixir effective for both internal and external injuries. The second item, the Level 1 Strengthening Potion, is intended to enhance physical capabilities. However, it unexpectedly comes with a success rate. Despite its high probability of effectiveness, the possibility of failure cannot be entirely dismissed. For Chen Feng, the notion of failure is non-existent. Is the luck of the European emperor merely a jest? The third item, the White Longsword, is a commendable weapon, yet it seems rather ordinary to Chen Feng, who has already acquired a refined iron bow and arrows. The final item, the Sailing Boat Upgrade Blueprint, is a one-time purchase that grants players the ability to unlock upgrade privileges. Chen Feng's raft, currently at level 10, cannot be upgraded further unless this blueprint is consumed to transform the raft into a sailing boat. Chen Feng eagerly anticipates this change, for no matter how large the raft becomes, it remains a raft devoid of a cabin, lacking even a stable place to rest. He believes it essential to acquire all four items. Upon returning to the game interface, Chen Feng notices that his survival points have been updated to 581. After some consideration, he concludes that purchasing the Sailing Boat Upgrade Blueprint is currently out of reach, as it costs a staggering 1,000 survival points. Now, amidst the unknown dangers of Treasure Island, enhancing his survival capabilities must take precedence. He proceeds to purchase a long sword, a level 1 strengthening potion, and 2 red potions, leaving him with 291 survival points. With a series of successful transactions, 3 new items materialize in his inventory. Equipped with both ranged and melee weaponry, as well as medical supplies, Chen Feng recognizes the necessity of augmenting his physical prowess. That he retrieves the level 1 strengthening potion from his inventory, gazing quizzically at the milky liquid in his hand. Can this truly enhance his physical strength? Dismissing such concerns, Chen Feng downs the potion in one swift motion. Chapter 15. Level 1 Strengthening Potion Detection of Probability-Altering Item Usage, triggering European Emperor talent. Modifying probability to 100, the potion slides smoothly down his throat, its taste surprisingly pleasant. The effects of the potion manifest swiftly. Chen Feng suddenly feels a warmth enveloping his body, his skin taking on a rosy hue. A wave of heat surges through him, causing him to gasp for breath as his elevated body temperature invigorates his very core, steam beginning to rise from his skin. Although his temperature is high, he feels no discomfort. Rather, it resembles a rejuvenating sauna experience, refreshing him thoroughly as every pore opens up. After approximately 10 minutes, Chen Feng's body gradually returns to normal at first glance. He appears unchanged, yet upon closer inspection, subtle differences emerge. His once smooth arms now exhibit a rugged texture, the outline of muscles faintly visible. Additionally, upon lifting his shirt, he discovers that the small belly he once had has vanished, replaced by 6 well-defined abdominal muscles. His entire physique brims with explosive strength, a sensation so potent that he feels capable of wrestling a shark with his bare hands. That is the effect of this level 1 strengthening potion, truly so remarkable. Chen Feng can hardly believe his eyes as he observes his transformed body, then retrieves the refined iron bow and arrows slung across his shoulder. Drawing the bowstring back effortlessly, he finds it surprisingly easy. The bowstring stretching like the full moon. The difference is evident. A comparison between his previous and current strength reveals a significant enhancement. His upper body strength has improved, and his leg muscles have also developed, resulting in longer calves and bulkier thighs, which will undoubtedly enhance his running speed. Previously, he resembled an average person. Now, he appears akin to a fitness enthusiast who has trained diligently for years. With newfound confidence, Chen Feng stows the refined iron bow and gazes into the dense fog ahead, contemplating a deeper exploration. Having lingered around the outskirts of Treasure Island for so long, surrounded by unfamiliar and peculiar trees, he wonders what lies within. Messages in the chat channel have led him to suspect that this island may harbor living creatures, possibly fierce beasts. Before his journey, the most formidable animal he had encountered was a small poodle in his neighborhood. Now, should he encounter a large carnivorous creature, he is uncertain of his chances. Drawing his recently purchased white-quality long sword, which measures approximately 1.5 meters in length, with a broad blade and a fabric-wrapped handle. He estimates its weight to be around 20 kilograms. Had he not consumed the strengthening potion, wielding this sword as a weapon would have been somewhat taxing. However, now, he feels remarkably at ease, stepping forward into the depths of the fog. Chen Feng remains vigilant, carefully observing his surroundings. As he ventures deeper, the strange trees become scarcer, replaced by patches of colorful coral interspersed with low-lying rocks, puddles of murky green water, the ground. Some areas muddy underfoot. Could this have once been the ocean floor? Observing the scenery around him, Chen Feng is struck by how reminiscent it is of the seabed, raising suspicions that Treasure Island may have emerged from the depths of the ocean. Maintaining his skepticism, he proceeds cautiously. Ahead, approximately 10 meters away, he spots a figure by a red coral, busily wielding a dagger. Upon noticing this, Chen Feng quickly crouches behind a nearby rock, peering cautiously at the figure. The fog is thick. Although only a short distance away, he can barely discern that it is humanoid. Is it possible that someone has outpaced him, not only arriving at Treasure Island, but also delving this deep? Chen Feng struggles to comprehend. The island's dangers are well known through the chat channel. Would anyone recklessly venture in without sufficient confidence? The figure bends over, robust in stature, and Chen Feng deduces it must be a man. Deciding that since this individual is human, regardless of how he managed to journey so deep, it might be prudent to approach and possibly collaborate, that if they could work together, it would benefit both. If not, they could part ways amicably. Standing tall, Chen Feng strides forward, raising his hand in greeting. "Hello, friend." The figure turns at the sound, but as Chen Feng draws closer, he is taken aback by what he sees. This is no ordinary human. While it bears a resemblance to humanity with arms and legs, its head is that of a massive octopus. Countless tentacles cascade around its head, glistening with a semi-transparent slime. Strikingly, its facial features closely mirror those of a human. Chen Feng suddenly recalls the octopus captain from Pirates of the Caribbean he had once seen. This creature resembles that character eerily. What in the world is this? Unable to suppress his astonishment, Chen Feng grips his long sword tightly. Since this figure is not human, caution is paramount. The world around him has begun to transcend the confines of scientific rationale, and the creature before him defies classification. Suddenly, the octopus-headed being emits a peculiar sound. Speaking in an unintelligible language, it abandons its task with the coral, brandishing the dagger high and charging swiftly towards Chen Feng. Clearly with hostile intent, the octopus-headed creature moves with astonishing speed, covering the distance in mere seconds, showcasing an agility far beyond that of an ordinary human. Its dagger slices through the air, aiming for Chen Feng's chest with lethal precision. Is it not bound by any code of conduct? Given that the creature has initiated the attack, Chen Feng refuses to remain passive. With no time to draw his bow, he hastily raises his long sword to defend himself. The clash of metal rings out as the dagger strikes his sword, sending a jolt of force through his arm, leaving it momentarily numb. Fortunately, having recently consumed the strengthening potion, his physical resilience has significantly increased, allowing him to withstand the blow with only a minor step back. With a surge of determination, Chen Feng swings his long sword towards the octopus-headed creature, shouting, "Slice like a watermelon." Chapter 16. Octopus Head. The octopus-headed being, realizing the ferocity of Chen Feng's strike, begins to evade. Thus begins a fierce exchange between the two. Chen Feng, having had no prior experience with melee weaponry, lacks any formal techniques. He swings his sword wildly, calling out nonsensical names for his attacks, as though such theatrics would amplify the sword's power. The octopus-headed creature moves with remarkable agility, its dagger deftly finding gaps in Chen Feng's defense and striking with precision. However, as the battle drags on, Chen Feng finds it increasingly difficult to maintain his defense. Gradually, cuts begin to mar his skin, crimson blood staining his garments. In stark contrast, the octopus-headed creature remains spry, exuding an air of confidence as it continues to taunt him. Recognizing that he cannot afford to engage in a war of attrition, Chen Feng grits his teeth, his brow furrowing in determination. The numerous lacerations adorning Chen Feng's body incessantly reminded him of his injuries. If he continued to engage in this relentless confrontation with the octopus-headed adversary, he would either succumb to excessive blood loss and faint or be struck fatally by the creature. Resolutely, Chen Feng seemed to have made a momentous decision. As he observed the octopus-headed being's dagger poised to inflict yet another wound upon his arm, he suddenly raised his long blade high, this time choosing not to block, allowing the dagger to pierce his arm. In that very instant, he swung his long knife backward, gathering force from behind, and with a might akin to 1,000 pounds, he swung it downwards toward the octopus head's neck, intent on a life-and-death struggle. "You stab my arm. I sever your neck." The sound of the dagger piercing Chen Feng's arm echoed sharply. The octopus head, having just revealed a smug grin, looked up to see a broad-bladed sword descending upon his neck. Instantly filled with dread that he had never anticipated that Chen Feng would forego using his long knife to block his attack, willingly accepting a wound in exchange for an opportunity to retaliate. Without a moment's hesitation, the octopus head abandoned the dagger embedded in Chen Feng's arm and swiftly recoiled, his body curling like a shrimp as he leaped backward. With a whoosh, Chen Feng's long knife cleaved through empty air. Astonished by the creature's remarkable flexibility, having nearly achieved the limits of human agility in its previous crouch, utilizing its body's springiness to evade the blow, an orphan who had endured his fair share of bullying in childhood. Chen Feng had learned a crucial lesson. The more one is bullied, the fiercer one must respond. Cowardice only emboldens the oppressor. Thus, when the octopus had attacked, Chen Feng's latent ferocity surged forth, despite the dagger still lodged in his arm. He seemed impervious to pain, brandishing his long knife, poised to strike again at the now unarmed octopus head, seizing the opportune moment. The octopus head, having jumped aside, now regarded Chen Feng with a flicker of fear in his eyes. He could not comprehend how, despite having inflicted numerous wounds, his opponent seemed to grow more formidable with each injury. Anxiety surged within him as he realized that he was now unarmed and stood no chance against Chen Feng. In a panic, he turned to flee. Chen Feng, discerning the octopus head's intention to escape after gaining the upper hand, pursued him relentlessly. Their chase unfolded in a rather comical manner. The octopus head moved with remarkable speed, covering a distance of more than 10 meters in mere strides, while Chen Feng, despite his enhanced physique, gradually lagged behind due to his injuries. Suddenly, Chen Feng halted his pursuit, discarding his long knife, and grasped his fine iron bow. Retrieving an arrow from his waist, he knocked it onto the bowstring, drawing it back into a crescent shape, the bow now charged and ready to unleash its projectile. The iron arrowhead began to quiver slightly, resembling a mighty dragon poised to roar. The octopus head had already traversed about 20 meters, his form now merely a faint silhouette in the mist. Chen Feng released the arrow. Whoosh! A streak of silver shot through the air, hurtling toward the fleeing octopus head. However, Chen Feng had never practiced archery before, and his aim was regrettably imprecise. The arrow struck a nearby rock with a dull thud, embedding itself a third of the way in. The fleeing octopus head caught sight of this and stumbled, nearly losing his balance, before adjusting his stance and accelerating his flight. Time was running short. The figure of the octopus head was becoming increasingly indistinct. Frowning deeply, Chen Feng quickly knocked another arrow, aiming once more at the increasingly blurry silhouette. Without hesitation, he released the second arrow. Whoosh! The arrow soared forth, vanishing into the fog along with the octopus head. Its fate remained uncertain. After a brief flight, a cacophony of strange cries emanated from the misty depths, signaling the octopus head's distress. Though the meaning was lost on Chen Feng, the creature's furious tone was unmistakable. Probability item detected, triggering auspicious talent. Modifying probability to 100. Fine iron bow arrow bleeding effect triggered. Target enters bleeding state for 1 minute. He had hit his mark upon hearing the game notification. Chen Feng's spirits soared. He raised his hand in triumph, retrieved the long knife from the ground, and continued his pursuit. After a short while, he spotted dark green bloodstains on the ground. It was undoubtedly the octopus head's blood. Following the trail, He deduced that the injured creature would not be able to flee far. The bleeding effect would last for 1 minute, and without prompt treatment, the octopus head would surely perish for blood loss. After tracking the blood for nearly a minute, Chen Feng indeed found the octopus head sprawled upon the ground, barely clinging to life. Upon seeing Chen Feng approach, the octopus head gurgled incoherently, his eyes flickering between fear and rage. Chen Feng noticed the arrow protruding from the octopus head's back, emerging from his abdomen, a chilling realization washing over him. The bleeding effect of the arrow was undeniably severe, with dark green blood gushing forth like a fountain from the wound. Explaining the creature's rapid decline, in mere moments, the octopus head's blood ran dry, his head tilting at an unnatural angle. GG. Chen Feng extracted the arrow from the creature's body, unwilling to let it go to waste. Intending to return for the arrow embedded in the rock, as he lifted the octopus head's corpse, he was astonished to discover a gleaming black chest beneath it. Had it dropped a treasure? Elated, he hastily picked it up for inspection. Black iron chest. Description: 90 chance of yielding resources, 10 chance of yielding white quality items. Evaluation: a chest of superior quality compared to wooden chests. Chapter 17. The Fishman. Friendly reminder: chests of any quality cannot be listed for auction or traded online. Previously, Chen Feng had only encountered wooden chests, which he had fished directly from the sea, and had often wondered why only one quality of chest seemed to exist. Now, witnessing the chest that appeared after defeating the octopus head, he realized that higher quality chests did indeed exist, but they could only be obtained through combat. However, upon receiving the chest, the sudden notification that online trading was forbidden led Chen Feng to deduce that offline trading should be permissible. In the future, when encountering other humans, he would likely have no issue acquiring their chests. Not rushing to open the black iron chest, Chen Feng furrowed his brow and glanced at his arm. As he relaxed, he suddenly became acutely aware of the sharp pain coursing through his body. The dagger remained embedded in his arm, still bleeding profusely. It was imperative to tend to it immediately. Retrieving a vial of level 1 red potion from his storage, Chen Feng decided to test the healing properties of this potion. Removing the cork from the vial, he first poured some onto his other scratches. Ouch, that stings. Chen Feng gasped as the red potion spread across his wounds like searing lava, the burning sensation overwhelming him, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his forehead. The burning sensation subsided after a brief moment. And to his astonishment, the minor wounds had miraculously formed scabs, appearing as if they had been healing for 3 days, rather than being fresh injuries. The efficacy of this red potion was indeed impressive. Taking a deep breath, he proceeded to apply it to his other wounds. After treating several minor injuries, he decisively pulled the dagger from his arm, resulting in a sanguine blood arrow that shot forth. Upon examining the dagger, he found it to be an ordinary weapon, utterly useless, which he promptly discarded into his storage to prevent excessive blood loss. Chen Feng dared not hesitate, pouring the remainder of the red potion over his wounds. Oh dear! The burning sensation intensified, causing Chen Feng to roll his eyes in agony. Fortunately, the duration was short-lived, and the most severe lacerations had already formed scabs. Although there remained some mild discomfort, it no longer hindered his mobility. This level 1 red potion proved to be quite effective, swiftly addressing superficial injuries and ensuring his combat readiness. However, Chen Feng was curious about the upper limits of this potion's capabilities prior to his journey. He had used various external injury remedies, and aside from a few subpar counterfeit products, truly effective treatments were rare. This level 1 red potion, with its rapid efficacy manifesting within seconds to minutes, could indeed be described as magical. Once his injuries were no longer a significant concern, Chen Feng turned his attention to the black iron chest. This type of chest bore more elaborate evaluations, with a chance of yielding white quality items. Yet Chen Feng found white items somewhat lacking in appeal. The rewards from the novice welfare chests at the beginning of the marketplace had been far more enticing, though regrettably, they could only be purchased once. Even the smallest of rewards held value, so he decided to open it nonetheless. Confirming the opening, a 3-second progress bar appeared. Probability item detected, triggering auspicious talent, modifying probability to 100 instantly. 3 items emerged from the black iron chest. Octopus balls 2 evaluation. Octopus meatballs, simply irresistible. Boba milk tea 1 evaluation. This boba is quite substantial. Fishman Pokédex, white. Description, when aimed at fishman targets. It reveals their abilities. Evaluation. Who knows, there might be mermaids among the fishmen. Do you prefer the fishman with a human upper body and a fish lower body? Or the opposite? Or perhaps one with a fish on the left and a human on the right? Among the 3 items from the chest, 2 were food and drink, while the last was notably special. Chen Feng picked up the Fishman Pokédex, a transparent card the size of a bank card, resembling plastic in material. Aiming the Fishman Codex at the corpse of the octopus-headed creature on the ground, several lines of small text promptly appeared. Low-level octopus man abilities. Agile speed, flexible body, proficient in close-range attacks. Weaknesses, weaker attack power, poor defense, fragile. The characteristics of the octopus-headed creature beneath him were entirely displayed in the Fishman Codex. It seems this octopus-headed creature is indeed a type of fishman, according to the information in the Codex. There may be numerous other varieties of fishmen on the island, and there could also exist different tiers. Chen Feng pondered silently. From the terrain, it appeared that Treasure Island was likely once a submerged landmass, and fishmen were originally creatures of the sea. The number of fishmen on this island must be considerable. From his recent encounter with the octopus man, Chen Feng sensed that the fishmen possessed high intelligence, capable of both attacking and fleeing, not much different from humans. Moreover, their offensive capabilities were formidable. Had it not been for Chen Feng consuming a level 1 enhancement potion and acquiring the refined iron bow and arrows, he would have likely been no match, let alone able to defeat it. The monsters encountered by those hastily venturing onto the island were likely fishmen as well. Given the current capabilities of humanity, slaying such low-level ordinary fishmen might require the combined efforts of several individuals or even a dozen. Should one venture blindly into Treasure Island alone, they might not even know how they met their demise. Since low-level fishmen exist, it is highly probable that mid-level or high-level fishmen also inhabit the area, whose power should be even greater. Chen Feng slapped his forehead, lamenting that Treasure Island was indeed not as innocuous as its name suggested. The fishmen on the island were undoubtedly perilous. However, slaying fishmen could yield treasure chests, which was quite promising. That if low-level fishmen dropped black iron treasure chests, what might mid-level and high-level fishmen yield? With this thought, Chen Feng chuckled again, pondering that the greatest treasure on Treasure Island might very well be these fishmen, that he hoped to encounter other varieties of fishmen. Ideally, those that were human above and fish below. Otherwise, if they resembled the octopus-headed variety, Chen Feng would find them rather repugnant. Before his traversal, he had watched numerous mermaid films, and now, encountering fishmen in reality filled him with anticipation. Yes, he looked forward to slaying them to obtain treasure chests. Definitely not, because he was coveting the voluptuous mermaids with human tops and fish bottoms. However, fishmen currently appeared to be quite aggressive, and Chen Feng felt it prudent to exercise caution. Previously, he had suffered an unexpected setback, mistaking a shadow for a human, which led him to approach, only to be confronted by the octopus man. In any case, armed with refined iron arrows, although his aim was slightly off, as long as he hit, the damage would undoubtedly exceed what a low-level fishman could withstand. Next time he encountered a fishman, he would simply shoot from a distance. Nodding to himself, Chen Feng began to retrieve the arrows he had shot. Relative to the center of the island, it was likely that fishmen of similar strength were distributed evenly across a circle at an equal distance. The closer one approached the center of the island, the stronger the fishmen might be. Having played numerous games, this pattern of monster distribution in dungeons should be universally applicable. Chen Feng chose not to delve deeper, but instead opted to navigate around the center of Treasure Island in a systematic manner, hoping this would temporarily spare him from encountering stronger fishmen, allowing him to develop gradually. Chapter 18. Information sharing. As he continued forward, Chen Feng found himself in a quandary. He had yet to see any information regarding fishmen in the chat. Most individuals were understandably hesitant to venture deeper into Treasure Island, while those brave enough to explore had encountered fishmen and, due to their formidable abilities and the unfamiliarity with them, were swiftly killed before they could relay any useful information. Chen Feng grappled with whether to share the current information about fishmen with all humanity. Sharing with others bore no advantage for him. On the contrary, it could intensify competition for resources on Treasure Island. After all, if others became aware of the fishmen, they might boldly venture in as well. With thousands of humans in a single area, the number of monsters on the island would inevitably dwindle, and the number of obtainable treasure chests would decrease correspondingly. After much contemplation, Chen Feng shook his head and sighed. As a human, it was better to share the information. This could be seen as a contribution to humanity. Although it might heighten competition on Treasure Island, given Chen Feng's current capabilities, the competition posed relatively little threat. Having made up his mind, he opened the chat channel. Hello everyone. I am Chen Feng, and I believe you are all curious about the recently emerged Treasure Island. But you should also be aware that there are unknown monsters present on the island, which are extremely dangerous. Just moments ago, I successfully defeated one of these creatures, and I will now share the information with you. Image of the octopus man's corpse. This is the monster I defeated. It is a fishman characterized by octopus features, with a physique remarkably similar to that of a human and formidable combat abilities. Upon encountering humans, it will attack directly, displaying strong aggression and intelligence comparable to that of humans. Please exercise utmost caution, as there may be other varieties of fishmen on the island, which require further investigation. Furthermore, defeating such monsters yields higher quality treasure chests, and the items obtained will be far superior to those found in the wooden chests we fish up from the sea. Lastly, I must warn you that a small team of approximately 10 individuals is required to defeat an ordinary monster. If you are alone, do not venture in unless you have consumed the level 2 enhancement potion. Only then will you possess a fighting chance. Chen Feng's message sparked a flurry of activity in the chat. Has the great Chen Feng already ventured deep in? That's incredible. The monster is this octopus-headed creature. How hideous. By the way, is Chen Feng operating solo or in a team? If solo, that's truly impressive. Did you level your raft to level 10 and unlock the level 2 shop? You must have consumed that enhancement potion you mentioned. Ugh, that octopus monster is so disgusting, but the tentacles on its face seem quite unique that I wonder if those tentacles can. Thanks to the great Chen Feng for sharing this information. Also, those in the same region who need a team, quickly add me as a friend. Chen Feng said that unless you've consumed the enhancement potion, you must not venture in alone. Absolutely. Thank you, Chen Feng. This is a boon for all humanity. Right, I was thinking of venturing deeper, but now I won't rashly enter. I'll wait a bit longer before going in. I won't go in either. I'll wait for the Great One to guide me. Then I won't go in either. I'll just chop trees outside and level up my raft. In both the world chat and regional chat, aside from expressions of astonishment at the monster's appearance, the majority of comments were gratitude directed at Chen Feng. However, contrary to Chen Feng's expectations of heightened competition for resources on Treasure Island, most individuals appeared willing to remain on the periphery and avoid entering. This made sense. Not everyone possessed the courage to face danger and fight. Those individuals could remain on the outskirts to level up their rafts, as long as they gathered wood with all their might before the island sank. They could upgrade their vessels when the storm approached. Chen Feng nodded. This was indeed favorable. With many people chopping wood, the prices for timber and plant fibers would surely plummet over time, to that point. Purchasing them in the trade section would be significantly cheaper. Thus, delving deep to hunt monsters was a gamble of risk and reward, and for Chen Feng, it represented the fastest means to acquire more resources. Just then, a message appeared in the world and regional chat that caused Chen Feng to frown. Everyone, please do not believe Chen Feng's claims about the so-called powerful octopus monster. It's nothing but an exaggeration. I've ventured far into Treasure Island and have yet to encounter a single monster. This indicates that their numbers are not as abundant as he suggests, while there may be dangers on Treasure Island. How can one reap rewards without facing risks? Staying on the outskirts will yield no gains. And when the storm arrives in 30 days, you'll all be awaiting your doom. As for reaching the level 2 shop, upgrading a raft requires a significant amount of wood and plant fibers. By the time you've gathered enough, the island will be on the verge of sinking, only by venturing deep into Treasure Island. Collecting various resources and continuously upgrading your vessels can you ensure a semblance of self-preservation. If you wish to wait and die, feel free to stay on the outskirts and chop trees. The author of this message was none other than Tang Yuqing, who had previously sought to recruit Chen Feng into his alliance. Now, he audaciously issued a rebuttal to Chen Feng in the chat channel, prompting a flurry of responses. Indeed, Chen Feng must be afraid that others will venture into Treasure Island and acquire more resources, thereby influencing the prices of higher-tier materials. Yes, Chen Feng certainly has ulterior motives. He feigns concern about the ferocious fishmen to instill fear in us so that we dare not enter. This Chen Feng is truly malicious. Really, I don't think the great Chen Feng is that kind of person. I agree. The great Chen Feng has no need to resort to such tactics. Don't be foolish. If the monsters were truly formidable, would he warn us? Are there truly such benevolent individuals? It must be that monsters are rare and of mediocre strength, easily dispatched by him. He fears that we might covet the resources of Treasure Island, which is why he disseminates such alarming rhetoric. Everyone must not be deceived. Chapter 19. The Tang family father and son. The tone of the chat channel abruptly shifted. Messages that once expressed gratitude towards Chen Feng morphed into scorn and suspicion. Upon seeing the multitude of messages, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. The moment Tang Yuqing's message was sent, a flurry of supportive responses followed, inevitably casting doubt on whether these individuals were part of Tang Yuqing's faction of trolls. As these individuals fanned the flames, those who initially held reverence for Treasure Island began to waver, seemingly convinced that venturing deeper into the island posed little danger, viewing encounters with fish-like monsters as mere statistical anomalies. Numerous individuals in the chat were already voicing their intentions to delve deeper. At this juncture, Chen Feng chose not to refute. He had done all that was necessary, informing humanity of the inherent dangers. Whether others believed it or not was their own affair. Once they ventured in and encountered fishmen without a party or the benefit of level 1 enhancement potion, the likelihood of survival would be slim. This Tang Yuqing, instinctively stroking his chin, Chen Feng mused, pondering the ulterior motives of this individual. Previously, when attempting to recruit me into the alliance, he was relatively cordial. Now, however, he openly maligns me, indicating a questionable character. I am acutely aware of the perils of Treasure Island. Should an ordinary person recklessly enter, the consequences would be dire. Tang Yuqing's encouragement for others to venture into Treasure Island raises suspicions about his true intentions. Was not the original aim of forming an alliance to assist others in survival? His current actions are entirely counterproductive. Unable to comprehend Tang Yuqing's motives, Chen Feng ceased to engage with the chat channel's messages, as the fates and opinions of others offered him no aid in his quest for survival. Indulging too much in their chatter would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary distress. Armed with a fine iron bow and arrows, as well as a long sword, Chen Feng pressed onward. At that moment, in another area of Treasure Island where Chen Feng resided, for individuals were seated on the ground, 2 men and 2 women. One man, older and in his 40s or 50s, bore a mature and seasoned visage, while the other, a young man in his 20s, was pudgy with a somewhat menacing demeanor, exuding arrogance. The 2 women sat alongside them. One, in her 30s, was strikingly beautiful, embodying the image of a dominatrix, while the other, in her 20s, appeared somewhat timid, her long black hair tied back in a ponytail, with delicate brows and a pure countenance. Her white shirt was slightly soiled, and her blue jeans wrapped around her long, slender legs as she hugged her knees on the ground, exuding an air of vulnerability. Between the group lay a corpse, its appearance scaly, with a massive fish head atop a human body. This corpse was astonishingly also a fishman. The 2 men began to converse. "Dad, what's the point of countering Chen Feng's words? It seems he has ceased to send messages," questioned the pudgy young man. Confusion etched across his face as he addressed the elder. The mature man cast a glance at the young man and replied calmly, "You fail to understand. My actions serve a significant purpose. The intent behind my messages is to encourage the people in our area to explore Treasure Island in droves." These 2 were father and son, the elder being Tang Yuqing. Encouraging such exploration? If so many people ventured in, would not the fishmen be diminished? Once they were eradicated, from where would we acquire treasure chests? The pudgy youth was perplexed, unable to fathom his father's thinking. "Fool! Fishmen are formidable. Do you think others can simply slay them? We can only defeat them because your father has established an alliance, gathering resources from our members, upgrading the rafts, and purchasing enhancement potions from the unlocked level 2 store, transforming us into level 1 enhancers. allowing us to barely contend with such fishmen. Tang Yuqing appeared to disdain his son's ignorance, chastising him discontentedly. Yes, yes, father is truly impressive. Even in this apocalypse, he can manipulate ordinary people into working for us, ensuring that we accumulate sufficient survival points. Despite being reprimanded, the pudgy youth was not at all displeased, instead grinning broadly. Why aim and urging others to explore is to have them recklessly perish. When the casualties mount, fear will ensue, prompting a search for organization, thus making it easier for our alliance to absorb newcomers. With my reputation from before the crossover, my words will easily sway others. However, just as I intended to incite others, this Chen Feng exposed the dangers of Treasure Island. With everyone now fearful, I had no choice but to oppose him. Initially, I wished to recruit him, based on the messages he sent a few days ago. It was clear he possessed abundant resources. Now, with this situation, recruiting him seems impossible. Tang Yuqing initially chuckled, then frowned, his tone tinged with regret. Father, there's no need for regret. Chen Feng is indeed resource-rich, since we cannot recruit him. We should eliminate him upon encountering him. After all, we VE killed before, and all the resources from those we VE slain will emerge from the warehouse. Why would we need to recruit him? The pudgy youth laughed arrogantly, his words brazen. We shall discuss this later. Chen Feng is cautious. He refused my friend's request, and we cannot ascertain his location, but we will address this matter at a later date. For now, our priority is to slay more fishmen and procure some black iron treasure chests. Tang Yuqing nodded in agreement, just as the conversation between father and son seemed to draw to a close. The woman with the dominatrix persona approached Tang Yuqing, slowly settling beside him and languidly stated, "Oh, you two should refrain from discussing such distressing matters. We've just slain a fishman. Should we not celebrate with some food?" Leaning against Tang Yuqing, her voice was soft and melodious, soothing to the ear. Indeed. Let us have something to eat, but first we have some matters to attend to. Tang Yuqing chuckled meaningfully, then scooped up the woman. Turning to walk into the dense coral thicket behind them, the woman in his arms smiling, seemingly lost in thought. As they walked, Tang Yuqing instructed the pudgy youth and the other woman, "Hurry and start fire to prepare some food. We've been hungry for quite a while. After replenishing our strength, we shall delve deeper into Treasure Island." Before long, the sounds emanated from within the dense coral thicket. The other young woman furrowed her brows slightly, as if she understood the true nature of the two activities in the coral thicket. The pudgy youth spat a thick phlegm. Gazing expectantly in their direction, he retrieved a considerable amount of fresh water and food from the warehouse, along with some containers, instructing the other young woman, "Zhou Lingrui, please prepare this food quickly. We shall dine shortly." After issuing his command, the pudgy youth also sauntered toward the coral thicket. Chapter 20. Zhou Lingrui. Zhou Lingrui surveyed the rough food carelessly tossed before her by the pudgy youth, frowning, before sighing and reluctantly picking it up. There were 2 yellowed seaweed sheets, a loaf of bread retrieved from a treasure chest, 2 palm-sized mackerels, and a bottle of murky water containing approximately half a liter. This constituted the meager rations for the 4 individuals, a rather dismal affair. For Zhou Lingrui, who had previously enjoyed a life of modest luxury and was accustomed to fine dining, this was undoubtedly a form of torment. However, there was no alternative. Having traversed into this world for 3.5 days, apart from the bread and ham she had traded from Chen Feng, Zhou Lingrui had scarcely consumed anything substantial. Thus, this paltry offering would have to suffice. Zhou Lingrui procured some wood and a metal basin, igniting the fire with a lighter, then unceremoniously tossed all the ingredients into the basin and added some fresh water, opting to simply boil it until cooked. Reflecting on her situation, Zhou Lingrui realized that her presence here was entirely circumstantial. After a crossover, she had drifted at sea for 3 days, lacking any survival skills. She could only remain on the raft, utilizing a novice fishing rod to procure supplies. Her luck was abysmal, often taking an hour to catch just 1 or 2 items, which could very well be worthless debris like rotting wood or seashells. The scarcity of food and water was painfully evident that on one fortunate occasion, she managed to catch a wooden treasure chest, which yielded a solar-powered stun baton. With this somewhat lackluster item, she traded with a certain influential individual named Chen Feng for some fresh water and food. Yet, this individual could not be relied upon for constant transactions. Once she had no valuable items left, Zhou Rui found herself once again plagued by the scarcity of food and water, desperate for assistance. She recalled having spoken some not-so-obvious flattering words to Chen Feng. She had assumed that, being a man, he would be eager to curry favor with a beautiful woman. To her dismay, he subsequently failed to respond, seemingly dismissing her entirely. This blow to her confidence was significant, leaving her too embarrassed to ask for help again. However, unexpectedly, Zhou Rui spotted the name of a well-known executive from Nanjing City in the regional chat, Tang Yuqing, who was calling for unity and mutual assistance among humanity in this foreign world, advocating for the establishment of a survival alliance. Upon this revelation, Zhou Rui felt she had found her organization and was more than willing to join the alliance. Upon her recent induction, Zhou Rui was immediately enveloped by the warmth of the alliance. In a moment of hunger and thirst, Tang Yuqing generously exchanged half a bottle of mineral water and a modest portion of food with her, enabling her to navigate through the most arduous of times. This act further solidified Zhou Rui's faith in the alliance's establishment, believing it would preserve the lives of many. Subsequently, the alliance mandated that all members contribute surplus resources, such as excess freshwater, food, timber, plant fibers, and iron blocks for centralized management. Zhou Rui reflected that she possessed neither freshwater nor food, and since the other items would not sate her hunger, she resolved to part with them without much concern. As the novice phase concluded, the game underwent a significant update, revealing that the creatures of the sea had begun to actively assault Rafts. It was then that Zhou Rui learned from the chat channel that she needed to gather resources to upgrade her raft. However, all her surplus items had been entrusted to the alliance led by Tang Yuqing, leaving her with nothing in her own storage. When she approached Tang Yuqing for assistance, she discovered that the timber and plant fibers had already been allocated to those in greater need. The alliance merely urged its members to hasten to Treasure Island for a subsequent gathering. Faced with no alternative, Zhou Rui embarked on her journey towards Treasure Island aboard the rickety raft, hoping to evade the attacks of marine creatures. Fortuitously, her location was quite proximate to Treasure Island, and the creatures that assailed her were scarce. She managed to fend off a few small fish and shrimp, relying solely on her 2 wooden paddles, which left her arms sore and fatigued. At last, she reached Treasure Island. Once ashore, she utilized the location feature among friends to successfully locate Tang Yuqing, only to find that he was accompanied by 2 others, his son, Tang Xiaoxi, and a woman named Bai Ling, while the other members had yet to arrive. Upon meeting them, Zhou Rui began to discern the true nature of Tang Yuqing. Through their unguarded conversation, she realized that the so-called alliance was merely a facade. After bestowing a modicum of freshwater and resources, they had swindled a substantial amount of supplies under the guise of mutual assistance and centralized management. In truth, it was a scheme orchestrated by the Tang father and son duo, leveraging their pre-apocalyptic notoriety to gain the trust of others, amassing a wealth of resources and survival points, while showing utter disregard for the lives of their fellow humans. At this juncture, Zhou Rui contemplated her escape. However, she knew that Tang Yuqing and his son would vehemently oppose her departure, and the island itself did not appear to be a sanctuary. After witnessing the Tang duo vanquish a merman creature, showcasing their formidable prowess, Zhou Rui found herself increasingly conflicted about remaining in their company. Moreover, she gleaned from their recent dialogue that they had devised a plan to eliminate Chen Feng. The revelation struck her with profound disquiet, not out of concern for Chen Feng's fate, but because she fully grasped the harsh reality of this apocalyptic world. There were no rules, and murder bore no consequences, given Tang Yuqing's dubious character. Zhou Rui remained cautious, withholding the information that she had successfully added Chen Feng as a friend. As she observed the flickering flames of the fire, she could faintly hear voices nearby, which filled her with a wave of nausea. The woman named Bai Ling, in her desperate attempts to curry favor with Tang Yuqing, seemed willing to sacrifice everything, furthering Zhou Rui's disdain while simultaneously igniting her worries for her own safety. Tang Yuqing, being older, likely harbored fewer ambitions. Yet she found herself more troubled by his corpulent son, Tang Xiaoxi. From their first encounter, Zhou Lingrui had sensed something unsettling in Tang Xiaoxi's gaze. It was uncertain whether he would eventually covet her. The prospect of coercion was far more terrifying than that of temptation, and she found Tang Xiaoxi's appearance particularly repulsive. Zhou Lingrui pondered her predicament, preferring to face death at the hands of the grotesque merman rather than endure the indignity of being exploited by the Tang family. What was she to do? She recalled that many of her resources had been confiscated by the Tang father and son, and it seemed unlikely she would reclaim them if she chose to abandon them. Her chances of survival were equally uncertain. Caught in this dilemma, Zhou Lingrui suddenly remembered Chen Feng and quickly activated the map function. Upon examining the map, she spotted Chen Feng's location, and her heart surged with hope. They were merely 20 kilometers apart. Chapter 21. Three mermen, Zhou Lingrui, glanced over at the coral cluster, where the trio was still engrossed in their tasks, maintaining a considerable distance from her. Tang Yuqing and his son had not confined her freedom. Amidst the myriad of mermen on Treasure Island, they were evidently unperturbed by her wandering. Should she make her escape and seek out Chen Feng? Zhou Lingrui stared into the flickering flames, lost in thought. The distance was manageable, only 20 kilometers. Surely, she would not encounter danger. Yet even if she did find him, would he take her in? Why would he? She held valuable information about Tang Yuqing's intentions to murder him. Perhaps this revelation would incentivize him to shelter her. Remaining with the Tang family would inevitably lead to a fate akin to Bai Ling's. It was better to take a risk. The trio was currently preoccupied, presenting a perfect opportunity. Zhou Lingrui continued to murmur to herself, the conflict in her eyes gradually giving way to determination, after casting a furtive glance in the direction of Tang Yuqing and his companions. She tightened her delicate fingers, collecting the iron pot and its contents into her storage. Utilizing the map to guide her, Zhou Lingrui crouched low, treading carefully and silently as she ventured into the mist. After a few cautious steps, she remembered to delete Tang Yuqing and the others from her friends' list to obscure her whereabouts. With each stride, she quickened her pace, racing towards Chen Feng. Before long, Tang Yuqing and his companions emerged from the coral thicket, appearing disheveled. Their expressions indicated satisfaction, except for Bai Ling, who suddenly scoffed. I told you that girl was putting on an act. You let your guard down, and now she's made off with your supplies. Check the map for her location. Tang Yuqing commanded, ignoring Bai Ling. Tang Xiaoxi hastily opened the map function, only to discover that Zhou Lingrui had vanished from their friends' list. She must have deleted us. The three of them erupted in frustration. Meanwhile, Chen Feng paid little heed to the chatter in the channel, considering it far more productive to gather resources than to engage in idle gossip. The fog remained thick around him as he pressed onward, observing the ever-changing scenery. Aside from the coral and rocks, he occasionally spotted small marine creatures and puddles on the ground. These various small, oceanic animals, hermit crabs, scallops, sea turtles, had begun to mutate, exhibiting noticeable size differences, and they all aggressively attacked Chen Feng. However, these diminutive foes posed no threat to him after consuming a level 1 enhancement potion. Their presence only reinforced his belief that this island was originally a landmass submerged beneath the sea. With swift precision, Chen Feng dispatched these attacking creatures. Collecting their remains into his storage, my seafood reserves are increasing nicely, he mused, nodding in satisfaction. Yet he found it peculiar that, after nearly half an hour of exploration, he had yet to encounter any mermen. Had their numbers truly dwindled? Just as Chen Feng pondered this, he suddenly overheard a conversation nearby. Slowing his pace to minimize noise, he strained to listen, but the voices were too distant. Obscured by the fog, he crouched low, focusing intently. The sounds were a jumble of incomprehensible words, but he soon recognized them as resembling the language of the mermen he had previously encountered. Clearly, there were at least 3 mermen engaged in conversation. What now? Chen Feng gripped his refined iron bow, contemplating the shimmering purple glow of his arrows. The mermen were formidable opponents, and a single one might require the combined effort of several humans to defeat. After consuming the level 1 enhancement potion, he could potentially contend with a low-level merman, but facing 3 of them posed an uncertain challenge. Reluctantly, Chen Feng considered retreating, feeling a pang of regret at the thought of leaving after finally encountering these mermen. Who knew when he would have another opportunity? If he managed to defeat them, he could claim 3 black iron treasure chests, a considerable reward. Should he take the chance? He reasoned that if he shot an arrow and missed, the thick fog would likely conceal his position from them. After much deliberation, Chen Feng resolved to proceed. He positioned the refined iron bow across his chest, carefully knocking an arrow from his quiver. With a cautious crouch, he leaned forward, treading softly to avoid any debris underfoot. He found himself bemused by the tendency of characters in films to step on twigs and leaves during similar scenarios. Such cliches seemed absurd. A typical individual, cautious and attentive, would surely pay heed to the ground beneath their feet. Chen Feng navigated smoothly, skillfully maneuvering among the undulating black rocks, remaining undetected by the 3 fishmen. He expertly maintained a distance of approximately 15 meters, allowing him to discern the outlines of these fishmen through the mist at that moment. The trio of fishmen appeared engrossed in their conversation, oblivious to his presence. Excellent. Let me first ascertain what manner of creatures you are. Chen Feng retrieved the Fishman Compendium from his storage and began scrutinizing the silhouettes of the 3 fishmen. Low-level sea serpent fishman abilities, soft-bodied and boneless, possesses rapid movement, can spray deadly venom. Weakness, fragile skin. Low-level sharkman abilities, powerful bite, excels in close combat. Weakness, slow speed, low intelligence. Mid-level lobsterman abilities, highly evolved limbs that are both hard and sharp. Weakness, slow speed, average body defense. Good heavens, there's a mid-level fishman among them. Chen Feng's astonishment was palpable upon reading the information in the compendium. It seems that the fishman's strength is indeed stratified. The mid-level lobsterman before him likely possesses the prowess of several low-level fishmen. Upon closer inspection, Chen Feng discerned further distinctions among the fishmen. Both the sea serpent fishman and the shark man exhibited a humanoid form with fish-like heads, whereas the lobster man displayed a human head and torso, with limbs resembling lobster claws. Could it be that the stronger the fishman, the more closely their appearance resembles that of a human? Chapter 22. Let's get to work, however. It was not the time for such speculations. The paramount concern was devising a strategy to eliminate these 3 fishmen. The information gleaned from the compendium indicated that only one of the 3 fishmen leaned towards speed. Chen Feng recalled the octopus man he had slain previously, whose speed had been formidable and whose agility had posed a significant challenge. Had he not resorted to desperate measures, Chen Feng might have been outlasted. Speed indeed complicates the likelihood of a successful shot with an arrow, yet they were currently unguarded, increasing the probability of a successful hit. Thus, among the 3 fishmen, Chen Feng resolved to prioritize the swift sea serpent fishman, capable of launching venomous attacks from a distance. The other 2 fishmen, with their sluggishness, could perhaps be dealt with in due time. Without further ado, Chen Feng slowly rose, revealing half of his body over the rocks. The outlines of the 3 fishmen were just discernible. The slender figure in the middle, with a triangular head, was the sea serpent fishman, while the one on the left, of average build with a massive head showcasing protruding fangs, was the shark man. To the right, the lobster man, with enormous claws and multiple slender legs, trailed a lobster tail behind him. Chen Feng raised his bow, knocking an arrow, and with a forceful pull, he drew the string taut, causing the bow to tremble as if it were emitting a low hum. Poised for release, that it was imperative to strike true. Chen Feng squinted one eye while aiming with the other, lacking in shooting experience and relying solely on instinct. The sea serpent fishman, positioned centrally and relatively slender compared to the others, was within mere meters, making the shot feasible. With a swift whoosh, the arrow sliced through the mist, momentarily clearing the view, only to be engulfed once more in the haze. After a brief moment of concentration, Chen Feng released the arrow, quickly crouching back down to conceal himself behind the rocks, evading discovery by the fishmen. Probability-enhancing item detected, activating lucky talent, modifying probability to 100, blood effect triggered by the iron arrow. Target enters bleeding state for 1 minute. Only when the notification sounded did Chen Feng confirm the shot had landed, activating the bleeding effect, which would undoubtedly be fatal for the sea serpent fishman, regardless of where it had struck. Squeak! Gurgle. Abba. The three fishermen were engaged in conversation when suddenly an arrow lodged itself into the shoulder of the sea serpent fishman, eliciting a scream of agony and shock. The arrow embedded in the sea serpent fishman's shoulder immediately heightened the vigilance of the trio, prompting the lobster man to scan the surroundings, but finding naught. Meanwhile, the shark man rushed to assess the sea serpent fishman's injury. The sea serpent fishman, after a shriek, found the wound not overly severe, but as he withdrew the arrow, he noticed blood profusely gushing from the wound, prompting him to apply pressure with his hand. The three fishmen, now ceaselessly surveying their surroundings, sought to locate the assailant. Yet the rugged terrain and thick mist served as excellent cover for Chen Feng, who remained entirely hidden despite being merely a dozen meters away. The fishmen resumed their animated conversation, preparing to disperse in search of their attacker, but the continuous flow of blood from the sea serpent fishman's shoulder forced them to pause and assess the situation. Initially, the sea serpent fishman had dismissed the wound as minor, believing the removal of the arrow would suffice, yet he soon realized something was amiss. Despite his attempts to stanch the bleeding, blood continued to spurt forth, seeping through his fingers, and the volume of blood loss appeared to increase. Kupa, kupa! The sea serpent fishman screeched, drawing the attention of the other two fishmen back to him. The shark man and lobster man quickly crouched beside the sea serpent fishman. Comprehending the peculiar nature of the arrow, upon striking, it caused unrelenting bleeding. Fearful of further assaults, they refrained from exposing themselves. Chen Feng, hearing the panicked cries of the fishmen, knew that chaos had ensued among them. Peering from behind the rocks, he observed the trio's disarray. These clever little creatures were aware of the need to conceal themselves. Chen Feng's fingers twitched with impatience. With the sea serpent fishman injured, the other two fishmen were now reluctant to reveal themselves, making it exceedingly difficult to launch a second arrow. Patience, he thought. Let us wait and see how the sea serpent fishman's demise affects the other two fishmen. Remaining still, he understood that the enemy was aware of his presence while he remained shrouded in secrecy. He could not afford to act recklessly, should the other two fishmen discover him and engage in close combat. He would surely find himself outmatched. As time elapsed, over 40 seconds had passed. The bleeding effect from the iron arrow would persist for 1 minute. At this juncture, the blood gushing from the sea serpent fishman's shoulder began to dwindle. Not due to the weakening of the effect, but rather because his body was on the verge of being drained dry. The shark man and lobster man could only watch helplessly as the sea serpent fishman bled profusely. With no means to assist, before long, the sea serpent fishman succumbed, his body withering as the black and white serpent head gradually lost its vitality. A low-level fisherman, struck by Chen Feng's iron arrow, faced inevitable death without the aid of healing potions. Though the duration of survival varied, beside him, the lobster man's human visage bore a grim expression, as if contemplating something dire, while the shark man, with his massive head, was engulfed in a mix of grief and rage at the inexplicable fate of his kin. Roar! The shark man emitted a primal roar, rising abruptly. Lacking in intellect, his fury consumed him. In this moment, he entirely disregarded the lurking danger and the unique effects of Chen Feng's arrows. His sole desire was to uncover the identity of his assailant. The shark man lunged from his hiding place, abandoning his crouch behind the rocks, his formidable shark head appearing particularly menacing. With jagged rows of teeth clashing, he emitted a resonant sound, a clear indication that a single bite would rend flesh from bone. The shark man's sudden emergence caught the lobster man off guard, who attempted to restrain him, but it was too late. What an opportunity! Chen Feng, observing from a distance, had been waiting for this moment. He had feared that the two fishmen would remain hidden, rendering his iron arrow useless. Had they continued to cower, he would have been at a loss as to how to proceed. Indeed, a well-functioning mind is a valuable asset. Though regrettably, the shark man lacked one. Now, with the shark man having lost his reason and leaping forth to seek revenge, Chen Feng readied his iron bow once more, knocking an arrow, prepared to unleash it in an instant. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air, aimed directly at the shark man. Thwack! Whether due to proximity or sheer luck, the arrow struck the sharkman squarely in the forehead, triggering the bleeding effect once again. A vivid crimson snow lotus blossomed upon the sharkman's brow. However, in the act of rising to shoot, Chen Feng unwittingly revealed his position to the two fishmen. The two fishmen let out furious roars, their discovery of the enemy prompting them to abandon their cover and charge towards Chen Feng. Chapter 23. Whack-a-mole. Despite the arrow lodged in his forehead and the blood effect beginning to take hold, the sharkman was not as fragile as the sea serpent fishman, for the time being. He still retained significant combat capability. With both the sharkman and lobsterman barreling toward him, Chen Feng had no opportunity to shoot a second arrow. He swiftly turned and fled. Close combat was out of the question. Not only did the sharkman possess razor-sharp teeth, but the lobsterman's claws were equally formidable. Should they close the distance, a single bite or claw would spell disaster for Chen Feng. His only hope lay in utilizing the time afforded by the bleeding effect of the iron arrow to drain the sharkman of his life. In that event, Chen Feng would only need to contend with the lobsterman, significantly easing the pressure on him. Chen Feng dashed away with remarkable speed. His enhanced physique allowed him to feel an exhilarating lightness as he navigated the uneven terrain of jagged rocks. Moving with the grace of a dancer, in the past, a mere 100 meters would have left him breathless. Yet now he felt capable of tackling a 5-kilometer cross-country run without breaking a sweat. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng had covered over 30 meters and glanced back. Thankfully, the distance between him and his pursuers had not diminished, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The two fishmen were not particularly swift, merely managing to maintain a consistent pace as they pursued Chen Feng, who was infuriated by their bizarre shrieks from behind. The sharkman was spewing blood profusely. Yet his speed remained surprisingly swift and his appearance quite menacing, prompting Chen Feng to reflect on the reckless nature of individuals lacking intelligence, who often engage in combat without regard for their own lives. Without daring to pause, Chen Feng continued his flight, eager to observe how much longer this sharkman could endure. After a relentless pursuit lasting over 50 seconds, the sharkman's speed indeed began to wane, gradually falling behind. Perhaps due to the excessive blood loss, the once smooth surface of his shark-like head began to wrinkle, resembling a sun-dried, salted fish. With a sudden thud, the sharkman felt his legs weaken and stumbled. Collapsing onto the rocks, unconscious that it seemed certain that he would not survive, in a hurry, the lobsterman quickly halted, cradling the fallen sharkman, letting out a mournful cry, his eyes, bloodshot with rage, fixated on Chen Feng as if wishing to rend him into 18 pieces. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Feng also came to a stop. Although he recognized the hatred in the lobsterman's gaze, he dismissed it with indifference. Previously, when the octopus man had spotted him, it had immediately attacked. And the numerous messages within the chat channel detailing assaults by fishmen had made it abundantly clear that on this treasure island, fishmen and humans were irreconcilable adversaries, destined for a fight to the death upon encounter. Without hesitation, seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng drew forth another arrow and aimed it at the lobsterman. The arrow flew swiftly and accurately, heading straight for the lobsterman's chest. Just as Chen Feng anticipated a smooth hit, ready to once more toy with them, an unexpected scene unfolded that left him utterly astounded. With a resounding ding, the lobsterman raised his massive claw before him, using it as a colossal shield to protect most of his body. The enormous claw, a dark red-black hue, gleamed like a polished mirror, exuding an aura of incredible hardness. The finely forged arrow struck the claw, producing merely a metallic clang before falling uselessly to the ground. What? Chen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the first instance where his iron arrows had failed to penetrate. This demonstrated just how formidable the lobsterman's claw truly was. When will I possess such resilience? He felt a mix of astonishment and envy. The lobsterman's head bore a resemblance to that of a middle-aged man, exhibiting a delicate yet fierce demeanor. After successfully deflecting Chen Feng's arrow, a cold smirk emerged on his face. Having witnessed Chen Feng's assault, the lobsterman understood that as long as he prevented the arrows from striking his body or head, his formidable claws would render him virtually impervious to harm. Setting the unconscious sharkman aside, The lobster man raised his claws before him, forming an enormous shield that adequately shielded his head and torso. With this colossal barrier in place, the lobster man's tail suddenly curled inward, coiling like a spring, while multiple slender legs at his abdomen dug into the ground with all their might. Then, with a sudden burst of power, the lobster man propelled his entire body upwards, leaping with astonishing height, aiming to land atop Chen Feng. Good heavens! You can leap as well! Chen Feng stared, dumbfounded, at the airborne lobster man and hastily shot another arrow. Whoosh! It missed. Of course, even standing still, Chen Feng could hardly guarantee accuracy, let alone when targeting a moving foe. Even if he had hit, that shield-like claw would have easily withstood the impact. This is cheating. I must report this, Chen Feng cried out, fleeing once more to as the lobster man descended. His raised claws opened wide, resembling two enormous, razor-sharp scissors, closing in on Chen Feng. Bang! Fortunately, Chen Feng was swift, narrowly evading the claws, though a 3-meter deep pit formed in the rocky ground beneath him. After this failed strike, Chen Feng managed to put some distance between them, but the lobster man snorted derisively, preparing to leap high once more, signaling that another attack was imminent. Indeed, the intermediate fishmen proved formidable, rendering the lower-tier fishmen mere trifles in comparison. The lobster man's previous speed had been merely average, yet he had surprised Chen Feng with his leaping offense. A running target could not hope to evade a flying assailant. Just as Chen Feng had covered a mere 10 meters, the lobster man was upon him, leaping forward. Bang! As the attack drew near, Chen Feng had no choice but to swiftly change direction, narrowly dodging yet another strike, a cold sweat trickling down his brow. He had been careless, completely underestimating the ferocity of this intermediate lobster man. Bang, bang, bang. The lobster man relentlessly pursued, while Chen Feng fled for his life, leaving chaos in their wake among the surrounding rocks and corals. The scene reminded Chen Feng of a rather amusing game. Have you ever played whack-a-mole? It's a delightful game. Yet when you are the mole, after dodging an attack, you must shout. Thrilling. Despairing, Chen Feng realized that if he continued this way, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. He sensed that with each dodge, the lobster man was beginning to anticipate his movements. The claws were drawing ever closer. During the last narrow escape, Chen Feng could almost feel the vicious brush of the claw against his hair. Just a few more times, and it might very well sever his neck. In his moment of desperation, as he fled, Chen Feng suddenly noticed a small puddle of water ahead as the mist cleared. Chapter 24. Water conducts electricity. Water. Seeing the puddle, Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement. Faced with the lobster man, arrows had proven ineffective, and engaging him in close combat with a long knife? Ridiculous. This was an intermediate fishman. Had he consumed too much fake wine? Chen Feng recalled a particularly overpowered weapon he had stashed away in his storage, a solar-powered stun baton. If he could electrocute the lobster man, it would undoubtedly trigger a paralysis effect, rendering him immobile for 5 seconds. In that time, Chen Feng could do as he pleased. Earlier, when the lobster man had first attacked, Chen Feng had considered using the stun baton, but the lobster man's menacingly sharp claws had deterred him from closing the distance. Now, with the sudden appearance of the puddle, a golden opportunity revealed itself. Utilizing the water would extend the range of the batonet's attack, just as he had done when subduing the great white shark. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Feng pivoted and dashed toward the puddle, while the lobster man leapt high once more, claws poised to strike. At that moment, Chen Feng exerted every ounce of strength, his bare feet sinking into the mud as he sprinted. Finally, just before the lobster man's attack descended upon him, Chen Feng reached the edge of the puddle. This puddle, though small, was formed by the depressed terrain, spanning roughly 10 meters in diameter. Bang! The lobster man's attack came swiftly. Chen Feng moved forward but was unable to fully evade it, feeling the sharp claws graze his back. A deep wound, visible to the bone, stretched from his left shoulder to his right armpit, blood instantly soaking through his nightgown. The pain radiating from his back compelled Chen Feng to stifle a groan, akin to being cut by a blade. Initially, the sensation was negligible, but after a second or two, the pain surged forth like a fountain, relentless and overwhelming. Yet now was not the time to tend to his wounds. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating agony, Chen Feng trudged through the puddle, striving to reach the dry ground on the opposite side. Each step exacerbated the pain, causing him to move slowly. The lobster man, witnessing this successful strike, let out a sinister cackle, reveling in his triumph. Knowing that Chen Feng's speed would inevitably decline, he relished the pleasure of the hunt. As Chen Feng stumbled forward, he soon emerged from the puddle onto dry land. Turning to face the sneering lobster man behind him, he extended his left hand into a fist, revealing only his middle finger, which he raised defiantly. The lobster man, observing this peculiar gesture, though perplexed, could only surmise it was a form of mockery. His cold laughter intensified, his gaze fixed on Chen Feng as if he were gazing upon a corpse. With each step, the lobster man advanced into the puddle, exuding an air of confidence, his claws clicking ominously, while multiple slender legs sauntered forward with a leisurely grace. Go. Just a few more steps. Almost there. Chen Feng's excitement bubbled over as he watched the lobster man approach. The solar-powered stun baton would have a 3-meter attack range in water. Beyond that, it would not trigger the paralysis effect. However, within 3 meters, the electric shock would not discriminate between friend and foe, which was precisely why Chen Feng aimed to reach the puddle's edge. In no time, the lobster man stood before Chen Feng, who appeared to have surrendered all resistance. A sinister expression crossed the lobster man's face as he raised his claws, preparing to strike at Chen Feng's neck, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The distance was perfect. At last, Chen Feng awaited the moment the lobster man stepped within a 3-meter range. Standing within the puddle, he hastily retrieved the solar-powered stun baton from his storage, plunged it into the water, and pressed the button with all his might, unleashing a silver arc of electricity that spread throughout. Detected the use of a probabilistic item, triggering the luck enhancement talent. Adjusting probability to 100 paralysis state. 5 seconds, 2 prompts echoed in his mind. The lobster man, bewildered by the sudden appearance of a black baton in Chen Feng's hand, watched as it was thrust into the water. His only thought was that this person must have been rendered speechless with fright. However, as a silvery light emanated from the black rod, he lost consciousness, his entire body beginning to tremble uncontrollably, with the flailing claws of the shrimp coming to a halt. Upon hearing the alert, Chen Feng quickly rose to his feet, discarding the solar-powered electric stick and the fine iron bow and arrow to the side, and directly retrieved a broad-bladed knife measuring 1 meter and 20 centimeters in length. There were merely 5 seconds remaining. The lobster man had arms resembling shrimp claws, and its lower body was also encased in a hard shell, with only its head and torso resembling that of a normal human. Chen Feng gripped the long knife tightly, swinging it to the right side of his body to gather momentum before executing a horizontal slash aimed directly at the lobster man's neck. Only there did he find its sole weakness point. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Although the knife was not particularly sharp, under Chen Feng's full force, it moved with astonishing speed, akin to a radiant rainbow shooting forth. Poochie. The long knife flashed past. The lobster man's head, akin to that of a human, was severed, soaring into the air, crimson blood gushing forth like an arrow from the stump of its neck, reaching a height of over 3 meters. Subsequently, the head fell to the ground, bearing an expression of disbelief, while the headless body weakly flailed its shrimp claws a couple of times before crashing into a puddle with a splash. Water, being an excellent conductor, is capable of conducting electricity. This was a lesson imparted by my middle school teacher. Chen Feng maintained his posture of slashing and retracting the knife. This act was quite impressive. Alas, just as he was reveling in his bravado, a sharp pain in his back yanked Chen Feng back to reality. He cast aside the long knife and hurriedly retrieved his last bottle of level 1 red potion. Blood continued to flow from his back, staining his pajamas a deep crimson. Chen Feng tore away the tattered remnants of his pajamas, uncorked the bottle, and poured the red potion onto the wound on his back. Fortunately, the wound was positioned high enough for him to apply the medicine with some effort. A sharp, piercing pain surged through him. This red potion was indeed effective, but it hurt like hell. After emptying the entire bottle, the wound began to slowly scab over. It appeared that the larger the wound, the more level 1 red potion was required. Thankfully, this bottle's volume was just sufficient to heal Chen Feng's injury. He shrugged. The wound had completely scabbed over, and the pain had lessened significantly. I could see this moment. Chen Feng appeared somewhat disheveled in his tattered clothing, yet his muscular physique, enhanced by training, was robust, adorned with a number of scars. Complemented by a visage that could rival that of Azu, exuding a distinctly masculine charm. However, Chen Feng paid little heed to his appearance, for there were more exhilarating matters at hand. 3 fishmen meant 3 black iron treasure chests. Chen Feng first approached the headless body of a lobster man, rummaging through its corpse, and beneath it lay a turquoise copper treasure chest, poised in anticipation. Chapter 25. The Bronze Treasure Chest. Chen Feng noticed that this treasure chest was of a different hue, unlike the black iron treasure chest dropped by the previous fishmen, and he quickly began to examine it, as its description materialized on the screen. Bronze treasure chest, description, 90 chance of yielding a plethora of resources. 10 chance of yielding blue-quality items. Evaluation. The bronze treasure chest can truly be considered a treasure chest. Blue items? The bronze treasure chest was a grade above the black iron chest, with a 10 chance of yielding white items elevated to blue. Chen Feng recalled having previously used a blue item, the taming scroll, which allowed him to tame Little Fatty. Although the taming scroll could only be used once for someone like Chen Feng, endowed with the luck of the European monarch. Combined with its extraordinary effects, such a blue item was undoubtedly a premium treasure. Aside from a novice welfare chest sold in the shop, the bronze treasure chest was likely the finest treasure chest encountered in the entire game thus far. To think that the mid-level fisherman would also drop a treasure of a higher grade, resulting in a bronze treasure chest, Chen Feng excitedly stowed the bronze treasure chest in his inventory, not rushing to open it, as there were still 2 more corpses to inspect. The lobster man had chased Chen Feng quite a distance, and now there was a considerable gap between it and the other 2 fishmen's bodies. Despite the dense fog, retracing his steps along the trail of battle would not pose much difficulty. Before long, Chen Feng had thoroughly searched the bodies of the shark man and the sea serpent fishman, also collecting the fine iron arrows along the way. Once again, he had secured 2 black iron treasure chests. Indeed, while the risks of monster hunting were significant, the rewards were equally bountiful. This time, Chen Feng had struck it rich. The commotion stirred up in this area was considerable, and it was possible that other fishmen might be drawn to it. With his injuries not yet fully healed and feeling utterly fatigued, it would be prudent to vacate the area for safety. He stored all the items in his inventory, retaining only the fine iron bow and arrow for self-defense, and cautiously began to retreat towards the outskirts of Treasure Island. After approximately 20 minutes of walking, the dense coral disappeared, replaced by bizarrely shaped trees, and Chen Feng realized that the likelihood of encountering fishmen here would be significantly reduced. He promptly found an open area to sit down and rest. He then retrieved the 3 treasure chests, placing them neatly before him. That it was time to open the treasure chests again. With the luck of the European monarch on his side, regardless of whether they were black iron or bronze chests, anything that could potentially be opened must be unveiled. However, what items would be revealed remained a source of great anticipation. He decided to open the 2 black iron treasure chests first, as Chen Feng preferred to accumulate luck with the ordinary chests. Detected the use of probability items, triggering European monarch talent, modifying probability to 100. The progress bar for opening the treasure chest moved swiftly, and soon a small pile of items materialized before Chen Feng. He examined them one by one. Coca-Cola 2 evaluation. Do you remember the taste of the Fat Man's Happy Drink? Premium Rice 5000 G evaluation, thanks to the great Mr. Yuan. Rough inflatable doll white. Evaluation, no misunderstandings. Ocean survival. This is also considered a survival tool. Fishman capsule white. Evaluation. After consumption, one becomes proficient in the fishman language. Not bad, the quantity of resources from the 2 black iron treasure chests was quite ample. Chen Feng's freshwater supply was abundant, with 5 kilograms of rice, sufficient to sustain one person for at least 5 days. Coca-Cola was a delightful item. This carbohydrate-rich drink had been a staple for Chen Feng in the past, leading to a small belly, but fortunately, his enhanced physique had dispelled that. Nonetheless, the high sugar content in Coca-Cola could be life-saving in extreme hunger. Both types of resources were excellent and were stored in his inventory. However, what on earth was this inflatable doll? Why would a treasure chest yield such a bizarre item? Chen Feng felt a few black lines appear on his forehead, Would a capable swimmer like him truly need such a thing? With a disdainful expression, he stored it in his inventory for potential future USAS for the Fishman capsule. A pale green capsule lay in the palm of Chen Feng's hand that he pondered. If consuming this would grant him proficiency in the Fishman language, it seemed of little use to him. After all, when encountering fishmen, his intention was to combat them, not to engage in conversation. However, Chen Feng had a nagging feeling that the fishmen were up to something. The three fishmen he had just encountered had been conversing for quite some time, seemingly plotting something. If he could understand their speech, it might greatly aid in hunting them down. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng decided against hesitating. Being able to hunt more fishmen meant more treasure chests, and such an opportunity was not to be squandered. He promptly tossed the capsule into his mouth upon entry. It had a peculiar taste, and Chen Feng grimaced as he swallowed it. Afterward, noticing no apparent changes, shaking his head, he wondered if there were any fishmen nearby. If one happened to speak to him, it might confirm whether the Fishman capsule had taken effect. Finally, only one treasure chest remained. Gazing at the bronze treasure chest, Chen Feng rubbed his hands in excitement, eager to discover what blue-quality item might be revealed. Perhaps a set of clothing would be ideal. Chen Feng was still clad in the pajamas from before his journey, and after enduring a fierce battle, he was now left with only a tattered pair of underpants. Open detected the use of probability items, triggering European monarch talent. Modifying probability to 100, the familiar progress bar appeared once more, and with a flash of light, a mountain of items suddenly materialized before Chen Feng's eyes. What the hell? Chen Feng did not anticipate such an abundance of items to emerge all at once. Becoming momentarily buried beneath them, he could feel that the items pressing down on him still retained some warmth and were slightly damp to the touch. Pushing aside the mountain of goods, Chen Feng crawled out, only to be greeted by a sight that filled him with unrestrained joy. Freshly slaughtered fat pig, 250 kilograms, evaluation. Includes bones, pork, internal organs, and offal. Who knows if you can prepare a full pig feast? 500 pounds of pork. Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The bronze treasure chest had claimed to yield a plethora of resources. But he had not taken it seriously. A plethora of resources. Just how much could that be? To his surprise, it turned out to be 500 pounds of pork, a delightful surprise indeed. The pig bones could be used for broth, and the fatty portions of the pork could be rendered into lard, ensuring that he wouldn't lack cooking oil in the near future. As for the offal and internal organs, while they might not taste delightful without seasoning, they would certainly suffice to fill his belly. This is fantastic. It's a bountiful harvest of food. The preservation effect of the inventory was exceptional. Even the pork wouldn't spoil when stored inside. And Chen Feng managed to fit all of it into his inventory, occupying only a single item slot. After securing the pork, Chen Feng finally noticed another item, previously obscured beneath the meat. There lay a blue card, quietly resting on the ground. Chen Feng leaned in to examine it. Summoning card blue. Summoning card blue. Description: a card dropped by the merman tribe, which, upon use, can randomly summon an absolutely loyal low-level merman warrior of any type to fight for you, with a 1 chance to trigger an upgrade, transforming it into a mid-level merman warrior. Usage: 1-1 rating, a merman warrior. Which part of this merman do you appreciate as human? Summoning a merman warrior? Chen Feng picked up the blue card from the ground, observing its faint blue glow, and pondered aloud. The items in this world are increasingly resembling those found in games. The food and weapons obtained earlier could also be found in modern society. But this world endows items with unique abilities. The emergence of the summoning card seems to signify the official commencement of changes within this game world. Of course, overthinking is undoubtedly a source of vexation. No matter how this game world evolves, as long as I thrive, what does it matter? Chen Feng had profound insights from his previous encounters with mermen. The octopus merman, sea snake merman, and shark merman are all low-level warriors. If it weren't for the exceptional properties of his fine iron bow and arrows, it would be no exaggeration to say he could not defeat those mermen. Furthermore, he had only managed to kill the mid-level lobster merman by incapacitating it with a solar energy stun baton. In terms of physical strength, having consumed a level 1 strengthening potion, Chen Feng could barely withstand low-level mermen. Without special weaponry, he would undoubtedly be no match for mid-level mermen. The fact that this summoning card could summon a low-level merman to fight for him, ensuring absolute loyalty, is undoubtedly a formidable weapon for Chen Feng. As for the one chance of triggering an upgrade, with the blessing of his fortuitous talent, that becomes a guaranteed 100 trigger. This suggests he is certain to summon a mid-level merman warrior, doesn't it? With this thought, Chen Feng could hardly contain his excitement. A mid-level merman warrior? After experiencing the abnormality of the lobster merman, Chen Feng certainly did not wish to endure it a second time. The combat awareness and capabilities were far superior to those of humans. Should he truly summon a mid-level merman warrior, he would undoubtedly stride confidently around the outskirts of Treasure Island. Chen Feng pressed his trembling hands down in an attempt to quell his excitement and declared, "Summon!" As soon as the words left his lips, the blue card in his hand erupted with brilliant light, the blue glow intensifying and gradually coalescing into a sphere, flying from Chen Feng's hand and landing on the ground. Detected the use of a probability item, triggering fortuitous talent, modifying probability to 100 subsequently. The edges of the light sphere began to undulate rhythmically, and a faint silhouette appeared within as the light dimmed. Chen Feng slowly discerned the figure inside. Oh, a mermaid! A mermaid! This is truly a mermaid! The figure before him had a lower half resembling a broad fishtail, oily and smooth, devoid of scales and not forked. It resembled a serpent's tail more than a fish's. Her upper half, however, took on the appearance of a human female, with deep brown waves cascading down to her chest, her alluring beauty instantly entrapping one's gaze. Yes, inescapably entrapping, her large, captivating eyes, long lashes playfully arched, a delicate nose, a cherry-red mouth, and skin that radiated a pinkish hue made one irresistibly desire to kiss her. What's more, her upper half was, With a giddy chatter, the mermaid spoke, her gaze steadfastly fixed on Chen Feng. Upon hearing her voice, Chen Feng snapped back to reality and, upon closer listening, realized he could understand the merman's language. She said, "Esteemed master, mid-level merman warrior Gina pledges eternal loyalty to you." Upon finishing, the mermaid named Gina crossed her arms over her chest, her eyes radiating absolute loyalty as she deeply bowed. This was too much. Chen Feng could hardly withstand such stimulation. No, what normal man could endure such a thrill? After being single for 24 years, encountering such a stunning sight was indeed a first for him. The effects of the merman capsule had manifested. Not only could Chen Feng understand the merman's language, but he also felt an uncanny familiarity with it. "Your name is Gina, is it?" "No need for such formalities," Chen Feng replied with a righteous smile, quickly extending his hand to assist the bowing mermaid. Indeed, an utterly righteous and solemn gesture. Just as Chen Feng's hands lightly touched Gina's arms, a sharp jolt of electricity surged from his fingertips, paralyzing his entire body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, resembling someone who had touched a high-voltage wire. Seeing Chen Feng in such a state, Gina quickly recoiled to avoid his touch. "Master, are you all right?" Gina's brows furrowed in concern, her face etched with worry and guilt. After trembling for a while, Chen Feng finally calmed down. The sensation of the electric shock was truly unpleasant. Thankfully, Chen Feng was robust and sustained no serious harm. Before he could voice his questions, Gina seemed to sense his confusion and proactively explained, "Esteemed master, I am a mid-level electric eel merman. My special ability is to emit electric shocks, although I do not normally release this ability. My skin is still not to be touched, or you'll be injured by the powerful current." "What? An electric eel? Not to be touched?" The initial thrill abruptly vanished, replaced by a heavy sense of disappointment overwhelming Chen Feng. "Yes, master, although I do not mind. For your safety, please refrain from touching me," Gina added, her expression filled with remorse, as if she felt guilty towards Chen Feng. After a prolonged silence, Chen Feng sighed deeply. Alas, to see but not touch. Isn't that frustrating? Still not fully acquainted with the mid-level merman Gina he had summoned, Chen Feng decided to observe her further. Mid-level electric eel merman name, Gina affiliation, Chen Feng loyalty, 100 abilities, capable of releasing powerful electric currents. Both ranged and close-quarters attack capabilities are exceptionally formidable. Weakness, slow movement speed on land, and her physique is somewhat frail. Evaluation. Visible yet untouchable. Driving you mad. Hee hee. The electric eel merman is indeed aptly named. Relying on its body to generate electric currents for attacks. Truly a thunder god. Unlike the lobster merman, whose strength lay in brute force, Gina excelled in magical attacks. Chen Feng, filled with curiosity, inquired, Gina, show me your ability by attacking that tree over there. Certainly, master, Gina responded to Chen Feng's command, turning to the side. As she naturally spread her arms, her tail suddenly sparked with arcs of electricity, which gradually converged in her hands, her entire being emanating a powerful aura that made her hair flutter wildly. Chen Feng gazed at the mountain peak. I'm in love. With a swift motion, Gina waved her hand, and the silvery arcs of electricity detached from her body, transforming into a bolt of lightning that sliced through the air like a sword, directly targeting the distant tree. With a resounding crack, the towering tree, over 10 meters high, was instantly torn in half from top to bottom. 666. The power of Gina's electric strike compelled Chen Feng to applaud in admiration. Instantly demolishing a tree of such height was something Chen Feng knew he could not achieve. This time, he had truly struck gold. All right, Gina, that's enough. Come over and rest. Chen Feng waved his hand, signaling Gina to sit beside him. Understood. Master, at that moment, Gina displayed absolute obedience to Chen Feng, the arcs of electricity gradually dissipating as she reverted to a seemingly harmless mermaid form. Without legs, Gina gracefully swam to Chen Feng's side, maintaining a cautious distance to avoid accidentally injuring him, quietly sitting on the ground, awaiting further commands. Gina, as a merman, do you have any knowledge about the other mermen on Treasure Island? Chen Feng raised his gaze, locking eyes with Gina, striving not to let his eyes wander lower. Perhaps inadvertently, Gina subtly adjusted her posture, attempting to appear more vibrant, which nearly overwhelmed Chen Feng's senses. Master, although Gina is a merman, I have no connection to the mermen on this island, and thus, I possess no knowledge of them that I was created by you through the card, lacking any memories prior to my summoning. After a brief pause, Gina added, though devoid of memories, I am not lacking in fundamental merman abilities, including the language, innate abilities, and combat skills. Master, you may consider me as an emotionless, highly intelligent weapon. That is how it is. Upon hearing Gina's explanation, Chen Feng understood that Gina could indeed function as a magically created intelligent tool, devoid of any causal ties to others. With this realization, Chen Feng furrowed his brow once more. Since Gina had no connection to the mermen on Treasure Island, his hopes of gleaning information from her about them would be unfulfilled. It seemed that to investigate the mermen on the island, he would need to proceed step by step. Setting aside those thoughts for now, he resolved to inspect Gina's physique. Well, a visual examination should suffice. The lobster merman he had encountered earlier was a mid-level merman, and his head and torso bore a human-like appearance. Now, observing Gina, who was also a mid-level merman, her head, torso, and arms were likewise human in form, with only her lower half retaining the original merman state. This closely aligned with Chen Feng's earlier conjecture. Low-level mermen maintained their original fish-like heads, easily identifiable, while mid-level mermen exhibited a more balanced appearance. Following this logic, it could be surmised that high-level mermen would closely resemble human bodies, with minimal discernible differences. Uncertain whether Gina would ascend to the status of a senior merman, and whether her physique would resemble that of a human, Chen Feng pondered the necessary means for such a transformation. Gina, as a mid-level merman, can you attain a higher rank? He inquired aloud, eager to validate his suspicions. Master, the rank of a merman can indeed change, but Gina is currently unaware of the specifics regarding the upgrade process. Chen Feng sighed in exasperation. Although Gina's response revealed that an upgrade was possible, it was ultimately uninformative. How to upgrade will have to wait until we discover the method, he mused, casting a glance at Gina's form. Feeling somewhat troubled, it wouldn't do for Gina to remain in her current state. While she might not fear the cold, Chen Feng was bound to suffer from a nosebleed sooner or later. He needed to procure some clothing for her, he thought, scratching his head. However, not only Gina, but Chen Feng himself was clad in tattered rags, with his sleepwear long since rendered unrecognizable. Where could he find proper garments? Suddenly, it struck him, trading. How foolish of him! A spark of excitement ignited as he clapped his hands. Previously, he had focused on essential survival supplies within the game's interface, and, given the sweltering weather, had scarcely paid attention to clothing that was of no immediate use. Now, it dawned on him that since all humans had traversed here, they must surely be clad in attire, and someone would undoubtedly trade their clothing for supplies. With this thought, Chen Feng hurriedly activated the trading function. Searching for the keyword clothing, instantly, a plethora of trading information flooded the screen. A dazzling array of garments appeared. Jeans, dresses, t-shirts, down jackets, and more. The most popular items boasted attention-grabbing titles: a celebrity's authentic underwear, a renowned actor's black silk shirt. Chen Feng bypassed these peculiar offerings and selected a few more conventional clothing items. Item: men's denim shorts. Seller: Jiangxi required items. Sufficient caloric food, quantity to be discussed privately. Note: these jeans are indestructible. As durable as the Hulk's underwear. Item: black crew neck short sleeve. Seller: Wang San required items. One lighter. Note: spare me the tips on friction fire. I have no interest. Item: Nike sneakers. Seller: Li Air required items. Meat: I want to eat meat. Quantity to be discussed privately. Note: don't ask me about athlete's foot. Buy it or don't. Item: women's underwear and cropped short sleeve. Seller: Zhang Mimi required items. Alcohol. Note: there's not a soul around. I'll forego clothing just for a bottle of booze to indulge myself. Chen Feng chose these 4 items, which perfectly satisfied both his and Gina's clothing needs. He traded a Snickers bar from his storage, a lighter, a pound of pork, and a bottle of Nylon Mountain liquor to acquire them. After a lengthy period since the beginner phase ended, most people were no longer in dire need of water, as many in the chat channel had learned to distill seawater for fresh water. Meanwhile, the wood and plant fibers required to upgrade the raft were abundant on Treasure Island, and their prices were rapidly decreasing. Thus, food and tools had become the most scarce commodities. Having procured the clothing, Chen Feng swiftly discarded his ragged strips of fabric, left with only a pair of undergarments, and without a second thought, donned the items he had acquired. This feels much better. Gina, put on these 2 pieces. He tossed the bra and short sleeve shirt to Gina, hoping she would don them quickly to alleviate his discomfort. Gina examined the pink bra with innocent, wide eyes, perplexed as she asked, "Master, how does one wear this?" Chen Feng smacked his forehead. How could a merman possibly know how to wear such an item? With a resigned sigh, he took the lingerie back. First, lift your hair from your chest. Yes, now place your hands in the 2 openings. Let me help you fasten it. It seems a bit snug. You need to. Just a bit. Chen Feng proceeded with caution, fearful of making contact with Gina's skin and risking another electric shock, which was rather amusing. After considerable effort, he finally managed to help Gina put on the clothing. Although her fishtail remained exposed, at least her upper body bore a striking resemblance to that of a normal human, almost resembling a very beautiful young lady. Chen Feng's excitement and trembling hands finally found some respite. No longer subjected to torment. Since the announcement marking the end of the beginner phase, he had navigated through a day filled with adventures, from encountering octopuses, battling 3 lobstermen, to opening treasure chests and summoning Gina. The sky gradually darkened, and with the island's mist thickening, Chen Feng's visibility diminished. Deciding against further exploration at night, he resolved to eat something and rest properly. Chen Feng had never possessed the habit of wastefulness. He collected the empty black iron and bronze chests from the ground, which transformed into iron and copper ingots in his storage. He instructed Gina to stay vigilant of their surroundings, while he was currently on the outskirts. There was still a possibility of encountering low-level mermen. With Gina on guard, Chen Feng felt secure enough to take a moment to rest. Today's haul had been particularly bountiful, and he intended to treat himself well. From his storage, he retrieved the sizable lobster he had slain earlier, along with 2 pounds of pork belly and a bottle of cola. Opting for simplicity in his meal, Chen Feng acknowledged that, given the apocalypse, it was best to remain frugal. Next, he took out the seawater separator, gathering some water from nearby puddles. Treasure Island had emerged from beneath the sea, so the standing water was still seawater and not suitable for drinking. He filled the separator with seawater, added firewood, and set it to work, producing fresh water and salt. Although his current supply of fresh water was ample, Chen Feng understood that once he had the leisure, he would continue to collect both fresh water and salt. Who would ever complain about having too many resources? Finally, he retrieved the makeshift stove he had crafted earlier and set it ablaze. The fire blazed brightly, providing warmth and quickly heating the iron pot above. Gina, ever watchful, occasionally cast curious glances at Chen Feng, bewildered by his actions. What is the master doing? With a knife, Chen Feng sliced off a chunk of fatty meat from the pork belly, setting the rest aside to render some lard. This must be from a farm-raised pig. The fat and lean meat are evenly distributed, unlike the feedlot pigs that are all fat and unpalatable. He mused. He then cut the pure fat into evenly thick slices and placed them into the now red-hot iron pot. Instantly, the fat sizzled and crackled, releasing its oils, and the once palm-sized pieces shrank rapidly, taking on a light golden brown hue. Chen Feng carefully flipped each piece of fat, but a stray drop of water from his hand splashed into the pot, causing a cacophony of sizzling and spattering. Fortunately, he was quick on his feet, or he would have ended up with a face full of pockmarks. Soon, the fat transformed into crispy, golden cracklings. Chen Feng knew that if he continued to fry them, they would turn burnt, affecting both the flavor of the lard and the texture of the cracklings. He scooped the cracklings out and poured the excess lard into a container for storage. In the future, when he had noodles, a bowl of lard noodles would surely tantalize many palates. With some lard left in the pot, Chen Feng continued to fry the pork belly, cutting it into long, thin strips, and placing them into the already oiled pot, and no longer needing to worry about sticking. The pork belly cooked quickly, its enticing color and aroma wafting through the air, making mouths water. Suddenly, Gina, ever vigilant, caught a whiff of the unfamiliar fragrance and could not help but glance back at the iron pot in front of Chen Feng. Swallowing hard, she thought, "What is the master cooking? Why does it smell so delightful? I want to have a taste." Alas, without Chen Feng's command, she could only bite her lip and swallow repeatedly, maintaining her watch. The pork belly cooked rapidly, after a light sprinkling of salt. Chen Feng pushed the strips to the sides of the pot, knowing that slightly charred pork belly would yield the most exquisite flavor. Deliciousness was worth the wait. Taking a moment, Chen Feng's gaze fell upon the large lobster, and he felt a twinge of concern. There are numerous ways to prepare lobster: boiling, salt baking, steaming, and more, but without garlic, the seafood's flavor would be halved. Not wanting to waste too much fresh water, he decided to roast the large lobster instead. After removing the shell and inedible innards of the nearly 1-meter-long lobster, the primary edible parts were the claws and tail, yielding a substantial amount of meat, approximately 10 pounds. Chen Feng cut the succulent lobster meat into small pieces and evenly spread it in the center of the pot. The rich lard and lobster meat intertwined beautifully, and after a brief moment of cooking, the heat transformed the lobster meat from white to a delicate pink, marking its journey from raw to cooked. Lastly, he sprinkled a generous amount of salt, and an enticing aroma enveloped him. A dish of roasted lobster and pork belly was complete. Though the lobster and pork had shrunk slightly, there remained around 7 to 8 pounds of food, far more than Chen Feng could consume alone. "Gina, come here and taste my cooking," he called to her, waving his hand, as he had prepared enough food for her to share, especially since she referred to him as master with every bite. As commanded, "My master." After what seemed like an eternity of anticipation, Gina swiftly turned upon hearing Chen Feng's call, her flowing hair dancing in the air as she hurried towards him. Observing the delicacies Chen Feng had prepared, Gina felt a tinge of confusion. Typically, the merfolk consumed only raw marine creatures, never venturing into culinary preparation, and the taste was rather mundane. Yet, why did the same food, under Chen Feng's deft hands, emit such an intoxicating aroma? With delicate fingers, she picked up a curled, steaming piece of shrimp and slowly brought it to her ruby lips. In an instant, the succulent shrimp meat and its exquisite juices exploded in her mouth. Gina was left astounded, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, her lashes fluttering in surprise. "Master, this is absolutely delicious," she exclaimed, then proceeded to devour piece after piece of shrimp. Her cheeks puffed adorably. A true testament to a chef's skill is when one cannot stop eating. Although Chen Feng watched Gina feast with fervor, his face bore a smile. There was ample shrimp and pork belly, so he had no fear of her finishing it all. Witnessing Gina's delight, Chen Feng took a piece of shrimp, wrapping it in pork belly, and popped it into his mouth. Though seasoned only with salt, The flavor was exquisite. Just as the two were savoring the grilled meat, a sudden scream pierced through the air from the depths of the forest. Help! Chapter 29. Encounter still ravenously consuming her meal, Gina heard the unusual sound and, reluctant to spit out the morsel in her mouth, struggled to swallow it, her eyes rolling back in her head. After finally managing to swallow, she pounded her fist against her chest twice, feeling a bit more at ease. Instantly, she entered a state of vigilance, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the direction of the cry for help. Electric blue sparks beginning to dance around her body, ready to launch an attack at any moment. That Gina's serious demeanor instilled a profound sense of security in Chen Feng, who felt immensely satisfied. Do you see? This is professionalism, unlike that chubby great white shark who can't fight but excels at eating. Chen Feng recognized the cry for help belonged to a human female. It was his first encounter with a human in this game world, filling him with both excitement and caution. After all, in a post-apocalyptic game, human nature is unpredictable. However, considering it was a human, Chen Feng decided to extend a helping hand, especially since the humans in this region were likely from South Jing, and they were probably of Han descent. After all, they were on the outskirts of Treasure Island, where the most fearsome threats were merely low-level merfolk, not particularly formidable. Gina, follow me. Chen Feng beckoned, and they quickly made their way toward the source of the cry. Gina's inherent weakness was her slower movement speed, forcing Chen Feng to reduce his pace to match hers. Before long, they reached the vicinity of the sound. The fog was dense, and the night was dark. Chen Feng ignited a piece of firewood to illuminate their surroundings. The first sight to greet him was a young girl, frantically fleeing in distress. She appeared to be in her 20s, her face pale with fear, and one of her black low-heeled shoes had been lost in her hurried escape. The bare foot was now running over the ground, its delicate skin marred by cuts from the sharp stones and branches. Her slender legs, clad in denim, moved at a less than rapid pace, while her white checkered shirt clung tightly to her form, the fullness of her chest bouncing with each stride, nearly bursting the seams of her blouse. Chen Feng recognized her. She was Zhou Lingrui, a friend he had added earlier, and her unadorned photo had left a lasting impression on him. Upon seeing Chen Feng, the panic in her eyes ignited a flicker of hope as she called out, "Chen Feng, help me! There's a monster chasing me." Chen Feng focused his gaze behind Zhou Lingrui, and indeed, a fish-headed humanoid merfolk was hot on her heels, with its large, flat fish head resembling that of a pomfret. It was unmistakably a low-level merfolk. Chen Feng, uninterested in drawing his bow and arrow, turned to Gina and instructed, "Gina, capture that merfolk alive, but do not harm the human girl." "Yes, master," upon receiving her master's command. Gina summoned a small arc of electricity, significantly reduced from her earlier attack on the trees, careful not to accidentally kill the low-level merfolk. With a swift motion, Gina released the arc, illuminating Zhou Lingrui's astonished face as it sped toward the pursuing merfolk. The low-level merfolk was struck by the electric current, letting out a startled cry before collapsing unconscious. "Master, the low-level merfolk is now incapacitated. It should regain consciousness after a while." Chen Feng nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Gina's abilities were extraordinary. From over 10 meters away, her ranged electric attack rendered the low-level merfolk powerless, far more efficient than Chen Feng's blood-triggering arrows. "Zhou Lingrui, are you all right?" Chen Feng asked, casting a casual glance at her now that the threat was neutralized. Zhou Lingrui, meanwhile, was in a state of shock, her face a canvas of confusion. Why was there a merfolk monster beside Chen Feng? Why did this merfolk attack the one chasing her? Why was this merfolk so beautiful? Why did this stunning merfolk appear to obey Chen Feng? What were they speaking about? Chen Feng and Gina were conversing in the language of the merfolk, leaving Zhou Lingrui utterly perplexed, mistaking their dialogue for some foreign tongue. As she continued to stand there dazed, Chen Feng, noting her uninjured state, surmised she was likely unharmed, and said to Gina, "Gina, drag that unconscious merfolk back to our previous campsite. We shall resume our rest." "For I am still hungry." "Yes, master." Gina's icy gaze briefly glanced at Zhou Lingrui as she prepared to haul off the incapacitated merfolk, sending a shiver down Zhou Lingrui's spine. Gina only heeds Chen Feng's commands. She bears no kindness toward others. When Gina returned with the unconscious merfolk in tow, Chen Feng turned and walked away, disregarding Zhou Lingrue's presence. "Hey, Chen Feng, wait for me," Zhou Lingrue hurriedly called out, following closely. But Gina's demeanor made her hesitant to approach too closely. Chen Feng continued on without pause, having already saved the young girl's life, which he deemed a significant favor and expected no gratitude in return. He called back without turning. "What are you following me for? The merfolk chasing you has been dealt with. You are no longer in danger. The closer you get to the center of Treasure Island, the more perilous it becomes. Open your map, discern the direction, and head outward. You should encounter no further dangers." Zhou Lingrue replied haltingly, her words caught in her throat. She yearned to express her desire to accompany Chen Feng. Seeking his assistance, having traversed half a day to reach him, her feet were sore and swollen, having covered 20 kilometers only to be pursued by a merfolk monster. Fortunately, Chen Feng had arrived in the nick of time, or her life would have been forfeit. As she rubbed her thumbs together, she thought, why doesn't he offer to help a damsel in distress? After messaging him countless times without a reply, I nearly fell victim to that merfolk monster. Now I'm both hungry and thirsty. He must be a heartless man. Little did she know, Chen Feng was quite popular in the chat channel, inundated with private messages, and had grown indifferent to them. Noticing Zhou Lingrue trailing behind him without any intention of leaving, Chen Feng thought, seriously? I just saved your life, and you're still following me? A low growl from Zhou Lingrue's stomach answered his unspoken question. Realizing her plight, Chen Feng sighed. All right, come over and have something to eat. We can rest for a bit. All being fellow Han people, Chen Feng shook his head, deciding to assist her fully. After all, he had previously traded for the solar-powered stun baton with Zhou Lingrue, which had saved him twice. Now, feeding her would be his way of repaying the favor. Before long, Chen Feng led Zhou Lingrue back to their earlier campsite, where the fire continued to roast. Not long after, the shrimp and pork belly were perfectly cooked, their enticing aroma wafting through the air. Zhou Lingrue's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the grill piled high, with meat and a side of refreshing cola. What kind of conditions do you have at home? Do you have a mind? She marveled, recalling the meager ration she had eaten before. Seaweed, hermit crabs, and fish, and at times even wood, all consumed raw due to the lack of fire, raising concerns about parasites and the dreadful taste. The only cooked meal she had managed to scavenge was a pot of boiled fish and seaweed from the father-son duo, Tang Yuqing, but even that left much to be desired. Now, seeing the feast Chen Feng had prepared, she couldn't comprehend how he could roast pork belly as well. This was enough to incite envy. No wonder so many in the chat wanted to slay him. She had spent her days watching him showcase such culinary prowess, and now she too felt the urge to take him down. Zhou Lingrue's heart raced with astonishment, her gaze fixated on the roasted meat while she suppressed the urge to devour it. However, as a former goddess of high standing, her dignity forbade her from indulging in gluttony. She turned her gaze towards Chen Feng, her eyes betraying a hint of anticipation, seemingly waiting for him to extend an invitation. Chen Feng first bound the incapacitated merfolk with a rope crafted from his creation, skill, and secured it to a nearby tree. After taking a leisurely bite of the grilled meat alongside Gina, he finally spoke in a relaxed manner. Zhou Lingrue, why are you standing there? Come over and have something to eat. You only invite me after taking a bite. Zhou Lingrue's heart simmered with indignation. She had intended to maintain some decorum, but was suddenly struck by the sight of Gina devouring skewers of grilled meat with unrestrained fervor, scarcely pausing to chew. At this rate, she would finish it in no time. Panic surged within Zhou Lingrue, prompting her to rush over, disregarding all else, as she seized a piece of shrimp tail and extended her delicate pink tongue to lick it before popping it into her mouth. Ah, women can be so capricious. As the shrimp meat entered her mouth, Zhou Lingrue felt as though her very soul was elevated. She instinctively shrank her neck, and her shoulders quivered with an exhilarating wave of flavor. Salt! This meat contains salt. Tears welled up in her eyes. She hadn't tasted anything savory in days. As she continued to eat, sobs escaped her lips, mingling with her cries of delight that, oh, this is simply exquisite. Truly exquisite. Her mouth filled with meat rendered her words nearly unintelligible. The sight of Zhou Lingrue and Gina feasting left Chen Feng unimpressed, Rolling his eyes at their antics, he hastened his own pace, fearing that he would be left with an empty plate while still hungry. Within a mere 10 minutes, the three of them had consumed nearly 8 kilograms of grilled meat. Zhou Lingrui snatched the cola that Chen Feng had previously sipped, thrusting it against her cracked crimson lips, gulping it down greedily. Burp. She let out a small belch, her face radiating satisfaction. This was the most fulfilling meal she had enjoyed in 3 days. Chen Feng cleaned the stove, returned to the storage area, and added a log to the seawater separator, ensuring it continued to function. Then, warmed by the fire, he retreated to lean against a tree, instructing Gina to remain vigilant as he closed his eyes to rest. Chen Feng had no desire to engage too deeply with Zhou Lingrui, despite her stunning beauty. If she were rated 100, she would certainly score 90. What good was it in this apocalyptic game? A slender waist and lean legs were of no use if one could neither carry nor combat. Tonight was meant for rest, and come morning, they would part ways. Zhou Lingrui cast her eyes toward the seawater separator, observing the bubbles rising within the glass apparatus. Realizing it was a distillation device, she was once again astonished. No wonder Chen Feng had been selling freshwater in the trade. Freshwater was readily available to him. What a fortunate man! Zhou Lingrui felt as though she had swallowed 2 lemons. It was undeniably sour, yet she dared not seize the seawater separator while Chen Feng rested, especially with Gina feigning sleep nearby. Zhou Lingrui understood that even though Gina appeared to be dozing, she could still sense Gina's eyes subtly scrutinizing her, and any sudden movement would surely lead to dire consequences. Chen Feng, thank you for the dinner. May I accompany you from now on? Zhou Lingrui hesitated for a long moment before finally inquiring, her gaze brimming with anticipation. Accompany me? Chen Feng's drowsiness dissipated at her words, his brow furrowing at the thought of being pursued by lowly fishmen. Having such a useless woman at his side would only be a burden, especially compared to the capable Gina. He promptly declined. Forget it. I plan to delve deeper in a treasure island. You should seek someone else. You. Zhou Lingrui felt a surge of indignation. Truly, he was a man of iron will die in the past. If she had spoken to a man in such a manner, he would have likely fainted from excitement. After a brief pause, Zhou Lingrui recalled something and continued. How about this? I share a significant piece of information regarding your life and death that in exchange for this revelation, you could willingly take me in. Are you interested? Her brows arched confidently. Not interested. Within our region, the alliance led by Tang Yuqing is nothing but a sham designed to swindle our resources that I narrowly escaped from them and overheard their plans to kill you. Are you truly uninterested in this news? Zhou Lingrui was taken aback by Chen Feng's abrupt dismissal. After a moment of silence, she decided to divulge the information outright. Tang Yuqing, Chen Feng murmured, recognizing the name. No wonder he had sensed something off when that individual had tried to recruit him into the alliance. Later, during conversations in the chat channel, Tang had openly slandered him. Now, with Zhou Lingrui's revelation, it all made sense. However, do they truly think they can kill me? Chen Feng shook his head. No matter how formidable they were, they could not stand against his own prowess and the capable Gina. Not interested. At dawn, you should head to the shoreline of Treasure Island. It's safer there. Chen Feng's indifference stung Zhou Lingrui, leaving a bitter taste in her heart. Had she truly stooped so low as to plead? Chen Feng, I beg you, please help me, that I truly do not wish to survive alone. This world is far too perilous for me. With her trump card rendered useless, Zhou Lingrui's face bore a hint of desperation, evoking sympathy in those who beheld her. Chen Feng frowned. Zhou Lingrui's fervent pleas were not a matter of cruelty on his part, but rather a reflection of the burden she would represent as he sought to venture deeper in a treasure island for resources. He could only feign mockery. What can you contribute? At this, Zhou Lingrui froze, her expression momentarily blank. Contribute? Finally, Chen Feng revealed his true nature. Was he akin to Tang Yuqing and his ilk, coveting her body? Humph. Men are all the same. Yet upon closer inspection, Chen Feng was undeniably handsome. With a robust physique and visible abs, he harbored numerous secrets, ample supplies, and a fisherman bodyguard. Following him would surely be preferable to aligning with others. In mere seconds, Zhou Lingrui's emotions roiled within her, her expression shifting rapidly. Ultimately, her face flushed crimson, shyness overtaking her as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Chen Feng's eyes, and bashfully uttered, "I can, Chen Feng." Chapter 31. The surging survival points. A night passed. The morning's coolness gradually enveloped Chen Feng as he opened his eyes, feeling as though the fatigue of yesterday had been swept away. Rising to his feet, he felt light as a feather. His mind invigorated. The large scar on his back had healed significantly, nearly mended completely. Beside him, Zhou Lingrui stood shakily, her complexion pale and struggling to maintain her posture. Do not misunderstand. Nothing untoward had transpired the previous night. Zhou Lingrui's pallor was entirely due to her frail constitution and the cold. Gina had kept watch, allowing Zhou Lingrui to rest in shallow sleep, restoring her energy while remaining vigilant. Thus, Chen Feng had enjoyed an undisturbed slumber, entirely thanks to Gina's tireless vigilance. Although Zhou Lingrui's simple utterance of "I can" had stirred Chen Feng's heart, he ultimately chose to decline after careful consideration. Zhou Lingrui was indeed beautiful. Scoring a solid 90 out of 100, it was impossible not to be moved by such an enchanting woman who had practically thrown herself at him. Chen Feng could have easily acquiesced, indulged in the moment, and departed afterward without a care, but he could not bring himself to disregard her entirely. In this apocalyptic landscape, where human intentions were elusive, he recalled the adage, "The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she may be." Chen Feng was not naive enough to trust someone so readily. His repeated refusals shattered the last vestiges of Zhou Lingrui's pride, leaving her to pick up the pieces alone. The presence of Gina deterred Zhou Lingrui from drawing too close to Chen Feng, yet the terror lurking in the depths of the fog left her no choice but to remain pitifully beneath a tree for the night. The supplies in the warehouse had been deceitfully taken by Tang Yuqing and his son, leaving Zhou Lingrui with nothing of value. She found herself at crossroads, unable to leave or stay. Silently observing Chen Feng like a drenched kitten in the corner, pleading for shelter. Just as Chen Feng was awakening, he suddenly heard a series of notifications. The system's daily settlement of survival points. Yesterday's resource acquisition evaluation. Yesterday's vehicle upgrade evaluation. Resources earned survival points. 983. Upgrades earned survival points. 90. Total survival points. 291983901364. Upon hearing the notifications, Chen Feng was both delighted and incredulous. He had amassed over 1,000 survival points overnight. In previous instances, he had garnered merely 100 or so points, but today's total was many times greater. However, upon reflection, it was evident that the resources gathered yesterday were indeed substantial. Not only did he acquire timber and plant fibers from tree felling, but the upgrade of the raft to its pinnacle also yielded iron arrows and long knives. Additionally, the black iron and bronze chests obtained from defeating fishmen had provided rice and 500 pounds of pork. Such a bounty justified the surge in survival points. With a significant influx of survival points, Chen Feng swiftly navigated to the shop option within the game interface. The current level 2 shop offered consumables, including level 1 red potion and level 1 strengthening potion, which could be purchased indefinitely. However, the special item, long knife, had vanished, leaving only sailboat upgrade blueprint 1,000 survival points as an available product. The level 1 strengthening potion was ineffective after the first use, rendering further purchases unnecessary. The red potion, however, was a valuable asset, being both affordable and essential, costing merely 20 survival points per bottle. He had relied on it during numerous injuries. With sufficient survival points, Chen Feng spent 100 to procure 5 bottles of level 1 red potion. For the warehouse and for the sailboat upgrade blueprint, it was indispensable. Chen Feng could not afford to forget that the first major disaster, the sea storm, would arrive in just 26 days. And with Treasure Island sinking in over 10 days, upgrading his vessel was his only choice. Without hesitation, he confirmed the purchase, eager to unlock the opportunity to upgrade his raft to a sailboat and to ascertain the materials required for the upgrade as soon as possible. The sailboat is not akin to a mere raft. Although its primary materials may still consist of wood and plant fibers, it may also necessitate additional components. Purchase successful, 1,000 survival points deducted, obtained 1 sailboat upgrade blueprint. Remaining survival points, 264. Chen Feng confirmed the use of the silk-textured blueprint that had appeared in his hands, and it transformed into a beam of white light, entering his body. Simultaneously, a flicker of change occurred within the raft stored in Chen Feng's inventory. Upon examining the raft's details, he discovered top-tier raft, level, LV10 area, 1520 upgrade, wood, 23 remaining requires 199, plant fibers, 16 remaining, requires 200, iron blocks, 64 remaining, requires 20, heart of the raft, 1 remaining. Requires 3, evaluation, a raft that unlocks sailboat upgrade privileges. Gather the required materials promptly. It turned out that to upgrade to the highest tier, the raft had new upgrade conditions, revealing the necessary materials for the enhancement. Wood and plant fibers were straightforward. Although Chen Feng had nearly exhausted his current supply, he was still significantly short of the upgrade requirements. Fortunately, trees abounded in the vicinity, making the procurement of these materials quite easy. Alternatively, if he found it tedious, he could directly purchase them from trade, and after a night's passage, the prices of these resources had plummeted. As for iron blocks, their acquisition was not as simple. Previously, he could fish for them in the sea using a beginner's fishing rod. But now that the rod had vanished, the most effective method to obtain iron blocks was undoubtedly by defeating lower-tier mermen and dismantling empty black iron chests for their contents. Thankfully, Chen Feng's current supply of iron blocks was temporarily sufficient. However, what was this heart of the raft? The upgrade conditions indicated he possessed one. Yet there was no such item in his inventory. Puzzled, Chen Feng furrowed his brow, but then noticed a click to expand explanation next to the heart of the raft, and hurriedly selected it. Heart of the raft. Every player begins their journey with a raft, and the heart of the raft serves as its core. Apart from one's own heart of the raft, additional hearts can only be obtained by destroying others' rafts, resulting in drops. Note: even if the raft is destroyed, possessing the heart of the raft allows for material collection to upgrade it to level 1. However, once the heart is lost, one cannot unlock raft upgrade privileges through the use of blueprints. Upon reading this explanation, Chen Feng was enlightened that it appeared that everyone possessed a heart of the raft, and upgrading the raft to its pinnacle required 3 hearts to advance to the next significant tier. The harsh reality of this game became evident. To upgrade, one must destroy others' rafts, yet opponents would not be easily bested. Amidst the vast ocean, if a raft were destroyed, even crafting a new one would become futile. For without the ability to upgrade, one would be left to perish when calamity struck, and one would foolishly allow their rafts to be destroyed. If others remained resolute, they could simply retract their rafts into their inventories, leaving only the option to eliminate them and loot their supplies. Just as he contemplated the brutal nature of this survival of the fittest gameplay, Chen Feng had a sudden realization. Perhaps this coercive upgrade system harbored another meaning. Players could collaborate, willingly destroying their rafts to contribute towards upgrading to a sailboat. Surely, a sailboat of standard size could accommodate 3 individuals. However, this arrangement would mean that the ownership of the sailboat would rest solely with one person. And should they choose to retract it into their inventory, it would remain inaccessible to others. Thus, even if others resided on the boat, they would lack the security of their own home. Such a strategy could only be executed by a team with profound mutual trust. Chapter 32. Heart of the Raft. Chen Feng closed the shop. Interface and open trade, searching for the keyword Heart of the Raft. Upon completion of the loading process, he discovered that there were no items related to it listed in the trade information. Clicking his tongue in resignation, Chen Feng understood. The heart of the raft would only emerge after the raft destruction. If a raft were to be dismantled in the sea, the player aboard would likely not survive to even consider the existence of such an item. As for players on Treasure Island, they either heeded Chen Feng's warnings and remained in groups, avoiding peril, or ventured alone or in small numbers only to meet their demise at the hands of mermen, thus remaining unaware of the heart's existence at present. Only Chen Feng had successfully purchased and utilized the sailboat upgrade blueprint, suggesting that he might be the sole individual privy to the knowledge of the heart of the raft. Contemplating this, Chen Feng glanced at the pitifully standing Zhou Lingrui and pondered. She must possess a heart of the raft. He could either eliminate her to obtain it or persuade her to willingly part with it. As he assessed Zhou Lingrui, his gaze oscillated between fierce and conflicted, causing her to shrink back in fear. too intimidated to speak. After much hesitation, Chen Feng sighed, his expression tinged with helplessness, and cautiously addressed the timid Zhou Lingrui, who was peering at him from a distance. Zhou Lingrui, I find you pitiable. For the next 2 days, I can allow you to stay by my side, ensuring your safety and sustenance. However, this comes with the condition that you undertake certain chores, such as cooking, washing, and boiling water. Do you agree? Ultimately, Chen Feng found it difficult to harden his heart. While he did not entirely trust Zhou Lingrui, the desire for a heart of the raft and to replenish the sailboat's upgrade materials left him with no alternative but to consider this course of action. Though his words were straightforward, his true intention was to observe Zhou Lingrui's character for a time. After all, he was a level 1 enhancer, accompanied by the mid-tier merman warrior, Gina, so he was not overly concerned about her potential treachery. Really? That's wonderful, Zhou Lingrui exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she leaped high in excitement. Initially, she had contemplated abandoning the island altogether, resigning herself to the ocean's depths when calamity struck to her surprise. Chen Feng had changed his mind after a night's rest, delivering her a piece of excellent news. I agree. From now on, Chen Feng, you can count on me. I'll handle the cooking, the laundry, everything, including your undergarments. Zhou Lingrui beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with enthusiasm as she earnestly patted her chest, bouncing with excitement as she approached. However, as she drew near, Gina cast a cold glance her way, an electric arc crackling in her hand. Muttering a warning in a language Zhou Lingrui could not comprehend, cautioning her to remain at bay. Gina, it's fine. Let her come closer. Just keep an eye on her and ensure she harbors no ill intentions. Chen Feng instructed Gina in the merman tongue. Understood, master. Gina nodded, her hostility gradually dissipating. Seeing that Gina no longer bore malice, Zhou Lingrui confidently approached, internally marveling at Chen Feng's prowess. Wow, Chen Feng is incredible. He can even speak the language of mermen. And they heed his words. He's so impressive. I like him. I adore him. Chen Feng, if you want, you can have me, since you've taken me in that I feel uneasy not contributing something. Rest assured, I'm youthful and inexperienced. I guarantee quality. Zhou Lingrui gazed at Chen Feng's resolute visage, her eyes sparkling with admiration. What on earth do you mean by guaranteeing quality? Chen Feng spluttered, nearly stumbling in shock. This conversation had taken a bizarre turn, leaving him utterly speechless. After clearing his throat to dispel the awkwardness, he retrieved the last 3 packets of Master Kong's pickled cabbage beef noodles and 3 sausages from his inventory, tossing them to Zhou Lingrui. From now on, just call me Chen Feng. Quickly prepare breakfast and stop overthinking. I am a serious individual. Upon seeing the previously deemed garbage food, Zhou Lingrui's eyes gleamed with excitement as she eagerly accepted the items, her small head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. Joyfully, she rushed off to prepare breakfast, murmuring to herself, "Yes, a serious person is a serious person. When one is serious, they are not human." Ignoring Zhou Lingrui, Chen Feng opened the chat channel, having not engaged in conversation for quite some time. He decided to see what was happening. World chat, which fool claimed that the number of mermen was scarce yesterday. I believe is nonsense. And 3 of us ventured deep into Treasure Island. I was the only one to escape alive. Everyone must be cautious. Wah, me too. 2 of us entered, and only half made it out. One of my arms was bitten off by a shark man. What should I do? I'm currently hiding in a rocky cave, while several mermen search for me outside. Haha, serves you right for doubting Chen Feng. He warned you that the depths of the island were perilous, yet you didn't heed him. I believe it now. Yesterday, I was chopping trees on the outskirts, and now have over 100 survival points. I just purchased the beginner's welfare treasure chest. Ha, me too. I bought the beginner's treasure chest and got loads of food. Now I have no worries about sustenance. In retrospect, I misunderstood Chen Feng yesterday. I apologize for believing the slander of others. I should not have doubted him. Please accept my gratitude. Yes, thanks to Chen Feng's warning. Daily speech 1.1, online users, 2.9 billion, regional channel. The Survival Alliance is recruiting endlessly. If you're lacking resources or a team, hurry and join mine. Our team is a powerful guarantee for exploring Treasure Island. Indeed, I used to enjoy venturing alone, but ever since I joined a team, I've had no worries about food and drink, and my body no longer aches. Everything is delicious. Number of online users, 5941. The messages in the global chat brought a smile to Chen Feng's face. The information about the fishmen leaked yesterday was misleading, courtesy of Tang Yuqing, leading many to believe that Chen Feng had ulterior motives. As a result, they faced considerable hardship, and today they were incessantly lamenting in the chat channel. Meanwhile, those who trusted Chen Feng, lacking the ability to gather resources beforehand, found themselves able to purchase novice treasure chests as soon as the survival points refreshed today. As for the regional chat, it was overtaken by Tang Yuqing and his organization's spam ads, rendering others' messages virtually invisible. Chen Feng paid no heed to these individuals' words. Yesterday's lesson had made him realize that sharing intelligence was a thankless task, and he resolved never to reveal any information henceforth. With his advanced marketplace and vehicles, the information available to Chen Feng was even more abundant, which could indeed be regarded as a significant advantage. The heart of the raft aside, timber and plant fibers were essential for upgrading the raft. In the short term, there would be a tremendous demand for these resources in the market. Although many players would fell trees to acquire timber and plant fibers, the supply and demand dynamics were still considerable, and the prices would likely remain relatively stable. In contrast, iron blocks held little utility for other players at present, serving primarily for crafting basic tools in the manufacture section. However, Chen Feng was aware that upgrading the sailboat would certainly require a substantial amount of iron blocks. This disparity in information represented a considerable business opportunity. Chen Feng could currently procure resources that would soon become scarce at a remarkably low price. With this thought in mind, a smile crept onto Chen Feng's lips as he posted an auction in the trade section offering food or freshwater in exchange for iron blocks. Before long, private messages began to flood in. Chapter 33. Acquiring iron blocks at present. The trading market was overflowing with iron blocks. Numerous players, upon noticing Chen Feng's offer of exchanging food and water for iron blocks in the trade section, eagerly sent private messages to negotiate. After all, consumables like food and water had always been in short supply. Chen Feng opened his private messages and began to sift through them. Mr. Chen Feng, I have 13 iron blocks and only need 1 L of water or 1 kilogram of food. Big shot Chen Feng, I have 23 units of iron blocks. I'll agree to trade for 3 L of water. 13 units of iron blocks for 2 kilograms of food, ignoring these individuals for the moment. Chen Feng meticulously reviewed the approximate prices of iron blocks. If food and freshwater were considered currency, the majority of iron blocks in circulation were priced at about 1 unit of iron block for 10 milliliters of water or 20 g of food. It seemed those who had just messaged him were underestimating his intelligence, quoting prices that were at least 10 times higher than the norm. Observing these exorbitant offers, a cold smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. These individuals truly believed they could take advantage of him. What a diverse cast of characters. He chose not to respond to any of these private messages and added a note to his auction instead. Note: acquiring price is 1 unit of iron block for 8 milliliters of water or 16 g of food. Priority given to bulk transactions. Messages exceeding this price will not receive a reply. Water and food are limited, and the acquisition will cease once the trading is completed. The acquisition price must certainly be lower than the normal buying price. Otherwise, Chen Feng might as well purchase them one by one in the auction. Sure enough, once the note was added, the influx of private messages dwindled significantly, as many realized that Chen Feng would not be easily fooled. The content of the messages became more reasonable, with several individuals even lowering their prices. Understanding that iron blocks were not of much use currently, and that securing sustenance was paramount at present, Chen Feng had approximately 300 kilograms of food, 248.5 kilograms of pork, and 50 kilograms of other seafood and rice, and about 12 L of freshwater. He continued trading with the players messaging him. 13 iron blocks, 22 iron blocks, 43 iron blocks. As the trades accumulated, the items in his warehouse dwindled. 100 iron blocks stacked occupy 1 storage slot. And Chen Feng found his warehouse capacity increasingly strained that he had no choice but to call over Zhou Lingrue to store a significant number of iron blocks in her warehouse. Poor Zhou Lingrue looked dazed as she watched the continuous influx of iron blocks. Perplexed by Chen Feng's motives for amassing such a quantity that moment, Chen Feng suddenly realized that Zhou Lingrui was indeed somewhat useful. At least her warehouse was spacious, serving as a mobile storage unit for him. After much ado, and with Zhou Lingrui perspiring profusely, Chen Feng finally ceased his efforts. Utilizing 100 kilograms of pork and 5 ela freshwater, he successfully acquired 1,250 units of iron blocks, bringing his total to 1314 iron blocks. Occupying 14 storage slots, he would have liked to acquire more, but the number of players willing to trade iron blocks was dwindling, and his warehouse could not be filled to capacity, as he would need to collect other upgrade materials in the future. Over 1,000 units of iron blocks should suffice for upgrading the sailboat. However, upgrading the sailboat could wait. Acquiring timber and plant fibers was relatively straightforward, and right now, the most pressing concern was the heart of the raft. Chen Feng planned to wait a couple of days, as he wouldn't need the sailboat on the island for the time being. He would then check the trade section for the potential appearance of the heart of the raft or seek alternative means to obtain it. Together, Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui had a total of 60 storage slots, with Chen Feng's iron blocks, timber, plant fibers, and other low-value materials filling Zhou Lingrui's warehouse, while food, freshwater, salt, weapons, and important items were stored in his own. Chen Feng felt it wise to remain cautious around Zhou Lingrui. After canceling the acquisition information posted in trade, Chen Feng approached Zhou Lingrui and Gina to invite them for breakfast. Zhou Lingrui was quite astute. When Chen Feng had previously asked her to prepare instant noodles, she spent considerable time on the task. And even though the noodles had become overcooked and mushy, she did not proactively suggest stopping to eat. Instead, she patiently waited on the side until Chen Feng called her over, at which point she picked up the bowl of noodles. This level of self-awareness impressed Chen Feng, and he took note of it. The three of them ate the instant noodles heartily. Despite being overcooked, the soft texture was quite enjoyable, especially when complemented by a sausage. As a fishman, Gina had never tasted human food, yet despite her serious demeanor, she eagerly shoveled the noodles into her mouth with a plastic fork, seemingly satisfied with the flavor without bothering to chew. Zhou Lingrui was equally content, as they each had a bowl of noodles without any competition for food. And her eating habits had improved remarkably since yesterday. Zhou Lingrui, how many survival points do you have now? Chen Feng suddenly recalled someone mentioning in the chat channel that they had gathered enough points to purchase the novice welfare treasure chest, and inquired. Ah, survival points? Let me check. Zhou Lingrui hurriedly paused, entering the game interface to assess. I currently have 32 points. 32 points, Chen Feng pondered. Once Zhou Lingrui accumulated enough survival points to purchase the novice welfare treasure chest, allowing him to open it, he was confident that, with his luck, the rewards would undoubtedly include purple items. The number of iron blocks he had just traded to her would surely be sufficient for her to make the purchase when the survival points refresh tomorrow. With this thought, Chen Feng suppressed his excitement. Zhou Lingrui, you should be able to buy the novice treasure chest tomorrow. Just hand it over to me when you do. All right. Zhou Lingrui took a moment to consider before nodding in agreement, appearing quite obedient. The materials in her warehouse were all Chen Feng's, and even if she obtained survival points and purchased the novice treasure chest, the items would still belong to Chen Feng. Moreover, as she relied on Chen Feng, he essentially used her account to acquire players' benefits, and Zhou Lingrui had no complaints about this arrangement. Her self-awareness in this regard was commendable. Having eaten his fill, Chen Feng suddenly remembered there was still one matter left unattended. Yesterday, in order to rescue Zhou Lingrui, the fishman Gina had captured was still tied to a tree. Turning around, Chen Feng slowly approached the fishman, who appeared to be in a stupor, his eyes closed and his head tilted at an odd angle. Chen Feng picked up the fishman's manual. Low-level pomfret fishman ability, agile and nimble. Plays dead weakness. Low intelligence indeed. It was a pomfret fishman. Upon seeing the plays dead ability, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Gina had rendered him unconscious nearly 10 hours ago, and he was still unresponsive. He was definitely faking it. With a smile, Chen Feng addressed the pomfret fishermen in their native tongue. Why are you still pretending to be dead? Startled to hear a human speaking the fishman language. The dim-witted pomfret fisherman opened his small eyes wide in disbelief and looked up at Chen Feng. How do you know our fishman language? Chapter 34. Fishman intelligence indeed. He was merely feigning unconsciousness. The flat, smooth surface of his fish head appeared rather comical. Chen Feng chose to ignore the fisherman's question and countered, "I need to know all the intelligence about your fisherman tribe on this island. I hope you'll be honest with me." "Humph, you shameless human. To desire information about the fisherman tribe is nothing short of delusional." The Pomfret fisherman's slippery lips moved rapidly, revealing a hint of agitation. "Oh, you're rather stubborn, it seems. I take it you wish to suffer a bit." Chen Feng was not surprised and knew well that extracting information from a fisherman would not be an easy feat. "Haha, Kacha, am not easily intimidated. Whatever you can do, come at me. Even if you kill me today, I will not betray the fisherman tribe." The Pomfret fisherman laughed heartily, wearing an expression of indifference that, "So your name is Kacha? What a delightful name." Chen Feng smacked his lips and turned to Gina, saying, "Gina, this fisherman is quite tough. Give him a jolt to encourage him, but don't kill him." After speaking, Chen Feng stepped aside. "As you command, master," Gina replied expressionlessly, stepping forward with arcs of electricity swirling in her hands. However, the arcs were remarkably thin yet densely packed, clearly indicating that Gina had taken Chen Feng's words to heart, fearing she might inadvertently harm Kacha. "You are a mid-level merman. Why? Why do you obey human commands?" Kacha exclaimed, seeing Gina's human form with a fish tail, his excitement palpable. Unfortunately, the response he received was a slender blue arc of electricity emitted by Gina. In the blink of an eye, the arc struck Kacha, spreading across his body. As the fine arcs dispersed, Kacha was suddenly overwhelmed by a fierce sting and numbness. "Kupa!" He gasped, his face contorted in agony. His body now charred as the arcs struck him relentlessly, dark smoke billowing from his mouth. Turtle. Chen Feng marveled, surprised at how effective Gina's abilities were for tormenting others. I could see that moment. Zhou Lingrui, standing nearby, dared not utter a word. She had previously witnessed Gina's powers and was now left with an even greater psychological scar. Kacha, struck by the electric shocks, rolled his eyes back, his pupils obscured. And Chen Feng suddenly thought of a movie. Have you seen Stephen Chow's Mermaid? The expression of the octopus played by Xiao Luo when it was placed on the iron plate for cooking was strikingly similar to Kacha's current state. "Oh, you are quite the tough guy. With that expression, you must have absolute confidence in your endurance. Gina, apply more force." "Yes, master." "Kupa." Stop." Kacha could barely complete his sentences due to the electric shocks. "Since you're so tough, let's keep shocking you for a while longer." Chen Feng, not paying attention to Kacha's pleas, instructed Gina to continue, turning to tidy up the seawater separator on the ground. By the time Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui finished packing up the seawater separator and organizing the fresh water and salt they had produced, 10 minutes had already passed. Gina had relentlessly electrocuted Kacha for that entire duration. "Gina, pause for a moment." Chen Feng finally ordered when he saw Kacha rolling his eyes, now devoid of pupils, leaving only the whites of his eyes. "How about it? Are you willing to discuss merman intelligence with me, or would you prefer to try a different approach? I still have some techniques in mind, like needles and fingernails, fingers and eyeballs, or insects and ears." Enough. I am willing to talk. Just promise me you'll make it quick." Kacha, having taken a long time to recover, felt an overwhelming sense of dread at the human's malicious intentions. "Well, why not do this sooner?" Chen Feng nodded, gathering his thoughts before asking, "How many mermen are there on this island in total? How many low-level, mid-level, and high-level mermen are there, and where are they concentrated? Why do you actively attack humans?" Chen Feng posed numerous questions, and the merman, terrified by the electric shocks, answered truthfully. Once Kacha finished responding, Chen Feng kept his promise, granting him a swift end, and collected the black iron treasure chest that had emerged. Chen Feng felt no remorse. After all, Kacha was merely a minor adversary in this survival game. Kacha's intelligence was quite low, and the likelihood of him fabricating lies to deceive was minimal, though his words could not be fully trusted either. As a low-level merman, his knowledge was limited. From Kacha's information, Chen Feng gleaned some insights, but for more detailed intelligence, he would likely need to seek out mid-level mermen. First, it was confirmed that Treasure Island had indeed risen from the seabed to the surface due to the system's influence. Only mermen inhabited the island, and they were inherently hostile to outsiders. Thus, The appearance of humans would naturally provoke attacks. Secondly, the distribution of the merman species aligned with Chen Feng's assumptions. The closer one got to the island's center, the greater the number of mermen, with fewer on the outskirts, predominantly low-level mermen, while mid-level mermen seldom appeared on the periphery. The total number of mermen was approximately 10,000, with over 9,000 being low-level mermen and around 100 mid-level mermen. High-level mermen certainly existed. According to Kacha, there was only one high-level merman on the entire treasure island, who was the leader of the merman tribe, possessing formidable abilities. As Kacha faced his demise, he even mentioned that the merman leader would eradicate all outsiders. It seemed this high-level merman held a significant reputation. Given that he was a high-level merman, Chen Feng speculated that his loot would also be of a higher grade. He wondered what treasures might be revealed. However, at present, Chen Feng harbored no ambitions regarding high-level mermen, as his own strength was only equivalent to that of low-level mermen. And with Gina, he could at most contend with mid-level mermen. Should he encounter a large number of mermen at once, he would find himself outmatched. Currently, his arsenal included a refined iron bow and arrows, a long knife, a solar-powered stunning electrobaton, and some unremarkable daggers and short blades that it was best to focus on defeating minor adversaries for now. Chen Feng sighed, gathering his belongings and beckoning Gina and Zhou Ling Rue to set off. Treasure Island was an important low-level dungeon in the early stages of the game. Chen Feng dared not slack off, as he needed to continuously slay monsters to obtain equipment and resources, ensuring he could thrive and achieve greatness within the game. The trio embarked on their journey, with Gina leading the way, leaving only her alluring silhouette for Chen Feng to admire. Chen Feng followed closely behind, side by side with Zhou Ling Rue. This formation was strategic. With Gina on alert in front, any low-level merman encountered could be swiftly eliminated. And should they run into mid-level mermen, Gina would be able to engage them. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, armed with his refined iron bow, could unleash arrows that would trigger a bleeding effect, a feat few mid-level mermen could withstand. Zhou Lingrui, however, remained at Chen Feng's side, cautiously surveying their surroundings, fearful that a merman might appear and consume her. Chapter 35. An encounter with a human quartet. The trio continued deeper into the island in this formation. Walking for quite some time, as time passed, the sun rose higher, and the temperature began to rise. The mist on the island lingered, obscuring the path, while numerous puddles on the ground released steam, creating a stifling heat. The trio's clothes were soaked in sweat, clinging uncomfortably to their bodies. Nevertheless, Chen Feng felt quite pleased, with Gina's damp silhouette in front of him, a black strip of fabric subtly visible beneath her short-sleeved t-shirt, accentuating her constantly moving back. Beside him, Zhou Lingrue's white checkered shirt also clung to her due to sweat, outlining her figure enticingly in Chen Feng's view. In that moment, Chen Feng thought the scenery was truly delightful. Zhou Lingrui, sensing Chen Feng's gaze, smirked slightly, a proud expression on her face as she intentionally puffed her chest and lifted her chin, creating larger gaps between the buttons of her shirt. She had initially thought Chen Feng would overlook her beauty, but now it seemed he was merely a shy young man, hesitant to express himself. Chen Feng appeared to pick up on Zhou Lingrue's actions. Feeling embarrassed at having been caught staring, he averted his gaze, scanning their surroundings instead. Strange, we've been walking for nearly an hour, yet there's no sign of any mermen. Are there fewer mermen today? Chen Feng muttered, glancing at the map. The trio had ventured relatively deep into the island's interior, but the absence of mermen puzzled him. In truth, Chen Feng was unaware that after a day of logging for resources, many players had acquired a significant amount of supplies, purchasing new player treasure chests and upgrading their rafts to the highest level. The Level 2 marketplace had already been unlocked. Aside from the prohibitively expensive items like the sailboat upgrade blueprint, Level 1 red potion, Level 1 strengthening elixir, and long knife, it was likely that someone had already purchased them. With their newfound strength, players were gradually delving deeper, causing the mermen to be drawn away. Unable to dwell on such matters, Chen Feng pressed on, walking and observing. Just as Chen Feng was about to succumb to boredom, Gina suddenly called out loudly, "Master, there's fierce fighting up ahead, about 100 meters away." "All right, let's go. We'll approach slowly and take a look." Chen Feng nodded. The sounds of intense combat were clear, mixed with shouts of anger and curses. From the voices, there were both men and women, suggesting a small human team was engaged in battle. The trio quickly drew closer, and when they were about 20 meters away, they finally beheld the scene before them. 4 humans, 3 men, and 1 woman were surrounding a single merman, attacking it relentlessly. The woman stood behind, one hand on her hip while the other pointed at the merman, continuously directing the attack. Guobaolin. Your knife is so long. Hurry up and kill it. There's such a large gap in its chest, she shouted, exasperated. Oh, you're so foolish. Old Zhang. Get in there too. Don't just stand there dazed. You're utterly useless. Wang Yong. Be careful. Fall back a bit. Don't get hurt. The woman's expressions changed rapidly. One moment she was anxious, the next she was desperate, and then a hint of concern would flicker across her face. The 3 men engaged in battle exhibited a wide range of ages. One wore a security uniform, wielding a broad long knife, and appeared to be around 50 years old. Another, with gold-rimmed glasses and a short knife in hand, hesitated to attack, likely in his 30s. Lastly, a robust young man, also in a security uniform and brandishing an iron rod, looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. The trio's approach caught the attention of the humans, and the commanding woman turned to them. What are you doing? Don't come closer, she warned loudly. She appeared to be in her 30s, mature and alluring, yet her demeanor was sharp and bitter, with a dark mole at the corner of her mouth adding an air of malice. Do not misunderstand. We harbor no ill intentions, merely passing through. Chen Feng explained that in this apocalyptic world of oceans, a sense of vigilance still prevailed among humanity. He halted in his tracks, refraining from approaching and instead observing from a distance, while Gina and Zhou Lingrui stood behind him. Humph. Our team is capable of slaying mermen. You would do well to refrain from drawing our attention, the woman remarked coldly upon noticing Chen Feng's pause. The 3 men engaged in combat with the merman, upon seeing Chen Feng, hastened their assault, striving to subdue the merman in the center and free their hands to confront him. The merman, possessing a fish head atop a human body, appeared to be a low-level merman, now babbling incoherently and retreating under pressure. Its head was peculiar, encased in a spiral shell resembling a conch, obscuring its face, with only a flat mouth occasionally protruding, uttering indistinct sounds. Chen Feng had no intention of advancing. He had merely come to ascertain the situation upon hearing the sounds of battle. Since the merman was already engaged, he would not intervene, though he was curious enough to extract his merman compendium for observation. Low-level Taro Conch merman ability emits a lethal toxin when faced with imminent danger for escape. Weakness, though encased in a hard shell. The brain beneath is exceedingly vulnerable. A Taro Conch merman. This was Chen Feng's first encounter with such a merman, though he had heard of the Taro Conch, a type of mollusk typically found in tropical waters, known to contain potent toxins. Observing the merman's abilities, Chen Feng furrowed his brow as he noted the 3 men seemed to hold the upper hand in their assault. If this continued, they might soon slay the merman. However, they were oblivious to the merman compendium and its warnings. They had no inkling that this merman's ability was to unleash a toxic spray when faced with mortal danger. He feared the 3 men might suffer casualties. Thus, Chen Feng shouted, "Gentlemen, this merman is perilous. I suggest you retreat while I handle it." Chen Feng wished to avert any unforeseen incidents, yet he was not a saint. Should he intervene, it would be with the intent of claiming the fallen black iron treasure chest. "Pah! How naive of you! We can dispose of this merman shortly without your assistance." The woman scoffed, arms crossed, perceiving Chen Feng merely as a covetous interloper. "Very well. You may proceed with your kill, and should you fail, I shall step in." Chen Feng smiled, thinking that if they were unwilling, they could merely await their own misfortune. He settled onto a nearby rock, biding his time, anticipating the moment the Taro Conch merman would retaliate and drive the 3 men back, at which point he could dispatch it without it being considered theft of another's prey. Noticing Chen Feng's inactivity, the 3 men sighed in relief. The sudden arrival of outsiders had compelled them to be more cautious, and they had fought the merman with trepidation. Now emboldened, their attacks grew fiercer, forcing the Taro Conch merman to retreat further. Damn it, suddenly, the merman, seemingly desperate, emitted a shriek, and a jet of dark green liquid erupted from its mouth. Chapter 36. Ignoring the wise words of the leader at that moment, the three men, having gained the upper hand and seeing the merman being continuously pressured, let their guard down upon witnessing the dark green liquid spewing forth. They recognized its ominous hue and the white vapor rising from it. Realizing it was no ordinary substance, panic surged through them, and they hastily dodged point two security personnel, an older man and a younger one. Possessing some martial prowess, narrowly evaded the spray, the liquid merely grazing their attire. After their evasive maneuvers, they felt a burning sensation as the liquid began to corrode their clothing, prompting them to hastily discard their garments, sustaining no serious harm. However, the middle-aged man wearing golden spectacles was less fortunate. Despite his efforts to escape, his right hand was splattered with the toxic liquid. The bespectacled man screamed in agony as the dark green liquid made contact with his skin, instantly emitting white smoke, causing his skin to crack and a pungent odor to waft through the air. "Oh no! Boss Zhang!" the woman shrieked, while the two security personnel gasped in horror, rushing to assess the situation. Meanwhile, the Taro conch merman, already riddled with wounds, seemed to seize the opportunity, realizing it was outmatched, and swiftly dove into the mist. I could see that moment. Chen Feng, who had been waiting from afar, softly instructed Gina, pursue and eliminate that merman. Then retrieve the fallen black iron treasure chest. "As you command, master," Gina responded, her delicate eyes suddenly sharpening as she plunged into the mist. Although her speed was a disadvantage, being a mid-level merman, coupled with the fact that the Taro conch merman was injured, meant that she would likely catch up in no time. "Ouch! Wife, please save me!" the bespectacled man cried, clutching his arm in agony, cold sweat pouring down his face, struggling on the ground. From his tone, it was evident that the woman was indeed his spouse. "Do not concern yourselves with him. The merman has already fled. You must pursue it at once." The woman seemed oblivious to her husband's cries, her focus solely on the escaping merman. The older and younger security personnel exchanged glances. The older one shook his head, and they decided against following the merman, opting instead to check on the bespectacled man's injuries. "You useless fools, and now the prize has slipped through our fingers," the woman exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot. Observing the two security personnel's lack of resolve, she bent down to assess her husband's condition and continued, "Is such a trivial wound truly worth all this fuss?" Her only response was the man's anguished cries that, as the group huddled together, a flash of lightning illuminated the mist not far away, and soon after, Chen Feng saw Gina returning, cradling a pitch-black iron chest. "Master, the merman has been slain." Receiving the chest from Gina, Chen Feng promptly stowed it away in his repository. The four onlookers finally took notice of the striking merman beside Chen Feng, previously obscured by the mist. They had assumed Chen Feng and his companions were merely ordinary humans. Although they were puzzled as to why this merman would heed Chen Feng's commands, they marveled at her prowess. Just moments ago, the three of them had failed to vanquish the merman. Yet this beautiful merman had succeeded with ease. Aside from the bespectacled man writhing in pain on the ground, the others regarded Chen Feng and his companions with astonishment. However, the woman, amidst her shock, wore a look of indignation. "Hey, that merman was our target first. Now you've killed it. What gives? Moreover, if you were capable of slaying this merman, why did you not assist us earlier?" Chen Feng chuckled at her words, but before he could respond, Zhou Lingrui interjected. "You truly are shameless. We saw you engaged in battle with the merman and chose not to interfere. In fact, we warned you of the merman's dangers. Who told you not to heed Chen Feng's wise counsel? Furthermore, we intentionally waited until the merman had escaped before pursuing it. Whether it lives or dies is of no concern to you. As for helping you directly, you must be out of your mind. What debt do I owe you?" After finishing her retort, Zhou Lingrui turned to Chen Feng, her expression conveying, "See, I told you I was right." Chen Feng smiled faintly, appreciating the young girl's spiritedness. Just as the woman was about to speak again, the older security personnel interjected. "Miss Su, cease your complaints and tend to Boss Zhang's injuries. They are worsening." His words finally redirected the woman's attention. Chen Feng and the others followed her gaze, The previously corroded wound was now spreading rapidly, reaching the joint of his forearm, and the bespectacled man was rolling his eyes, on the verge of losing consciousness due to the pain that if this continues, it will reach his neck, and he will surely perish. What are you waiting for? In his current state, the only option is to amputate the arm and use level 1 red potion to seal the wound to save his life. Observing the despondence of the group, Chen Feng frowned and reminded them. Venom and wounds differ. The red potion is ineffective against toxins. The bespectacled man's injury necessitates amputation of the corroded area first, followed by the application of the red potion to promote scabbing. Yes, I just unlocked the level 2 shop today and saw that it contains level 1 red potions, which are said to treat injuries. The older security personnel exclaimed, smacking his forehead as he suddenly recalled. His statement drew Chen Feng's scrutiny. The older man, nearing 50, still appeared robust, likely having consumed level 1 strengthening potion, which explained why the three of them could overpower a low-level merman. No, if we amputate his arm, he will become a cripple, the woman protested vehemently. Hearing her, the two security personnel exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed, considering the bespectacled man was her husband. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, the bespectacled man gasped, "Cut! Hurry up and cut!" He was not foolish. He understood his predicament well, that if they did not act swiftly, the venom would spread, sealing his fate. Upon hearing his plea, the woman begrudgingly turned around, exclaiming, "Fine, cut away." After all, he was already a useless man. With her reluctant consent, the older security personnel rose, readying a long blade to take action. Suddenly, it seemed as though he recalled something. I lack enough survival points to purchase a level 1 red potion. I've already exhausted my supplies after buying the level 1 enhancement potion and the long knife. After uttering these words, the four exchanged glances, their eyes collectively fixed on Chen Feng, the elderly security guard. His expression fraught with concern, spoke helplessly, "Young man, as you can see, I currently have no survival points left. Since you can effortlessly slay mermen, I presume you've unlocked the level 2 shop. Might I borrow a bottle of red potion from you? I can offer you materials in exchange." Chapter 37. What Baolin, after pondering for a moment, Chen Feng nodded in agreement that a trade was acceptable. The survival points required for a level 1 red potion were minimal, and I shall not inflate the price. 20 units of iron blocks will suffice. If you agree, we can proceed with the transaction. Chen Feng concluded, retrieving a bottle of red potion, which he held in his hand. It was not as if the potion had come to him by mere chance. 20 units of iron blocks felt just right, had it not been for the seemingly honest and earnest old security guard's request. Chen Feng would have been disinclined to concern himself with the fates of these individuals. "Excellent. I am immensely grateful that you, young man, have consented to the transaction. I happen to possess some iron blocks." The old security guard exchanged the red potion with Chen Feng, a broad, genuine smile illuminating his darkened face, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, young man." "What is there to be thankful for? We lost our merman to him. What does it matter if he trades us a bottle of red potion?" A woman, her demeanor sharp and acerbic, interjected disdainfully. "If you ask me, he ought to return the treasure chest that just dropped." "You old hag, do not be so greedy." Zhou Lingrue's petite nose flared with indignation. She had completely aligned herself with Chen Feng, resolutely opposing anyone attempting to take advantage of him. "You insolent little girl. What kind of person haven't I encountered? You, merely relying on your looks to cling to a powerful figure. What do you have to be so proud of?" The woman scoffed, her expression one of condescension, as if she understood everything. Zhou Lingrui was left speechless, her anger choking her words. The woman's statement held a grain of truth, as she indeed had acted in such a manner, despite Chen Feng's lack of any overt action against her. Enough. Chen Feng could no longer contain his ire at the incessant prattling of the woman before him. Instead of expressing gratitude, she seemed intent on claiming the fallen black iron treasure chest, truly a delusion. His voice thundered in anger. Gina, sensing her master's fury, raised an eyebrow, a powerful current crackling between her hands, ready to unleash destruction upon the group at Chen Feng's command. The woman, upon witnessing the formidable electricity in Gina's grasp, Suddenly recalled that it was Gina who had single-handedly dispatched the merman moments ago, and she fell silent. "All right, Miss Sue, we must prioritize treating your husband's injuries," the old security guard, perceiving the escalating tension, quickly sought to mediate. "Understood. Just hurry up," the woman replied impatiently, her demeanor betraying no concern for her husband. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man on the ground had succumbed to pain, lying motionless. This may be for the best. Without anesthetics, it spares him from feeling additional agony during the amputation. The old security guard signaled to a younger guard to lay the man's arm flat on the ground. He then retrieved a piece of firewood, ignited it, and used the flame to sterilize his long knife. Chen Feng surmised that given the rudimentary conditions, this was merely a makeshift method of disinfection. With the long knife raised high, the old security guard brought it down forcefully, severing the corroded portion of the arm, blood gushing forth from the wound. The unconscious man seemed to sense the pain, his features contorting in agony. His wife, however, appeared devoid of any empathy, casting covert yet venomous glances at Chen Feng and his companions. Seemingly lost in thought, the old security guard quickly removed the cap from the red potion and poured it over the wound. The effect was immediate. The bleeding ceased, the wound began to knit together, slowly forming a reddish-brown scab, while the man's expression gradually relaxed, likely on the cusp of regaining consciousness. Witnessing this almost magical healing effect, the old security guard was taken aback. In this gaming world, nothing could be viewed through the lens of common sense. Seeing the bespectacled man stabilize, the old security guard finally exhaled in relief, instructing the younger guard and the woman to keep a vigilant watch. Since one of their party had sustained injuries, it was clear they would need a rest before continuing their journey. He approached Chen Feng, his expression earnest. "I am truly grateful to you, young man. May I inquire your name? It would be convenient to add you as a friend. This way, I might have a means to repay your kindness. Adding each other as friends is acceptable, but repaying kindness is unnecessary. We have merely engaged in mutual benefit. My name is Chen Feng." Despite the woman's abhorrent behavior within this quartet, Chen Feng discerned that the old security guard was indeed a man of integrity. "Chen Feng, you are the renowned Chen Feng." The old security guard's face was a portrait of incredulity, unable to fathom that the youth before him was the prominent figure well known in the chat channels. His astonishment was palpable. The younger guard and the woman behind him exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of respect. After regaining composure, the old security guard continued. "Chen Feng, it is an honor to finally meet you. May we converse a bit further?" Noticing that the old security guard seemed to have more to discuss, Chen Feng nodded in acquiescence. They walked a short distance of about 10 meters, engaging in conversation. Suddenly reminded of the pack of red Nanjing cigarettes in his backpack, Chen Feng decided against quitting smoking, retrieving one to share with the old security guard as they conversed. The old security guard began introducing his companions, providing Chen Feng with insight into their group. It turned out that the four were already acquainted. Since the game's update enabled friend requests, they had added each other and finally reunited on the island. The bespectacled man was named Zhang Taisheng, and his wife was Su Xiaoli. They were homeowners in a high-end community in Nanjing City, once considered affluent. The old security guard was named Guobaolin, and the younger guard was Wang Yong, both employed as security personnel in the upscale community. Upon reaching the shore, prior to their encounter, the old security guard had taken Chen Feng's warning message in the chat channel to heart, promptly chopping down numerous trees. Not only had they upgraded their raft, but they had also unlocked the level 2 shop, purchasing enhancement potions and long knives for self-dash defense. It was only last night that the group had finally come together, as Guobaolin had successfully become a level 1 enhancer. This morning, they prepared to delve deeper in pursuit of mermen and resources. The ill merman they encountered was merely the second they had faced. Chen Feng found it perplexing. Zhang Taisheng and his wife, one frail and the other arrogant, seemed like burdensome companions. After Guobaolin explained, Chen Feng learned that although the couple might be an encumbrance, Zhang Taisheng had once rendered assistance to him prior to their journey, helping him resolve work-related issues and securing his family's welfare. This was why Guobaolin was willing to include them. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng nodded, acknowledging that Guobaolin was not only honest but also grateful, making him someone worthy of deeper friendship. Extinguishing his cigarette, Chen Feng felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. Such individuals were indeed rare in this post-apocalyptic world. After sharing his thoughts, Guo Baolin hesitated, as if wrestling with his words, before finally speaking again. Chen Feng, I know you may not require assistance, but I still wish to ask, would you consider joining us in our expedition deeper into Treasure Island? We could mutually support one another, ensuring our safety. Chapter 38. The proposition joined forces? Chen Feng mulled over Guo Baolin's proposal. It seemed that upon learning of Chen Feng's name, he had already contemplated inviting him. For Chen Feng was the first to single-handedly slay a merman, showcasing formidable abilities. Observing the anticipation etched on Guo Baolin's face, Chen Feng weighed the offer. In truth, Chen Feng felt that with his current capabilities, he hardly needed to form a team to hunt mermen. Should he encounter low-level mermen, with Gina, his Pikachu, at his side, he would hardly need to lift a finger. Against mid-level mermen, Guo Baolin and his companions would be of little assistance, as only Guo Baolin had consumed the level 1 enhancement potion successfully. Zhang Taisheng was too slight to be of any aid, while the younger guard, Wang Yong, was too young, and Su Xiaoli's sharp tongue and disdainful demeanor made her presence uninviting. What benefit would there be in joining them? Yet, as Chen Feng pondered further, he realized that there were potential advantages to accompanying them. Initially, he had only considered scenarios involving single mermen if he were to face several at once. Or even a dozen, it could pose a significant threat. Previously, when confronted with 3 simultaneously, had he not relied on his wits, he might have found himself in dire straits. Traveling with Guo Baolin's group had its merits. Not necessarily for their assistance in slaying mermen, but for the assurance that should he need to flee, he could easily outpace them and escape unscathed. He recalled a story. 2 individuals journeying together encountered a hungry lion. Both panicked. One pulled out a pair of running shoes from his backpack, slowly putting them on. The other, baffled, asked, "You think wearing running shoes will help you outrun the lion?" The man replied, "I don't need to outrun the lion. I just need to outrun you." Chen Feng currently harbors the notion that should he encounter multiple or formidable fishmen in the future, Guo Baolin and his companions might very well be the ones not wearing running shoes. Chen Feng adopts a pragmatic outlook. In this apocalyptic maritime landscape, companionship is merely a fleeting pretense. Even couples may choose to part ways in times of dire straits, let alone these unfamiliar allies. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng reached a resolution that he cast a glance at Guo Baolin, whose face was alight with anticipation, and offered a faint smile. "Old Guo, from now on, I shall call you that." After a moment's contemplation, I find that traveling alongside you is not entirely out of the question. "Really?" Guo Baolin exclaimed, his joy palpable that he had braced himself for rejection, given that Chen Feng alone could vanquish fishmen. Why would he need to bring them along? It was merely a tentative inquiry, and he never expected Chen Feng to acquiesce. "Old Guo, do not rejoice too soon if I am to accompany you. I too have my conditions," Chen Feng interjected, curbing Guo Baolin's excitement. "Please, speak plainly." "Very well, then I trust you have observed my abilities. I can control a particularly formidable fishman. With my involvement, slaying fishmen would become a considerably easier task, and the likelihood of casualties would diminish significantly. What say you, Old Guo?" "Indeed, I witnessed the electrical prowess of that fishman just now," Guo Baolin responded. "Having you join us is indeed a stroke of good fortune." "Well, since we are in agreement, I shall lay out my condition. Henceforth, whoever slays a fishman shall claim the treasure chest for themselves." This proposition caused Guo Baolin's expression to shift to one of hesitation, as he fell into contemplation. Chen Feng smiled slightly, seemingly unfazed, patiently waiting. This condition, in truth, favored Guo Baolin and his companions. Given their pace in hunting fishmen, they would likely manage only 2 or 3 in a day, with the potential for fatalities. However, with Chen Feng in their midst, even if they were unable to slay any fishmen, their lives would be safeguarded. It was possible that the fishmen would fall to Chen Feng's prowess before they even had a chance to act. Chen Feng recognized that Guo Baolin was no fool. Upon careful consideration, he would surely arrive at a conclusion. One option involved his own team hunting fishmen, fraught with high risk, especially with one member injured and their combat effectiveness greatly diminished. The other option was to follow Chen Feng, whose ability to dispatch fishmen with ease would undoubtedly provide a safer alternative. "All right, I agree. Let us go speak with the others." After pondering for just a couple of minutes, Guobalin nodded in affirmation. Having lived for nearly 50 years, he could certainly grasp this matter like a tea that moment. Zhang Taisheng, the bespectacled man, awoke, his pallor resembling that of a ghost due to excessive blood loss. His wife, Su Xiaoli, displayed no concern for him, while Zhang Taisheng seemed indifferent, as if accustomed to such treatment. Guobalin approached and quietly informed the others about Chen Feng's inclusion in their group. Chen Feng also moved to Zhou Lingrue's side, sharing his intention to team up with Guobalin and his companions. Zhou Lingrue nodded obediently. Yes, Brother Chen Feng, whatever you decide is fine by me. Chen Feng smirked. Despite Zhou Lingrue's affectionate address, he was actually a year younger than her. It seemed she was oblivious to his exasperation, and upon realizing their impending partnership with Guobalin's group, she adjusted her shirt, ensuring it was securely fastened, mentally calculating. Now that there are other men present, she must not allow them to see anything untoward. What? Whoever slays it gets the spoils. So, if we exert ourselves, and he kills it, all the reward goes to him. We would be left with nothing. A voice filled with resentment pulled Chen Feng's attention. It was Su Xiaoli. He regarded her with a cold smile, choosing silence. Such matters were better left for Guobalin to address. If he could not manage this trivial issue, there would be no need for Chen Feng to ally with them. The regional channel would suffice to gather a larger crowd. Crossing his arms, Chen Feng quietly observed their deliberations. Miss Su, this arrangement was mutually agreed upon by Chen Feng and me. I've already accepted his terms. Guobalin seemed to have anticipated Su Xiaoli's reaction, offering an explanation. You discussed this? You think you could decide for me? Do not forget, you are merely a security guard in our community, just a watchman. Upon uttering these words, Su Xiaoli's tone ignited Guobalin's irritation. And the nearby security guard, Wang Yong, regarded her with evident displeasure. What of being a security guard? Does that make one less human? Zhang Taisheng merely wore an awkward expression, saying nothing, clearly intimidated by his wife. Indeed, I am a security guard. Yet you must understand, my willingness to accompany you and Mr. Zhang stems from gratitude for Mr. Zhang's kindness. If you truly oppose this, I shall take Wang Yong and depart. Our team will scatter. Guobalin, feeling the heat of the moment, could hardly contain his ire at being labeled a mere watchman by a woman. Zhang Taisheng, I told you so when you treated this security guard well. I warned you he would not repay your kindness. Now, it seems, he has forgotten all you have done for him. You provided him with work and a place to stay, and now he wishes to abandon us. Look at this ungrateful wretch. Su Xiaoli's agitation was palpable as she pointed an accusing finger at Guobalin, addressing the injured Zhang Taisheng. Enough, Xiaoli, must you truly drive us to our demise? My arm is broken, and if Guobalin chooses not to assist us, we shall meet our end by tomorrow. Please, think clearly. The pain of his injury combined with the distress caused by his wife's outburst finally prompted Zhang Taisheng to erupt. Upon hearing his words, Su Xiaoli gazed at Zhang Taisheng's severed arm, scoffing in indignation, and fell silent, though her eyes still held resentment as she cast glances at Chen Feng and his companions. Chen Feng, naturally, noticed this but deemed it beneath him to engage with such a shrew. Arguing with her would only sully his dignity. He would not hesitate to retaliate should she act against him. A fierce glare directed at her was sufficient to cause Su Xiaoli to avert her gaze, intimidated. Thus, the alliance between Chen Feng and Guobalin was officially established. After a brief respite, the group awaited Zhang Taisheng's recovery before preparing to venture deeper into the island. As the populace began to explore the island en masse, the likelihood of encountering fishmen in the outer areas diminished. During their rest, Chen Feng had informed Guobalin and the others about the levels of fishmen, revealing their ignorance regarding these creatures. Upon learning this, they were struck by dread, realizing that should they encounter a mid-level fishman, their demise would be imminent. Meanwhile, the quiet security guard, Wang Yong, finally spoke up. Brother Chen Feng, the mermaid by your side must be a mid-level fishman, correct? At this question, Guobalin promptly tapped Wang Yong on the head, signaling him to refrain from prying into others' affairs, particularly in front of them. Chen Feng, graciously acknowledging the inquiry, confirmed that Gina could indeed eliminate low-level fishmen, thus the truth of her being a mid-level fishman was unavoidable. However, he refrained from elaborating further. Chen Feng appreciated Guo Baolin's discretion. Although they had formed a group, the atmosphere remained somewhat tense. Gina led the way, with Chen Feng, Zhou Lingrui, Guo Baolin, and Wang Yong following closely behind, while Zhang Taixing and Su Xiaoli trailed at the rear. As the group delved deeper, they soon encountered a low-level fishman. The creature hesitated, taken aback by the presence of so many humans, seemingly contemplating whether to engage in battle. However, after a few moments of deliberation, it let out a garbled cry and charged forward. Chen Feng retrieved the Fishman Encyclopedia. Low-level fat-headed fishman abilities. Large brain capacity, capable of calculating battle strategies. Weakness, somewhat straightforward, prone to rash actions, seeing the fishman rushing toward them. Guo Baolin quickly readied his long knife, prepared to engage. Among their group, only he possessed significant combat strength. Gina, take care of it. Chen Feng, noticing the fishman was of low rank, relaxed his demeanor and casually instructed Gina. Yes, master. With a crackling sound, a flash of electricity illuminated the space, momentarily blinding them. When Guo Baolin and the others gradually opened their eyes, the low-level fat-headed fishman lay motionless on the ground, exhaling wisps of smoke, while a dark chest rested quietly beneath it. Regardless of its nature as a fat-headed fishman or its ability to strategize, once classified as a low-level fishman, it was simply a matter of execution. Gina dispatched it as effortlessly as crushing an ant, her expression devoid of emotion, which made Chen Feng internally exclaim in admiration. She truly shone in this moment. Was that it? Just like that. Guo Baolin, Wang Yong, and the couple behind them exchanged incredulous glances. Su Xiaoli, who had previously doubted Chen Feng, now stood meekly, hardly daring to breathe. Although they were aware of Gina's capability to effortlessly defeat fishmen, they had not anticipated it would be so simple. With a swift motion, Chen Feng declared, "Old Guo, I shall not be modest. I killed this fishman, and I will take the treasure." Looking at the astonished expressions of Guo Baolin and the others, he smiled contentedly that, very well. Guo Baolin hastily nodded in agreement, watching as Zhou Lingrui collected the black iron chest. The group continued onward, having tasted the sweetness of slaying fishmen. Their eagerness only heightened. As Chen Feng and his companions ventured deeper, the frequency of their encounters with fishmen steadily increased. However, they were merely one or two low-level fishmen. Low-level bread crab man, Gina, the fishman has perished. Low-level starfish fishman, Gina, the fishman has passed away. Low-level seahorse man, to Gina, Old Guo, let's go. 2 fishmen have fallen. When encountering a single fishman, Gina can handle it alone, and when faced with 2, she first dispatches one, while Chen Feng and Guo Baolin engage the other. By the time Gina is free, the second one has also succumbed, an efficiency that is truly terrifying. This has left Guo Baolin and his companions beaming with joy. Not only do they face no danger, but they occasionally manage to slay a fishman or 2. They unanimously agree that teaming up with Chen Feng was indeed a sagacious choice. Even Su Xiaoli occasionally exchanges a few casual words with Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng refrains from employing the refined iron bow and solar-powered paralysis baton, opting instead to wield a long sword akin to that of Guo Baolin. This is partly because he cannot elucidate the explosive effectiveness of these weapons, and partly because he intentionally wishes to conceal some of his trump cards at this juncture. Gina's prowess has sufficiently demonstrated Chen Feng's formidable strength, rendering the need to reveal all his capabilities unnecessary. As dusk settled and the sky gradually darkened, Chen Feng and the others ceased their deeper exploration of the island. They chose a secluded yet vast crevice among the rocky outcrops to rest for the night. The low-lying terrain, coupled with the dense fog, provided them with excellent concealment, ensuring that no humans or fishmen would likely discover them during their stay. Upon igniting a fire, the group examined the spoils of the day. Throughout the entirety of the daylight hours, they had successfully defeated 15 low-level fishmen. Following their prior distribution model, Chen Feng claimed 12, while Guo Baolin and the others received 3, observing the 3 treasure chests before them. Guo Baolin and Wang Yong were in high spirits. Having acquired 3 black iron chests without any casualties, they were quite satisfied with the outcome. However, Su Xiaoli and her husband cast envious glances at the 12 treasure chests in front of Chen Feng. their eyes betraying a hint of jealousy. Chapter 40. Would you help me wipe my back? Zhang Taisheng and Su Xiaoli, despite their grievances, dared not voice their discontent after witnessing the events of the day. They had observed that, when facing the fishmen, it was predominantly Gina who resolved most encounters, with Guobaolin only engaging 2 or 3 times, while the couple played the role of spectators for the entire day. Contributing nothing to it could be said that of the 15 treasure chests, 12 of the fishmen were vanquished solely by Chen Feng's strength, without needing any assistance from their side. Conversely, Chen Feng had actively aided in the defeat of the 3 fishmen slain by Old Gua. As Guobaolin and his companions hastily opened their 3 black iron chests, they were met with disappointment upon revealing their contents. The black iron chests had a 90 chance of yielding resources and a 10 chance of producing white items. Their luck seemed to have run dry, as all 3 chests contained only resources. They understood that while resources were important, obtaining a special item might have unforeseen benefits. Nevertheless, Guobaolin and his companions did not dwell too much on their disappointment. At least the 3 chests yielded a substantial amount of resources. 400 g of peculiar flavored beans, 500 g of 5-nut mooncakes, and 800 milliliters of mung bean soup. These provisions would suffice for a hearty meal that night. Chen Feng, aren't you opening your treasure chests? Guobaolin inquired, having gathered his resources and noticing that Chen Feng was stowing away his chests without a hint of intention to open them. Haha, I'm currently well-stocked, so I won't be opening them for now. Perhaps I should gather a bit more before attempting to increase the odds of obtaining white items. Chen Feng knew he could not open them yet. Otherwise, his luck would trigger, possibly yielding over 10 white items, a claim that no one would believe, leaving him to concoct an excuse. Guobaolin nodded, considering this might indeed be a prudent strategy, and then suggested, after a long day, Chen Feng, let's share a meal together. Chen Feng agreed, calling over Gina and Zhou Lingrui to join the group. They found a somewhat clean patch of ground to sit down and prepare some food. Upon seeing Chen Feng approach, Zhang Taisheng and his wife frowned, feeling quite displeased. Having already received so many treasure chests, Chen Feng's arrival for food felt like a demand on their resources. However, the couple merely thought this without voicing their opinions. Chen Feng's remarkable performance throughout the day had effectively silenced Su Xiaoli, not to mention Zhang Taisheng, a man of timid disposition who feared his wife. Sensing the couple's thoughts, Chen Feng could not help but feel exasperated at their pettiness. He certainly did not concern himself with their meager provisions, so he retrieved several crabs, 4 pounds of pork, and a pinch of salt from his storage, handing them to Zhou Lingrui. Zhou Lingrui, please roast this food for everyone to enjoy. Sure thing, I'll get right on it. Zhou Lingrui cheerfully accepted the meat, proudly waving it in front of the others, showcasing her bounty. Chen Feng's meat resources once again astonished the group, their faces lighting up with joy. Pork, seafood, and salt were far superior to their mooncakes and peculiar flavored beans. Before long, the food was ready. Although Zhou Lingrui's cooking skills were average, the pork was a rare treat for Guobaolin and the others, who savored each bite with reluctance before finally swallowing. During this feast, Chen Feng ate sparingly, with Zhou Lingrui and Gina being the most ravenous. Gina, being a fishman, likely had a larger appetite than a human, while Zhou Lingrui was simply famished. Soon, they were sated. Old Gua, the rocky formations here may be well concealed, but we should take turns keeping watch tonight to avoid any potential dangers after a day of battle. Gina was weary, and Chen Feng could not bear to have her keep watch that night. All right, then the 4 of us men will take turns on watch. Guobaolin nodded, agreeing with Chen Feng's reasoning. They deliberated and decided that Old Guo would take the first watch, followed by Wang Yong, then Zhang Taisheng, and finally Chen Feng. Although they were a cohesive team now, it was clear to all that Chen Feng, Zhou Lingrui, and Gina formed one faction, while Guobaolin and his companions constituted another. After all, they had only known each other for a day, and a degree of caution was still warranted. Consequently, each person found a spot, lit a fire for warmth, and settled in for rest. Chen Feng and his companions maintained a respectful distance, with a protruding rock blocking their line of sight. We must continue our endeavors tomorrow, so rest early tonight, Chen Feng advised the 2 women. They both nodded in agreement, but Zhou Lingrui suddenly produced a piece of cloth, reluctantly dampening it with some fresh water before unbuttoning 2 buttons of her shirt to wipe her body, unabashedly disregarding Chen Feng's presence. After a day of heat, I can't sleep without wiping off this sweat, Zhou Lingrui said with a smile, her cheeks flushed. The sight was undeniably overwhelming. Chen Feng's mouth fell open, taken aback by Zhou Lingrui's audacity. Chen Feng, could you help me with my back? I can't reach it, she said, extending the towel towards him with a sweet tone. How is one supposed to withstand this? Chen Feng thought, if it weren't for the presence of others behind the rock, he might have. He couldn't help but feel speechless and chose to ignore Zhou Lingrui, turning away to close his eyes and attempt to sleep. Only Zhou Lingrui's delighted giggles echoed in the A-I-R-A-T that moment. She found Chen Feng oddly endearing. Originally, she had intended to follow him due to his ample resources and formidable strength, even if it meant offering her body as a price. She would have accepted it. However, after 2 days of interaction, she discovered that Chen Feng was not the person she had initially imagined. Now, Zhou Lingrui genuinely felt a budding affection for him. After getting dressed, she hurriedly lay down behind Chen Feng, wrapping her arms around him tightly, resting her head on his shoulder, as if seeking immense comfort in his presence. Chen Feng was acutely aware of the significant weight pressing against him from behind. The sensation was rather overwhelming, accompanied by gentle breaths that tickled his neck. After struggling slightly, he noticed her breaths growing heavier. Had she fallen asleep in less than a minute? Chen Feng shrugged, resigning himself to the warmth enveloping him, and succumbed to sleep, knowing he would need to rise for watch in the early hours. Meanwhile, Gina, due to her unique abilities, lay down a safe distance from Chen Feng, though her ears remained alert. Occasionally twitching even with her eyes closed, it seemed that even in rest, her vigilance was unwavering. Chapter 41. Sister's technique is impressive with eyes closed and then opened. The night passed in a blink. Zhang Taisheng called out from a distance, awakening Chen Feng for his watch. Based on the countdown from the game interface, Chen Feng estimated it was around 5 in the morning. Unbeknownst to him, during the night, he and Zhou Lingrui had ended up in each other's embrace, slowly rising. Chen Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment as he gently extracted his arm from around Zhou Lingrui. Careful not to disturb her slumber, Zhou Lingrui was in a deep sleep, drowsily turning over and mumbling a few words, showing no signs of waking. Chen Feng signaled to Gina, who had already opened her eyes, to continue resting while he made his way to a higher rocky outcrop. Perched atop the rock, he enjoyed a clear view. Despite the surrounding fog, he could see within a 20-meter radius. As he kept watch, his mind wandered. As the day drew to a close, Chen Feng gradually became acquainted with the people around him. His companionship with these individuals prompted him to contemplate how he might acquire the Rafts' heart, the most crucial material for upgrading his vessel. Chen Feng perceived that Zhou Lingrui possessed a certain cunning, yet for the time being, she harbored no ill intentions towards him. He could consider inviting her to join his team in order to secure her Rafts' heart. Among the quartet of Guobaolin, Chen Feng believed that only the elder Guo was worth befriending. Wang Yong, a former colleague of Guo, was taciturn and had previously been under his care. Thus, upon entering the game, Guo was inclined to continue looking after him. However, Wang Yong was frail and lacked any notable skills. Zhang Taisheng remained silent, but Chen Feng could discern that he was exceedingly fearful of his wife, exhibiting a cowardly disposition, rendering him of little use. Especially after losing an arm yesterday, he was even more incapacitated. As for Su Xiaoli, she was a sharp-tongued woman. Despite possessing some charm, her personality would likely elicit disdain from anyone who crossed her path. Thus, Chen Feng found himself in a quandary that if he were to gather partners to collect the 3 Rafts' hearts, Zhou Lingrui, Guobaolin, and himself would suffice. However, he had no intention of aligning himself with Wang Yong, Zhang Taisheng, or Su Xiaoli in the future. Yet after observing Guobaolin's deep bonds with Wang Yong and Zhang Taisheng throughout the day, Chen Feng suspected that Guo would be unwilling to part with them. Sighing, Chen Feng lamented the difficulty of finding a trustworthy companion. Was he truly to resort to violence and looting to acquire the Rafts' heart? He decided to refrain from overthinking, opting instead to take things one step at a time. As dawn broke, Chen Feng suddenly heard a series of footsteps approaching from behind. Turning to look, he saw Su Xiaoli. Puzzled by her early rising, he wondered if Zhang Taisheng had inadvertently awakened her. Nevertheless, Chen Feng had no interest in engaging with her. He preferred to ignore her entirely. Su Xiaoli had suffered from insomnia the previous night, tossing and turning without rest. Her mind was tumultuous, having finally arrived at Treasure Island and reunited with her husband and 2 security guards from their neighborhood. She had initially felt secure with 3 strong men to protect her. However, she was dismayed to discover that her husband had lost an arm that morning, rendering him even more useless than before. Although they had encountered Chen Feng later and found some measure of safety, Su Xiaoli could clearly see that he held her in disdain. There was little she could do about it, given her own unpleasant disposition. After waiting for her husband to fall asleep, she got up and stepped outside. Observing Chen Feng's silhouette, she mused, "Once that brat leaves, where will we find the black iron treasure chest? With Zhang Tiesheng's ineptitude, how could he possibly protect me? He undoubtedly has a wealth of resources. That little vixen by his side is likely drawn to that." With these thoughts, Su Xiaoli approached Chen Feng, adjusting her expression to feign a smile. "Chen Feng, have you awoken?" Chen Feng cast her a fleeting glance. The Su Xiaoli before him was a stark contrast to the sharp-tongued woman he had encountered the day prior. The previously acerbic woman was now smiling, leaving Chen Feng perplexed. He replied curtly, unwilling to engage further. "Yesterday morning, I was in the wrong. My sister is rather straightforward and spoke too brusquely. I hope you do not take it to heart." Su Xiaoli puffed her chest and settled onto the rock beside Chen Feng. "It's nothing," he said, furrowing his brow, pondering what Su Xiaoli was up to. Why is she here, apologizing at such an hour? "Ha ha, Chen Feng, you truly are a remarkable young man. From now on, I shall rely on you more," Su Xiaoli said, flicking her hair and gazing at him with a glimmer in her eyes. Playfully patting his leg over 30. If not for her abrasive personality, Su Xiaoli could be quite an appealing woman. Now, with a radiant smile and a hint of flirtation in her eyes, she presented a different allure. If Chen Feng failed to see through Su Xiaoli's intentions at this moment, he would indeed be a fool. Just yesterday, Zhou Lingrui had made a similar advance, and now it was Su Xiaoli's turn. "Miss Su, please conduct yourself with dignity," Chen Feng admonished, his brow furrowed as he instinctively shifted away from her. "Ha. Chen Feng, what is the matter? Am I not beautiful enough?" Su Xiaoli pressed, refusing to let him escape as she boldly leaned closer. Encroaching upon his space, her hands deftly seeking to touch him. Chen Feng had long adopted a policy of keeping his distance from her, and her advances only intensified his irritation. "Miss Su, your husband is nearby. I advise you not to overstep. Isn't it more thrilling if he is here? Don't worry, my technique is quite good. I promise you will be satisfied," Su Xiaoli replied, leaning in further. "Get lost. Don T pushed me to extremes." Chen Feng's anger reached a boiling point, and with a surge of enhanced strength, he pushed Su Xiaoli, sending her tumbling to the ground. Feeling her charms had failed, Su Xiaoli's demeanor shifted. She stood up, huffing disdainfully at Chen Feng before departing, muttering about his lack of appreciation. Chen Feng, wary of entangling himself with a married woman of such poor character, felt relieved that he had not documented her earlier behavior to show her husband. As he resumed his watch, the incident quickly faded from his mind. The sun had risen, and he heard the familiar notification sound indicating the survival points had refreshed. However, before he could access the game interface, a rustling of footsteps in the vicinity heightened his alertness. There were multiple individuals approaching, at least a dozen by the sound of it. Unable to discern whether they were human or fish people, Chen Feng's heart raced as he leapt down from the rock, moving toward Gina and Zhou Lingrui. Gina had already recognized the situation and was on her feet. Chen Feng picked up Zhou Lingrui like a chick and intended to alert the others. "What is wrong, Chen Feng? Are we having breakfast?" Zhou Lingrui groggily inquired, rubbing her eyes in response. Chen Feng gestured for silence. Upon seeing his serious expression, Zhou Lingrui jolted awake, realizing they might be in danger. Chen Feng continued, rousing Guo Baolin and the others as they awakened. They too heard the approaching footsteps, and their expressions darkened, the atmosphere growing tense. "Chen Feng, do you think those footsteps belong to fish people or humans?" Guo Baolin asked, his dark face taut with concern. "The fog is too thick. We cannot discern until they draw closer, Chen Feng replied, burying the smoldering fire with dirt to avoid attracting attention. The sound grew louder, drawing nearer. Guo Baolin listened intently, hoping to glean information. His words caused Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli to exchange worried glances if they encountered a threat they could not handle. Zhou Lingrui would have Chen Feng for protection. But Guo Baolin might struggle to protect himself. It was they who were most at risk. Regardless of whether they are humans or fish people, until we ascertain their identity, let us proceed with caution. It is too late to venture out now. We should huddle beneath that rock formation, Chen Feng suggested, pointing to the uneven boulders behind them. There was a shallow tunnel beneath the rocks that was difficult to spot unless one stood right in front of it. Upon hearing his directive, the group hurriedly followed Chen Feng to the shelter of the rocks, crouching low and peering out into the tunnel, waiting for the footsteps to draw closer. Should fish people appear and discover them, a battle would be unavoidable. However, facing numerous fish people at once, and uncertain of their levels, even with Gina as assistance, it would be perilous. If they were humans, the situation could be even more complicated. With so many individuals gathered, the outcome of an encounter was unpredictable at this moment. Hiding and observing was their best option. The footsteps continued for a while, and Chen Feng sensed that the group had stopped near where they had just gathered. But from their position in the tunnel, visibility was obstructed. The individuals outside had ceased moving, likely taking a moment to rest. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices reached their ears, all in the language of the fish people. It was evident that they were indeed surrounded by fish people. The group exchanged grave glances, suppressing their breaths. Confronting a solitary low-level fish person was manageable, but facing a dozen or more with uncertainties about their levels. Chen Feng remained vigilant, not even allowing Gina to peek out. The fish people had yet to discover their hiding place, and all they could do was hope that these fish people would leave soon and not uncover their presence. The fishmen outside were rustling about, their activities shrouded in mystery that a few of them engaged in intermittent conversations. Chen Feng possessed an understanding of their language, and from their exchanges, he gleaned that these fishmen were, astonishingly, hunting humans. Recently, the Fishman clan had faced a relentless onslaught from humans, prompting a collective response from their entire race, and no longer scattered across the islands. The fishmen had begun to band together, actively seeking out humans to hunt down. How remarkable it was that even the turtle-like fishmen had formed hunting parties against humanity. Chen Feng was taken aback. This method of operation significantly increased the difficulty for humans that it appeared that in the future, hunting fishmen would require utmost caution. Suddenly, Chen Feng overheard one fishman remark, "I'm going to relieve myself in that pit over there." The sound of his footsteps grew louder, and Chen Feng cursed under his breath. Realizing that this fisherman sought a secluded spot for his business, the only pit available was right here in the tunnel. An encounter was inevitable. Turning slightly, he whispered to Gina and Zhou Lingrui, "Stay close to me. Do not linger. There are too many enemies. Our priority is to escape." Zhou Lingrui's expression tightened, her face paling. Gina, however, maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of fear, almost like a mere tool. Despite hearing the commotion, Guo Baolin and the others remained frozen, unaware of the approaching fishmen. Confronted by over a dozen fishmen, only Chen Feng, Gina, and Guo Baolin were capable of resistance. Perhaps Gina could hold her ground, but she might not be able to protect both Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui simultaneously. Relying solely on Chen Feng and Guo Baolin would not suffice. Escape was the only option. Chen Feng had no intention of warning Guo Baolin and the others. His initial decision to team up with them had been based on the notion of utilizing their strengths. Now that the most concerning scenario had arisen, he had resolved to act. Whether they could escape would depend entirely on his abilities. As the group lay in silence, suddenly, a fishman with an enormous fish head appeared abruptly at the tunnel entrance, clearly observing everyone within. The fishman and Guo Baolin's group exchanged glances, both parties momentarily at a loss. "Get out of the way!" Chen Feng, fully prepared, swiftly drew his broad-bladed long knife and struck fiercely at the fishman's head that a lowly shark man, possessing a shark's head and a human body, was caught off guard by the sudden attack. With a thud, Chen Feng's blade cleaved through the shark man's skull, splitting it in two and causing blood to gush forth. Instantly killing it, a black iron treasure chest fell to the ground. "Run!" Chen Feng shouted, seizing Zhou Lingrui and urging her to escape, disregarding the treasure chest, with Gina closely following suit. Guo Baolin and the others were left in stunned disbelief. Chen Feng had dispatched the fishermen in mere seconds and had already fled without even retrieving the treasure. "Damn it, Chen Feng! Wait for us!" As Chen Feng's figure dwindled into the distance, the others finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly scrambling out of the tunnel to flee. The four of them tumbled and rolled. A sight of utter chaos. Nearby, over a dozen fishmen, alerted by the commotion, charged towards the fleeing group in a furious frenzy. Chapter 43. The chase at this moment, Chen Feng, with Zhou Lingrui and Gina, sprinted wildly into the fog, hoping to obscure the fishman's line of sight for a moment of safety. After enhancing his physical abilities, Chen Feng could cover 100 meters in 10 seconds, significantly faster than an ordinary person. However, Gina's weakness lay in her slower speed, and Zhou Lingrui lacked the strength to run. Thus, Chen Feng's pace was somewhat hindered, hearing the calls of Guo Baolin and the others behind him. Chen Feng did not slow down. Instead, he urged Zhou Lingrui to run faster. "What are you thinking? There are more than 10 fishmen. There might even be mid-level fishmen among them. Do you think I'll wait for you?" Without looking back, he shouted, "Old Guo, there are too many fishmen. You all keep running. I'll wait for you ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, the trio vanished into the mist. Guo Baolin, Wang Yong, Zhang Taisheng, Su Xiaoli. The group, though speechless, had no choice but to press on, pulling one another forward in their desperate flight. When Chen Feng had slain the shark man, the fishman squad had already been alerted. At that moment, Chen Feng had made his escape, leaving only Guo Baolin and the others, who, after a few stunned seconds, finally prepared to flee. Do not underestimate those fleeting seconds. It was during that brief interval that Chen Feng had already plunged into the fog, redirecting the fisherman's focus entirely onto Guo Baolin and his companions. Though Guo Baolin had enhanced his physique, dragging 3 others along slowed him down considerably. Su Xiaoli couldn't help but glance back at the approaching fishmen, her legs turning to jelly in terror, nearly collapsing to the ground, only to be saved by Zhang Taisheng's timely pull like the tea that moment. A variety of fishmen surged forward, their menacing presence enough to terrify any ordinary person. A jellyfish-headed fishman extended its slimy tentacles, reaching forward eagerly to ensnare the fleeing individuals that a shark man with a massive head, its jagged teeth still adorned with remnants of human flesh, loomed ominously behind them. The largest among them was a near 3-meter-tall fishman, with a grotesque human upper body and lower limbs resembling tentacles, swiftly gliding across the ground by means of its robust appendages, its red-brown skin and sinister facial features exuding an eerie allure. It was unmistakably a female mid-level fishman. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng and his companions swiftly altered their course to conceal themselves as soon as the group of fishmen rushed past. Only after the danger had passed did they emerge from their hiding spot. "Damn it, there's a mid-level fishman," Chen Feng thought, watching the blurred figures retreat into the distance, a wave of dread washing over him. Indeed, his earlier assumption had proven accurate. When confronted by multiple fishmen, as long as he was quicker than Guo Baolin and the others, the 3 of them could evade danger, although they had momentarily escaped peril. Chen Feng pondered for a moment before signaling to Gina and Zhou Lingrui to follow him, eager to assess the situation. The current scenario saw Guo Baolin and his group fleeing ahead, pursued by the fishman squad, with Chen Feng and his companions trailing behind to observe. Guo Baolin's group was in a state of sheer panic. Without Chen Feng present, being caught by the fishmen would mean surrendering to fate. Damn Chen Feng. He claimed he'd team up with us, yet he vanished the moment danger struck. Su Xiaoli, frustrated by the morning's failed lure and Chen Feng's hasty retreat, could not help but curse aloud. "Xiaoli, stop cursing and save your breath for running." Zhang Taisheng, adjusting his glasses with one arm while pulling Su Xiaoli along, was panting heavily. "Uncle Guo, what should we do now?" Wang Yong, usually quiet, was now in a state of panic. His face ashen, Guo Baolin, straining under the weight of dragging 3 people along, was drenched in sweat but gritted his teeth and urged, "Don't panic. Just keep running with all your strength." However, despite their efforts, the fishmen continued to close the distance behind them. Guo Baolin found himself in a moral quandary. Had he not been burdened by the others, his enhanced speed could have allowed him to catch up to Chen Feng immediately, ensuring his own safety. Yet he could not abandon the others. Observing Chen Feng's retreating figure, Guo Baolin understood the rationale behind Chen Feng's actions. With a bitter smile, he realized that it was not entirely Chen Feng's fault. Faced with an insurmountable threat, one would naturally choose to prioritize familiar company over newly acquainted allies. Old Zhang, save me! Su Xiaoli screamed in sheer terror as the fishmen finally caught up to them. Led by the jellyfish-headed fishman, its tentacles lunged forward, poised to ensnare the slowest runner, Su Xiaoli. The group turned at her cry. Zhang Taisheng, in a frantic attempt, grasped Su Xiaoli on either side and pulled with all his might, trying to hasten their escape. Despite Su Xiaoli's pleas for help, there was little they could do. Halting would only invite encirclement by the fishmen. Su Xiaoli, her hair disheveled and looking almost like a specter, felt the tentacles of the jellyfish fishman graze her. Summoning an unexpected surge of strength, Su Xiaoli yanked Zhang Taisheng backward, propelling him behind her. In Zhang Taisheng's incredulous gaze, Su Xiaoli surged ahead. Birds of a feather flock together. When danger approaches, they scatter. She enacted this adage to its fullest, in a swift motion. The jellyfish fishman's tentacles coiled around Zhang Taisheng's neck, dragging him into the throng of fishmen. Swiftly engulfed by their numbers, before long, the fishman squad was once again in pursuit, oblivious to Zhang Taisheng's fate. Mr. Zhang! Guo Baolin witnessed the scene unfold, unable to contain his exclamation. There was no time for rescue. He could only cast a furious glare at Su Xiaoli. You treacherous woman! With no time to linger, the group was down to 3, and they had to continue their flight. Zhang Taisheng merely delayed the fishmen for a brief moment. It was only a matter of time before they closed in on them again. Just as Guo Baolin and his companions were enveloped in despair, Guo Baolin suddenly noticed a notification lighting up on his private message. Upon reading it, a hint of color returned to his tense visage, and he urgently conveyed to Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli behind him, "Stay close. We'll turn left and run. Brother Chen Feng is coming to our aid." Chapter 44. 100 steps to hit the target. Upon hearing Guo Baolin's words, joy immediately flickered across Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli's faces. Suddenly filled with hope, their pace quickened. Leading the way, Guo Baolin guided the two as they turned left to flee, unaware of the true significance of their actions. They were simply following Chen Feng's instructions, having no other choice at that moment. Chen Feng and his companions lay concealed behind a massive red coral, observing the multitude of fishmen pursuing Guo Baolin and his friends. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Feng resolved to follow them, not out of concern for Guo Baolin's well-being, but due to the overwhelming temptation presented by so many fishmen. A mid-level fishman, and the presence of over a dozen black iron chests alongside a bronze chest. The fishmen were in the open, while Chen Feng remained hidden. He decided to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. With Guo Baolin serving as bait, the fishermen's attention was solely focused on them, providing Chen Feng with a prime opportunity to hunt. By instructing Guo Baolin to run left, Chen Feng aimed for them to circle around him. This would allow him to maintain visual contact with them through the mist while preserving a safe distance from the fishmen. Let us not forget that Chen Feng still had an artifact he had yet to utilize. He retrieved his refined iron bow and quiver, expertly nocking an arrow, and aimed at the silhouettes of over a dozen fishmen some 20 meters away. "Chen Feng, you can shoot arrows?" Zhou Lingrui exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing Chen Feng attack with a bow for the first time. "You have yet to see many things," Chen Feng replied, casting Zhou Lingrui a confident and dashing profile. "Master, do you require my assistance?" Gina inquired tenderly upon noticing Chen Feng's intent to attack. "Not yet. Just wait for my command." Chen Feng decided against deploying Gina for the attack, despite her ability to potentially eliminate several fishmen in one go. However, her electric strike was too conspicuous. Even a slight current would create a bright flash in the thick fog, risking exposure and shifting the fisherman's focus. Shooting hidden arrows was the most prudent strategy Chen Feng could devise at that moment. He held his breath, focused intently, closing his left eye and aiming with his right. The arrow was poised, ready to be unleashed. Once his archery skills had been quite poor, with a low likelihood of hitting the target. Yet this time, he felt an unprecedented unity with his bow, his confidence soaring. He was certain of hitting the mark. With a swift motion, he targeted a jellyfish fishman. The arrow shot forth, slicing through the mist like a bolt of lightning. Striking true, Brother Chen Feng is amazing. He hit it instantly. Zhou Lingrui gasped in awe. Chen Feng's arrow found its mark, piercing the skull of one fishman with remarkable accuracy. His luck activated a bloodletting effect, causing blood to surge from the fishman's brain, leaving it unable to scream as it collapsed, unnoticed by the surrounding fishmen. Yet, Chen Feng's expression darkened. He had intended to strike the jellyfish fishman's heart, but had instead hit the head of another fishman, miscalculating due to the crowding of the fishmen. Merely aiming in the general direction would suffice. It was pure luck that he struck the fishman's head. Though his aim had been poor, the arrow was imbued with great power and piercing capability, augmented by the triggered bloodletting effect. The result was akin to hitting a target from 100 paces, though one had to actually hit the target for it to count. Hearing the desperate cries of Guo Baolin and his companions fleeing, Chen Feng set aside his dark thoughts and drew another arrow to continue his assault. Whoosh! The arrow missed. Whoosh! Whoosh! He downed another, this time hitting a low-level fishman in the waist. The startled creature, taken aback by the sudden arrow protruding from its side, stared blankly, unable to comprehend what had transpired, and soon succumbed to blood loss after stumbling away from its group. Onward, Chen Feng felt invigorated. The fishmen remained focused on pursuing Guo Baolin and his companions, oblivious to the fact that their ranks had thinned by 2. Brother Chen Feng, you're incredible. You've shot so many. Zhou Lingrui clapped her hands quietly, delighted as an audience member. After 3 arrows, he successfully struck another Daku Pa. What the heck? This time, the fishman struck by the arrow let out a shriek upon seeing the arrow embedded in its chest and the blood gushing forth, instantly drawing the attention of the entire fishman group. Many halted their pursuit, turning their gaze toward the injured low-level fishman. The mid-level female fishman at the forefront aggressively shoved her fellow fishman away and approached the wounded one. She yanked the arrow from its chest, her enchanting visage revealing a flicker of contemplation at the sight of the incessant blood flow. Realizing the fishmen had discovered him, Chen Feng hastily crouched down, ensuring he remained unseen. Guo Baolin and his companions, noticing the pursuing fishmen had ceased their chase, took several steps before hurriedly seeking refuge. They dared not move further, fearing any sound might once again attract the fishmen's attention. The 3 of them breathed heavily, their chests rising and falling rapidly, greedily inhaling the air. Su Xiaoli appeared particularly disheveled, her clothing torn during the escape, revealing large swathes of fair skin, causing Wang Yong, panting beside her, to stare in astonishment. The low-level fishman that had been struck by the arrow soon succumbed to blood loss after the arrow was removed. Who did this? The mid-level female fishman, witnessing the corpse of her comrade, furiously thrashed her many tentacles against the reef beneath her, shattering it in an instant. She then unleashed a primal roar into the dense fog, her voice akin to a beast's growl. The mid-level fishman was terrifyingly formidable, with 8 low-level fishmen remaining and 1 mid-level fishman. Now that they were on high alert, the situation had grown more troublesome. At this moment, any attempt to expose themselves would only result in becoming the target of the fishmen's collective wrath. Crouching beneath the coral, Chen Feng licked his lips. The situation was dire. Just as the stalemate persisted, he suddenly heard the mid-level female fishman issue a sharp command. You all spread out and search every nook and cranny. Leave no corner unchecked. We must uncover the enemy hiding and shooting arrows at us. The mid-level fishman was actually directing the low-level fishmen to conduct a thorough search, with Chen Feng only 20 meters away. Remaining hidden would only delay the inevitable discovery. Gina, when the time comes, strike first and eliminate the low-level fishmen. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng formulated a plan and quietly instructed Gina. Yes, Master. Chapter 45. 100,000 volts. The scene fell silent as Chen Feng awaited the opportune moment. Meanwhile, Guo Baolin and his companions grew tense once more. Having just found a hiding spot, they could now hear the approaching footsteps of the fishmen, causing their hearts to race. Gina, how many low-level fishmen can you handle at once? Although Chen Feng was aware of Gina's formidable prowess, he was uncertain of her capacity to deal with multiple fishmen simultaneously. Master, if I exert my full power, I can confidently eliminate 4 to 6 low-level fishmen at once. The closer they are together, the more I can take down. Gina's electric attacks became more effective when the enemies were in close proximity. Chen Feng nodded in understanding and continued, when the moment arises, prioritize eliminating as many low-level fishmen as possible. Regardless of how many you defeat after your initial strike, do not linger on the low-level fishmen. Move directly to engage the mid-level fishmen. Yes, Master, the low-level fishmen were secondary. The true threat lay with the enigmatic mid-level female fishmen. After conferring with Gina, Chen Feng sent a private message to Lao Gu, instructing him to rally Wang Yong for a full assault on the low-level fishmen. Once he received Lao Gu's affirmative reply, Chen Feng readied himself for action to at that moment. The 8 low-level fishmen were scattered, searching their surroundings. Chen Feng's objective was to draw them in, creating an opportunity for Gina to gather them together. Clenching his fist, he attempted to ease his nerves. Despite the support of Gina, the adversaries they faced were formidable, necessitating utmost caution. After checking the map, Chen Feng pinpointed Lao Gu and his companion's location. He then picked up a stone the size of a bun and hurled it towards the space between Lao Gu's group and his own. By selecting this direction, Chen Feng aimed to lure the fishmen toward that area, allowing Gina to eliminate a portion before he and Lao Gu handled the remaining low-level fishmen. With a soft thud, the stone struck a reef, producing a faint yet distinct sound in response. All 8 low-level fishmen and the mid-level female fishmen turned their attention toward the noise, letting out a cacophony of shrieks as they charged forth. Now, Gina, attack! As the fishmen approached, Chen Feng let out a roar, leaping into action and unleashing a powerful arrow at the advancing fishmen. The towering mid-level female fishman quickly spotted Chen Feng upon seeing the bow and arrow in his hands. Her eyes ignited with fury, recognizing the enemy responsible for the deaths of 4 of her comrades stood directly before her. The enemy is over there. Quickly seize him. The intermediate female merman commanded the lower-ranking merman loudly, while she herself rushed forward with great haste. As the numerous mermen discovered Chen Feng, they all converged towards this location, their formations becoming exceedingly dense. At this moment, Gina's body suddenly became enveloped in countless tiny electric currents, her garments billowing without any wind, crackling ominously. Her eyes were entirely replaced by a blinding white electric light, transforming her into a dazzling source of illumination that rendered everything around her transparent. Even the mist could not obscure her brilliance. This was Chen Feng's first encounter with Gina unleashing her full electric assault. Although he did not physically contact her, he could still feel the tingling paralysis in the air's electric currents affecting his body. A testament to the formidable strength of Gina's attack. 100,000 volts. Gina reached the peak of her power, suddenly exclaiming loudly as she released all the electricity within her, akin to an ever-expanding spider's web, swiftly ensnaring the multitude of mermen before her. Why do you assist humans? The intermediate female merman, witnessing Gina's offensive, was astonished yet perplexed. However, before she could receive a reply from Gina, the electric currents instantaneously ensnared numerous mermen, including herself. The piercing sound of electricity crackled through the air, causing the lower-ranking mermen to tremble violently. Gina's full-force attack was far more potent than her usual electric discharges. The lower-ranking mermen, upon merely brushing against it, quivered as their bodies ignited in flames from the electric currents. Several of them transformed into flaming entities. Only the intermediate female merman, struck by the electric current, suddenly contorted grotesquely before leaping high into the air, narrowly evading the electric assault, her heart racing as she gazed at Gina, relieved to have escaped, for she too would not have fared well against an attack of equal caliber. Indeed, not a single intermediate merman was easy to deal with. Chen Feng muttered to himself as he observed the intermediate merman evade his earlier arrow. Gina's electric discharge persisted for a while before gradually dissipating. At that moment, all 8 lower-ranking mermen were enveloped in black smoke, with 6 lying motionless on the ground, while only 2 remained, trembling as they stood, having sustained the least damage due to their distance from the attack, yet they were still severely injured and posed no threat. Gina, go and restrain that intermediate merman. Chen Feng pointed towards the intermediate female merman who had leaped aside, then unsheathed his long knife and charged towards the two injured lower-ranking mermen, upon hearing Chen Feng's command. Gina nodded, her massive tail propelling her swiftly as her hands extended to her sides, fingers splayed like claws, electric currents surging anew as she advanced towards the enemy. The intermediate female merman, witnessing Gina's approach, dared not delay, focusing entirely on countering Gina instead of concerning herself with Chen Feng and the others. With 8 tentacles moving swiftly beneath her, the intermediate female merman's body darted left and right. Displaying remarkable agility, Gina and she clashed instantaneously, electric sparks flashing, yet neither could land a hit on the other. The intermediate female merman, though wary of the electric currents, found herself locked in a stalemate with Gina. Meanwhile, Chen Feng rushed towards the two injured mermen while calling out loudly, "Old Gua! Quickly finish them off!" Coming upon hearing Chen Feng shout, Old Gua and Wang Yong emerged, one wielding a long knife and the other a short one. The two heavily injured lower-ranking mermen were almost entirely charred black from the electric assault, and Chen Feng could hardly discern their merman features, only noting that their heads appeared as dark masses. The lower-ranking merman, upon seeing Chen Feng and his companions rushing towards them, prepared to retaliate, but as they moved slightly, the searing pain coursing through their bodies rendered them unable to endure. Cut them down. Chen Feng sprinted with fervor, raising his long knife high above his head, and with a swift motion brought it crashing down. With a squelch, it plunged deep into the brain of one of the lower-ranking mermen who was unable to evade. Meanwhile, Old Gua and Wang Yong exchanged blows on the other lower-ranking mermen, each dealing strikes in turn. Thus, the two lower-ranking mermen were effortlessly dispatched by Chen Feng and his companions. It was indeed thanks to Gina's relentless attack that 6 mermen were outright slain, and the 2 remaining were left grievously wounded. Without her intervention, Chen Feng and his companions would have found it nearly impossible to eliminate these lower-ranking foes, extracting his long knife from the merman's skull. Chen Feng grimaced, reflecting on how he had recently developed a penchant for beheading. Dismissing such thoughts, he turned to find Gina still engaged in combat with the intermediate female merman, producing the Merman Compendium. Chen Feng glanced at it. Intermediate Octopus Merman, Chapter 46. Gina's injury, intermediate octopus merman abilities, possesses exceptionally agile lower limbs and can expel a potent, viscous ink. Weakness, a type of soft-bodied fish. Its physique is exceedingly fragile, with low defensive capabilities. The intermediate female merman before him was, astonishingly, of the same species as the merman Chen Feng had encountered previously, both belonging to the octopus variety. Compared to the lower-ranking octopus merman, the intermediate octopus merman had enhanced abilities, along with a new skill. Yet, the weakness remained the same. As a soft-bodied creature, the octopus's delicate exterior would always be its Achilles heel. Potent, viscous ink. Observing the keywords in the Merman Compendium, Chen Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation. Thus far, the intermediate octopus merman had not utilized this ink in battle, leaving Chen Feng uncertain of its true viscosity. Just as he pondered, the battle between Gina and the intermediate octopus merman took a sudden turn. The intermediate octopus merman, initially retreating before Gina's onslaught, now seemed to realize that her electric capabilities were indeed a formidable talent among the mermen. The intermediate octopus merman dared not approach Gina, relying solely on her remarkably agile lower limbs to swiftly change directions, narrowly avoiding the electric currents, despite her confusion and incessant inquiries to Gina regarding her betrayal of kin. Gina appeared oblivious to her words, adhering strictly to Chen Feng's commands and continuing her assault. As all the lower-ranking mermen were ultimately vanquished, the intermediate octopus merman finally erupted in fury, no longer concerned with Gina's identity as a merman. Her eerie reddish-brown visage contorted into a menacing expression. Suddenly, her chest swelled dramatically, inflating like a balloon, until it reached a size resembling a water tank, prompting Chen Feng to feel as though it might burst at any moment. With a sudden, forceful opening of her mouth, an unseen abyss emerged, from which a foul stench emanated, and a torrent of thick, black ink erupted forth. Gina, be cautious. Quickly evade her ink. Chen Feng, aware of the ink's danger, urgently warned Gina. Upon hearing his words, Gina's expression hardened. She would not disregard Chen Feng's advice and promptly sought to evade. The ink spewed forth at a rapid pace, reaching Gina in the blink of an eye. Gina's primary weakness was her sluggish speed, and though she exerted all her effort to dodge to the side, it was too late. Splat, splat, splat. The ink had already arrived, although most of it missed Gina. Over a dozen blobs struck her arms and lower body. That moment, Gina found herself ensnared, completely immobilized by the ink, unable to move. Sensing her successful entrapment of Gina, the octopus merman's tentacles began to seize chunks of rock the size of footballs. And after a moment of gathering strength, they crashed down upon Gina with tremendous force. With her hands trapped and unable to unleash her electric power, Gina was not only unable to retaliate, but had become a living target. Bang, bang, bang. The rocks collided with Gina's body, inflicting wounds that began to draw blood, a trickle appearing at the corner of her mouth. Despite being of the same rank, Gina found her abilities utterly suppressed by the intermediate octopus merman. Master, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with me. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Gina disregarded her own injuries, calling out without turning her head. Damn it! Witnessing Gina's suffering, Chen Feng roared in fury. Since summoning Gina, her assistance had been invaluable, and seeing her being relentlessly assaulted ignited a fire within him. As for Gina's insistence that he flee, Chen Feng did not entertain the thought for a moment. If it were Guo Baolin and the others, Chen Feng would certainly have retreated, but this was Gina. He could not abandon her. You abominable creature! Fixing a fierce glare upon the octopus merman, Chen Feng drew his iron bow, swiftly knocking an arrow and releasing it with a whoosh. Once again, it missed its mark, and in his rage, Chen Feng's aim faltered further, while the octopus merman continued to bombard Gina with rocks. Unless faced with a crustacean merman, such as a lobster, possessing a hard shell, Gina, a normal merman, was utterly incapable of withstanding such blows. Before long, Gina's arms, tail, and face bore the marks of impact, blood streaming down her visage as she merely smiled at Chen Feng, devoid of any other expression. Meanwhile, the distant octopus merman wore a twisted smile upon her eerie face, seemingly mocking the incompetence of both Gina and Chen Feng. That a surge of wrath coursed through Chen Feng's being, his fury reaching its zenith. He had to eliminate this intermediate octopus merman. Whoosh, 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 one after another, Chen Feng could no longer afford to hesitate. If one arrow failed to find its target, then he would unleash 100. A flurry of arrows soared through the air, and eventually, a few found their mark, hurtling towards the octopus creature. Just as the arrows were about to strike, a sinister smile crept across her otherworldly visage. With a swift motion, a robust tentacle extended to the side, adorned with hundreds of tiny suckers that provided a firm grip, effortlessly pulling her body aside and evading Chen Feng's arrows with ease. Following this, the octopus being hurled several massive boulders in retaliation. Should they land a blow, even survival would be in jeopardy. Chen Feng and the others had no choice but to take cover from the onslaught behind the rocks. Damn it! Chen Feng seethed through clenched teeth, hidden behind the boulders. Arrows were futile. Even when aimed correctly, the octopus's remarkable agility allowed her to change direction in an instant, making hitting her a mere fantasy. Thus, even with the extraordinary luck of a royal trait, the bleeding effect could never be triggered. If I can't hit you, I'll cut you down, Chen Feng declared, drawing out his long knife, preparing to leap forth to confront her. Just as rage consumed him and he was about to charge, Zhou Lingrui, crouching nearby, seized his arm and held him back. Chen Feng, it's impossible to defeat that mid-tier fishman right now. You need to calm down. Zhou Lingrui's eyes were filled with concern. She could clearly discern the strength of the mid-tier octopus, knowing Gina was no match for her. With Chen Feng wielding a knife, it would likely be a suicide mission. Feeling Zhou Lingrui's soft embrace, a thought struck Chen Feng. Could this truly be the end? He murmured, gazing at Zhou Lingrui, who clung tightly to him, and suddenly found himself calming down. Then, an idea sparked as he slapped his forehead and urgently asked, Zhou Lingrui, how many survival points did you refresh today? A total of 366 points. Zhou Lingrui responded, bewildered and unsure of Chen Feng's intentions. Quick, buy me a novice welfare treasure chest? Oh, right away. Chapter 47. The goggles Zhou Lingrui hurriedly purchased a novice welfare treasure chest from her store. Moments later, a crimson chest appeared in her hands. Chen Feng's face lit up with joy upon seeing this familiar chest. He recalled the last time he opened a novice treasure chest, acquiring rare items such as the beast-taming scroll and the seawater separator. He hoped this time would yield a powerful weapon, ideally one with special effects akin to the fine iron bow and arrow. Although he had considered opening the black iron chest in his warehouse, it only produced white-quality items at best, so it was wiser to open the novice chest that could potentially yield purple-quality treasures. He took the chest from Zhou Lingrui. Novice Welfare Treasure Chest. Usage: 80 chance to produce 10 materials. 19 chance to produce an item, white. 0.9999 chance to produce an item, blue. 0.0001 chance to produce an item, purple. Chen Feng confirmed the opening without hesitation. Gina continued to endure relentless attacks. The 10-second progress bar for the novice treasure chest made Chen Feng exceedingly anxious. Detection of probability-altering item usage, triggering royal trait, modifying probability to 100 at last. The progress bar completed, and a plethora of items materialized before him. Zhou Lingrui stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how white, blue, and purple items had all emerged simultaneously. Recalling having seen Chen Feng wield a purple-quality seawater separator, her expression was one of disbelief. Could it be that Chen Feng's luck was simply extraordinary? Unaware of Chen Feng's hidden advantages, she assumed he was simply experiencing a streak of incredible fortune. Ignoring Zhou Lingrui's astonishment, Chen Feng quickly assessed the items before him. 8 treasure porridge, 360 G10 description, nourishing and quenching thirst. What more could one desire? Evaluation. Chen Feng pushed aside the 10 jars of porridge, eager to examine the highest quality purple item. Life necklace, purple. Description: crafted from pure gold, adorned with a life gem, it has a 2 chance to resurrect the wearer upon death. Durability, 1-1 evaluation. A chance at resurrection, though its probability is low, is undeniably precious. Gripping the life necklace tightly, Chen Feng contemplated its potential that if he could have Gina wear this necklace, paired with the 100 activation of the royal trait, would she not be revived even upon death? However, he quickly dismissed this notion. The necklace's ability to resurrect the wearer applied only to itself, while his royal trait was effective solely on him. Thus, if worn by Gina, it would still only afford her a 2 chance. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that despite the necklace's rarity, it was of no use in the current situation. That a flicker of anxiety surfaced, and he placed his final hopes on the remaining items. Insulated cup, white. Description: capacity of 800 ml, offers decent insulation. Evaluation: pour in hot water today, and you could still enjoy instant noodles next year. The insulation is top-notch. What is this? Useless. The last item, goggles, blue. Description: brown-tinted lenses effectively protect the eyes while increasing accuracy by 1. Evaluation: miss, impossible, goggles, 1 accuracy. Upon reading this, Chen Feng's expression transformed into one of sheer delight. Dismissing the other items, he swiftly donned the thick goggles. Detection of probability-altering item usage, triggering royal trait, modifying probability to 100. At that moment, the accuracy boost from the goggles surged to 100. A plan formed in Chen Feng's mind. The mid-tier octopus's agility was her greatest strength, allowing her to evade his arrows effortlessly. Now, with the goggles enhancing his aim, he wondered if he could finally hit her. There was only one way to find out. He knocked another arrow, stood tall, and swiftly released it. The accuracy was remarkable. Chen Feng observed the arrow's trajectory, exhilarated as the goggles enabled his shot to fly true, heading straight for the mid-tier octopus. However, despite the impeccable aim, whether it could pierce the octopus's formidable evasive capabilities remained uncertain. From a distance, he saw the mid-tier octopus display the same mocking grin as before. She temporarily ceased her assault on Gina, employing a tentacle to anchor herself and attempting to maneuver away. Just as she leapt aside, Chen Feng's arrow inexplicably veered off course. What? The octopus's mocking expression faltered. Unable to comprehend how the arrow, which had been on a direct path, suddenly changed direction. Thwack! The octopus hastily raised a tentacle to deflect the incoming arrow. The royal trait and bleeding effect activated simultaneously. A white liquid oozed from the octopus's tentacle, likely due to her unique physiology, resulting in a different bleeding effect. Wow! Chen Feng shouted in delight from a distance, realizing that with the accuracy set to 100, not only was his aim precise, but the arrows could also curve. The implications were staggering. With such a powerful glitch, even the most agile of foes would struggle to evade. Chen Feng was elated, astonished that the blue-quality goggles, when paired with a fine iron bow and arrow, could yield such a broken effect. No, it was more accurate to say that the goggles possessed an explosive effect. Now, even if Chen Feng hurled stones at the octopus, they would curve to strike her. However, using the fine iron bow and arrow would trigger a higher damage bleeding effect. The octopus's expression darkened. She had already recognized the terrible bleeding effect from Chen Feng's arrows and had been doing her utmost to evade them. Yet now, evasion seemed futile. Panic set in. Chen Feng seized the opportunity. Knocking another arrow, whoosh, the octopus instinctively dodged once more. But the arrow followed suit and struck her point. Two bleeding effects activated. But thankfully, as a mid-tier fisherman, her health was considerably greater than that of an average fisherman. She was still standing. Whoosh! Another arrow flew forth, and now the octopus was in a state of sheer terror. The previous air of nonchalance completely vanished. Unable to confront the threat head-on, and with no chance of escape, she resorted to huddling low against the ground, seeking refuge behind the boulders. Thwack! The arrow embedded itself into the rock, halting its path. Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Evidently, the 100 accuracy effect wasn't entirely invincible. As long as other objects obstructed the attack, even a successful strike would come to a halt. What was this? A bug within a bug. Chen Feng mused in frustration. However, if she could block one arrow, could she block three? Gazing at the terrified octopus, who was now hiding behind the rock but leaving her large posterior exposed, Chen Feng let out a cold chuckle. He then ascended to a higher vantage point, knocking 3 arrows at once before unleashing them simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows sliced through the air like streaks of white light, aimed directly at the octopus. Chapter 48. Turning you into a sieve. The octopus, crouched behind the boulder, heard the 3 piercing sounds and let out a terrified shriek. Although the rock was sizable, her own massive form, standing 3 meters tall with 8 colossal tentacles, could not completely conceal her. Having narrowly avoided 1 arrow, she realized that with 3 arrows now simultaneously approaching, there was no escape. After a frightened outcry, despair washed over her heart. She could not afford to retaliate if struck again by Chen Feng's arrows. With their horrifying bleeding effect, she would undoubtedly be drained of blood and reduced to a mere dried octopus. Her only chance of survival lay in fleeing. Desperately, she abandoned her attack, her 8 massive tentacles scrambling towards the mist behind her in a frenzy. However, the 3 arrows were shot forth with all of Chen Feng's might, free from the worries of precision, allowing his strength to reach its zenith. The arrows, glinting with a cold sheen, shot directly towards the head of the octopus man in the blink of an eye. As the octopus man fled, he expelled ink behind him. Yet, the arrows pierced through the ink effortlessly, their speed unimpeded. The viscous fluid, though sticky, could not restrain such sharp projectiles to evade a fatal strike. The octopus man had no choice but to raise his massive tentacles once more to defend himself. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 arrows struck his tentacles again, triggering the bleeding effect with absolute certainty, resulting in 3 wounds that oozed a white liquid that moment. The octopus man was afflicted with 5 simultaneous bleeding effects, resembling a sieve that leaked liquid from various openings. Having lost an excessive amount of bodily fluid, his reddish-brown skin took on a pallid hue, as his gaze towards Chen Feng was filled with a mix of hatred and a hint of fear. The octopus man was not yet dead. Astonishingly, he continued to attempt an escape into the mist. He must not be allowed to flee. The bleeding effect would last only a minute, and, as a mid-level fisherman, who knew how robust his health was? If he managed to escape alive, it would be disastrous. just as the octopus man was about to disappear into the mist, rendering him invisible and nullifying even a 100 hit rate. Chen Feng sprinted a few steps forward and loosed 3 more arrows. Thud, thud, thud. 3 arrows again. 8 wounds erupted on the octopus man's body like fountains, with the white liquid gushing forth uncontrollably in a mere 3 seconds. The octopus man's massive form rapidly shrank. Plummeting from a height of 3 meters to around 1 meter, he had transformed into a desiccated husk. Until his last breath, the expression on the octopus man's face was one of sheer terror. And soon, a corner of a bronze chest slowly emerged from beneath him. Finally, he was slain. Witnessing this scene, Chen Feng exhaled in relief. This mid-level octopus man had proven exceedingly difficult to defeat, requiring a total of 8 bleeding effects to bring him down. He was undoubtedly a formidable opponent among mid-level fishmen. Reflecting on his previous encounter with the lobster man, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Fortunately, he had decapitated that foe directly. Had he relied on the iron arrows, it would have taken a considerable amount of time to finish him off. Without attending to the octopus man's corpse, Chen Feng hurriedly rushed to Gina, who had been trapped nearby that moment. Gina was covered in bruises, with scratches and contusions marring her body, and in some places her flesh was torn open, revealing bone. Overcome by her injuries, Gina had fallen unconscious. Chen Feng drew out a small knife and carefully pried away the ink that ensnared her. He then gently laid her down on the ground, allowing her to rest flat that moment. A sudden pang of compassion welled up in Chen Feng's heart. All this time, Gina had toiled tirelessly, obediently following every command he issued without question. In this instant, she transformed in Chen Feng's mind from merely a tool or servant into a living companion. Hastily, he retrieved the last 4 bottles of level 1 red potion from his inventory and began applying them to Gina's wounds without pause. Even in her unconscious state, Gina continued to emit electric currents, causing Chen Feng considerable pain with each touch. Gritting his teeth, he furrowed his brow and persevered. It was only after expending all 4 bottles of red potion that Gina's wounds finally scabbed over. After using such an ample supply of potions, one could hardly imagine how Gina managed to remain silent despite her grievous injuries. Noticing the relaxation of her brow, Chen Feng surmised that she would be fine. After a bit more rest, she would likely awaken. He then settled down beside her to recuperate, for the recent battle had been exceedingly intense. Zhou Lingrui was the first to approach, casting a glance at Gina's injuries. Is this the mid-level fishman? The others, including the trembling Lao Gua and his companions, cautiously peered from behind the rocks, still shaken by their encounter with the mid-level fishman. Zhou Lingrui, go collect all the treasure chests on the ground for me. Most importantly, the bronze chest dropped by the octopus man. Ignoring the stunned expressions around him, Chen Feng turned to Zhou Lingrui with instructions. Zhou Lingrui nodded obediently and began gathering the treasure chests dropped by the fishmen. As Chen Feng gradually regained his composure, he reflected on the perilous nature of the encounter. Thankfully, he had successfully defeated all the fishmen, including a mid-level one, resulting in a bountiful haul. It was fortunate that Lao Gua and his companions had served as bait. Otherwise, slaying these fishmen would have proven exceedingly difficult. However, he suddenly recalled that someone had perished. Chen Feng's thoughts turned to Su Xiaoli, who had dragged her husband back to use as a shield during the fisherman's pursuit. He must still be lingering behind. After collecting the treasure chest Zhou Lingrui had brought, Chen Feng deposited them into his inventory and led everyone back along their original path in search of Zhang Taishan. Indeed, after walking for a few minutes, they stumbled upon a gruesomely mangled corpse, barely recognizable as human. The blood-stained golden-rimmed glasses lying nearby confirmed that the unfortunate victim was Zhang Taishan, staring at the horrific scene before them. The group struggled to suppress their overwhelming nausea. Smack! Lao Guo's rage boiled over as he slapped Su Xiaoli across the face, unable to contain his fury. "You wicked woman! It was you who pulled Mr. Zhang back. Otherwise, it would have been you lying dead." Lao Guo had been willing to accompany Su Xiaoli solely for Zhang Tiesheng's sake, and now that Zhang had met his demise because of her, his anger was entirely justified. Su Xiaoli's mouth fell open in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Lao Guo had dared to strike her. just as she was about to unleash her usual temper. She hesitated, realizing that her husband was dead. If she were to quarrel with Lao Gua now, who would protect her in the future? Consequently, she merely covered her face in silence. Chen Feng paid them no mind. Beside Zhang Tiexing's corpse lay a wooden box. It turned out that when a player died, their inventory transformed into a wooden treasure chest that dropped to the ground. Chen Feng approached and inspected the box. Aside from a meager supply of food and drink, he suddenly noticed that the wooden raft from Zhang Tiexing's inventory had now transformed into a wooden block item. The note read, Raft's heart. A smile crept across Chen Feng's face as he promptly stored the raft's heart in his own inventory, keeping it a secret from the others. Chapter 49. Counting the spoils after thoroughly clearing the battlefield. Chen Feng took the lead in suggesting that they retreat to the periphery to rest and recuperate. With Gina still unconscious, even though Chen Feng's iron arrows could now guarantee hits on enemies. Encountering another mid-level fishman with a hard shell would still pose a significant threat. Furthermore, the fishmen had evidently learned to band together in their assaults against humans, after enduring half a day of battle with this wave of fishmen. Lao Gua and the others were utterly exhausted, and everyone voiced their agreement to rest. Chen Feng wrapped Gina in several pieces of cloth and cradled her in his arms. After all, who could withstand constant electric shocks? Although Gina was somewhat voluptuous, her weight was no burden for Chen Feng. Leading the way, Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui headed towards the outskirts of Treasure Island, followed closely by Lao Gua and Wang Yong, while Su Xiaoli lagged far behind. After being slapped by Lao Gua, Chen Feng ignored her entirely, and Su Xiaoli, unwilling to venture off alone, had no choice but to trail behind the group. After such a fierce battle, everyone was physically and mentally drained, returning in silence. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the outskirts of Treasure Island. The familiar trees surrounding them reassured Chen Feng that this area was unlikely to harbor any dangers. Lao Gua, there were a total of 13 fishmen. I'll give you 3 black iron treasure chests that acceptable. Chen Feng retrieved 3 black iron treasure chests from his inventory and placed them before Lao Gua. In a recent combat, Lao Gua and Wang Yong had indeed served as bait, and after careful consideration, Chen Feng decided to part with 3 black iron treasure chests for them. Chen Feng did not mention the bronze chest to Lao Gua and the others, trusting that Lao Gua was clever enough to understand his intentions. And no objections. If it weren't for you coming back to save us, we would have perished. Lao Gua waved his hands repeatedly, feeling unworthy even to accept the 3 treasure chests. Yet, seeing Chen Feng's insistence, he reluctantly accepted them. All right, there shouldn't be any fishmen around here now. Let us each find a place to rest. Chen Feng wished to move Gina to a more comfortable location, not wanting to linger with the others. The group then dispersed. Lao Gua and Wang Yong continued to chop wood, while Su Xiaoli, like a pesky fly, followed closely behind them. However, Lao Gua maintained a perpetual scowl, which kept her at bay. Chen Feng located a small cave and brought Gina inside before instructing Zhou Lingrui to set up a seawater separator at the entrance. The freshwater supply in their inventory was running low, so they needed to produce more, and he asked Zhou Lingrui to prepare a meal using a stove at the cave's entrance. Now, within the cave, aside from the unconscious Gina, Chen Feng was the only one present. He found a spot to sit down and began examining the crucial upgrade materials for the raft. The raft's heart was already at 2, needing just 1 more to upgrade to a sailing boat. The spoils from this outing were abundant. Today, they had defeated 12 low-level fishmen and 1 mid-level fishman, after giving 3 black iron treasure chests to Lao Gua and the others. And considering the spoils from the previous day's encounter, Chen Feng now had a total of 21 black iron treasure chests and 1 bronze treasure chest, with only Chen Feng in the cave. There was no need for concealment. He opened them all, triggering his lucky talent. 21 treasure chests opened simultaneously, revealing a progress bar of 1 minute and 3 seconds. After a lengthy wait, various items suddenly appeared within the cave. Thanks to the boost from his lucky talent, the black iron treasure chests yielded a modest amount of supplies and white-quality items. Chen Feng meticulously counted the items before him. He decided not to list the food and freshwater in detail, to avoid excessive word count. Food, 10 kg. Freshwater, 6L. Additionally, he unearthed 21 white-quality items, most of which were rather lackluster and useless, such as sunscreen. Chen Feng selected a few items that proved to be more useful. White leather gloves review. They offer a certain level of protection, but wearing them in this weather can be exceedingly stifling. White Fishman capsule review. Upon consumption, one becomes fluent in the language of the fishmen. 12E7 lead acid battery. White 2 review. This is a battery that requires a generator for charging. Triangular military dagger. White review. It excels at penetrating armor and is highly effective against foes with formidable defenses. Chen Feng set other items aside. The Fishman capsule proved to be quite effective and could be sold at the auction house. While the leather gloves provided some measure of defense, the triangular military dagger, a traditional cold weapon, possesses considerable power and induces bleeding effects, though it may not surpass the wicked prowess of refined iron bows and arrows. Its advantages include robust attack power. Once thrust in, the 3 blood grooves facilitate easy extraction, and the stabbing motion is relatively discreet, inflicting significant damage. However, its limitations are evident, as it can only stab and cannot slash. Currently, Chen Feng's close-range weaponry consists solely of a long sword and a solar-powered stunning baton, and with the addition of this triangular military dagger, his arsenal has diversified. As for the lead-acid batteries, Chen Feng casually inspected them, realizing that charging would pose a challenge. However, Gina's ability to discharge electricity might offer a solution upon her awakening. After storing everything in the warehouse, Chen Feng retrieved the bronze treasure chest and opened it once more. The bronze treasure chest is capable of yielding a wealth of resources and blue-quality items, and Chen Feng was filled with anticipation. Vinda 3-ply tissue 13500 pack. Review. It does not tear easily when wet. Gazing at the mountain of tissues, Chen Feng smirked. Well, at least he wouldn't have to resort to using leaves anymore, as that was quite uncomfortable. Farmland 4M, blue. Description: a plot of fertile land suitable for planting fruits and vegetables, capable of shortening the growth cycle of plants. Once placed, it cannot be retrieved. Review: a good location must be found to place the farmland, lest others steal your crops. This blue item brought great joy to Chen Feng. He never expected to acquire cultivable farmland that could significantly reduce the plant growth cycle, albeit limited to a mere 4M, which is somewhat small and restricts the amount he can plant. In addition to the fact that it cannot be reclaimed once placed, there were still a few tomato seeds in the warehouse, and once the raft upgraded to a sailboat, he could set down the farmland and plant the tomatoes. It had been quite a while since he last consumed fruits or vegetables. Finally, Chen Feng took out the items he had previously obtained from the novice treasure chest for further examination. The goggles had extraordinary effects, and Chen Feng understood their benefits clearly, sparing further investigation. The white quality thermos was rather lackluster, so it was cast aside to gather dust in the warehouse. Lastly, the life necklace. A one-time use item with a 2 chance of reviving the wearer was a veritable artifact for Chen Feng, who possessed the luck of a true champion. A guaranteed revival was akin to an additional life. He quickly donned it around his neck, tucking it beneath his collar, treating it as a prized possession despite its single-use limitation. Once everything was accounted for, and after Chen Feng organized his belongings, Zhou Lingrui walked into the cave. "Brother Chen Feng, I've made boiled prawns. Come and try them." Observing the bowl of approximately a dozen prawns, each about 10 centimeters in length, Chen Feng felt a pang of hunger and nodded. All right. In Chapter 50, the two of them finished all the prawns, alleviating their hunger. Now, all they needed to do was patiently await Gina's awakening. Chen Feng recalled that he had yet to check the survival points refreshed today, so he hurriedly opened the game interface to investigate. Yesterday's resource acquisition evaluation. Yesterday's vehicle upgrade evaluation. Resource acquisition survival points. 302. Upgrade survival points. 0. Total survival points. 264302566. Yesterday's haul consisted solely of 12 black iron treasure chests, yielding over 300 survival points, which was fairly decent. Today, with both black iron and bronze treasure chests, tomorrow's survival points were sure to reach new heights. After replenishing a few bottles of level 1 red potion from a store, Chen Feng also purchased a bottle of level 1 strengthening potion. Over the past 2 days, Zhou Lingrui had performed commendably, and Chen Feng felt it was time to regard her as a true partner. He tossed the level 1 strengthening potion to Zhou Lingrui, instructing her Drink this. I will explain afterward. Zhou Lingrui clumsily accepted it, eyeing the milky liquid within the bottle, her mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that Brother Chen Feng has some peculiar preference? Making me drink his? Upon observing the prompt, she realized it was a strengthening potion, and her cheeks flushed crimson. She was aware that Chen Feng and Wabaolin had previously consumed such potions, enhancing their physical capabilities against the fishmen. This strengthening potion was only available in the Level 2 store, requiring 200 survival points, making it exceedingly precious. Zhou Lingrui cast a grateful glance at Chen Feng and then, with her eyes closed, gulped it down. The effects were swift. Like Chen Feng before her, she felt an unbearable heat enveloping her body, her temperature rapidly escalating. Zhou Lingrui was soon radiating warmth, and after a few minutes, she felt as if she had a fever, sweat streaming down her face, neck, and chest incessantly as her senses sharpened. Zhou Lingrui noticed her clothing had been shed, leaving her in only a scanty undergarment. This sight was a feast for Chen Feng's eyes, and after clearing his throat twice, he unabashedly gazed at Zhou Lingrui, thinking it wasn't his fault she had undressed. What was the issue? Before long, the effects of the potion subsided. Zhou Lingrui, once soft and delicate, now boasted a luminous sheen to her skin, revealing the muscle contours hidden beneath, and the definition of her abdomen was strikingly evident. She appeared notably more upright, indicating a significant enhancement in overall physical strength. Once her mind cleared, Zhou Lingrui, aware of her scant attire, smiled shyly. However, she made no effort to dress, staring intently at Chen Feng as if anticipating something. "Put your clothes on. I have something to discuss with you." Chen Feng rolled his eyes at this scheming girl who had been trying to entice him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lingrui reluctantly donned her clothing. Subsequently, Chen Feng explained the essence of the raft and inquired whether she would be willing to relinquish her raft's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Lingrui extracted the heart and crafted a basic axe from the manufacturer, menu, swiftly demolishing her raft. The enhanced Zhou Lingrui was surprisingly efficient, as Chen Feng accepted the raft as heart she offered. A smile graced his face. Communicating with an intelligent girl was undeniably advantageous. Zhou Lingrui's promptness reflected her determination. After receiving Zhou Lingrui's raft heart, Chen Feng proceeded to purchase a substantial amount of wood and plant fibers from the trade menu. Currently, the prices of wood and plant fibers were remarkably low, as most players were engaged in logging, far removed from the state of fishing on the ocean. Opening the warehouse, Chen Feng examined the raft. Top-level raft level, LV10 area, 1520 upgrade, with 300 remaining. Needs 100, plant fiber, 600 remaining, needs 200, iron block, 1314 remaining, needs 20, raft heart, 3 remaining, needs 3. Review, a raft that unlocks the upgrade rights to a sailboat. Gather the required materials promptly. Chen Feng clicked on the raft icon and selected to upgrade immediately. Upgrading, time required, 10 hours. Unlike previous raft upgrades, this time the enhancement to a sailboat necessitated a certain duration. Not to worry. As long as the upgrade was underway, Chen Feng could afford to wait 10 hours. This timing was also opportune for awaiting Gina's awakening, as it would prevent any deeper exploration of Treasure Island. After Zhou Lingrui surrendered her raft heart, Chen Feng genuinely began to see her as a familiar companion. Zhou Lingrui understood that only after Chen Feng had bestowed the level 1 strengthening potion upon her and requested her raft's heart did he truly acknowledge her. Although she would no longer possess her own vehicle, following Chen Feng was undoubtedly a wise choice for Zhou Lingrui. As the fire crackled in the cave, Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui huddled around the hearth, sharing stories of their lives before crossing over. Gradually growing closer, darkness enveloped the sky. The two leaned against the stones, falling into a comfortable silence. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Laogua and the others found a relatively open area to rest. Having been pursued by fishmen in the morning and logging in the afternoon, Laogua had endured a tiring day. After a brief replenishment of food and fresh water, he fell into a deep slumber. The night was dark, and behind a low bush, Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli, who had fled, found themselves in conversation. Today, Su Xiaoli's husband had just passed, and that evening she, Wang Yong, Will you be able to protect me in the future? I'm so frightened alone. Su Xiaoli clung to Wang Yong tightly, her voice filled with emotion as she whispered in his ear. Barely 18 or 19 years old, Wang Yong had never encountered such a situation. His head bobbed like a chick pecking at grain, and he quickened his pace. Don't worry, Su Jia. I will listen to you. I won't let anyone bully you. That Chen Feng bullies me. Go help me deal with him. Deal with Chen Feng. Wang Yong fell into silence, his actions coming to a halt. Su Xiaoli sensed Wang Yong's trepidation and internally cursed him for being spineless. Yet she continued with heartfelt persuasion. Oh, I want to put you in a difficult position. Chen Feng is too formidable. But today, Guo Baolin slapped me. You must help me take revenge. Uncle Guo has always taken good care of me. Wang Yong, caught in a moment of indecision, found himself restrained by Su Xiaoli's hand, preventing him from making any moves. That Su Xiaoli, exuding confidence, patiently awaited the outcome. All right, sister, don't block my way. I shall avenge you. At last, unable to contain himself, Wang Yong implored in a hushed tone. Very well. Soon we shall. Chapter 51. Successful upgrade of the sailboat Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui did not retire for rest until the clock had struck midnight. Though they had retreated to the periphery of Treasure Island, the absence of Gina's vigilant presence made Chen Feng wary of sleeping too deeply. Instead, he merely closed his eyes to rejuvenate, maintaining a light slumber while remaining acutely aware of his surroundings. Should they find themselves encircled by the fishmen once more, it would be unbearable for anyone. Thus, as dawn broke, a beam of light penetrated the cave's entrance, illuminating the interior. The survival point refresh notification chimed punctually. Having procured a level 1 strengthening potion for Zhou Lingrui the previous day, Chen Feng had also replenished some red potions, leaving him with just over 100 survival points. Abundant supplies had graced them yesterday. And today's refreshed survival points totaled 853, surpassing 1,000 when combined. However, the special items in the store had already been purchased, leaving little to acquire until the sailboat reached level 20 and unlocked the level 3 store for new offerings. Speaking of the sailboat, Chen Feng hastily accessed the warehouse. The wooden raft had required 10 hours to upgrade to a sailboat, and now, well over that time had elapsed. Indeed, the pattern of the raft had transformed. Ordinary sailboat, level, LV11 dimensions, 15-6 upgrade requirements. Wood remaining, 200 needed, 200 plant fibers remaining, 400 needed, 200 iron blocks remaining, 1294 needed, 40 raft heart remaining, 0 needed, 1 evaluation, though modest in size. It provides shelter from the elements. The transformation of the vessel was remarkable. The former raft had been a mere flat surface, crudely bound with ropes and wood. Now, the sailboat's design revealed significant evolution. Below lay the wooden cabin, which appeared spacious enough to accommodate 2 or 3 individuals. Above was the deck, primarily constructed of wood, with a prominent section rising in the center where a long mast stood, secured with numerous iron nails and wrapped in metal. This being the reason for the iron block requirement during the upgrade. The mast bore layers of unhoisted canvas, explaining the substantial need for plant fibers. Chen Feng gazed at the sailboat in the warehouse, his excitement palpable. After such a lengthy endeavor, the sailboat had finally been upgraded successfully. It would be their salvation once Treasure Island submerged, had it not been for the absence of water. He would have eagerly taken the sailboat out for inspection, but the risk of damaging it upon impact with the ground made him reconsider. Better to wait until they reached the sea. However, Chen Feng soon found himself troubled by the upgrade materials required for the sailboat. He had initially assumed that only the raft heart was necessary for the upgrade, but he soon realized that this was not the case. Unlike the raft, which merely required wood and plant fibers for minor upgrades without special materials, the sailboat demanded a raft heart every time. Currently, he lacked this critical component, although he had acquired one from the deceased Zhang Taixing and another from Zhou Lingrui. Each raft heart was not easily obtained. It seemed the game's design was intended not for cooperation among players, but to incite conflict. With a dearth of raft hearts, the sailboat found itself once again unable to upgrade. Chen Feng resolved to discuss matters with Guo Baolin. Once the sun fully rose, he held a deep respect for the character of old Guo, recognizing him as a potential allied that moment. Gina, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, finally stirred as she rose. A soft groan escaped her lips. "Gina, you're awake at last. How do you feel? How is your injury?" Chen Feng hurried over, concern etched across his face. Gina had played a pivotal role in vanquishing the multitude of fishmen the previous day. "Master, was the intermediate octopus defeated?" The first thing on Gina's mind was not her own condition, but the fate of the intermediate fishman. Having succumbed to unconsciousness due to her injuries during the octopus's attack, she was unaware of the events that transpired thereafter. After Chen Feng explained the situation, Gina comprehended everything. "Master, the scabs on my wounds are nearly gone. I'm recovering well. Thank you for your concern." She turned in a circle, revealing that her injuries had indeed healed significantly. That's splendid. Chen Feng smiled upon hearing Gina's reassurances, feeling a bit relieved. "However, Master," Gina suddenly furrowed her brow, her words trailing off in hesitation. "What is it? Are you feeling unwell?" Noticing Gina's reluctance to speak, Chen Feng inquired urgently. "I'm quite hungry. Could you provide me with something to eat?" Her voice dwindled as she clutched her stomach. "Haha!" Chen Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Indeed, as a fishman endowed with formidable strength, it was only natural that she possessed an equally formidable appetite. From the previous morning until now, Gina had not consumed a morsel. With a smile, Chen Feng approached the still slumbering Zhou Lingrui. With a resounding slap, he playfully smacked her rear, eliciting a reaction akin to two water-filled balloons colliding. "Lazy cat, rise and prepare a meal." Zhou Lingrui shot him a resentful glance, pouting as she rubbed her backside. The sudden action had roused her from sleep. "Get the pot. We're cooking," with Guo Baolin and the others stationed outside. There were no outsiders to concern them. Chen Feng decided to keep breakfast simple, retrieving 5 pounds of pork bones, 3 pounds of black abalone, and a hefty geoduck clam, tossing them all to Zhou Lingrui. Black abalone pairs wonderfully with geoduck clam. Even the old man would find it hearty. "Come now, let us whip up a soup for a nourishing meal," as Zhou Lingrui beheld the plethora of nourishing ingredients. Her legs weakened slightly. Rubbing her rear, she inwardly mused, "This is quite the feast. I must be cautious tonight." The ingredients were swiftly prepared, and the trio devoured their meal with vigor. Gina and Zhou Lingrui seemed to engage in a silent competition. Their eyes locked in a fierce stare as they vied to eat more heartily than the other. Chen Feng watched in bemusement as the two nearly toppled the makeshift cooking station. Hastily retreating to avoid the chaos, swallowing a tender piece of abalone, Chen Feng contemplated their next steps. With the acquisition of goggles that guaranteed 100% accuracy, his combat capabilities had multiplied. Coupled with Gina and Zhou Lingrui, who had consumed strengthening potions, their collective strength had indeed surged to a new level. Should they encounter intermediate fishmen again, they would not find themselves in the same dire predicament as before. If old Guo was unwilling to join his ranks, there was no need to team up with them. He could venture forth alone. Dragging along Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli would only serve as a burden. The fisherman tribe also harbored a leader capable of dropping higher-tier treasure chests. Chen Feng felt it was time to delve deeper into the fray, just as they clustered around the stove. A piercing scream erupted from outside the cave. That sound, it's Su Xiaoli. The trio instantly halted, sensing that something was amiss outside. Chapter 52. The death of Guo Baolin, Chen Feng, and the others swiftly stowed away their belongings within the cave and rushed outside. The campsite where Guo Baolin and the others had settled was not far. In just a few steps, they arrived at the scene. What they beheld left Chen Feng in disbelief. Su Xiaoli, the source of the scream, knelt upon the ground, her face a canvas of terror. Meanwhile, Wang Yong was sprawled on the ground, weeping profusely. As they looked closer, they discovered Guo Baolin lying lifeless on the ground, a gaping wound in his chest. Resembling a stab wound, with blood long dried around him, Guo Baolin was dead, and it appeared he had been so for some time, with only a fallen warehouse treasure chest beside him. Zhou Lingrui could not suppress a gasp, covering her mouth in horror. Chen Feng's expression darkened with rage. How could it be that old Guo had met such a tragic end while they were merely separated for rest? What happened? How did old Guo die? His voice boomed as he turned to Su Xiaoli, his disbelief palpable. They were on the periphery of Treasure Island, a place of relative safety. Guobaolin was a level 1 enhancer. Surely he could not have fallen so silently. He was killed by a fishman, Su Xiaoli stammered, pointing at Guobaolin's body, unable to meet Chen Feng's gaze. Killed by a fishman? Chen Feng echoed her words, skepticism etched across his face, sensing Chen Feng's doubt. Wang Yong, still on the ground, turned to him, his voice choked with tears. Yes, Brother Chen, we just saw a fishman lurking around here. It must have been the one that killed Uncle Guo. It fled when it saw us, and we didn't dare pursue it. You must avenge Uncle Guo. So, you mean to say that this so-called fishman appeared while you were absent? Where were you when old Guo was slain? Wang Yong glanced at Su Xiaoli, and, receiving her nod, he continued, Sister Su and I were caught up in our affections, seeking a secluded spot for some intimacy. We just returned. Chen Feng looked at them with disgust. Just yesterday, Su Xiaoli had attempted to seduce him, and now, with her husband freshly deceased, she was entangled with Wang Yong. Truly despicable. How repulsive. Your husband just died yesterday, and today you can't wait any longer. Zhou Lingrui exclaimed in anger. In contrast, Su Xiaoli appeared unfazed, merely casting a glance at Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui. And my husband's death is my affair. Whom I choose to be close with is also my concern. It has nothing to do with you. Zhou Lingrui found herself at a loss for words, unable to contend with this older woman that I have no interest in whom you are close with. I merely ask, did the fisherman flee upon seeing you? Chen Feng's brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze intently on Wang Yong's eyes. Wang Yong, who was sprawled on the ground, seemed to flinch at the question. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, Why yes, perhaps the fisherman saw the two of us and got scared, so it fled. Chen Feng let out a cold laugh. A fisherman runs away upon seeing a person? From this statement, I can ascertain that Wang Yong is certainly lying. Having encountered fishermen several times, whether they are lower or mid-tier, they have always attacked humans on sight. Only when they are outmatched do they retreat. Otherwise, they fight to the death. Moreover, could Guobaolin have been so easily slain by a fishman? Not to mention that this is the outskirts of Treasure Island, where fishmen are nearly non-existent. Even if one were to encounter a fishman, could it silently kill a level 1 enhancer? And the level 1 enhancer remained in a sleeping position, not resisting until the fishman ended his life? All of this leads me to suspect that Guobaolin was killed by someone familiar to him. Only Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli were close enough for Guobaolin to let his guard down. Wang Yong, it seems old Guo treated you quite well, yet you so easily took his life? Chen Feng sneered, fixing a piercing gaze on Wang Yong. I did not kill Uncle Guo. Wang Yong frantically shook his head in denial. Upon hearing Chen Feng's accusation, Su Xiaoli's expression immediately changed, her eyes darting as if lost in thought. Didn't he kill? Do you take me for a fool? You both underestimate level 1 enhancers. Chen Feng gradually withdrew his cold smile, a hint of ruthlessness manifesting in his eyes, having consumed a level 1 enhancer potion. Chen Feng knew that the enhancement affected not only the body, but also heightened sensory perception. Even in sleep, a level 1 enhancer could maintain awareness of their surroundings through enhanced hearing. Unless killed by familiar faces like Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli, no one else could have done it. Still not admitting it? I see you want to shed tears until you see the coffin. Chen Feng's murderous intent intensified, and he drew his long knife, poised to strike. Wang Yong, being younger, was terrified by Chen Feng's intimidation, his pants instantly dampening. The ferocity with which Chen Feng had previously dispatched the fishman was etched deeply in Wang Yong's mind. No, Uncle Guo was so kind to me. How could I kill him? It was her. She urged me to bring her close to Uncle Guo. She is the one who killed him. It has nothing to do with me. Under the pressure of Chen Feng's threat, Wang Yong divulged everything. Zhou Lingrui, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, You ungrateful wretches! If it weren't for Uncle Guo, you would have perished long ago. Zhou Lingrui's words rang true. Chen Feng had previously failed to understand Guobaolin's motivations for bringing along Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli. Now, not only had he failed to gain favor, but he had also lost his own life. Seeing the situation unravel, Su Xiaoli decided to drop the fade, standing up with raised eyebrows and declaring, So what if I killed him? Who told that watchdog to slap my face? Humph. Very well. Since you admit it, I shall honor my promise to Wang Yong and avenge old Gua. Both of you must die. Chen Feng felt a surge of rage welling within him. It was a disgrace to see the benevolent old Gua meet such an end. And he found the actions of these two despicable. Gripping his knife with one hand, he advanced step by step toward them. They had to die. Chinga, this has nothing to do with me. You can't hold me accountable. Wang Yong, filled with regret, realized he should not have mentioned avenging Guobaolin. Hey, Chen Feng, we were merely a temporary team. Now that we are separated, you have no right to meddle in our affairs. As Chen Feng approached with his knife, Su Xiaoli began to panic, retreating continuously. Right? I only know that murder demands a life. Chen Feng suddenly swung his long knife. The blade glimmered like a silver streak, aiming to cleave them in two. Seeing Chen Feng truly strike, both Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli were engulfed in terror, fleeing simultaneously. However, Chen Feng, enhanced beyond their capabilities, was far quicker. In a flash, two severed bodies collapsed to the ground, their faces frozen in expressions of horror. Chapter 53. Target. Fishermen overlord with their bodies cleaved in half, blood and entrails pooled on the ground, spreading ominously beneath them as Chen Feng surveyed the lifeless forms. He felt no panic or fear typical of a murderer. Instead, a sense of exhilarating satisfaction coursed through him. Wang Yong and Su Xiaoli had conspired to kill Guobaolin. Their deaths were hardly regrettable, though it was indeed unfortunate for the kind-hearted old man. Behind him, Gina remained expressionless. To her, killing a human bore no difference from slaying a fishman. As a fishman, Gina perceived all killings as simply that, devoid of any psychological burden. Zhou Lingrui, however, gasped in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief at Chen Feng's impulsive act of murder. Watching Chen Feng's vengeful silhouette, she felt a twinge of fear toward him. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, but soon steadied. After much contemplation, Zhou Lingrui reasoned that regardless of Chen Feng's actions, they were all for the sake of avenging old Gua. Since she had chosen to follow Chen Feng in this apocalypse, her path was now unwaveringly aligned with his. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, his impulsive actions had left a profound impact on Zhou Lingrui's psyche. As the three bodies lay lifeless, treasure chests materialized nearby. Chen Feng approached to inspect them. The warehouses of the trio were rather pitiful. Aside from Guobaolin possessing a long knife purchased from a store, there was nothing of value among them. A small supply of food and water, approximately 10 kilograms and 2 liters respectively, was all that remained. However, 3 raft hearts had also appeared. With the death of all 3, Chen Feng had no intention of neglecting these resources. Collecting all provisions, including the 3 raft hearts, he approached the body of Guobaolin. Farewell, old Gua. Chen Feng held a deep admiration for Guobaolin, whose kindness ultimately led to his demise, digging a deep pit in the ground. Chen Feng buried Guobaolin's body, ensuring he had a resting place in this strange world, preventing his remains from being left to our OTAS for Su Xiaoli and Wang Yong. Their corpses would remain, serving as sustenance for any passing animals or lower-tier fishmen. Unexpectedly, after venturing deep alongside Guobaolin and others, all had perished here. Over the past 2 days, Chen Feng had come to deeply appreciate the beauty and ugliness of humanity. With his own strength now sufficiently robust, he resolved never to partner with others so casually again. After all, human nature is often concealed behind a facade. Chen Feng had no desire to fall victim to someone like Su Xiaoli. Now possessing 3 raft hearts, the conditions for upgrading a sailboat had been met. Chen Feng promptly clicked on the upgrade option for the sailboat in his warehouse. Upgrading, time required, 20 hours. The upgrade process for the sailboat was akin to the previous experience, taking considerable time, and now even doubled. Since the vehicle remained of little use, he decided to let it upgrade gradually in the warehouse. Closing the game interface, Chen Feng made up his mind. Now that he was powerful enough, he would venture to discover the true nature of the so-called Fishman Overlord. Summoning Gina and Zhou Lingrui, the 3 figures gradually disappeared into the mist, continuing their exploration of Treasure Island. After a considerable time, in the tranquil woods, more than 10 humans suddenly appeared. They scattered, seemingly searching for something. Among them were both men and women, each wielding various weapons, appearing quite well equipped. that a couple of lower-tier fishmen trailed behind. Likely summoned by a card, but unfortunate enough to attract only the weaker variant. If Chen Feng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the leader among them. It was Tang Yuqing, accompanied by his son Tang Xiaoxi and the previously affiliated by Ling. "Boss, Su Xiaoli's location has vanished from here." A sturdy man approached Tang Yuqing, bowing respectfully. "Yes, search carefully around. If the signal has disappeared, it either means death or the removal of friends. She wouldn't delete you without reason. She must be dead." Tang Yuqing nodded, his expression indifferent. "Boss, I found it. There are 2 bodies here." Another person rummaging through the woods shouted loudly. The group quickly gathered. "Father, it appears Chen Feng is the one who killed them." Tang Xiaoxi, having enjoyed better living conditions over the past couple of days, had gained a few pounds, his eyes nearly disappearing into his chubby face as he spoke. Who would have thought that Zhou Lingrui found such a good backer? Bai Ling sauntered over, clutching an insignia from an unknown source, her voice dripping with resentment. Tang Yuqing surveyed the 2 bodies, his expression slightly irritated. "Since we couldn't act in time, let it be. But boss, didn't Su Xiaoli say that Chen Feng possessed an abundance of food and water resources? And he is quite powerful. Are we really going to let this go?" The sturdy man questioned, bewildered. "There is no need for haste at this moment. It is far more crucial for us to expedite the hunting of the fishmen. Given that Chen Feng has now amassed sufficient strength, I firmly believe that in the densely populated areas of the treasure island, we shall surely encounter him." A subtle, meaningful smile gradually appeared on Tang Yuqing's face. "At present, our utmost priority is to upgrade my sailboat to a higher level, as unlocking the level 3 marketplace is of paramount importance. We have ample contributions to the Rafts' heart for the time being. However, the iron resources have been largely acquired by Chen Feng, resulting in a severe scarcity of iron in the market, making the cost of upgrades exorbitant. In the future, it is imperative to procure iron from him. Let's proceed. We must delve deeper. We can already easily eliminate the intermediate fishmen, and I am exceedingly curious to witness the appearance of the advanced fishmen." Amidst the conversations of the group, it became evident that the alliance led by Tang Yuqing had significantly strengthened over the past few days. With more than 10 members having found each other, all equipped with fine weaponry. Tang Yuqing has also upgraded the raft to a sailboat. With so many members, he would certainly not lack for Rafts' heart. However, Chen Feng was the first to realize that upgrading to a sailboat required a considerable amount of iron, leading him to acquire a substantial quantity from the market. Now, attempting to procure iron comes at a steep price. And Tang Yuqing, in his haste, is primarily after the iron resources that Chen Feng possesses. Moreover, they have also become capable of effortlessly dispatching intermediate fishmen, indicating that their overall strength does not fall short of Chen Feng's. They too aim to venture into the depths of Treasure Island in search of the advanced fisherman chieftain, aligning their objectives with Chen Feng's. That as for their arrival here, it is due to a well-equipped fellow in the alliance who happens to be a friend of Su Xiaoli, suggesting that the two may have had prior entanglements. After Su Xiaoli caused Gua Baoling's demise, she did not flee, but instead sought out Tang Yuqing's group, intending to plot against Chen Feng. Little did she anticipate Chen Feng's impulsive nature, as he instantly killed both her and her accomplice, leaving Tang Yuqing and his companions with nothing to show for their efforts. Chapter 54. Radar Detector in a Low-Lying Swamp. 3 figures were huddled together, busily engaged in some task. "Chen Feng, pull it out. It's embedded too deeply." This was the voice of Zhou Lingrui, who seemed to be facing some vexing issue at that moment. "Just a moment, I'm almost done. I'll extract it shortly." Chen Feng gritted his teeth, his expression indicating great concentration. "Master, it appears you are struggling to extract it. Would you like my assistance?" Gina inquired with heartfelt concern. "No need. You underestimate me too much. I will extract it just as I shot it in." Chen Feng did not turn his head, remaining focused on his task. With a sudden pop, a finely crafted iron arrow was pulled from the body of a fishman. After extracting that one, Chen Feng approached the fishman in front of Zhou Lingrui and swiftly withdrew another. Before them lay the corpses of over 10 fishmen, including 1 intermediate sea turtle man. The arrow lodged in the turtle man's back proved particularly difficult to extract, causing the trio to toil for quite some time, after engaging in a fierce battle with these fishmen for several hours. With Gina leading the charge, Chen Feng utilizing his precision iron arrows that inflicted bleeding damage from a distance, and Zhou Lingrui intermittently rushing in with the trident Chen Feng had provided. They managed to defeat the fishmen through their combined efforts. Once the spoils of war were gathered, Chen Feng proceeded to collect the iron arrows he had shot into the fishmen, that a total of 200 iron arrows had been utilized. And after accounting for those damaged or rendered unusable, only a little over 100 arrows remained. Chen Feng, wary of wasting any resources, meticulously recovered each one. It has now been 6 days since Guobaolin was laid to rest. During this time, the trio, leveraging their formidable strength, has ventured deep into the heart of Treasure Island. Aside from this current wave of fishmen, they have previously hunted many others. Their combat capabilities have greatly improved, particularly Zhou Lingrui, who, at first, was nearly brought to tears at the thought of facing fishmen. However, after Chen Feng let her go hungry for 2 days, her ferocity when attacking fishmen became quite formidable. Once the battlefield was cleared, the three of them expertly set about preparing a meal. Man is iron, and food is steel. One must consume 3 large vats. This adage rings particularly true for Gina and Zhou Lingrui. After each successful hunt of fishmen, the 2 women always insisted on taking a break to feast, euphemistically calling it energy replenishment in preparation for the next battle that Chen Feng. It appeared more as though they were simply indulging their appetites. Let them indulge. After all, they had hunted many fishmen in recent days, and their resources and items had increased significantly. Chen Feng glanced at his warehouse, where his sailboat was currently undergoing an upgrade. Previously, he had obtained 3 Rafts hearts from Laogua and others, and with ample other materials, he had been continuously upgrading. Each level from 11 to 20 for the sailboat required 1 Rafts heart and a substantial amount of resources, marking this as the 3rd upgrade. The first took 20 hours, the second 40 hours, and the third 80 hours. Now, 6 days after parting from Laogua and the others, there remained only 3 hours until the completion of the sailboat's 3rd upgrade. Upon successful completion, there would be no Rafts hearts left for further upgrades. Attempts to purchase one in the trading market revealed that the value of the Rafts heart had become widely recognized, with no one willing to part with their own. Even if someone were to kill another and acquire their Rafts heart, they would hoard it in their warehouse, reluctant to sell. After all, most players were no longer troubled by food or water, and thus placed greater importance on the Rafts heart, which was essential for upgrading vehicles. Aside from the sailboat, the past few days had yielded abundant rewards. The pork had nearly been consumed by Gina and Zhou Lingrui. But fortunately, 4 bronze treasure chests had once again produced a wealth of food and fresh water. Currently, Chen Feng possessed approximately 1 ton of food and over 600 liters of fresh water, comprising 600 kilograms of rice, 340 g of canned luncheon meat, x 1000, 550 ml of mineral water, x 800, and 500 milliliters of fruit juice, x 300. These were all substantial food and water items obtained from the bronze treasure chests. And aside from seafood and other food items, the distilled water from the seawater separator was not mentioned here. In addition to food and water sources, most of the white quality items in the warehouse no longer captured Chen Feng's attention. The weapons were primarily cold weapons with little practical use. However, there were 2 blue quality items that piqued Chen Feng's interest. Resilient leather armor, blue. Description provides a degree of defensive strength, effectively reducing damage from cold weapons. Evaluation. Made from minimal materials, it looks quite alluring when worn. Chen Feng tossed this leather armor to Gina, as he had always positioned her at the forefront as a tank. With this armor, she would gain a measure of defense. Yet it must be said, the minimal materials used in this armor made it look stunning on Gina. Chen Feng gazed at Gina's ample bosom, secretly lamenting, cursing himself for being able to admire but not touch. The other blue item was neither a weapon nor defensive gear, but a remarkably powerful special item. Radar detector, blue. Description: consumes electrical energy to detect all moving objects within a 100-meter radius and display them on the game map. Evaluation: though the range is limited, it can still be considered a miraculous tool. Consumes electrical energy. Upon reading this, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle, while others might rack their brains over generating electrical energy. He had Gina, a natural generator, right beside him. After previously acquiring 2 lead-acid batteries, he charged one of them with Gina, and it was quickly filled, successfully powering the radar detector. The radar detector could function normally while stored in the warehouse, requiring only to be taken out for recharging when the power was nearly depleted, making it quite convenient. After the three had their fill, they continued on their journey. At this point, Chen Feng could see on the map that they were drawing ever closer to the very center of Treasure Island. Moreover, the frequency of encounters with fishmen was increasing, and Chen Feng understood that they were likely nearing the fishman's lair. Thus, he had to remain alert, exercising caution, and periodically checking the map. Any signs of movement would be displayed on the map through the radar detector. This was immensely useful in the Treasure Island's dense fog, where visibility barely extended to 20 or 30 meters as they advanced. Chen Feng occasionally glanced at the game interface's chat channel. It had been a while since he had learned about the circumstances of other players and wondered how well they were faring. Chapter 55, Chat Channel Opening the World Chat. High prices for Rafts hearts. Willing to trade with those in the same region. Looking to purchase Rafts hearts for 100 of fresh water or 100 kilograms of food. Also offering high prices for iron. Don't buy from the previous poster. Nobody is willing to part with their Rafts hearts. Indeed, each person only possesses one Rafts heart, and the conditions for obtaining them are too stringent. No one is willing to let go. I have no worries. I found a big shot in my area and joined his team. We have 4 members, and we don't lack for Rafts hearts. Only iron. What you said sounds easy, but black iron treasure chests only drop after defeating fishmen. In these past few days, we've only managed to kill 2 low-level fishmen, and we've suffered casualties. Previously, I heard that a person named Chen Feng had acquired a substantial amount of iron blocks. This individual is truly malicious, having anticipated the impending scarcity of iron blocks and procured them well in advance, leaving us with none. The comment made by the person upstairs is quite amusing. Is it truly malevolent for someone to acquire iron blocks? If you knew that iron blocks would become scarce, would you not seize the opportunity? Is it truly beneficial to join another's team? The upgraded sailing vessel is merely their private possession. They can stow it away at will, and when the time comes to hand over the raft heart, they could expel you, leaving you without any means of transportation. That said, rather than joining another's ranks, it would be wiser to enhance your own vessel, provided, of course, that you possess sufficient materials. Kill, kill, kill. Slaying enemies yields raft hearts. As for raft hearts, I already have 3. I shall soon upgrade my sailing vessel. The individual upstairs is formidable. How much of Treasure Island have you explored? Our team has already encountered mid-level mermen, suffering significant casualties, nearly leading to our annihilation. I seek insights on the true combat prowess of mid-level mermen. You have already encountered mid-level mermen. Goodness, I have only heard of them and have yet to see what they look like. Is there anyone bold enough to enlighten me? Mid-level mermen are merely that. Our team has already slain one. Put it plainly, the combat strength of mid-level mermen can be said to be 5 to 10 times that of low-level mermen. Moreover, not only are there mid-level mermen, but according to intelligence, there exists a high-level merman at the center of Treasure Island. Goodness, a high-level merman. Daily messages 11, online players 2.8 billion. Chen Feng observed the chaotic and numerous messages within the global chat channel. Analyzing them one by one from this jumble of information, it is evident that the majority of players have become quite knowledgeable about raft hearts, and many have begun to form teams to collectively upgrade a vessel. For players who band together, accumulating 1,000 survival points is not particularly challenging, as timber and plant fibers are abundant, and raft hearts are not scarce for cooperative players. However, iron blocks are no longer available on the market and can only be obtained by dismantling the black iron chests dropped by mermen. Overall, after forming alliances, many players have acquired the blueprints for upgrading their sailing vessels. But some lack raft hearts while others lack iron blocks. In this world, countless regions exist, each containing Treasure Island, and I believe there are indeed formidable players among them. Judging by the messages, many of these players have encountered mid-level mermen and possess considerable information about them. It is likely that numerous individuals have begun to target high-level mermen, just as Chen Feng has. Looking at the regional channel, which reflects the messages from players on this Treasure Island, someone inquires if anyone has slain mid-level mermen and seeks information on them. The Survival Alliance is actively recruiting members, currently boasting around 1,000 members. with 12 powerful individuals successfully converging on the island and upgrading their sailing vessel to level 12. The renowned entrepreneur Tang Yuqing welcomes your participation. Our team is heading towards the center of Treasure Island in search of high-level mermen. If interested, please join us swiftly. Additionally, a bounty is placed on a player named Chen Feng, who has brutally murdered my friends Su Xiaoli and others, that if you encounter him, please add me as a friend and inform me of his location. I will reward you handsomely. Is it true that the esteemed Chen Feng has slain your friends? Does he dare to kill indiscriminately? I never expected Chen Feng to be such a person. I was grateful for the merman intelligence he provided us. Nonsense. Just because you screenshot a woman's corpse does not mean that Chen Feng is the killer. Besides, even if Chen Feng did commit the act. So what? In this lawless apocalypse, if someone provokes you, what harm is there in retaliating? I also do not believe that Chen Feng is the murderer. He should come forth and clarify. Online players. 5846. Chen Feng had previously been too occupied to check the chat channel and was taken aback to discover that most discussions revolved around him. This Tang Yuqing truly is relentless, initially inviting him to join, later learning from Zhou Lingrui that he wished to kill him, and now hurling insults in the chat channel while posting a bounty. Chen Feng pondered that he had never had any quarrel with this person, who seemed to target him at every turn, as if he believed Chen Feng to be a soft target for him to manipulate at will. Since they also sought high-level mermen, they would inevitably cross paths. Thus, he thought it best to have a proper conversation when that time came at a glimmer of killing intent flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he gazed at Tang Yuqing's avatar in the chat channel. Subsequently, he replied directly in the regional chat, "It was I who killed them, but they deserved it. As for Mr. Tang Yuqing's bounty, I await your arrival. Let us meet soon." Chen Feng's sudden message ignited a frenzy in the regional channel. What the heck? It was indeed Chen Feng who committed the act. Given the gruesome nature of the corpse, Chen Feng must be a deranged killer. What deranged killer? Did not the esteemed Chen Feng say that those individuals must have provoked him? Without understanding the context, I shall refrain from commenting. Very well. Chen Feng, I hope you maintain such confidence when we meet. The messages contained both vitriol directed at Chen Feng and those defending him. But Chen Feng paid them no mind. The opinions of others held no significance for him. He coldly rejected Tang Yuqing's friend request once more, scoffing. Chen Feng was no fool. Why would he expose his location by adding a friend to someone like Tang Yuqing, who had the advantage of numbers? Now that he had formally severed ties with Tang Yuqing, Chen Feng felt no fear. When they eventually crossed paths, he would have the upper hand by striking from the shadows. Closing the chat, Chen Feng sighed. This game was becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 56. The lake on the island and a level 14 sailing vessel. Once the chat channel was closed, Chen Feng suddenly noticed a line of small text on a luminous screen. These words were quite conspicuous. Countdown to the sinking of Treasure Island. For days 16 hours, 32 minutes. Countdown to the great cataclysmic storm. 16 days, 16 hours, 32 minutes, unbeknownst to him. 13 days had passed since he arrived in this world, and he had spent 10 days on Treasure Island. Including today, there were less than 5 days remaining before Treasure Island would sink. And the first dungeon of this game was nearing its end. Chen Feng quickened his pace. Time was of the essence, and he felt a sense of urgency. Currently, hunting mid-level mermen was relatively simple for him. For Chen Feng, Treasure Island truly lived up to its name. In the brief time left, he needed to hunt more mermen, hoping to defeat the final boss, the high-level merman, the leader of the merman clan. Before it submerged, accompanied by Gina and Zhou Lingrui, Chen Feng continued on their journey. The path remained serene, with no mermen encountered thus far, which troubled Chen Feng. As more players delved deeper, the number of mermen had sharply declined. Low-level mermen aside, there were only about 100 mid-level mermen remaining. As each one was slain, how many could possibly survive? This was an inevitable outcome. After all, when wolves abound, meat becomes scarce, and Chen Feng had already feasted the most among them. Although he felt disgruntled, Chen Feng did not halt his steps. As the trio ventured further into the heart of Treasure Island, Chen Feng gradually noticed that the surrounding mist was thinning. What had once obscured visibility to merely 20 meters was now clearing, revealing a view of over 100 meters. While Chen Feng scanned the area, Zhou Lingrui suddenly pointed ahead, her face beaming with excitement. Chen Feng, look, is that a body of water up ahead? Following Zhou Lingrue's gesture, Chen Feng's gaze fell upon a remarkably calm surface of water beneath the thinning mist. Tio ascertained that it was not merely a large puddle. The three hurried forward. Upon reaching the water's edge, the sight before Chen Feng was astonishing. This was no mere puddle. It was a vast lake that appeared to stretch endlessly. Leaning down, Chen Feng observed the lake's surface, which was eerily still, revealing even the tiny fish swimming below. He scooped up a handful of lake water and tasted it. Pah! Upon seeing such an expansive lake, he had hoped it to be fresh water, only to discover it was salt water, leaving him disappointed in his quest for fresh water. The mist here had thinned, allowing for far-reaching visibility. Chen Feng surveyed the lake. It was undeniably vast, approximately one-third the size of Taiwan, and based on its location on the map, he estimated it to cover several thousand square kilometers. The Merman tribe, dwelling beneath the sea, must have a fondness for water. Perhaps their stronghold lies within this lake. It seems we must venture onto the lake. With this decision in mind, Chen Feng realized that the expansive water body would finally put his upgraded sailing vessel to good use. Opening his inventory, he checked the status of his previously upgraded sailing vessel. The IT had successfully completed its upgrade. Resilient sailing vessel, level, LV14 dimensions, 2010 upgrade requirements, timber, remaining 983. Needed 400, plant fibers, remaining 864, needed 400, iron blocks, remaining 952, needed 200, raft hearts, remaining 0, needed 1, evaluation. An exceptionally resilient sailing vessel, capable of withstanding attacks from ordinary marine creatures. Its cabin offers excellent privacy, ensuring that any activities within remain unheard from the outside. After 3 upgrades, the sailboat had successfully advanced from level 11 to level 14. This moment, the vessel not only appeared grander, but also seemed sturdier. Summoning, Chen Feng approached the lakeshore, anticipation shimmering in his eyes as he selected the summon option. Suddenly, a colossal sailboat materialized before him, only to plummet violently into the water with a resounding splash. The massive vessel crashed into the lake, sending a spray of water soaring over 10 meters high, still quivering from the impact. It was at this moment that Chen Feng truly beheld the means of his survival, compared to the raft. The sailboat was not only a three-dimensional vehicle, but also made efficient use of space. The data displayed dimensions of 20 by 10, which may not have seemed significant at first glance. Yet the sailboat appeared quite substantial before him. Chen Feng was the first to leap aboard, followed closely by Zhou Lingrue and Gina. Walking upon the sturdy deck, Chen Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Nodding repeatedly, the investment had proven worthwhile, as the sailboat beneath his feet offered him immense security. Chen Feng, this sailboat looks remarkably sturdy. Zhou Lingrue exclaimed, by the way, how do we access the cabin? Intrigued, she began to explore the surroundings. Speaking of the cabin, Chen Feng glanced backward. Behind the deck lay a modest control room, where the entrance to the cabin should be located. The trio stepped into the control room, which measured approximately 10 by 10, providing ample space. Inside, there was only a helm resembling a car steering wheel, designated for navigating the vessel, on the floor behind them. A wooden door caught Chen Feng's attention, that he approached and lifted it, revealing the entrance to the cabin. Here it is. The cabin should be right here. Chen Feng gestured towards Zhou Lingrue with a nod. I want to go down and take a look. Zhou Lingrue, exuding uncontainable excitement, revealed a yearning smile, as if she were the lady of the manor. How wonderful. Chen Feng, may I share a room with you? Zhou Lingrue asked playfully, her boldness tinged with a hint of shyness as she stepped closer and grasped his hand. Chen Feng chose to ignore her. Lately, Zhou Lingrue had grown increasingly audacious, constantly devising ways to entice him. Since stepping aboard the sailboat, her restraint in the enclosed cabin seemed to wane. Chen Feng brushed off Zhou Lingrue's advances. We're still on the lake. There might be mermen around. Let us head up to the deck. Leading Gina with him, Chen Feng climbed back onto the deck through the wooden door. However, Zhou Lingrue pouted in dissatisfaction and chose to linger in the cabin, as if unable to tear herself away. Chen Feng surmised this was a common trait among women. their fascination with secure places likely contributing to the modern trend of needing a home before marriage. As Chen Feng surveyed the deck, he suddenly found himself perplexed. How exactly does this sailboat move? Previously, the raft was propelled by the great white shark and the little plump one, but now, with the little plump one still on the island, who would tow the boat? Chen Feng was momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the mast standing tall in the center of the sailboat, atop which were layers of sails stacked together. It struck him. The sailboat was designed to harness wind power for propulsion. However, the lake's surface was calm and still, indicating there was not a breath of wind present. Without wind, how could the sailboat move? Setting aside his concerns, he resolved to hoist the sails first. Chen Feng approached the mast and tugged on a thick black rope, raising the entire sailcloth. Once the sail was fully unfurled, Chen Feng was astonished to find the sailboat began to move of its own accord. Even without wind, it seemed that this was merely a feature of the game's world. As long as the sail was raised, the entire vessel would be set in motion. Chen Feng paid no mind to these intricacies. Satisfied that the sailboat possessed propulsion, "Gina, keep watch on the deck while I take control of the direction." "Yes, master." After giving Gina a brief nod, Chen Feng stepped into the control room, grasping the helm to adjust the sailboat's course. The vessel gradually turned, departing from the lakeshore. Under Chen Feng's guidance, it maintained a steady speed of approximately 30 kilometers per hour as it glided into the lake. Indeed, the lake's surface remained tranquil as Chen Feng navigated the sailboat for nearly half an hour. Apart from the endless expanse of water surrounding him, there was nothing else in sight. Gina meandered about the deck, appearing somewhat bored. Zhou Lingrui, for reasons unknown, remained in the cabin, reluctant to emerge. Chen Feng found solace in this. With Zhou Lingrui down below, at least he could enjoy a moment of peace. Just as Chen Feng began to feel a tinge of boredom, the game interface unexpectedly appeared before him, the map springing to life with a small red dot materializing on it. Upon seeing the red dot, Chen Feng instantly understood that it was undoubtedly the radar detector within the storage that had picked up a moving object at that moment. The red dot was 100 meters away, and as the sailboat drew nearer, it seemed to have detected their presence, rapidly closing the distance towards the vessel in the lake. Something moving at such speed could only be a merman. The red dot likely represented a single merman. Chen Feng exited the control room and called out to the dazed Gina. "Gina, there should be a merman ahead. Prepare for battle." "Yes, master." Upon hearing Chen Feng's command, Gina straightened her posture, her spirit instantly revitalized. Uncertain of the merman's level, Chen Feng remained vigilant, drawing forth his fine iron bow and arrows while donning protective goggles, ready to confront the unknown adversary. The red dot continued to close in, 90 meters, 80 meters, 10 meters. The map indicated the red dot was now just within reach, yet Chen Feng saw nothing on the water surface. With bow and arrow at the ready, Chen Feng scanned the surroundings, yet found no target. Even with the goggles enhancing his accuracy to 100, he had no idea where to aim. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed. Something struck the hull of Chen Feng's sailboat, right beneath it. The tremendous impact not only generated a dull sound, but also caused the entire sailboat to sway violently. Chen Feng's brow furrowed. It was undoubtedly the merman attacking the sailboat from beneath the water, leaving him feeling quite disoriented. The merman remained submerged, rendering Chen Feng helpless. "What's happening? What's going on?" Zhou Lingrui, feeling the tremors from within the cabin, hurriedly emerged, bewildered. "Prepare for battle. A merman is attacking us," Chen Feng called out. Positioning himself at the edge of the deck while observing the lake's surface, Zhou Lingrui's face paled at the revelation. Once again, a muffled thud rang out, followed by another collision that nearly sent Zhou Lingrui tumbling off the edge. This could not continue. The merman's relentless assaults could eventually compromise the sailboat's integrity. Chen Feng felt a surge of urgency. "Master, I can dive into the water to fight. Please allow me." Gina stepped closer to Chen Feng, her eyes brimming with a fervent desire for battle. Of course, Gina was a merman herself. Her combat prowess underwater would be unimpeded. "All right, Gina, dive in and try to force the merman to the surface so I can shoot him with my arrows," Chen Feng exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. However, A hint of concern crossed his face. During Gina's previous encounter with the intermediate octopus, she had been suppressed by its innate abilities, with the variety of mermen. There could be potential for similar constraints among intermediate mermen, he cautioned. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, make sure to return to the boat. Understood, Master. Though Gina acknowledged Chen Feng's warning, her expression was devoid of apprehension, radiating confidence that underwater combat would be a simple task for her. With a graceful arc, Gina dove into the water with a splash, disappearing from sight. Once submerged, Gina was no longer bound by the limitations of land, moving at incredible speed. Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui watched intently. Though the surface offered no clues, suddenly, the once calm water shimmered with brilliant flashes of light. It was Gina's electric currents. The underwater battle had commenced, with arcs of electricity cascading forth. Thanks to the saline water's excellent conductivity, Gina's electrical attacks exceeded their effectiveness on land. Chen Feng marveled at the sight, astonished by the surge in Gina's combat capability underwater. Moments later, the surface began bubbling, drawing Chen Feng's gaze. Emerging with exhilaration, Gina surfaced, dragging with her a merman corpse far larger than herself. Master, it's an intermediate merman. I've slain it, she called out, holding a bronze treasure chest in her hand. What? You defeated it just like that? Both Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui were taken aback. Chen Feng retrieved the merman's data. Intermediate sea crabman abilities, possesses an exceptionally hard shell, terrifyingly strong in close combat. Weakness, lacks any vulnerability except for its internal organs. This was an intermediate merman, specifically a shell-bearing one. Chen Feng recalled that during the last encounter with the intermediate octopus, Gina had struggled. Yet here she had dispatched the formidable sea crab in roughly a minute. Chen Feng was astounded for a moment. Then realization dawned on him. Gina is a humanoid electric eel, and her electric attacks in the water are undoubtedly amplified, rendering her assaults nearly unstoppable for any aquatic being. Even the hard-shelled crabmen cannot achieve insulation against her strikes. It is only natural for them to be unable to withstand her prowess, especially since Gina is entirely unaffected by speed in the water, resulting in a dramatic surge in her combat abilities. Should she encounter a mid-level octopus man in the water now, Chen Feng is confident that Gina would be capable of dispatching her in an instant. Once Gina emerges onto the shore, Chen Feng, filled with joy, dons his leather gloves and affectionately strokes her hair, his eyes brimming with adoration for this precious gem. In response, Gina obediently curls her fishtail slightly, lowering her body to facilitate Chen Feng's caresses. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Zhou Lingrui can only pout and stomp her feet in discontent and jealousy. Chapter 58. Passive Skills and Farming. Yet another bronze treasure chest has appeared. Chen Feng beams with delight. Over the past few days, he has accumulated dozens of black iron chests, most of which remain unopened in his storage due to his apathy. To him, bronze chests have lost much of their former luster. Previously, he managed to obtain only a piece of leather armor and a radar detector from a few bronze chests, which were somewhat decent, while the rest were of little use. Nonetheless, the allure of opening them persists. After all, one might strike lucky that as he initiates the opening of the bronze chest, a 10-second progress bar materializes, revealing corn seeds 100 kilograms. Description: processed plant seeds evaluation. High-quality grain seeds capable of yielding satisfactory results even in subpar soil conditions. This item belongs to the category of resources, and a faint smile graces Chen Feng's lips. Corn seeds are indeed a valuable acquisition. Essentially dried corn kernels, they are not only edible, but can also be replanted. Perfectly coinciding with his earlier acquisition of a blue-quality farmland, he is now relieved to have something suitable to plant. Setting aside his farming ambitions for the moment, he examines another blue item. It is a card reminiscent of the one used to summon Gina. Chen Feng's heart leaps with excitement. Could it be another summoning card for a fisherman? Upon closer inspection, however, he finds it to be different. Passive skill: underwater breathing, blue. Description: upon using this card, you gain the ability to breathe underwater, akin to that of a fisherman. Evaluation: even if you cannot swim, you will not drown when submerged. Warm reminder: each individual can only acquire one passive skill. There's a wide variety to choose from, so select wisely. Yet another special item. Chen Feng gazes at the card, somewhat entranced. Tea grants humans a unique capability, unlike the equipment and functional items he has encountered before. Contemplating this, he realizes that such skill-based drops are exceedingly rare. He has yet to see anyone mention such items in the chat channel. However, the gentle reminder indicates that one can possess only one passive skill in the future. While navigating the ocean, the underwater breathing skill seems advantageous. Yet he wonders if there might be even more formidable passive skills available. Chen Feng decides to tuck this passive skill card away for now, remaining open to future options. This bronze treasure chest has yielded excellent finds, and Chen Feng feels quite satisfied. With a beaming smile, he strides to one side of the deck, retrieving from his storage the farmland 44M blue. With nearly 100 square meters of space remaining on the deck, a small area of a dozen square meters is more than sufficient for placement. Once the farmland is set down, it cannot be retracted, so Chen Feng believes that placing it on his sailboat is the most fitting choice. Confirm placement of farmland. Once placed, it cannot be retrieved to storage. The system prompt resonates in Chen Feng's ears, and he decisively clicks yes. Instantly, the model of the farmland drops onto the deck, gradually expanding from the size of a palm to its full dimensions of 44M. This is the first time Chen Feng has seen farmland resting upon a wooden deck. Although it lies on wood, the surface is rich, dark soil that appears to be of good quality. Chen Feng retrieves two types of plant seeds, corn and tomatoes. Zhou Rui, come here, coming. Chen Feng's loud call startles Zhou Rui, who had been attentively watching the water for fishermen corpses, prompting her to rush over in haste. She is rather anxious when it comes to Chen Feng. You take these seeds and plant them in the field. Chen Feng hands her some seeds with a dismissive air. But I used to be an urban white-collar worker. How could I possibly farm? Zhou Rui protests, holding the seeds he forcefully gave her, her lips pouting in reluctance. If you can't plant, you want to have dinner. Chen Feng knows how to hit Zhou Rui where it hurts. Fine, I'll plant. Zhou Rui grumbles through clenched teeth, reluctantly turning to busy herself in the farmland while muttering under her breath about the trials of dealing with a stubborn man. Remember, half corn and half tomatoes. Don't forget to water them afterward. Chen Feng crosses his arms and strides toward the control room, continuing to sail across the lake. Despite the potential presence of fishmen below, Chen Feng feels no undue anxiety with the radar detector monitoring the area. Perhaps due to the vastness of the lake, he encounters no further fishmen until nightfall. As dinner time approaches, Chen Feng, having not cooked for quite some time, suddenly feels inspired. He pulls out a stove and begins by boiling a large pot of white rice. The cooked grains are plump and fragrant, and even without any seasonings, Chen Feng cannot help but drool at the sight of it. He then retrieves a long-stored jar of lard. This pork fat has been cherished for quite a while. But without noodles, he cannot make lard noodles. Today, he decides to prepare a simple dish of lard over rice instead. Chen Feng scoops a generous amount of lard from the container and pours it over the steaming rice, sprinkling some salt before mixing the two together. The solidified lard melts slowly within the warm rice, releasing an irresistible aroma. This is the taste of love. Chen Feng inhales deeply, overwhelmed by the scent of the food, unable to suppress a sigh of contentment. Gina and Zhou Rui, likely possessing a dog-like instinct, are drawn to the delightful aroma. Gina dives right in, eating with total disregard for propriety. Zhou Rui, having just finished her work in the farmland and covered in dirt, casts a resentful look at Chen Feng, wondering why such a beautiful woman has been relegated to farming. All right, come and eat. Chen Feng, stifling a laugh, beckons Zhou Rui over. Despite her displeasure, she cannot resist the allure of food. Upon seeing the lard rice, all her grievances are forgotten. Her large eyes narrow into slits of delight as she hops over to join him for dinner. I could see this moment. How could Chen Feng not share this joy with others? He opens the world chat, preparing to take a screenshot to share with numerous players. Just as he is about to capture the moment, Zhou Rui, perhaps too pleased with her meal, unexpectedly kisses Chen Feng on the cheek, coincidentally causing him to send the message out that a bowl of lard rice truly embodies the taste of home. Image. JPG. The world chat erupts once more. Lard rice. I'm so jealous. We barely manage to fill our stomachs. And here is the great Chen Feng enjoying fine cuisine. You gluttons only care about food. Did you not notice the sailboat behind Chen Feng? It seems to be of quite a high level. Such a great guy. You straight men only know how to ogle food and vehicles. Did you not see the two beautiful ladies beside him? One of them even kissed him on the cheek. Who will save me? I've discovered that I am no longer hungry tonight because I consumed 200 pounds of dog food. Ah, I've never suffered such severe injuries, even in Syria. Chapter 59. The underwater castle of the fisherman, a pot of lard rice hardly satisfies 3 people. While the quantity may be modest, it becomes somewhat greasy after a while, leaving them with little appetite. After finishing, Chen Feng retires to the cabin for a rest. Zhou Lingrui, noticing Chen Feng's departure, stealthily follows him inside on the deck. Gina diligently maintains her vigil, occasionally checking the control room to adjust the boat's course. Even with only Gina on deck, Chen Feng feels reassured. After all, he has the radar detector to alert him to any living beings within 100 meters, so he can afford to rest in the cabin without worry. The cabin contains several empty rooms, and lacking furniture, he lays down a simple layer of coarse cloth made from plant fibers to serve as a makeshift bed, just as Chen Feng stretches out on the rough fabric. A figure stealthily slips inside. Ignoring Chen Feng's protests, she lies down beside him. What are you doing here? There are so many empty rooms. Why must you lie down with me? The intruder can only be Zhou Lingrui. Chen Feng casts a disgruntled glance at the woman beside him. Oh, I'm scared alone. Zhou Lingrui beams, her expression betraying no hint of the fear she claims to feel. Chen Feng scoffs, scared? You're currently a level 1 enhancer, capable of overpowering several ordinary people. How can you claim to be scared? Having yet to confront Zhou Lingrui about her earlier kiss, he is now faced with her persistence that, oh, I'm really scared. In the enveloping darkness, there is an undeniable sense of security beside you. Zhou Lingrui nestled closer to Chen Feng, playfully indulging in her whims. All right. Do as you please. Chen Feng, disinterested, closed his eyes to rest. After a moment of silence, the atmosphere turned slightly awkward. Hey, brother Chen Feng, may I share a joke with you? Zhou Lingrui lifted her head, initiating the conversation with a hint of trepidation. If you remain silent, I shall proceed. Once upon a time, there were 2 shepherds, one male and one female. Tending to their flock, they came upon a tree and climbed up to rest, allowing the sheep to graze below. However, to their astonishment, the sheep soon perished. The man, bewildered, could not fathom the cause, until the woman uttered a single phrase that illuminated the situation. Brother Chen Feng, do you know what she said? Zhou Lingrui animatedly recounted the tale, leaving a tantalizing cliffhanger for Chen Feng. Intrigued, he could not help but inquire, what did she say? With a chuckle, Zhou Lingrui replied, she said it was because there was no grass. As she spoke, she gazed at Chen Feng with a profound look, propping herself on one hand, showcasing her exquisite figure. You truly believe I am not a man? Chen Feng, realizing the implications, could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, damn. In a swift motion, he embraced Zhou Lingrui's slender waist, and they tumbled together. Zhou Lingrui's smile blossomed like a flower. This moment had been a long time coming. Nearby, a pile of clothes lay scattered like a small hill. Master, it appears there are structures ahead. Just as the train grazed the edge of the platform, Gina's voice echoed into the cabin. Damn it. Zhou Lingrui cursed in frustration. Chen Feng felt a surge of overwhelming resentment washing over him, causing a cold sweat to break out. Yet, Gina's voice managed to instill a sense of calm. There were matters to attend to. Chen Feng hastily dressed and made his way to the deck. After all the trouble I've gone through to create this opportunity, I cannot coexist with Gina. Zhou Lingrui hastily covered her flawless form with a coarse cloth, throwing a fit to vent her frustration. After a brief outburst, she quickly donned her clothes and exited. Upon reaching the deck, Chen Feng followed Gina's pointed direction and indeed, as she had indicated, about 200 meters ahead, a series of dark gray structures jutted out from the water surface. If one were not particularly observant, they might miss them entirely. Chen Feng swiftly lowered the canvas from mast, halting the sailboat's advance. The priority was to observe closely. The sudden appearance of these peculiar structures was likely linked to the fishmen. The sailboat glided forward a few dozen meters before coming to a stop, now just around 190 meters from the bizarre buildings. At this proximity, Chen Feng could make out the architecture more clearly. The buildings, predominantly deep gray, were constructed from darkened stone and wood. There seemed to be only about 30 or so small houses visible above the water. Is this the lair of the fishmen? If so, it seems rather rudimentary, Chen Feng murmured, scrutinizing the structures. Zhou Lingrui, trailing behind, playfully pinched Chen Feng's waist, indicating her discontent, leaving him exasperated. What on earth is wrong with her lately? Ignoring her antics, Chen Feng continued to observe. But the distance still rendered some details elusive. He decided to maneuver the sailboat a bit closer. After advancing a few dozen meters, now approximately 150 meters away, Chen Feng's map interface suddenly displayed a flurry of red dots emerging at the edge of the detection range. What? Startled by the sudden appearance of so many signs of activity, Chen Feng quickly halted the sailboat, unwilling to venture further. The structures were still over 150 meters away, yet the radar indicated movement within 100 meters. Scanning the lake, Chen Feng noted its surface remained eerily calm. Approaching the edge of the deck, he peered into the lake under the dim moonlight. Upon closer inspection, the submerged reality gradually unveiled itself. The visible structures were merely the tips of the buildings above the water. Underneath lay an extensive expanse of architecture extending down to the lakebed. A colossal underwater castle materialized before his eyes. Judging by the number of red dots detected, there were at least 20 entities present. This could only mean the fishmen were indeed lurking nearby. If this was just the perimeter of the underwater castle, the fishmen's numbers within must be staggering. Fortunately, Chen Feng had halted the sailboat just in time, and the red dots remained stationary. Chen Feng adjusted the direction and raised the sails, gradually steering the sailboat away. This is the fishmen's stronghold. The lower-level fishmen are countless. The mid-level ones are formidable, and there's even an unseen high-ranking fishman here. Staying any longer would be tantamount to courting death. After sailing for a while in the opposite direction, Chen Feng finally stopped the sailboat when it was about 300 meters from the structures. He had not anticipated that the very center of the Treasure Island map would be the lair of the fishmen. There was no telling how many fishmen resided within that underwater castle. Entering recklessly would surely lead to an ambush. It was time to devise a plan. Previously, during the encounter with a mid-level crabman, the fishmen had detected them from several dozen meters away. The reason was simple. The sailboat was a conspicuous target, creating ripples in the water as it moved, allowing even distant fishmen to easily spot it. Thus, Chen Feng realized that approaching the fishman's castle in this sailboat would likely result in detection sooner rather than later, which furrowed his brow in concern. Initially, Chen Feng had intended to stealthily approach the fishman's lair and eliminate them one by one with his fine, iron-bound arrows. However, with the fishmen concealed within their underwater fortress, his weapons would be of little use. Moreover, it would be impossible to remain undetected. If discovered, a horde of fishmen would undoubtedly pursue him, and should the most powerful fishman leader intervene, the consequences would be dire. This forced Chen Feng to abandon his original plan of hunting mid-level fishmen for advanced equipment. At this moment, a brilliant idea struck Chen Feng as he thought of Tang Yuqing. This individual led the most formidable team in Chen Feng's region. If he could persuade this team to attack the fishman's underwater castle first, during their standoff, Chen Feng might find the opportunity to hide and reap the benefits. However, it was evident that Tang Yuqing, having developed such a powerful team, was no fool. Convincing him to assault the fishman's castle would be no easy task. Furthermore, the two had already burned bridges in the chat channel. Expecting Tang Yuqing to heed a direct request to attack the fishman's stronghold was wishful thinking. Yet the structures above the water were relatively small, and their submerged nature rendered them somewhat concealed, especially under the influence of the mist. Had it not been for Gina's warning, Chen Feng might have unwittingly sailed right into them. The hidden underwater castle could be of strategic value. Tang Yuqing's group was intent on pursuing him. If he could lure them here, feigning flight toward the fishman's castle, perhaps they would engage in direct confrontation. This thought crystallized in Chen Feng's mind. A plan began to take shape. He was now confident in claiming that he had delved deeper into the treasure island than most. Tang Yuqing's group was numerous, making their progress cumbersome. Thus their speed would naturally be inferior to Chen Feng's. The next step was simple: lure Tang Yuqing and his team to this location. Chen Feng opened the private chat in the chat interface, locating the previous dialogue with Tang Yuqing. After some contemplation, he composed a message and sent it. "Hello, Mr. Tang. This is Chen Feng. That I have something I wish to discuss with you." Minutes later, as Chen Feng awaited Tang Yuqing's response, a smile crept across his face. No matter the reply, as long as there was a response, there was something to discuss. "Young man, what do you want to talk about? I hope you encounter us soon so I can avenge Su Xiaoli and the others." "Huh, revenge. Mr. Tang, your words are quite grand." Chen Feng mused. From the outset, Tang Yuqing had formed his alliance with the intent of seizing resources from others. Did he truly care for the lives of his so-called friends? Besides, Su Xiaoli and her companions were hardly innocent. Chen Feng had no faith in Tang Yuqing's claim of seeking vengeance for his friends. "Enough with the pleasantries. You know what you want. Why have you sought me out? If you are begging for mercy, I suggest you spare your breath. When my main force encounters you, you will see." Seemingly struck by Chen Feng's incisive words, Tang Yuqing dropped the facade. "Mr. Tang, do not be angered that I reached out to you to clarify our misunderstandings, that I believe I have not wronged you in any way. So why must you press me so?" Chen Feng's lips curled into a cold smile as he scrutinized the chat window. "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Yes, I am indeed after resources. So what? Now, if you wish for me to spare you, you must relinquish all your resources to me. Otherwise, giving you everything is out of the question, but I could part with a portion. Recently, I have discovered that surviving alone on this treasure island is indeed challenging. If I were to join Mr. Tang's alliance, would you be amenable?" "Join?" Tang Yuqing, after recovering from this situation, waited for a considerable time before sending the next message. "Earlier, when I requested you to join, your attitude was not like this. Do you think you can just join now? If Mr. Tang agrees to abandon his pursuit of me and allows me to join your team, I firmly believe that not only will our resources improve, but my abilities will also significantly enhance the team's combat effectiveness." Chen Feng's messages all conveyed a submissive attitude, and now he was waiting for Tang Yuqing to take the initiative. After receiving Chen Feng's message, Tang Yuqing did not respond for a long while, seemingly contemplating what benefits could arise from allowing Chen Feng to join. After a while, Tang Yuqing's message arrived again. "Fine, if you wish to join. You can do so, but first you must surrender some resources as a show of goodwill. Then, add me as a friend." Reluctant to part with his assets, yet eager to secure a partnership, Chen Feng pondered for a moment and agreed. Clicking on Tang Yuqing's avatar to initiate a trade, the transaction of 100 kilograms of rice was successful. For Chen Feng, this amount was negligible. If this modest offering could earn him Tang Yuqing's trust, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Subsequently, Chen Feng sent a friend request to Tang Yuqing. Shortly after, the system notified him that the friend request had been accepted. At that moment, Chen Feng could also see Tang Yuqing and his companions' locations through the map feature. Unexpectedly, Tang Yuqing and his group had also reached the lake surface, merely half a day's journey away from Chen Feng. "Haha! Welcome, brother Chen Feng, to our alliance. From now on, we shall no longer be adversaries, but rather a united team." Upon receiving the 100 kilograms of rice from Chen Feng, Tang Yuqing's tone became notably friendlier. Of course, Chen Feng could discern the authenticity of this transformation. "Hee, I hope Brother Tang will take good care of me from now on." "No problem." "Oh, Brother Chen Feng, you've made it to this lake as well? I didn't expect us to be so close. Let's meet and get acquainted, and I'll introduce you to the others." Tang Yuqing, having evidently checked Chen Feng's position, responded in a seemingly amicable manner. "All right, let's meet first and discuss further." Chen Feng replied with a cold smile. On the map, both Chen Feng and Tang Yuqing were steering their sailboats closer together. As for whether they could truly coexist harmoniously once they were near, if Chen Feng were to answer, the response would certainly be negative. The two sailboats drew nearer, and Chen Feng gradually wore a smile, as the plan was unfolding smoothly, just as he had envisioned. Chapter 61. A piercing arrow through the clouds. The night on Treasure Island rendered visibility poor, but after navigating their sailboats for a considerable duration, the distance between Chen Feng and Tang Yuqing had diminished significantly. Observing the map interface, What initially appeared to be a half-day journey had been reduced to just over an hour of travel. Now, only a little over 1,000 meters remained between them. Gina, head to the control room. We will soon approach some enemies, and when I tell you to turn, do so immediately. Yes, master. Gina nodded and proceeded to the control room. Beside her, Zhou Lingrui questioned in confusion. If they are enemies, why are we heading in this direction? We could either flee or confront them. I have my own plans. Do not question me further, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Then turned to say, the enemies you are familiar with are Tang Yuqing and his group. What? It's them. Zhou Lingrui's expression turned furious, as if recalling an unpleasant incident. Chen Feng, may I take the opportunity to strike them down? Zhou Lingrui still remembered how Tang Yuqing and his associates had seized several of her supplies, and she had only managed to escape by taking advantage of their inattention. Now, emboldened by the level 1 strengthening potion, she seemed eager for revenge. Save your breath. They already number over 10. Don't act impulsively. Follow my lead. Chen Feng dissuaded the fervent Zhou Lingrui and drew out his fine iron bow. The map indicated that Tang Yuqing's position was now only 300 meters away. It was time to prepare for battle. Chen Feng did not trust that Tang Yuqing truly believed he would join him. The first order of business upon their encounter might very well be a confrontation. Brother Chen Feng, I see you. In the distance, Chen Feng spotted a sailboat significantly smaller than his own drawing closer, now only 100 meters away. Several figures stood at the bow, one of whom was loudly calling out greetings. This must be Tang Yuqing. This marked their first meeting. Given his warm demeanor, Chen Feng began to genuinely believe that Tang Yuqing was sincerely inviting him to join. However, before 3 seconds had passed, the radar detector indicated that there were living beings approaching within 100 meters, numbering around 7 or 8, all in the direction of Tang Yuqing's sailboat. His vessel was still over 100 meters away, making it impossible for anyone to detect him at that distance. Thus, there could only be one explanation. A group was secretly approaching from underwater. Tang Yuqing had actually sent people to approach from beneath the surface. Clearly, he harbored ulterior motives. Without the radar detector, Chen Feng could have been ambushed once they got close. Mr. Tang, since you were so cordial, allow me to send you a little something as well. Tang Yuqing appeared unconcerned about the underwater approach, cheerfully responding to Chen Feng's greeting to a distance. Tang Yuqing heard Chen Feng's call, and oh, need to be polite, Brother Chen. We are all family. I just acquired a bottle of special Maodai. Let's have a good drink together later. Beside Tang Yuqing were his son and their mutual acquaintance Bai Ling, who exchanged knowing glances at Chen Feng from afar, whispering amongst themselves, Dad, I didn't expect this Chen Feng to be so foolish. Walking right into our trap. Just make sure not to kill him. I want to see this fool up close. Also, Dad, save Zhou Lingrui for me. I won't let her slip away this time. No need to build any rapport. I'll go straight for it. Chen Feng cannot be left to you. He is too dangerous. We must eliminate him immediately. However, as for Zhou Lingrui, she is just a woman. Do not take her too seriously. We can all enjoy her together later. Bai Ling scoffed. Zhou Lingrui, that little minx, I wonder where she will run this time. Observing on the map as his group of 8 closed in on Chen Feng's boat, Tang Yuqing couldn't suppress a cruel smile. Soon, even if Chen Feng is formidable, 7 or 8 level 1 enhancers boarding his ship will be more than enough to deal with him. Mr. Tang, I shall decline your Maodai. Allow me to offer you my piercing arrow instead. Chen Feng fixed his gaze on the distant figures. Excellent, he could now see them. Since they were within his line of sight, the goggles would ensure 100% accuracy. Gina, begin to turn around. While instructing Gina, Chen Feng knocked an arrow, releasing it with a swift motion, not aiming at Tang Yuqing, but rather at his son. Tang Xiaoxied, if Tang Yuqing were to perish, his group would lose their leader, potentially abandoning their pursuit of him. This would allow Chen Feng to set them up for an assault on the Fishman Castle. The Emperor's luck talent was activated. Even at a distance of over 100 meters, the fine iron arrow retained its remarkable accuracy, hurtling straight towards Tang Xiaoxi's forehead. Piercing arrow. What is a piercing arrow? Tang Yuqing and his companions were momentarily bewildered by Chen Feng's shout, unsure of his meaning. However, all they could see next was a dark arrow streaking towards them with such speed that they had no time to react. Tang Yuqing could only shout, "Quick dodge!" The arrow struck true. embedding itself deep into Tang Xiaoxi's forehead. He fell backward, lifeless, blood and brain matter erupting from a wound. There was no chance of survival. Xiaoxi! Xiaoxi! My son! Tang Yuqing exclaimed, cradling the fallen Tang Xiaoxi in his arms. His anguish palpable, completely losing the calm demeanor he usually maintained. Bai Ling collapsed to the ground in disbelief. Impossible! Could it be that he discovered the underwater group? Meanwhile, Chen Feng had already turned the sailboat around, steering it towards the Fishman Castle. Hooray! That fat fool Tang Xiaoxi is finally dead. He had sinister designs on me before. I loathe him. Zhou Lingrui gleefully jumped up at the sight of Tang Xiaoxi's head exploding from Chen Feng's arrow. Chen Feng, hearing the enraged cries from a distance, merely chuckled coldly, feeling no guilt about the underwater assailants. Killing these people felt no different than slaying fishmen. Another 2 arrows flew forth, this time aimed at 2 of Tang Yuqing's other companions. He shot again. He shot again. Bai Ling exclaimed in terror as she watched 2 arrows whiz toward them. Quick, to the cabin! Don't stay on deck. Despite his rage, Tang Yuqing could not help but feel fear at Chen Feng's arrows as he shouted, abandoning Tang Xiaoxi's corpse to seek cover. Yet, Chen Feng had no intention of targeting him. The fine iron arrows struck accurately, piercing the chest of another man, and Bai Ling the Emperor's luck activated, causing a bloody explosion. Both collapsed, blood gushing forth, Bai Ling's eyes still reflecting a yearning for life. After that, Chen Feng ceased firing. Gina had already pivoted the sailboat, and they were leaving. Tang Yuqing, regaining his composure, stormed onto the deck, his voice hoarse with fury. Pursue him. His position remains on the map. Find something to shield yourselves. Prevent him from launching surprise attacks. I will ensure he pays for my son's death. Chapter 62. Tang Yuqing charges into the Fishman Castle. The now distant Chen Feng observed the positions of Tang Yuqing and his group on the map. At this moment, he had no intention of removing Tang Yuqing from his friends list. If he deleted him, what would happen when Tang Yuqing's group lost track of him? Tang Yuqing, relying on his position as a friend, was relentlessly pursuing Chen Feng. Despite the considerable suspicion surrounding Chen Feng's decision not to delete him as a friend, the murder of his son had clouded his judgment. At this moment, Tang Yuqing was consumed by a singular desire for vengeance. Disregarding all other considerations, the speed of a level 14 sailboat was significantly greater than that of a level 12, and Chen Feng had already created a considerable distance between them. Coupled with the dimness of the night and the thin mist, Chen Feng had completely lost sight of his pursuers. Zhou Lingrui. Lower the sails and reduce speed. After a few minutes of waiting, Chen Feng finally caught a glimpse of Tang Yuqing and his companion shadows. Chen Feng, I want your life, came a furious roar from the sailboat behind him. Zhou Lingrui, raise the sails and accelerate. Chen Feng remained as composed as a seasoned veteran. Thus, after shaking off Tang Yuqing and the others by a significant margin, Chen Feng would pause momentarily to await them. Taunting them in the process, Tang Yuqing continued his pursuit, resorting to incessant curses, seemingly devoid of any other strategy. This relentless chase persisted for over an hour. Chen Feng, may you meet a wretched end. After an hour of shouting, Tang Yuqing was now panting heavily, struggling to catch his breath. The makeshift shield he held to fend off Chen Feng's arrows toppling to the side. Yin-yang person. Rotten backside, think of your fat son. Noticing Tang Yuqing's apparent exhaustion, Chen Feng finally turned around to retort, adding fuel to their rivalry. Upon hearing these words, Tang Yuqing's fighting spirit reignited. Almost there, Chen Feng ignored the insults behind him. Focusing intently on the map's location, he had firmly committed the position of the Fishman Castle to memory. Another 500 meters, and we shall reach the Fishman Castle at this distance, if we were to vanish from Tang Yuqing's line of sight. They would likely continue in this direction. The night's poor visibility rendered the castle's structures barely noticeable above the water surface. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng suddenly retrieved a card from the storage. Passive skill. Underwater breathing, blue. Description. Upon using this card, you will gain the ability to breathe underwater like a fishman. Evaluation. Even if you cannot swim, you will not drown. Indeed, this was a passive skill card. Originally, Chen Feng had intended to reserve its use for a more advantageous opportunity, but given the current circumstances, immediate application seemed prudent. Moreover, the underwater breathing skill was certainly not subpar. Upon tapping the card to use it, a radiant light enveloped Chen Feng, integrating the card's essence into his being. Similar to the previous Fishman capsule, this special item did not evoke any unusual sensations. The acquired ability felt instinctual. Chen Feng merely sensed a newfound affinity with the lake's waters beneath the ship. I should be able to breathe underwater now. Having successfully learned to breathe underwater, Chen Feng deleted Tang Yuqing and the others from his friends list, obscuring his location from them, and then commanded the sailboat to speed ahead, further increasing the distance. Turning to Gina and Zhou Lingrui, he declared, "You both jump into the lake. I will retrieve the sailboat." "Yes, huh?" Their responses were starkly contrasting. Gina had already leaped into the water as soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, while Zhou Lingrui stared at him in astonishment, clearly at a loss. "Chen Feng, I'm a terrible swimmer." "Stop wasting time," Chen Feng retorted, grabbing Zhou Lingrui by the waist of her jeans and tossing her into the lake. With a splash, a large spray of water erupted. Chen Feng soon followed her into the lake. "Withdraw." With a soft command, the massive sailboat vanished from the surface of the lake. "Chen Feng, Tang Yuqing, and the others are coming after us. We'll surely be caught if we rely on swimming." Zhou Lingrui exclaimed, frantically paddling in the water. "Dive with me." Chen Feng, uninterested in explanations, grasped Zhou Lingrui's arm and swiftly submerged. Seeing this, Gina flicked her tail and dove beneath the surface that, I can't. As the three of them plunged deeper into the lake, the water was remarkably cold, sending sharp stings against their skin. Fortunately, for their enhanced bodies, it posed no significant threat. Chen Feng opened his mouth underwater and, to his astonishment, began inhaling deeply, just like Gina beside him. However, Zhou Lingrui's eyes widened in panic as her oxygen supply dwindled. She desperately covered her mouth to prevent the lake water from flooding in. Taking a deep breath, Chen Feng embraced Zhou Lingrui, transferring a mouthful of air to her as their lips met. Zhou Lingrui finally inhaled, clinging to Chen Feng like a frantic octopus. The sensation of suffocation was unbearable. After catching her breath, Zhou Lingrui's eyes sparkled with surprise. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt something soft and serpentine wriggling in his mouth. Playfully darting about, he bit down hard, and the creature vanished, leaving Zhou Lingrui with a pained expression. After transferring a significant amount of air, Chen Feng pushed Zhou Lingrui away and glanced up at the lake's surface. Tang Yuqing and his crew's sailboat had arrived directly above them, hovering over 100 meters away, completely unaware of their presence. "Where are they?" "That little brat Chen Feng." "Where is he?" Tang Yuqing shouted furiously, realizing that Chen Feng had deleted him as a friend. Rendering him invisible on the map, the darkness of the night concealed everything ahead. "Boss, they just disappeared in this direction. Let us keep pursuing," a trembling man suggested, clearly intimidated by Tang Yuqing's wrath. "Pursue! I must slay him." Fortunately, Tang Yuqing and his companions were heading straight towards the Fishman Castle Point 200 meters, 180 meters. Chen Feng watched in anticipation when Zhou Lingrui suddenly surged forward, blocking his mouth. This girl was out of air again. He inhaled deeply and transferred another breath to her point 2 seconds later. Zhou Lingrui returned for more. "Seriously? You're still at it." Chen Feng understood her intentions. She was clearly trying to take advantage of the situation. He tightened his grip around her throat, preventing her from getting closer. His gaze remained fixed on the sailboat gliding ahead above them. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. With a resounding crash, Tang Yuqing's sailboat collided with the protruding structure above the water. Instantly, Chen Feng witnessed the Fishman Castle erupting like a disturbed hornet's nest, and dozens of fishmen erupted from the lake's depths. Chapter 63. Tang Yuqing in a bitter battle at this moment. On the lake's surface, Tang Yuqing and his crew struggled to maintain their balance after the sailboat collided with the structure. "What just happened?" Tang Yuqing exclaimed in confusion. "Boss, it seems we've crashed into something." As they approached the bow of the boat, they finally discerned that their sailboat had struck a small cluster of buildings. Debris from the collision, splintered wood and stones, tumbled onto the deck. "Why are there buildings on this lake?" Tang Yuqing pondered, perplexed as to how, amidst his pursuit of Chen Feng, he had stumbled upon such structures. As long as the boat is intact, he was determined to find Chen Feng, convinced that the numerous buildings around could provide cover for his quarry. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yuqing had forgotten his anger over his son's death, consumed by fear instead. "Boss, do you think the structure we crashed in could be the fishman's lair?" "It's possible." Tang Yuqing felt a jolt of realization. Why would there be buildings on the lake? The presence of structures implied habitation, and only the fishmen thrived in water. Thus, these buildings must belong to them. In an instant, Tang Yuqing understood that he had inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest. However, upon reflection, he felt akin to a donkey, led here by the carrot dangling before him. Chen Feng deliberately reached out to contact himself, ostensibly seeking to lower his head and join his ranks, only to subsequently kill Tang Xiaoxi and Bai Ling. In truth, he had been ensnaring himself all along, leading himself step by step into the lair of the fishmen. Chen Feng played the role of the carrot, yet upon reaching this point, he vanished without a trace. Tang Yuqing's eyes suddenly widened in horror, blood vessels engorged, as if they were about to burst forth. "Chen Feng, I curse your blood!" At this moment, Tang Yuqing realized that he had been played for a fool by Chen Feng. The death of his son, compounded by the betrayal, filled him with an overwhelming rage that he could no longer contain. "Run! What are you dawdling for? Turn around and flee!" Tang Yuqing shouted frantically, gripping the collar of a nearby brawny man. Their only option was to escape. Facing dozens of fishmen beneath the ship, their small group stood little chance of survival. The brawny man stumbled into the control room, slamming the steering wheel as the sailboat slowly pivoted. However, the fishmen would not allow them to flee so easily. The moment the fishmen spotted humans, it meant either they would kill you or you would kill them. The agile fishmen in the water darted and flipped, swiftly attacking Tang Yuqing's sailboat. The fishmen with hard shells, akin to lobsters and crabs, accelerated fiercely and crashed violently into the hull. The entire vessel shook violently, and speed was utterly unattainable. Although Tang Yuqing's sailboat was being battered, it remained intact for the moment, continuing to maintain some speed as it slowly retreated while battling the fishmen. Meanwhile, the ordinary fishmen, having accelerated underwater, leapt out of the water with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang! Numerous fishmen landed on the deck. Staring hungrily at Tang Yuqing and his companions, grinning wickedly and chattering incomprehensibly, at this moment, Tang Yuqing understood that escaping would not be a simple task. After once again cursing Chen Feng in his heart, Tang Yuqing furrowed his brow tightly. "Brothers, it seems escaping is difficult today. Let us deal with these fishmen first. If we don't eliminate them, none of us will get away today." Upon hearing this, the others, not being foolish, promptly drew their weapons. Knives, guns, and clubs were all present, instantly giving them a semblance of combat readiness. Tang Yuqing wielded a spear over 2 meters long, which appeared to be no ordinary weapon, indicating that these individuals possessed some quality gear. The battle erupted instantly between the fishmen and Tang Yuqing's group, filling the air with the sounds of clashing weapons. Despite the numerous fishmen still crashing beneath the ship, there were only about a dozen on the deck. Thus, although the fighting appeared fierce, Tang Yuqing and his companions were faring comparably against the fishmen on deck. Their ability to hold their ground stemmed from the fact that there were no intermediate fishmen among the attackers. All being low level, Tang Yuqing realized that if the sailboat were to be destroyed by the fishmen, and they fell into the water, they would likely be skinned alive by these merciless creatures. Consequently, he wielded his spear with increasing ferocity. Suddenly, the spear vibrated violently, and upon striking a fishman, the trembling intensified, reducing the struck fishman to a puddle of flesh, blood splattering across the deck. This spear was undoubtedly no ordinary weapon. Underwater, Chen Feng had already surfaced with Zhou, Lingrui, and Jina, quietly observing the fierce battle from a distance. Tang Yuqing's dark spear had caught Chen Feng's eye. He had already set his sights on it, planning to seize it once the battle between the fishmen and Tang Yuqing's group had concluded. Chapter 64. The true face of the fishmen, Overlord Chen Feng. Was this all part of your plan from the beginning? Zhou Lingrui emerged from the water, taking a deep breath. Although Chen Feng had provided her with oxygen underwater, nothing compared to the comfort of breathing air. I truly do not comprehend what occupies your mind. Aside from jokes, what else do you understand? Chen Feng was rendered speechless by Zhou Lingrui's remarks and continued, isn't it obvious? Using Tang Yuqing to probe the depths of the fisherman's castle, while simultaneously ensnaring them. A double benefit? Oh. Zhou Lingrui elongated her response. You truly are a cunning schemer. In Nimcel, she redirected her attention to the ongoing battle. The skirmish had persisted for over 10 minutes. The fishmen beneath the water had successfully breached the sailboat, joining the fray on deck. Now, Tang Yuqing's sailboat was taking on water. If repairs were not made promptly, it would soon sink. Originally, around 12 members had stood on the deck, but now, with many dead or injured, only 3 or 4 remained standing. Remarkably, Tang Yuqing's group had managed to eliminate nearly 30 low-level fishmen. Chen Feng quietly marveled at Tang Yuqing's strength. If he were to engage them in close combat, he might not fare well. However, if he maintained distance, these individuals would be no match for him. Excluding the infinitely enhanced Gina underwater, with only 2 low-level fishmen left, witnessing the demise of their comrades. They exchanged fearful glances before diving back into the lake, returning to the fishman castle. The absence of any intermediate fishmen puzzled Chen Feng. However, after a moment's contemplation, he understood. There were only about 100 intermediate fishmen in total. And aside from those slain by humans, many were scattered across Treasure Island. How many could possibly remain in the fishman castle? Meanwhile, the low-level fishmen numbered in the thousands. The castle likely housed the majority of them. Haha! Chen Feng, did you see that? What use was your scheme? These fishmen were still slain by me. I owe you my gratitude for all these black iron treasure chests. I could hardly have amassed so many otherwise. Tang Yuqing, drenched in blood, took on a somewhat heroic demeanor as he reveled in the excitement of having defeated dozens of low-level fishmen and acquired a plethora of black iron treasure chests. Despite the heavy casualties, Tang Yuqing felt that as long as he survived, he could recruit new members later. Nothing of great consequence. Although the sailboat was taking on water, it continued its slow retreat. If not obstructed, it might very well escape. Chen Feng smirked as he drew his bow. Even if you are formidable enough to slay a wave of fishmen, you shall not escape from the outset. Tang Yuqing had opposed him. If Chen Feng allowed him to flee, it would be akin to inviting disaster upon himself. He had already scouted the fishman castle, knowing it was primarily occupied by low-level fishmen. Leaving Tang Yuqing with little leverage now, it was time to send him on his way. Expertly drawing back his iron bowstring, he aimed at Tang Yuqing standing on the deck, the arrow poised to be released. Just as Chen Feng prepared to let it fly, a low rumble emanated from the depths of the vast fishman castle. Oh, the sound reverberated, deep and resounding, as though it could penetrate the very soul. Chen Feng and his companions felt their minds momentarily blank, instinctively covering their ears. Following the low rumble, the previously tranquil lake's surface erupted into tumultuous waves as a powerful undercurrent surged forth from the fishman castle. The smiles of Tang Yuqing and his companions abruptly faded as they sensed the danger, scanning their surroundings for the source of the sound. What was this commotion? Could it be that an advanced fisherman, the leader of their kind, had emerged? Chen Feng suppressed his discomfort and hastily retreated. Gradually, a figure rose from the central structure of the fishman castle. As it drew nearer, Chen Feng discerned that it was a being strikingly similar to a human. Were it not for the black and white patterns adorning its face, Chen Feng might have mistaken it for a human entirely. This figure made no movements in the water, but shot forward rapidly. Pursuing Tang Yuqing's sailboat, it seemed to have come forth seeking vengeance for its slain kin. Upon reaching the front of Tang Yuqing's vessel, the figure stood erect upon the water's surface. Chen Feng, having retreated over 100 meters, held his breath, fearful that this figure might detect him. Observing from a distance, so, you're the one who slaughtered my kin. The figure standing on the water spoke in a calm, yet powerful tone in the fishman language, instilling a formidable sense of pressure. Upon hearing the fishman tongue, Chen Feng confirmed that this being was indeed an advanced fishman. Tang Yuqing, standing on the deck, felt a cold sweat break out as he gazed at the eerie figure. Sensing it was likely the advanced fishman, glancing at the numerous fishman corpses surrounding him, Tang Yuqing was at a loss for how to confront the leader of the fishman clan. Fighting was futile. An escape? The sailboat was damaged, and it might sink at any moment. The advanced fisherman spoke again, seemingly attempting to communicate with him. Tang Yuqing, striving to maintain a semblance of composure, forced a smile. "Brother, could you please speak in Chinese?" "I don't understand." Having not consumed the fishman capsules, Tang Yuqing was entirely oblivious to the advanced fisherman's words. The advanced fisherman remained silent, his countenance darkening. "Well then, brother, if there's nothing more, I'll take my leave." Tang Yuqing bent slightly, smiling nervously, as the sailboat continued to sink while moving forward. Observing the vessel retreating, the advanced fisherman's rage finally erupted in a thunderous roar. Wind wave, with the utterance of the advanced fisherman's command. A visible translucent wall of wind materialized before him. He then waved his hand, transforming the wind wall into a massive form resembling a whale, several dozen meters in size. This colossal creature seemed to blot out the sky as it opened its enormous maw, poised to devour the entire sailboat in one gulp. In an instant, a fierce wind gusted forth, leaving Tang Yuqing feeling as if the skin on his face was being whipped by the forceful breeze. Rendering him unable to open his eyes, should it swallow him whole, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds. Without hesitation, Tang Yuqing leapt from the sailboat. The thunderous force generated by the monstrous wail of wind obliterated the sailboat into mere fragments. Save for Tang Yuqing's timely escape, the remaining crew members were tragically reduced to crimson splinters, whisked away by the wind. The once tranquil lake's surface erupted into towering waves, pushing everything in its wake backward. In just a single strike, such overwhelming power. Having narrowly evaded disaster, Tang Yuqing flailed in the water, propelled by the surging waves as he sought to escape. Trying to flee, the fisherman leader scoffed coldly, swiftly pursuing him. The two figures vanished from Chen Feng's sight. Chen Feng, along with Zhou Lingrui and Gina, struggled to stabilize their positions in the water, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Is this the battle prowess of an advanced fisherman? Chapter 65. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth? In the distance, Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui exchanged glances, both swallowing hard. The advanced fisherman's capabilities far surpassed those of the intermediate fishermen. With just one attack, the entire sailboat had been reduced to dust. Even if Tang Yuqing managed to escape with the waves, Chen Feng estimated that the fisherman leader would not take long to catch up and eliminate him. "Gina, do you stand a chance against this advanced fisherman?" Though doubtful, Chen Feng still posed the question to Gina. 50-50. Gina pondered for a moment. 50-50. You mean you have a 50% chance of defeating him? Chen Feng felt a glimmer of hope. Gina replied, 50% chance of being killed. 50% chance of escaping. Chen Feng, since he had given the extra fishman capsules to Zhou Lingrui, allowing her to communicate with Gina. It seemed that Gina had become a bit cheeky. If even Gina couldn't defeat the advanced fishman, Chen Feng realized the gravity of the situation. Relying on his iron arrows to shoot at the advanced fishman seemed unlikely to yield results. The intermediate fishman had taken 7 or 8 arrows to bring down. How could he expect to take down an advanced one? If it summoned another hurricane whale, Chen Feng would be in grave peril. Initially, he had intended to eliminate the ultimate boss of the fishman race, but now it was clear that he couldn't handle it alone. Unable to contend with the advanced fishermen and overwhelmed by the sheer number of fishmen in the castle, Chen Feng could only shake his head and murmur softly, "If I can't defeat them, I must simply circumvent the fishman castle and prepare to leave Treasure Island. This island should sink in a few days." Although he couldn't deal with the advanced fishmen and the multitude of fishmen in the castle, there remained a significant number of boxes for Chen Feng to loot. Tang Yuqing had just stashed the fishman's black iron treasure chest into his warehouse, leaving behind countless deceased crew members. The boxes that had fallen, along with the shattered sailboat, floated aimlessly on the lake's surface. With the advanced fisherman now pursuing Tang Yuqing, it was the perfect opportunity for Chen Feng to loot the boxes before the fisherman returned, which could pose a danger. Just as Chen Feng was about to signal the two women to follow him, he suddenly spotted a figure materializing on the water's surface, gradually making its way toward the floating boxes. The figure appeared to be a woman, and she was swiftly rummaging through the boxes with remarkable speed. Clearly interested in the loot, she must be a human player. It was unexpected that someone could venture this deep. How did she get here? Was she invisible before? snatching the spoils from right under my nose. Chen Feng's mind raced with questions. Tang Yuqing and his crew had been lured into the fisherman castle at great effort, only for this newcomer to emerge and seize the spoils. While it was possible she was unaware of Chen Feng's presence, her actions ignited a spark of fury within him, submerging once more. Chen Feng intended to approach her from below to ascertain her appearance. She certainly had a boldness about her. After providing Zhou Lingrui with a breath of air, Chen Feng swiftly swam beneath the woman, slowly surfacing behind her. Observing her as she continued to search through the corpses oblivious to his presence, Chen Feng picked up a shard of wood floating on the surface and tossed it at her. Hey! As the wood struck her head, the woman abruptly halted her actions, swiftly turning around with remarkable agility, brandishing a dark object at Chen Feng. Only when she faced him did Chen Feng clearly see her features. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with fair skin and short hair clinging to her face due to the water. Her complexion was slightly pale from being submerged, and she regarded Chen Feng with a cold, silent gaze, seemingly waiting for him to speak first. A gun, Zhou Lingrui exclaimed as she scrutinized the woman, recognizing the dark object in her hand. I see. Chen Feng replied cautiously. It appeared to be a small caliber handgun. The dim light made it difficult to discern the exact model. To his surprise, in this post-apocalyptic game, someone possessed a firearm. Although it was just a handgun, Chen Feng did not dare underestimate its lethality. Feeling a tingle of apprehension at the back of his neck. Fortunately, he had already drawn his bow and aimed at her, resulting in a tense standoff. I say, we are all human. Do we really need to be so hostile upon first meeting? The woman shot Chen Feng a cold glance. Clearly, she was a formidable character capable of venturing here alone. Put down the bow. Chen Feng was no fool. Lowering his bow would be tantamount to inviting disaster. With a sneer, he replied, You think you're so tough with that flimsy handgun. I bet there's no bullet in it. If you don't believe me, give it a try. The woman raised her handgun, her brows arching slightly. Chen Feng, be careful. A gun is most dangerous within 10 meters. Zhou Lingrui warned, her fear of firearms evident as she gripped Chen Feng's hand, which was damp with sweat. Hey, don't misunderstand. We mean no harm. You can continue what you were doing. We can leave without any trouble. Chen Feng forced a smile, attempting to appear conciliatory. Just as the woman's expression softened slightly, she suddenly began to tremble, her arms stiffening and rendering her immobile. At that moment, her face was filled with terror as she found herself in this predicament, completely bewildered. Let's see how tough you are now. Chen Feng appeared to have anticipated this turn of events. He confidently swam to her front and seized the handgun from her grasp. All right, Gina, no need to electrocute her for now. As Chen Feng's words fell, Gina slowly surfaced from the water. The woman's earlier tremors were the result of Gina's ambush lurking beneath the surface. Without that, Chen Feng would never have been so reckless as to confront her directly. Chen Feng, so you instructed Gina to shock her. I was wondering why she suddenly convulsed. Zhou Lingrui relaxed upon seeing the handgun taken from the woman. Don't move. If you do, I'll shoot you. Chen Feng aimed the gun at the woman while checking its attributes, confirming it to be yet another purple item. 5.4 handgun, purple. Description, a ranged weapon. Effective up to 50 meters, with 8 rounds for remaining. Evaluation. Once the bullets are expended, this thing is no better than a brick. Once the woman ceased trembling, she drew a dagger, attempting to stab Chen Feng. However, with the handgun aimed at her, she could only remain frozen in place, her fierce gaze betraying her defiance. Chen Feng felt a surge of triumph. Let's see how tough you are now. Gina, bind her. Zhou Lingrui, help me gather the spoils. As Gina bound the woman, the electric current from her touch caused the icy woman to endure some discomfort. Once Zhou Lingrui finished collecting the loot, Chen Feng, wary of the fisherman leader's return, swam to a location far from the fisherman castle. As he counted the items Zhou Lingrui had gathered, he turned to the woman, who continued to glare at him. Now, tell me, what is your name? How can you turn invisible? Chapter 66. Passive Skill. Invisibility. The woman remained silent, refusing to answer Chen Feng's questions. Shaking his head, Chen Feng decided to inspect his recent haul. Upon completion, a flicker of joy crossed his face. Tang Yuqing's subordinates had proven to be quite resourceful. The supplies they had dropped were consistent. 2 bottles of 500 milliliters fresh water, and some simple food items for sustenance. Nothing more. This must have been a uniform distribution by Tang Yuqing. While the warehouse supplies were lacking, each member possessed a weapon. Most of these weapons were of white quality, all cold weapons, which would fetch a decent price if sold in trading. However, besides the supplies, Chen Feng was disappointed to find that the coveted Raft heart was absent. After much contemplation, he deduced that Tang Yuqing must have kept all the Raft hearts for himself. No matter. Once the fisherman leader returned, Tang Yuqing would surely be dead, and then he could search for his corpse. His warehouse would be the real treasure. With the sailboat destroyed, Chen Feng doubted he could escape from an advanced fisherman. Amidst these thoughts, one item caught Chen Feng's attention. A palm-sized model of a sailboat. Sailboat heart. The core of the sailboat vehicle, dropped upon the destruction of the sailboat, functions similarly to the raft heart. Sailboat heart. Chen Feng regarded the sailboat model in his hand, realizing it must have dropped when the fisherman leader shattered Tang Yuqing's sailboat. In his frantic bid for escape, Tang Yuqing remained oblivious to the fact that Zhou Lingrui had managed to track him down. When the sailboat reaches the next significant upgrade level, it will likely require the heart of the sailboat for enhancement, indicating that the heart of the sailboat is a superior upgrade material compared to the heart of the raft. Chen Feng cheerfully tossed it into the warehouse, clearly delighted. Chen Feng, she refuses to divulge anything. What should we do? Should we let her go? Zhou Lingrui inquired, glancing at the woman beside her, whose expression was as cold as ice. Suddenly, an enchanting woman appeared, instilling a sense of urgency in Zhou Lingrui, as her words hinted at a desire to expel the woman. Well, I am not a murderer, so naturally, I will let her go. Chen Feng replied with a light smile, though her gaze soon turned peculiar. However, she must surrender everything from the warehouse and remove her clothing, after experiencing the events involving Guo Baolin and others. Chen Feng was no longer inclined to trust anyone easily. This statement was directed at the woman, pressuring her to speak. Chen Feng was particularly intrigued by her ability to become invisible. How dare you? The mention of stripping sent an additional surge of anger through the already frosty demeanor of the woman. Gina, make her undress, Chen Feng commanded, undeterred by the woman's defiance. Although Gina was somewhat mischievous at present, she showed no hesitation in executing the task, swiftly tearing at the woman's collar. The fabric ripped, revealing her fair skin. The woman panicked, suppressing the sting of electricity coursing through her as she managed to utter, "Wait, I will tell you everything you want to know. If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation." Chen Feng interjected. "Gina, hold on." Chen Feng was not a pervert, since the woman was willing to speak. She gestured for Gina to step back. "What is your name? How can you become invisible?" The woman's eyes showed a flicker of struggle before she answered. "My name is Wang Ruoshi. I can become invisible because I obtained a passive skill card called Octopus Camouflage, which allows my body to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment, making it nearly indistinguishable, but it only works in water. It is ineffective once I leave it." Octopus Camouflage? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng realized it was akin to her underwater breathing passive skill. Wang Ruoshi had also acquired a passive ability that enabled her to change her skin color underwater, providing excellent concealment. While her ability was potent, it came with considerable limitations. As soon as Wang Ruoshi surfaced, Chen Feng had spotted her. Humans could not remain submerged for extended periods, diminishing its utility. If Chen Feng were to obtain this passive skill, it would be perfect. Underwater breathing combined with underwater invisibility would render her nearly invincible. Unfortunately, each individual could only possess one passive skill. Chen Feng then inquired further about Wang Ruoshi's circumstances. It turned out that she was quite formidable. Having previously been a martial arts coach with exceptional skills, thriving in the apocalypse. Even without a team, she managed well on her own, delving deep after acquiring a Type 54 pistol. When she witnessed the fisherman leader attacking Tang Yuqing, she had hoped to take advantage of the situation, only to be captured by Chen Feng. "All right, I've shared my story. Now I want to know how you approach me, so silently." Wang Ruoshi recalled how Chen Feng's approach had felt rather peculiar and couldn't help but ask, Why should I tell you? It seems you haven't grasped the situation. You're the one tied up?" Zhou Lingrui expressed her discontent with Wang Ruoshi's inquiries. "Even if you don't tell me, I can guess. You must have some diving equipment, perhaps something akin to an oxygen tank that allows you to remain submerged for extended periods. After a brief contemplation, Wang Ruoxi pieced together the method of Chen Feng and her companion's approach. It made sense, having submerged for such a distance. It was the only plausible explanation. You are quite close. We can breathe underwater, but it isn't an oxygen tank. It's the same as you, a passive skill for underwater breathing. Since she had deduced the truth, Chen Feng saw no reason to conceal it. You can breathe underwater? Wang Ruoxi's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by delight as she gazed at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, I possess a significant secret that could yield great benefits if we cooperate. Wang Ruoxi's demeanor transformed, her excitement palpable, seemingly forgetting her bindings. Chen Feng regarded her with suspicion. What secret? I have received intelligence that a treasure lies hidden within the Fishman lair. The true treasure of Treasure Island. When I obtain this information, I plan to exploit my ability to become invisible underwater to infiltrate stealthily. However, I never anticipated that the Fishman Castle would be so vast, and I find myself unable to breathe underwater. If you collaborate with me, combining your breathing ability with my invisibility, we can easily infiltrate the Fishman Castle. Wang Ruoxi's expression brimmed with hope. The Fishman treasure? Chen Feng pondered, stroking his chin. Wang Ruoxi's proposal to join forces did not seem like a fabrication. If a treasure truly existed, Chen Feng was undoubtedly intrigued. Yet he remained skeptical of Wang Ruoxi's was indeed a tempting offer. But why should he trust her? Believe it or not, the advanced fishman has yet to return. This is our best opportunity. Once he returns, the chance will be slim. I share this information with you in hopes that, should we succeed in obtaining the treasure, you will release me and return my weapon. If you agree, we will cooperate. The treasure is far more valuable than the supplies in my warehouse. Wang Ruoxi spoke with confidence, certain that no one could resist the allure of the Fishman clan's treasure. Chapter 67. The joint treasure hunt, she made a compelling case, and Chen Feng deliberated for a moment. His intent to delve into Treasure Island was precisely to confront the Fishman stronghold. Now, facing the advanced fishmen was unfeasible, and the sheer number of lower-level fishmen made hunting them a challenge. To depart without making an attempt would feel rather cowardly. Regardless, armed with his fine iron bow and arrows, Wang Ruoxi's need for oxygen would hinge on Chen Feng, who should not create any significant disturbances. Very well, I agree to collaborate. All treasure obtained will belong to me, and your pistol shall be returned to you afterward. I will not make things difficult for you. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. The prospect of the genuine treasure on Treasure Island was too enticing to resist. Moreover, the combination of their passive skills would facilitate an effortless infiltration of the Fishman Castle. As for the Type 54 pistol, with only 4 bullets remaining and lacking any special effects, it was less effective than his fine iron bow and arrows, so returning it was of little consequence. After untying Wang Ruoxi, Chen Feng continued, "How will your passive skill work in conjunction with mine? You must hold my hand. That way, I can make you invisible with me." Chen Feng, upon hearing this, readily grasped Wang Ruoxi's hand. The sensation was smooth and cool, prompting Zhou Lingrui beside them to roll her eyes. Wang Ruoxi then pulled Chen Feng down into the water, her brow furrowing as though exerting herself entirely. Chen Feng and her bodies gradually became translucent, and upon closer inspection, only a faint shadow remained visible. The two resurfaced, and Wang Ruoxi queried, "How will you transfer oxygen to me underwater?" Just as Chen Feng was about to respond, Zhou Lingrui interjected, "Use this." Zhou Lingrui produced a 1.5 L empty bottle from somewhere. Chen Feng chuckled at the unexpected cleverness of Zhou Lingrui, who had preemptively devised a solution to avoid mouth-to-mouth oxygen transfer. Exhaling into the empty bottle would allow Wang Ruoxi to breathe, albeit barely. "All right, Gina, you remain on the surface to keep watch. Wang Ruoxi, we must act without delay. Let us descend now." Chen Feng grasped Wang Ruoxi's hand and also took hold of Zhou Lingrui, urging them onward. "No, I am aware of my capabilities. I can only cloak one person at a time. Adding another is beyond my capacity." Wang Ruoxi shook her head, glancing at Zhou Lingrui. Chen Feng pondered for a moment and proposed. "Then Zhou Lingrui, you stay on the surface and keep watch. If the Fishman leader returns, message me. Wang Ruoxi, and I will retreat promptly. Gina, you covertly search for Tang Yuqing and see where he perished. Retrieve the treasure chest he dropped, but ensure you are not detected by the fisherman leader. Yes, master. Gina acknowledged the order, her powerful fishtail gracefully propelling her into the water in search of Tang Yuqing. Zhou Lingrui wore a reluctant expression, her face a mix of distress. Once Chen Feng submerged, Gina would be unable to communicate with him, a fisherman. Gina was swift and formidable underwater, making her the ideal choice to locate Tang Yuqing. While Zhou Lingrui could maintain long-distance communication with Chen Feng from the surface. With a decision reached, Chen Feng took Wang Ruoxi's hand and prepared to dive. Just then, he noticed a message from Zhou Lingrui in his private chat. Chen Feng, you must not use your mouth to transfer oxygen to her, while I am not beside you. Chen Feng privately acknowledged the message, but did not reply. As they descended deeper, he observed Wang Ruoxi pointing to her red lips, hesitantly trying to convey something, and Chen Feng realized she was running out of oxygen. He tilted the empty bottle downwards, inhaled a breath of oxygen, and exhaled it into the bottle, offering it to Wang Ruoxi. She eagerly took a deep breath from the bottle, her complexion visibly improving. The two concealed their presence and arrived at the Grand Fishman Castle. Chen Feng's radar detector activated, revealing the movements of nearby fishmen on the map. The architectural style of the Fishman Castle bore a resemblance to ancient European fortresses. Ahead lay a wide entrance, currently ajar, with two fishmen stationed at the threshold. Chen Feng could discern on the map that more than a dozen fishmen were scattered within the premises. As Chen Feng and Wang Ruoxi drew closer, the fishmen exhibited no signs of alarm, remaining entirely unaware of the two intruders. Chen Feng and Wang Ruoxi mutually added each other as friends and engaged in underwater conversations through private messages. As they approached the gate guarded by the merman, Chen Feng noticed the merman's lack of reaction and let out a sigh of relief, subsequently inquiring, "Do you know the exact location of the treasure?" "The specific location is in a room at the deepest part of the merman castle. Let us venture in and take a look. Give me some more oxygen." After Wang Ruoxi finished speaking, she handed him the empty bottle. Taking a deep breath, a massive air bubble ascended in the water. Wow! Breathing out underwater creates bubbles, Chen Feng thought, feeling uneasy as several low-level mermen were nearby. He quickly covered Wang Ruoxi's mouth, and she widened her eyes in anxiety. They remained motionless, fearful of being discovered. Fortunately, the surrounding mermen also released bubbles while breathing, so there was nothing amiss. "It's fine. Let's keep moving. Next time, breathe less." Understood. The two resumed their advance. Numerous waves of mermen traversed the castle, and Chen Feng occasionally overheard their conversations about the recent attack by Tang Yuqing that resulted in the deaths of several low-level mermen and the subsequent pursuit by the merman leader. The castle's corridors were spacious. When mermen passed by, Chen Feng and Wang Ruoxi simply pressed against the walls, avoiding any collisions. After winding through many rooms in the massive merman castle, they finally reached the deepest part. To their surprise, they found a passage resembling an elevator shaft leading to the upper levels of the castle. "Shall we go up?" Wang Ruoxi turned to Chen Feng. The castle's bottom was filled with mermen. Lacking any special features, after searching for a while, it seemed this was the only peculiar spot. "Let us go up." Since they had come this far, Chen Feng was eager to explore. The castle was submerged in water, so there was no need for stairs. Both of them swam straight up. The passage was long and somewhat narrow, and they swam closely together for nearly a minute before reaching the end. As they emerged, Chen Feng gasped for air, astonished to discover an empty room devoid of water, resembling an inverted bowl resting in a bathtub. This was a space filled with air, observing the sealed and desolate room without any merman. He led Wang Ruoxi out of the passage, surfacing as their bodies became visible. They glanced around. The underwater passageway beneath their feet was the only exit, and they would have to re-enter it to leave. While Chen Feng surveyed the surroundings, Wang Ruoxi suddenly pointed excitedly in one direction. Following her gaze, Chen Feng spotted a gigantic stone chest, towering over them in the corner of the room. Chapter 68. Chen Feng. Run! The stone chest was immense, adorned with peculiar carvings. As Chen Feng's gaze fell upon it, a notification appeared on the game interface. "Congratulations, player! You have discovered the ultimate treasure of Treasure Island. The system had provided a prompt, and Chen Feng realized that this was indeed the treasure Wang Ruoxi had mentioned. They exchanged glances, both revealing a glimmer of joy. According to their prior agreement, if Chen Feng found the treasure, he would ensure Wang Ruoxi's safe departure and return to the Type 54 pistol. Now that they had truly encountered the ultimate treasure, Wang Ruoxi felt reassured that the information was authentic. Chen Feng, the treasure is yours. I hope you will keep your promise and let me go once you leave. Wang Ruoxi's expression gradually calmed, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Feng, as if trying to discern something from his response. Rest assured, I keep my word. We will need to cooperate to exit this castle. Chen Feng had no intention of making things difficult for Wang Ruoxi. It was merely a misunderstanding arising from her accidental attempt to claim his spoils. Seeing Chen Feng's sincere expression, which did not seem deceptive, Wang Ruoxi felt a slight sense of relief. Hurry and store the stone chest in your inventory. We must leave quickly. Understood. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. This was not a place to linger. Although he was eager to open the chest and see its contents, he feared the return of the merman leader, so it was better to store it first and examine it later. He approached the massive stone chest, pressed his hands upon it, and silently intoned, "Withdraw. Item too large to withdraw." The unexpected notification stunned Chen Feng. He was unable to store the stone chest. What's wrong? Wang Ruoxi inquired, puzzled by Chen Feng's hesitation. Chen Feng attempted twice more, receiving the same notification. Upon moving to the side of the chest, he realized it was actually integrated with the surrounding walls. To be stored, it had to be treated as a single entity, connecting to the entire merman castle. No wonder it couldn't be withdrawn. The item is too large. We can't take it. We must open it here. Chen Feng glanced at Wang Ruoxi beside him, his brow furrowed. Then hurry up. They could not afford to wait any longer. Wang Ruoxi's face was tinged with urgency. The longer they lingered in the merman castle, the greater the chance the merman leader would return. Now, they were racing against time. With no other option, they prepared to open the lid and retrieve the contents. Just as they were about to act, a flurry of private messages inundated Chen Feng's screen. Chen Feng, hurry and escape. The merman leader is back. Run, run. The merman leader is incredibly fast. I see him about to enter the castle. This message came from Zhou Lingrui outside. The merman leader had returned. Chen Feng's heart tightened, realizing the gravity of the situation. Wang Ruoxi quickly opened the lid. He is coming back. Wang Ruoxi's face turned pale. They had both witnessed the terror of high-level mermen and knew they stood no chance. They hastily pushed against the stone lid, but it was exceedingly heavy. Together, they only managed to shift it a mere 10 centimeters. Fully opening it would take time they did not have. Both were level 1 enhancers, and the effort required illustrated the stone lid's immense weight. A moment of indecision gripped Chen Feng, that on one side lay the ultimate treasure, and on the other, the high-level merman. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Chen Feng, let us go. We can't afford to lose any more time. Wang Ruoxi's face, initially pale, flushed with anxiety. Let us go. With urgency, Chen Feng nodded decisively. No treasure was worth risking their lives if the merman leader returned. He could not guarantee they would remain undetected. They made a beeline for the room's sole underwater passage, hand in hand, and jumped in with a splash. The passage was narrow, and their movements were cramped and slow. As they swam through the passage, Chen Feng's radar indicated a rapidly approaching figure from the front. The speed was astonishing, faster than any merman he had ever encountered. This had to be the merman leader. If they pressed forward, they would surely collide in the confined space. Retreat. The merman leader is coming. Chen Feng pulled Wang Ruoxi back swiftly. Upon hearing this, her pupils constricted in fear, her hands icy. They retreated into the room. Without water, Wang Ruoxi's invisibility was rendered useless. What do we do? Chen Feng, we're finished. Wang Ruoxi's voice trembled. Despite being a combat coach, facing the merman leader who could summon hurricanes left her feeling utterly lost. The room offered no cover. If the merman leader entered, they would have nowhere to hide. What could they do? They would have to fight. Chen Feng felt a pang of anxiety. There was no escape in the room, and the only passage was blocked. The merman leader would not directly discover them. Chen Feng surmised that this room might very well be the merman leader's quarters. He and Wang Ruoxi could be caught in the act. He tossed the Type 54 pistol to Wang Ruoxi, hoping to grant her some fighting capability, while he readied his steel bow and long knife. Like this moment, they had no choice but to fight for their lives. Taking the Type 54, Wang Ruoxi saw Chen Feng preparing for battle and understood his intent. Though her lips curled in bitterness, there was no alternative. They retreated while keeping a vigilant watch on the underwater passage. Chen Feng observed the merman leader's position on the map, drawing closer, about to emerge from the underwater passage. Suddenly, a rush of water erupted from the passage, and a figure climbed out at such a close distance. Chen Feng finally discerned the merman leader's appearance. He resembled an ordinary middle-aged man, clad only in a pair of short pants woven from seaweed, his physique well-proportioned, with unremarkable features, were it not for the black and white pattern on his forehead. He could easily be mistaken for an ordinary human. This confirmed Chen Feng's suspicions. The high-level merman exhibited no discernible fish-like traits. However, this was not the time for contemplation. Fire! Chen Feng shouted at Wang Ruoxi, simultaneously releasing an arrow from his bow. Bang! Whoosh! The sounds echoed as bullets and arrows flew toward the merman leader. Time seemed to freeze. The merman leader, being a high-level merman, detected their actions instantly, his face revealing a mix of surprise and disdain. He then raised his right hand towards the incoming bullets and arrows, fingers splayed. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind surged through the room, and a wall of hurricane-force winds materialized out of thin air. Whoosh! The bullets struck the wind wall, instantly being consumed by the gust and falling as fragments to the ground. Wang Ruoxi and Chen Feng watched in shock as the hurricane swept them against the wall. Chapter 69. The death of Chen Feng. In the vacant space where he collapsed, Chen Feng utilized the Fishman Codex to examine the information regarding the Fishman leader. High-level whale man, proficiencies, complete transformation into a fishman, the ability to alternate freely between his true form and that of a human, innate evolutionary prowess, and the manipulation of wind elements, culminating in a fortified hurricane defense. Weakness, once transformed into his whale form. His immense size may serve as his sole vulnerability. This is a whale man. What on earth does it mean to control wind elements with a whale's innate abilities? Neither iron arrows nor bullets could penetrate the wind barrier he conjured, leaving Chen Feng's heart racing with trepidation. The two of them were nearly devoid of any means to vanquish him. Wang Ruoxi and Chen Feng exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with despair. Chen Feng's grip on his bow and arrow turned white from the pressure. Perhaps it had been a grave error to delve into the Fishman Fortress with Wang Ruoxi. It was no one else's fault. If blame were to be cast, it could only be directed at his own greed. Seeking death. The Fishman leader sensed the presence of the two in the room and noticed the stone chest in the corner had been pried open. Fury was the only expression he wore. Wind surge. The Fishman leader clasped his hands together, two pale green gusts coalescing slowly within his grasp. With a furious sweep of his arm, they transformed into two miniature whales, each over a meter long. This attack resembled the one he had used previously to dismantle Tang Yuqing's sailboat, albeit on a significantly smaller scale, perhaps fearing collateral damage to the fortress. The Fishman leader tempered the ferocity of his strike. The green whales darted through the air, vividly animated. Chen Feng and Wang Ruoxi dared not be careless. They rolled away simultaneously, narrowly evading the onslaught point. Two resounding crashes echoed as the green whales collided with the stone chest behind Chen Feng. The stone lid, which had taken them considerable effort to pry open, was obliterated in an instant. Within the chest, a plethora of items glimmered enticingly. Yet at this moment, Chen Feng had no inclination to inspect them. Debris from the explosion grazed Chen Feng's cheek, and a trickle of blood began to flow down his face. Now trapped with no avenue of escape, a fierce determination surged within him. Knocking another arrow, his count transformed from 1 to 10. Once launched, he could rely on the goggles to ensure a 100 accuracy rate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen arrows flew forth in unison, their initial trajectories divergent, weaving through the air like serpents, arcing towards the Fishman leader. Simultaneously, Wang Ruoxi discharged the last 3 bullets from her pistol in rapid succession. A barrage of attacks followed in quick succession. The fisherman leader waved his hands again, summoning a swirling gust that formed a semicircular barrier, enveloping him entirely. Whoosh, 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 several beams of light struck the hurricane, disintegrating into dust, carried away by the winds. At a fleeting smile graced the fisherman leader's face. Suddenly, a dark arrow pierced through the weakness in the wind wall from above. With a sickening squelch, it embedded itself in the fisherman leader's skull, protruding out from his chin. The room fell silent. Chen Feng's 10 arrows had finally found their mark, with one slipping past the wind barrier and striking home. The fortuitous critical hit triggered a bleeding effect, causing crimson blood to spout from both the top of the fisherman leader's head and his chin. Success! Wang Ruoxi excitedly grasped Chen Feng's arm, her face alight with exhilaration. However, Chen Feng's expression remained grave. Merely one arrow had struck him, and it would take 7 or 8 to fell a mid-level fisherman. Who knew how many it would take for a high-level one? Observing the fisherman leader's smile falter, Chen Feng's brow furrowed deeply. Indeed, even with the arrow piercing his brain, the fisherman leader appeared largely unfazed. He reached up to grasp the arrowhead lodged in his chin, yanking it free from his skull, disregarding the blood that flowed freely. The bleeding effect on a high-level fisherman, with his thick blood volume, was nearly negligible. Casually crushing the iron arrow, he declared, "Indeed, I can unequivocally inform you that I have successfully been provoked." The fisherman leader erupted in rage, the hurricane he had conjured now unleashed without restraint. The room was filled with howling winds, the fierce gales pinning Chen Feng and Wang Ruoxi against the ceiling, rendering them immobile. With a resounding rumble, an enormous whale surged forth, filling the majority of the room and bearing down on Chen Feng and Wang Ruoxi. In this dire moment, the two exchanged a push, using the force to roll away from one another against the ceiling. Whoosh, the whale swept past, and this time they were unable to evade entirely, their bodies shredded and bloodied by the fierce winds. Wang Ruoxi fared even worse. Her clothing was torn to shreds, leaving her barely able to cover her most vital areas. This attack obliterated the room, breaking through the walls and revealing the surface of the lake above the fisherman fortress. Water, previously held back, surged in with a rush. The room was now ajar, no longer a dead end. At this moment, hope flickered within Chen Feng's heart. He gritted his teeth against the pain radiating from his body and aimed to escape through the incoming lake water. Wang Ruoxi, noticing the flood, caught sight of the lake's surface above and felt a surge of joy. In an instant, she vanished from view. With water around her, her invisibility was once again activated. Seeing Wang Ruoxi's position on the map gradually drift away from him, Chen Feng hastily sent a private message. "Hey, I'm not invisible yet. Sorry. We're not far from the water surface. I'm off now. Good luck to you." The only reply to Chen Feng was this cold message. "Damn, that wretched woman." Chen Feng cursed vehemently, unable to believe that Wang Ruoxi had seized this opportunity to flee. It was understandable. The room was situated just above the fisherman fortress, close to the lake's surface, and any normal person could hold their breath long enough to ascend. Wang Ruoxi, in this moment, had no need to aid Chen Feng. Moreover, the fisherman leader, witnessing Wang Ruoxi's sudden disappearance, redirected his fury entirely onto Chen Feng. A whale, stretching dozens of meters long, emerged from the depths, the underwater currents swirling with ferocity, forming a veritable water vortex. The whale opened its gaping maw and lunged towards Chen Feng, who was struggling to ascend. With a mouth over 10 meters wide, there was no escape for Chen Feng, who was instantly engulfed. What the hell? This was Chen Feng's final thought. When the hurricane whale dissipated, all that remained was a pool of shredded flesh. Chen Feng was dead. The battle had already attracted the attention of other fishmen, who observed the infuriated fisherman leader. All of them cowed into silence. After slaying Chen Feng, the leader's expression remained grim as he addressed the surrounding fishmen. "There is still one human who has concealed themselves in the water. All of you, go search for them." Upon uttering these words, all the fishmen echoed in unison and dispersed to hunt. Meanwhile, 500 meters away from the fisherman fortress, Zhou Lingrui stared vacantly at the map, watching Chen Feng's position vanish, tears streaming down her face as disbelief washed over her. Chen Feng, Dead, Chapter 70. The Treasure Within the Ruined Fishman Fortress. The enraged fishman leader commanded all fishmen to mobilize in pursuit of Wang Ruoxi. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, reduced to a mere pool of shredded flesh by the hurricane whale, drifted in the water, yet amid the bloodied debris. A golden necklace slowly sank to the ground. Player death detected. Life necklace activating. Player resurrection imminent. Probability 2. Detection of a probability item in use, triggering fortunate talent. Modifying probability to 100. Resurrection successful. Player will revive in full status. A green life gem atop the golden necklace emitted a faint glow, enveloping the pool of blood. In an instant, time seemed to reverse. The blood no longer spread but began to retract. In mere seconds, a man's body coalesced, smooth-skinned and taut, devoid of any excess flesh. Chen Feng abruptly opened his eyes, the image of the whale that had just consumed him still vivid in his mind. Have I been resurrected? Incredulity washed over him as he touched his body. The agony of being shredded was a sensation he would never forget. Thank goodness, everything is intact, as he lifted his hands from his legs. Chen Feng confirmed his resurrection, though his clothing had vanished. Turning his gaze, he noticed several items on the ground that captured his attention. Having been swallowed by the hurricane, his long knife and iron arrows had not been stored in the warehouse in time. The long knife, a white-quality weapon, had been ground to pieces by the hurricane. The iron arrows, being of purple quality, remained unscathed, lying quietly on the ground. Picking up the iron arrows, Chen Feng also retrieved a shattered necklace. This was the life necklace obtained from Zhou Lingrue's beginner's treasure chest. With a 2 resurrection probability, he was fortunate that his lucky talent had succeeded in reviving him. Unfortunately, this life necklace had only 1 durability point, shattering after a single use. Chen Feng felt a pang of fear. Without this necklace, he would have perished. If only he could acquire a few more such necklaces. Surveying his surroundings, Chen Feng realized that the Fishman Fortress was now deserted, and the treasures within the open stone chest lay scattered on the ground. Fortune had indeed smiled upon him. With the fishmen gone, it was evident they had all gone to pursue that woman, Wang Ruoxi, leaving the treasure entirely to Chen Feng. The fishmen might be hunting her, but Chen Feng was indifferent. She had previously only concerned herself with her own escape, with an abundance of treasures and no time to inspect them closely. Chen Feng hastily stored everything in his warehouse. It was best to leave as quickly as possible. Zhou Lingrue, have you met up with Gina yet? Chen Feng nearly forgot about Zhou Lingrue still being outside and quickly sent a message to inquire. Chen Feng, you're not dead? How? Do you wish for my demise? How could that be possible? Previously, I noticed your absence and thought you had perished. Haha. It is truly delightful that you are alive. By the way, Gina has returned, bringing with her the chest that dropped after Tang Yuqing's demise. As Chen Feng glanced at the message sent by Zhou Lingrue, a warm sensation enveloped his heart. Amidst the lines, he could still perceive Zhou Lingrue's concern for him, present. Numerous fishmen were scattering in search of Wang Ruoxi, and there was a possibility they might encounter Zhou Lingrue and Gina. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng hurriedly sent a message. Zhou Lingrue, it is perilous near the fishman's lair. You must have Gina take you to flee to the outskirts without delay. If you encounter the fishmen, it could lead to trouble. What about you? Do not worry about me. I can breathe underwater and have my methods of escape. Once I am out of this lake, I shall catch up with you. All right, but you must be cautious. Upon receiving the news that Chen Feng was still alive, Zhou Lingrue was overcome with joy, tears streaming down her face. After explaining Chen Feng's instructions to Gina, she tied herself to Gina with a piece of hemp rope to avoid electric shock. Subsequently, Gina swiftly propelled Zhou Lingrue through the water towards the lake's edge. As Zhou Lingrue's figure receded into the distance, Chen Feng exhaled in relief. Now he needed to consider how to leave this place. By chance, he spotted Wang Ruoxi's location, now nearly 1,000 meters away, remaining still, likely due to the presence of fishmen nearby, opting to maintain her invisibility in the water. However, this held no concern for Chen Feng. Since her vicinity was likely swarming with fishmen, he decided to dive in the opposite direction to make his escape. Should the fishman commander return and discover the treasure had vanished, a pursuit would undoubtedly ensue. Exiting the Fishman Castle, Chen Feng swam along the lake's bottom, wary of ascending. After advancing several hundred meters, his radar detected signs of activity from over a dozen fishmen. Chen Feng slowed his pace, his brow furrowing that I cannot proceed in this direction. Should I alert the fishmen, it would lead to further complications. Shaking his head, he veered to the other side. Yet, he had underestimated the number of low-level fishmen. The entire Fishman Castle's inhabitants had emerged, encircling him in a vast net. Evading detection while attempting to exit the lake proved exceedingly difficult. Observing the scattered fishmen on the map, Chen Feng realized that it was futile to escape in the short term. He decisively sank to the lake bed, seeking refuge among a dense thicket of aquatic plants, using them to conceal his form. Chen Feng resolved to remain hidden until the fishmen returned to their castle. Ensuring it was safe to depart, with no other matters to attend to, he found himself preoccupied with the treasures he had hastily stowed away in his inventory. Thus, he opened the game repository, examining the 3 items he had just acquired. Coral essence, purple. Description: extracted from a multitude of corals. When applied by a fishman, there is a possibility of advancement, a 100 chance to elevate a low-level fishman to a mid-level fishman, with a 1 chance to upgrade a mid-level fishman to a high-level fishman. Evaluation: a sacred artifact for the fishman tribe to enhance their strength, of which there is only this one. Seeing this, Chen Feng could not help but exclaim. Gina was a mid-level fishman that if he were to use this on her, combined with his luck, could she not ascend to become a high-level fishman? The thought of her formidable combat prowess excited him. Yet he restrained his exhilaration. With Gina not by his side, had she been there, perhaps she would have directly upgraded to a high-level fishman, rendering them unafraid of the fishman commander. This coral essence should be utilized after escaping to reunite with Gina and the others. Passive skill: water control, blue. Description: upon using this card, one can control 2 liters of water. Evaluation: controlling this amount of water may allow for a refreshing wash. Another passive skill card. Chen Feng understood well that while it may appear of little use, it could prove advantageous in critical moments. With 1 passive skill already in hand, he considered reserving this card for Zhou Ling Rui. Turning to the final item in the repository, Chen Feng's eyes ignited with fervor upon a closer inspection. Ethereal Energy Cannon, Orange. Chapter 71. Ethereal Energy Cannon, Orange Weapon. Chen Feng's hands trembled with excitement. Thus far, this was the first orange-quality item he had encountered, and it was a ranged weapon, suppressing his exhilaration. He examined its attributes. Ethereal Energy Cannon, Orange. Description: consumes ethereal energy to facilitate cannon attacks, converting ethereal energy into powerful fire elemental blasts, with a 10 chance to ignite living targets, causing them to burn for 3 seconds, consuming 1/10 of their life per second, and a 1 chance to trigger energy recovery upon hitting a living being, returning the ethereal energy expended in this attack. Ethereal energy, 10-10, 10 attacks. Evaluation: a cannon. A cannon. A man should possess a cannon. The attributes of ethereal energy cannon were overwhelming, and Chen Feng nearly lost his composure. Among its many features, 2 stood out, igniting his jubilation. 2 effects with probability triggers. Combined with his luck, the weapon's potency would undoubtedly reach unparalleled heights. Firstly, a 10 chance to ignite living beings. Thanks to his luck, that translates to a 100 probability. Over 3 seconds, consuming 1/3 of the target's life. Coupled with his goggles ensuring a 100 hit rate, it would take at most 4 shots to guarantee the enemy's demise. That, of course, this presupposes accurate targeting. Should the enemy obstruct the attack, or if it strikes a non-living entity, the effects would not activate. Furthermore, this cannon consumes a resource known as ethereal energy, a substance Chen Feng had never encountered before. The cannon itself possessed 10 points of ethereal energy, allowing for 10 attacks before depletion. However, the other probabilistic effect unexpectedly returned the energy consumed upon a successful hit. Should Chen Feng attack, a 1 chance of triggering. That equates to a 100 return on energy expenditure. Thus, this cannon could essentially serve as a weapon with infinite ammunition. Naturally, this is contingent upon striking living targets. Hitting non-living ones likely would not trigger the effect. As for the nature of ethereal energy, Chen Feng found himself puzzled, though he decided not to dwell on it. Given that it is energy, perhaps as the apocalyptic game progresses, there might emerge a means to acquire ethereal energy. For Chen Feng, utilizing this ethereal energy cannon would require nearly no energy expenditure. Lastly, a note indicated that it could not currently be deployed. Chen Feng speculated it was a heavy weapon akin to a cannon, necessitating installation on a vehicle, as one rarely witnessed an ordinary individual wielding a cannon in combat. The treasures of Treasure Island are undeniably impressive. Chen Feng could not resist retrieving the ethereal energy cannon. Currently, it was quite diminutive, merely the size of a palm, entirely black, crafted from an unknown metal. At the base of the elongated barrel was a fixed mount with multiple connection points, likely for vehicle installation. Given its current size, Chen Feng surmised it could only be mounted on a sailboat to achieve its standard size. Still submerged, he decided it was not the right time and returned it to the repository. Emerging from his concealment among the aquatic plants, Chen Feng cautiously exposed his head. The underwater light was dim, casting a low brightness, rendering the surroundings murky and indistinct. Yet, Chen Feng was acutely aware of a fisherman 20 meters to his left, another 30 meters ahead, and several more within proximity, all engaged in a fervent search for Wang Ruoshi. This extensive mobilization of fishmen left Chen Feng in a state of dismay. With Wang Ruoshi's ability to remain invisible underwater, evading fishmen was a trivial matter. When deprived of oxygen, she could discreetly surface for a breath. Her current position was gradually moving towards the lake periphery, prolonging the search efforts of the fishmen. Should this continue, it was conceivable that one of the fishmen might stumble upon the non-invisible Chen Feng. Chen Feng fixated on the map, silently wishing for the nearby fishmen to complete their search of the area and depart, allowing him to slip away undetected. However, he suddenly observed the fishman to his right slowly advancing towards his hiding spot among the aquatic plants. Should it maintain its course, Chen Feng would find himself without refuge. Only 8 meters. Chen Feng retrieved a white-quality double-bladed axe from his repository, sturdy in appearance. This was a weapon belonging to one of Tang Yuqing's subordinates. The axe measured approximately 60 centimeters, forged for metal, and appeared quite robust. If this fisherman were to discover Chen Feng, he would have no choice but to launch a preemptive strike, gripping the double-bladed axe tightly. Chen Feng awaited his moment. Whether it was mere misfortune for Chen Feng or sheer luck for the fisherman, the latter had swum directly above him, inadvertently stirring the aquatic plants that veiled Chen Feng's visage. As the fisherman parted a thick strand of water plant, an attractive face suddenly came into view. Yet before he could fully appreciate the sight, an axe was swung towards him. Kupa! The fisherman managed a startled cry. With such proximity, Chen Feng had long prepared. The low-level fisherman stood no chance, meeting an instant demise. However, his cry was loud enough to carry, immediately alerting nearby fishermen. Chen Feng swiftly noted multiple red dots on the map, converging towards his location. Without hesitation, he knew escape was the only option. Chen Feng propelled himself vigorously through the water, swimming diagonally towards the surface. Having been discovered, Chen Feng realized he had no choice but to flee towards the surface of the water. If a confrontation ensued, reaching the sailboat would afford him greater freedom than being submerged. With a swift motion, he emerged above the water. The fisherman possessed a keen sensitivity to the currents, and as soon as the first fisherman spotted Chen Feng, it alerted those nearby, triggering a chorus of calls among them. Chen Feng could now see on the map that within 100 meters, numerous fishermen were relentlessly pursuing him, cursing under his breath. He knew he could never outswim these fishermen, and they were closing in rapidly. Gritting his teeth, he called out, "Summon!" A colossal sailboat materialized on the lake's surface, sending up tremendous splashes. Chen Feng climbed aboard, swiftly retrieving the ethereal energy cannon and moving to the bow to prepare for installation. Install. As soon as Chen Feng made the choice, the ethereal energy cannon fell from his hands onto the deck, expanding rapidly into a thick, dark barrel that stood imposing at the front of the ship. Installation in progress. Time remaining. 5 minutes. The time required for installation made Chen Feng anxious, but at least it was only 5 minutes. Bang! 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 Sounds of muffled impacts echoed from beneath the ship. Fishmen were already battering against the hull. Feeling the vibrations beneath him, Chen Feng chuckled coldly. This sailboat was 2 levels superior to Tang Yuqing's vessel. And such a degree of impact could only be from lower-tier fishermen. It was impossible for them to damage a level 14 sailboat. Realizing that the attempts to breach the hull were futile, the low-tier fishermen began to surface, intent on leaping aboard to attack Chen Feng. Whoosh! A barrage of arrows shot forth from the finely crafted iron bow, striking multiple fishmen directly. The powerful bleeding effect caused these fishmen to perish within mere moments. One fishman screamed in terror, "Don't engage directly! Quickly, summon the Great Commander." Chapter 72. The Great Commander. An arrow pierced the mouth of the fishman who had spoken, silencing him with a few choking gasps before he succumbed. Witnessing this scene, the remaining fishmen promptly sank beneath the surface, likely to call for their leader. With their escape from view, Chen Feng could only watch helplessly as they fled. Furrowing his brows, he had been concealing his presence to avoid encountering the fishman's great commander once more. He had intended to slip away, quietly, but it seemed a battle was now unavoidable. The bow, the installation of the ethereal energy cannon, still had 4 minutes and 13 seconds remaining. Chen Feng felt that this orange weapon was his only means of countering the fishman's leader. The finely crafted iron arrows and any other items would be of little use. Only the incendiary effect triggered by the ethereal energy cannon could inflict damage on him. Hurry, hurry! Chen Feng's heart raced as he observed the countdown, hoisting the sail to increase the vessel's speed, which would surely surpass his swimming, buying him some time. Before long, a sound of splashing echoed across the water's surface as a figure stood upon it. Swiftly approaching, none other than the seemingly ordinary-looking fishman's great commander. He has arrived. His ability to control the wind elements made him frighteningly swift. Chen Feng could not help but swallow hard. The installation countdown had only 1 minute remaining, and he was unable to attack. What should I do? What should I do? Chen Feng felt like an ant on a hot pan, his mind in disarray. He dared not strike first. Even if the finely crafted arrows hit, their effect would be negligible. If he provoked the commander, he would surely die once more. The fishman commander drew near the sailboat. Gazing at Chen Feng, standing at the bow with an incredulous expression, he was certain that just moments ago, in the fishman's castle, Chen Feng had been shredded to bits by his hurricane. Yet here he was, standing intact and smiling at him. How bizarre. The only difference was that one wore clothing while the other was entirely bare. The fishman commander rubbed his eyes, attempting to ascertain whether he was mistaken. Such a thing could not be. "Hello there, great commander." As the leader approached, more low-tier fishmen gathered around. Seeing that their commander had yet to attack, they merely watched in silence. Chen Feng, completely naked, projected an arrogant demeanor. Waving as he paced back and forth at the bow, swaying side to side in a seemingly boastful manner. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained an air of dominance, believing that perhaps his resurrection might intimidate the fishman commander. As the fishman commander observed Chen Feng's movements, his gaze instinctively darted away until it landed upon the ethereal energy cannon poised at the bow, his expression shifting from embarrassment to fury. "You dare steal my cannon!" The ethereal energy cannon was one of his prized possessions, and he certainly recognized it. "But don't speak so harshly. Since you know it's my cannon, I presume you also understand its power. If you wish to avoid being blasted to oblivion, I suggest you retreat." Chen Feng feigned calmness. Although the installation was not yet complete, the fishman commander remained unaware. "Yes, that's so. Do you think I am ignorant of my own weapon? While this cannon may possess significant power, you must still hit me." The fishman commander sneered, well aware of the cannon's capabilities, believing his agility would allow him to evade it with ease. "Then you may attempt to evade." Chen Feng, brimming with confidence, mentally counted down. 10, 9. The installation of the ethereal energy cannon was nearing completion. Though he remained uncertain of the reasons behind his revival, he was resolute that he could kill the commander once. And he could certainly do so a second time. The fishman commander no longer marveled at how Chen Feng came back to life. Instead, he focused on the ethereal energy cannon, rage igniting within him as he prepared to strike. The air crackled with a fierce wind, the elements coalescing in the fishman commander's hands as a hurricane was poised to unleash its fury. 3, 2, 1. Ethereal energy cannon installation complete. The system's notification chimed. And Chen Feng hurriedly stepped on the attack pedal behind the cannon, finally delaying just long enough for the installation to finish. Fire! With a thunderous roar, a fireball erupted from the cannon's barrel. The ethereal energy, transforming into a flaming sphere that shot forth at incredible speed, hurtling towards the Fishman commander. Umph. Do you know why I collect this ethereal energy cannon, yet refrain from using it? Simply because its fireballs are too slow for me. Dodging was effortless. As the fireball approached, the Fishman commander halted his hurricane, leaping gracefully into the air, confidence radiating from him as he assessed the projectile's trajectory. Believing it would miss, the crowd of low-tier fishmen cheered, "Great commander, you are magnificent, truly invincible." Yet amidst their fervent praises, Chen Feng wore a sly smile, the goggles he donned having activated, granting this shot a 100-hit probability. "You are unaware, aren't you? My fireballs can curve." As the Fishman commander leapt, the fireball emitted from the cannon also altered its path, tracing a graceful arc through the air, aiming directly for the airborne commander. The Fishman commander's expression shifted from self-assurance to shock as the fireball drew nearer. He had no time to react. He could even feel its intense heat scorching his skin. "What an ima." Panic surged through the Fishman commander's features as he shouted, hastily conjuring a wall of wind before him. However, the assault of the orange-grade, ethereal energy cannon was not something to be compared to the purple-grade, finely crafted iron arrows. The soccer-sized fireball pierced through the wind barrier, striking the Fishman commander directly. Detection of probability-altering item usage. Luck talent triggered, altering probability to 100, burning effect activated. Inflicts 10 health loss per second for 3 seconds. Energy recovery triggered. This attack's consumption refunded. In an instant, flames engulfed the Fishman commander, his skin scorched, revealing the raw, red flesh beneath. Ah! The Fishman commander felt excruciating pain as he became a living inferno, plunging into the water, only to discover that the flames did not extinguish. He could only continue to thrash about. The surrounding low-tier fishmen were aghast, witnessing their strongest kin in such a dire state, their expressions frozen in shock. The fervor they had just exhibited evaporated in an instant. The flames on the Fishman commander continued to blaze for 3 seconds before gradually extinguishing. Yet, as the 3 seconds elapsed, Chen Feng's next shot was already on its way. "While you are incapacitated, I shall claim your life, let you taste the bitterness of death." With 3 more successful hits, your demise is assured. Chapter 73. Silver treasure chest after enduring the ethereal energy cannon's burning effect for 3 seconds. The Fishman commander was gravely wounded, his skin a patchwork of burns. The heat had caused his skin to blister, and blood oozed from the wounds. Just as he regained his composure, he had no time to ponder the fireball's tracking capabilities as he roared in fury. "I will slay you." However, upon seeing Chen Feng launch another projectile, panic washed over him, and he swiftly dove beneath the water surface, hoping the lake's depths would shield him from the fireball. Yet, as the fireball entered the water, it, like before, remained ablaze, continuing to burn fiercely. It appeared that the ethereal effect was indeed formidable. The Fishman commander, moving rapidly through the water to evade the fireball, attempted to let the lake's depths diminish the fireball's energy. However, he underestimated both its speed and power. After 5 seconds of evasion, the fireball struck him once more. Once again, flames consumed the Fishman commander, subjecting him to another 3 seconds of burning torment, even as the Fishman leader sank into the depths. His heart-wrenching cries echoed forth, sending chills down the spine. The effects of the dual flames had sufficiently compelled the deduction of 6/10 of his life force. Moreover, the fireball itself inflicted significant damage. Following the attack, the once formidable presence of the Fishman leader immediately waned, that if his life were to be quantified, it would surely fall below 410. This indicated that with yet another strike, the Fishman leader would meet his demise. Standing on the deck, Chen Feng could not help but clench his fists, his expression brimming with excitement as he prepared to fire again. The Fishman leader, once a terrifying figure, was now nearly vanquished by the ethereal artillery. His wind barrier, conjured by the hurricane, could not withstand the might of the ethereal cannon. Thus, even if the enemy shielded themselves, as long as they were within sight, the cannon could pierce through any obstruction to strike its target. The burning and regenerative effects would undoubtedly trigger, with no possibility of diminishing the ethereal energy, as the flames subsided once more. The fisherman leader's skin had entirely eroded, exposing the underlying fat and muscle that he appeared as a wretched specter, clawing forth from the depths of hell. The dignity of the strongest among the fisherman tribe compelled the leader not to flee, but to struggle back to the surface. Bathed in blood, the fear in his eyes suddenly vanished, replaced by a fervor for battle. Humans, since you set foot on this island, you have hunted our kind relentlessly. As the supreme leader of the fisherman tribe, even if I must perish today, I shall prove to you that we are not mere lambs for your slaughter. Upon hearing these words, the previously astonished lower-ranking fishmen now gaze at their leader with fervent resolve. Great leader, you must escape. Great leader, humans are far too wicked. We cannot match them. Great leader, you go on ahead. We will hold off this human. Many fishermen called out in unison, their unity palpable, despite their strongest being injured and outmatched. Fear was replaced by a fierce determination to protect their leader. Observing the scene before him, Chen Feng hesitated in his assault, letting out a sigh. The fishermen claimed that humans were evil, yet it was they who had initiated the attacks upon his arrival on the island. Such words now held no significance. If he refrained from slaughtering them, they would not spare him either. One could only blame the differences in their races. Without further hesitation, Chen Feng stomped down, activating the cannon's firing mechanism once more. A scorching fireball shot forth towards the fisherman leader. This time, the leader did not evade but calmly proclaimed, "Human, allow me to demonstrate the true power of the fisherman tribe." As his words fell, his entire form began to writhe, the flesh and blood surging forth until he was no longer recognizable as human. In a matter of moments, he transformed into a massive whale, over 50 meters in length. With a dark back and a snow-white belly, countless burn marks still marred his body. The fisherman leader's true form was that of a whale. The bestiary had previously noted that advanced fishermen could switch between their human form and their true essence at will. Now, in his whale form, the numerous wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. If allowed to recuperate, the life force deducted by the ethereal cannon might no longer be accurate. The fisherman leader had transformed back into his true self, evidently preparing to engage Chen Feng in a desperate fight. As the fireball approached, the colossal whale opened its enormous maw. From the abyss-like cavern of its mouth, wind elements coalesced, forming a hurricane over 10 meters wide, stirring the lake's surface into a pale blue waterspout. The waterspout surged towards the fireball, carving a massive chasm across the water surface. Had the fisherman leader lost his wits? Previously, his attempts to extinguish the fireball with hurricanes or water had proven futile. Thus, allowing a waterspout created by a hurricane to collide with the fireball would yield no success. Hissing and crackling, the intense heat mingled with the cold lake water, producing a cacophony of sound as steam billowed forth. Indeed, the waterspout had no effect. The fireball pierced through the vortex, once again hurtling towards the fisherman leader. At this point, his immense size rendered evasion impossible. The flames erupted once more, just as Chen Feng smiled. He suddenly noticed the waterspout, recently breached by the fireball, now hurtling towards him, and he realized that the fisherman leader had prepared for mutual destruction. With a startled cry, he had no time to evade. Throwing himself onto the deck, bracing for the impending impact, the tempestuous winds and powerful currents enveloped Chen Feng and his vessel in an instant. The boat sustained damage under the onslaught of the waterspout. Splintering wood raining down, Chen Feng himself was cut, blood streaming from his wounds. Eventually, the waterspout began to dissipate, revealing the damaged vessel and the grievously injured Chen Feng. Sailboat damaged, gradually taking on water, requires 200 wood, 100 plant fibers, 10 iron blocks for repairs. Repair time 1 hour. Would you like to proceed with repairs? A notification sounded within his mind, revealing that the damaged sailboat could indeed be repaired, requiring merely some materials. With a vessel taking on water and at risk of sinking, Chen Feng did not hesitate to choose to repair it. Repair in progress. Water intake halted. Full repairs require 1 hour. Fortunately, when the fireball pierced through the waterspout, it had diminished its potency, and given the sailboat's higher level, the damage was not catastrophic. Otherwise, Chen Feng would have likely met the same fate as Tang Yu. Reduced to mere fragments beneath the fisherman leader's most potent attack, The fisherman leader should now theoretically possess only 1/10 of his life force, under the inherent power of the cannon. He ought to have already perished. However, after transforming back into his true form, it seemed he had regained some vitality and could still move. Alas, floating feebly upon the water's surface, a massive sigh escaped his lips. Chen Feng quickly rose, denying him any respite, and launched another attack. The fisherman leader, unable to evade, was struck by the fireball, the immense whale engulfed in flames, the cannon's power and burning effects claiming the last remnants of his life. The fisherman leader was dead. The mightiest among the fisherman tribe had fallen to Chen Feng's ethereal cannon. Subsequently, a shimmering silver chest materialized atop the colossal whale's corpse. Chen Feng looked on. Silver Chest, Chapter 74. Fisherman uprising great leader. The great leader is dead. This human has slain our leader. Avenge the great leader, kill the human. The surrounding fishmen erupted into frantic cries. The death of their leader felt akin to the sky collapsing upon them. The fishmen around were visibly agitated, filled with grief and rage, charging towards Chen Feng's vessel. Countless fishmen surged forward, evidently resolved to slay Chen Feng at all costs. Chen Feng refrained from using the ethereal cannon again, opting instead to unleash arrows from his iron bow. For dealing with lower-ranking fishmen, the 100 accuracy of the iron arrows, along with their lethality and bleeding effects, was more than sufficient to eliminate them. Furthermore, they could strike multiple targets simultaneously. Using the ethereal cannon would only allow for a single shot, with a slower firing rate of nearly 3 seconds between attacks, making it less efficient. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several fishmen attempting to board the vessel were swiftly dispatched by Chen Feng's arrows. Yet, despite his success in eliminating numerous fishmen, the remaining ones showed no inclination to flee. The death of their leader ignited a thirst for vengeance within these lower-ranking fishmen, who recklessly swam towards the sailboat. Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Dozens of fishmen surrounded him, and as time passed, should they continue their fearless assault, it was conceivable that they might attract even more fishmen or mid-ranking adversaries, rendering him hopelessly outmatched. Although the iron arrows were formidable, many had been destroyed by the fisherman leader, and with the losses incurred and those currently in flight, only a handful remained on his person. He could not afford to prolong this confrontation. The enormous corpse of the fisherman leader lay nearby, the silver chest resting quietly upon it. Chen Feng resolved to seize the silver chest and make his escape. He steered the sailboat towards the chest. Chen Feng's arrows did not cease, as he picked off the fishmen who had managed to board his vessel. Upon reaching the whale's carcass, he seized the opportunity amidst the lower-ranking fishermen's assault to leap off the sailboat. With no time for a thorough examination, he quickly stored the silver chest in his inventory before reboarding, hastily adjusting the ship's course to head out to sea. Having acquired both the most coveted treasure of Treasure Island and the formidable boss's silver chest, Chen Feng deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer, as the black iron chest dropped by the lower-ranking fishmen held little value. Only a mere handful of the surrounding lower-ranking fishmen remained, having been felled by Chen Feng's arrows. Brothers, some of the main force, we must eradicate every last human. The remaining lower-ranking fishmen, perhaps driven to despair by Chen Feng's arrows, halted their advance, supporting one another as they sank beneath the waves. Hearing one fisherman make this proclamation, Chen Feng understood that they would likely not attack him further. With his arrows dwindling, he saw no need to continue eliminating the fishmen in the water. He would allow them to return and gather their kin. Perhaps by then he would have escaped far enough. Moving to the stern of the vessel, Chen Feng gazed at the vanishing fishmen, his expression easing slightly. The sailboat glided swiftly, carrying Chen Feng away from the now tranquil lake. After a considerable time, the surface of the water where he had disappeared was left undisturbed one by one. The fishmen emerged from the depths, their numbers astonishingly reaching several thousand. Among them were not only the basic fishmen, but also mid-tier fishmen with human-like physiques and fish-like limbs. Those humans had vanished here. Chase them. The leader of the fishmen had been slain by a human, prompting the entire fishman clan to leave their lair and launch an assault on the periphery upon encountering any humans. They would eradicate them without mercy. We shall ensure that all humans meet their doom. Thus, The formidable fishmen contingent set forth, heralding the imminent clash between fishmen and humans. The human players who ventured deeper into the fray remained blissfully unaware of the impending chaos. At this moment, Chen Feng altered the sailboat's course, and after confirming that no fishmen were in pursuit, the weight on his heart began to lift. He retrieved a red potion and applied it to his wounds. For the water vortex unleashed by the fishman leader had inflicted considerable damage upon him. Subsequently, Chen Feng surveyed the wreckage of the sailboat and began to clear the battlefield. Over 30 low-tier fishmen, who had attempted to ascend only to be shot down by him, lay scattered about. Chen Feng extracted the fine iron arrows from their bodies and collected the fallen black iron treasure chests into his storage. The corpses of the fishmen were unceremoniously tossed into the lake, as he took a moment to rest on the ground. This foray into the fishman's castle had indeed been perilously reckless. Nevertheless, despite the unexpected challenges, he had emerged relatively unscathed, and the rewards were bountiful. Checking the map, he noticed the locations of his two friends. Wang Ruoxi was still near the fishman's castle. Chen Feng was taken aback. This woman was remarkably adept at survival, relying on her passive skill that allowed her to remain hidden underwater. It was perhaps wise of her, for with the entire fishman tribe mobilized, the area surrounding the castle was surely teeming with their kind. Making any reckless actions on her part ill-advised. Chen Feng chuckled softly. She had brought this upon herself. Had she chosen to escape with him earlier rather than abandon him, he might have considered rescuing her now. However, since Wang Ruoxi had made her choice, Chen Feng felt no obligation to concern himself with her fate. He clicked on her avatar and removed her from his friends list. Her location vanished from view, out of sight, out of mind. Let her fate lie where it may. Turning his attention to Zhou Lingrui's location, he noted that she was at the edge of the lake with Gina, seemingly waiting for him. As Chen Feng drew nearer, Zhou Lingrui sent him a private message. Chen Feng, you escaped, right? I knew you'd be fine. Huh, I'm all right. We can discuss it further upon our meeting. Before long, Chen Feng piloted the sailboat to the shore. Zhou Lingrui spotted him from a distance and waved frantically. Soon as he disembarked and secured the sailboat, she could no longer suppress her worries and rushed over to envelop him in a warm embrace. I thought you had perished. Her voice trembled with a hint of tears, stirring Chen Feng's heart. Fear not, I am unscathed. He gently patted Zhou Lingrui's quivering back, a smile gracing his lips in her embrace. She noticed the smoothness of his skin and realized that he was quite bare. Zhou Lingrui couldn't help but chuckle, pulling at the dragon's head and hastily procuring 2 garments from the auction house to offer him. We shouldn't linger. I've slain the fishman leader, and the entire fishman tribe has erupted in chaos. We must leave at once. What? The fishman leader is dead. You did that. Zhou Lingrui's eyes widened in disbelief. I'll explain later. Chen Feng led the way, calling back, Gina, keep up? Yes, Treasure Island was vast, and traversing from the center's lake to the periphery would take several days. However, time was of the essence, as the island would soon sink. Chen Feng needed to evade the pursuing fishmen while making his way to the edge of Treasure Island. His time was running short, as Chen Feng and his companions pressed onward toward the island's outskirts. The clock ticked down to the island's impending submersion in 3 days. Most human players had only just begun to delve deeper into the island, with many still exploring, likely waiting until the final day to initiate their retreat. In a densely clustered area of rocks, a group of 5, 3 men and 2 women, armed and resolute, ventured further into the island. Hey, Wengu, where have all the fishermen gone? I've been wandering for days without sight of a single one. It's infuriating. The speaker was a young man of dubious character, brandishing a gleaming machete. Damn, not even a shadow of a fishman. It's maddening. Let us keep moving. If we still don't find any, we leave. After all, Treasure Island 1T sink for another 3 days. There's no need to rush. The trio spoke in their native dialect, a manner of expression that, while colloquial, was not considered offensive. Their group maintained a harmonious dynamic and demonstrated commendable combat prowess. Yet their days of exploration yielded scant rewards. During the past 2 days, most players had banded together, effectively clearing the outer areas of fishmen. Thus, there were none to be found in this region. As their impatience grew, a sweet-voiced girl from behind spoke up. However, As soon as she opened her mouth, her accent revealed a dissonance with her appearance. "Hey, Xiaowen, we're parched. Fetch us some water, would you?" The two beautiful women in the group received attentive service from the three men, who dutifully fetched refreshments. Having partaken of some water, they resumed their journey. After wandering for what felt like an eternity, the sight before them caused their hearts to race in terror. Fishmen, an overwhelming multitude of fishmen. As they drew closer, the mist dissipated, revealing countless fishmen stretching as far as the eye could see. "Damn it, Wengu! We're in deep trouble. Xiaowen, what do we do? How the hell should I know?" The five stood frozen, paralyzed by the sheer number of fishmen, until the stillness broke. The fishmen let out a cacophony of shrieks, brandishing their grotesque limbs and menacing heads as they charged at the group. Without a moment's hesitation, the five turned and fled, Wengu sprinting ahead of all. "Xiaowen, wait! Didn't you always have a crush on me? Save me, and I'll be your girlfriend. Next time, I swear." But when Wengu didn't look back, faced with the threat of death, past affections meant nothing. Only Wengu had consumed a level 1 enhancement potion, and with his remarkable physical abilities, he managed to escape. Meanwhile, his companions were consumed by the swarm of fishmen. Similar scenes unfolded across Treasure Island. With the death of the fishmen's leader, the enraged fishmen began a frantic assault on humans. In the regional chat, confusion reigned. What in the world is happening? Either we can't find any fishmen, or we're swarmed by them. My companions have all perished. Damn, out of 5, I'm the only one who escaped. This is terrifying. Attention, players in this region. After consulting multiple friends, I can confirm that the fishmen on Treasure Island have inexplicably increased in number, shifting from a handful to hundreds and thousands. I advise all players to evacuate the island immediately. Repeat, evacuate the island. What do? We just formed our team, and Haven T even hunted a few fishmen yet. And now we must flee. What can we do? I upgraded my raft heart to a sailboat for someone else. And now that person is dead. My sailboat is gone too. I have no means of escape. Who'll take me in? Boo-hoo. Yes, I'm in the same predicament. Even if I have someone else's raft heart. I can't create a new raft without my own that I'll have to rely on others from now on. Figure out yourself. You chose to give your raft heart to someone else. Now face the consequences. What on earth is happening? What has driven the fishmen mad? I know. I consumed a fishman capsule and learned their language. When I narrowly escaped the last fishman attack, I overheard them shouting, "Avenge the leader! Exterminate the humans!" It seems the fishman's leader was slain by humans. What? Are you saying the fishman leader was killed by a human? Impossible. Which team possesses such strength? I've heard that the fishman leader is a high-tier fishman. Exactly. Who is so formidable? Our team can't even handle mid-tier fishmen. Why are you all focused on that? Regardless of their capabilities, they killed the high-tier fishmen, inciting the entire fishman clan to revolt, dragging us into this chaos. Now, fishmen are forming large groups, making it impossible for us to hunt them, let alone ensure our own safety. Yes, who is the wretched soul that killed the fishman leader? This is a disaster for us all. Could it be that Tang Yuqing's group? Isn't he the one who is always recruiting for alliances? They must be the strongest. Absolutely not. I'm part of the alliance. And I couldn't rendezvous in time. Now, we can't even contact Tang Yuqing. He is likely dead. What? Tang Yuqing is dead. What about the supplies we left with him? What do? Cool it. I have long been aware that this alliance is nothing but a deception. You all foolishly entrusted your supplies to them for centralized management, and now there's nothing left, is there? Damn it, that cursed Tang Yuqing. Who else could it be if not him? Who possesses such formidable capabilities? Do you think it could be the great Chen Feng? That seems unlikely. He is a high-ranking fishman. After all, even if Chen Feng is strong, he couldn't possibly kill him. Apart from Tang Yuqing's group, the only one with considerable strength in our region is Chen Feng. Who else could it be? It is him. It is him. It is indeed him. That scoundrel Chen Feng. He has brought us nothing but misfortune. Yes, it is that Chen Feng. There is no one else. The next time I see him, I shall not spare him. Such baseless and arbitrary accusations are rather unseemly. The regional chat has erupted in chaos. Yet the person in question, Chen Feng, is oblivious to the discussions, fully focused on escaping the periphery of Treasure Island. Chapter 76. Preparing to depart the island 3 days later. Before the peculiar, stout plants surrounding Treasure Island, Chen Feng and the two women take a brief respite on a rocky outcrop. After 3 days of relentless travel, they only dared to rest briefly at night. Chen Feng, Zhou Lingrui, and Gina are all utterly exhausted. However, after days and nights of travel, they are finally nearing the outskirts of Treasure Island. In just a few hours, they will escape. There is no rush now. They take a moment to rest, consume some food, and replenish their energy before departing the island. Countdown to Treasure Island submersion. 3 hours 14 minutes. Countdown to the catastrophic sea storm. 12 days, 3 hours 14 minutes on the Black Rock. A sleek black spear stands embedded. As Chen Feng presses the switch at the spear's end, the black tip suddenly extends and retracts rapidly, vibrating violently. With a resounding crack, the rock shatters into fragments. Chen Feng withdraws the spear, unable to part with it. This spear is an item from the treasure chest that Gina brought back after Tang Yuqing's demise. Chen Feng had admired it from afar during Tang Yuqing's last usage and developed an inexplicable fondness for it. This spear is a remarkably powerful melee purple weapon. Alloy vibrating spear, purple. Description: crafted from durable alloy, it possesses high tensile strength with an exceptionally sharp tip. It consumes electrical energy. Activating the switch at the base causes the tip to extend and retract continuously, inflicting tremendous shock damage on the target, with a 5 chance to trigger a critical effect that shatters the struck target into pieces. Evaluation: the tip extends and retracts continuously. I have a female friend who wants to know how fast it is. Another powerful weapon capable of triggering the Lucky Emperor talent. The consumption of electrical energy is inconsequential, as there is a power station nearby. Electricity is hardly valuable. Once the tip pierces, activating the switch allows it to vibrate rapidly, causing damage, and if the Lucky Emperor talent is triggered, it will result in a critical hit, tearing the pierced target apart. The recent rock was shattered directly by it. Henceforth, melee combat will no longer be a weakness for Chen Feng. As long as he can pierce an enemy's body, it is assured death. However, should he encounter an adversary with tough skin or special equipment, and the spear fails to penetrate, its effectiveness will naturally diminish. Since the destruction of his white-quality long knife, Chen Feng has lacked a suitable melee weapon. Having acquired the alloy vibrating spear, he has frequently utilized it over the past few days, thoroughly enjoying its retractable tip. Chen Feng carefully wipes the spear's shaft and stows it away in his inventory as he glances at the sailboat, which is currently undergoing upgrades, nodding in satisfaction. Following Tang Yuqing's demise, Chen Feng not only obtained the heart of the sailboat and the alloy vibrating spear, but also nearly 2 tons of food, 100 liters of fresh water, and most importantly, 20 raft hearts. At it remains a mystery where Tang Yuqing procured such a multitude of raft hearts, but conveniently alleviated Chen Feng's urgent needs. With 20 raft hearts, he no longer worries about upgrading the sailboat. Chen Feng has been tirelessly upgrading the sailboat since his landing. However, the upgrade process requires ample time, and it is still in the transition from level 14 to 15. Tang Yuqing's storage was limited, and a day prior, Chen Feng opened the silver chest dropped by the defeated fisherman leader. The silver chest, similarly, offered rewards 1 tier above the bronze chest, yielding not only resources, but also the possibility of a purple item. With the Lucky Emperor talent as his ally, a purple item was virtually guaranteed. Silver chest acquired. Space Gem 10 description. Each gem expands 1 item slot in the inventory. Evaluation: how does it feel to obtain an inventory expansion item from monster drops without spending money? Chen Feng recalled that there was a plus sign at the bottom of his inventory. With the space gems, that plus sign could now be clicked. Coupled with the item description, it became evident that the space gems were indeed for expanding the inventory. Perfectly suited for both Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui, whose inventories were nearly full. Naturally, they used them all. Active skill: wind vibration, purple. Description: a skill that controls wind elements, allowing the user to condense wind for defense and attack. The signature skill of the high-ranking fisherman leader, the Great Whale. Requirements: must have consumed a level 2 enhancement potion to use. Evaluation: face the gale. Chen Feng was exhilarated upon learning of this item. The fisherman leader's signature ability to control hurricanes was still fresh in his memory. To his surprise, The silver chest directly provided this skill, albeit with usage requirements. Currently, with the sailboat's level insufficient, the level 2 enhancement potion is likely only available in the level 3 shop, meaning this active skill must gather dust in the inventory for now. The items obtained from the silver chest and Tang Yuqing storage are of immense importance to Chen Feng. The numerous black iron chests yielded only some food and fresh water, while white quality items were either lackluster or of little use. Those items have all been listed for auction in exchange for resources that in summary. This expedition to Treasure Island has proven to be quite fruitful for Chen Feng. Other players, even when grouped, might not have acquired a fraction of what he has. While Chen Feng organized his inventory, Zhou Lingrui was preparing to cook some food nearby. With an excited expression, she waved her hands, causing a stream of water, thick as an arm, to rise into the air, albeit sluggishly, twisting and curling like a flying earthworm. Chen Feng, look, I can make the water flow into the air, and what use is that? The meager amount of water you control can't even harm anyone. Chen Feng's unrelenting criticism instantly dampened Zhou Lingrui's excitement. With a huff, she pouted and resumed cooking. Zhou Lingrui's ability to control water stems from the passive skill, Water Control Blue, that Chen Feng had given her from the Fishman treasure. With this skill, she can manipulate a small current of water within a 10-meter radius. However, the flow is quite slow and lacks lethality. For now, it serves well for washing ingredients and cooking. This has led Chen Feng to regard the passive skill with disdain. Hoping it might prove useful in the future, that as for Gina, she remains a mid-level fishman. Among the treasures, there is a coral spirit, purple. Chen Feng had initially intended to use it immediately, but decided to postpone its application for Gina, as the system indicated it required application over the entire body and would consume considerable time. Thus, he resolved to wait until they left Treasure Island, ensuring safety and ample time for its use. After a simple meal and rest, Chen Feng stood up. "All right, we've rested enough. Treasure Island will submerge in 2 hours. Let us depart." The Fishman tribe remains in turmoil, and staying on the island poses constant danger. Moreover, the submersion of Treasure Island may generate a massive whirlpool in the surrounding waters, so it is safer to be on the ocean's surface. The two women nodded obediently and followed Chen Feng to the beach. Chapter 77. The Submersion of Treasure Island. Commencement of Treasure Island Submersion. 1. As the game's prompt echoed in their minds, the colossal Treasure Island began to sink slowly. It was early morning, and after their arduous journey, Chen Feng and his companions had finally left the island, distancing themselves by several hundred meters. Chen Feng could not help but marvel at the spectacle of the apocalyptic ocean game. A massive island sinking directly into the water. The visual effect was nothing short of breathtaking. The island descended rapidly, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently, gradually forming a vast whirlpool centered around the island. Chen Feng raised the sail, utilizing the sailboat's propulsion to counteract the whirlpool's pull, remaining unaffected while smoothly advancing. It seems the game world has undergone modifications. Otherwise, the commotion created by such a colossal island sinking would undoubtedly result in a tsunami. Rather than merely a slight whirlpool this moment, the world chat erupted. "Oh my goodness! Has your treasure island sunk yet in other regions? This scene is utterly astonishing. Isn't that obvious? Are we not playing the same game? Everyone be cautious. Do not venture too close to Treasure Island. Be careful not to be sucked in by the whirlpool and dragged beneath the waves. Of course, I left long ago. I'm currently over 1,000 meters away from the island. Hey, I'm still on the island. A few fishmen are blocking my way. I'm hiding in a rocky cave and haven't been able to escape yet. Woe is me. The island is starting to sink. What should I do? Damn, you up there, that's impressive. If you don't die when it sinks, remember to tell us what the underwater world looks like. I'm so curious. However, it is a pity that you have exhausted your speaking opportunities in the world chat. It seems there's no one left to turn to. Why are you still hiding in your hole? Dying in the depths of the sea is the same as dying above, so you might as well come out and have a go with the fishmen. Speaking of which, how did everyone fare on Treasure Island this time? How many treasure chests did you acquire? Our team is quite formidable. We vanquished 3 intermediate fishmen and over 40 low-level ones. 3 intermediate fishmen, and you dare boast? In our territory, I have slain 6 intermediate fishmen, and I couldn't even be bothered to count the low-level ones. What does it matter if you killed intermediate fishmen? Have you defeated the Fishman Commander? In our region of Treasure Island, there's a team of 300 that successfully took down the Fishman Commander. I heard that the commander is a high-level shark man. And to kill him, the team suffered significant losses, with only a little over 10 surviving. Impressive upstairs. I've heard of the Fishman Commander. He resides in the Fishman's Den, right? If you don't lure him out, you'll have to face the other fishmen in the den, which is far too challenging for us, so we chose to retreat. We too took down the Fishman Commander. He was a high-level lobsterman. Not particularly intelligent, but the contents of the silver treasure chest were truly remarkable. We were lucky enough to unearth purple armor. Purple armor? How enviable. Oh, the upstairs killed the Fishman Commander. Have any of you visited the Fishman Castle? Is there another treasure there that you managed to acquire? We have been there and came away with plenty. Oh my, there's more treasure. After we defeated the Fishman Commander, we left immediately. We didn't even go inside. I can't believe it. How unfortunate. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You are all flaunting your achievements. Could you consider the feelings of others? It's incredibly disheartening for someone like me, who hasn't killed any fishmen and has merely chopped some wood. Daily speech 01, comma, online users 2.3 billion. Chen Feng glanced at the world chat. Indeed, every region of Treasure Island has its capable individuals. It's not just Chen Feng who has slain the Fishman Commander. There are others in different regions of Treasure Island who are also capable of defeating the Fishman Commander, whether through numerous powerful teams or special items. From the messages of these individuals, Chen Feng speculated that the Fishman Commanders on each Treasure Island may not all belong to the same species. The commander on his island is a high-level whaleman, while others could be sharkmen, lobstermen, and many more varieties. Even if the abilities of the Fishman Commanders differ, the silver treasure chests dropped remain the same. As for what one might obtain from them, that varies with each individual's fortune, and the items should differ as well. However, the best they seem to have acquired is purple items. Some have found treasures, but whether there are orange items akin to Chen Feng's ethereal cannon within those treasures has not been mentioned in the world chat. Chen Feng surmised that even if someone had obtained such an item, they would likely be as discreet as he is. Regional channel. Phew, that was close. Thankfully, I managed to escape quickly. Only when I submerged into the sea did I completely evade the fishman's pursuit. Same here, the treasure island began to sink, and only after we departed did the fishmen cease their chase. Just moments ago, we nearly got sucked down by a whirlpool. Don't even mention it. It's all that bastard who killed the Fishman Commander's fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a dire situation. Do you think it was really Chen Feng who killed the Fishman Commander? It must have been him. Once the Fishman Commander fell, the fishmen went berserk, and I've been chased for several days. I'm utterly exhausted. Not necessarily. Let us not wrongfully accuse Chen Feng. Chen Feng, if you're alive, come out and explain yourself. Otherwise, I curse you to have a son who is online users 1124. Chen Feng skimmed through the chat channel and understood it turned out that after he killed the Fishman Commander, the enraged fishmen began slaughtering humans indiscriminately. He never expected that in just a few days, the population on this treasure island, which had once boasted several thousand individuals, had dwindled to just over 1,000. This implies that the deaths of so many humans are indirectly related to him. TSK, Chen Feng remained unfazed in the entire ocean game. There are countless treasure islands, although most Fishman Commanders remain alive. And fishmen do not revolt, allowing the majority of players to survive. There are also treasure islands where the Fishman Commander has been slain, and countless lives have been lost due to fishmen riots. When faced with the ultimate boss, would a person with the capability to kill choose not to? Surely any normal individual would opt to slay ITAS for instigating a fishman riot. That was not Chen Feng's intention. He was entirely unaware of it. For some reason, the people in the region began to suspect him, which left Chen Feng feeling quite helpless. Should he just admit it? After contemplating for a moment, Chen Feng made a decision. The Fishman's riot was not orchestrated by him. He then composed a message and sent it to the regional chat. Hello everyone, I am Chen Feng. Regarding the suspicions that I killed the Fishman Commander, causing the ensuing Fishman riot that led to the deaths of numerous innocent players, I must say, there's no evidence. Why should you claim it was me? Is there no law? No justice? Be careful. I might sue you for defamation Defamation. I knew it wasn't Chen Feng who did it. You've misunderstood him. Bah, I believe your nonsense. Chen Feng, I almost misjudged you. Naturally, Chen Feng would not admit to it. Of course not. If he did, he would be waiting to be chased and scolded daily. Unbeknownst to him, time had passed significantly. Why now? Treasure Island had completely submerged, marking the true disappearance of the first novice dungeon in the ocean game. The surface of the sea returned to tranquility as Chen Feng raised the sails, preparing to set sail. However, in the distance, beneath the calm waters, a colossal creature was rapidly charging towards Chen Feng's sailing vessel. Chapter 78. The oceanic behemoth Chen Feng on the sailboat did not notice the commotion beneath the sea. A new system prompt captured his attention. Greetings, players in Zone 310184. Due to a significant decrease in players in your area, with only over 1,000 remaining, the game will merge your region with others that have fewer players, gradually replenishing the total to 10,000. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. As soon as this game announcement was made, Chen Feng inquired with Zhou Lingrue. Since she was in the same zone as Chen Feng, she naturally received this system notification as well. Subsequently, Chen Feng noticed that many others in the world chat also received similar announcements. He speculated that perhaps during the days spent on Treasure Island, some regions might have suffered heavy casualties while others might not have lost many. The system likely issued this announcement akin to previous games he had played, where some servers experienced a decrease in player numbers, turning into ghost servers, and the game would resolve this through mergers to provide a better experience for many players. However, why would they merge servers? Is it to deliberately create player interactions? Shaking his head, Chen Feng decided he couldn't concern himself with that now and turned to Zhou Lingrue. Zhou Lingrue, maintain vigilance around strangers. All right, Zhou Lingrue nodded in understanding. Chen Feng approached the mast, hoisting the entire sail. Although the sea was relatively calm, the wind was not insignificant. Without wind, the sailboat travels at 30 kilometers h, but now, with the gentle breeze filling the sails, the boat sped forward at 60 kilometers h. With the complete submersion of Treasure Island, leaving only a vast ocean. Chen Feng still had matters to attend to. He had yet to find an important companion. Standing at the bow of the boat, enjoying the refreshing sea breeze, a map suddenly popped up, revealing a red dot coinciding with his own location. The radar detection indicated that there were living creatures nearby. What is going on? Detected an enemy. Why is it overlapping with my position? Observing the display on the map, Chen Feng felt puzzled, but suddenly remembered that he was not on land but in the vast ocean. It is possible for creatures to overlap with his position. The moving entity must either be in the sky or beneath the sea. Looking up at the sky, it was empty, causing Chen Feng's heart to tighten. It must be underwater. Gina, prepare for battle. There is something in the depths. Yes, master. Gina nodded in response. Just as she was about to leap into the sea, bang, a violent sound and jolt emanated from the bottom of the sailboat. The familiar scene made Chen Feng lament. In a way, could it be another fishman colliding with the hull? However, the scene that followed left Chen Feng utterly astonished. As the crashing sound resonated, the sailboat shook, and a massive tentacle emerged from the water, slapping down onto the deck with a loud smack. My goodness, what an incredibly long tentacle. If it were to be grilled, it would surely be mouth-watering. The tentacle landed right in front of Zhou Lingrue, causing her to exclaim, not in fear, but in delight. Chen Feng furrowed his brow and looked over. What kind of tentacle is this? It appeared remarkably similar to an octopus's tentacle. Only this one extending from the sea onto the deck seemed excessively thick and lengthy. After one tentacle crawled onto the deck, 4 or 5 more tentacles followed suit from all directions. In no time, a gigantic head emerged from the water, appearing at the bow of the boat, its eyes as large as water tanks, staring at Chen Feng. It grasped the sailboat with numerous tentacles, exerting force as if attempting to crush the vessel and drag it into the depths. This. A squid? Chen Feng's face bore 3 question marks. The massive creature before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the squid he had seen at the market. Only the one before him was at least several dozen meters long. Master, I am most adept at dealing with such soft-bodied creatures. Shall I simply electrocute it? Gina had initially intended to dive into the water, But upon encountering the creature that had collided with the seabed, she instinctively surfaced and inquired of Chen Feng. "Wait," Chen Feng raised a hand, halting Gina. "Look at that colossal squid. I've never seen anything like it." Its appearance was both adorable and bewildering, as though it intended to crush Chen Feng's sailboat. However, the vessel had reached level 14 in sturdiness. No matter how fiercely it struggled, the squid's efforts only resulted in a few minor sways. With no signs of damage, this gigantic squid appeared to pose no real threat. Chen Feng observed it with great interest, standing at the bow of the ship, perfectly positioned within the line of sight of the ethereal energy cannon. Should the creature make any aggressive move towards him, he could easily retaliate with a fireball. Leaning down, Chen Feng caressed one of its tentacles, musing, if I were to prepare grilled squid, it would take days to consume this. The sheer size of the squid reminded him of a game announcement he had seen prior to reaching Treasure Island, and he suddenly understood. The announcement had stated that all marine creatures were beginning to mutate, including but not limited to their size, abilities, intelligence, and aggression. This gigantic squid must have undergone significant transformations over the past 10 days, growing to dozens or even hundreds of times its original size. Evolving into a marine behemoth, he wondered what the mutations of other creatures might entail. Perhaps the squid, realizing it could not overpower the sailboat, found Chen Feng's touch somewhat insulting. One of its tentacles swiftly retracted, only to snap back with tremendous force, aiming a vicious strike at Chen Feng. "Master, be careful. Chen Feng, watch out." Both women had noticed, and Chen Feng certainly did not overlook it. The squid had become quite aggressive. Just as the massive tentacle was about to strike him, a spear materialized in Chen Feng's hand, positioned defensively before him. With a sharp sound, the tentacle pierced through the spear, vibrating violently as the enormous appendage was instantly reduced to mincemeat. The shattering effect of the alloy vibrating spear had triggered at a 100 success rate. However, Chen Feng was surprised that only one tentacle had been destroyed. Perhaps the squid's immense body limited the shattering effect's potential. The squid, in pain, quickly withdrew several tentacles from the sailboat and sank into the depths of the sea, seemingly attempting to flee. "Gina, dive in and finish it off. Don't let it escape. A squid this size could feed us for a month." Noting the giant squid's retreat, Chen Feng urged Gina to take action, confident that with her lightning abilities, it would surely not escape. Just as Gina was preparing to plunge into the water, another commotion interrupted her. In the distance, a dorsal fin, resembling a door, emerged from the surface, towering over 3 meters high. Just how massive could this shark be? A roar erupted from the creature, after which the fin disappeared beneath the waves. The water appeared to be in tumultuous battle, with waves crashing violently. What on earth was that? Zhou Lingrue and Gina rushed to the bow, gazing in astonishment at the underwater spectacle. Suddenly, with a resounding splash, a gigantic shark, measuring at least 50 meters in length, emerged, fiercely attacking the squid that had just menaced Chen Feng, leaping out of the water. Within moments, the squid was engulfed by the enormous shark, unable to put up any resistance. And Chen Feng and the others could even discern that one of the shark's teeth measured over 50 centimeters in length. A gruesome scene unfolded before their eyes. "Gina, Zhou Lingrue, a great white shark?" Chen Feng, Xiaopeng. Chapter 79. Xiaopeng. This shark bore an uncanny resemblance to the great white shark, Xiaopeng, that Chen Feng had previously tamed. Its dazed expression further convinced Chen Feng that it was indeed Xiaopeng, although it had once only measured a few meters. Now, it had grown to around 50 meters. Upon hearing Chen Feng's call, the gigantic shark widened its small eyes and, upon spotting Chen Feng, hurriedly began to chew on the now lifeless squid. After confirming it was Chen Feng, the shark joyfully swam in circles, appearing immensely pleased. "It really is you, Xiaopeng," Chen Feng exclaimed with delight, having merely called out tentatively, yet astonished to find it was truly his companion. After more than 10 days apart, it had grown so large. Chen Feng, filled with excitement, leaped from the sailboat and onto Xiaopeng's back. "Wow, Xiaopeng, how did you grow so big?" Chen Feng affectionately patted Xiaopeng's massive, bobbing head, his fondness evident. In response, Xiaopeng emitted the same sounds as before, which Chen Feng could not comprehend. The two communicated effortlessly, akin to the bond between a person and a dog, despite speaking different languages. Xiaopeng was Chen Feng's first companion, offering significant assistance in this apocalyptic ocean. Chen Feng had just been preparing to set sail, searching for Xiaopeng in the waters surrounding the sunken treasure island when fate led Xiaopeng to him. After encountering the giant squid, Xiaopeng had arrived just in time to feast upon it. An extraordinary coincidence. On the deck, Zhou Lingrui and Gina stared in disbelief at Chen Feng frolicking on Xiaopeng's back. Utterly astonished, they had yet to fully process the situation. "Hey, that's a shark, my friend. A mutated giant shark at that, 50 meters long, and you're just standing on its back, touching its teeth." Zhou Lingrui's mind was in turmoil. "Master truly is unpredictable," Gina remarked, her electricity dimming. The sudden appearance of Xiaopeng had made her cautious, yet seeing Chen Feng so affectionate eased her concerns. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, Xiaopeng sped across the water with Chen Feng on its back, moving at an alarming pace that nearly blew Chen Feng off. "Woo!" Chen Feng was exhilarated, feeling no hint of anxiety. The man and the shark circled the sailboat for nearly 10 minutes before finally coming to a halt. Chen Feng patted Xiaopeng's head. "All right, Xiaopeng, let's get closer to the sailboat." As they approached, Chen Feng climbed onto the side, explaining the situation to Zhou Lingrui and Gina, thus revealing Xiaopeng's presence to them. "You gave me quite a scare." "As long as it's Chen Feng's pet, I'm fine," Zhou Lingrui exclaimed, patting her racing heart, still shaken. Xiaopeng, being a marine creature, was also subject to the system's announcement that all marine creatures were mutating, which likely explained its transformation. Chen Feng believed this was the only logical explanation for Xiaopeng's drastic growth, far exceeding biological norms. The return of Xiaopeng filled Chen Feng with joy. Even a brief encounter had revealed its newfound strength. With its increased size, Xiaopeng's offensive capabilities had undoubtedly improved, easily dispatching a giant squid. Its strength was likely comparable to that of an average mid-level merman on Treasure Island, though it could not rival the exceptionally gifted Gina. Moreover, it swam at an astonishing speed, approximately 80 kilometers h in the water. Xiaopeng would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon for Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng found himself troubled by the thought of its considerable dietary needs. But then he reminded himself that, as a shark, Xiaopeng was a natural apex predator. It would not require his assistance in hunting for food. As Xiaopeng's mood gradually stabilized in the water, it continued to consume the remnants of the squid scattered around. Likely satisfying its hunger for several days, a massive squid head was swiftly swallowed whole, and after a few chews, Xiaopeng unexpectedly expelled a glowing stone, which fell onto the sailboat. What was this? Chen Feng approached, inspecting the fist-sized stone with curiosity. Holding it in his hand, he felt a warm sensation emanating from it, along with a faint glow. Upon careful examination, a system prompt appeared. Ethereal energy crystal description: a crystal that may be produced in the brains of mutated marine creatures, possessing tremendous energy. Marine creatures that consume ethereal energy crystals will become increasingly powerful, and they can also be used as energy sources for other items. Evaluation: a new energy source produced by mutated creatures, highly efficient and entirely eco-friendly. Ethereal energy: this crystal actually contains ethereal energy. Chen Feng was astonished, realizing that the orange weapon, the ethereal energy cannon, consumed this very energy when fired. Previously, he had only understood ethereal energy as a new power source without knowing its origin. Now, with Xiaopeng's victory over the giant squid, he discovered that ethereal energy was indeed a crystal found within the brains of these mutated creatures. Not only could ethereal energy serve as a power source, but it could also enhance the strength of mutated beings. Chen Feng squeezed the ethereal energy crystal in his hand, smiling as he regarded Xiaopeng in the sea. "You are quite loyal, aren't you? Not keeping the benefits for yourself, but thinking of me." Xiaopeng, too, needed this crystal, and Chen Feng was touched that it had managed to regurgitate it after consuming it. However, since his ethereal energy cannon could trigger a regenerative effect, he wasn't in immediate need of ethereal energy. Thus, he tossed the crystal back to Xiaopeng. "You can have it this time. We'll discuss it later." Xiaopeng opened its enormous mouth, eagerly swallowing the crystal without hesitation, letting out a satisfied sound. Your pet's loyalty is now at 10, currently 53. Xiaopeng's loyalty had not been high before Chen Feng set out for the island, and after such a long separation, it had naturally diminished. Chen Feng's surprise, simply returning a crystal it had acquired increased its loyalty. He mused inwardly about how easy it was to maintain. Afterward, he planned to casually toss some food its way, which would surely boost its loyalty further. In time, he hoped to achieve a level of loyalty akin to Gina's, reaching absolute devotion. After giving the ethereal energy crystal to Xiaopeng, Chen Feng's thoughts continued to churn. In this world, the ethereal energy, utilized as the fuel for orange weapons, is destined to become a scarce resource, undoubtedly possessing immense value in the future. With the source of this ethereal energy now known, Chen Feng has devised a plan. The prior assault by the colossal squid has made it clear to Chen Feng that, given the current resilience of his level 14 sailboat, most of the mutated sea creatures lurking beneath the waves should pose no significant threat. Such a favorable advantage would be a grave misfortune to squander. Onward. The next objective is to hunt the mutated marine life. With a fervent shout from Chen Feng, the trio aboard the vessel, accompanied by a gigantic shark, set forth in grand procession. Chapter 80. Regional merge completed upon the tranquil surface of the sea. Chen Feng's sailboats sliced through the waves, forging ahead. In the distance, a massive triangular dorsal fin broke the water's surface. It was Xiaopeng. In just a few hours, Xiaopeng seemed to have grown even larger, the visible fin appearing broader and more formidable. Chen Feng speculated that the ethereal energy crystals had a noteworthy effect on the mutated marine creatures. Nearly half a day had passed, yet he had not encountered any other mutated sea life. It appeared that such creatures were not particularly commonplace. However, the chat channels buzzed with activity. Both World Chat and Regional Chat had shifted their focus from the sunken treasure island to the mutated beings of the ocean floor. Many players reported encountering aggressive attacks from these underwater entities. Those with high-level vessels, at least possessing sailboats, faced a relatively low danger when confronted by the mutated creatures. In contrast, the majority of players still relied on rafts, making it exceedingly difficult to withstand assaults from the oceanic beings. Numerous players lamented their plight in the chat channels. Through the discussions in the chat, Chen Feng gleaned some characteristics of the mutated marine life. Almost all such creatures exhibited a significant increase in size. He also stumbled upon a conversation about a group that encountered a clownfish, which had grown larger than a human. Another group had a rather unfortunate experience with a school of sardines. Someone captured images of the swarm, revealing hundreds of sardines, each larger than a person, relentlessly attacking their vessel before ultimately boarding and assaulting the crew. It was said that those aboard that ship had ceased communication, likely having met their demise. In addition to size alterations, the aggressiveness of these creatures had also intensified. When the novice phase ended, Chen Feng had once been ambushed by a large lobster that leaped onto his raft. Now, the oceanic creatures exhibited even greater hostility towards humans. Yet there were exceptions. Some had witnessed a mutated sea turtle that, upon spotting a vessel filled with humans, chose to flee instead. This led to speculation that certain mutated beings might possess altered intelligence. In any case, the drastic transformations among marine life instilled a sense of panic among many humans. As these changes continued, who could predict whether oceanic beings might evolve into terrifying behemoths hundreds of meters in length? At that point, humans would appear as insignificant as ants in comparison. Contemplating this, Chen Feng sighed. Faced with the escalating dangers of this oceanic doomsday game, his only source of security lay in continually upgrading his vessel. Currently, it would take him 7 more hours to elevate his sailboat to level 15. Considering that each upgrade required exponentially more time, it was clear that when a catastrophic storm struck in a little over 10 days, he would not have the opportunity to reach the next significant level. However, even without achieving that next tier, Chen Feng was confident that his vessel's level would rank among the highest in the entire world. There was no point in rushing. Chen Feng opened the regional chat. Rather than engaging with the ongoing discussions, he scrutinized the number of players online. Previously, the system had indicated that players from less populated areas would be merged into one region. The current count had reached 9,862. It seemed the merging process had been completed, The absence of a round number likely indicated that some players had perished during the brief interval, with so many individuals suddenly present. The chat channel devolved into chaos, which Chen Feng found tedious to navigate. At this moment, the sailboat was remarkably serene. Xiao Peng navigated the waters alone, while Gina remained in the control room, directing the course and maintaining vigilance. Zhou Lingrui, having acquired a passive ability to control water, seemed entranced, spending her days manipulating small currents. Chen Feng was pleased with this development, as it kept her from fixating on her own shortcomings. He had somehow procured a wooden stool, settling on the deck to leisurely survey the horizon. Nearby, the farmland previously entrusted to Zhou Lingrui had flourished under her water manipulation, with tender sprouts of corn and tomatoes thriving. Thanks to the farmland's ripening function, it wouldn't be long before they reached maturity. In this tranquil setting, the entire sailboat resembled a picturesque canvas. Yet, the tranquility could not last indefinitely. Chen Feng rose to his feet, spotting a distant black dot moving across the horizon. Due to the distance, it was difficult to discern, but its presence indicated some anomaly. Gina, steer in that direction. Let us investigate, Chen Feng called out to Gina in the control room. Upon receiving Chen Feng's command, Gina altered the sailboat's course, gradually approaching the ominous black. The surface of the sea stirred. It could either be a player or a mutated marine creature. Chen Feng hoped for the latter, as he was particularly intrigued by the ethereal energy crystals residing within these mutated beings. As Chen Feng drew closer, the black dot began to enlarge. He gradually made out the scene unfolding before him. Just as he had anticipated, both scenarios were present. About 1,000 meters away, a mutated creature was attacking a group of humans that a band of individuals stood atop a wide wooden raft, brandishing weapons and striking at something lurking beneath the water surface. Occasionally, a long, sharp appendage emerged from the depths, prompting panic among the raft's occupants. When the appendage reached the surface, the terrified humans swung their weapons in defense, but the appendage was encased in a tough exterior. A sharp clang resonated, and the appendage suffered no damage. Instead, it lunged forward, piercing one man's chest with a sickening thud. The man emitted a horrific cry of agony before being dragged beneath the waves, devoured by the mutated creature lurking below. This was not a singular appendage. As Chen Feng drew nearer, he discerned dozens of similar appendages surrounding the raft, relentlessly attacking the humans aboard. Among them were both men and women, 7 in total. The men trembled in fear, barely managing to fend off the onslaught, while the women wept helplessly, lost in despair. This mutated creature was peculiar, possessing an abundance of limbs at this rate. It was only a matter of time before they were impaled by the grotesque appendages. It resembles a colossal centipede, Zhou Lingrui remarked, having approached Chen Feng's side. Women often harbored a natural fear of creatures with numerous legs, and this one appeared to stretch at least 30 meters in length. This is no centipede. How could there be centipedes in the ocean? It must be a mantis shrimp, or, as some call it, a pippy shrimp. As the sailboat drew ever closer, Chen Feng finally discerned the true nature of the mutated creature. Chapter 81. Pippy shrimp. This was far from a centipede. It was clearly a nearly 30-meter-long mantis shrimp, commonly referred to as a pippy shrimp. Currently, it was flipping its body, thrusting multiple sharp, hardened appendages upward, lying in wait beneath the raft. Each time one of its limbs struck a human, it would drag them into the depths, gradually delivering them to its MAW. It epitomized ferocity and terror. Chen Feng had always found mantis shrimp to be rather unattractive when served at the dining table. But now, this gigantic specimen appeared even more monstrous. The figures on the raft were now visible. 2 women and 5 men. The women huddled together, while the 5 men stood at the edge of the raft, struggling to fend off the relentless attacks of the mantis shrimp. Chen Feng, should we go now to hunt that colossal mantis shrimp, or wait a while longer? Zhou Lingrui inquired, stepping closer. She had begun to adopt a more pragmatic outlook. Encounters with characters like Tang Yuqing and the lone escape of Wang Ruoxi on Treasure Island had taught her that, in this apocalypse, humans could be more terrifying than the monsters themselves. Chen Feng understood her implication. I do not concern myself with those on the raft. My focus is solely on that mantis shrimp. Let us proceed now. It would be troublesome if it escapes. Regarding these strangers, Chen Feng maintained a calm demeanor. Whether or not to rescue them was not his priority. His sole concern was whether this mutated mantis shrimp might flee, along with the ethereal energy crystals nestled within its mind. Xiaopeng, submerge now. Do not surface without my command. Xiaopeng acknowledged the order and gradually vanished beneath the waves. Standing at the bow, Chen Feng directed Xiaopeng, anxious that such a large figure might frighten the mantis shrimp away. With the ethereal energy cannon aboard his vessel and Gina's electrical abilities, they were more than equipped to handle the mantis shrimp. As the sailboat closed in, the distressed individuals on the raft took notice. One middle-aged man, roughly in his 40s, excitedly exclaimed to his companions, "Everyone look! A sailboat, it's coming toward us. We are saved." The other four men and the two women in the middle also raised their heads to gaze at the approaching sailboat, their faces instantaneously revealing a look of astonished relief as if they had narrowly escaped death. "Help! Help us! We are over here! Please come quickly!" They all waved their hands towards Chen Feng's sailboat, their faces alight with exhilaration. "Darling, we are saved!" One of the middle-aged women exclaimed excitedly as she stood up and moved closer to the middle-aged man beside her. "Indeed, this person's vessel is a sailboat, and it seems quite formidable. Once we board, we needn't live in constant fear anymore." The group called out for help while discussing their hopes with palpable excitement. Chen Feng's sailboat sped towards them, and soon it reached their side. The mantis shrimp in the water appeared to lack intelligence, showing no reaction to Chen Feng's arrival, only relentlessly attacking the few people on the raft. "Gina, go take care of it." Chen Feng commanded Gina to act, estimating that the mantis shrimp, approximately 30 meters in size, possessed strength akin to that of an intermediate merman. Given Gina's capabilities, dealing with it would be a trivial matter. This spared Chen Feng the need to utilize his psychic artillery and refined iron arrows, as both weapons had consumable effects that required time to execute. Gina's approach would be much swifter. "Understood," Gina replied promptly, leaping into the sea and vanishing without a trace. "Hey, can you come a bit closer and let us board your ship first? This creature is still attacking us. It's far too dangerous." The middle-aged man on the raft shouted towards Chen Feng. The raft was flat, offering little resistance to the mantis shrimp, whereas the sailboat was different. Standing on the deck, they were about 3 meters above the water's surface. And from that height, the mantis shrimp posed no threat. Chen Feng glanced at the group, but chose to ignore them. He had no familiarity with these strangers and had no intention of allowing them aboard. "Hey, didn't you hear me? Can you come closer?" Others on the raft were also calling out, but seeing Chen Feng remain unmoved, they could only anxiously watch while fending off the incessantly jabbing long appendages. Suddenly, a series of blue lights flickered from the depths of the ocean. A thunderous roar echoed through the water, and the once placid sea began to churn with waves. Gina had made her move beneath the surface. Electricity released into the highly conductive seawater struck the mantis shrimp surrounding the raft. With a piercing shriek, the mantis shrimp emitted a sound so shrill that the people on the raft instinctively covered their ears, clearly in distress. The powerful current crackled against the mantis shrimp, and perhaps due to its tenacious vitality, it surprisingly did not succumb immediately to Gina's attack. Instead, it thrashed its massive body on the surface, its numerous appendages flailing wildly. Suddenly, one of its wildly thrashing appendages lunged toward the middle-aged woman who had stepped to the edge of the raft. The men defending the raft were too preoccupied with covering their ears to react in time. With a swift thrust, the appendage struck her chest, dragging her into the depths. My wife." The middle-aged man, witnessing his spouse being pulled under, hurriedly reached out, but the mantis shrimp thrashed in pain, its speed too great. He only managed to tear a piece of her clothing. With a splash, the submerged woman was pierced by multiple appendages, sealing her fate. Upon witnessing her demise, the remaining individuals on the raft grew tense, instinctively inching closer together, fearful of making any sudden movements. Gina attacked once more, surfacing with a crackling azure electric glow that erupted on the water's surface, sending sprays of mist into the air. As the second electric strike landed, the struggling mantis shrimp's numerous appendages gradually ceased their flailing, its eyes dimming into lifelessness. Observing the creature's demise, Chen Feng beckoned Gina. "All right, come back. Is it truly dead?" The people on the raft gazed in disbelief at the corpse of the mantis shrimp floating on the water surface, their faces etched with incredulity. Just moments ago, they had numbered over 10, forced into passive defense against the mantis shrimp's relentless assault. Its tough shell rendered their weapons ineffective, leaving only 6 survivors. Yet this young man had arrived and, with a mere leap from a ship, summoned a woman resembling a merman, who had dispatched the formidable beast in mere seconds. Their gazes towards Gina and Chen Feng shifted, tinged with a growing sense of reverence. Chen Feng paid them no mind, plunging into the sea to place his hand upon the colossal mantis shrimp's corpse, summoning it into his inventory. Such a large specimen occupied only a single item slot. "Why didn't you come sooner? If you had allowed us on board earlier, my wife wouldn't have perished." The middle-aged man on the raft pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Feng, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Chapter 82. What does should mean? Chen Feng returned to the sailboat, casting a detached glance at the enraged middle-aged man. The man's logic was peculiar. It was clear that his wife had been killed by the mantis shrimp. Yet he was now placing the blame on Chen Feng. True, Chen Feng could have navigated the sailboat over sooner to facilitate their boarding, possibly averting this tragedy. However, one must remember that this was an apocalyptic survival game. The individuals he had previously encountered, such as Su Xiaoli, Tang Yuqing, and Wang Ruoxi, were far from benevolent. Chen Feng maintained a degree of caution towards strangers. There was no way he would easily allow them aboard. This man was attempting to impose a moral obligation. "Gina, let us go." With the mantis shrimp defeated and its corpse safely stored, Chen Feng had no desire to waste time engaging in idle chatter with this group. Instructing Gina to prepare for departure. "Wait, that's an excuse. If you possess such a large vessel and abundant supplies, why not assist more people so that we can all survive? Your actions are exceedingly selfish." "If I were you, I would definitely help those in need." The woman, indignant at Chen Feng's refusal, chastised him passionately. The middle-aged man, who had just retrieved his wife's mangled body, suddenly turned around. "I knew it. This person is selfish. He has the ability, but chooses to let us die. That if he had come sooner, my wife wouldn't have died." "Indeed, Chen Feng, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Yes, we even called you Big Shot. And you should be aiding us, the weak." Chen Feng found himself incredulous, laughter escaping him at their twisted logic. What of his strength? His abilities and resources were earned through his own arduous endeavors. The treasures on Treasure Island had only come at the cost of his life. Did they think that simply calling him Big Shot entitled them to his help? Such reasoning bordered on absurdity. "What do you mean by should? Am I indebted to you? Spare me the moral high ground. My sailboat was earned through sacrifice. That if you want to board, build your own vessel. You're not a bunch of helpless old folks. Get lost." Chen Feng's anger surged, the scornful words pouring forth without restraint. For such people, he could show no courtesy, and he even regretted having arrived to slay the mantis shrimp so promptly. He should have waited until they were all dead before making his move. "Gina, what are you waiting for? Let us leave," he called out to Gina in the control room as he stepped away from the edge of the sailboat, unwilling to engage further with him. "Yes, master." Sensing Chen Feng's wrath, Gina's expression turned serious. She did not dare linger and promptly turned the sailboat around. "Chen Feng, are you really going to watch us die?" "Chen Feng, you selfish brute." As the crowd witnessed the sailboat gradually change direction, a sense of urgency enveloped them that in the vast expanse of the ocean, should they encounter mutated creatures once more, their chances of survival on a mere raft were utterly bleak. "Quick, let's climb aboard. I refuse to believe he can kill us outright," exclaimed the middle-aged man, his face flushed with excitement as he waved his hands animatedly. "Yes, everyone onto the ship. Once we're on board, he will have no means to stop us." A woman chimed in, echoing his fervor. Upon hearing this, the individuals on the raft nodded in agreement, diving into the water one by one, swiftly swimming towards the turning sailboat. The distance was a mere 20 meters. And soon, several of them reached the side of the vessel. The wooden sailboat was adorned with numerous ropes for controlling the sails, and each person grasped a rope, preparing to board. Chen Feng, of course, was not oblivious to their intentions. He exchanged a glance with Gina, signaling her to take action. Stepping out from the control room, Gina summoned forth a series of small electric arcs. With a crackle, the arcs dispersed like strands of spider silk, weaving across the bodies of those halfway up the ropes. Instantly, 6 individuals convulsed, their limbs rendered unresponsive, causing them to tumble back into the water. The sailboat corrected its course and surged forward at full speed. Understanding Chen Feng's intent, Gina refrained from delivering a fatal blow, merely incapacitating the group momentarily, allowing them to fall into the sea. After all, they were fellow humans. Their actions, though harsh, were merciful in comparison. Chen Feng shook his head, considering this a mere triviality, reflecting on the vastness of the world and the variety of people it contained. If these individuals were to lay blame, they ought to chastise themselves for their cowardice on Treasure Island. The ocean roared as it surged past, leaving behind only the silhouettes of the stranded, now unable to pursue. Cursed be Chen Feng. He has summoned the fishmen to attack us. Indeed, I never imagined he could be so selfish. I must expose his true nature in the chat channel. Let it be. We should return to the raft for now. The 6, resigned to their fate, clambered back onto the raft, looking utterly disheveled. Chapter 83. The grand sailboat, the 6 collapsed onto the raft. Languidly succumbing to the sun's relentless heat, their spirits deflated. Uncle, if this continues, we won't survive much longer. Even without mutated creatures attacking us, when the great calamity of storm arrives, relying on this wretched raft will surely lead to our demise. We cannot afford the upgrade for that sailboat blueprint. We are utterly helpless. What shall we do now? Let us wait and see if any passerby might come to our aid. We can only hope for a ship to rescue us. Yes, it seems our only option. Surely, folks like Chen Feng are a rarity. The group, naively contemplating the prospect of rescue in this apocalyptic world, was almost laughably optimistic. The sea breeze caressed their faces, evaporating the sweat that clung to them, while the sun dipped lower in the sky, having parched them throughout the day. Uncle, is there any water left? I feel I might perish from thirst. The woman's cracked lips pressed together in desperation. Alas, it's all gone. The last bottle has been drained. The middle-aged man's response cast a shadow of despair over the group. If it comes to that, we may have to dismantle the raft to barter for some water. Just as despair threatened to consume them, the woman leapt to her feet, pointing excitedly at the distant horizon. Look, over there. There's a sailboat. Indeed, it truly is a sailboat. It appears to be far larger than Chen Feng's. Hope ignited within them as they all rose, waving frantically at the approaching vessel. The figures aboard the distant sailboat seemed to notice them, gradually steering towards their direction. As the sailboat drew nearer, they beheld its impressive form. Had Chen Feng been present, he would have been utterly astonished. This vessel stretched at least 40 meters in length, with a width of about 15 meters. Its deck boasted not one, but 3 sails, 1 large and 2 smaller ones. This sailboat was undoubtedly of a higher grade than 14. Judging by its dimensions, it was at least 17 or 18. Chen Feng had been the first in the entire server to upgrade his raft to its maximum level, implying that this formidable sailboat had undergone its upgrades after his own. Chen Feng had scarcely paused in his upgrades. The moment the time came, he would advance to the next level. It was perplexing how this colossal sailboat had managed to complete its upgrades in such a short span. Hey, we're over here, the woman on the raft called out excitedly as the sailboat approached, waving her arms enthusiastically. This is wonderful. The sailboat is coming closer. They must be willing to rescue us. Yes, unlike that selfish Chen Feng, who turned a blind eye to our plight. As the group erupted in exuberant cheers, a massive rock suddenly hurtled from the sailboat, crashing violently towards their raft. Get out of the way. What in the world is happening? The occupants of the raft barely had time to scream in terror as they leapt into the sea, knowing that being struck by that boulder would mean certain death or disfigurement. With a thunderous crash, the rock shattered the raft, splintering it into numerous pieces. Amidst the chaos, figures appeared at the bow of the sailboat. 2 towering men stood there. What are you doing? Why are you attacking us? The woman demanded furiously, pointing at them. The others joined in, hurling insults. The bearded man at the bow chuckled, turning to his companion. Ha! Brother, did you see how accurately I threw that? His words revealed to the group that he had been the one to hurl the boulder. Enough of the games. Haul those people from the water up here and see if there's anything worth scavenging. The other man, whose demeanor was less brutish but no less menacing, added, "Oh, and don't forget to retrieve the heart of the raft." "You got it." The bearded man nodded enthusiastically, pointing behind him. "Come with me and grab them." He gestured towards 3 fishmen, one of whom was an intermediate fishman with a human physique. The trio plunged into the sea, seizing those who attempted to resist as if they were mere chickens. Meanwhile, the bearded man finally located a wooden piece, the heart of the raft, and with the captured individuals in tow, climbed back onto the sailboat. "Why are you attacking us?" The woman, now bound and helpless, defiantly raised her chin. "Ha! This woman still dares to question me. How pitifully Navi!" The bearded man could not contain his laughter at this moment. Over a dozen figures could be seen on the deck of the sailboat, indicating that this crew was part of a larger gang. Upon hearing the woman's question, the fierce man displayed a cruel smile. "With such a fine vessel and formidable strength, shouldn't you assist the weak rather than act so selfishly?" The middle-aged man, who had lost his wife, bellowed, "Brother, why are the people in this region all so foolish? It's just too ridiculous." The bearded man chuckled, seizing the middle-aged man by the head, and without a moment's hesitation, plunged a dagger into his throat. The middle-aged man gasped for breath, his eyes wide with terror. Yet no words escaped his lips as blood gushed forth, and he collapsed lifelessly. Witnessing the bearded man as casual brutality, the woman's group fell silent in fear. "Leave the 2 level 1 enhancers. Kill the ordinary ones. The woman is for the brothers to enjoy." The fierce man's words sent a chill through the group. From the rear of the deck, several men emerged, swiftly dispatching the other 2 who were not level 1 enhancers. Then dragging the woman away, their faces twisted with lewd grins. The 2 level 1 enhancers, fortunate to have survived, were rendered submissive, afraid to utter a sound. "No. Please, let me go." The woman struggled fiercely, her earlier poise utterly shattered. Yet her resistance was futile against the brute strength of the men, and despite her desperate screams, they continued unabated, directly. "From now on, you will follow us. If you disobey, we'll toss you into the sea to feed the fish." "Understood." The bearded man kicked the 2 level 1 enhancers, growing impatient. Yes, we understand," they hastily replied, nodding fervently, eager to please. The fierce man took a few steps forward. "We just merged with your region through the system today. Are there any strong individuals in your area? Perhaps those with abundant resources?" "Yes, there is one named Chen Feng, who also possesses a sailboat, and he even has a fisherman with him, likely an intermediate one." "Yes, that's right. He was in the sea area around noon. We even saw him." The fierce man's eyebrows raised in interest. "Chen Feng, which direction did he head?" Chapter 84. "Master, I desire you so much unbeknownst to Chen Feng." The fate of those on the raft was unfolding in an entirely different manner. As night fell, a cool sea breeze swept over the deck, where Chen Feng, along with Zhou Lingrui and Gina, sat gathered around a flickering campfire. After their encounter with the mantis shrimp earlier that day, Chen Feng had continued sailing into the afternoon, but fortune had not favored him, as he encountered no further mutated marine creatures. It seemed that while the mutation of sea life rendered the game increasingly perilous for human players, these mutated beings also consumed the ethereal crystal stones that might have existed in their minds, leading to a drastic decline in their population. Thus, it will not lead humanity to a dead end. The mantis shrimp collected at noon was a challenge for Chen Feng, who spent half a day removing its entire head. Frustratingly, after searching through the head for what felt like an eternity and becoming covered in slime, he found no ethereal energy crystal. Ultimately, he could only speculate that the shrimp's smaller size prevented it from evolving such a gem. He discarded the inedible head to Xiaoping, who devoured it in 2 or 3 bites despite its nearly 10-meter length. Its loyalty increased once more, reaching 60, commanding Xiaoping to rest near the bottom of the ship. Chen Feng wove a thick, long hemp rope for it to carry, essentially serving as an anchor. That evening, Chen Feng decided against further navigation and chose to rest in place. The mantis shrimp's body, nearly 30 meters long, still measured around 20 meters despite the head being removed, weighing a staggering 5 tons. With so much shrimp meat, Even if Chen Feng and his companions feasted, they would not finish it before it spoiled. Of course, if the 50-meter-long giant shark Xiaopeng were to partake, it would likely consume it all in just 2 or 3 meals. Chen Feng cut a large piece of shrimp meat from the tail, storing the rest in the warehouse, intending to save it for Xiaopeng as a snack. The stove remained the same rudimentary setup, but the seasonings were no longer the coarse salt made from the seawater separator. The treasure chest could yield an array of peculiar supplies. The cumin powder, pepper, and barbecue sauce Chen Feng had occasionally found before were now put to good use as the shrimp meat sizzled on the stove. Gina and Zhou Lingrui eagerly gathered around. Chen Feng, look, I am quite useful now, Zhou Lingrui proclaimed, her demeanor somewhat whimsical. She brought her hands closer to the stove, her expression suddenly serious, as if she were exerting control over something. Chen Feng scrutinized her, curious about her intentions. Normally, the shrimp meat would lose moisture under the high temperature, steam rising continuously. However, at this moment, under Zhou Lingrui's influence, the steam ceased to escape and instead coiled around the shrimp meat, penetrating into it. Was she controlling the loss of moisture? Chen Feng rolled his eyes, amused by her passive skills application. Ha! Chen Feng, taste this and see how my specially prepared shrimp tail meat fares. Zhou Lingrui exclaimed excitedly, slicing a piece of shrimp meat, cradling it in her hand to prevent it from falling, and slowly bringing it to Chen Feng's mouth as soon as he tasted it. He felt the bouncy texture explode in his mouth. Chewing revealed that the moisture was perfectly locked in, and the shrimp juice was exceptionally fragrant. Paired with a glass of rich, pulpy juice, it was a delightful experience. Chen Feng had to admit that the flavor of the grilled meat, enhanced by Zhou Lingrui's skill, was truly remarkable. He had not anticipated her water control ability could be utilized in such a manner. Water control has many potential applications. Although Zhou Lingrui's current ability was weak, it could lead to greater uses in the future. Indeed, this is delicious. From now on, cooking is your responsibility, Chen Feng said with a smile, nodding approvingly. Offering high praise for someone's culinary skills significantly boosts their desire to cook, provided they believe your compliment is sincere. You can try this for yourself. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Lingrui beamed with pride, feeling no longer a burden to Chen Feng, but rather an indispensable ally. I will ensure our tasks are completed. Laughing, Gina, seeing the shrimp was ready, grabbed some to eat without fear of burning herself, leading to a playful competition with Zhou Lingrui as they both ate, glaring at each other like two protective kittens. Chen Feng couldn't help but smile at the sight. Such a scene was indeed rare. Two beautiful girls, fair-skinned and lovely, were gathered around him, one cooking, the other obediently attentive. If this had occurred before his journey, an ordinary person might have fantasized about such treatment, not to mention two attractive girls. Even one would have been beyond Chen Feng's reach, likely requiring him to flatter extensively just to earn a backup status. As the saying goes, without money, one can only admire your sweetness. It is only with wealth that one can savor your saltiness. In that moment, Chen Feng suddenly felt that traversing into this apocalyptic survival game was, in fact, a rather fortuitous turn in his life. Before long, dinner was successfully prepared, and Chen Feng, as usual, captured a screenshot in the chat channel to flaunt, eliciting cries of cruelty from those still struggling for survival. With a chuckle, Chen Feng entered the cabin, where a friend request suddenly popped up on the game interface. Wishes to add you as a friend. Do you agree? During this time, many had been pestering Chen Feng through private messages and friend requests, but he brushed it off and casually clicked no. Zhou Lingrui, you'll keep watch in the control room tonight. Gina, come down, I have something to discuss with you. Chen Feng blocked the cabin entrance, addressing Zhou Lingrui, who was lingering behind with a mischievous look. Yes, master. Oh, please don't. Why must you keep me up here? I want to be down there. Zhou Lingrui pouted, playfully protesting. Hurry up. No more nonsense. Chen Feng's expression grew stern. He needed to discipline her, as she had been getting a bit too bold lately. Seeing Chen Feng's serious demeanor, Zhou Lingrui dared not defy him, merely responding with a reluctant agreement as she stood in the control room. Once Chen Feng and Gina entered the cabin, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, I wondered why he's been so indifferent towards me. It turns out he prefers that. He's leaving me aside for a fish tomorrow. I'll make fish head soup out of her. Zhou Lingrui, feeling quite indignant, found a spot to sit, daring only to whisper her grievances. Chen Feng and Gina stepped into the cabin. In the dimly lit room, Chen Feng hurriedly retrieved an iron basin and lit a dry twig for illumination. Undress, Chen Feng pointed at Gina's upper body. Yes, Gina complied promptly, shedding her clothing with remarkable speed. Even though Gina was considered his pet, Chen Feng still felt a hint of awkwardness. Avoiding eye contact, he then took a bottle of thick, red liquid from the warehouse, which shimmered with a peculiar glow under the firelight. Upon seeing the liquid in Chen Feng's hand, Gina's eyes widened in surprise, her lips parting slightly, hesitant to speak, her face betraying her desire. After a moment's hesitation, she finally managed to ask, "Master, I really want that." Chapter 85. Acquiring furniture. For Gina to actively request something from Chen Feng, it was undoubtedly something extraordinary. The item in Chen Feng's possession was a purple-quality treasure obtained from the Fishman Castle's hoard, coral essence. This was the sacred artifact of the Fishmen, derived from a vast amount of coral. When applied, it had the potential to promote lower-tier fishmen to intermediate ones with a 100 success rate, and a mere one chance to elevate intermediate fishmen to advanced status. The moment the viscous red coral essence was revealed, Gina found herself deeply entranced, as if it held a fatal allure for her. Had it been someone else holding it, she would undoubtedly have attempted to seize it. "Rest assured, since I have brought it out, it is certainly for you," Chen Feng said as he sat down, gesturing for Gina to lie down. "Thank you, master. What is this? Why do I feel so irresistibly drawn to it?" Gina lay on the smooth wooden planks, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. "This is a treasure of the fishmen. When applied, it has the potential to upgrade you to an advanced fishman." Upon hearing this, Gina's eyes widened in astonishment. She had always been an intermediate fishman, yearning to ascend to the advanced tier, but lacking knowledge of how to do so. Now, Chen Feng had unexpectedly presented her with the very item that could aid her evolution. Realizing the rarity of such a treasure, she was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in her eyes. The coral essence was a rare find. Chen Feng surmised that the fishman leader had kept it for so long because using it on lower-tier fishmen seemed trivial, while attempting to promote intermediate fishmen was fraught with failure. Hence it remained untouched until it fell into Chen Feng's hands. "All right, lie back and close your eyes. I will apply it for you." Among themselves, Chen Feng did not mind how precious the coral essence was. For Gina represented formidable combat prowess. Her enhancement equated to his OWNAS for why he would apply it himself. It was simply due to the fact that the essence's effects hinged on probability. With only a one chance of success for elevating an intermediate fishman to advanced status, it was prudent for him to apply it personally if he would have let Zhou Lingrui handle it, due to gender considerations. The minuscule probability of success would be disheartening. Thus, it was only logical for him to take on this role. Chen Feng thought to himself, feeling quite pleased, certainly not because of any ulterior motives. Donning a pair of gloves to prevent any accidental contact with Gina's skin, he nevertheless felt a tinge of disappointment as he did so, pouring a bit of the coral essence into his hand. He was reminded by the system that the substance needed to be applied to the entire body for effectiveness. Just as he was about to proceed, placing his hand on Gina's chest to draw a circle, he declared, "Gina, here I go." "Master, please." As the liquid dripped onto Gina's chest, a notification chimed in. Detected usage of a probability item, triggering luck enhancement talent, modifying probability to 100. Initially, Chen Feng believed that a probability item meant for others would not trigger his luck enhancement talent. He approached it with a sense of trial, only to be pleasantly surprised when it proved effective. As the effectiveness became apparent, Chen Feng hastened his pace, his powerful hands gliding swiftly, causing the reclining Gina to involuntarily squirm back and forth. At last, with the final trace of coral essence meticulously applied, the system's notification echoed once more. Application of coral essence complete. The merman is about to enter a state of slumber for 8 hours. Upon awakening, they will transform into a high-level merman. How splendid! The successful use of the coral essence meant that Gina merely needed to slumber for a while to evolve into a high-level merman. Contemplating the formidable combat prowess of a high-level merman, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. It's starting. A faint blush graced Gina's cheeks as she opened her eyes and inquired. "It has already finished. Now, you can rest assured and sleep for a while." Indeed, as soon as Chen Feng's words fell, Gina felt her eyelids grow heavier, gradually succumbing to slumber. With matters settled, Chen Feng draped Gina's clothing over her and stepped out into an empty room, lying down to rest. Today, the sailboat had successfully upgraded to level 15. Chen Feng consumed some materials to facilitate further upgrades, only to discover that this next enhancement would require a staggering 200 hours. It appeared that reaching level 21 prior to the impending cataclysm would be quite a daunting task. Aside from a slight increase in size and contour, the sailboat's transformation upon reaching level 15 was minimal. It merely appeared somewhat more spacious, and the hull was sturdier. Other than that, the cabin remained stark and empty, consisting solely of vacant rooms. Lying on the hard wooden planks, Chen Feng clicked his tongue in discontent. While his combat capabilities and supplies were satisfactory, the living conditions paled in comparison to those before his traversal. He lacked even a decent it was high time to procure some furniture. Without hesitation, Chen Feng accessed the trade market to search for unique items available for purchase. Entering the keyword furniture, a dazzling array of products appeared before him. Item: dining table 0.8 1.2 m cellar, XXX required items, 50 kilograms of meat. Note: handmade by an old carpenter, sturdy and durable. This dining table looked promising. The craftsmanship evident in the image suggested considerable skill on the part of its creator, although the asking price was 100 pounds of meat. Chen Feng had ample food supplies, so spending some for it was not an issue. After clicking to trade, a dining table materialized in the room. Indeed, skilled artisans can thrive anywhere. Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel at the sight of such finely crafted furniture, even in a post-apocalyptic world. He continued to browse the items available. Item: wooden round bed cellar, XXX required items, 100 iron blocks. Note: I did nothing on Treasure Island but create this bed. It is absolutely sturdy, ensuring no creaking sounds during creaking sounds. Another large round bed. This one was quite appealing. Chen Feng chuckled. With just 100 iron blocks, which he had in abundance from dismantling black iron treasure chests, he decided to purchase it. After perusing for a while, Chen Feng realized that this furniture held significant value, yet was not excessively priced, considering the circumstances of the apocalypse. The demand for such comforts was temporarily limited. With only a small amount of food, fresh water, rafts of heart, and some iron blocks and white-quality weapons, he acquired a plethora of furniture. In addition to the double bed and dining table, he purchased some stools, bedding made from plant fibers, and change of clothes. Moreover, he managed to snag a rechargeable desk lamp for merely a few liters of fresh water. Finally, he would no longer need to ignite firewood in the cabin. The lamp provided soft and ample illumination, brightening the entire room. In the future, if the power ran low, he could simply have Gina recharge it. Stripping off his clothes, Chen Feng reclined on the bed, which had become soft with freshly laid sheets, contentedly surveying the surrounding furniture. Quite nice, he thought. It finally resembled a home. Chapter 86. Public intelligence aside from acquiring furniture, Chen Feng casually browsed the messages in the world chat. A particularly lengthy message caught his attention, with numerous individuals sharing and disseminating its content. Greetings, everyone. This is the official voice of Huaxia. I'm a spokesperson, Lu Xiaoping. If you are a citizen of Huaxia, please make sure to share this message widely. Nearly 20 days have passed since our traversal to this world, and I believe many of you have gained some understanding of it. This world is harsh and perilous, bearing no resemblance to our former existence. However, though the world may have changed, Huaxia has not perished. The official channels are working swiftly to communicate, gather, and distribute resources appropriately. Currently, we have successfully constructed a base in Zone 125103, assembled from numerous vehicles, and are continuously gathering new members in the face of disaster. We must unite as one. Working together to overcome this crisis, I make a clear announcement. As long as you are a Huaxia citizen, willing to join us in Zone 125103, our base wholeheartedly welcomes your arrival to resist the impending cataclysm together. Furthermore, the official channels are willing to provide assistance to those in extreme hardship. Simply showcase your vehicle and provide a screenshot of your warehouse to prove your need for help. Upon passing the review, you will receive survival supplies from the official channels. However, as the base has only recently been established, resources are limited. Thus, only sufficient supplies for one-day survival will be distributed to those who pass the review, and you will still need to rely on yourselves. Lastly, the Huaxia official channels have decided to fully disclose the intelligence gathered over the past few days at sea and on Treasure Island to assist everyone in surviving. Intelligence 1, Danger Treasure Island has sunk, and the merman race has vanished, with only a small number of humans possessing merman summoning cards, enabling them to summon a few pet mermen. However, marine creatures have mutated rapidly, exhibiting a strong desire to attack humans, currently our primary adversaries. Known mutations include changes in size, intelligence, and special abilities. Additionally, a maritime storm is expected in 10 days. Experts recommend upgrading vehicles if resources are insufficient for one person. Team up with another. Upgrading must be expedited. Intelligence 2, resources treasure chests yield an eclectic array of resources, including modern industrial products and uniquely effective special items, with several resembling magical artifacts. Intelligence 3, pets, as previously mentioned. Some have acquired merman summoning cards, while another item, the beast taming scroll, carries a low probability of capturing pets, but its use is highly dangerous and not recommended. Pets possess loyalty, which can be enhanced through feeding and interaction. Intelligence 4, skills. A special card can bestow unique abilities upon humans, referred to as anomalies or skills. Skills are divided into passive and active types. Only one passive skill can be possessed, usually associated with water. Active skills are generally of purple quality, and as of now, no one has been able to utilize them. These skill cards must be used by individuals who have consumed a level 2 enhancement potion. Although no one has been confirmed to possess active skills yet, it is certain that they will be incredibly powerful. The types of known skills are exceedingly rare. Huaxia citizens seeking skills are urged to report to the official channels to be recorded. Intelligence 5, special items. Defeating mutated marine creatures carries a chance of obtaining ghost energy crystals, which, according to expert research, harbor immense power referred to as ghost energy. It is currently understood that marine creatures can enhance their mutations by consuming these crystals. Numerous marine creatures have already exhibited various changes, such as this horned giant turtle, JPG, and this dolphin with enormous wings, JPG. The utility of ghost energy extends beyond this. We have also collected intelligence indicating that a minority of players have acquired orange quality items, with ghost energy serving as the energy source for such items that in the future, ghost energy will undoubtedly be a highly valuable commodity, so please remain vigilant. Additionally, there exists a peculiar item of significant importance, which I will elaborate on. It is called the hourglass. As is widely known, many of us have upgraded our vehicles to level 11, specifically the sailboat. However, the upgrade process for sailboats differs from that of rafts. Upgrades are no longer instantaneous. Each level increase for the sailboat requires an extensive amount of time, and it appears that the time required for each upgrade doubles with each level. The hourglass item can remarkably reduce the upgrade time for vehicles. Each hourglass shortens upgrade time by 100 hours, and this item is believed to be obtained from silver treasure chests, with its availability being exceedingly scarce. With the impending cataclysm, it is certain that the value of hourglasses will continue to rise. The final item is the space gem. All of our warehouses are limited to 30 slots, and a single space gem can increase an item slot, with its price only second to that of the hourglass. Chen Feng could no longer maintain his composure. After many days, he finally encountered an official message. His citizen of Huaxia. He felt a surge of excitement upon reading this. The officials had not abandoned the common folk. Thus far, Chen Feng had only seen messages from the Huaxia officials, with no news from other nations, underscoring the unparalleled cohesion of Huaxia. Unfortunately, this maritime game had scattered everyone into units of 10,000, severely hindering the officials' ability to manage and unite. Regrettably, Chen Feng was not located within the region of the official base. Otherwise, he would certainly have ventured there. However, even though he could not seek out the official base, the intelligence provided by the officials proved to be of considerable assistance to Chen Feng. Among the mutated creatures within the ocean, Intelligence reports indicate that the direction of these mutations roughly falls into three categories: size, intelligence, and extraordinary abilities. Thus far, Chen Feng has encountered only three mutated beings: the squid, the chubby creature, and the mantis shrimp. All three of these creatures exhibit a trend towards increasing their size, while Chen Feng remains entirely oblivious to those mutated beings that have undergone changes in intelligence or extraordinary abilities. With this information in mind, Chen Feng resolved to linger longer in the chat channels, eager to observe the characteristics of the mutated creatures encountered by other players, thereby better preparing himself for the future. Regarding other information, Chen Feng was generally well informed. He possessed pets, ethereal energy, spatial gems, and skills. However, the item known as the hourglass was a novel concept to him, an item procured from a silver treasure chest that could astonishingly reduce the upgrade time of vehicles. The thought of expediting the upgrade process left Chen Feng astounded. Not only would he be better equipped to face the impending storm at sea, but there might also be a delightful surprise awaiting him. Previously, when he had upgraded his raft to its maximum level, being the first in the entire server, he was rewarded with a purple-quality, exquisite iron bow, which had significantly aided him in hunting numerous mermen. In accordance with the typical dynamics of maritime games, the first person to upgrade their sailboat to the highest level would undoubtedly receive a generous reward, given the increasing strength of the official powers. Chen Feng recognized the formidable challenge of outpacing both the officials and other organizations to become the first to reach full sailboat upgrade. Resources such as wood, plant fibers, iron blocks, and the essence of the raft were certainly plentiful among the players and teams. Thus, if Chen Feng wished to expedite the upgrade of his sailboat, the sole avenue available to him was the use of the hourglass. Hourglass! Hourglass! Let me see if there are any for sale in the trade. Chen Feng muttered to himself as he perused the trade section. Searching for the keyword hourglass, he was met with the disheartening message: "Sorry, the item you searched for was not found." The trading interface was devoid of offerings, which had been anticipated. After all, an item as potent as the hourglass, particularly one derived from a silver treasure chest, was bound to be exceedingly rare. Even if someone were willing to list it for trade, it would be snatched up in an instant, leaving no opportunity for it to remain available. Disheartened, Chen Feng shook his head. Since there were no sales available in the trade section, he had no choice but to post a high price buy offer for the hourglass. Detailing his willingness to negotiate further, he hoped that someone might reach out to him proactively, as this was his only viable option at present. After posting the offer, private messages began to flood in. But most were unrelated to the hourglass, requests for patronage or threatening messages. Chen Feng grimaced, blocking each individual and even adjusting his friend settings to refuse unsolicited additions. Such was the price of his growing notoriety. He had to take measures against persistent harassment. After sifting through the private messages for a considerable time, one particular message caught Chen Feng's attention: that Lu Xiaoping. "Hello, Chen Feng. This is the official representative from Huaxia. I noticed your buy offer in the trade section and wondered if we could discuss the details." Lu Xiaoping. Wasn't he this person an official spokesperson? It was surprising that a mere buy offer had attracted the attention of an official. Since it was the official and it seemed they might be willing to sell an hourglass, Chen Feng promptly replied, "Mr. Lu, you're too kind. I will be delighted to talk." As soon as Chen Feng sent his message, Lu Xiaoping responded with remarkable speed. "Chen Feng, first, may I inquire which area you're currently assigned to? I am presently in the area numbered 310184, which is not the same as the official base." "Oh, that is quite unfortunate. Individuals like you, Chen Feng, who have developed so well, are few among humanity." Chen Feng's wealth of resources and the upgrade of his vehicle to a sailboat were not secrets within the world chat. And as an official, it was natural for them to take notice. The implication in Lu Xiaoping's words was clear. He sought to win Chen Feng over, and Chen Feng understood this, yet the disparity in their locations rendered such a collaboration impossible. "Mr. Lu, is there an hourglass you can sell to me?" "Indeed, our base currently possesses a portion of hourglasses that are intended for sale, but I wonder if you can afford them." Upon reading this, Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement. A mere buy offer had indeed yielded news about the hourglass. Containing his enthusiasm, he continued to reply, "Affordability depends on your pricing, Mr. Lu. If the price is too steep, then I, of course, would be unable to purchase it. Ha ha. Chen Feng, You're being modest in the chat channels. Who doesn't he refer to you as a great figure? I believe your resources are quite ample. As officials, we also hope for the safety of all Huaxia citizens. Thus, the pricing for the hourglass will certainly be fair. Well, Mr. Liu, given your assurance, I trust the official stance. Would you kindly provide me with a price? Are you in need of food, fresh water, or any other items? Since you are being so forthright, I shall be direct as well. Currently, the official bases are interconnected by numerous rafts and a few sailboats, facilitating group cohesion. Consequently, the officials can only prioritize the upgrade of certain vehicles, resulting in a surplus of hourglasses that are temporarily unutilized. While the bases do not lack hourglasses, they are in urgent need of food, fresh water, and weapons or items of various sorts. Thus you, Chen Feng, may exchange these for the hourglass, but the exchange rate will be determined by me. Liu Xiaoping elaborated on the items necessary for the trade of an hourglass. Chen Feng examined the terms and felt a sense of relief. He had initially feared that Liu Xiaoping would demand an exorbitant price, but the terms seemed quite reasonable. Reflecting on the situation, he understood that being from the official side, they would not deliberately complicate matters for him. Presently, Chen Feng had approximately 10 tons of food, nearly 1,000 liters of fresh water and beverages, and with his farmland and seawater desalinator, both food and water could be produced continuously. He did not lack for these resources. After having previously hunted low-level mermen and acquiring dozens of black iron treasure chests, he naturally had no shortage of white-quality items. With a clear understanding of his resources, Chen Feng replied, "I can accept your pricing, Mr. Liu. May I inquire how many hourglasses you have available for me?" Upon receiving this query, Liu Xiaoping remained silent for an extended period, profoundly astonished. The price for the hourglass was indeed quite high. Although time had elapsed since the game's launch, resources remained exceedingly scarce for the average player. Chen Feng seemed unfazed by the pricing, even possibly considering it a bargain. How many resources did he truly possess? This made Liu Xiaoping question whether he had set the price too low. However, as an official, he would not renege on his word. Currently, our base has 20 hourglasses available for sale. Can you accommodate them? Yes, I will exchange 3.9 tons of food, 100 liters of fresh water, and 60 white-quality items, including weapons, for the hourglasses, which aligns perfectly with your pricing. Indeed, Chen Feng's resources are astonishingly abundant. Chen Feng opted to exchange primarily white-quality items from his warehouse rather than depleting his food and freshwater supplies, as these items were of little use to him. The transaction between Chen Feng and Liu Xiaoping proceeded smoothly, and his warehouse was soon graced with a new item. Hourglass 20. Description: reduces vehicle upgrade time by 100 hours. Rating: time is money. Seeing the hourglasses quietly resting in his warehouse, Chen Feng could not help but smile. With them, the speed of upgrading his sailboat would certainly accelerate. However, he pondered why the officials possessed so many hourglasses yet chose to sell them rather than utilize them. As he contemplated, the reasoning became clearer. The higher the level of the sailboat, the longer the required upgrade time. Thus, the available hourglasses might not suffice to reach full upgrade. The officials might as well sell them to exchange for resources to stabilize their bases. After the transaction, Chen Feng and Liu Xiaoping added each other as friends, agreeing to reconvene for future trades. Although they were now friends, Chen Feng could not see Liu Xiaoping's location on the map. The map feature only displayed positions within the same area out on a vast expanse of ocean. A land of water constructed from countless rafts and a few sailboats floated serenely in a small cabin at the center. Two individuals clad in camouflage whispered to one another. This Chen Feng's strength cannot be underestimated. We must endeavor to win his favor. From the looks of it, he possesses a wealth of resources. Indeed, nearly 4 tons of food and dozens of white-quality items at his disposal. If we are fortunate enough to merge bases again in the future, we must ensure he joins ours. Chapter 88. Accelerating the sailboat upgrade. Chen Feng closed the game interface. Now that he had successfully acquired the hourglasses, there was no need to wait any longer. The sailboat was currently undergoing an upgrade, with 198 hours remaining until completion. Chen Feng took out 2 hourglasses. Would you like to confirm the use of 2 hourglasses to reduce the upgrade time by 200 hours? Any excess time from the hourglass will be forfeited. As Chen Feng confirmed the use, A system prompt appeared. Each hourglass can reduce the upgrading time by 100 hours. However, if the remaining time is less than 100 hours, any overflow becomes void. This implies that if the upgrading time is less than 100 hours, it is treated as a single hourglass, correct? For instance, if there are 98 hours, the 2-hour discrepancy becomes null and void, that if the remaining time is merely a few hours, consuming an hourglass would be exceedingly wasteful. Indeed, 2 hours are negligible. Chen Feng decided to proceed. Hourglass usage successful, sailboat upgrade complete, currently at level 16. After the successful upgrade, Chen Feng observed that the sailboat was visibly enlarging before his eyes, prompting him to examine it closely. Refined sailboat, level, LV 16 dimensions, 3514 upgrade requirements. Wood, remaining 865, needed 800, plant fibers, remaining 821, needed 800, iron blocks, remaining 608, needed 300, heart of the raft, remaining 18. Needed 1, evaluation. The hull is exceptionally sturdy, with excellent waterproofing. The sailboat can be upgraded again, requiring only 4 more upgrades to reach level 20 with sufficient materials at hand. Chen Feng clicked to upgrade and inquired about the time required for the next upgrade. Sailboat upgrading. Upgrading to level 17 requires 410 hours. Indeed, there is a remainder, and this fractional time left Chen Feng feeling rather overwhelmed. Don't ask which head. If the time were a bit longer, he would simply use an hourglass. However, to waste one on a mere 10 hours felt excessively extravagant. Do you confirm the use of 4 hourglasses to reduce the upgrade time by 400 hours? Yes. After some contemplation, Chen Feng ultimately decided to use 4 hourglasses to diminish the upgrade time by 400 hours, allowing the 10-hour remainder to pass gradually. Wasting an hourglass on that seemed too extravagant. After all, a 10-hour slumber would pass swiftly. He turned off the lamp, weary from a day's toil. Below the sailboat, a small stout figure stood guard, while a radar detector continuously monitored a 100-meter radius. Chen Feng no longer needed to remain on edge. Closing his eyes, he gradually drifted into slumber, leaving only Zhou Lingrue in the control room, idly playing with his water. Meanwhile, in the distance, a colossal sailboat sped through the waters, hardly noticeable against the night sky. On board, a multitude of shadows congregated densely. Hey, kid, are you sure that Chen Feng is heading this way? We've been chasing for ages and seen nothing. If we can't find them, I'll toss you into the sea to feed the fish. A bearded man kicked the nearby slender youth, impatiently inquiring, "We guarantee he is indeed headed this direction." The young man stammered, exchanging a fearful glance with his companion. These two were the ones who narrowly escaped Chen Feng's wrath during the shrimp hunt. As for the woman who had morally shackled Chen Feng, she now lay in a corner of the deck, dazed, her face ashen, her clothing long gone, leaving only filthy remnants. Nearby, dozens of burly men chuckled as they discussed, their eyes twinkling with reminiscence. It was not hard to imagine the ordeal she had endured. Surely at this moment, her heart no longer harbored the selfless thoughts she had expressed before Chen Feng. "All right, brother, let's not be hasty. Let us proceed further and see." A middle-aged man with a sinister demeanor chuckled softly, casually gazing toward the horizon through a pair of binoculars. "Hold the binoculars. You keep observing while I take a break." The sinister-looking man moved away from the bow and sat leisurely on a wooden chair in the middle of the deck. "Understood, big brother." While the bearded man was quite rude to others, he was obedient to him. At this moment, a hint of satisfaction crept onto his lips as he murmured, "This world is truly perfect for me." The sinister man was named Wang Rulong, while the bearded man was called Wang Ru. They were brothers. Before their transference, both had been incarcerated for serious crimes, possibly having taken several lives. They were notorious in prison, deserving of the title prison bullies. Upon their arrival in this world, having been in close proximity in prison, they were naturally assigned to the same area. Once the friend function activated, the brothers reunited and gathered many former prison mates, forming a formidable team that in recent days, this gang had thrived on Treasure Island, leveraging their ruthless nature and formidable tactics. Just before the island submersion, they had successfully slain the fisherman leader within the fisherman castle, utilizing their numerical advantage. After the island sank and the game merged, they were transported to the region where Chen Feng resided. Now, their numbers were substantial. On the deck, there were roughly 50 individuals, each looking quite menacing, likely to instill fear in any ordinary person who dared to meet their gaze. These individuals were the elite remaining after the Fishman leader's defeat, each having consumed a level 1 enhancement potion, making them exceptionally capable. They bore an array of weapons, each varied in style, appearing well-equipped. Upon entering this area, Wang Rulong had already robbed numerous individuals using his subordinates and quality weaponry, reveling in the ease of acquiring goods. The fates of those robbed were grim. Women faced dire consequences, while men who were level 1 enhancers had the chance to join them. Otherwise, the Wang brothers simply tossed them into the sea. Their methods undeniably cruel. Suddenly, Wang Ru, at the bow, raised the binoculars and exclaimed excitedly, "Big brother, come look. There seems to be a sailboat ahead." Hearing this, Wang Rulong's expression brightened as he stepped forward to take a closer look through the binoculars. Indeed, there was a sailboat. It must be the one belonging to Chen Feng. After a brief pause, Wang Rulong called out to the others, "Brothers, grab your weapons. There's a fat sheep ahead. Full speed ahead." The response was a chorus of excited shouts from the burly men, all criminals eager for violence and plunder, brandishing their weapons as they rushed to the edge of the deck, anticipating the unfolding events. This moment, Chen Feng remained blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly. Wang Rulong's sailboat appeared larger than Chen Feng's, likely upgraded with hourglasses, undoubtedly at a higher level than 16. With the sailboat now speeding through the waters, the distance between it and Chen Feng's vessel diminished rapidly. "Second brother, have your men lower the sails. We should not draw closer." Wang Rulong, observing the sailboat 800 meters away, contemplated thoughtfully. Wang Ru, puzzled, exclaimed, "Big brother, why stop? Do you have something in mind?" His question echoed among the dozens of subordinates, all equally confused, awaiting Wang Rulong's explanation. This gang respected Wang Rulong's leadership due to his astute mind. Each raid was meticulously planned, minimizing losses while maximizing gains, including the successful slaying of the Fishman leader, all credited to him. At this moment, Wang Rulong's gaze turned ominous. "That I've heard of this Chen Feng. He possesses considerable resources. Observing his sailboat, it's of a decent level, suggesting he has some means. If we charge him brazenly, even if we manage to eliminate him, the losses might be substantial. What should we do then, big brother?" Wang Ruhu scratched his head, anxious and impetuous, always the type to act without thinking, contrasting sharply with Wang Rulong. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Rulong pointed toward the two who had betrayed Chen Feng. "You two lead, accompanied by 8 of our brothers, totaling 10. Swim over quietly. At this hour, Chen Feng should be resting and likely won't notice us. Ideally, we can catch him off guard." The two exchanged uneasy glances, their faces betraying their apprehension. They had witnessed Chen Feng's prowess. However, with Wang Rulong's command, they could only nod in agreement, hoping that Chen Feng was indeed asleep. "That's a fine idea. Once we are aboard, perhaps Chen Feng will still be asleep and meet his demise." Wang Ruhu slapped his forehead, excitement evident on his face. "You two, plus you, and 2 low-level fishmen. A total of 10 people. Sneak on board and eliminate Chen Feng." Wang Ruhu pointed to several subordinates surrounding them, assigning roles with ease in this oceanic apocalypse. Nearly everyone could swim, so the task of reaching Chen Feng's boat was not a concern. "All right, second brother, just watch. We will surely succeed. Big brother, second brother, we are off," they chattered in Fishman language. The designated crew, aside from the 2 who had betrayed Chen Feng, appeared ecstatic, clearly relishing the prospect of murder and robbery. "Be discreet and stay safe." Wang Rulong nodded, arms crossed point one by one. The 10 men slipped quietly into the water, gradually swimming toward Chen Feng's sailboat. The calm sea presented no challenge. For capable swimmers, the 800-meter distance could be traversed in just over 10 minutes. Soon after a brief swim, they found themselves just 100 meters away that were quite close now. "Keep hidden to avoid detection. Let us dive over," one of the group suggested. Subsequently, the 10 individuals inhaled deeply, plunging into the water with determination. Drawing closer once more on Wang Rulong's side, Wang Ruha was observing through a pair of binoculars. "Elder brother, they've made it past, diving near the 100-meter mark. This group of fools has finally wised up and decided to dive over. Ha ha! Wang Ruhua exclaimed, clearly pleased, chattering incessantly. Enough. Quiet down. I am keeping an eye on their positions. Wang Rulong replied, his brow furrowing, clearly growing impatient with his brother's incessant prattle. Yet as he gazed at the map on the game interface, watching his subordinates gradually approach, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. My subordinates are about to board. I never expected them to come so close to Chen Feng so easily. Initially, I thought that his notoriety in the chat channel would grant him some skills. But it turns out his vigilance is alarmingly poor. He hasn't even sensed that someone is approaching. Youthful folly. Unlike me, who possesses both bravery and strategy. In this apocalyptic world, only individuals like myself can endure for long. Chen Feng, with his youthful arrogance, only knows how to flaunt himself in the chat channel, his temperament too fickle to survive for long. This time, I shall thank you. I wonder what delightful surprises your storage might hold for me. Wang Rulong's grip on the deck railing tightened. For his 10 subordinates had reached the bottom of the sailboat, poised to silently eliminate Chen Feng. However, suddenly, Wang Rulong's expression darkened, disbelief etched across his face. What the hell? Where are they? Beside him, Wang Ruhua, puzzled, ceased his laughter and turned. Elder brother, what's wrong? Where are the positions of my subordinates? Wang Rulong exclaimed, staring incredulously at the map. Just moments ago, multiple red dots had been moving across the screen, but he had merely glanced away for a moment. And upon refocusing, he found that only the positions of his own crew remained visible, while those of the 10 he had dispatched had vanished completely. This was utterly bizarre. What? Elder brother, what's happening? Why have their positions disappeared? Could it be that they suddenly removed us? Wang Ruhua inquired, opening the map to investigate, though his limited intellect led him to pose incessant questions. Shut up, Wang Rulong snapped, his mood fluctuating dangerously as he reprimanded his brother. They must be dead. The sudden disappearance of so many subordinates means either they have deleted us as friends, which is unlikely since they enjoy following me, or they have been killed instantaneously, no less. But Chen Feng's sailboat shows no signs of movement, nor is there any commotion aboard, and I clearly see that the deck is devoid of life. I cannot fathom how Chen Feng could have so swiftly extinguished my 10 subordinates. And yet, Chen Feng's vessel remains eerily still, while I sense an impending crisis. This situation is far too strange. I find myself at a loss. Elder brother, does this mean that Chen Feng has discovered us? Wang Ruhua, having been silenced for 3 seconds, could no longer contain himself. Damn it. If he has discovered us, why don't we just charge at him? What are we waiting for? Oblivious to Wang Rulong's tumultuous expression, Wang Ruhua continued to voice his thoughts. Can you not keep your mouth shut and allow me a moment of peace? Wang Rulong ground his teeth in frustration, just as the two were embroiled in their argument. The distant sailboat belonging to Chen Feng suddenly shifted, its bow turning toward them. In an instant, a brilliant flare shot skyward, illuminating the dark sea with a brief, blinding light. Chapter 90. Is that a cannon? 5 minutes prior, after days of arduous travel, Chen Feng was utterly fatigued. Having eaten to his heart as content and sent Zhou Lingrui away, he was free from disturbances and fell into a deep slumber. Although the living conditions aboard the sailboat were rudimentary, Chen Feng's dreams were filled with extravagance. He had just been dreaming of hosting a swimsuit party on the boat when he was abruptly awakened by a blaring alarm, which irritated him greatly. Opening his eyes, he found the radar detector signaling the presence of moving images within 100 meters. Initially, he had thought it to be mutated marine life, the multiple red dots startling him. However, upon noticing their slow and cautious movements, he surmised they must be humans attempting a sneak attack. Realizing it was another human presence, Chen Feng relaxed. After all, Little Fat was on guard beneath the sailboat. With its superior combat prowess, exceeding that of a typical mid-tier merman, it could easily handle over 10 individuals. Indeed, as Chen Feng observed, the moment these intruders reached the boat's underside, Little Fat's position suddenly shifted, and within moments, the radar revealed that only Little Fat remained visible. Chen Feng understood that Little Fat had successfully dealt with the intruders. Rising, he climbed to the control room, where Zhou Lingrui lay comfortably asleep. Still holding onto the remnants of the splashing water from their earlier games, But he found himself at a loss for words regarding this silly girl. Should he rely on her for vigilance? He felt he might perish without her ever knowing. Shaking his head, he leaned against the control room window, surveying the surrounding sea. After scanning the horizon, he finally spotted a sailboat, faintly illuminated, approximately 800 meters away. Recognizing that an ambush had been attempted and that there was another sailboat in the distance, Chen Feng, not one to be easily fooled, understood that they were plotting against him, in the spirit of reciprocity. If they were so restless at this late hour, he would grant them a fireworks display to liven things up. With a cold chuckle, Chen Feng adjusted the sailboat's course, aligning the bow toward the unfamiliar vessel, ensuring it fell within the range of his ethereal cannon. With Gina still undergoing upgrades and requiring ample time to slumber, the ethereal cannon was the optimal choice for dealing with such distant targets. Approaching the bow, Chen Feng donned a pair of goggles that enhanced his accuracy by 100%. With a decisive stomp on the cannon's firing pedal, a roaring fireball, akin to a meteor, illuminated the entire sea surface as it hurtled toward the distant sailboat. Once it was within his line of sight, a hit was guaranteed. With a resounding boom, the fireball struck the opposing vessel precisely. Though Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback, upon impact, the cannon did not trigger the burning effect as expected, nor did it activate the regenerative effect. The cannon still displayed 910 for attack counts. After a moment's reflection, it dawned on Chen Feng that the cannon's probability effects only activated upon hitting a living target. Thus, the attack must have merely struck the sailboat, failing to trigger any effects. Nevertheless, even a direct hit from the cannon, without any special effects, was still formidable. The deck of the far-off sailboat was now ablaze, and Chen Feng could faintly hear the cries of those aboard. Meanwhile, on Wang Rulong's side, chaos erupted aboard the large sailboat, with many men crying out in distress. Although the fireball had not directly hit them, it had ignited a blaze on the sailboat, prompting damage notifications to Wang Rulong that required repairs. While scorching flames raged uncontrollably, injuring several MENIS that, a cannon? Wang Ruhua, having stepped back, stared at Wang Rulong in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. With a resounding slap, Wang Rulong struck Wang Ruhua, his face contorted with rage. Shut your mouth. All you do is ask questions. Am I blind? Such destructive power. It has to be an orange weapon. That Chen Feng must possess an orange weapon, while Wang Rulong seethed with anger. He was also profoundly astonished. Possessing a purple weapon himself, he understood its capabilities. Chen Feng's cannon fire, exhibiting such strength, could not possibly stem from a purple weapon. You all, extinguish the flames. I'll repair the sailboat. Second, activate the ethereal defense shield. Wang Rulong commanded his frenzied subordinates, then turned to Wang Ruhua, barking orders. Yes, understood, elder brother. Under his authoritative direction, the chaotic scene rapidly regained order, indicating that Wang Rulong possessed some degree of competence. Dozens of subordinates grabbed wooden barrels and hurried to fetch seawater, continuously dousing the spreading flames aboard. Wang Ruhua, after receiving a slap and momentarily stunned, dashed toward the control room, unsure of what he was tinkering with. Moments later, a flash of light flickered in the control room, and a semi-transparent, circular shield materialized, enveloping the entire sailboat. Elder brother, the ethereal defense shield is activated. Upon witnessing the shield's emergence, Wang Rulong finally stood up. Now that our orange defensive artifact is activated, his cannon won't penetrate us. Charge forward. I want to see what other tricks that Chen Feng has up his sleeve. With that, Wang Rulong's expression turned fierce as he shouted to his subordinates. The sails unfurled, and his sailboat surged forward, racing toward Chen Feng. After Chen Feng's cannon struck, he observed the distant sailboat glowing, and to his astonishment, a barrier appeared, followed by the opposing vessel charging toward him. It must be a defensive artifact. Musing to himself, Chen Feng prepared to attack once more, launching another fireball. With pinpoint accuracy, it struck the barrier surrounding the sailboat. Yet Chen Feng was taken aback once again. The cannonball returned without effect. The distant shield merely flickered momentarily before returning to its original brightness, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. IT could withstand the power of an orange weapon. Could it be another orange artifact? With the attack thwarted, The ethereal cannon's effects were rendered inactive once more, and its attack count decreased to 8. Let me fire a few more rounds at you. Let us see how long you can hold out. 3 consecutive impacts echoed as fireball struck, causing the barrier to flicker thrice. Yet no significant change ensued. Chen Feng furrowed his brow. If this continued, they might exhaust the cannon's firing capacity, without the replenishment of the ghost energy crystal to restore the cannon's energy. He was reluctant to squander its uses. Shaking his head, Chen Feng decided to halt the assault, rushing to the edge of the deck, shouting towards the sea, "Xiao Peng, show yourself." Meanwhile, Wang Rulong's expression grew increasingly grim as he turned to call out to Wang Ruhu in the control room. "How many more times can a ghost energy shield withstand?" "Brother, just 2 more times. If he fires again, we will need to replenish the ghost energy crystals." Wang Rulong cursed silently, with only 1 ghost energy crystal available. Even replenishing, it would only allow them to withstand 1 additional attack. If Chen Feng continued firing, they would truly be unable to hold their ground that moment. Chen Feng finally ceased his bombardment, much to Wang Rulong's delight. "Brothers, charge! He must have run out of energy for his cannon. Let us board his sailing vessel and deal with him directly." Just as Wang Rulong's ship rapidly approached, the sea suddenly surged, unleashing towering waves that a grayish figure leaped from the depths, appearing before Wang Rulong, glaring at him with a massive EY. As the creature came into view, cold sweat trickled down the backs of Wang Rulong and his companions. The scene had turned eerily silent. Chapter 91, was that a shark? The enormous figure stretched 50 meters in length, its skin gleaming under the light of the flames. Wang Rulong's ship collided with it with a resounding duong, only to be rebuffed. The colossal being before him was undoubtedly another mutated marine creature, and Wang Rulong swallowed hard, puzzled as to why this aberrant creature obstructed his path. If it had been lurking here, why hadn't he attacked Chen Feng's ship? Could it possibly be Chen Feng's pet? Wang Rulong racked his brain, suddenly recalling a conversation in the chat channel about a blue-quality item that IT was an item capable of taming marine creatures, known as the Beast Taming Scroll. But its usage conditions were exceedingly stringent, and the success rate was dismally low. Many had obtained it previously, yet almost none succeeded in using it, earning it the notorious title of the Death Touch. Could it be that Chen Feng had employed such an item to tame this marine creature? Wang Rulong was utterly astonished. "Brother, is that a shark?" Wang Ruhu stepped out of the control room, staring at the massive Xiao Peng with a dazed expression, echoing his earlier reaction upon seeing the cannon. With a sharp slap, Wang Rulong felt a surge of anger, nearly spitting blood. "Are you a parrot?" Covering his face, Wang Ruhu looked aggrieved but dared not speak up in front of his elder brother. "Laifu, this giant shark is your responsibility." Wang Rulong stepped back slightly, shouting to a merman behind him. From the crowd behind, a figure suddenly leaped forth. He had the upper body of a male human and a lower half resembling a razor-thin fishtail. He was undoubtedly a merman, and judging by his appearance, a mid-level one at that. Upon hearing the command, the mid-level merman immediately plunged into the sea. Seeing him dive in, Wang Rulong felt a wave of relief wash over him. This mid-level merman was a summon he had acquired from a merman summoning card. His luck had truly been extraordinary to summon a mid-level merman, a valuable aid indeed. As Xiao Peng noticed the merman diving towards him, he opened his massive jaws, ready to swallow him whole. However, the mid-level merman swiftly maneuvered through the water, evading Xiao Peng's attack with remarkable agility. Then, in a surprising turn of events, he counterattacked, swimming close to Xiao Peng and executing a rapid strike with his fishtail against Xiao Peng's smooth underbelly. A gash over a meter long appeared instantly, blood gushing forth and staining the sea crimson. In pain, Xiao Peng became enraged, leaping from the water to pursue, and the two vanished beneath the surface. Chen Feng stored away the merman's information, his demeanor remaining composed. He had already reviewed the mid-level merman's details, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Xiao Peng should be able to handle it. Mid-level merman, proficiencies, agile in water. Utilizing a blade-like fishtail as his primary means of attack. Weakness, poor stamina, unable to sustain prolonged combat. Zhou Rui had long since awakened, and, after inquiring about the situation from Chen Feng, stood alert on the deck, appearing as if facing a formidable enemy. "Everyone, it's quite late. Is there something we can assist you with?" Chen Feng inquired with feigned ignorance, glancing at Wang Rulong and his crew, who were merely dozens of meters away. Upon finally seeing Chen Feng in person, Wang Rulong suddenly broke into a light smile. "Brother Chen Feng, you truly possess remarkable skills. Not only do you wield an orange weapon cannon, but you also have a mutated shark as a pet. I've heard you have a mid-level merman as well. Why haven't we seen him?" Wang Rulong's answer strayed from the question, and his unease grew upon realizing Chen Feng had another merman helper who was currently nowhere to be found. "Want to see my merman? Why don't you all come aboard my ship for a look?" Chen Feng replied confidently, stepping aside to invite the others over as the enemy's shield still held. Otherwise, Chen Feng would have already unleashed cannon fire or arrows, instead of engaging in idle chatter. The more Chen Feng acted this way, the more suspicious Wang Rulong became, hesitating to take action. "Brother, what are you still worried about? Just charge over and deal with him," Wang Ru urged, his impatience evident. Wang Rulong's pupils twitched. With the mid-level merman currently occupied with Chen Feng's shark pet, now was the opportune moment to strike. After hearing Wang Ru's encouragement, he felt a sense of urgency. All right. His ship surged forward, rapidly closing the distance to Chen Feng's vessel. "What do we do, Chen Feng?" Zhou Lingrui's expression was tense. The opposing side boasted dozens of burly men, creating an overwhelming presence, and she wondered if Chen Feng could handle it. "Don't worry. Just head to the control room and prepare to escape." Chen Feng reassuringly squeezed her shoulder and gently pushed her towards the control room, while he himself braced to confront the men head-on. Chen Feng had his own plans. As these men were on the ship, when they attempted to attack him, they would inevitably have to leave their vessel. At that point, once they exited the shield, would his cannon and arrows not be able to take them down? Their ship appeared to be a level above Chen Feng's, certainly boasting greater speed. As for having Zhou Lingrui navigate their escape, Chen Feng aimed to maneuver, ensuring that when the enemy boarded, they would not swarm him all at once. "Brother, look, he's escaping," Wang Ruhu exclaimed with delight, pointing at Chen Feng's fleeing vessel. "Yes, full speed ahead." Chen Feng's flight dispelled Wang Rulong's remaining apprehensions. He now solely aimed to eliminate Chen Feng. The gap between the two ships narrowed further, just a few meters apart. "Brothers, jump over with me," Wang Ruhu called, wielding a metal baseball bat as he rallied his comrades. Instantly, a few figures approached the bow, attempting to leap across, but due to the limited space, only 2 or 3 could jump at a time. Chen Feng noticed 2 men leaping from Wang Rulong's ship, breaching their defensive shield. It appeared this shield allowed for exit, but not entry. A cold smile crept across his face, swiftly drawing out his refined iron bow and arrows. He knocked 2 arrows and let them fly. With a sharp whistle, the arrows soared towards the 2 men. Thud! Thud! Each arrow struck true, embedding itself in the foreheads of the pair, as Chen Feng's archery accuracy was terrifyingly precise. The blood effect triggered, and their foreheads erupted like geysers, spewing forth a mixture of red and white as their bodies fell onto Chen Feng's ship, lifeless. "What the? Was that about an arrow?" Wang Ruhu exclaimed in shock, repeating himself in disbelief. Chapter 92. How many more tricks does he possess? Wang Rulong's face darkened at the sight of his 2 subordinates falling victim to Chen Feng's lethal archery. From the ghost energy cannon to the pet Xiaopang, and now the bow and arrows, Chen Feng's array of attack methods was simply overwhelming. In contrast, Wang Rulong's group relied solely on melee weaponry. Lacking any substantial ranged attack capabilities, their most formidable asset was the orange-hued ghost energy shield obtained after a grueling battle against the merman leader in the merman fortress. Though they did have some purple weapons, they paled in comparison to Chen Feng's arrows, leaving Wang Rulong feeling a stark disparity. "Second brother, don't rush in recklessly. Try throwing something at him," Wang Rulong cautioned, his brow furrowed, gesturing for his men to refrain from jumping overboard. "All right, brother, I'll go fetch some stones." Wang Ruhu nodded, suddenly coming to his senses. "Come on, everyone, let us gather all the reef stones from the cabin." Chen Feng lowered his bow. Having killed 2 men, the remaining group appeared severely intimidated, no longer attempting to charge. However, this was advantageous for him. If they remained in a stalemate, it would only benefit his side. The radar detector indicated that Xiao Peng was pursuing the mid-level merman. Given the merman's weakness and stamina, he would not be able to engage in prolonged combat. Chen Feng surmised that it wouldn't be long before Xiao Peng resolved the situation. The longer they could delay, the more favorable the circumstances became for Chen Feng. The two ships drew closer, and Chen Feng continued to observe the opposing crew. Their vessel was indeed a size larger than his own, leading him to deduce that they too had utilized hourglasses to expedite their ship's upgrades. Uncertain whether they still possessed the hourglass, Chen Feng found himself increasingly intrigued by this group. Their resources must surely be abundant. In an instant, he unexpectedly spotted the woman he had encountered earlier on the deck of their sailing vessel, lying despondently in a corner, devoid of any covering, resembling a lifeless fish. Just at noon, she had spoken to him with such righteous fervor about selflessness, yet now she had descended to this woeful state. With a quiet sigh, he regarded her as a pitiable creature, overly idealistic and oblivious to the terrors of human nature. Observing her plight, Chen Feng deduced that this group must have attacked them, extracting his approximate location from her before pursuing him that very night. "Hey, I say, are you really prepared to prolong this standoff? Once my shark deals with your fishmen, you shall be the ones to suffer. Why not we each take a step back and call it a day?" Chen Feng probed, noticing the lack of response from the opposing party. "Humph, just you wait." Wang Rulong seethed with indignation. He had lost 12 of his subordinates, and the energy consumption of the ethereal defense shield had been used 5 times. To leave now would be a grievous loss. Wang Rulong certainly would not retreat easily. Bolstered by the protection of the ethereal shield, he was determined to fight back. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ruhu returned to the deck, each member clutching massive boulders. They were all level 1 enhancers, and while moving these hefty stones was taxing, they managed to do so with great effort. Did they intend to pummel me with rocks? Chen Feng pondered, perplexed. Even level 1 enhancers would struggle to throw such enormous boulders. He was keen to see what trickery they were up to. Wang Ruhu spun around with a colossal stone in his arms, then suddenly released it, the massive boulder soaring to a height of 5 or 6 meters, crashing down towards Chen Feng. This rock was the size of a water tank, weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds. What? Now it was Chen Feng's turn to be astonished. He had not anticipated that the burly man with a scruffy beard could hurl such a massive stone. This was no feat achievable by an ordinary person. Had they unlocked the level 3 marketplace and purchased level 2 enhancement potions? Chen Feng's thoughts raced, only to be swiftly dismissed if they had accessed the level 3 marketplace. Their vessel would certainly not be a mere sailing ship. There must be something unique about their situation. In the blink of an eye, the boulder was above Chen Feng's head. Fortunately, as a level 1 enhancer himself, he was agile enough to evade. Boom! The boulder struck the deck, and despite the sturdy construction of the level 16 sailing vessel, the wooden deck splintered under the impact. Second brother, why didn't I think of this before? Just keep smashing it, sink his ship, and let's see how he fares. Wang Rulong, witnessing the effectiveness of the boulder's assault, beamed with delight, urging Wang Ruhu to continue. Previously, when Wang Ruhu had attacked the raft, a single boulder had shattered it instantly. Wang Ruhu complied, his excitement palpable as he cackled. Brother, my oceanic power passive skill is quite formidable, isn't it? As long as there is seawater within 100 meters, my strength is multiplied tenfold. This passive skill is simply too powerful. With that, he once again hefted a boulder weighing several hundred pounds and hurled it towards the ship's cabin, aiming to inundate Chen Feng's vessel with seawater. Whoosh! The boulder collided with the ship's hull, creating a fissure. Oceanic power? Chen Feng heard Wang Ru's declaration. Indeed, it was a passive skill, and a remarkably potent one at that, amplifying his strength tenfold. And no wonder he tossed boulders weighing hundreds of pounds as though they were toys. The sailing vessel is damaged, gradually taking on water. Repair requires 50 wood, 10 plant fibers, and 1 iron block. Repair time, 20 minutes. Would you like to proceed with repairs? Repair! The system prompted Chen Feng as water began to seep into his vessel. If this continued, the leaks would worsen, and it might very well sink. Boom! Another boulder came crashing down, and the system once more notified him of further damage. Chen Feng felt a surge of anxiety. Were it not for Gina still in the process of leveling up, sleeping in the cabin, he could easily stow the sailing vessel and submerge it with Zhou Lingrui, rendering this group powerless against him. Currently, the little fatty could not lend a hand. They were protected by the shield, and remaining inside, they could not be attacked. He found himself cornered by them. Gritting his teeth, Chen Feng was preparing to sprint to the bow, even if it meant exhausting the remaining attacks of the ethereal cannon to confront them. Suddenly, the system prompted him again. Your Fishman Warrior will complete its upgrade in 10 minutes. Gina required 8 hours for her upgrade, and Chen Feng had lost track of time after his prolonged rest. Now, the system's notification revealed that Gina was nearing her completion. In just 10 minutes, she would awaken as a high-level fishman. Chen Feng was well aware of the formidable nature of high-level fishmen. Had he not relied on his extraordinary luck and the combined effects of the ethereal cannon, he knew he would have been incapable of defeating the high-level whale man alone. If Gina awakened, her evolved electric abilities would surely be overwhelmingly powerful. Just 10 more minutes. Chen Feng glanced at the damaged areas of the vessel, confident that with continuous repairs, he could hold out for that duration. Observing the fervent assault from the opposing party, a cold smile crept across his face. Chapter 93. 1,000,000 volts. Smash! Second brother, keep smashing. That kid's ship has already sustained a large gash. Second brother, show your strength. Well done, second brother. Avenge our fallen brothers. The crew on the deck, witnessing the successful results, erupted in excited shouts. If they could sink Chen Feng's sailing vessel using only these boulders without incurring further casualties, they would be more than willing. Wang Ruhu continued to hurl massive boulders, with dozens still piled on the deck. Given enough time, he could surely sink Chen Feng's ship. Wang Rulong observed Chen Feng's apparent helplessness, crossing his arms and gradually relaxing his brow. The oceanic power passive skill had been acquired from the treasure, and initially, he intended to use it himself. However, given his brother's innate strength, granting it to Wang Ru maximized the tenfold power increase. Though Wang Ru was somewhat dim-witted, he had always listened to Wang Rulong since childhood. After all, they were brothers, and Wang Rulong naturally trusted him. With a sharp mind, Wang Rulong had taken numerous heavy boulders when departing from Treasure Island. A brilliant strategy for enhancing Wang Ruhu's abilities. Kid, I see you possess considerable strength. If you are willing to submit to me, I might spare your life. Confident of victory, Wang Rulong spoke to Chen Feng with composure. Submit. You really are overestimating yourself. Chen Feng shook his head, retreating to a distance, with a glass of fruit juice from the warehouse in his left hand and a piece of red Nanjing in his right. He took a deep breath, exhaled a smoke ring, and with a grin, entered his mocking mode. Smash! Go ahead and smash. I'll look down on you if you don't ruin my ship today. Upon hearing this, Wang Rulong remained unfazed, but his subordinates could no longer contain themselves, practically itching to rush over and tear Chen Feng apart. I warn you, don't be so arrogant, Chen Feng replied. Hee, is being arrogant a crime? Tell me, what law prohibits one from being arrogant? Big brother, don't hold me back. I want to kill him. He looks at me as if I am garbage. Wang Rulong, don't act impulsively. Once his ship sinks, let us see how he remains arrogant. It's not, don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. I'm saying that everyone present is garbage. Wang Rulong, don't hold me back. I want to kill him. Brothers, don't act rashly. Wang Rulong took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil. In my entire life, I have never encountered someone so arrogant. Ah, well, now you have. Chen Feng flicked the cigarette butt away and downed the last sip of juice, embodying an audacious demeanor that would tempt anyone to slap him. Hit him! Hit him! The crowd rallied behind Wang Ru, wishing they could lift boulders to hurl at Chen Feng. Bang! 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 Boulders continued to rain down. And Chen Feng stepped back 2 paces to evade. He clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat helpless. Even with his bravado, these individuals were remarkably restrained, cowering behind their shield. It seemed his taunts were not having the desired effect. Repair, repair, all repairs. Chen Feng incessantly clicked on the repair prompt from the system. Fortunately, the damage to the sailing vessel was not extensive, and the warehouse's stock was sufficient. However, as time passed, the repair speed gradually matched the rate of damage, and the vessel was now taking on water. Observing the ship slowly sinking, Chen Feng estimated that in just over 10 minutes, it would completely submerge, and no worries, he could wait. Gina would awaken in 5 minutes. As time trickled by, and with Chen Feng's vessel gradually succumbing to the waves, a radiant smile spread across Wang Rulong's face. Meanwhile, Chen Feng remained smiling, staring at the system prompt panel, silently counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The show was about to begin. Just as Wang Ru was vigorously smashing the boulders, the crackling sound of electricity filled the air, a sound that, while soft, seemed to pierce the very soul. A look of joy surged across Chen Feng's face. Gina had finally succeeded in her upgrade. From the damaged deck, powerful currents could be seen emanating continuously from the cabin. The air was charged with a tingling sensation. "Gina, annihilate them!" Chen Feng shouted towards the cracks in the deck, his expression brimming with excitement. Zhou Lingrui, witnessing the scene from the control room, was not particularly surprised, as Chen Feng had just informed her about Gina's upgrade. "Brother, what on earth is happening? My arms feel numb, and I can hardly muster any strength," Wang Ruhua exclaimed, struggling to lift a boulder, which now felt as heavy as a mountain. The electric currents in the air made his arms tremble uncontrollably, rendering him powerless. "How would I know? I'm numb too." Wang Rulong's face twisted in bitterness, suddenly recalling something. Could it be his intermediate merman that could emit electricity? "Brother, I can't move it. What are we going to do?" The boulder slipped from Wang Ruhua's hands with a thud, as he found himself unable to throw it. Wang Rulong's expression flickered, aware that Chen Feng's sailboat was sinking, and he felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. However, he was uncertain whether his intermediate merman could withstand that shark, and he had no idea how formidable Chen Feng's intermediate merman was. The current situation was undeniably unfavorable for them. Prolonging this stalemate served no purpose. It would be best to leave while the energy of the ethereal energy shield still held. Gritting his teeth, Wang Rulong spat. "Let us go." Turn around. Upon hearing this, the subordinates sprang into action, bustling about the deck as the sailboat slowly turned to depart. Thinking of leaving? Not so easily, Chen Feng thought to himself with a sardonic smile. Suddenly, the deck beside him began to tremble, and with a resounding crash, a shadow over 10 meters long burst through the surface. She was enveloped in deep blue electrical currents, which propelled her body through the AT that moment. Gina had transformed into a vastly enlarged electric eel, with a wide, flattened mouth. The electric light within dazzled the eyes. With a crack, Chen Feng distinctly heard Gina roar. 10 million volts. Advanced electric eel merman proficiencies. Her formidable electric shock capability is her primary offensive method, capable of delivering powerful currents to injure foes. Her speed is no longer a weakness. Whether underwater, on land, or even in the air, she can swiftly maneuver through the use of her own electrical currents. The advanced merman can freely switch between her human form and her true form. Weakness, the absence of any defensive shell, is her sole vulnerability. Wang Ruhua gazed at Gina in midair, recalling their battle against the merman leader on Treasure Island. "Brother, is that an advanced merman?" However, he received no answer. For Wang Rulong had lost all semblance of calm. The fully realized merman before them was undoubtedly an advanced merman. They had deeply understood the terror of advanced mermen. Wang Rulong remembered when, to defeat the merman leader, his group of hundreds had sacrificed their lives, barely managing to succeed in the end. Their side had suffered grievous losses. If given another chance, Wang Rulong would willingly forego the silver treasure chest and the merman's horde to avoid confronting an advanced merman again. Damn it, that group lied. What intermediate merman? Wang Rulong roared in fury, cursing those on the raft. Although he did not understand why Chen Feng had only now allowed Gina to attack, he had no time to ponder as he bellowed at those behind him. "Run! Full speed!" Yet Gina's electric current had already taken shape, and the light from her mouth burst forth, shooting out a stream of tangible energy. The entire sea surface was illuminated, surrounding them as if it were daylight. The blue, solidified stream of energy collided with the defensive shield activated by Wang Rulong and the others with a crack. Instantly, the translucent shield flared with light, flickering ominously. 2 forms of tangible energy clashed. Exploding into countless sparks in the air, with a thunderous boom, the circular shield shattered, finally disappearing from sight. Chen Feng, standing on the sailboat, could not contain his excitement and clench his fists. Gina's attack was now comparable in power to the orange weapon ethereal energy cannon, if not more so. However, Chen Feng had no intention of intervening. He wanted to see just how powerful Gina had become after her upgrade to an advanced merman. Brother, the ethereal energy shield has exhausted its 2 defenses in one go. We must replenish the ethereal energy, a subordinate in the control room shouted anxiously. Second brother, quickly replenish the ethereal energy. Wang Rulong tossed an ethereal energy crystal to Wang Ruhua, which was the last one he had. All right. Wang Ruhua, now devoid of his earlier ferocity, stumbled into the control room. After fumbling for a few seconds, the defensive shield reappeared. Chen Feng stroked his chin, muttering to himself, their defensive shield must consume ethereal energy like my ethereal energy cannon. The previous shots must have drained their energy significantly, and Gina's final attack directly obliterated their defense. Had I known, I would have kept firing earlier. A few more shots would have shattered it. But now, with Gina in action, it matters little. Gina, continue. After a single strike, Gina, in her electric eel form, swam in a circle, her mouth once again shimmering with electrical light as energy gathered together. It's over. It's over. Although the shield was raised once more, Gina's earlier attack had already destroyed 2 of the charged defenses, leaving only 1 charge remaining, which would undoubtedly be insufficient. Wang Rulong's gaze grew vacant, devoid of any will to resist. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you telling me about Chen Feng, we wouldn't have pursued him. Wang Ruhua emerged from the control room, his eyes filled with malice as he swung a metal baseball bat towards the woman cowering in the corner. The others on the raft were already dead, yet he chose to vent his fury on this unfortunate woman. With all his might, he struck her, causing her head to burst and bleed, yet a hint of relief graced her face. With a crack, a bolt of electricity, as thick as a water barrel, surged forth, violently crashing into the defensive shield. The shield held for 2 seconds before shattering once more. The remaining energy from the electric current surged forward without hindrance towards Wang Rulong and the others. As it approached, it rapidly split, resembling swift, wriggling snakes that precisely penetrated each person's mind. Zap! Zap! Wang Rulong and his companions had no capacity for resistance, all convulsing under the relentless electric assault. The entire sailboat flickered like a glowing bulb upon the sea, radiating bright light. The current persisted, and soon, smoke began to rise from their bodies, the scent of burning flesh permeating the air. Ultimately, the current exhausted all its energy, incinerating everyone into charred remains. The bodies of Wang Rulong and his companions turned black. Standing motionless on the deck, as the sea breeze gently blew, the charred remains crumbled to the ground, transforming into a pile of ashes, leaving only dozens of treasure chests scattered across the deck as a testament to their existence. Indeed, it was a scene of one pile here and another there, with none recognizing the others on the deck. Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui stood in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances, speechless in astonishment. Wow, this power is truly overwhelming. Only after witnessing the devastating effects of the electric attack did Chen Feng fully grasp the extent of Gina's newfound strength. Observing the total annihilation of their enemies, Gina flicked her tail and glided back to the deck. Master, it's done. Wow, Gina, you are simply incredible. From now on, I'll stick with you, Zhou Lingrui exclaimed, excitedly circling around Gina's true form. Chen Feng also scrutinized Gina for a moment, preparing to praise her, when suddenly, countless splashes erupted from the sea. Gah! Xiao Pang emerged from the water, clutching a merman's corpse. Exactly the intermediate merman they had just faced. Raising the body high, Xiao Pang looked up, awaiting Chen Feng's commendation. After nearly 20 minutes, Xiao Pang had finally slain this merman. Yet the disparity in strength compared to Gina was staggering. Chen Feng mused internally, though externally he remained composed, approaching the edge of the deck and patting Xiao Pang's head. Well done. You were essential this time. Feeling the master's praise, your pet is exceedingly joyful. Loyalty increases by 20, now at 73. Good, good, Chen Feng chuckled, observing the many wounds on Xiao Peng's body. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he retrieved several bottles of level 1 red potions from the warehouse. After all, these could aid in healing when ingested, so he tossed them into its mouth along with a generous portion of food. Chen Feng then encouraged Xiao Peng to take a rest in the sea. Gina, after upgrading to an advanced merman, do you feel any differences compared to before? Chen Feng turned back, eager to delve deeper into Gina's transformation. Master, my abilities have changed significantly, besides the power of the current increasing by roughly 100-fold. Speed is no longer my weakness that I can even briefly fly using the current. However, I can't frequently use such potent currents. I can manage it a maximum of 3 times a day, after which I need to rest and recover. Chen Feng nodded, understanding that even Gina, no matter how strong, could not endlessly expend energy. The previous powerful attack could not be sustained indefinitely. Nonetheless, even 3 times was a considerable advantage. All right, Gina, revert to your human form. Let us gather some spoils from that nearby sailboat. Since the enemy has been vanquished, it is only natural to conduct a thorough inventory of their supplies. T present. Gina's physique is rather large, prompting Chen Feng to instruct her to assume a smaller form for ease of movement. Understood, Gina replied softly that in an instant. Her massive body transformed rapidly, gradually morphing into a humanoid shape. However, the moment Chen Feng caught sight of Gina's form, he nearly erupted with a nosebleed. Wow, Gina, your lower half resembles that of a human now. Chapter 95. Gina's transformation. The advanced merman maintains 2 bodily states, one closely resembling a human merman physique, and the other being their true fish form. Having evolved into an advanced merman, Gina reverted from her original form to that of a typical merman, naturally taking on the appearance of a normal human body. Yet at this moment, she was completely unclothed, with her previously slick fishtail having vanished, replaced by 2 long, slender legs. When Gina's lower half was still fish-like, it was less conspicuous, now, as she stood on 2 legs. Her height was only slightly shorter than Chen Feng's, around 178 centimeters. Although Chen Feng averted his gaze, he could not help but surreptitiously appraise Gina from below. Her delicate, fair feet appeared somewhat playful and charming, while her calves gleamed with a radiant whiteness, and her thighs were smooth and soft, devoid of any excess flesh as for the area in between. That remained an unspoken secret, a delightful mystery indeed, and the very reason Chen Feng was nearly overwhelmed by a nosebleed. Zhou Lingrue, hurry, fetch some clothing for her. Despite having seen Gina's body before, this time, a mere glance was enough to stir a sense of excitement within Chen Feng. Zhou Lingrue, equally taken aback, noticed Gina standing before Chen Feng in her striking form, while Chen Feng pretended to turn away, yet continued to steal glances. This caused Zhou Lingrue to feel a tinge of jealousy, prompting her to hastily retrieve several garments from the storage and hand them to Gina as a woman. Zhou Lingrue had far more clothing stocked in the warehouse than Chen Feng. There was no shortage of underwear, short sleeves, or shorts. Gina mimicked her actions, adorning herself with the clothes. Once fully dressed, Chen Feng boldly scrutinized her. He mused to himself. He must refrain from allowing her to revert to her electric eel form casually, lest he find himself purchasing more clothing upon her returning to human shape. Presently, Gina appeared as a mature, sophisticated lady, her long, straight legs igniting boundless imagination. Yet her demeanor remained aloof, exuding an air of inaccessibility, though she still offered Chen Feng a warm smile. Chen Feng's gaze unexpectedly lingered on Gina's forehead, where he noticed a lightning-shaped pattern, roughly the size of a thumb, standing out distinctly in the center. It appeared rather peculiar. Unable to contain his curiosity, he reached out to touch it. He recalled that the merman leader on Treasure Island also bore a unique pattern on his forehead. This might be the singular characteristic that distinguishes advanced mermen from humans. As Chen Feng's fingers brushed against it, Gina did not flinch, seemingly no longer concerned about delivering an electric shock to him. Realizing this, Chen Feng recalled his previous encounters with electric shocks and instinctively withdrew his hand. Upon reflection, he noted that no current had manifested, and he inquired curiously, "Gina, are you no longer conducting electricity?" "Indeed, master." As an advanced electric eel merman, I have completely mastered my electrical currents that I can now control them effortlessly. You will not sustain any harm upon touching me in the future. Zhou Lingrui, overhearing this exchange, felt her expression falter. In a voice only she could hear, she muttered, "This is bad. Gina has acquired a lower half and lost her electrical capabilities. And she is taller than I am. Her legs are longer than mine. Chen Feng might. That's great. Now, I don't have to worry about accidentally being electrocuted while being with you." Chen Feng sighed in relief. Recalling the many discomforts he had endured during his previous interactions with Gina. After uttering these words, a hint of mystery returned to Chen Feng's expression as he suddenly whispered to Gina. "Hey, Gina, can you still generate electricity from your body?" "Certainly, master. With my current control, I can produce electricity from any part of my body, adjusting the intensity at will, from a gentle tingle to a sharp jolt." All right. I understand. Excellent. Very excellent." Chen Feng nodded, his face beaming with delight. Zhou Lingrui interjected, "You're such a pervert. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us first assess our spoils." Chen Feng's smile faded as he chose to set aside any inappropriate thoughts for the moment, believing that there would be ample time for such matters in the future. "Yes, master, just moments ago, the 10 intruders who had attempted a nighttime ambush were devoured by the little fatty, leaving no trace of the fallen crates." Chen Feng had no intention of dissecting the little fatty to retrieve them. It was best to let it go to as for the intermediate merman that the little fatty had brought. It too had not left behind anything. Chen Feng surmised that summoned mermen inherently do not drop treasure chests. Thus, it was clear that their loot lay entirely on the opposing sailing vessel. At this moment, not a single soul remained alive aboard the ship, which had been severely damaged by electric currents and was now gradually sinking, rendering it unusable. The two ships were in close proximity, allowing Chen Feng and the others to jump over with ease. On the expansive deck, dozens of boxes lay scattered, a sight that left Chen Feng in awe. However, he noticed the absence of any weapons. He distinctly recalled that the intruders were armed. Even the bearded man had wielded a metal baseball bat that appeared quite formidable. Yet now, there was not a single weapon in sight. A troubling thought crossed Chen Feng's mind, prompting him to hurriedly inspect the boxes on the ground. Food, fresh water, iron blocks, wooden raft components. After examining 2 or 3 boxes, he found only supplies, with no weapons in sight. Chen Feng groaned in despair as his fears were confirmed. The intruders must have held onto their weapons during the attack, leaving them uncollected under Gina's powerful onslaught. Their weapons had been obliterated and vanished. Now, Chen Feng found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. "Well, it's fine. If the weapons are gone, then so be it. At least we still have a wealth of other supplies and items. This haul is quite impressive." Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, turning to Gina and Zhou Lingrui with urgency. "You two, quickly gather everything on the deck. If the warehouse fills up, transport it to our sailing vessel. This ship won't remain afloat for long." Since the ship belonged to someone else, Chen Feng could not upgrade or repair it. When it sank, he would destroy it completely to retrieve the ship as heart. The urgency stemmed from his desire to locate an important item. Chen Feng was even concerned that Gina's attack might inadvertently destroy it as well. "I saw that bearded man heading to the control room. Let me check inside," Chen Feng muttered to himself as he hastily entered the control room. This ship was a grade or 2 above Chen Feng's, and the control room was significantly larger. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings, finding the control room to be rather empty, save for a steering wheel-like helm and a spherical object the size of a soccer ball suspended from a ceiling. The object appeared to be made of a glass-like material, entirely transparent with numerous refractions, obscuring its center, clearly not an ordinary item. However, it currently appeared dull and lifeless, devoid of any luster. Chen Feng approached, craning his neck to observe the object overhead. Phantom Energy Defense Shield, Orange. Chapter 96. Phantom Energy Defense Shield, Orange. Phantom Energy Defense Shield, Orange. Description: consumes phantom energy to generate a spherical defense shield with a radius of 30 meters. Effectively blocking attacks from outside the shield, will not affect existing substances such as seawater, vehicles, etc. Phantom Energy, 0-10. A total of 10 charges. When the generated shield withstands attacks from orange-quality weapons, it will consume one charge. Attacks above or below orange quality may increase or decrease the charge consumed. Rating: DLS, safeguarding in the name of love. Indeed, it was an orange-grade item. Upon witnessing that this ship possessed a defense shield capable of withstanding phantom energy cannon fire, Chen Feng immediately recognized its significance. Only orange-grade armor or higher could withstand attacks from orange weapons. For Chen Feng, this marked his first true defensive item, although he had previously acquired defensive items from treasure chests. They were merely leather gloves or leather armor with poor defensive capabilities. This phantom energy defense shield was exceptional. It could withstand attacks from orange weapons, and with sufficient phantom energy, it could even resist Gina's electric attacks, which exceeded orange weapon power, requiring only 2 charges to do so. While this phantom energy defense shield lacked probabilistic attributes and could not trigger Chen Feng's fortuitous talents, its formidable defensive capabilities were comparable to those of phantom energy cannons. Furthermore, the shield's effective range spanned a spherical radius of 30 meters. Chen Feng's current sailing vessel measured merely 35 meters in length, fitting comfortably within the 60-meter diameter of the shield. Even if the ship were to reach its maximum level, this defense shield would remain viable. Consequently, the vessel's defensive capabilities would experience a significant upgrade. However, as it stood, the phantom energy defense shield's energy had been depleted, rendering it incapable of providing defense. To utilize it again, it must be recharged with phantom energy crystals. This was less convenient than the phantom energy cannons, which returned energy upon striking living beings. As long as Chen Feng did not engage in a head-on clash with the likes of Wang Rulong and his crew, the phantom energy of the cannons would never be exhausted. In the future, should Chen Feng wish to employ this phantom energy defense shield, he would have to endeavor to hunt mutated marine creatures and acquire more phantom energy crystals. Reaching up, Chen Feng detached the phantom energy defense shield from the ceiling and stored it in the warehouse, intending to install it on his own sailing vessel later. Due to the abundance of boxes on the deck, Gina and Zhou Rui were still busily engaged outside the control room. Chen Feng refrained from calling them and opted instead to explore the cabin of the sailboat himself. Following the entrance, he leaped into the cabin, where faint glimmers of firelight flickered dimly. The group had done well to install ample firewood upon the walls of the cabin, providing a commendable 4 hours of burning. Serving effectively as torches, as Chen Feng followed the light, he turned to look back, only to be met with a scene that made his heart wrench in agony. The wooden floor was smeared with dried, dark red blood, and at the end of these stains lay several female corpses, ravaged in death. Even in their lifelessness, their eyes held onto a lingering sense of unwillingness and terror. Chen Feng took 2 steps further inside. Scattered throughout the various rooms of the cabin were more than a dozen corpses, and the confined space bore an atmosphere so horrific that it felt as though he had stepped into hell itself. Taking a deep breath, he fought to suppress the turmoil within him. What kind of perverse individuals were these? It was no wonder he had not seen any other women on deck. They had all been mercilessly slaughtered in this cabin. These people truly deserved death since arriving in this apocalyptic world. Chen Feng had prided himself on his moral integrity, yet he had never resorted to the slaughter of innocents. The sight before him revealed the sheer horror of what had transpired here, filling him with deep loathing for Wang Rulong and his ilk. Regrettably, those responsible had already been reduced to ashes by Gina. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to obliterate them completely, reluctant to linger in this nightmarish cabin any longer. Chen Feng stepped back outside to that moment. Gina and Zhou Rui had finished their tasks, and Chen Feng instructed the 2 women to return to their own sailboat while he ignited a fire on the damaged vessel. The fierce flames gradually spread. Chen Feng closed his eyes, hoping that the sorrow and cruelty contained within this ship would be reduced to nothing but a SHT that moment. The terrifying reality of the apocalypse lay bare before him. Humanity was twisted and lost, and in this lawless world, if one did not possess strength, the greatest threat might not be the impending natural disasters, but rather one's own kind. The flames burned for an extended period, and when the entirety of the sailboat had disintegrated into mere fragments, sinking into the sea, Chen Feng retrieved the heart of the sailboat and returned to his own vessel. sensing his sorrow. Zhou Lingrui approached him gently and bestowed upon him a warm embrace. I have gathered some food, fresh water, wood, plant fibers, iron blocks, and copper blocks into my storage. I will inform you of the specifics once I have organized everything. Some special items could not fit in my storage, so Gina and I moved them to the control room. You may wish to take a look. Gina lightly kissed him on the chin, then released him from her embrace and turned to leave. It is still dark, and you must be weary. Go rest for a while. I will tend to the farmland and prepare breakfast. Chen Feng nodded, feeling a flicker of warmth from Zhou Lingrui's thoughtfulness. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and made his way to the control room. As Zhou Lingrui had mentioned, some food, fresh water, and materials had indeed been organized, and the control room was filled with various special items. Wang Rulong and his gang had undoubtedly engaged in numerous acts of arson and plunder. They had amassed quite a collection of goods. Chen Feng first clicked to install the newly acquired orange armor, the Phantom Energy Shield. Installing. Remaining time, 5 minutes. This item did not require conditions for use like the Phantom Energy Cannon. The Phantom Energy Shield could be wielded or installed on the sailboat, making it incredibly convenient. As the installation progressed, Chen Feng could leave it be for now. He would reactivate it once he obtained the Phantom Energy crystals for charging. He then examined the special items scattered on the floor. Raft Heart 32, Hourglass 35, Active Skill, Temperature Controller, Purple. To his surprise, he had acquired an active skill, and Chen Feng was elated. This skill must have been obtained from Silver Treasure Chest, its rarity evident. Fortunately, it had usage limitations, otherwise would not have fallen into his hands. Active Skill, Temperature Controller, Purple. Description: can actively control the temperature within a radius of 10 meters. Range: 10. Requirement: must have consumed a level 2 enhancement potion to use. Evaluation: enjoy warm water without the need for firewood, and cold water without a refrigerator. Delightful. Controlling temperature, though the range is limited. It is undeniably an impressive skill. Chen Feng could not help but marvel. Within a distance of 10 meters, he could directly elevate or lower an enemy's body temperature by 10 degrees Celsius, which should prove somewhat lethal, but he would address that after consuming the level 2 enhancement potion. For now, he would store it away. The gang consisted of numerous members, and although upgrading their sailboat required substantial raft hearts, they still had a considerable amount remaining. What surprised Chen Feng was the abundance of unused hourglasses. Their sailboat was already at a high level, and with so many hourglasses left untouched, he suspected it was due to the time required for upgrades being fractional. Rendering the use of an hourglass excessively wasteful, To maximize the utility of the hourglasses and preserve them for future use. He had effectively benefited. Without hesitation, Chen Feng collected all of these into his storage. His sailboat would take several more hours to upgrade to level 17. Once the upgrade was successful, he could continue from there. Sighing, Chen Feng felt fatigue wash over him. He entered the cabin and collapsed onto the soft bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Little did he know, the regional chat had erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 97. The little cow is upside down. Regional chat. What the hell? It's only been a day since the merge. And Wang Rulong's gang from our original area is dead. What are you saying upstairs? Wang Rulong is dead. How do you know? Of course I know. I had dealings with him in the past, and was even friend with him. When I arrived in this area, I specifically kept an eye on his location, but when I woke up this morning, I found his position had vanished. He must be dead. That's impossible. What if they deleted you instead? That shouldn't be the case. There are plenty of people who are friends with him, and they wouldn't bother deleting friends. Let us see what others have to say. I also noticed that Wang Rulong's gang's position has disappeared. Me too. Ha, it's definitely dead. That wretched scum has finally met his end. Truly, heaven has eyes. Wife, your vengeance has finally been avenged. Yes, fantastic, that gang has finally perished. Hey, what are you all talking about? Who is Wang Rulong? Is he really that formidable? Yeah. Why are you all so pleased about someone else's death? Are you all twisted? The person upstairs must be from another region. You don't understand. Wang Rulong's gang was notorious in our area, mercilessly robbing anyone they encountered. They killed countless men and tormented many women. Exactly. That gang was made up of criminals from prisons, and once they banded together, they committed every atrocity imaginable. The people from our original area were utterly distressed, and avoided them at all costs. I see. So the death of such individuals is a blessing for the rest of us with lesser strength. Hey, how do you think Wang Rulong's gang met their demise? Was it the hands of mutated sea beasts or another human team? Yeah, I'm curious too. Wang Rulong's gang was filled with powerful individuals. Dozens of them were level 1 enhancers, and I even heard they had orange armor. It wouldn't be easy to take them down. It is nearly impossible for mutated creatures to have killed them. Although the current mutated beasts are formidable, Wang Rulong's gang had already upgraded their sailboat to level 18 and possessed orange defense equipment. It is nearly impossible for sea beasts to slay them. They must have been taken out by another human team. Another group of humans? Could it be the big shots from the other regions that merged? It is possible. After the treasure island sank, only about 2,000 of us remained in this area. But with the merger, we now have nearly 10,000 people. It's likely that several original regions have combined. And each region must have a few well-developed players. Perhaps it was the original big shots who eliminated Wang Rulong's gang. That seems very likely. However, the new area is a combination of several original regions. Right? Unclear. The game system only announced the merger, but didn't specify how many regions combined. In that case, let us each report who the big shots were in our original regions, with a number of big shots. We can deduce how many regions came together. I'll go first. Our region's big shot was Wang Rulong's gang. I'll join in. Our region's big shot is called Fan Jinxiang. This dude is exceptionally powerful. It said he commands over 100 subordinates. Fan Jinxiang. That name is pretty impressive. Try reading it backward. Haha. Jinxiang Fan. Indeed, reading it backward is quite amusing. Hey, the two of you upstairs should be careful. Big shot Fan Jinxiang holds grudges. He might have already noted down your names and avatars. Big shot Fan, I was wrong. Big shot Fan, my name is Forget It. Please remember me. Our region has a well-developed individual named Ma Shouting. And I've heard she is a beauty. She leads a group of women to survive and even named her team the Iron Maiden Fleet. Our region's big shot is different from yours. I've heard he doesn't form cliques, but survives alone with just 2 beauties. His name is Chen Feng. Now, everyone from our original area is extremely suspicious that the Fishman Commander was taken down solely by him. The one above is boasting too much. You say Chen Feng is doing well. I believe that. Surviving alone with 2 beauties, I can also believe that. Did you really say that he single-handedly defeated the Fishman Commander? You must truly be a sight to behold. Long ago, an elderly man made a living by weaving baskets. One day, he received a substantial order, so he toiled through the night to fulfill it. His grandson, concerned for his grandfather's health, decided to help while the old man slept. Upon waking, the grandfather gave his grandson a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Grandson, you truly have a talent for weaving." Both of you upstairs are remarkable individuals. In my childhood, my family was impoverished, and the only valuable possession we had was a rusty lock at the door. Whenever it rained, I would shout at the top of my lungs, "Old iron. Don T. Rust. Don't rust." And someone killed the Fishman Commander. I can hardly believe it. Our region's formidable figure, Fan Jinxiang, led a team of 300 with only about 100 surviving. Yet you claim your region's Chen Feng accomplished this alone. I believe it when I see it. Incredible JPG wow. Don't disgust us upstairs. At such a young age, you might as well keep fishing. As a worm, you certainly wouldn't starve, believe it or not. I am merely sharing my thoughts. Regardless, the only ones capable of defeating Wang Rulong and his crew must be these 3. Fan Jinxiang, Ma Shouting, and Chen Feng. So, counting Wang Rulong's group, there are indeed 4 prominent figures involved. It seems our current region might actually be a merger of 4 regions. Indeed, in this current area of 10,000 people, there are numerous powerful figures. What are we mere weeds to do? I hope the great ones indiscriminately slay the innocent or bully the weak. The one who took down Wang Rulong must be our region's Fan Jinxiang. They have over 100 members. No one else could have done it. I would wager it must be the formidable Ma Shouting from our region. Her female warriors are unbeatable, and my lifelong wish is to join her ranks and fight by her side. You upstairs, I feel embarrassed to point it out. Your avatar suggests you're a WS uncle, yet you wish to join a team that only accepts female members, the Iron Lady Fleet. You're clearly out of your depth. You all mistaken. It must be our region's Chen Feng. Although he stands alone, he is the eternal idol of everyone in our region. It's Fan Jinxiang from our region. Uft, it's our goddess Ma shouting. Uft, it's Chen Feng. The news in the region is rampant, and many express their exhilaration at the demise of Wang Rulong and his crew. It appears Wang Rulong's notoriety in his former region was quite foul, and many harbor a deep-seated disdain for him. People continuously speculate about who the hero is that vanquished this group, engaging in endless debates and insults. Sadly, none of the three prominent figures, including Chen Feng, have responded in the regional chat. It seems that for them, the defeat of Wang Rulong by their former region's leaders is a matter of great honor. The human psyche is truly elusive. One wonders how long this debate will continue. Regarding other news in the region, aside from Chen Feng, there are two other powerful factions: the numerous followers of Fan Jinxiang and the all-female team led by Ma Shouting. At this moment, however, Chen Feng is blissfully unaware of these developments. Lost in slumber. Chapter 98. The level 19 sailboat. Several days passed. The night sea felt particularly cold as a massive sailboat glided slowly across the water. Measuring over 40 meters in length and nearly 20 meters in width, the vessel's dark hull was made of an unknown type of exceptionally sturdy wood. The upper deck was remarkably spacious, adorned with 3 sails, 1 large and 2 small, billowing high in the sea breeze that on the expansive deck. There were even small patches of farmland, flourishing with 2 varieties of plants that on one side stood tall. Vibrant corn over a meter high, with about 30 mature ears dangling from the stalks, their dark husks ready for harvest, and on the other side lay squat tomatoes, each the size of a fist. Their bright red, soft skins looking utterly delectable. At the edge of the deck sat 3 individuals, gathered around a cooking stove, laughing and enjoying their meal. These 3 were none other than Chen Feng and his companions. Chen Feng, look at these tomatoes, so large and round. I grew them with my special water. They are incredibly delicious. Zhou Lingrui carefully sliced a tomato and, using her delicate fingers, slowly offered a piece to Chen Feng. Chen Feng, his face darkened with skepticism, thought, "Your water? What on earth is that?" After a moment of chewing, he revealed a satisfied expression, prompting Zhou Lingrui to break into a gleeful smile. "Master, try my big corn." "Oh no, I mean my giant corn on the cob. It tastes especially delightful." A side glance from Gina presented a charred cob of corn, her face brimming with anticipation. Seeing Gina's eagerness, Chen Feng managed a slight smile. Reluctant to defy her enthusiasm, he took a bite, only to find the burnt corn incredibly bitter. After a couple of chews, he discreetly tossed the charred cob into the sea when Gina wasn't looking. With a splash, a massive shark, nearly 60 meters in length, opened its enormous mouth and swallowed the corn, treating it as though it were a mere mosquito. This was Little Fatty. After gulping it down, Little Fatty's eyes bulged in shock as it coughed up some seawater, casting a resentful glance at Chen Feng before sinking beneath the waves. "Your pet has tasted bitterness. Loyalty decreased by 1. Now, at 82. Well, it certainly has its preferences." Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Despite the burnt corn, he managed to consume a fair amount during dinner. The farming in the ocean game is remarkably swift. In just 10 days, the crops had yielded a bountiful harvest of nearly 300 jin of corn and tomatoes for Chen Feng and his companions, who had long gone without fruits and vegetables. This was undoubtedly a blessing. That evening, all 3 feasted heartily, and the farmland had already set aside the next batch of seeds. Sustaining their demand for vegetables and fruits was no longer a problem. Since defeating Wang Rulong and his gang, Chen Feng had not encountered any other humans. During these days, his focus had been on upgrading the sailboat and hunting mutated sea beasts. Over the course of 6 days, he killed 5 sea beasts. With Gina's assistance in upgrading to a high-level fisherman, slaying these encountered sea beasts became a trivial task. However, one particular sea beast surprised Chen Feng. It was a species he had never seen before. Resembling a lizard and measuring nearly 70 meters in length, it could spit a corrosive liquid, which, when sprayed onto the sailboat, caused significant damage requiring extensive repairs. The group narrowly escaped disaster. Fortunately, with the combined efforts of Gina and Little Fatty, they managed to defeat it. This experience made Chen Feng wary, as it indicated that future marine mutations might become increasingly bizarre, with abilities far exceeding human comprehension, even with little Fatty and Gina support. He needed to proceed with caution, for the unfathomable horrors lurking in the depths of the ocean were countless. From the 5 sea beasts, he obtained 4 ethereal energy crystals. He tossed one to little Fatty, who, after consuming it, grew a bit larger, now measuring about 60 meters. The other 3 were used to recharge the ethereal energy shield, with one kept in reserve. Aside from the crystals, the corpses of the mutated sea beasts provided ample resources. He fed much of it to little Fatty while storing the rest as provisions. Overall, the reward from these days were quite satisfactory. In addition to hunting, Chen Feng had been diligently upgrading his sailboat. Over the course of 6 days, aside from some idle moments, he devoted all his time to rapid upgrades using hourglasses. Having exhausted all 49 hourglasses, Chen Feng's sailboat successfully reached level 19 and now. He was on the verge of leveling up to 20, requiring an additional 90 hours for completion. Once achieved, he would unlock the level 3 marketplace, and Chen Feng could hardly wait to see what treasures it held. His survival points had accumulated to an astounding total of 13,421 points. Even if the level 3 marketplace offered exorbitantly priced items, he would undoubtedly be able to afford them. Although Gina and little Fatty were formidable allies, they did not represent Chen Feng's own power. He was eager to discover how the level 3 marketplace's level 2 enhancement potions would elevate his abilities as a human. With 90 hours remaining until the sailboat's upgrade, Chen Feng found the timeline slightly unexpected. The countdown to the Great Catastrophe Storm still stood at 3 full days. Chen Feng wanted to reach level 20 before the impending disaster struck, but time was running short. He had inquired in the trade section and consulted with the official Lu Xiaoping, but no hourglasses were available for purchase. All he could do now was wait patiently in 3 days, the first great catastrophe of this ocean apocalypse game would descend, and many in the world chat and regional chat were engulfed in panic, desperately banding together as if the entire world was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere, making it hard to breathe. Chen Feng shook his head, dismissing thoughts of the impending disaster. After all, he had done his utmost to become the strongest. If he couldn't survive the first great catastrophe, humanity might as well face extinction. After satisfying his hunger, he instructed Gina to remain vigilant on deck and, with a satisfied burp, staggered into the cabin to rest. The upgraded level 19 sailboat now boasted a spacious cabin. Chen Feng had furnished it with several pieces of furniture and a few electrical appliances for lighting, giving the interior an ambience reminiscent of a four-room, two-hall layout. Chen Feng entered his chamber, closed the door, shed his garments, and with a damp towel, wiped his body before reclining on the expansive round bed, prepared to rest. The entire cabin soon succumbed to tranquility. At an indeterminate moment, the faint sound of footsteps echoed within the cabin. Zhou Lingrui tread softly upon the wooden floor, making an effort to minimize any noise. Upon reaching Chen Feng's door, a glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes. After so many days, if I do not take the initiative, you remain like a fool. Today, I must. With this thought, Zhou Lingrui gently stepped into the room, removed her clothes, and suddenly plunged into Chen Feng's embrace. Chapter 99. Am I ugly? Who is it? Just as Chen Feng drifted into slumber, he felt a warm, smooth body burrow into his arms, instinctively alerting him. However, before he could discern the silhouette before him, a pair of fiery red lips sealed his mouth, rendering him voiceless. As Chen Feng attempted to resist, the sensation was simply too intoxicating, and gradually he surrendered to the lack of resistance. After a long while, their lips parted, and Chen Feng gazed at the unclad Zhou Lingrui before him, astonished, his eyes involuntarily scanning downward. Zhou Lingrui, why are you not sleeping at this hour? What do you intend to do? I want. Zhou Lingrui huffed softly, her cheeks gradually flushing a shade of pink. Her sudden boldness today was something she had mustered courage for over a long while. Chen Feng, do not speak. I have finally gathered my courage. Zhou Lingrui nestled closer into Chen Feng's embrace, her voice dwindling. Understanding Zhou Lingrui's words, Chen Feng, not being a fool himself, recognized that they had spent over 20 days in each other's company. Both aware of their mutual feelings, Yet, when the moment of truth arrived, Chen Feng found himself entangled in hesitation. But, have you truly thought this through? A girl being so proactive and bold while the boy hesitates inevitably stirred a sense of unease in Zhou Lingrui. Chen Feng, do you find me repulsive? Rest assured, it is my first time. I'm clean. And no, do not overthink it. I did not mean that. Upon hearing Zhou Lingrui's words, Chen Feng realized she had misunderstood him. The truth was, he was the one unprepared. This was his first experience as well, akin to a bride entering a sedan chair. Then what are you hesitating for? Am I ugly? Should I leave? Witnessing Zhou Lingrui's tearful, heartbroken expression, Chen Feng inhaled sharply. Actually, what I wanted to convey is that it is also my first time. I'm not very skilled. Zhou Lingrui's tears transformed into a smile, a teasing smirk gracing her lips. This pitiful visage would melt anyone's heart. It is all right. We shall learn from each other. Upon uttering this, the two seemed to share a tacit understanding, letting go of their reservations, and they both lunged towards one another. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. On the deck, Gina was perplexed, noticing that the sailboat, for some unknown reason, appeared to be swayed by an unseen force. This was a large sailboat measuring several dozen meters in length. What sort of mysterious power could cause such an effect? After inspecting the deck thoroughly without uncovering the cause, she resolved to inquire Chen Feng about it the following day. After a long while, in the dead of night, the sailboat finally ceased its swaying. Chen Feng lay in bed, igniting the last red cigarette, savoring the aromatic smoke. Beside him, Zhou Lingrui curled up, feeling the discomfort of her legs, unable to close. Watching Chen Feng as she lightly patted his chest, playfully chiding, "Did you not say it was your first time? Why do you still possess so many tricks?" Chen Feng pinched the cigarette, smirking, "It truly is my first time. The tricks I know, I learned from action films oh, you believe me? Humph. A man's words are as trustworthy as a sow climbing a tree." Zhou Lingrui huffed playfully. Subsequently, she nestled against Chen Feng's shoulder. "Like a little bird. How does it feel?" "Hee, quite good." The next morning, Chen Feng arose early and made his way to the deck. His spirits were high, feeling refreshed and invigorated. "Master, last night, for some unknown reason, there was a mysterious force constantly causing the sailboat to sway. I intended to inform you, but you retired early, and I did not dare to disturb you. Do you know the reason?" Gina emerged from the control room, her cool demeanor laced with confusion. Before Chen Feng could respond, Zhou Lingrui limped out of the cabin. Having overheard the conversation, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she hurried away to prepare breakfast. "You need not worry about it. I will tell you next time. Next time, you shall experience this force firsthand." Chen Feng awkwardly looked skyward, attempting to brush it off. "Very well, Master. I am eager to know, and I hope to experience this force soon." Gina nodded earnestly, her expression serious, always displaying concern towards the unfamiliar. After speaking, she returned to the control room, which offered a wide view, perfectly suited for her vigilance. Gina was a being created from a nautical game. Although she possessed high intelligence and formidable combat prowess, she was quite naive regarding other matters, leaving Chen Feng feeling helpless, unsure of how to explain it to her. "Xiao Peng, come out for breakfast." Setting aside those thoughts, Chen Feng called out towards the sea soon. The water rippled, and a massive shark head broke the surface, displaying its jagged, fearsome teeth while playfully approaching Chen Feng. "Gah. Today eat a little less. Let us start with a ton." Chen Feng retrieved a large chunk of unknown creature meat from the storage and tossed it into the water. Xiao Peng caught it in one bite, savoring it with squinted eyes, nudging the sailboat playfully, causing it to sway a few times before sinking back into the depths. "Your pet Xiao Peng has been fed. Loyalty increased by 3, currently at 85. In a short while, Zhou Lingrui finished preparing breakfast. Today's meal was delightful, clearly reflecting her effort. The shrimp and corn cakes, glistening with a golden hue, made Chen Feng involuntarily swallow. Zhou Lingrui brought the dishes to Chen Feng, retrieving a cup from the storage. With a flick of her wrist, a fragrant stream of milk, seemingly conjured from nowhere, swirled in her hand before encircling Chen Feng and settling into the cup. Zhou Lingrui's water manipulation skills had become increasingly adept, and Chen Feng nodded in approval as he received the breakfast, thoroughly satisfied. After finishing, Chen Feng waved to Gina in the control room. Let us set sail again today and see if we can reap any rewards. The sailboat, gliding beneath the resplendent morning sun, continued its journey across the sea. Chen Feng, filled with vigor, stood at the bow, while Zhou Lingrui gazed at him with admiration. Last night, she had finally completed what she had long desired, and her heart felt at peace that I end this perilous world. All barriers had been constructed by Chen Feng for her. Zhou Lingrui suddenly thought that if she could remain by Chen Feng's side as a supporting woman, she would find great contentment. If she could also lend him her strength, that would be even better. As the sailboat sliced through the waves, a notification chime resonated in both Chen Feng's and Zhou Lingrui's minds. No, to be precise, it echoed in the minds of all surviving humans within the ocean game. Attention players, a grand calamity is imminent. Game update commencing. Countdown to the grand calamity. 47 hours, 59 minutes. Congratulations to all players for surviving until now. Among the 4 billion humans transported to this ocean apocalypse game, you are exceptional. However, do not relax your guard. The challenges you have faced these days are merely a prelude for the approaching grand calamity. A maritime storm will be the first true test you all must confront. This game update will focus on a detailed analysis of the grand calamity maritime storm, providing players with an in-depth introduction to its rules, along with the simultaneous launch of a leaderboard feature. Grand Calamity Analysis. 1. The upcoming Grand Calamity Maritime Storm will feature 5 difficulty levels, each with varying storm intensities. Easy, Normal, Hard, Hell, and Death. Easy difficulty. A 3-day storm. Recommended vehicle level 12 and above. Normal difficulty. A 5-day storm. Recommended vehicle level 14 and above. Hard difficulty. A 7-day storm with attacking mutated sea beasts, size ranging from 30 to 50 meters. Recommended vehicle level 16 and above. Hell difficulty. A 9-day storm with attacking mutated sea beasts, size ranging from 50 to 70 meters. Recommended vehicle level 18 and above. Death difficulty. An 11-day storm with attacking mutated sea beasts, size ranging from 70 to 100 meters, with varying abilities and intellect. Recommended vehicle level 20 and above. Point 2. Players may freely choose their difficulty. However, once chosen, they cannot abandon it and must make a selection. Shortly, a selection prompt will appear on each player's game interface, allowing them to consider their choice, which will remain active until the calamity commences. Warning: failure to make a selection will result in the system automatically making a random choice, only applicable to players possessing vehicles. Those without vehicles will not receive a selection prompt and will face a random or the same difficulty as the vehicle-holding players that do not worry about the geographical location of your sea area. Once a difficulty is chosen, when the grand calamity begins, players will be transported to the corresponding sea area, forming a temporary zone. Upon the conclusion of the calamity, if players survive, they will be returned to their original location. Note: at the onset of the grand calamity, all players' vehicles will be rendered inaccessible to the warehouse, with the system mandating that all players confront the storm directly. The severity of natural disasters varies, and upon their conclusion, players who have successfully navigated these disasters, those equipped with vehicles, as players without vehicles are not considered, will be rewarded with varying tiers of rewards based on the difficulty level chosen. Players are encouraged to deliberate carefully before making their selection, as once a choice is made, it cannot be altered. For simple difficulty, the reward is 1 black iron chest. For normal difficulty, the rewards include 2 bronze chests, 5 space gems, and 10 hourglasses. For hard difficulty, the rewards consist of 1 silver chest, 10 space gems, 20 hourglasses, and 4 ethereal crystals. For hell difficulty, the rewards encompass 1 gold chest, 20 space gems, 30 hourglasses, and 20 ethereal crystals. And for death difficulty, the rewards amount to 3 gold chests, 60 space gems, 90 hourglasses, 60 ethereal crystals, and 1 mysterious item. Leaderboard function. 1. That the leaderboard feature will be activated 1 day prior to the onset of the natural disaster. With 2 types of leaderboards, global and regional. Point 2. Ranking rules are based on the vehicle level of the player or team, their overall strength, resources, items, etc., analyzed by the system to derive a comprehensive score. The higher the score, the better the rank point. 3. The leaderboard will only record the top 100 players or teams, with rankings determining the rewards provided by the system. Point 4. Ranking rewards will be calculated the following morning, along with survival points. Point 5. Players may voluntarily opt to be ranked, as it is not a mandatory requirement by the system. Furthermore, the difficulty level of the natural disaster chosen by the ranked players will also be displayed. In conclusion, may all players survive the first major natural disaster, the sea storm, and reap abundant rewards. The content of the game announcement echoed thrice in everyone's minds, embedding the details of this disaster firmly in their memories. Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui exchanged silent glances, both lost in thought, observing Chen Feng deep in contemplation. Zhou Lingrui chose not to disturb him, remaining calm, for regardless of Chen Feng's decision, her role was simply to follow his lead. Are the natural disasters differentiated by difficulty? Each level even provides a friendly reminder regarding vehicle levels, and there are rewards for surviving these disasters. This diverges sharply from our previous assumptions. The rewards are undoubtedly tempting. Yet the final death difficulty seems excessively daunting. Creatures towering over 70 meters launching attacks. The average person would surely struggle to withstand such onslaughts. Chen Feng stroked his stubble, his brow furrowed as he pondered. Moreover, the forthcoming leaderboard feature indicates that rewards will be dispersed daily, yet does not specify the nature of these rewards, merely stating that there will be one per day. It likely won't be overly generous. However, only the top 100 on the global and regional boards will receive them, suggesting that the offerings will be worthwhile. As Chen Feng contemplated, a pop-up suddenly appeared on the game interface. Major natural disaster difficulty selection. Simple. Normal, hard, hell, death. Please make your selection promptly. You have 47 hours and 50 minutes that if no selection is made, the system will randomly choose upon the disaster's commencement. The difficulty selection pop-up, as mentioned in the game announcement, had manifested. Gazing at the window before him, Chen Feng fell into deep thought. He had far exceeded the system's suggested vehicle levels for simple, normal, and hard difficulties, and it was likely he could traverse the major disaster with ease if he chose one of those levels. However, the rewards associated with these difficulties did not entice him significantly. What truly captured Chen Feng's interest were the rewards for hell and death difficulties. He had yet to encounter a gold chest. Based on the previous quality of items obtained from chests, it was highly probable that the gold chest would yield orange quality items. With his current level 19 sailing vessel, opting for hell difficulty appeared to be the most suitable choice. Yet, the rewards for death difficulty were exponentially greater and included a mysterious item, leaving Chen Feng in a state of indecision. Gina was a high-ranking merman, likely unique in the world, along with a mutated little chubby and 2 pieces of orange gear. Such formidable strength might be squandered if he were to select only hell mode. However, should he underestimate his capabilities and face destruction, the cost would be grave. This was the crux of Chen Feng's dilemma. It would take merely 56 hours to upgrade his vessel to the system's recommended level 20, just shy of 10 hours beyond the disaster's onset. Unfortunately, following the system announcement, Chen Feng was certain that acquiring any hourglass items would be impossible at this juncture. Patience was his only option to gradually upgrade the sailing vessel to level 20. After much internal conflict, Chen Feng resolved to first visit the chat channel to glean insights and choices from others. Chapter 101. A Difficult Choice World Chat. Did everyone hear? The game is about to launch a major natural disaster, and there are difficulty levels to choose from. Can any experts provide an analysis? Indeed, the rewards are known to be chests, but beyond that, I haven't heard anything else. What's there to analyze? The announcement clearly stated that there are 5 levels of difficulty to choose from, along with suggested vehicle levels. One should select based on their vehicle's level and personal strength. As for the rewards, regardless of their utility, just remember, they're valuable. I never expected that surviving the major disaster would come with benefits. This is fantastic. The rewards include chests, space gems, hourglasses, and ethereal crystals. These are all currently highly prized items. And a gold chest. That's undoubtedly the highest tier chest. It might even contain orange items. Haha, I'm going for normal difficulty. My sailing vessel is on the verge of reaching level 14, so this will be perfect for me. I'm opting for hard difficulty. Although my vessel is only level 15, I want to take on the challenge. I'll choose simple difficulty. Surviving is the priority. After all, a black iron chest is still something. Why hasn't the selection pop-up appeared for me? Does that mean I want to participate in the major disaster? The person above is overthinking it. You probably don't have a vehicle, as the announcement mentioned that players without vehicles would either have the system randomly choose for them or follow the choice of their vehicle's owner. Essentially, if you're on a vehicle, the difficulty selected by its owner will determine your participation. I see that I don't have a vehicle either, so I guess I'll just have to follow someone else. But why are the rewards post-disaster only given to those with vehicles? It seems so unfair. That's obvious. If the rewards were distributed based on individuals rather than vehicles, it would be utterly unjust. By the way, didn't the announcement state that a difficulty must be chosen? Can I opt out? I really don't want to participate. Of course, you must choose one. If you don't, the system will randomly select for you. And what if you end up with death difficulty? You'd be doomed. This difficulty is so vague. It mentions a storm, yet doesn't specify what type it will be, nor the types or capabilities of the attacking mutated sea beasts. How are we supposed to make a decision? After all, it's a natural disaster. If they revealed everything, where would the challenge be? When the disaster strikes, we'll know everything. The requirements for hell and death difficulty are indeed terrifying. Vehicles need to be above levels 18 and 20, respectively. Who among us can elevate their vehicle to such levels? While the rewards are enticing, I doubt many would select these difficulties. Well, there must be some players with vehicles at level 18. Perhaps a few will opt for hell difficulty. But it will be rare that AS for death difficulty. A level 20 vehicle? I doubt anyone has reached that. Choosing this difficulty would almost certainly lead to demise. Oh no. The simple difficulty requires a vehicle level of 12. And mine is still only a level 9 raft. Not even a sailing vessel yet. What should I do? Is it even possible for me to survive simple difficulty? My vehicle is only level 8. So I'm worse off than you. At least you have a raft. I don't even have one. My raft was just destroyed by sea beasts today, and all I have is the raft heart. I am trying to gather materials to upgrade, but I don't even have one now. Is there anyone who can spare me some materials? I'm still drifting at sea. This is Huaxia official. I am loose shopping. The first major natural disaster is imminent. I urge all players to promptly upgrade their vehicles to level 12. For those whose vehicles are insufficient, please seek a team and choose your game difficulty wisely according to your capabilities. Huaxia official kindly reminds you that choosing simple difficulty is advisable, as life is precious and should not be jeopardized for the sake of rewards. The Huaxia official has spoken. Suddenly, I feel a sense of reassurance. I will heed the official's advice and select simple difficulty. Safety first. Surviving the natural disaster is paramount. The rewards are of little importance. Me too. What value do those rewards hold? I certainly lack the fortune to claim them. So I'll choose simple as well. Don't rush. The pop-up will remain active until the major disaster starts, so everyone should take their time to consider. While life is indeed singular, selecting simple difficulty might allow us to survive this ordeal. Yet, let us also remember, according to the apocalyptic game model, the sea storm is merely the first major disaster. There will undoubtedly be a second and third, that if we don't strive for resources now. How will we survive later? The rewards from a natural disaster represent a golden opportunity. Indeed, one must seize these rewards now. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves devoid of resources in the future. Who can predict how arduous things may become? I shall opt for the difficult path. As for myself, I think I will choose the moderate difficulty. Regardless of how you all may dramatize the situation, I shall select the simpler option. Consider the feelings of us players without vehicles. We can only passively follow others. Whatever choices they make, we must endure the consequences. Alas, it is quite challenging. What can be done, since you have chosen to follow others and not upgrade your vehicles? You cannot blame anyone else for this predicament. By the way, those with vehicles cannot rely on others to navigate through challenges either. When the system forcibly removes your vehicle from storage, you'll have to confront the situation, whether you like it or not. Speaking of which, the recent system announcement mentioned the opening of a leaderboard feature. When will it be available? Tomorrow, the day before the calamity begins at 8 that time. You may voluntarily place yourselves on the leaderboard, and reward will be calculated the following day. Is that true? Their essay leaderboard feature. Ha! Perhaps I might even make it onto the board and earn some rewards. Those above are merely dreaming. Daily speech 1-1, online population 2 billion. Chen Feng had spent quite some time browsing the world chat, absorbing the myriad of statements. While most players were indeed enticed by the rewards associated with various difficulty levels of the Great Calamity, they prioritized their own safety and opted for the easier difficulty. A small fraction claimed to have chosen the moderate difficulty, with only a handful daring to select the difficult 1.as for the hell and death difficulties. Chen Feng noted that no one had chosen them after observing for a while. With a sigh, he pondered whether to conservatively select the hell difficulty to navigate the calamity smoothly, or to boldly choose the death difficulty for greater rewards. The sheer volume of players opting for simple, moderate, and difficult choices only intensified Chen Feng's inner turmoil. Shaking his head, he reminded himself that there were still over 40 hours to contemplate this decision. There was no need to rush. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until the leaderboard was activated before making a final choice. Chapter 102. The leaderboard activation due to the system announcement. Chen Feng found himself disinterested in the mutated creatures of the ocean today. Luck was not on his side, as he aimlessly sailed for an entire day without encountering a single mutated beast. By evening, the trio managed to satisfy their basic needs with a simple meal of shark. Chen Feng retired early for the night. His relationship with Zhou Lingrui had grown quite intimate, devoid of barriers. Although neither had explicitly stated their feelings, both understood that, had it not been for their extraordinary circumstances, they would likely be considered a couple. Yet, amidst this apocalypse, pursuing a romantic relationship felt somewhat out of place. Who could foresee the challenges that awaited them the next day? Cherishing the present was paramount. Clinging to the forms of their previous world would only lead to self-imposed entrapment. Thus, Zhou Lingrui wisely refrained from articulating her feelings towards Chen Feng, instead subtly implying her position as his partner. That evening, it was only natural that they rested together. The following morning, Chen Feng awoke to the sight of Zhou Lingrui sleeping soundly beside him. A softness flickered in his gaze as he gently brushed aside her tousled hair, quietly exiting the room to avoid waking her. After dressing, he made his way to the deck. Before long, the system's prompt resonated in Chen Feng's mind, signaling readiness for the leaderboard feature. Leaderboard feature activated. Regional and world leaderboards are being generated, analyzing the comprehensive scores of all players or teams based on vehicle units, including vehicle level, resources, strength, skills, items, etc. Please hold. The top 100 players or teams in the world and each region have been successfully analyzed and are being queried if they wish to appear on the leaderboard. The anticipated leaderboard feature had indeed arrived. As Chen Feng absorbed the notifications, 2 pop-up windows suddenly appeared before him. You have qualified for the regional leaderboard. Would you like to appear? If you decline, the next player will take your place. You may click the leaderboard feature in the system interface to reappear later. You have qualified for the world leaderboard. Would you like to appear? If you decline, the next player will take your place. You may click the leaderboard feature in the system interface to reappear later. These pop-ups indicated that Chen Feng's comprehensive strength had placed him among the top 100 players in both regional and global standings, which was not unexpected. However, a frown creased his brow as he weighed the pros and cons of appearing on the leaderboard. Being listed supposedly came with rewards calculated the following day for both leaderboards, which was undoubtedly an excellent arrangement. Yet, appearing on the leaderboard would also expose his strength to the world, a risk that was not wise for someone like Chen Feng, who preferred to remain inconspicuous. His reluctance to appear grew stronger. Glancing once more at the text behind the pop-ups, he realized that even if he declined now, he could choose to appear later. Upon this realization, he made his decision. It would be prudent to refrain from appearing for the moment. After all, the rewards were not yet disclosed. If they turned out to be enticing, he could always choose to appear later. With that thought, he clicked no on both pop-ups. After a moment, the system announced once more. Data compilation complete. Players may now view both types of leaderboards in the game interface. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng hurriedly opened the game interface. Indeed, a new leaderboard feature had appeared. Upon clicking it, he was greeted by a dense array of names and avatars. Regional leaderboard. 1. Fan Jinxiang. Vehicle level 17. Difficulty. Hard 2. A shouting. Vehicle level 18, difficulty, unknown, world leaderboard 1. Pranoma, vehicle level 19, difficulty, unknown 2. Sophie Bin, vehicle level 19, difficulty. Hell 3. Kitadanaya, vehicle level 19, difficulty. Unknown 4. Jean Sanjun, vehicle level 19, difficulty. Hell 72. Lucio Pai, vehicle level 18, difficulty. Hard 100. Fan Jinxiang, vehicle level 17, difficulty. Hard. Observing these rankings, Chen Feng quickly comprehended the structure. Each entry consisted of a name and avatar, followed by the vehicle level and the chosen difficulty of the calamity. The difficulty was marked as unknown, indicating that the choice had yet to be made. Chen Feng recognized the top 2 players on the regional leaderboard, Fan Jinxiang and Ma Xiaoding, having heard of their exploits after they defeated Wang Rulong, which had caused quite a stir in the regional channels. During his casual chats at night, Chen Feng had become familiar with these figures. Now, within his region, they were hailed as the trio of prominent leaders alongside him. However, he noted that while Fan Jinxiang's vehicle was level 17, Ma Xiaoding's was already level 18. Why then did Fan Jinxiang rank above her? After some contemplation, Chen Feng deduced that the leaderboard calculated comprehensive strength. Fan Jinxiang likely had a larger crew, while Ma Xiaoding, despite her higher vehicle level, may have fallen short in other aspects such as crew, resources, or weaponry. This could explain why Fan Jinxiang ranked higher AS for the world leaderboard. Chen Feng observed that most top contenders were foreigners, with only a few from Huaxia, all ranking outside the top 70. He recognized too Lu Xiupai, who represented the official faction, and Fan Jinxiang, who was in the same region as him. Notably, Chen Feng was surprised to see that Fan Jinxiang, the top player in the region, had also made it onto the world leaderboard, albeit at the very end. Nevertheless, being ranked 100th in the world was a testament to his capabilities. Chen Feng clicked his tongue, relieved that he had chosen to conceal his strength and not appear on these leaderboards. Had he done so, he would have exposed himself to public scrutiny, feeling as though his vulnerabilities had been laid bare. Since the system indicated that he could still appear on both leaderboards at any time, Chen Feng, confident in his abilities, considered that if the daily rewards from the leaderboard proved enticing, he could always make an appearance later. However, he hadn't anticipated that apart from himself, many others had also achieved vehicle levels of 19 on the world leaderboard. Clearly, this world was brimming with formidable individuals, yet he remained in the dark about what the leaderboard rewards entailed, as they would only be revealed in an hour. Thus, Chen Feng could only wait and see. With nothing else to occupy his time, he updated the leaderboard feature and ventured into the regional chat to gauge the reactions of others. Chapter 103. Is Huaxia lacking? Chen Feng opened the regional chat and was immediately greeted by a flurry of discussions centered around the leaderboard. I made it onto the leaderboard. I'm ranked 89th in my region. I am ranked 17th in the region. My fleet is recruiting elite members. Those who have consumed a level 1 enhancement potion will be given priority. Must one be an enhancer? I may not have taken a level 1 enhancement potion, but I possess innate strength that's sufficient. Get lost. I'm ranked 36th in the region and am looking for powerful teammates. Show off your skills. Enhancers and those with special life skills, carpenters, electricians, tailors, blacksmiths, etc., are welcome, as well as skilled women. Please message me for details. I'm a tailor. I can make clothes that acceptable. Absolutely. Click on my avatar to message me. I can play the xiao, a traditional Chinese flute. I am quite skilled at okay. Certainly, this is truly remarkable. Hurry and message me privately. My team is currently ranked 7th in the region. Our vehicle is at level 16, and we have chosen the normal difficulty for the calamity. We will undoubtedly weather the storm with ease. Those wishing to board, please message me quickly. The ticket price is either 500 kilograms of food or 200 liters of fresh water per person. The number of spots is limited, and it's first come, first served. To the enchanting lady who plays the xiao, you can board my ship free of charge. At present, the regional chat is mostly filled with messages recruiting idle players, either seeking combat team members for assistance or showcasing their high-level vehicles while opting for a manageable calamity difficulty, leveraging this calamity to earn shelter fees. For a moment, the entire region was abuzz with chatter until half an hour later, when Chen Feng noticed the messages gradually returning to normalcy. However, He was astonished to find that the messages in the region began to pertain to him, prompting him to examine them closely. To his surprise, there were indeed quite a few prominent figures in their region. Many had upgraded their vehicles to sailing ships, and their levels were not low. If you glance at the leaderboard, the top 10 sailing ships are all above level 15. My raft is only at level 10, and I can't even afford the blueprint for a sailing ship. How wonderful it would be if I could board the ships of those esteemed individuals. Indeed, look, our region's notable figure, Fan Jinxiang, has already upgraded his sailing ship to level 17, securing the top rank in the area. That's right, the strongest in the region right now must undoubtedly be the esteemed Fan Jinxiang. I truly hope to join his team. Bah, have you forgotten about our goddess? Ma shouting. Her team is composed entirely of women, the Iron Maiden fleet, and they are not to be underestimated. Absolutely. While Ma shouting may be ranked second, her vehicle is already at level 18, and her ranking is lower than Fan Jinxiang's. Likely due to her smaller team size. In terms of strength, Ma shouting might even surpass Fan Jinxiang. Humph. Nonsense. Can rankings not speak for themselves? Fan Jinxiang is certainly far stronger than your so-called women's team. You're the ones who are talking nonsense. Wait a minute. Didn't we previously mention that there are 3 notable figures in the region? What about the one who single-handedly challenged the merman leader? Chen Feng. How come he hasn't even made it onto the leaderboard? Haha, a notable figure. He hasn't even ranked. He must be dead. Haha, indeed. Didn't someone from his region boast about Chen Feng? Why is he now silent? Have they all turned mute? Chen Feng. He can't even make the rankings. Either he is terribly weak or has already been devoured by sea beasts. Regardless, those claims from his region were undoubtedly mere bluster. Chen Feng gazed at these messages, shaking his head in exasperation. With the calamity fast approaching, these individuals were still bickering over which notable figure was the strongest, instead of seeking teams or enhancing their vehicles. They chose to engage in petty squabbles in the chat, utterly missing the point. Observing their pointless exchanges, Chen Feng had no desire to argue. Even if he won, would he be rewarded with an hourglass? He reopened the world chat to check for any useful information. Wow, is the second-ranked Sophie been seeking death? She chose hell difficulty, which involved attacks from sea beasts over 50 meters in size. Are they truly courting disaster? Why should I concern myself with them? Their vehicle is already at level 19, so they naturally possess the ability to handle hell difficulty. The world leaderboard is indeed a hidden gem. With almost all of the top 50 possessing level 19 vehicles, many have opted for hell difficulty. Truly impressive. The top few names represent various countries. The United States, Sun Nation, and Coal Nation, all present. Haha, our American compatriots are ranked first in the world. Have you seen that? Pathetic other countries. Even in a different world, we still achieve the top spot. Other nations should just go home and suck on their thumbs. Americans are indeed exceptional. I, Okamoto Kojiro, extend my warmest congratulations. Gambat. Indeed, Americans are formidable, but we Coal Nation folks are not to be trifled with either. Semida. Wait, what about Huaxia? Haha, look at Huaxia. They managed to make it onto the world leaderboard. Achieving rank 72, truly surprising. Haha. Rank 72. That is quite impressive. Huaxia, weren't they the ones boasting about welcoming everyone into the official base, regardless of ability? I truly don't understand. Even in the apocalypse, they still allow the inept to join, claiming it fosters cohesion. Haha. And now look, their sailing ship is only level 18. Indeed. Not only is their sailing ship merely level 18, but they also selected a calamity difficulty of only hard. Such a vast nation as Huaxia, and not a single soul opting for hell difficulty. Haha, how laughable. You scoundrels upstairs. What do you know? If it weren't for Mr. Lucy Pay's desire to accommodate more people, the vehicles at his base would have long surpassed level 19. How could they only be at level 18? Exactly. As for the choice of hard difficulty, it isn't that M.R.L.U. fears greater challenges, but rather that he wishes for more Huaxiao individuals to survive. You foreign pigs understand nothing. No matter how you argue, the leaderboard remains. Huaxia simply cannot measure up. In the World Channel, communication was seamless due to automatic translation. However, some foreigners began to mindlessly mock Huaxia, causing Chen Feng to frown. With his current vehicle and overall strength, he was supremely confident in ranking among the top. Opting for hell difficulty was well within his capabilities. The fact that Huaxiao was being disparaged by foreigners ignited a fire in Chen Feng's heart. At that moment, he felt compelled to reveal his strength and secure a spot on the leaderboard. Chen Feng returned to the game interface, opened the pop-up window, and prepared to select Hell Calamity difficulty. Suddenly, a system announcement flashed before his eyes. Daily reward for the leaderboard have been confirmed. The regional leaderboard rewards consist of freshwater supplies, distributed from 1st to 100th place in descending order. The world leaderboard's daily reward is an hourglass, distributed from 1st to 100th place in descending order. Chen Feng's pupils contracted. An hourglass. The daily rewards for the leaderboard had been announced. What Chen Feng did not anticipate was that the world leaderboard's reward was indeed the hourglass item. He had approximately 30 hours left before upgrading his sailing ship to level 20, at which point the level 3 shop would open. With a fully leveled sailing ship, there might even be a reward for being the first to achieve a fully upgraded sailing ship. The hourglass from the leaderboard rewards was, without a doubt, a timely boon for Chen Feng. Regardless of national considerations, he was determined to secure a spot on the leaderboard. Yet before that, the choice of calamity difficulty left Chen Feng in a state of hesitation. Earlier, when there was no indication of the hourglass reward, Chen Feng had intended to select Hell difficulty. Participating in such a challenge with a level 19 sailing ship seemed quite viable, and he believed there would be no unforeseen mishaps. However, with the announcement of the hourglass reward, although he was unsure of the quantity, even a single hourglass would allow him to quickly upgrade his sailing ship to level 20 by the time the rewards were calculated. Synchronizing the upgrade with the calamity, achieving the recommended vehicle level of 20 in the announcement, opting for the death difficulty calamity appeared to be feasible. Despite the death difficulty calamity featuring prolonged storms and attacks from mutated sea beasts exceeding 70 meters, Chen Feng's current strength was not lacking. He could purchase items from the level 3 shop, making it a high probability endeavor. Chen Feng pressed his lips together, his gaze flickering with determination. After a moment of contemplation, suddenly his expression became resolute. For Huaxia, for the reward. He was ready to make his choice regarding the difficulty. He opened the pop-up window and clicked hastily, fearful of regret. The Calamity Sea Storm difficulty has been selected. Current difficulty, death. Chen Feng exhaled a breath, then opened the leaderboard function, clicking rank on both the regional and world leaderboards. Instantly, the lists on both leaderboards began to shift, the names changing before his eyes. Having completed these actions, Chen Feng closed the game interface with a confident smile. Gina, you and Xiao Peng keep watch. We will not set sail today. Rest in place. I'm going down to find Zhou Lingrui to play for another day. Yes, master. At this moment, the changes in the leaderboard sent the chat channel into a frenzy. Regional chat. Speak up. Where is that esteemed Chen Feng? I see. Perhaps he has already become a sea beast lunch. Aha! Wow. Look at the two leaderboards. This is absolutely explosive. I can't believe my eyes. How the regional ranking changed so suddenly. Chen Feng is now ranked first. Fan Jinxiang and Ma Shouting have dropped to second and third. What on earth is happening? Ah, it's true. Chen Feng is now ranked first. This is so sudden. Haha. I told you. How could Chen Feng not appear on the leaderboard? Now he not only ranks, but he is also in first place. You others like Fan Jinxiang and Ma Shouting, step aside. Why hadn't Chen Feng appeared on the leaderboard before? What foolishness. It must surely be that the esteemed Chen Feng is simply being modest. Initially, he was reluctant to appear on the leaderboard, and undoubtedly, when the system inquired whether he wished to be included, he declined. However, as those others grew increasingly arrogant, Chen Feng could no longer tolerate it, prompting him to showcase his prowess and let these imbeciles see for themselves. Oh my, this is utterly satisfying. Clap, clap, clap. To those who mocked him earlier, I ask, do you not feel the sting of embarrassment? Indeed, this has been a most frustrating ordeal for me. Where are your previously boisterous spirits now? Take a good look. Chen Feng now not only ranks first, but also observe his vehicle level. Level 19. Do you see that? Level 19? Wow. Level 19. He stands alongside the titans of the global leaderboard. Chen Feng is truly remarkable. Chen Feng, have you seen my message? I implore you, take me along for the ride. I beg you. I beseech you. Anything will suffice. Good heavens, I just realized. Did you all see the disaster difficulty chosen by Chen Feng? Goodness, it's the death difficulty. You must check the global leaderboard. Observe Chen Feng's position. And look at Fan Jinxiang. He has already been ousted from the rankings. Ha! It's true. Wasn't he Fan Jinxiang previously ranked 100th in the world? Now that Chen Feng has made his mark, he has naturally been cast aside. This is indeed tragic. Oh, the irony. Ha, I must see this. Those naysayers should take a look as well. World chat. You all, quickly look at the leaderboard. Why has a Huaxiao individual suddenly appeared at the forefront of the global rankings? Impossible. Let me see. Goodness. It truly is a Huaxiao named Chen Feng. Darn it, Chen Feng. I know of this person. Wasn't he always showcasing his culinary skills and beautiful women in the chat? I thought he was merely slightly stronger, but who would have guessed he would be this formidable? Chen Feng is impressive, ranked 3rd in the world. He has surpassed both the Little Sun Nation and the Cold Country. Such vindication. Who would dare claim that we Huaxiao are lacking? 3rd in the world. Chen Feng's sailboat is also at level 19. Do you see? Perhaps tomorrow, Chen Feng will elevate his vehicle to level 20. So what if he is 3rd in the world? The 1st and 2nd spots are still held by we Americans. Exactly. Even if you Huaxiao possess talents, we Americans remain the strongest. You think you're strong? The leaderboard ranks players based on vehicle level, resources, and numbers. As far as I know, Chen Feng has always been a solitary survivor, with only 2 beautiful women by his side. No teammates whatsoever. If Chen Feng had numerous allies, he would undoubtedly be 1st in the world. Even if you're strong, what does it matter? Open your eyes and see the disaster difficulty chosen by Chen Feng. Death? It is death. Goodness, is Chen Feng out of his mind? I just noticed he actually dared to select the death difficulty. He must be seeking his own demise. Oh no. Chen Feng truly chose the death difficulty. The recommended vehicle level for this mode is level 20. How could he dare? Good heavens, you all are truly foolish. Haven't the daily reward from the leaderboard already been announced? They provide an hourglass that can shorten vehicle upgrade times, since Chen Feng dares to select death mode. He must be confident that his sailboat will reach level 20 in no time. With the hourglass, he will surely upgrade promptly to level 20. Yes, that must be it. In that case, it's not such a big deal. Is it? It's merely the death difficulty. Bah, merely. If you have the guts, why don't you select it too? I see that apart from Chen Feng, the highest on the leaderboard is merely the hell difficulty. Don T just talk tough. Try selecting the death difficulty yourself. Even if you selected the death difficulty, what of it? Don't forget, the game announcement recommends level 20, but it does not guarantee safety just because a vehicle reaches level 20. Those mutated sea beasts, ranging from 70 to 100 meters in size, are still lurking, waiting for him. At that point, he might not even survive a day. Exactly. Let him show off. We'll see how he meets his end. Goodness, now that you mention it, I find myself suddenly a bit worried for Chen Feng. I feel the same. The world chat and regional chat have erupted in chaos. Yet the protagonist of this event is diligently tending to the fields with Zhou Lingrui. Completely oblivious to the ongoing discussions, time passes gradually, and night falls. Countdown to major disaster sea storm. 10 hours and 13 minutes, Chapter 105. Unexpected developments in the dimly lit cabin. Master Chen, who had been busy throughout the night, had just drifted off to sleep. Zhou Lingrui pulled the thin blanket over her delicate form, suddenly staring blankly at the ceiling, her heart filled with confusion. Having initiated close contact with Chen Feng, it felt as though she had opened Pandora's box. Chen Feng seemed invigorated these past couple of days, as if fatigue were a foreign concept to him. Transitioning from day to night and back again. Could it be that the level 1 enhancement potion had such a remarkable effect? This left Zhou Lingrui in a state of both pain and joy. Yet, something still felt insufficient. Bah! Zhou Lingrui gazed at Chen Feng's chiseled profile, letting out a resentful huff. Soon after, weariness enveloped her features, compelling her to curl up in Chen Feng's embrace and drift into a deep slumber. There were still 5 hours until dawn. This meant only 5 hours remained until the major disaster sea storm commenced. Chen Feng was not in a deep sleep. He merely rested his eyes. With the impending disaster, how could he possibly sleep soundly? Now, Chen Feng waited, anticipating the moment at precisely 6 o'clock, when the leaderboard rewards, the hourglasses, would be distributed, so he could use one and strive to be the first to elevate his sailboat to level 20. After all, the major disaster and all these events would unfold simultaneously. Chen Feng was unaware of just how terrifying the death difficulty of the major disaster could be, nor whether it would pose a significant threat right from start. Only a level 20 sailboat could offer him a semblance of assurance. As time slowly passed, Chen Feng's drowsiness waned. After finishing his date wheat buns, he decided to rise and step onto the deck to enjoy the cool breeze. On the deck, Gina's tall figure was diligently patrolling, meticulous in her duties. Little Fatty was swimming in circles near the sailboat. Countdown to major disaster sea storm. 34 minutes. I wonder how many hourglasses the daily leaderboard rewards will provide. While Chen Feng waited, he absent-mindedly opened the leaderboard feature and casually scanned it. However, upon seeing the two leaderboards, he was taken aback to this moment. The second place in the regional leaderboard and the fourth place in the global leaderboard had both changed hands. And the new names were familiar to him. It was none other than Ma Xiaoting, who had previously ranked below Fan Jinxiang, leading the Iron Maiden fleet composed entirely of women. When did she rise to the forefront of the rankings? Previously, she was third in the region and virtually unknown globally. How did she suddenly become second regionally and fourth worldwide? This was exceedingly strange. Chen Feng furrowed his brow, initially suspecting a system error. But upon closer inspection, he gasped in shock. There was a reason Ma Xiaoting had surged to such high rankings. It was not a system mistake. Her vehicle level was clearly marked as level 20. Moreover, she had also chosen the death difficulty. What is this woman up to? Chen Feng's thoughts became muddled. He had initially believed that upon receiving the leaderboard rewards, he would be the first to upgrade his sailboat to level 20, thus securing the first reward for reaching maximum level. Yet, unexpectedly, a contender had emerged from the shadows. Ma Xiaoting, who had been at level 18, had suddenly upgraded to level 20. Could it be that she had been hiding her strength all along? Had she been hoarding numerous hourglasses without using them? Chen Feng pondered this possibility, but it could also be that she had just recently acquired a substantial amount of hourglasses, allowing her to elevate her sailboat to level 20 in one go. Regardless of the scenario, it was undeniable that Chen Feng's sailboat was currently at a lower level than others, and he had undoubtedly lost the chance to be the first to upgrade to level 20. Following the game's pattern, this reward would likely be an orange item. Chen Feng sighed, realizing that before the major disaster had even commenced, someone had already achieved level 20, a truly unexpected turn of events. It seemed that Ma Xiaoting was indeed a formidable character, not to be underestimated. A Xiaoting's level 20 sailboat had also caused quite a stir in the chat channel. Not only were the regional players astonished, but those on the global leaderboard were left speechless as well. First, Chen Feng appeared at third on the leaderboard, shocking the world with his choice of death difficulty. Then, Ma Xiaoting appeared at fourth, also selecting death difficulty and being the first to reach level 20 with her vehicle, further astonishing the world. This awakening led many foreign players to realize that Huaxia was not as weak as they had imagined. There were indeed many hidden talents. Since Ma Xiaoting was the first to upgrade her vehicle to level 20, Chen Feng no longer concerned himself with the rewards. He continued to observe the global leaderboard and discovered that not only he and Ma Xiaoting, but also the top-ranked Planaoma and the now fifth-ranked Kidanado had chosen the death difficulty as well. Below them, many others had followed suit, opting for the death difficulty. Their vehicles were currently at level 19. And Chen Feng surmised that these players likely shared his intentions, all waiting for the moment the rewards were distributed to swiftly upgrade to level 20. Of course, there were also those with insufficient vehicle levels wishing to test their luck. It seems that this major disaster will indeed be quite intriguing. The disaster is divided into 5 difficulty levels, which will redistribute players from their respective regions to different sea areas, forming a new temporary zone. Players selecting the same difficulty will survive in the same location. Choosing the death difficulty, these individuals will undoubtedly find themselves in the same vicinity as Chen Feng, being among the world's elite players. Chen Feng is acutely aware that each of them is far from being a pushover. If they encounter each other while resisting the impending natural disasters, these formidable players may prove to be even more terrifying than the calamities themselves. Chen Feng rouses Zhou Lingrui, summons Gina, and calls for Xiaoping. The four of them stand on the deck, fully armed, awaiting the inevitable. Countdown to the great calamity sea storm. 3 minutes as the moment approaches. The atmosphere in the chat channel grows increasingly tense. Many players, feeling inadequate in their abilities, begin to crack under the immense psychological pressure, with some expressing extreme sentiments and even contemplating self-harm, leaving one to wonder about the veracity of their claims. The Great Calamity Sea Storm is about to commence. All players are advised to prepare. You will soon be teleported to the chosen difficulty area. Ensure you are on your vehicle and that it is not stored in your warehouse. Once teleported, the vehicle cannot be retrieved. Additionally, if you have pets, ensure they touch the vehicle, or they will not be teleported with you. The countdown begins. Xiaoping, quickly get close to the sailboat upon hearing the system prompt. Chen Feng urgently instructs Xiaoping to touch the sailboat. Obediently, Xiaoping presses its back against the bottom of the sailboat. Chen Feng nods in approval. If Xiaoping were left behind, it would mean losing a powerful ally. The trio, along with the shark, is now fully prepared. Countdown to the Great Calamity Sea Storm. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 1 second. The Great Calamity Sea Storm has officially begun. You will be enveloped in white light. Do not panic. After teleportation to your destination, you will have 1 minute to prepare. World Leaderboard and Regional Leaderboard rewards are being distributed. Please check your inventory. Survival point is being updated. After hearing several notifications sound in his mind, Chen Feng observes a brilliant white light surrounding the vast sailboat, gradually enveloping it. The white glow intensifies, obscuring his view of the sea, as if the entire sailboat is being lifted by the radiant light. Suddenly, the sailboat jolts beneath him before plummeting rapidly. Moments later, a resounding splash echoes as the sailboat crashes onto the surface of the sea, creating a deafening roar. The vessel begins to rock violently. Teleportation complete. The storm will commence in 1 minute. Players should prepare adequately to face the impending tempest. Players on difficult, hellish, and death difficulties, please note. In addition to facing the impending storm, you will also encounter varying strengths of mutated sea beasts attacking. Sea beast attacks occur once a day until the calamity concludes, with varying numbers each time that today's sea beasts will commence their assault in 10 hours. As the prompts fade from his mind, the white glow gradually dissipates. Chen Feng and the others look around, finding the surroundings unchanged, still surrounded by seawater. However, unlike before, the ominous sky appears dark and foreboding despite it being daytime. Countless dark clouds obscure the heavens, rendering the sky pitch black, with occasional flashes of lightning and booming thunder. The thunderclaps seem to resonate directly above them, as if one could touch the sky with a hand. The atmosphere feels suffocating, convincing anyone who gazes upon it that an unprecedented storm is imminent. With only a minute to prepare, Chen Feng cannot afford to waste a second. He opens his inventory, discovering that he has suddenly received 10 hourglasses and 100 bottles of 550 milliliters ice spring water. The daily rewards for the world and regional rankings have arrived. The system has just announced that for the regional leaderboard, freshwater supplies are distributed from highest to lowest. The first place receives 100 bottles. The second place 99 bottles. The 100th place receives 1 bottle. For the world leaderboard, hourglasses are distributed similarly, with the top 10 receiving 10, the 11th to 20th receiving 9, down to the 91st to 100th receiving 1. Chen Feng promptly clicks on an hourglass to use it. Confirm usage of 1 hourglass to reduce upgrade time by 100 hours. The excess 91 hours will be forfeited. Yes, without hesitation, Chen Feng is not concerned about the wasted time. With the storm approaching in mere seconds, leveling up to level 20 is of utmost importance. Under the influence of the hourglass, the sailboat instantly levels up to 20, visibly expanding in size. The sailboat reaches its maximum level and displays that it cannot be upgraded further. Chen Feng surmises that he will need to purchase the blueprint for the next significant upgrade. Congratulations, player! Your sailboat has reached maximum level. Level 3 shop unlocked. Please browse the newly unlocked items. Indeed, with the sailboat upgraded, the level 3 shop has also been unlocked, though it does not provide the additional rewards that came with upgrading the raft. which Chen Feng had anticipated, as the current first place belongs to Ma Shouting. Just as Chen Feng intends to explore the level 3 shop for new items, another prompt appears. The 1-minute preparation time has elapsed. The storm is commencing. As the announcement fades, the ominous sky suddenly transforms, revealing the terrifying might of nature that instills fear in the hearts of all. With a deafening clap of thunder, a torrential downpour begins, accompanied by howling winds. The once tranquil sea now churns violently, the waves growing ever larger. Rain the size of marbles pelts their faces, causing pain with each drop. This is Chen Feng's first experience of such a fierce storm in his life. His previous understanding of heavy rain is limited to the night Yi Ping sought her father's financial assistance. But today's tempest far exceeds his comprehension. The howling winds cause the sailboat to sway violently, yet he and Zhou Lingrui, having undergone enhancements, managed to maintain their balance. Chen Feng, I will go and take down the sail. Zhou Lingrui shouts to Chen Feng, braving the tempest. Although the sail has not been raised, allowing the gale to persist could lead to unforeseen consequences. Chen Feng nods in agreement and then shouts to Gina. Gina, let's use these hemp ropes to secure the sailboat all around, and then have Xiaopeng hold on to it, acting as an anchor. Chen Feng had anticipated this scenario and had prepared over 10 thick hemp ropes. After securing them with Gina on the sailboat, he tosses them into the sea for Xiaopeng to grasp, stabilizing the violently swaying vessel. Once Xiaopeng has a firm grip, the sailboat begins to steady. Chen Feng wipes the rain from his face, gradually exhaling in relief. Thankfully, the storm is the only threat at present. The level 20 sailboat is barely able to withstand it, with mutated sea beasts set to attack in 10 hours. He is afforded a brief respite, that if both the storm and the sea beasts were to strike simultaneously, it would spell disaster. While Chen Feng endures the raging storm, others are not as fortunate. World chat. My heavens, this place is terrifying. My sailboat has only reached level 11, and it was capsized by the simple difficulty storm in an instant. Now my team and I are in the water. What do we do? Help! My vehicle is a raft, and it's shattered into pieces due to the waves. I am clinging to a piece of wood, floating helplessly. What should I do? We are fortunate. Our level 13 sailboat can barely withstand the simple difficulty storm, though it is swaying violently. Hopefully, we can ride out these 3 days. Why did I choose the difficult storm? This is too terrifying. Our sailboat could capsize at any moment. Someone save us. Those on difficulty are already crying for help. We are on hell difficulty. The storm is far worse than yours. Enough complaining. Stabilizing your vehicles is the priority. While you shout for help, those facing the death difficulty storms are experiencing far more terrifying conditions. Why did I choose the death difficulty? This place is more terrifying than hell. My level 20 sailboat could capsize at any moment in a storm lasting 11 days. How will I endure? At this moment, no player is likely feeling at ease. Many who lack even a sailboat as a vehicle have been overturned in an instant, left to drift on the sea. Surviving the storm appears to be a grim prospect. Chen Feng now understands that the system's recommendation for the corresponding difficulty vehicle level is indeed crucial. Vehicles below the suggested level are immediately overturned by the waves, leaving no room for hope. Only those at the recommended level can barely withstand the onslaught. Gritting his teeth, Chen Feng persists amid the tumultuous waves. He has held on for quite some time. Currently, the storm rages on, and with Xiaopeng anchoring the sailboat beneath the surface. It should be safe for now. Just as Chen Feng considers retreating to the cabin to escape the rain, a towering wave, dozens of meters high, surges toward him, forcing him a halt. The true terror of the sea storm is about to unfold. What the hell? A tsunami. Chapter 107. Level 3 shop. The tsunami appears distant, yet its speed far exceeds one's imagination. Moments ago, Chen Feng merely observed it approaching, but in the blink of an eye, a monstrous wave dozens of meters high looms before him. The towering wave, stretching endlessly, makes Chen Feng feel insignificantly small upon the sailboat. Xiaopeng, bite through the hemp ropes for me. Chen Feng shouts angrily at Xiaopeng in the water. Then, without hesitation, he turns and rushes with Gina and Zhou Lingrui towards the control room. Confronted by the terrifying ocean waves, Chen Feng could only retreat to the control room, preparing to activate the ethereal energy shield, hoping that the orange-quality defense tool would allow him to evade this onslaught. As the ethereal energy shield successfully engaged, a spherical light barrier enveloped the sailboat. Although the vessel had reached level 20 and extended nearly 50 meters in length, the space within the 60-meter diameter shield remained ample. Inside the control room, Chen Feng took a deep breath, gripping the helm tightly, while Gina and Zhou Lingrui, one on each side, clung to him firmly. The colossal waves finally crashed upon them, and Chen Feng could only watch as the translucent light shield surrounding the sailboat was instantaneously submerged by the deluge of seawater. Thankfully, the shield provided a barrier, preventing the water from flooding the sailboat. However, under the immense impact, the entire shield began to tremble violently, and the sailboat rocked incessantly on the surface of the sea. Below the water, the stout little creature clung desperately to the hemp rope, too frightened to release its grip. In the control room, Chen Feng embraced the two women as they were jolted about by the overwhelming force. After a considerable time, the waves subsided, and under the creature's pull, the sailboat gradually stabilized, with the sea returning to its initial stormy state. Chen Feng helped the two women to their feet, his furrowed brow easing. Having weathered a tsunami, he suddenly felt that the external tempest was not so daunting after all. The sailboat has sustained damage and is gradually taking on water. Would you like to expend 20 wood, 20 plant fibers, and 5 iron blocks for repairs? Chen Feng was astonished, not expecting that even under the protection of the ethereal energy shield, the sailboat would still incur damage from the waves. Upon inspecting the shield, he found that it had only one charge left from the two it had started with, having consumed one during the recent tsunami impact. Chen Feng surmised that the damage to the sailboat was primarily due to the tumultuous waves and the violent shaking of the vessel. After all, no matter how robust the ethereal energy shield, it could not prevent the fluctuations of water within its confines. And he clicked to repair, knowing full well he could not allow the sailboat to remain in a state of leaking. Chen Feng couldn't help but lament how ferocious the tsunami had been, pondering whether another wave would follow. Checking the regional chat, he noticed that since he was in a temporary area, the chat was filled with players who had opted for the death difficulty, all transported to the same zone. Damn, did you all see that tsunami? My sailboat, though it didn't capsize, was severely damaged and needs repairs that require hundreds of wood and plant fibers, along with a substantial amount of iron blocks. Indeed, my sailboat is also in dire need of repairs, requiring a large quantity of sail materials. I don't have much left, and with the calamity upon us, all these items have been sold out in the market. Can anyone sell me some? Oh, crap. That tsunami obliterated my sailboat. If I had known, I wouldn't have chosen the death difficulty. It's my fault for venturing into treacherous waters with a level 19 sailboat. You weaklings are truly pathetic. My sailboat only sustained minor damage. The chat was filled with players who had chosen the death difficulty. Chen Feng recognized several of them from the world rankings, including some notable individuals from the United States, Korea, and the Sun Kingdom. After the recent tsunami, nearly all their sailboats had suffered damage and required a vast amount of materials for repairs. Fortunately, Chen Feng had the ethereal energy shield. Despite consuming one charge, he only needed a small amount of materials for repairs. At this moment, having materials to repair the sailboat was crucial for survival. Chen Feng's warehouse was well stocked with such materials, sufficient for multiple repairs. Even if dozens of similar tsunamis were to strike, he would be well prepared. However, the charges for the ethereal energy shield were limited. Chen Feng frowned, but then recalled that in 10 hours, there would be mutated sea beasts attacking. They might possess ethereal energy crystals to replenish the shield's power. Compared to others in the temporary area, Chen Feng was currently in a relatively advantageous position. Checking the world chat again, he discovered that not only the death difficulty zones had experienced tsunamis, other difficulty levels had also been affected, albeit to varying degrees of severity. Players from different difficulties could barely cope, provided their vessels met the standards, but they would need to expend a significant amount of materials for repairs. Thus, materials for repairing sailboats had become even more valuable. Chen Feng shook his head, unconcerned about others' plights. As long as he was faring reasonably well in the death difficulty storm, he hoped that such tsunamis would not strike too frequently, that if they did, he too would struggle. Chen Feng closed the chat channel and accessed the marketplace. Having been preoccupied with the terrifying storm, he now took the time to examine the Level 3 marketplace's offerings. The Level 3 marketplace followed the same model as the Level 2 marketplace, with items divided into two categories: consumables, which could be purchased repeatedly, and special items, which could only be bought once. The marketplace displayed several new items alongside the previously available Level 1 Red Potion and Level 1 Strengthening Potion. Chen Feng browsed through the offerings, nearly overwhelmed by the variety. Consumable items included Level 2 Red Potion, 100 survival points. Description: usable both orally and topically. Evaluation: highly effective for various ailments and injuries. Level 1 Blue Potion, 200 survival points. Description: restores 1 additional daily use of active skills. Evaluation: a must-have blue potion for mana restoration. Level 2 Strengthening Potion, 1000 survival points. Description: 50 chance to enhance various physical abilities, such as strength and speed. Requirement: must have consumed a Level 1 Strengthening Potion prior, or risk fatal consequences. Evaluation: an advanced strengthening potion that may enhance not only your body, but potentially other abilities as well. Explore to discover. Note: successful consumption allows for only one enhancement. Further attempts are futile. Level 1 Strengthening Scroll, 1000 survival points. Description: 10 chance to enhance your item, increasing its power or function by 20. With a maximum enhancement level of 5. Evaluation: young one, how can you grow stronger without spending money? Special items included Diving Suit, blue, 1000 survival points. Description: a diving tool allowing up to 1 hour underwater per use, with a 1 hour cooldown, oxygen supply required during cooldown. Purchase limit: 1. Evaluation: don this suit to explore the underwater world. Propeller, purple, 3000 survival points. Description: a power system installed on level 21 and above vessels, consuming ethereal energy to provide stable and potent propulsion, boosting vessel speed to 100 kilometers per hour. Purchase limit: 1. Evaluation: for vessels above level 21, do not even think of sailing without it. Cruise Ship Upgrade Blueprint, 6000 survival points. Description: unlocks level 2130 permissions once your sailboat reaches level 20. Purchase limit: 1. Evaluation: an entire vessel crafted from metal, boasting incredible defensive capabilities. Chen Feng was taken aback by the plethora of new items in the Level 3 marketplace, momentarily at a loss. After thorough examination, he began to grasp the functions of most items. The Level 2 Red Potion and Level 2 Strengthening Potion were familiar to him from the previous Level 2 marketplace, where he had already learned their functions. With the increase in level, their effects would likely improve. As for the Level 2 Strengthening Potion's claim of enhancing not only physical skills, but other abilities as well. Chen Feng would have to wait until he consumed it to find out. The Level 1 Blue Potion, according to its description, restored uses of active skills, since he had not yet learned any active skills. Chen Feng speculated that even upon acquiring them, their usage would be limited, and this potion would serve to lift those restrictions. The diving suit was a functional item, granting the ability to remain underwater for an hour. This closely resembled Chen Feng's passive skill of underwater breathing. However, compared to his passive skill, this item was significantly inferior. His underwater breathing was constant, while the diving suit had both a time limit and a cooldown. Nonetheless, it could be useful in emergencies. Lastly, after examining the last consumable item, Chen Feng was ecstatic. The Level 1 Strengthening Scroll, which could enhance the power or function of items by 20 each time, up to 5 times, albeit with a frustratingly low success rate of only 10. This reminded him of a dungeon game he had played before. Although such items with high failure rates could be vexing, their effects were undeniably formidable. After 5 enhancements, an item's power or function could double. Truly a godsend. As the marketplace level increased, there might even be level 2, 3, or 4 strengthening scrolls, further amplifying item capabilities. Regarding the 10 success probability, Chen Feng merely scoffed. With his 100 luck as a lucky player, he welcomed the challenge of lowering the odds further. As long as it wasn't 0, he felt confident. He believed the strengthening scroll would undoubtedly be a high-consumption item. Turning to the special items, there were only 2. First, the cruise ship upgrade blueprint was an absolute necessity. upgrading the sailboat to the next major level required it. Those 6,000 survival points felt exorbitant. Chen Feng cursed the greedy marketplace, but had no choice but to purchase it, as it was essential. The second item, the purple quality propeller, was also a must-buy, as it was the power device for the vessel. Without it, the cruise ship would be rendered immobile. What he has brewed is nothing short of a bundled sale. Truly, it is quite remarkable. The combined cost of these two items amounts to a staggering 9,000 survival points, an astronomical figure for the majority of players. Fortunately, Chen Feng had previously amassed over 10,000 survival points, and after the recent update, his total has increased further. He gazes at the luminous screen displaying his survival points. 15,438. With such an abundance of points, he is grateful for having hunted several mutated sea beasts and scavenged ample resources from Wang Rulong's group. Otherwise, acquiring all the items in the level 3 marketplace would have remained a formidable challenge. First, he inspects the blueprints for the cruise ship and promptly purchases the propeller. Instantly, a complex blueprint and a miniature 4-leaf propeller materialize in his hands that he stores the propeller in his warehouse, intending to utilize it once his vehicle is upgraded to a cruise ship. With a click, he activates the cruise ship blueprint. Cruise ship upgrade blueprint used. Your vehicle has successfully unlocked the upgrade limitation of 2,130. Upon hearing the notification, Chen Feng swiftly checks the sailboat's details. Top-tier sailboat, level, 20 dimensions, 50-22M upgrade requirements. Wood remaining, 3 for 51 needed, 10 plant fibers remaining, 2 956 needed, 10 iron blocks remaining, 2 421 needed, 1,000 copper blocks remaining, 306 needed, 400 heart of the sailboat remaining, 3 needed, 3 evaluation. A sailboat of unparalleled quality and space. Yet a sailboat remains a sailboat. It is imperative to swiftly advance to the next major level. Indeed, after utilizing the blueprint, the fully upgraded sailboat once again presents its upgrade conditions. However, in contrast to the sailboat, the material ratios have significantly changed. The required raft hearts have been replaced with hearts of the sailboat, which was anticipated by Chen Feng. He possesses exactly 3 of the latter, having obtained 2 from the sailboats of Tang Yuqing and Wang Rulong's crew, and 1 from his own. The consumption of wood and plant fibers is relatively low, whereas the demand for iron blocks has surged dramatically, and an additional copper block requirement has emerged. Chen Feng ponders this for a moment, and then finds solace in the reasoning. The cruise ship's blueprint indicates that it is predominantly constructed from metal. Hence, the increase in iron block consumption is entirely justified. However, if this trend continues, each subsequent minor upgrade will undoubtedly demand an astonishing quantity of iron and copper blocks. Currently, the acquisition of these materials relies solely on dismantling chests of the corresponding quality. Since the disappearance of the fishmen, no chests have dropped, making the procurement of these materials exceedingly challenging. Furrowing his brow, Chen Feng finds himself at a loss. Yet, suddenly, he recalls his abundant supply of wood and plant fibers, which sparks an excellent plan that, in this world plagued by cataclysms, all players' vehicles are bound to be severely damaged, and the majority possess sailboats, leading to a significant consumption of wood and plant fibers. Conversely, with the protection of his ethereal energy shield, his own consumption of these materials is minimal that he can now sell these resources in exchange for metal materials or items of higher value. Even if the prices of wood and plant fibers surpass their original worth, he believes that buyers, regardless of their grievances, will undoubtedly make the purchase. Nodding in agreement, Chen Feng hastily lists his items for sale. Items: wood 2,000, plant fibers 2,000 seller. Chen Feng required items: iron blocks, copper blocks, ethereal energy crystals. Note: iron block ratio 1, 10 copper block ratio 1, 5 ethereal energy crystal ratio 100, 1. He decides to sell only 2,000 units of each, reserving over 1,000 for himself for emergencies. Once this information is released, Chen Feng's private messages flood in. Chen Feng, I want to buy your wood and plant fibers. I'll give you 400 iron blocks that let's trade quickly. Upon reading this message, Chen Feng smirks and contemplates for a moment. You seem to have made an error. It's not 400 iron blocks, but rather 40,000 iron blocks. Please double check. After reading Chen Feng's reply, The sender is momentarily stunned before realizing. Are you saying 1 wood equals 10 iron blocks? Have you lost your mind? Chen Feng dismisses such individuals, choosing instead to continue responding to other inquiries. After all, the demand far exceeds the supply, so selling his goods is not a concern. Indeed, many of those messaging him initially miscalculated the ratios. Upon grasping his meaning, they could not help but curse. Yet, given the current situation, where wood and plant fibers are lifelines, they eagerly sought to trade with him. Before long, all 2,000 units of both wood and plant fibers are sold out, yielding Chen Feng a substantial influx of materials and earning him a reputation as a shrewd merchant. However, in the apocalyptic world, who cares about a tarnished name? He just exchanged for 20,000 iron blocks, 5,000 copper blocks, and 10 ethereal energy crystals. His warehouse is now overflowing, with many materials directly stored in the ship's hold. Only after organizing the acquired resources does Chen Feng's face break into a radiant smile. Tomorrow's survival points will undoubtedly witness a significant surge. He had not anticipated that wood and plant fibers, once deemed of little value, would yield such a bounty of metal materials, and the 10 ethereal energy crystals would surely recharge his shield to full capacity. Calming himself, Chen Feng then clicks on the sailboat and selects the upgrade option. Your sailboat is currently upgrading. Estimated time, 44 days, 8 hours. Chapter 109. Level 2 Enhancement Potion. The duration required is rather lengthy. Chen Feng feels a surge of frustration. This cataclysmic difficulty spans only 11 days, yet this upgrade demands 44 days. It's utterly absurd. Fortunately, he checks his warehouse and discovers he still has 9 hourglasses from the daily leaderboard rewards. He clicks to use one. Hourglass used successfully. Upgrade time reduced by 900 hours. Remaining upgrade time, 7 days, 3 hours. Chen Feng shrugs. This is acceptable. At least his vehicle will successfully upgrade to a cruise ship before the calamity ends. He hopes that with the cruise ship's defensive capabilities, the cataclysmic difficulties will not inflict damage. Beep. World announcement. A player has successfully consumed the Level 2 Enhancement Potion and achieved results. Their physical abilities now far exceed those of normal humans. To facilitate players in understanding their own capabilities, anyone who consumes the Level 2 Enhancement Potion successfully will unlock a new feature, character attributes. Players may review this at their discretion. Just as Chen Feng begins to relax, a world announcement suddenly echoes in his mind that he is astonished to learn that someone has already consumed the Level 2 Enhancement Potion. IT is unsurprising. Ma Xiaoting's group had long since upgraded their sailboats to level 20, thus unlocking the level 3 marketplace. With so many world-class players around, many have likely reached the same milestone. IT is merely unexpected that successful consumption would unlock a new interface feature, leaving him curious about the nature of these character attributes. Currently, amidst the terrifying storm, there is a possibility of another tsunami soon, and mutated sea beasts may launch an attack in a few hours. This moment, Chen Feng realizes he must urgently enhance his strength. The Level 2 Enhancement Potion presents an excellent opportunity. More importantly, after consuming it, he can utilize active skills, and he still has 2 active skill cards resting in his warehouse. Subsequently, Chen Feng purchases 2 Level 2 Enhancement Potions from the marketplace. One for himself, and one for Zhou Lingrui. The success rate for using the Level 2 Enhancement Potion is subject to chance, unlike the 90 success rate of the Level 1 potion. The probability for Level 2 drops to 50, which is a grim prospect for most. However, Chen Feng remains unfazed. With the blessing of his lucky talent, he is certain to succeed. As for Zhou Lingrui, he is uncertain whether she will succeed on her first attempt. Nonetheless, it matters little. The Level 2 Enhancement Potion costs only 1,000 survival points, and with 4,438 points remaining, he can replenish them tomorrow without worry. Zhou Lingrui, here, drink this. Chen Feng tosses a bottle of Level 2 Enhancement Potion to Zhou Lingrui. She takes it and inspects it, quickly grasping the situation, having previously consumed the Level 1 potion under Chen Feng's guidance. The fact that Chen Feng thought of her first fills her with emotion, her eyes shimmering with tears. Thank you, Chen Feng. I will definitely bear you a child in the future. Chen Feng, taken aback, rolls his eyes. Enough with the nonsense. Just drink it. All right, Zhou Lingrui beams, extending her delicate tongue to lick the bottle's rim, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Feng before cheerfully swallowing the potion in one go. Chen Feng, not to be idle, retrieves his own potion and downs it as well. Detected use of a probability-altering item, triggering lucky talent, modifying probability to 100. Instantly, both of their bodies begin to emanate heat. An overwhelming warmth surging throughout them that a surge of indescribable power courses through their veins. Chen Feng feels a painful stretching sensation beneath his skin, and oh wonder the potion's instructions specify that one must first consume the level 1 potion. Otherwise, the ferocity of this energy surge would surely prove fatal for an ordinary individual. The energy continues to flow, prompting Chen Feng to throw his head back and roar, releasing the pent-up heat within. Beside him, Zhou Lingrui, eyes closed and lips slightly parted, flushes with a radiant glow. After the energy surge, the pain dissipates, replaced by an indescribable joy that fills their hearts. This sensation is one that both Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui have experienced during their previous consumption of the level 1 enhancement potion. Suddenly, Zhou Lingrui opens her eyes, gazing at Chen Feng with a hint of longing. Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui's emotions finally stabilized. The two of them glanced at Gina, who was curiously observing them from the side, and couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Mainly, they had been so caught up in their emotions moments ago that they had neglected Gina, who was still nearby. "Master, may I also experience what you just did?" Gina asked, extending her hand to undo. All right. Next time, I promise." Chen Feng coughed a couple of times, hastily grasping Gina's hand to halt her. Actions. They were still amidst a storm, and what had just transpired with Zhou Lingrui had merely been a surge of emotion. "Okay, master." Although Gina was eager, she dared not defy Chen Feng's command. Upon hearing Gina's words, Zhou Lingrui's cheeks flushed even deeper. Recalling that it was she who had taken the initiative earlier, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. "Zhou Lingrui, did you succeed?" Chen Feng inquired, feeling the slickness in his arms. "Yes, I was lucky. I succeeded on the first try with a 50 probability. I should now be a level 2 enhancer. What about you? Did you succeed? Me? Isn't success a given? Just look at my attributes." Zhou Lingrui was unaware that Chen Feng possessed a fortuitous talent, making success with the probability-enhancing potion virtually assured. "All right, let me take a look." Chen Feng opened his character attributes. Name, Chen Feng level, 2 strength, 20, ordinary person 5, speed, 19, ordinary person 3, passive skill, underwater breathing, maximum depth 2,000 meters, active skills, none pets, great white shark level 2. Skills none, advanced electric eel merman level 3, skills 100,000 volts, 10 million volts, 3 times daily. Zhou Lingrui also examined her attributes. Name, Zhou Lingrui level, 2 strength, 18, ordinary person 5, speed, 17, ordinary person 3, passive skill, water manipulation, 10L, active skills, none pets. Chen Feng was somewhat astonished to discover not only his own attributes were now quantified, but also those of Xiaopeng and Gina. Most importantly, he noted that both he and Zhou Lingrui's original passive skills had undergone changes. Chapter 110. Active skills first, concerning Xiaopeng and Gina's attributes, as they were Chen Feng's pets. He could also view their levels and stats from his character attributes. Xiaopeng was level 2, while Gina was level 3. As a merman, Gina had 2 skills. One was 100,000 volts, and the other was 10 million volts, with the latter being exceptionally powerful, limited to 3 uses per day. As for Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui, both displayed a level of 2. However, in terms of fundamental attributes such as strength and speed, there were still noticeable differences between them. Chen Feng pondered that individual variations might account for this, and the distinctions between men and women were often more pronounced, thus it was quite normal for his attributes to surpass Zhou Lingrui's. Next, looking at the passive skills, Chen Feng's underwater breathing now included a specification of maximum depth 2,000 meters, and he surmised that this meant he could maintain his breath at depths of around 2,000 meters in the deep sea. But beyond that, he would be unable to breathe. Previously, during his time on Treasure Island, the lake's greatest depth had been merely 100 meters, and he was unaware that he could not breathe in deeper waters. Zhou Lingrui's water manipulation passive skill had improved significantly, Advancing from a minimal capacity to now being able to control 10 liters. Chen Feng realized that the level 2 enhancer potion not only augmented physical skills, but also enhanced both of their passive abilities. This was an unexpectedly advantageous benefit. Having both successfully become level 2 enhancers, Chen Feng retrieved 2 purple quality skill cards from his storage. Indeed, these were active skill cards. One had been obtained from a silver treasure chest, and the other from Wang Rulong's group. Active skill, temperature control, purple, description, able to actively control the temperature of objects within a 10-meter radius. Active skill, wind wave, purple, description, a skill for controlling wind elements. Capable of condensing wind elements for defense and attack, a signature skill of the advanced whale merman. Chen Feng contemplated the active skill cards in his hands, feeling a conflict within. Unlike passive skills, which were limited to one, active skills could be numerous. The 2 active skills, one controlling wind elements and the other controlling temperature within 10 meters, seemed promising. Chen Feng could use both, yet neither skill appeared to synergize. What use would an increase in temperature have on wind? A gust might disrupt the temperature instead. Sighing, Chen Feng recalled that Zhou Lingrue's passive skill was water manipulation. Perhaps combining the temperature control active skill with water manipulation could enhance the water temperature by 10 degrees. Which might not be significant, but lowering it by 10 degrees could freeze the water, potentially granting Zhou Lingrue a means of offense. However, his own passive skill of underwater breathing offered no synergy with the active skills. Chen Feng decided he would use wind wave while having Zhou Lingrue employ temperature control. Here, use this. Chen Feng handed the temperature control skill card to Zhou Lingrue. What is this? Zhou Lingrue asked curiously upon receiving it. You'll know when to use it? All right. The 2 activated their cards simultaneously. In an instant, the cards transformed into beams of light, entering their bodies. This how you learn. Chen Feng looked at his hands, feeling no immediate change. Upon checking his character attributes, he discovered a new entry under active skills. Wind wave, 3 times daily, non-cumulative. Zhou Lingrue's active skills section, likewise updated. Temperature control, 3 times daily. Non-cumulative. After using the card, Zhou Lingrue realized that the card Chen Feng had given her was indeed an active skill, and she had learned of the rarity of active skill cards through the chat channel. The level 2 enhancer potion Chen Feng had just given her had already moved her deeply, and now receiving an active skill card, she felt overwhelmed with gratitude. At this moment, she fixated her gaze on Chen Feng, as if she wanted to engrave him into her heart. Let's go. Let's head outside to test our skills. The 3 stepped outside. Beyond the ship, the storm raged on, and raindrops incessantly pelted their faces. Zhou Lingrue raised both hands, and the rain surrounding her suddenly ceased, slowly coalescing into a water sphere the size of a soccer ball before her. It was as if an invisible shield enveloped her, protecting her from the rain. Having consumed the level 2 enhancer potion, her water manipulation ability had vastly improved. Then, Zhou Lingrue furrowed her brows, her face reddening as she concentrated. The water sphere in her hands instantly transformed into an ice ball, which she deftly maneuvered, making it dance around her. Oh, powerful. How did you do that? Chen Feng gaped, astonished by Zhou Lingrue's ability to instantaneously freeze water while still maintaining control. Chen Feng, am I impressive or what? I just realized how absurdly powerful the temperature control skill is. Initially, I thought controlling a temperature shift of 10 degrees wouldn't be that significant, but using it has revealed its true strength. I can instantly alter the temperature of objects within a 10-meter radius without any delay, but alas, it can only be used 3 times a day. Moreover, the range of my water manipulation combined with temperature control is limited. After speaking, Zhou Lingrue sent the ice ball soaring ahead. However, once it flew beyond 10 meters, it became uncontrollable, crashing onto the deck and shattering into pieces. Understanding this, Chen Feng recognized that while Zhou Lingrue's temperature control skill was indeed impressive, it had notable limitations present. With the storm's intensity, the rain's temperature was low, around 1 or 2 degrees Celsius. Zhou Lingrue's ability to lower it by 10 degrees instantly transformed it into an ice ball, making it a viable offensive capability when paired with her water manipulation. However, if the rain were at a normal temperature of over 10 degrees, or if she applied it to other objects, The effect would be minimal. Whether cooling or heating, the impact would be average. Even when applied to human bodies, the enhancements from the level 2 potion meant that such temperature changes would have little effect. Additionally, her skill's range was limited to 10 meters, beyond which she could not exert control, presenting considerable constraints. Nevertheless, with the consumption of higher-level enhancer potions in the future, Zhou Lingrue's abilities might become extraordinarily formidable. Chen Feng turned his attention away from Zhou Lingrue, stepping to the bow of the ship, where the fierce winds billowed his garments. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable affinity for the howling winds, as if they were an extension of himself. Yielding to his will, taking a deep breath, he raised his hands, and the tumultuous gales around him ceased, no longer disturbing his attire. Before Chen Feng, 2 pale blue wind orbs began to coalesce, swirling energetically and taking on the size of basketballs. With a mere thought, he fused the 2 orbs into one, directing it to transform into a spear one moment and a shield the next. Ultimately, the wind orb solidified into a blade, 3 meters in length, with the tempestuous wind elements thrumming within. Chen Feng pointed toward the sea, and the wind blade plunged into the water with a resounding crash, sending up a cascade of spray that soared over 10 meters high, drenching him in the process. Observing the power of wind wave, Chen Feng furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. Previously, when confronted with the formidable high-ranking whale man, the hurricane he summoned, composed of wind and waves, reached an impressive height of several dozen meters. Yet, when I attempt to wield this skill, it barely manifests at 3 meters, a stark contrast indeed. Nevertheless, Chen Feng reasoned that this skill could potentially be enhanced in the future with the aid of strengthening potions. After comparing the combat capabilities of Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrue, it became apparent that their skills bore a striking resemblance to Gina's thunderous attack, the 100,000 volts. Presently, both of them possessed only the strength of intermediate fishmen, which paled in comparison to Gina's advanced prowess. Upon reopening the level 3 shop, Chen Feng perused the available items. The diving suit was of no immediate use, so he opted against purchasing it. He then decided to acquire 2 bottles of level 2 red potions at 100 survival points each, ensuring he was prepared for any eventualities that AS for the level 1 blue potion, priced at 200 survival points. He bought a bottle for examination. Its description stated, "Oral use, restores 1 daily usage of an active skill." The IT was rated as a blue potion, an essential item for every adventurer. Having recently experimented with skills alongside Zhou Lingrue, both still had 2 usages remaining, rendering the blue potion unnecessary for the day. However, Chen Feng recognized its great value. Should they find themselves short on skill usages in the future, an ample supply of survival points would allow for unlimited skill activation. After completing these purchases, Chen Feng found himself with 4,038 survival points remaining. His gaze fell upon the level 1 enhancement scroll, a smile gracing his face as he clicked to buy 4, leaving him with a mere 38 points. This level 1 enhancement scroll was no ordinary item. Chen Feng had memorized its significance upon learning of its capability to increase the power or effect of an item by 10. Naturally, when used by Chen Feng, who possessed the Lucky Emperor talent, it would guarantee a 100 success rate. Whether applied to weapons, armor, or special effect items, its impact would be considerable. Regrettably, its cost was a tad exorbitant, requiring 1,000 survival points for each scroll. With only 4,000 points at his disposal, he could only afford 4. While Zhou Lingrue also had several thousand survival points, they could not be traded to Chen Feng, rendering them of little use to him. Among Chen Feng's possessions were the orange-hued ethereal energy cannon and the ethereal energy shield. Should these items be enhanced, their offensive and defensive capabilities would undoubtedly see a substantial increase. Additionally, Chen Feng possessed a purple-grade fine iron bow and an alloy vibrating spear, both of which would also benefit from enhancement. Other items in his inventory included the unused seawater separator on the deck and a pair of blue-quality goggles. All these items were eligible for enhancement, yet with only 4 enhancement scrolls at hand, Chen Feng found himself at a loss as to which items to prioritize in a moment of indecision. After much contemplation, Chen Feng resolved to enhance one of each of the orange-quality weapon and armor, reserving the remaining 2 scrolls for future use. Approaching the ethereal energy cannon on the deck, he retrieved a level 1 enhancement scroll and clicked to use it. Detected usage of probability item, triggering lucky emperor talent, modifying probability to 100, enhancement successful, ethereal energy cannon 1, attack power increased by 20. Chen Feng chuckled with delight. The cannon's power had been further augmented, and he was confident it would prove invaluable against the giant mutated sea beast looming hours ahead. However, he noted that while the enhancement scroll could solely amplify attack power, the cannon's probability attributes remained unchanged. Chen Feng then entered the control room, enhancing the ethereal energy shield as well and replenishing its energy with 9 ethereal energy crystals. Enhancement successful, ethereal energy shield 1. Defensive capability increased by 20. Chen Feng's use of the enhancement scrolls guaranteed success each time, a luxury not afforded to others. I could see that moment. He noticed someone lamenting in the chat channel about their own experience with enhancement scrolls. Warning to everyone, level 1 enhancement scroll is an absolute scam. I wasted 10 attempts without a single success. If only I had bought the cruise ship upgrade blueprint instead. Laughter erupted in response to the exasperated comment. Indeed, this ocean apocalypse game must have been developed by Mahuateng, with its probability-based items. What a scam! I dared to use it once and miraculously succeeded. My weapon is now significantly stronger, oblivious to the others' misfortunes. Chen Feng carefully tucked away the remaining 2 enhancement scrolls, recognizing their value. After all, each scroll cost 1,000 survival points. Master, a tsunami is approaching once more. Suddenly, a massive wave surged from the distant sea, spotted by Gina, who promptly warned Chen Feng. What? Another one. Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. It had been merely an hour since the first tsunami, and now a second was already upon them. Hurry, tell Xiao Peng to secure the rope tightly. ILL activate the ethereal energy shield to brace for impact. Chen Feng shouted anxiously, placing his hands on the ethereal energy shield and swiftly activating it. With a hum, the shield reactivated, and Chen Feng could feel that the spherical protective barrier was noticeably larger and more solid than before, measuring perhaps a bit over 60 meters in diameter. Likely a result of the enhancement scrolls, he adjusted the boats about to face the oncoming wave directly, a maneuver designed to prevent the cabin from capsizing due to lateral impacts. As the tsunami surged forth, its towering waves obscured the sky, rendering the atmosphere suffocating. The terrifying waves compelled Chen Feng to hold his breath, just as he hesitated to enhance the ethereal energy shield once more. He suddenly noticed Zhou Lingrui darting toward the front of the ship. Zhou Lingrui, come back! It's dangerous! Chen Feng shouted urgently. During the first tsunami, they had all been tossed around in the control room. If she remained exposed at the bow, without any cover, she could easily be swept overboard by the waves, potentially lost to the sea. After all, while the ethereal energy shield could prevent attacks from entering, it could not stop things inside from escaping. Yet, Zhou Lingrui seemed oblivious to the danger, her slender figure standing resolutely at the bow, her arms stretching upward with determination. As the waves approached, Chen Feng realized it was too late for him to pull her back. To his astonishment, however, as Zhou Lingrui extended her arms, the oncoming wave parted before her, creating a gap at the ship's bow that a portion of the seawater, under Zhou Lingrui's control, transformed into a sharp ice block. Cleaving through the water, the crashing waves collided with the ice, circumventing the ship entirely. Zhou Lingrui gritted her teeth, employing her enhanced water manipulation and temperature control skills to battle the encroaching waves. Though her ability allowed her to command only 10 liters of water, she managed to manipulate merely a fraction of the oncoming tide, creating a small opening for the ship. Yet, it was precisely this small opening that shielded the vessel from most of the wave's force. After what felt like an eternity, the monstrous wave finally passed. Zhou Lingrui, panting heavily, collapsed onto the deck, drenched in sweat and pale of face. She managed to muster a faint smile for Chen Feng as he rushed over. I finally am no longer a burden to you. Chapter 112. The giant mutated sea beast approaches. Chen Feng helped Zhou Lingrui to her feet, concern etched across his face. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Having spent countless days together, their relationship had deepened, and Chen Feng had come to accept her wholeheartedly. I'm fine, just a bit worn out, as long as I can assist you. At least I'm no longer just a useless ornament. Zhou Lingrui replied gently, though her pallor suggested otherwise. Just moments ago, she had single-handedly controlled the water at the ship's bow and utilized her temperature manipulation skill to spare them from the onslaught of the wave. But the exertion had taken a toll on her. Despite the strain, she felt an immense sense of joy. For so long, she had existed under Chen Feng's protection, even amidst the brutality of the ocean apocalypse. She had managed to live somewhat comfortably. Although Chen Feng never voiced it, Zhou Lingrui was acutely aware that, in his eyes, she was merely a worthless vase, of no assistance to either Tang Yuqing's group or Wang Rulong's faction. This weighed heavily on her conscience. Now, however, after consuming a level 2 enhancement potion, augmenting her passive skills, and learning an active skill, Zhou Lingrui felt she could finally contribute to Chen Feng's efforts, much like Gina. This motivated her to take risks, employing her water and temperature control skills to help him evade the waves. The outcome was remarkable. Chen Feng's 10 charges for the ethereal energy shield remained completely intact. Understanding Zhou Lingrui's intentions, Chen Feng felt a surge of gratitude. Your willingness to help is all that matters. The tsunami is far too perilous. I have the ethereal energy shield, which only consumes 1 charge at most. Please don't take such risks again. Head back to the control room and rest. While Zhou Lingrui's skills had proven effective against the oncoming tsunami, they could only be used 3 times a day. Given that 2 tsunamis had struck within just over an hour, relying solely on her would be unfeasible. With the ethereal energy shield at his disposal, any losses would be limited to some ethereal energy crystals and materials, which were of little consequence. As Chen Feng and the others returned to the control room, they found Xiao Pang securing the ship below, alleviating any immediate concerns. The group rested to regain their strength while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Aside from the storm, the global announcement had previously indicated that 10 hours later, mutated sea beasts would actively attack. Chen Feng continuously monitored the radar detector, noting that aside from their own group, there is no sign of activity in the vicinity. It appeared that the time for the mutated sea beast to strike had yet to arrive. For now, the only threats were the storm and the tsunami. After waiting for several more hours, the anticipated tsunami failed to arrive once again, prompting Chen Feng to speculate that the phenomenon might be random. It did not necessarily occur every hour. Its timing remained uncertain. Even to the most experienced players, this was perhaps a blessing in disguise. If it were to strike every hour, even Chen Feng would find it unbearable, let alone the other players. Otherwise, they might as well resign themselves to their fate. With the tsunami absent and the storm failing to inflict any damage, Chen Feng found himself with little to do and decided to observe the situation of others he deemed the world chat unnecessary. Focusing instead on the players who had chosen the same difficulty level of death within the temporary zone, that he was curious about how they were faring against the threat of the tsunami. In the area chat, someone sighed in relief. Phew, the tsunami has finally ceased. If it had come again, my sailboat would have surely been destroyed. The death difficulty is indeed terrifying. Another responded, who wouldn't he agree? Thankfully, our captain is remarkable. It is thanks to him that we survived the tsunami. Otherwise, our sailboat would have capsized long ago. A third interjected, is your captain truly skilled? ISNT survival against the tsunami reliant on the sailboat's level? Even a level 2 enhancer would be of little help. What makes him so exceptional? Haha, clearly, you are unaware. It's evident you're not from Huaxia, according to the publicly available information released by the Huaxia authorities. After consuming a level 2 enhancement potion, one can utilize active skill cards. What the previous poster meant by the Captain's prowess was likely the use of such a card. Does the Huaxia government really have personnel dedicated to gathering and freely publishing this information? I hadn't noticed before. How fortunate you are. Unlike us, ever since arriving at the ocean, I've felt utterly lost. I take back my previous disdain for Huaxia's official sources. Active skill cards? I've heard of those. Aren't they generally obtained from silver treasure chests? But what specific skills do they confer? How powerful are they? Can someone explain? I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information. All I can say is that our Captain's skills are incredibly powerful, akin to those supernatural abilities seen in films. I envy you all. It seems your captains possess various unique abilities. We are in dire straits. Those two recent tsunamis nearly led to our demise that I dread the impending assault from the sea beasts. Alas, it's all the fault of our foolish captain for insisting on the death difficulty. We truly might perish. Online players, 561,653. The number of individuals within this temporary zone differed from that of the previous area. In the death difficulty disaster temporary zone, there were only 653 players, most of whom had joined alongside their respective captains. The number of members aboard each sailboat varied, meaning that the actual players who had chosen the death difficulty might only amount to a few dozen. In the brief span of a few hours, nearly 100 had perished. Chen Feng suspected they were likely those with subpar vessels, eager to test their luck, but unable to endure upon entry. Those who had survived thus far displayed a certain level of skill, as evidenced by the active skill users present among them. After lurking in the area chat for some time, Chen Feng gained a fair understanding of the current groups. He had no intention of engaging in idle chit-chat and closed the chat interface, as the game's announcement resounded once more. Attention all players who have selected the difficult, hell, or death difficulty disaster mode. The mutated sea beasts corresponding to your difficulty are about to launch an assault. Please prepare yourselves. Furthermore, the next mutated sea beast attack will commence 24 hours after this one concludes. Upon hearing the announcement, Chen Feng, accompanied by Zhou Lingrui and Gina, ascended to the deck, cautiously surveying the surroundings of the sailboat. Gina, Zhou Lingrui, when we encounter the mutated sea beast, your primary responsibility will be to restrain it while I attack with the ethereal energy cannon. Understood. Both replied. Chen Feng instructed the two women, although Gina was now a high-level merman with formidable power. Utilizing the ethereal energy cannon would undoubtedly ease the burden on the group. The torrential rain showed no signs of relenting, and the three of them were already soaked through. Just as they remained on high alert, a haunting roar resonated from the turbulent sea, deafeningly echoing like a colossal hammer striking Chen Feng's chest. The mutated sea beast. It has arrived. Chapter 113. The 100-meter class sea turtle at the sound of the roar. Chen Feng and his companions were instantly alert. Chen Feng had limited experience with mutated sea beasts. He had only glimpsed a few after departing from Treasure Island. Previously, he had heard Lu Xiaoping from Huaxia mention that the mutations of sea beasts could manifest in three aspects: size, intelligence, and special abilities. These three categories provided a general direction, but were not exhaustive. What did this mean? Simply put, a marine creature could mutate by increasing its size, but might also become more intelligent or gain peculiar abilities akin to skills. Of course, it was also possible for a creature to exhibit mutations in all three aspects simultaneously. However, thus far, Chen Feng had only encountered sea beasts with size mutations. Even his pet, the great white shark known as Little Fat, had only experienced a change in size. While it might possess a modicum of intelligence, it certainly could not be deemed clever. The truly intelligent sea beasts, or those endowed with unique skills, remained a mystery to him. The cataclysmic storm at sea had different levels of difficulty for the mutated sea beasts categorized as difficult, hell, and death. The sizes of these sea beasts varied accordingly. Difficult sea beasts measure between 30 to 50 meters. Hell sea beasts range from 50 to 70 meters, and death sea beasts span 70 to 100 meters. This meant that the mutated sea beast Chen Feng was about to face would undoubtedly exceed 70 meters in length, with its numbers still uncertain. The last time he confronted a beast over 70 meters long, resembling a lizard, he had barely escaped disaster. Despite having grown stronger since then, Chen Feng remained vigilant. Gina, transform into your true form and ascend. Help me locate the position of that sea beast. Chen Feng called out to Gina, perplexed by the lack of unusual activity on his radar detector despite the proximity of the roar. Yes, master, Gina quickly replied, to avoid damaging her clothing. She swiftly removed her garments and entrusted them to Zhou Lingrui, revealing her alluring form. With a powerful stomp of her long legs, she transformed into a 10-meter-long black electric eel, her body crackling with electric energy, and propelled herself skyward. Master, the waves are surrounding us. There are no signs of any creatures. Gina utilized her electric currents to soar to a height of over 100 meters. After surveying the area, she reported no anomalies. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. Since the world announcement had indicated that mutated creatures would commence their assault, it was unlikely to be a jest. Moreover, the roar of the sea beast had confirmed its proximity. If the radar failed to detect it and Gina could not spot it on the surface, it must be lurking deep beneath the waves. Little Fat, be alert for any movements in the sea, Chen Feng shouted to his pet in the water, then instructed Zhou Lingrui, head to the control room. The ethereal energy shield will depend on your management. Understood, Zhou Lingrui nodded, aware that while skills might suffice against a tsunami, confronting a sea beast over 70 meters long necessitated the combined efforts of the ethereal energy cannon, Gina, and Little Fat. With a low hum, the ethereal energy shield activated, a luminous dome with a diameter of over 60 meters enveloping the sailboat. Yet, even within this protective barrier, Chen Feng couldn't shake off the unease stirred by the earlier soul-piercing roar. Time seemed to freeze, leaving only the chaotic crashing of the waves as sound. This brief silence gave Chen Feng an irrational sense that the mutated sea beast had retreated, but the very next second, his senses were on high alert once more. A thunderous roar erupted again, this time alarmingly close. Chen Feng suddenly spotted a massive red, filling the radar screen. The sheer size of the instilled terror within him. He quickly realized why the radar had failed to detect the sea beast earlier. It was simply too enormous. Despite being several hundred meters away, this distance was trivial for such a creature. It could close the gap in an instant when it chose to attack. That it's beneath the surface, Chen Feng shouted, racing to the edge of the deck. The radar revealed the sea beast charging from the depths, while Little Fat remained stationed below. Grr! Little Fat seemed to sense the impending threat, emitting an enraged roar. Chen Feng felt the ropes securing the sailboat loosen as Little Fat initiated its counterattack. Boom! The violent collision of two colossal sea beasts beneath the waves caused the water to churn violently. The sailboat rocked precariously, resembling a fragile leaf tossed about in a storm. Suddenly, from the tumultuous sea, a massive figure erupted from the depths, its gaping maw spraying crimson blood into the air. As Chen Feng beheld the silhouette, a chill of shock coursed through him. Little Fat, the 60-meter-long Little Fat had been violently tossed out of the water by the underwater mutated sea beast. It soared nearly 20 meters high before crashing back into the sea, landing belly up and floating motionless, its fate uncertain. Seeing Little Fat in such a state filled Chen Feng with a mix of fury and heartbreak. But above all, he was astonished. What kind of creature lurked beneath the waves? With no time to assess Little Fat's injuries, Chen Feng suddenly noticed a small mountain slowly rising from the sea surface. As the mountain emerged, it displaced a vast volume of water, gradually revealing its form. As the figure fully emerged from the ocean's depths, Chen Feng finally discerned its form. To his astonishment, it was a colossal sea turtle, stretching an impressive 100 meters in length, with its body rising about 40 meters above the water. No wonder Little Pang was instantly knocked out. The turtle's shell was as hard as stone. Who could possibly withstand such a collision? At that moment, the turtle lifted its head, towering over Chen Feng from a height of more than 10 meters, casting a shadow that obscured the already dim sky, enveloping Chen Feng in an overwhelming sense of pressure. Goodness, this was akin to striking a jackpot. Chen Feng was left speechless. He had seen sea turtles before, which appeared endearingly clumsy, but a turtle magnified 100-fold standing before him was no longer cute. Wasn't it said that mutated sea beasts range between 70 and 100 meters in size? How could it start off at a full 100 meters? Chen Feng had already muttered grass mud horse in his mind 1,000 times. Fortunately, although it was a 100-meter-long mutated sea beast, it seemed to be the only one. Gina, prepare to attack. Avenge Little Pang. Chen Feng shouted to Gina in the sky as he moved to the ghostly energy cannon at the bow of the ship. Readying for an assault, this giant sea turtle was audacious. While it was agile in the water, using its hard back to strike, its speed diminished on the surface, making it easier to predict its movements. Just as Chen Feng was about to step on the cannon's firing pedal, he suddenly noticed the giant sea turtle displaying a hint of a smile. Yes, it was indeed smiling. In an instant, its forelimbs and head retracted into its shell, and the immense shell began to rotate wildly on the water's surface. Its body spun, It also moved quickly across the sea, about to collide with the sailboat. All of this transpired in less than half a second. Chen Feng and Gina Henti even had the chance to strike. My heavens, was this turtle a tortoise dragon? Could it roll? That was the only thought racing through Chen Feng's mind. Bam! The giant sea turtle rammed into the sailboat. The sailboat, enveloped in a ghostly energy shield, was sent flying instantly. Chen Feng could only cling tightly to the deck to avoid being thrown off. Chapter 114. Intellectual mutation. As the sailboat was hurled away, Chen Feng saw the ghostly energy shield flickering multiple times. Boom! The sailboat flew over 100 meters before crashing onto the water, rocking incessantly. Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui struggled to regain their balance. Thankfully, the ghostly energy shield provided protection, and the interior of the sailboat remained undamaged, requiring only a few materials for repairs. Chen Feng. The ghostly energy shield has lost 2 charges, Zhou Lingrui exclaimed anxiously from the control room. Chen Feng furrowed his brow upon hearing this, as soon as the 100-meter giant sea turtle had sent them flying. He had suspected its terrifying strength. He hadn't anticipated that a single crash would deplete 2 charges from the energy shield, equivalent to the loss of 2 ghostly energy crystals. He recalled facing Wang Rulong and others when Gina's full force strike of 10 million volts had similarly consumed 2 charges. This meant that the 100-meter sea turtle was on par with Gina in terms of strength. By level, it was likely also level 3. Whether in the sea or on the surface, its enormous body moved with astonishing agility. Chen Feng felt a heavy weight in his heart. This giant sea turtle was not something to be taken lightly. At that moment, after knocking Chen Feng away, the sea turtle showed no inclination to pursue. Instead, it smirked contemptuously and greedily fixated on Little Pang, who was floating nearby. Upon witnessing the turtle's gaze, Chen Feng instantly understood. To it, Little Pang's allure was perhaps greater at that moment. Among mutated sea beasts, survival often hinged on devouring one another for their ghostly energy crystals. The giant sea turtle undoubtedly had its sights set on the ghostly energy crystal embedded in Little Pang's brain. With its enormous mouth agape, as large as a house, it lunged ferociously towards Little Pang, who was only a few dozen meters away. Within its mouth, rows of jagged, hook-like teeth lined the cavern, ready to inflict a devastating bite. If it were to sink its teeth into Little Pang, it would likely consume half of him, leaving him with little hope of survival. Gina, take it down. Fury surged within Chen Feng's chest. He could no longer afford to ponder how to deal with the giant sea turtle. Little Pang was in imminent danger, and Chen Feng was determined to unleash every means of attack he had against this vile creature. In the distant sky, Gina, harnessing electrical currents, soared through the air. Upon witnessing Chen Feng and the sailboat being struck by the turtle, she emitted an enraged screech. Hearing Chen Feng's command, Gina's body crackled with electric energy, glowing like a miniature sun, as she gathered an astonishing amount of energy in preparation for her skill. However, despite her immense power and effectiveness, the time required to accumulate energy was lengthy, and the turtle's speed was alarmingly swift. By the time Gina unleashed her attack, Little Pang would surely be lost. Just as the turtle's jagged teeth fully extended, revealing its menacing maw, a blazing fireball erupted from the cannon aboard Chen Feng's sailboat. Indeed, with Chen Feng commanding Gina to strike, he would not remain idle. The ghostly energy cannon had a firing interval of about 3 seconds, but the initial attack did not require the same buildup as Gina's. The energy transformed into a fireball was immensely powerful, speeding forth while burning intensely, poised to collide with the giant turtle's mountainous form. Upon noticing the fireball approaching, the turtle's expression reflected a hint of disdain. It paused momentarily, assessing the trajectory of the fireball, then confidently shifted its massive body on the water's surface, moving swiftly to a position where it seemed the fireball could not reach. The giant turtle turned its head back, preparing to strike at Little Pang once more. However, the fireball did not plummet into the sea as it had anticipated. Instead, it curved gracefully, striking the turtle squarely on the head. Boom! It hit. Chen Feng waved his hand in excitement. The fireball successfully diverted the turtle, causing its massive jaws to snap shut on seawater instead. The flames did not extinguish. igniting upon contact with its head. At that moment, the giant sea turtle's confidence evaporated, replaced by a look of bewilderment. Yet, the intense burning sensation coursing through its skin compelled it to roar in pain, quickly submerging its head beneath the waves in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. However, the true strength of the ghostly energy cannon lay in its unique properties. The fireball's power was never its sole attribute. Its greatest strength derived from the synergy with Chen Feng's extraordinary talent. The burning effect lasted for 3 seconds, forcibly deducting 1/10 of its life each second. Once struck, even water could not quell the flames, which would continue to burn for the full 3 seconds. Following the hit, Chen Feng successfully received the system notification for the burning and energy recovery effects. In the sky, Gina completed her energy accumulation, and the electric currents in her mouth resembled a bolt of lightning, striking the turtle's back in an instant. From a distance, it appeared as though the sky had been torn asunder. Crack! The electricity struck the turtle's shell. However, to Chen Feng's surprise, the electric discharge only scorched a patch of blackened shell. The surging seawater quickly washed over it, leaving it almost unscathed. Yet the giant sea turtle trembled for a moment, emitting wisps of smoke from its mouth, indicating it had sustained internal injuries. This turtle's external defenses were shockingly robust. Gina's 10 million volts had seemingly only affected the interior, while the exterior remained largely unharmed. Fortunately, the effect of the ghostly energy cannon was sufficiently formidable. Disregarding the cannon's inherent power, the 3-second force deduction of 30% of its life meant that even if the giant sea turtle boasted extraordinary defenses, it would eventually succumb to its life force being depleted. Chen Feng had no time to be astonished. He prepared to fire again. Yet, 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and the burning effect on the turtle's head had vanished. The turtle's singed face now bore an expression of seething rage, its eyes filled with fury. After glaring fiercely at Chen Feng, it plunged its mountainous body into the depths of the sea, disappearing without a trace. What? It just swam away like that. Chen Feng halted mid-step on the cannon's firing pedal. Without a target, even with his goggles guaranteeing 100% accuracy, he had no means to attack. Gina, dive into the water and take a look. With the turtle submerged, Chen Feng could only instruct Gina to investigate. Without hesitation, Gina's body surged with electric energy, resembling a flash of lightning as she dove into the ocean. With no immediate options from his position on the sailboat, Chen Feng directed Zhou Lingrue to change course and head towards Little Pang to assess its condition. The giant sea turtle's expressive demeanor had compelled Chen Feng to remain vigilant. From its initial appearance to its eventual retreat, it was evident that this giant sea turtle possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. Had it not been for its ignorance of the cannon's ability to curve, it would not have sustained such severe injuries. Contemplating this, Chen Feng couldn't help but speculate. This giant sea turtle must also have undergone an intellectual mutation. Chapter 115. Enhanced goggles. Little did he expect to encounter such a formidable mutated sea beast on the very first day of the death difficulty level. The mutation of its intellect indicated that this giant sea beast was aware of danger and would not easily resurface. With it submerged, Chen Feng could not see the target, rendering the ghostly energy cannon ineffective. Faced with a level 3 giant sea turtle, it seemed that the only one capable of countering it was Gina. Yet, the enemy was a turtle with exceptionally high defenses, which left Chen Feng feeling quite troubled. The sailboat sped swiftly, arriving beside Little Pang. Observing Little Pang floating belly up, Chen Feng felt a pang of sorrow. He hurriedly leaped into the water and swam to Little Pang's side. Chen Feng patted the top of Little Pang's head a couple of times, but received no response. Its condition resembled that of a lifeless creature. Could it be that he was struck down in an instant? A sudden jolt gripped Chen Feng's heart, but he quickly retrieved a level 2 healing potion from the warehouse. With Xiao Pang's life hanging in the balance, Chen Feng had no choice but to act as a last resort. The level 2 healing potion could also be ingested. He uncorked the bottle and poured the contents into Xiao Pang's slightly parted mouth. Before long, in Chen Feng's eager gaze, Xiao Pang's head began to move slightly, astonishingly returning to life. What a relief! It was merely a feint. Chen Feng let out a sigh of relief. The effectiveness of the level 2 healing potion was significantly superior to that of the level 1. In a matter of moments, Xiao Peng had already shown signs of improvement. As the hefty form turned over and recognized that Chen Feng had revived him, gratitude gleamed in his eyes. Your pet is extremely grateful to you. Loyalty increased by 18, currently at 100, that upon reaching maximum loyalty, the pet will exhibit absolute fidelity to its master and cannot betray you. Chen Feng had not anticipated that saving Xiao Peng would simultaneously elevate his loyalty to its peak. A delightful surprise indeed. All right, you've yet to fully recover. That giant turtle fled earlier, but we cannot be certain at 1T return. Exercise caution and avoid confronting it directly. Engaging it by ramming with your meat against its shell is quite perplexing. Xiao Peng nodded with a hint of trepidation in his small eyes, evidently shaken by the earlier encounter with the colossal sea turtle. Climbing aboard the vessel, Chen Feng scanned the ocean from the deck. But Gina had not yet returned after diving into the sea. After a prolonged wait, he finally spotted a red dot on the radar detector. The dot was small, likely indicating Gina. Indeed, a shadow over 10 meters long surged onto the deck, swiftly transforming into a tall, beautiful woman. Zhou Lingrui hurried over to drape a cloth over her, concealing her delicate form. Master, that turtle is remarkably swift. The moment it sank to the ocean floor, I attempted to strike it again. But it seemed my attack did little harm, and it managed to escape. Furthermore, my million-volt skill can only be used once today. Considering your safety, I chose to return and remain vigilant. Gina lowered her head, evidently burdened with guilt for not subduing the giant turtle. All right, I understand. It's nothing to fret over. Take a moment to rest. Chen Feng refrained from chastising Gina, recognizing her actions were prudent, yet he harbored doubts. Had that giant turtle truly retreated? He instructed Gina and Xiao Peng to remain on guard while he and Zhou Lingrui entered the control room. The sailboat sped away. It was best to leave this location as soon as possible. Chen Feng still felt unease regarding the giant turtle. Not only was it intelligent, but its size was formidable. Should it return, now aware of the unique characteristics of the ethereal energy cannon, it could pose significant trouble for Chen Feng. After sailing for over 10 minutes, they had distanced themselves considerably from the earlier battleground. Just as Chen Feng began to relax, the radar detector suddenly blared an alarm. A massive red that once again filled the entire map interface. Damn it! It has indeed pursued us. Chen Feng cursed under his breath. Such a sizable form could only belong to the giant turtle from before. This time it charged from the depths, intent on demolishing Chen Feng's sailboat. Xiao Peng, get out of the way! Chen Feng shouted urgently, fearing that another collision would be too much for Xiao Peng to endure. After all, the sailboat was equipped with an ethereal energy shield, and the worst outcome would merely be a loss of some energy crystals. The giant turtle moved with remarkable speed, and before Chen Feng could finish his warning, the impact was already upon them. Boom! The ethereal energy shield flickered twice before the entire sailboat was sent flying. The clever giant turtle, after the collision, submerged itself once more, clearly wary of Chen Feng's ethereal energy cannon. This left Gina and Xiao Peng exchanging glances, bewildered. Chen Feng, airborne, barely managed to steady himself, unable to command the ethereal energy cannon for counterattack. Faced with a level 3 mutated sea beast, the skills of both Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui would likely prove ineffective against it. Bang! The sailboat splashed back into the water, and witnessing the fruitless return of Gina and Xiao Peng, Chen Feng's face was etched with fury. That wretched creature, it truly has it out for me. With only 6 charges left in the ethereal energy shield, if this cunning turtle continued its ambush while Chen Feng remained unable to retaliate, it was conceivable that the sailboat could indeed be sunk by this intelligent, mutated turtle. He needed a plan. Biting his lip, Chen Feng pondered. The turtle was undoubtedly lurking in the deep sea, seeking its opportunity to strike. The reason Chen Feng could not retaliate was that neither Gina nor Xiao Peng could match its speed, and he himself could not pinpoint the target, rendering the ethereal energy cannon useless. He had 2 idle energy crystals remaining. Perhaps he could give one to Xiao Peng for an evolution? This notion was quickly dismissed by Chen Feng. Setting aside the question of how much enhancement 2 energy crystals would provide Xiao Peng, the process of a sea beast consuming the crystals and gaining strength was a gradual one, requiring time. In such a rush situation, giving both would yield little effect. If only he could see where the turtle was located in the water. This thought crossed his mind. A light bulb flickered in Chen Feng's head. I have 2 observational devices. One is the radar detector, and the other is the goggles I'm currently wearing. Though their functions are modest, I do have enhancement scrolls. What effects might arise from enhancing these 2 devices? Deliberating carefully, the radar detector had a detection range of 100 meters that, if enhanced, the range could potentially expand, allowing him to ascertain its position in the ocean. But what good would that do if he still couldn't retaliate? The goggles enhance accuracy, but they also possess another function that Chen Feng had overlooked. When wearing the goggles, his vision would improve significantly, allowing him to see clearly beyond 100 meters if he enhanced the goggles. Would it not boost both the existing accuracy and vision capabilities? Should that happen, if Chen Feng could see through the water with the goggles, attacking the turtle with the ethereal energy cannon would surely not be a problem. Of course, all of this was contingent upon experimentation. Without hesitation, Chen Feng retrieved a strengthening scroll from the warehouse and removed the goggles, activating the scroll. Triggering his fortunate destiny, a 10 chance became a 100 success rate for enhancement. Goggles, blue, 1 description, increases hit rate by 1.2 while enhancing your vision, allowing for the ability to see through thin materials. Evaluation. Do not think of using this function for peeping. Chen Feng's face lit up with joy as he regarded the enhanced goggles. Chapter 116. I see where you're running. He quickly donned the newly enhanced goggles, eager to test their abilities. He instinctively glanced at Zhou Lingrui, yet he did not perceive any part of her body being addition, just as he found it odd. He concentrated, and Zhou Lingrui's clothing gradually became translucent. Chen Feng could now vaguely discern the undergarments enveloping her form and her well-proportioned physique. The effect had indeed manifested. Chen Feng was elated to It turned out that this ability was not constant, but required focused attention to be effective. It did not function while one was relaxed. Chen Feng turned his gaze to Gina once more. Wow, that turtle is enormous. What are you looking at, Chen Feng? Zhou Lingrui asked, bemused by Chen Feng's wandering gaze amidst the current crisis. It's nothing. I've enhanced the goggles. I should now be able to see the giant turtle in the sea. Chen Feng replied, feeling a bit sheepish. Such behavior was certainly not above reproach, so he refrained from stating it outright. Really? That would be wonderful. Zhou Lingrui, equally perplexed by the inability to counter the giant turtle, felt immense relief at Chen Feng's assurance that he could address the situation, since the required concentration to be effective. And Chen Feng was not the type to indulge in lewd gazes. He would not persist in looking where he shouldn't up. Moreover, Zhou Lingrui was indeed considered his woman, and Gina was his pet. A mere glance should not matter. Chen Feng turned his attention back to the turbulent waters. The churning sea, initially appearing a dreadful black due to the dimming light, began to reveal clarity as Chen Feng focused intently. Gradually, he could discern the depths of around 100 meters beneath the surface. However, despite this visibility, he still found no trace of the giant turtle. Sighing in frustration, Chen Feng felt anxious. The function had a range of 100 meters. While the giant turtle was already over 100 meters long, moving quickly, and it certainly wouldn't linger near the sailboat, a 100-meter range seemed insufficient. Resolutely, Chen Feng decided to use the last enhancement scroll. Goggles, blue, 2 description, increases hit rate by 1.4 while enhancing your vision, allowing for the ability to see through ordinary materials. Evaluation. Do not think of using this function for peeping. Indeed, after enhancing the goggles, the base hit rate increased and the ability improved as well. At this moment, Chen Feng gazed at the ocean's surface anew. His eyes, the dark waters suddenly appeared illuminated by abundant light, revealing everything clearly within a 200-meter range below. Suddenly, Chen Feng spotted a colossal sea turtle gliding slowly about 200 meters away and slightly below, its enormous head fixed intently on the sailboat. And it was also observing Chen Feng, who was partially exposed. Its head bore extensive burn marks, and its back was charred from Gina's electric attack. The expression in its intelligent eyes was rife with hatred and malice. However, it seems that it had suffered a significant loss previously, leading to its current hesitance regarding Chen Feng's energy cannon aboard the sailboat. The IT refrains from recklessly attacking and instead waits for an opportune moment. A cold smile gradually appears at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. Indeed, the intelligence of the giant turtle in the sea is not to be underestimated. From its demeanor, it appears to be waiting for a chance to strike again, preparing to launch a sudden collision as it did before. However, it remains blissfully unaware that Chen Feng can see IT. As Chen Feng approaches the energy cannon, the angle allows him to still view the creature from behind the cannon, meaning it has already entered his attack range. Yet, Chen Feng refrains from launching an attack. Instead, he turns to Zhou Lingrui and instructs, "You take control of the sailboat. We must continue our escape." Although Zhou Lingrui is unclear about Chen Feng's intentions, he does not question further and complies. As the sailboat continues its retreat, the massive sea turtle cannot contain itself any longer. Chen Feng clearly observes as it withdraws its limbs into its shell, rapidly spinning its colossal body to charge once more toward the bottom of the sailboat. This time, however, Chen Feng smiles. The reason he instructed Zhou Lingrui to control the sailboat and continue fleeing was precisely to provoke the turtle into attacking. Both the energy cannon and Gina's previous assaults had struck true, and with the enhanced power of the energy cannon combined with Gina's attack, plus the force deduction of 3/10 of its life force, the turtle's vitality must be significantly diminished. Team most, after 2 attacks from the energy cannon, it is doomed. However, due to its remarkable speed, Chen Feng feared that a direct assault would cause this mutated intellect to flee. Thus, he intentionally feigned weakness, allowing the turtle to initiate the attack, and once the distance closed, even if it tried to escape after being hit once, the energy cannon would still have a chance to strike again. Given its slower rate of fire, the giant turtle is now within 100 meters of the sailboat, and the radar detector begins to alert. Chen Feng's forehead beads with sweat as he waits, anticipating a closer distance. The giant turtle remains unaware that Chen Feng can now see it. Its face, concealed within the shell, appears to display a hint of vengeful satisfaction. Closer, only 50 meters, Chen Feng no longer hesitates. He decisively presses the attack pedal. Boom! The energy transforms into a fireball that plunges into the water, unaffected by the sea, maintaining its combustion as it swiftly advances toward the charging giant turtle. The turtle continues its rotation, but suddenly senses a wave of heat approaching. IT retracts its head upon seeing the fireball hurtling toward it, its massive head recoiling in fright. Having already experienced the cannon's power, it dares not take another hit. Although it does not comprehend how Chen Feng could target it while submerged, there is no time for contemplation. IT hastily abandons its assault on the sailboat and retreats into the depths of the ocean. Yet, no matter how swiftly it swims, it cannot outpace the cannon. Boom! The flames strike its hardened shell, igniting it in a fierce blaze. Instantly, the once impenetrable shell begins to shed in pieces, though the giant turtle cannot feel pain. The overwhelming sense of weakness coursing through its body makes it acutely aware that the bizarre life force deduction effect has returned. In less than 3 seconds, the giant turtle experiences a debilitating weakness. And at this moment, it dares not harbor any thoughts of retaliating against Chen Feng. It only wishes to escape swiftly. Struggling to rotate, the turtle extends its limbs to swim downward, but its speed diminishes rapidly. On the deck, Chen Feng receives feedback from the system regarding the effect of the life force deduction, confirming a successful hit. Watching the severely wounded giant turtle flee, Chen Feng's eyes glint with murderous intent. "I wonder where you think you're going." Boom! Another shot is fired, the rapid fireball launching forth once more to this point. The giant turtle, already gravely injured, finds its immense body a burden. The fireball churns the water, striking true that a colossal and reluctant cry of agony resonates through the depths. Reaching Chen Feng's ears. Chapter 117. Selling turtle meat online. 3 seconds later, the prolonged wail abruptly ceases. Chen Feng knows that with the third shot from the energy cannon, the life force deduction effect has claimed the last vestige of the giant turtle's life. Chen Feng and his companions exchange glances, simultaneously exhaling a sigh of relief. Their taut nerves relax, and Chen Feng plops down onto the ground, feeling the toll that the formidable mutated turtle has exacted. From its initial frontal assault to its sneaky attacks after being injured, the strength of this 100-meter-level mutated sea creature is undeniable. This time, Chen Feng has truly experienced the might of an intelligent mutated sea beast. Fortunately, they have survived the first day of the sea beast's onslaught without catastrophe. Moving forward, they only need to brace for the potential emergence of a tsunami. The surging waters no longer pose a threat to Chen Feng. In this skirmish, the energy shield has sustained 4 charges, leaving 6 remaining, and Chen Feng is in no rush to replenish them. As for the energy cannon, having struck a living target, it triggered the energy recovery effect, resulting in no energy expenditure, still retaining 5 shots. This only deepens Chen Feng's fondness for this weapon. The orange weapon is indeed remarkable. Of course, the energy cannon's potency is also due to Chen Feng's fortunate talents. If wielded by another, the 10 burn effect and 1 energy recovery effect would yield dismally low probabilities. After resting briefly aboard the sailboat, Xiao Peng voluntarily plunges into the water, gnawing at the giant turtle's head and dragging its carcass to the surface. The immense body, reminiscent of a mountain, surfaces resembling a small island. Xiao Peng appears furious, venting its anger on the creature that nearly claimed its life, fiercely tearing at the turtle's head to release its pent-up frustration. However, the turtle's resilient skin proves formidable, and after much effort, Xiao Peng only manages to inflict a minor wound. Clearly, the turtle's defenses are exceptionally robust. A 100-meter mutated sea beast far surpasses the 60-meter Xiao Peng in strength. All right, Xiao Peng, let me take over. Chen Feng leaps from the sailboat onto the giant turtle's vast head. While Xiao Peng struggles, Chen Feng has alternative methods. With the giant turtle now deceased, Chen Feng is eager to investigate whether there are energy crystals within its skull. He retrieves an alloy vibrating spear, a purple weapon he seldom employs. Given its 5 chance to shatter the target, it should work effectively for opening the skull. Xiao Peng understands Chen Feng's intent, but, still fueled by anger, swims away grumbling. Chen Feng inserts the spear into the wound Xiao Peng created and activates the vibrating switch, successfully triggering the shattering effect. With a resounding explosion, a 2-meter-wide, 3-meter-deep hole erupts in the giant turtle's skull, sending a spray of blood that stains the sea red. Due to the turtle's immense size and astonishing defense, the alloy vibrating spear's effectiveness is localized rather than systemic, peering into the gaping hole. Chen Feng sees a mixture of red and white. Upon closer inspection, he discovers several fist-sized stones, stained with dark red blood, quietly nestled within the flesh. Chen Feng's eyes begin to shimmer with excitement. Not only does the giant turtle's skull contain energy crystals, but there is more than one. Chen Feng hastily jumps inside, disregarding the viscous fluid surrounding him, and begins to excavate the energy crystals as if they were precious treasures. 1, 2, 5. After an extensive search, he uncovers a total of 16 energy crystals. This is a true windfall. These numerous energy crystals not only replenish the energy of his slow-recharging items, but also allow him to gift a couple to Xiao Peng, enhancing its strength. Storing all the energy crystals in his inventory, Chen Feng's smile becomes uncontainable, akin to a blooming wildflower. Emerging from the skull, he considers the enormous carcass, even if the energy crystals are gone. The turtle's massive body must yield at least 100 or 200 tons of meat, which cannot go to waste as he touches the carcass. A thought strikes him, prompting him to attempt to store it in his inventory. Item exceeds the single-item inventory capacity limit. Please divide before storage. To Chen Feng's surprise, despite previously being able to store any item, the turtle's body cannot be accommodated this time. That it dawns on him that there is indeed a limit to the space in a single-item inventory. Unable to store the turtle's carcass now, he wonders if future vehicles' increasing size and level will also exceed the capacity. Surely, he cannot be expected to disassemble his vehicles. It appears that future vehicles will need to remain on the ocean surface. Chen Feng dismisses these thoughts. Since he cannot store the turtle meat, he will simply carve it until the remaining portions can fit into his inventory. Spotting a garbage bin nearby, he beckons to Xiao Peng. Come, Xiao Peng, Feast on the meat. Go ahead and indulge. Hearing this, Xiao Peng can hardly contain itself, rushing over to devour the now shattered turtle's skull with fervor. With the outer skin already breached, it finds consumption far less laborious. Gorging itself as if it had been starved for ages, Xiao Peng devours hungrily, scarcely chewing. Whenever confronted with the tough turtle shell, Chen Feng conveniently uses the spear to shatter it along the extending wounds. After considerable time, with Xiao Peng's efforts, the 100-meter turtle carcass has been reduced to 80 meters in length. Astonishingly, Xiao Peng has consumed nearly half. At this moment, Xiao Peng has transformed from sharply defined shark into an oval-shaped balloon. Floating on the water's surface, its 2 rows of teeth grip tightly, afraid to open its mouth lest the contents spill out, its eyes bulging with distress. Wow. I told you to indulge, not to gorge yourself. Chen Feng gives a thumbs up to the immobile Xiao Peng, contemplating the carcass before him. Having just attempted once more, the warehouse still could not accommodate the colossal remains, clearly indicating that the 80-meter carcass was still quite substantial. Regrettably, there were no tools available to cleave this sea turtle in twain. It appeared that the only option was to methodically dissect it. However, Chen Feng had a sudden epiphany. With such an abundance of turtle meat, if his group were to consume it all, they might very well find themselves overwhelmed that it would be far more advantageous to directly place it in the trade for sale. Coincidentally, he required components to systematically dismantle the alloyed shock spear. With this thought in mind, Chen Feng promptly took action, disseminating information across global chat and trade. Passers-by, do not miss this opportunity. Feast your eyes. Online sale of giant sea turtle meat, turtle shells, and turtle bones. Perfect for barbecuing or simmering in soup. The flavor of turtle meat is truly exquisite. In this apocalypse, what meat reigns supreme? Undoubtedly, it's the turtle egg, accepting wood plant fibers, iron blocks, copper blocks, ship hearts, hourglasses, spatial gems, hourglasses, and ethereal crystals. Bulk purchases receive discounts. Item: sea turtle meat seller. Chen Feng required items: wood, plant fibers, iron blocks, copper blocks, ship hearts, hourglasses, spatial gems, hourglasses, ethereal crystals. Note: specific exchange ratios available via private message. Chapter 118. The upgraded Chubby One. As soon as these 2 messages were released, they incited a veritable wave of excitement. Chen Feng's prior choice of the death difficulty calamity was already well known on the leaderboard, making it no secret to others. Now, not long after the mutated sea beasts began their assault, he was unexpectedly selling sea turtle meat, and of a gigantic variety at that. It was clear to all that Chen Feng had successfully slain a mutated sea beast, one at least 70 meters in length. Meanwhile, most players were still engaged in a battle of wits and courage against the mutated sea beasts. The channel once again flooded with messages, expressing shock and envy. Chen Feng, the formidable one, has vanquished the mutated sea beast of death difficulty. Meanwhile, we're grappling with a devilfish over 30 meters long. Our captain even commands us to engage it in hand-to-hand combat. It's perilous. Chen Feng is selling turtle meat. Our captain mentioned that food supplies are dwindling and urgently needs to purchase some. I must buy. Alas, we are on hell difficulty. Our captain was just devoured by a mutated shark. Our ship is damaged and taking on water. None of us have the authority to repair it. It seems we are doomed. How tragic upstairs. We are on death difficulty. Our captain, Planooma, has just slain the attacking mutated sea beast, a formidable 80 meters long, slightly slower than Chen Feng. 80-meter sea beast. That's incredibly powerful. Planooma, is that the person ranked first in the world? No wonder. Aside from the simple and general difficulty calamities, all other difficulty levels featured mutated sea beasts attacking simultaneously. Currently, most players remained embroiled in combat against these formidable foes, unable to afford a moment's respite. However, there were indeed several players of considerable strength who had successfully slain mutated sea beasts, even at death difficulty. The news of an 80-meter sea beast being killed at this difficulty particularly caught attention. This individual, Chen Feng, had noted was none other than Planooma, the world leaderboard's #1, reputedly an American of notable prowess. Naturally, compared to most, Chen Feng's speed in eliminating sea beasts was still quite rapid. and he handled the threat of sudden tsunamis and surging waves with greater ease than others. Shortly after announcing the sale of turtle meat, Chen Feng began receiving numerous purchase inquiries. Opening his private messages, he found a stranger stating, "Chen Feng, I require more than 70 meters of turtle. I want 50 tons. Do you have that amount?" Chen Feng replied, "Certainly I have 50 tons, but I wonder if you can afford it." "Fear not, Chen Feng. Since I'm requesting 50 tons, I certainly possess the purchasing power. I offer 2 ethereal crystals. If you agree, we can proceed with the trade." Exchanging 50 tons of food for merely 2 ethereal crystals seemed a tad insufficient to Chen Feng, who pondered carefully before responding. He then glanced at other private messages. Some offered small amounts of wood, others metal materials, with a plethora of items proposed for trade. Yet few offered items like hourglasses, spatial gems, or ethereal crystals as trade conditions, and those who did had pitifully scant supplies. Chen Feng understood the situation well. Currently amidst the calamity phase, materials for repairing or upgrading ships were undoubtedly invaluable. Furthermore, given the immense size of the mutated sea beasts, players who had managed to survive until now had likely hunted and acquired substantial quantities of sea beast meat. Thus, food was no longer in short supply. And it was only natural that Chen Feng's turtle meat would fetch a low price. Ultimately, resigned to his circumstances, he sold off the remaining 100 tons of turtle meat at a loss, with even the bones and shells finding eager buyers that, in the end, he exchanged for ethereal crystals, a small quantity of metal materials, 1 ship heart, 3 spatial gems, and not a single hourglass. Nevertheless, this was not without merit. At least now, as Chen Feng prepared to upgrade his ship to a cruise liner, he could still secure a ship heart for further enhancements. The massive carcass of the sea turtle had vanished from the surface, and Chen Feng found himself submerged in the churning waves. Thankfully, he could breathe underwater and was now a level 2 enhancer, sustaining little impact. He flipped over and returned to his ship, having escaped immediate peril. Chen Feng instructed Zhou Lingrui and Gina to rest in the control room, avoiding the rain. Meanwhile, he stood on the deck, observing the gluttonous Chubby, who was floating on the ocean's surface. That he glanced at the ethereal crystals in the warehouse, which totaled 22. With decisiveness, he fully replenished the charging capacity for the ethereal cannon and ethereal shield, leaving him with 13 crystals. He retrieved 3 and tossed them toward Chubby, exclaiming, "Chubby, open wide," upon seeing the objects Chen Feng had thrown. Chubby's eyes widened in surprise. Its ability to mutate continuously depended on devouring the ethereal crystals embedded within the brains of mutated creatures, although it had felt a twinge of disappointment when Chen Feng had taken away all the ethereal crystals. It dared not entertain any other thoughts. Now, with 3 ethereal crystals being tossed its way, it was overjoyed. Chubby eagerly opened its massive mouth to catch them, but having indulged too much prior, it inadvertently expelled a half-digested chunk of turtle meat. After swallowing the ethereal crystals, Chubby gleefully wagged its tail, appearing quite content, and devoured the regurgitated turtle meat once more. This sight sent a shiver down Chen Feng's spine as he exclaimed, "Quite the remarkable creature." With Chubby having consumed the ethereal crystals, its strength would undoubtedly increase. However, the enhancement of Sea Beast was a gradual process requiring time. Had he not feared potential complications, Chen Feng would have gladly fed it all the ethereal crystals at once. Yet, concerned that it might overextend itself and suffer harm, he opted for a more measured approach. Intending to wait until Chubby's strength had grown before offering additional crystals, he pondered whether these 3 ethereal crystals could enable Chubby to exceed 70 meters in size. After ensuring that Chubby would assist in stabilizing the ship from below, Chen Feng returned to the control room. Today had proven to be rather exhausting. Yet, it was not yet a time for rest. While the immediate danger from the mutated sea beasts had subsided, the threat of a tsunami remained ever present. Chen Feng needed to remain vigilant, ready to pivot the ship's bow upon the approach of a tsunami. For even with the protection of the ethereal shield, the ship could still be capsized. Thus, he would need to endure the storm, sparing no effort in his vigilance. It was easy to imagine that today marked merely the first day of the great disaster's maritime tempest. With 10 days remaining in death difficulty, 10 more assaults from sea beasts awaited Chen Feng. This would undoubtedly be a grueling battle. Chapter 119. The second day of the calamity, the great disaster, had passed nearly 20 hours ago. The daytime sea, which appeared exceptionally dim, was now enveloped in complete darkness. Were it not for the fact that Chen Feng's goggles had been enhanced twice, he would scarcely be able to discern the conditions upon the water surface. Following the slaying of the colossal sea turtle, he faced two subsequent tsunamis, depleting the ethereal shield's charges twice. Only now did Chen Feng find a moment of precarious stability. However, the ship continued to be relentlessly battered by the tumultuous waters, offering no respite. Chen Feng sought to recline and rest, but the incessant rocking made sleep impossible. He found himself leaning against Zhou Lingrui, and together they dozed fitfully until dawn. Survival points acquired yesterday, 6315. Vehicle upgrade survival points acquired yesterday, 1000. Current survival points, 38631510000, 7353. World Leaderboard Daily Reward for Rank 110. 10 Spatial Gems. Original Area Leaderboard Daily Reward for Rank 1. 100 Wood at the break of day. The system promptly distributed all rewards simultaneously. Having slain the sea turtle yesterday and garnered ample turtle meat, Chen Feng had sold off a significant portion, yet the resources acquired from trade still contributed substantially to his survival points. Moreover, the quantity was quite considerable, and with the upgrade of his ship to level 20, his survival points surged by over 7,000. This was splendid. He could now purchase a plethora of items from the marketplace. Additionally, he received daily rewards from 2 leaderboards, 10 spatial gems, which he promptly utilized, expanding his inventory by 10 slots. Chen Feng's warehouse now boasted 60 item slots, yet he still found it somewhat insufficient. Once the ship upgraded to a cruise liner, he anticipated a significant increase in space, allowing less critical items to be stored aboard the vessel, thereby conserving his warehouse capacity. The rewards of the regional leaderboard, particularly the timber, are quite commendable. Previously, I traded away a significant amount, and Chen Feng doesn't possess much either. Although 100 units may not seem substantial, it is certainly better than nothing. Upon accessing the level 3 marketplace, Chen Feng purchased 5 level 1 enhancement scrolls, expending 5,000 survival points, while retaining over 2,000 points as a reserve, considering that consumables like red and blue potions are not inexpensive. The enhancement scrolls are indeed valuable. They were instrumental in his victory over the giant sea turtle yesterday. Yet, as Chen Feng held the 5 scrolls, he found himself in a quandary, uncertain about which item to enhance. Both the ethereal defense shield and the ethereal cannon are currently at level 1, and both serve vital offensive and defensive roles for him. However, having suffered from poor visibility the day before, Chen Feng suddenly felt compelled to enhance an item that could improve his sight. One option is the radar detector, while the other is the goggles. The goggles are presently at level 2, enhancing hit probability and providing commendable visibility effects. Chen Feng can currently see clearly up to 200 meters underwater. Yet, as night fell yesterday, everything became pitch black, and the goggles' ability to see through the water drastically diminished to just over 20 meters. This led Chen Feng to contemplate whether upgrading the goggles would be worthwhile. Light is not always abundant. The goggles perform well only in the presence of a certain light source, and without one, their efficacy diminishes significantly. While they excel at seeing through clothing, the level 2 goggles can easily see through Zhou Lingrui and Gina, unless they wear heavy winter clothing. After much deliberation, Chen Feng ultimately decided to apply the 5 enhancement scrolls to the radar detector. Unlike the goggles, which require him to actively observe, the radar detector can continuously scan the surroundings and will alert him automatically upon detecting movement, making it far superior. If the radar detector had not been limited to a 100-meter detection range yesterday, he might have spotted the lurking giant sea turtle much sooner, rather than only realizing its presence when it collided with him. With each enhancement yielding a 20 improvement, enhancing it 5 times would result in a 100 increase. Without hesitation, Chen Feng enhanced the radar detector 5 times, benefiting from his luck, which granted a 10 success rate for each attempt. He lamented the scarcity of enhancement scrolls and wished they could be acquired for a mere 100 survival points. The 5 scrolls were swiftly consumed, leaving Chen Feng with a sense of longing. Achieving a level 5 enhancement felt inadequate, a sign of his insatiable ambition. Others would likely consider themselves fortunate to succeed, even once with such a low chance, observing the radar detector's range expand to 200 meters. Chen Feng felt a renewed sense of security. After all, it is the unknown that breeds fear. Being able to detect threats in advance allows one to prepare accordingly. Currently, only Level 1 enhancement scrolls are available, meaning all items can only be upgraded to Level 5. Chen Feng would have to wait until the survival points refresh tomorrow to enhance other crucial items. The dawn has arrived, yet the storm persists. Today, the small chubby creature remains stationed beneath the ship, having consumed 3 ethereal crystals, yet its form shows no signs of change. Chen Feng surmised it would need more time. The crops on the deck, unable to be harvested, have been ravaged beyond recognition, leaving Zhou Lingrui feeling heartbroken for quite some time. Fortunately, ample seeds were reserved, allowing for replanting in the future. The torrential downpour outside has not ceased, and Chen Feng and the others can only address their meals within the control room. Initially, Chen Feng intended to maintain the ethereal defense shield to avoid the rain, but soon realized that after an hour of activation, its charge had diminished by 1. He hadn't anticipated that remaining in an active state would gradually drain its energy, prompting him to hastily deactivate the shield to avoid waste. Throughout the morning, Chen Feng's sailboat, having stowed its sails, drifted aimlessly across the vast ocean, indifferent to its destination. Eventually, mutated sea beasts would inevitably launch their attacks. The morning swiftly passed, and after enduring 2 successive tsunamis, Chen Feng and the 2 women remained vigilant in the control room. Gazing out at the ocean, the system had alerted them that the mutated sea beast assault was imminent. Chen Feng anxiously monitored the map interface, the radar detector's enhancements allowing him to effectively survey everything within a 200-meter radius. He hoped today's mutated sea beast would be weaker than yesterday's turtle. Surely, they wouldn't consistently send 100-meter variant, like the T the very least. He wished they wouldn't possess heightened intelligence, or he would face another arduous battle. As time slowly elapsed, it had been over 10 minutes since the system's announcement, and Chen Feng found himself puzzled as to why the sea beasts had yet to appear. Suddenly, a small red dot emerged on the radar detector's map. So small. Observing the creature on the map, which measured merely a meter in length, Chen Feng was left bewildered. Wasn't it said that natural disasters of death difficulty featured mutated sea beasts exceeding 70 meters? Why was there one measuring just over a meter? Could it be a mutated small fish? Just as Chen Feng felt a sense of relief, believing the disaster had miscalculated, numerous red dots abruptly materialized on the map, densely clustering and swimming toward his location. What the hell? Why are there so many? The number of red dots was at least around 100. No wonder the individual sea beasts were merely a meter long. Collectively, they undoubtedly exceeded 100 meters in length. This must be another manifestation of the death difficulty sea beasts. However, Chen Feng had no time to ponder the reasons. It was clear that a swarm of mutated sea beasts was upon them. Chapter 120. Terrifying school of fish. A horde of mutated sea beasts quickly surrounded the sailboat, lunging forward in a frenzy. Before Chen Feng could utter a word, Zhou Lingrui, noticing his unease, hurriedly activated the ethereal defense shield. A translucent barrier materialized, and Chen Feng led the 2 women onto the deck. As they surveyed their surroundings, they were taken aback to see numerous 1-meter-long fish emerging from water. Both Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui gasped in shock. Ignorance is bliss, but once seen, one cannot help but be terrified. Despite their small size, these fish were undeniably grotesque. Similar to ordinary fish, they possessed fine scales, yet along their backs was a row of exceptionally sharp dorsal fins glinting ominously, each approximately 30 centimeters tall. Chen Feng had no doubt that should one of those razor-sharp fins graze him, it would result in severe lacerations and grievous injury. Moreover, their teeth were not concealed within their lips, but instead protruded like those of piranhas, appearing even more menacing than the teeth of the small, chubby creature, albeit on a much smaller scale. What species of fish could this be? Countless types of marine fish flashed through Chen Feng's mind, yet none bore resemblance to these creatures. They bore a striking resemblance to piranhas. Yet piranhas are freshwater fish and could not possibly exist in the ocean. Unable to fathom the cause, Chen Feng concluded it must be due to mutation and accepted them as piranhas. These 1-meter-long piranhas were swift, covering the 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye. The small, chubby creature beneath the sailboat, having spotted the approaching horde, surged forth in a fit of rage. Despite Chen Feng's lack of summons, its massive form surged through the water as it opened its gaping maw, lunging fiercely at a nearby piranha. With a crunch, its massive teeth clamped down on the piranha. Yet it merely slid off, the agile fish evading capture. The small, chubby creature, undeterred, opened its mouth again, this time widening its jaw to over 10 meters. The densely packed piranhas had no chance to evade. In an instant, it swallowed more than 10 whole. However, moments later, the small, chubby creature's eyes widened in shock as it was overwhelmed by intense pain and instinctively expelled the piranhas from its mouth. The swallowed piranhas had viciously bitten into its oral cavity, leaving it bloodied and compelled to regurgitate them. Had it swallowed them, it might have faced a dire fate. Little Chubby, don't be reckless. Retreat and avoid injury. Chen Feng observed the scene unfold from the deck. Gesturing for it to evade, he had not anticipated that such seemingly insignificant piranhas would prove so troublesome. Not only were their bodies slick, making them difficult to grasp, but they also retaliated fiercely. Despite the small, chubby creature's massive size, it found itself at a disadvantage against the sheer number of piranhas. With a roar, it complied with Chen Feng's command and retreated to the side. As the small, chubby creature moved aside, the piranhas ceased their pursuit and instead launched themselves toward the sailboat, their target now Chen Feng's vessel. With a series of chomp sounds, the multitude of piranhas began to gnash at the ethereal defense shield, relentlessly biting at the barrier. Chen Feng, initially relieved to see that the piranhas were struggling against the shield, soon noticed that its charge had diminished by 1 layer. The onslaught of over 100 piranhas was no trivial matter. "Gina, try electrocuting them." Chen Feng commanded Gina to attack while he positioned himself behind the ethereal cannon. With a thunderous roar, Gina's 100,000 volts and Chen Feng's ethereal cannon simultaneously unleashed their fury upon the sea surface surrounding the sailboat. With so many piranhas present, hitting them was almost guaranteed. However, to Chen Feng's astonishment, his ethereal cannon proved effective, igniting 2 piranhas upon contact with the water. There was no need to wait for a triggering probability. The first piranha was already dead, as the power of the orange weapon was undeniable. Yet in that single strike, only 2 were felled. Conversely, Gina's 100,000 volts had minimal impact on the piranhas. Those struck merely experienced a brief paralysis before swiftly recovering. The cannon's slow rate of fire was insufficient, prompting Chen Feng to draw his refined iron bow. "Gina, unleash 1,000,000 volts without holding back." Understood. Gina's icy visage was adorned with a layer of frost, which swiftly transformed into her true form, her attire shattering under the immense pressure. She unleashed a torrent of electric energy from her mouth. 10,000,000 volts. Similarly, Chen Feng knocked 10 arrows onto his finely crafted iron bow. With each arrow released, arcs of electricity surged across the ocean's surface, creating a web-like display of electric light intermingled with Chen Feng's arrows. In an instant, a multitude of piranhas were reduced to charred remains, while several others had arrows embedded in their eyes. Spewing forth crimson fluids, Chen Feng and Gina launched their attack simultaneously. Their effectiveness was remarkable, resulting in a noticeable decrease in the fish surrounding their sailboat. Indeed, if this method continued, it would not be long before the 100 or so piranhas were entirely vanquished. However, the ethereal energy shield lost another layer of its charge, leaving only 4 layers remaining. Yet, witnessing the successful outcome, Chen Feng's spirits soared. Suddenly, the radar emitted another alarming signal. Within a 200-meter radius, a fresh wave of red dots surged forth, indicating at least 300 piranhas in total. The 100 piranhas nearby were merely a fraction of the entire swarm, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Chen Feng's forehead. Could they truly eliminate such a multitude? As the piranhas continued their relentless gnawing, the ethereal energy shield depleted another layer of charge. If this persisted, the shield would be exhausted, and with the sailboat constructed of wood, it would undoubtedly succumb to destruction. Chen Feng's eyes blazed with determination. There was no alternative but to persist in their assault. He knocked another 10 arrows, releasing them with precision. Gina unleashed yet another torrent of 10 million volts, while Zhou Lingrui stood at the side of the boat, manipulating the water to transform it into ice spheres, hurling them at the encroaching piranhas. Although the attacks proved effective and the number of piranha corpses on the surface increased, the sheer volume of their adversaries was overwhelming. The trio's combined efforts could not match the piranhas' relentless assault. Countless piranhas continued to gnaw at their defenses. Chen Feng discarded his iron arrows, having exhausted his supply. There was no possibility of retrieving more, and Gina's 10 million volts had also been fully expended. Zhou Lingrui's ice spheres were only capable of stunning the piranhas, failing to deliver a lethal blow. As Chen Feng observed the ethereal energy shield's charge dwindle to 2 layers, a flicker of despair crossed his face. At that moment, he lamented that if only he had a multitude of allies, perhaps confronting this swarm would be less daunting. Yet, dwelling on such thoughts was futile. Only the 3 of them remained capable of combat. Although the hefty figure of Xiaopeng loomed large, he was utterly ineffective against the mindless piranhas. With their resources depleted, even utilizing the ethereal energy cannons for retaliation would not suffice, as their rate of eliminating piranhas could not keep pace with the latter's voracious assault on the energy shield. Was this truly the end? Chen Feng muttered to himself, his expression growing dim, but suddenly a fierce resolve ignited within him. Even in death, he would drag the piranhas down with him. Chen Feng swiftly conjured a pale blue vortex, which under his command split into 3 sharp blades. Wind wave. He thrust them fiercely towards the surrounding piranhas. In the 121st chapter, Skill Coordination. The cannon was highly effective against singular foes, but against such a multitude, its efficacy was severely limited at this juncture. The finely crafted arrows had been entirely consumed, and Gina's 100,000 volts had also waned in effectiveness, although the 10 million volts had proven potent. 3 uses had only managed to eliminate approximately 100 piranhas. Gina could only employ her 10 million volts thrice each day, and now she had exhausted her quota. Chen Feng was left with no choice but to rely on his acquired active skill, Wind Wave, to combat these piranhas. The 3 blades of the swirling wind were deftly unleashed. Having become an extension of himself, Chen Feng wielded them with ease, bolstered by the goggles that enhanced his accuracy. Poo poo poo. The sounds of impact echoed as the blades struck the piranhas, carving deep, bone-exposing gashes into their flesh, causing dark brown blood to ooze forth, accompanied by a foul stench. Despite their grievous injuries, the piranhas exhibited no decrease in combat efficacy, only growing more frenzied. Chen Feng bit his lip and summoned 3 more blades of wind, marking the second use of his active skill. After 3 uses, the skill would be depleted. The blades shot forth with a whoosh. But coincidentally, Zhou Lingrui had just conjured a wave of ice spheres the size of footballs, which collided with Chen Feng's wind blades. Crash! The ice spheres shattered instantly upon impact, and in the tumultuous winds, the fragments coalesced into sharp ice spikes. The amalgamation of the wind blades and Zhou Lingrui's ice spheres formed 3 hurricane ice blades. Buzz! The 3 hurricane ice blades surged towards 3 piranhas. Poochie. Unlike before, this time the attack pierced through the bodies of the piranhas, causing them to writhe in agony as their flesh was torn asunder by the minuscule ice spikes. In an instant, the 3 piranhas rolled over, lifeless. Chen Feng's expression morphed into one of astonishment. He had never anticipated that the fortuitous synergy of their skills would yield such formidable results. It turned out that while Chen Feng's wind element attacks possessed decent strength, they lacked sharpness without a physical form. Conversely, Zhou Lingrui could coalesce ice spheres but struggled to shape them into precise ice spikes, and her attacks were limited to slow, blunt force. However, when their skills combined, they not only compensated for each other's weaknesses, but also amplified their strengths. Ha! Zhou Lingrui, create more ice spheres and hurl them my way, Chen Feng exclaimed, a newfound hope igniting within him. Zhou Lingrui, having witnessed the power of their combined skills, nodded eagerly, with a flick of her delicate hand. A small stream of seawater morphed into a serpentine form, swimming before her. After completing a lap, the water serpent split into numerous spheres, which instantaneously transformed into ice spheres, emanating a chilling aura that I'm throwing them. Zhou Lingrui exerted herself to control over 10 ice spheres, tossing them toward Chen Feng. Anticipating her move, Chen Feng quickly condensed a gust of wind, enveloping the ice spheres, instead of forming blades as before. He shaped the wind into a protective wall. The ice spheres shattered again, and amidst the swirling winds, they morphed into countless ice spikes. This time, Chen Feng had learned from his previous experience, recognizing the increased potency of the shattered ice. He focused on quality rather than quantity. The gust of wind, laden with ice spikes, coalesced into a massive ice net, spanning over 10 meters in width, resembling a spiked fishing net that descended upon the ocean surface. Crackle! The resulting ice spike-infused wind proved astonishingly effective. While it did not penetrate the piranhas' bodies as before, it still struck deep, aiming specifically for their heads. The sweeping ice net claimed the lives of dozens of piranhas, leaving fewer than 200 in its wake. The surface of the sea was awash with thick, dark brown blood, swirling with the waves, and the stench was unbearable. Chen Feng, incredible. You've slain them all. Zhou Lingrui, who had been anxious moments ago, could not contain her joy at the success of their latest assault. However, her elation quickly turned to despair as she lamented, "But Chen Feng, it's over. I've exhausted my active skill usage. And without ice spheres, what should we do? Your skills must be depleted as well." Yet, Chen Feng's face betrayed no hint of concern. He opened the level 3 shop and promptly clicked on the level 1 blue potion 10 times. Now his inventory boasted 11 bottles of level 1 blue potion, from which he retrieved 5, handing them to Zhou Lingrui. "Drink 3 first. Take more when your skills run out. This will replenish our skill usage." Zhou Lingrui, unfamiliar with the level 3 shop and its wares, regarded him with astonishment, but wasted no time, quaffing 3 bottles of the potion. Chen Feng followed suit and could distinctly observe his attribute panel. The usage count for his active skill, Wind Wave, had reset to 3. Onward. Do not falter. Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui once more synchronized their efforts, creating a square ice net over 10 meters wide. Propelling it toward the fearless piranhas, the tumultuous waves and the slaughtered piranhas blended together, casting a dark shadow over the sky, and the scene became increasingly gruesome. Finally, after a fierce battle, the ethereal energy shield was entirely depleted, and the sailboat had sustained minor damage. Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui had each consumed 5 bottles of level 1 blue potion, utilizing their skills 5 times, and the ocean was devoid of any surviving piranhas. The two sat upon the deck, exchanging glances that mirrored their exhaustion, and in unison, they broke into laughter, feeling the sweet relief of having survived. The recent assault by the mutated sea creatures had been far more ferocious than the giant sea turtle encountered the previous day. Had they not fortuitously discovered the synergy of their skills, they might have met a dire end. Chen Feng suddenly produced the last bottle of level 1 blue potion and turned to Gina, saying, "Gina, drink this and see if it has any effect." Since the blue potion had restored their skill usage, perhaps it could also replenish Gina's capacity to unleash her 10 million volts. Gina accepted the potion and, after sipping it, furrowed her brows, seemingly contemplating its effects. After a prolonged pause, she replied, "Master, this liquid possesses restorative properties, but its capacity is limited to enable me to unleash 10 million volts. It is likely insufficient. Moreover, quantity cannot compensate. A qualitative change is necessary." Chen Feng nodded slightly, as if it were to be expected. After all, Gina was at level 3, and both her skills and inherent strength surpassed those of him and Zhou Lingrui. He offered Gina a blue potion merely as a test. Since she claimed the quality was inadequate, it was likely that a higher-grade blue potion would be effective. However, that would have to wait until the level 4 shop was unlocked. At last, they had endured this arduous battle, and it was time to clear the battlefield. Chen Feng stood up, gesturing towards the countless piranha corpses floating on the surface of the sea, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was food, a bounty of ethereal energy crystals. Chapter 122. Ma shouting surrounding the sailboat were innumerable piranha carcasses. Based on Chen Feng's earlier estimates, there were approximately 300, that if the likelihood of ethereal energy crystals forming in their brains was high, Chen Feng would be overjoyed. He hastily commanded the plump little creature nearby to come over, and the three of them leapt onto its back. With its massive physique, the ferocious waves posed no threat to Chen Feng. He casually retrieved a piranha carcass and placed it on the creature's back, only to be met with a sudden, pungent odor that assaulted his senses. Goodness, the stench was unbearable, reminiscent of a cesspool that had been festering for days. It had been tolerable aboard the sailboat, but now, in such close proximity, it nearly made Chen Feng lose his dinner. Not only was the piranha's odor peculiar, but he could also see a bizarre greenish hue to the flesh around its wounds, which appeared quite unsettling. Chen Feng sighed. Given the strangeness of the piranha corpses, it was certainly out of the question to consider them as food. The prospect of consuming such oddly colored fish flesh raised concerns about potential poisoning. It was rather unfortunate. 301-meter-long piranhas could have provided ample supplies if they were edible. Nevertheless, Chen Feng and the two women produced pieces of cloth, resembling masks, to cover their faces, and each retrieved a short knife from their supplies to begin the grisly task of opening the piranha skulls. After decapitating a dozen or so piranhas without discovering a single ethereal energy crystal, the smile on Chen Feng's face gradually faded. Although the piranha swarm was formidable, their individual strength was rather weak. Based on Chen Feng's experience hunting mutated sea beasts, the stronger the creature, the higher the probability of ethereal energy crystals forming in their brains. Yet the likelihood of finding ethereal energy crystals among these piranhas seemed exceedingly low. Chen Feng had initially expected to find at least one crystal in every 3 to 5 piranhas, but now he felt as though he had merely indulged in a fruitless endeavor. As they continued their labor, Zhou Lingrui finally managed to extract a shard of ethereal energy crystal stained with dark brown blood. Upon seeing the result, Chen Feng's expression improved significantly, indicating that there was still a possibility for the piranhas to yield ethereal energy crystals. They resolved to scour the rest thoroughly. After an extensive period of effort, the three of them had dealt with all the piranhas. During this time, a tsunami struck, prompting Chen Feng to ascend to the sailboat and recharge the ethereal defense shield to withstand the oncoming waves. In total, they had dealt with 310 piranhas, yet they had only obtained 8 ethereal energy crystals, leaving Chen Feng feeling rather dissatisfied. The 10 instances of charging the ethereal defense shield consumed the equivalent of 10 ethereal energy crystals. And apart from the crystals found in the piranhas' brains, there was little else of value to salvage. Ultimately, they had only secured 8 ethereal energy crystals, which meant that after a day's toil, they had incurred a loss of 2. Chen Feng was somewhat vexed, yet there was little he could do till he had allowed the plump creature to taste the fish corpses, but after tentatively swallowing one, it was met with an unusual flavor and promptly spat it out. Its expression conveying a clear message. Even if it starved, it would not consume such a thing again. Chen Feng did not press the matter further, with the waves carrying away the foul-smelling fish corpses. The sailboat appeared as though it had never endured battle. The trio had managed to survive the peril of the second day of the great calamity. Chen Feng dined on the noodles made from corn by Zhou Lingrui. Deep in thought, while the harvest was meager, he had inadvertently discovered that the skill wind-wave manipulation, which controlled wind elements, combined remarkably with Zhou Lingrui's abilities to control water and temperature, resulting in a significant enhancement in power, an unexpected boon. This provided him with an additional means of attack against mutated sea beasts in the future. As the second day drew to a close, new dangers awaited Chen Feng on the morrow. At this moment, the three needed ample rest to recover their strength. Even amidst the violent rocking of the sailboat, they managed to fall into a deep slumber. After 2 consecutive days of intense combat, even the indomitable Gina was thoroughly fatigued. Night enveloped the sea in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. Were it not for the rhythmic sound of the waves crashing, one would hardly know they were adrift upon the ocean. 1,000 meters away from Chen Feng's sailboat, a vessel of similar size floated on the surface of the sea. Yet upon its deck, a faint glow persisted. Through this dim light, one could observe numerous figures bustling about, binding heavy objects with ropes and casting them into the water to stabilize the sailboat against the tumultuous waves, and on the expansive deck lay the remnants of an unknown creature. Within the control room stood 2 women. One was petite, around 1.6 meters tall, with twin ponytails. Although she was female, without her innocent visage and braids, one might easily mistake her for a boy. Though her figure was less than impressive, her swimsuit accentuated her cuteness, giving her a somewhat endearing appearance, reminiscent of a young girl at that moment. She held an object resembling binoculars, peering out towards Chen Feng's direction, her legs swinging playfully as she perched on the windowsill. The other woman was tall and curvaceous, exuding an air of coldness that made her seem somewhat unapproachable. Should Chen Feng be present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as Wang Ruoshi, with whom he had allied at the Fishman Castle. Ma shouting, "Can your enhanced night vision see anything? Is there anyone in that sailboat who resembles Chen Feng?" Wang Ruoshi's brow furrowed with anxiety, indicating that she had been waiting for quite some time. The little girl perched on the windowsill was none other than Ma Shouting, ranked fourth in the world and the captain of the Iron Maiden fleet, comprised entirely of women. In response to Wang Ruoshi's urgency, Ma Shouting remained unruffled, casually replying, "Oh, so you actually speak to me like this? It seems I'm not held in high regard by my dear sister." Ma Shouting's words implied that she was indeed Wang Ruoshi's elder sister, though they bore different surnames, a rather peculiar circumstance. "You just look quickly and confirm before telling me. I'm going to rest in the cabin." Wang Ruoshi appeared at a loss when confronted with the little girl, stomping her foot in frustration before retreating into the cabin. Once Wang Ruoshi had departed, Ma Shouting revealed a peculiar smile. Both Cece and Luxiupi have said that this Chen Feng is quite formidable. Luxiupi is eager to recruit him. I am curious to see exactly what makes this Chen Feng so strong. Having spoken her piece, Ma Shouting leaped from the windowsill and called out loudly to the many women bustling on the deck. "Everyone, take turns on watch. Do not slack off. Tomorrow, we shall confront the one ranked third in the world. I'm going to sleep now." Yes. Despite the entire deck being composed of women, they exhibited an extraordinary discipline, their demeanor and actions akin to those of soldiers. Upon hearing the unified response, Ma Shouting turned to enter the cabin, but seemed to recall something. "Oh, and if a tsunami occurs, wake me immediately." Yes, Chapter 123. Naval Admiral, a night passed without incident, and the third day of the death challenge had commenced. "Everyone, return to your posts. Readjust the sailboat's weight distribution. The tsunami is imminent." On the deck, the petite Ma Shouting wore a serious expression as she began directing the numerous women, exuding an impressive authority. Yes, with the daylight illuminating the scene, it became apparent that all the women were clad in pristine, uniform white military attire. These women, by their appearance, were indeed members of the Navy. Upon hearing Ma Shouting's orders, they swiftly began to busily rearrange the weights that had been evenly distributed across the vessel, shifting them all to the front. By increasing the weight at the bow, the impact of the impending tsunami would be mitigated. The weights, composed of stones and numerous iron pieces, were exceedingly heavy, yet these seemingly delicate women showed no signs of complaint. Moreover, they executed their tasks with remarkable swiftness and ease. After issuing her commands, Ma Shouting entered the control room to adjust the sailboat's angle in the distance. The tsunami finally approached, as the massive wave crashed against the sailboat. Despite the added weight at the bow, it was clear that mere adjustments would not suffice to withstand such a force. The enormous sailboat was lifted high by the waves, on the verge of capsizing. However, the women had retreated into the spacious control room, each gripping the vessel tightly to maintain their balance. Yet their faces bore no trace of fear. Suddenly, Ma Shouting began manipulating a device within the control room. Abruptly, the entire sailboat lurched downwards, as if it had been commanded to dive beneath the sea surface. It was astonishing how the wooden vessel seemed to defy the laws of physics, plunging suddenly into the depths, leaving one to wonder at the circumstances as seawater flooded in. The women were instantly drenched, holding their breaths, wide-eyed as they exchanged bewildered glances, the scene appearing quite comical. A Shouting, submerged in the water, gazed up at the surface, observing the colossal wave created by the tsunami recede, and swiftly operated the device once more. In an instant, the sailboat surged back towards the surface. With a splash, the vessel erupted from the depths. Water cascading off the deck. A shouting shook her loose swimsuit and patted her flat chest, secretly admiring her foresight. Everyone, attend to your duties, adjust the weights, and those responsible for drainage, step it up. The numerous female naval officers, all well-trained, hurriedly sprang into action. I never expected this prop to be so effective. Wang Ruoshi, standing behind Ma shouting, remarked nonchalantly. Indeed. Thankfully, I had this. Otherwise, I would never have dared to choose the death-defying difficulty of a natural disaster. Ma shouting beamed with pride as she gazed at the dark metal box before her, convinced that her decision was astutely made. Originally, Ma shouting was not petite. She stood tall at 1.8 meters. The reasons for her transformation are a tale in themselves. She was a naval admiral, leading over 100 female sailors on a mission before the world changed unexpectedly. Upon arriving in this new realm, it took her considerable time to gather her troops. As they were all sailors with excellent swimming skills, they thrived in this oceanic apocalypse, reaping bountiful rewards on Treasure Island before continuing their voyage to conquer the seas. To her surprise, during the merging of regions, she found herself fortunate enough to be placed in the same area as her half-sister, leading to their natural reconnection. Subsequently, Ma shouting learned that official forces had emerged, and as a significant combat asset for the nation, she was highly regarded for her impressive development. The official representative, Lu Xiaoping, even showed intent to cultivate her, generously providing her with a portion of hourglasses before the grand calamity commenced. This was why she was able to upgrade her vehicle to level 20 ahead of Chen Feng and participate in the death-defying difficulty, a task assigned to her by Lu Xiaoping. Once her vehicle reached the coveted level 20, the system rewarded Ma shouting with an orange item, the ethereal submersible, which consumed ethereal energy, allowing her vehicle to navigate underwater like a submarine. However, a sailboat was not a submarine. It could not provide oxygen underwater, presenting numerous limitations. Yet, Ma shouting cleverly evaded successive tsunamis with this item. After successfully consuming a level 2 enhancement potion, she also utilized an active skill card, which significantly altered her physique, transforming her from a tall, composed woman into a petite girl. Her personality, too, began to shift, increasingly resembling that of a child, much to the bemusement of her sister, Wang Ruoleven, a S for that active skill. It will be explained in due course. After surviving 2 days of the grand calamity at death-defying difficulty, Ma shouting perceived the varying strengths of the actively attacking mutated sea beasts, despite their rigorous training. Facing these terrifying colossal sea creatures was exceedingly perilous. Thus, she conceived the idea of seeking allies to endure the calamity together. Although many had opted for the death-defying difficulty, most were foreigners. Following the advice of Wang Ruoshi and Lu Xiaoping, Ma shouting naturally set her sights on Chen Feng. Last night, out of boredom, Ma shouting had used night vision goggles and spotted another sailboat not far away, none other than Chen Feng's. After much deliberation with Wang Ruoshi, she decided to observe Chen Feng and ponder whether to approach him. After all, while Wang Ruoshi and Lu Xiaoping often spoke highly of Chen Feng's strength, Ma shouting had yet to witness it firsthand. Following the passing of the tsunami, Ma shouting, equipped with her enhanced night vision goggles, scrutinized Chen Feng from a kilometer away. The night vision goggles not only offer clarity at night, but also functioned as a telescope during the day. How is he faring against the tsunami? Wang Ruoshi, standing behind her, surveyed the diminutive black dot on the distant horizon. The tsunami had surged towards Ma shouting's direction, and now that they had dealt with the wave, it was only natural to assess Chen Feng's capabilities that it appeared that his sailboat possessed a spherical defensive item, as the tsunami had seemingly had little effect. Having witnessed the aftermath of the tsunami, Ma shouting was utterly astounded that I knew it. Chen Feng is no ordinary individual. When he ventured into the fisherman castle, I thought he had perished. Since he survived, he must have acquired the fisherman's treasure. Wang Ruoshi's expression was complex, her cool demeanor contemplative. During her previous escape from the fisherman castle, she had fled alone, which she deemed justifiable, as her connection with Chen Feng was minimal. It was only due to being captured by him that she had been forced to venture deep into the castle. When the fisherman leader returned, she had naturally seized the opportunity to escape, feeling no guilt towards Chen Feng. Later, amid the fisherman uprising, she endured considerable hardships to escape from Treasure Island. However, as the mutated sea beast grew increasingly formidable, Ma Xiaoting's desire to team up with Chen Feng felt somewhat awkward, leaving her uncertain about how to face him. Let us observe his attack methods. We shall see after the mutated sea beast strike today. Ma Xiaoting, oblivious to Wang Ruoshi's discomfort, muttered to herself. Chapter 124. Strange skills as the storm raged. Time became excruciatingly slow. Although Ma Xiaoting had acclimatized to life at sea, the sailboat felt primitive compared to the military vessels she had previously sailed. Sitting in the control room, she grew impatient with the swaying, her small, pale feet tapping restlessly as she inquired of the female soldier stationed at the entrance. How long until the mutated sea beasts begin their assault? General, the mutated sea creatures will arrive in about 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoting's spirits lifted, and she leaped off the windowsill, her twin ponytails dancing wildly. All right, it's time to warm up. Everyone, prepare for battle. Approximately 50 female soldiers aboard the sailboat sprang into action, each brandishing an eclectic array of weapons, as they lacked firearms. Cece, you won't need to lift a finger. Just keep an eye on Chen Feng with this and report back on how he deals with the mutated sea beasts. Ma Xiaoting handed her enhanced night vision goggles to Wang Ruoshi, adopting a tone that seemed far older than her appearance, creating an oddly mismatched effect. Got it. Could you refrain from using that authoritative tone? I'm not your subordinate. Wang Ruoshi appeared exasperated with her sister, though she complied. Before long, a hint of concern crossed Wang Ruoshi's face. The mutated sea beast attacks are intensifying. Perhaps we should use that weapon after all. Absolutely not. We have plenty of people. Why resort to that? Besides, it consumes too much ethereal crystal. We barely have any left. With a dismissive wave of her ponytail, Ma Xiaoting nonchalantly strode toward the bow of the ship. Sighing in resignation, Wang Ruoshi turned her attention back to Chen Feng. General, the mutated sea beasts are here. A scout pointed to the ocean, where a massive creature resembling a small mountain rose partially above the surface. General, the species is unidentified, suspected to be a crustacean, approximately 80 meters in size. Another soldier reported that let's see how many there are. Ma Xiaoting's brows furrowed, and her cherubic face took on a serious expression. Suddenly, she retrieved 2 double-edged axes, each over a meter long, from the storage. The axes seemed weightless in her slender arms, yet their metallic structure indicated significant heft. As she swung the axes, they danced in tandem with her movements. The sight of the petite girl wielding the enormous axes was bizarre, leaving onlookers perplexed at her strength. General, we only see one for now. This mutated sea beast appears to be a giant mutated king crab. Its 4 pairs of legs are approximately 25 meters long, and its pincer should be around 20 meters. Its entire body is encased in a hard shell, with a power level of at least level 3. An experienced female soldier quickly analyzed the approaching beast. All right, everyone, follow my lead. We will not engage head-on. For crabs and similar sea creatures, we must strike at the joints of their shells. Stay close to me. With that, Ma Xiaoting brandished her axes and leaped off the sailboat, plunging into the depths of the ocean. The other female soldiers showed no fear as they followed suit, weapons in hand, diving into the sea to confront the 80-meter-long mutated king crab, led by a diminutive girl of merely 1.6 meters. As they submerged, the colossal king crab approached, raising one of its legs high and aiming its sharp tip at the group swimming towards it. Despite their numbers, the female soldiers appeared minuscule next to the gigantic creature. However, just as the crab's leg came crashing down, Ma Xiaoting suddenly propelled herself from the water's surface. Her petite frame swung the axes toward the crab's leg. In midair, she shouted, "Spirit of the pufferfish." As her fierce cry resonated, her small body radiated an astonishing heat, evaporating the seawater clinging to her, but a thick mist of steam enveloped her as she rapidly expanded in size, transforming from a petite girl into a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall. Muscles bulged prominently, resembling hardened iron, with veins standing out like snakes writhing beneath her fair skin. Her ponytails whipped in the wind, and she embodied the essence of Neza from countless jokes. Unbeknownst to her, the material of her swimsuit was a mystery. Even after her body had expanded to twice its size, it remained firmly affixed, albeit exceedingly tight. It was no wonder that Ma shouting did not don a military uniform like the other female soldiers, but instead sported a swimsuit that it appears she possessed such remarkable means. Had she been clad in any other attire, it would have surely been torn to shreds. After her transformation, the dual-bladed axes no longer appeared incongruous. With arms thicker than those of a man, Ma shouting wielded them as if she could cleave mountains and split stones, creating a thunderous sound as the air vibrated around her, striking at the emperor crab's formidable claws. With a resounding clang, the sound of metal clashing generated a shockwave that sent ripples through the water beneath her. Astonishingly, the 25-meter-long claw was cleaved in two. The emperor crab stared wide-eyed, as if exclaiming in disbelief. Ma shouting had the audacity to confront an 80-meter class mutated sea beast with her own strength. Were Chen Feng to witness this, he would undoubtedly be left speechless. Such power was beyond human capabilities. What bizarre abilities did she possess? All around, the soldiers engaged in close combat. The crab's long claws were, paradoxically, its Achilles heel that as long as they approached to attack, it was wholly incapable of countering. After the initial strike, Ma shouting seemed to glean insight, commanding loudly, her once delicate voice now transformed into a deep, resonant tone. "Yes, General." The female soldiers responded in unison, each brandishing their weapons as they swiftly navigated the waters. These naval soldiers, possessing exceptional swimming skills, moved with the agility of fish. Leading the charge, Ma shouting and her comrades swiftly closed in on the emperor crab. Attack! With her dual-bladed axes, she struck fiercely at the joint of the crab's claw. With a crisp crack, the joint's shell, seemingly fragile, yielded to her might, revealing a 3-meter-long gash and exposing the tender crab meat within. The other female soldiers quickly followed suit, relentlessly hacking at the vulnerable joints. The poor emperor crab, with its massive and heavy body, moved sluggishly. Once Ma shouting and her comrades got close, its long legs were unable to reach them for an attack. Sensing its injuries, the crab finally panicked, thrashing its 10 long limbs in a futile struggle. Yet Ma shouting and her comrades, true to their military training and in overwhelming numbers, clung to the creature like a relentless parasite, refusing to relent. After nearly an hour of battle, Ma shouting stood triumphantly atop the now lifeless emperor crab, surveying the 10 severed legs with a satisfied smile. I could see that moment. Her body had reverted to its original petite form, and her swimsuit had become considerably loose. "Sisters, tonight we feast." With a flourish of her axes, she led the exuberant soldiers towards the sailboat. Chapter 125. The transformation of Little Fatty upon Ma, shouting, securing the emperor crab's remains in the storage. She and her fellow soldiers climbed aboard the sailboat, only to find Wang Ruoshi in a distracted state. "Little Cece, what's wrong? Are you intimidated by how formidable your sister is?" The sweetness of her voice seemed implausible for a naval officer. Yet, it appeared Wang Ruoshi was oblivious, muttering incessantly. As expected, I knew he was extraordinary. By the way, Chen Feng should still be alive, right? Observing Wang Ruoshi's dazed expression, Ma Shouting's face tensed with concern as she asked, could it be that he was done in by a sea beast? Snatching the enhanced night vision goggles from Wang Ruoshi's grasp, which could also prove useful during the day, she barely had a chance to look through them before Wang Ruoshi, recovering her senses, exclaimed, "No, not only is he alive, but over 50 minutes ago, he already defeated the mutated sea beast that attacked him. The night vision works poorly during the day, but I can clearly see that he has a tamed mutated shark by his side." "What?" Ma Shouting gazed towards Chen Feng, now a kilometer away. She was aware of his strength, but to kill a mutated sea beast on the third day so swiftly was beyond her belief. After all, even she had relied on the power of her team to slay the emperor crab. The frequency of using her active skills was limited. No matter how formidable she was, a solo kill was utterly impossible. Just how powerful was Chen Feng? Without allies, taming mutated sea beasts. Ma Shouting was desperate for clarity on this matter. I could see that moment. Chen Feng was comfortably reclining in the embrace of Zhou Lingrui aboard the sailboat. With Gina attending to his feet, a smile graced his face as he recalled the exhilarating events of the day, though it certainly had nothing to do with his wife's impending motherhood. Rather, it was about the battles he had faced, The mutated sea beast that had attacked today was a vibrant 90-meter-long sea serpent. However, Chen Feng's joy stemmed from the fact that neither he, Gina, nor Zhou Lingrui had to engage in combat. The approaching mutated sea beast had been dealt with by Little Fatty. Yesterday, Chen Feng felt a strange sensation regarding the 3 essence crystals he had fed to Little Fatty, who had not yet shown any signs of evolution. With the sea beast attack, Little Fatty, measuring only 60 meters, was utterly outmatched against the lethal mutated sea beast, leaving Chen Feng disillusioned, having initially believed Little Fatty would be a formidable ally. Little Fatty felt equally aggrieved. After all, it was not at fault for the disparity in size. After much contemplation, Chen Feng decided to give Little Fatty all the remaining essence crystals, determined to see if it could indeed evolve. As expected, after a night of transformation, when Chen Feng beheld Little Fatty the next day, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Little Fatty had surged from its previous 60 meters to an impressive 80 meters in length. Its dorsal fin now soared 10 meters high, and when it emerged from the water, its appearance was terrifying. When it opened its massive jaws, it could even swallow Chen Feng's sailboat whole. However, what truly delighted Chen Feng was not merely the size increase. Though Little Fatty had evolved to 80 meters, it still paled in comparison to the giant sea turtle they had encountered on the first day. What thrilled Chen Feng was that Little Fatty had developed a unique ability. He was already aware that mutated sea beasts could evolve in 3 ways: size, intelligence, and special abilities. Size was the foundation. All sea beasts began their evolution with size, but not every beast possessed intelligence or special abilities. Thus far, Chen Feng had only witnessed the giant sea turtle exhibit an increase in intelligence, while he had never encountered a mutated sea beast with special abilities, upon Little Fatty acquiring its special ability. It was immediately recorded in Chen Feng's character attributes: Pet, Great White Shark Level 3 Skill, Spatial Slash, 3 uses per day. Description: can create a 10-meter-long slash at any point within a 100-meter radius. Not only had its level increased from 2 to 3, placing it on par with Gina, but its evolved skill was akin to Gina's million volts. This limited use skill was undoubtedly powerful when the gigantic sea serpent had launched its attack. Chen Feng had received an alert from the radar detector. Eager to test Little Fatty's newly acquired skill, he instructed it to attack first while he and the others refrained from intervening. To Chen Feng's surprise, as Little Fatty charged forward, the vibrant sea serpent drew significantly closer, reducing the distance between them to under 100 meters. Chen Feng clearly witnessed Little Fatty make no movement, and the distant sea serpent was suddenly cleaved into 4 segments by 3 10-meter-long white beams of light that appeared out of nowhere. Subsequently, Little Fatty gleefully devoured 3 segments of the serpent's flesh, tossing the severed head onto the deck. Chen Feng and the others stared in astonishment at the bloodied serpent head, which resembled a small house, rendered speechless against such a relatively weak mutated sea serpent. Chen Feng believed that if Gina had been sent to battle, her million volts could have also slain it, but it would not have been nearly as effortless. Little Fatty's slicing skill was remarkable for its element of surprise, creating slashes within its 100-meter range that were utterly unpredictable. Nevertheless, Chen Feng understood that although Little Fatty's skill was formidable, it might not be as effective against the extraordinarily defensive sea turtle they had encountered on the first day, or against armored mutated lobsters. However, overall, Little Fatty had indeed grown stronger, which greatly eased Chen Feng's mind. With its increased size, Little Fatty could better stabilize the swaying sailboat, leading Chen Feng to suddenly feel that the catastrophic challenges of death difficulty were not as terrifying as he had once believed. After splitting open the massive serpent head on the deck, Chen Feng discovered 10 essence crystals inside, his face instantly brightening. With today's mutated sea beast vanquished, he felt quite relaxed. Reclining in the control room, Chen Feng gazed out at the distant horizon, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Zhou Lingrui rested Chen Feng's head on her lap, gently massaging his temples. Observing where Chen Feng's gaze lingered, she asked with concern, "Chen Feng, do you really think there's a group of people watching us over there? I can't see them at all." Savoring the astonishing elasticity of the moment, Chen Feng replied with a faint smile. "Of course, you can't see them, but I'm wearing these enhanced goggles, which grant me excellent vision. That group has likely been there for quite some time. I spotted them this morning. They are all women, and if I am not mistaken, they must be Ma Xiaoting's crew. Moreover, one of them is someone you know." Chen Feng had long since noticed Ma Xiaoting watching him from afar, and thanks to the goggles' enhanced vision, he was well aware of everything occurring over there, including Ma Xiaoting's peculiar abilities. "That I know her. Who could it be?" Zhou Lingrui tilted her head in curiosity. "Ah, do you remember the woman who could become invisible in the water that we encountered in the island's lake?" Wang Ruoshi, Chapter 126. The encounter. She is actually alive? Zhou Lingrui pondered in disbelief. The last time she escaped from Treasure Island, Chen Feng had recounted the events, leading her to assume that Wang Ruoshi had perished. Not only is she alive, but she is also in the company of Ma Xiaoting, who ranks fourth in the world. What shall we do now? Zhou Lingrui's initial reaction to Wang Ruoshi was one of aversion, especially after the last incident where she abandoned Chen Feng to flee alone, which left her quite displeased. This group remains nearby, and for now, their intentions are unclear. We shall observe their actions. Chen Feng, however, chose not to elaborate further to Zhou Lingrui, instead delving into his own contemplations. While he appeared outwardly calm, his mind was in turmoil. With the enhanced vision provided by his goggles, he could clearly see Ma Xiaoting and her companions from a kilometer away. Contrary to the rumors circulating in the regional chat, Ma Xiaoting's group consisted entirely of women. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that they were not only women, but also highly trained female naval officers, exhibiting remarkable physical fitness and exceptional teamwork. Whether facing a tsunami or battling the colossal king crabs that attacked them, Chen Feng observed their absolute obedience and formidable tactics, though they were all women. Their combat prowess was on par with that of their male counterparts, prompting Chen Feng to marvel at the caliber of military training. Even the female soldiers were fearfully impressive. What astonished Chen Feng even more was that their sailboats could submerge beneath the waves in an instant during the tsunami and subsequently resurface. Akin to submarines, that he speculated that they must possess some rather peculiar equipment. Lastly, Ma Xiaoting herself, as she led her formidable squad of female soldiers in hand-to-hand combat against the massive king crabs, left Chen Feng utterly astounded, particularly by her strange abilities. This explained why Ma Xiaoting's group ranked among the world elite, only trailing behind Chen Feng. Yet he could not fathom why Wang Ruoshi would align herself with them. Despite the sudden appearance of Ma Xiaoting and her crew, Chen Feng remained vigilant. Although they appear to be former military personnel, in this unpredictable world, he was wary of placing his trust in anyone. Thus, even with Ma Xiaoting's south group within close proximity, he had no intention of provoking them. However, contrary to his desires, they raised their sails and began to approach Chen Feng. "Prepare for caution. They are coming." Chen Feng frowned, rising from beside Zhou Lingrui, his tone grave. Zhou Lingrui and Gina wore equally serious expressions. One hurriedly activated the ethereal energy shield while the other positioned herself on the deck, ready to confront any threat. Chen Feng also exited the control room, issuing a few commands to the seed. He instructed Xiao Pang to partially surface, serving as a deterrent. Chen Feng could not comprehend their sudden approach and had to tread carefully. Soon, Ma Xiaoting and her party's sailboat drew near to Chen Feng, closing the distance to merely 100 meters. Despite the close proximity, the tempest raged, and the petite Ma Xiaoting, along with her cadre of female soldiers, stood at the bow, seemingly engaged in conversation. Though Chen Feng struggled to catch their words amidst the cacophony of wind and rain as the stormy weather persisted, Ma Xiaoting's vessel continued its approach, ultimately aligning alongside Chen Feng. That upon seeing the group of female soldiers, Chen Feng instinctively focused his attention on them. To the forefront were Ma Xiaoting and Wang Ruoshi, with a row of resolute female soldiers standing straight behind them, each exuding an air of confidence, unwavering even amidst the storm. At this moment, Chen Feng's concentrated gaze activated the X-ray vision of his goggles. Chen Feng quickly averted his gaze, temporarily stowing away the goggles to dispel the X-ray ability. Although he was unsure whether Ma Xiaoting's approach signified friend or foe, he held a deep respect for military personnel and was unwilling to engage in any unsavory actions. "What is this? The third-ranked Chen Feng is so aloof, looking down his nose at us." As their sailboat gradually closed in, Ma Xiaoting observed Chen Feng's demeanor with evident displeasure. Well, no, please don't misunderstand. I was merely admiring today, as son. Chen Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hastily dismissed the astonishing images from his mind. Xiaoting rolled her eyes, glancing at the ominously overcast sky, then continued, I say, the esteemed Chen Feng, seeing a group of weaker women approaching. And you act as though we are intruders. After saying this, she curiously examined the ethereal energy shield surrounding Chen Feng's vessel. Upon noticing Xiao Pang's dorsal fin partially emerging from the water, her eyes reflected both shock and a spark of excitement. Hey, little sister, are you jesting? I am curious as to what brings you here. Chen Feng, shaking off his previous embarrassment, found Ma Xiaoting's presence quite perplexing. Clearly, she commanded a group of female soldiers, indicating her rank must be significant. When did young girls begin serving in the military? Though intrigued, Chen Feng refrained from asking directly. Since Ma Xiaoting had initiated the conversation and appeared amiable, he wished to ascertain her intentions. Before she could respond, one of the female soldiers beside Ma Xiaoting stepped forward, admonishing Chen Feng for his perceived disrespect. Please be mindful of your words. She is not merely the little sister you claim. Enough. Ma Xiaoting gestured for the soldier to cease, then smiled at Chen Feng. Esteemed Chen Feng, I have long admired your reputation. The truth is I approach you not for any other reason, but to inquire if you would be willing to collaborate. Collaborate? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng had an inkling of Ma Xiaoting's intentions, yet he feigned ignorance and pressed further. It is quite simple. We are all compatriots from Huaxia, and I, too, was once a soldier of Huaxia. You can rest assured of my integrity, and, esteemed Chen Feng, your strength is formidable. Given that we fortuitously meet amidst this apocalyptic disaster, why not join forces to navigate the peril together? Ma Xiaoting spoke with a calm smile, exuding a poise and authority that belied her youthful appearance. Navigate the peril together? I believe that may not be necessary. I am quite capable of handling the storm of death on my own. I appreciate the sentiment. Chen Feng shook his head, maintaining his stance against entanglements. Even with military personnel, seemingly anticipating Chen Feng's rejection, Ma Xiaoting remained unfazed. Chen Feng, do not be hasty in declining that I know you possess considerable strength. Not only with this protective shield, but also with a formidable shark under your command. However, the mutated sea beasts attacking us daily exhibit varying strengths. Perhaps tomorrow, they may be even stronger. Would you not reconsider? Haha, my answer remains unchanged. I can manage. After 2 unsuccessful attempts to persuade him, Ma Xiaoting's calm facade began to crack, her cherubic face revealing frustration that I cannot believe you would refuse to collaborate with a soldier. There must be another reason behind your reluctance. Chen Feng shrugged, gesturing towards Wang Ruoxi, who stood beside Ma Xiaoting. Ask her. She knows the answer. Chapter 127. Collaboration upon hearing Chen Feng mention her. Wang Ruoxi's expression shifted, betraying an air of discomfort, as if she were caught between words. Xiaoting immediately turned to Wang Ruoxi, whispering, likely inquiring about the situation. Chen Feng shook his head, feeling more at ease. It appeared Ma Xiaoting and her party were not inclined to attack him. Furthermore, should a confrontation arise, despite their numbers, he felt no fear. After a considerable pause, Ma Xiaoting ceased her conversation with Wang Ruoxi and turned back to Chen Feng. I have gathered the details, Chen Feng. Your reluctance to cooperate stems from Wang Ruoxi abandoning you during the Treasure Island incident, correct? To be fair, I cannot blame her. You coerced her, and with no ties to you. Is it not reasonable for her to flee in the face of danger? Haha, I do not hold it against her for fleeing. I merely feel uneasy about partnering with someone of her character. Chen Feng replied with a faint smile. Meanwhile, Wang Ruoxi's previously cool demeanor darkened further, gently tugging at Ma Xiaoting's braid and whispering, must you insist on dragging him along? He clearly does not wish to. And yet we persist in our entreaties. Let us depart. Ma Xiaoting, however, disregarded her plea and continued addressing Chen Feng. She is my sister, and I now pledge my honor as a soldier that, should we collaborate, we will not abandon our comrades until the storm of death has passed. How does that sound? Let it be. I am accustomed to being alone. Chen Feng still did not acquiesce that, of course, Xiao Pang has grown significantly. And with the synergy of my skills alongside Zhou Lingrui, our combined strength is formidable. Not to mention Gina's assistance. The storm of death poses little threat to me. Collaborating with them would yield no benefits, rendering it entirely pointless. Zhou Lingrui, let us depart. Chen Feng and Gina retreated into the control room, and Zhou Lingrui had already raised the sails, the vessel slowly turning away. Noting Chen Feng's impending departure, Ma Xiaoting grew anxious, her inner fury rising. If it weren't for Lu Xiaoping contacting her and commanding her to secure Chen Feng's collaboration at all costs, she would not be so eager to ingratiate herself. Seeing that her assurances had failed to sway him, and as Chen Feng's vessel completed its turn and began to drift away, she called out in desperation, "Chen Feng, what would it take for you to agree to collaborate with me?" Only Chen Feng's retreating silhouette answered her. "What if I offer to share confidential internal intelligence with you?" Chen Feng remained silent. The internal intelligence is crucial, regardless of how well you fare alone. It cannot rival the strength of a team. Since the onset of this ordeal, information regarding mutated sea beasts, skills, and items has been abundantly available from the authorities that do not wish to learn more. Chen Feng's vessel continued to recede into the distance. If all else fails, as long as you are willing to collaborate with me as a companion, I can offer you some supplies at a low price: wood, plant fibers, iron blocks. These are all vital resources, especially during this great calamity. The sailboat has already sailed over 200 meters. Hey, Chen Feng, I also possess some ethereal crystals, spatial gems, and 2 hourglasses that I am willing to part with at a bargain. My abilities are limited, and that is all I have. Upon hearing the mention of the hourglass, Chen Feng's sailboat suddenly halted in the distance and began to turn slowly, with a look of disbelief on Ma Xiaoting's face. Chen Feng returned before her. After some contemplation, I realized that what you said earlier indeed holds merit. Soldiers can be trusted, and I believe we should be able to collaborate effectively. Chen Feng rubbed his nose, a forced smile gracing his face. Upon discovering that Ma Xiaoting had hourglasses, Chen Feng decisively turned back. Previously, he had been seeking to acquire one through trade for quite some time, yet no one was willing to sell. Currently, Chen Feng's sailboat was on the verge of upgrading to a cruise ship with just 103 hours remaining until completion. Initially, he planned to wait out until the end of the Great Calamity, at which point the sailboat would naturally upgrade to level 21. However, upon hearing that Ma Xiaoting could sell in the hourglass, Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of upgrading to a cruise ship sooner. For the hourglass, he thought, let us collaborate. So, how shall we proceed with this partnership? With both of us possessing such large sailboats, and since we cannot store them in the warehouse, I certainly want to be boarding your vessel. How do you propose we cooperate? Chen Feng inquired first. Seeing Chen Feng finally acquiesce, Ma Xiaoting patted her flat chest, relieved to have completed her task. All right, since you have agreed, I will share my thoughts. There is no need for you to dock your sailboat. We will remain on our respective vessels. In this high-difficulty calamity, there are currently only 2 threats: tsunamis and timed attacks from mutated sea beasts. I propose our collaboration based on observation that the strength of these mutated sea beasts varies. Should we encounter particularly powerful ones, the danger would be significant that I hope that if either of us successfully deals with our own sea beast, we can assist one another. What do you think? That sound agreeable? However, I would like to add a stipulation. Let's maintain a safe distance between our sailboats during normal times, without getting too close. After all, we can communicate and trade through the system. Chen Feng nodded in agreement, fully accepting Ma Xiaoting's terms. Acknowledging Chen Feng's caution, Ma Xiaoting expressed her understanding. Now, I wonder how you plan to sell those hourglasses? Chen Feng chuckled, eager to inquire about the matter that concerned him most. Xiaoting pouted. Were it not for the orders to win over Chen Feng, she would be reluctant to part with her hourglasses. The value of such items needs no elaboration. With the storm raging, the level of vehicles is crucial, and the worth of the hourglass has soared. Since you have agreed to cooperate, I would like to express my sincerity by selling you both hourglasses together. I am currently in need of some materials to upgrade the cruise ship. Do you have iron and copper blocks? I would require 1,000 of each. Absolutely. No problem, upon hearing Ma Xiaoting's trade conditions. Chen Feng's face lit up with joy. When the storm first began, he had exchanged wood and plant fibers for a substantial amount of metal supplies, and his cabin was overflowing. 1,000 of each was hardly a challenge. Chen Feng hurriedly added Ma Shouting as a friend, then clicked on her avatar in the game interface to initiate the trade. Observing Chen Feng's eagerness, Ma Shouting felt inexplicably as if she had made a poor bargain, her cheeks puffing adorably. "Thank you." After receiving the 2 hourglasses, Chen Feng expressed his gratitude and immediately used one on the sailboat that was in the process of upgrading. "Do you confirm the use of the hourglass to reduce the vehicle's upgrade time by 100 hours? "Yes, the sailboat is upgrading. It will take an additional 3 hours to complete the upgrade. Just 3 more hours until successful completion." Chen Feng wasn't in a hurry. He decided to save the other hourglass for later, as wasting a reduction of 97 hours would be too extravagant. "All right, let's maintain a distance of 500 meters from each other for now, that if any trouble arises, do not hesitate to reach out." Chen Feng waved at Ma Shouting, preparing to steer his sailboat away. "Yes," Ma Shouting nodded, understanding Chen Feng's caution. By the way, don't forget the ethereal crystals, spatial gems, and the official internal intelligence. A note on the release to all the remarkable and beautiful gentlemen and ladies. This book is set to be released tomorrow. Strictly speaking, this is my first novel, and having written over 200,000 words, I finally get to express my thoughts on the release. This has been a dream of mine. I'm feeling a bit excited. First and foremost, I sincerely thank many individuals. Numerous readers have provided invaluable suggestions, which have greatly assisted me in correcting many flaws, allowing the story to develop smoothly. Not only suggestions, but also recommendation votes, tips, and monthly tickets have been my motivation throughout this journey. Here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Bows, of course, there have also been many readers offering constructive criticism. But as long as it's not abusive or mocking, I generally won't delete them. After all, reading novels comes with the joy of comments. Once again, thank you all. I have so many supporters that I cannot name each one individually. This book currently has 12,000 collections. I do not dare to wish for exceptional results, but as long as I can earn a little income, I can continue writing. After all, the ability to write for love is limited. After the release, I will ensure at least 3 updates, and if the subscription exceeds 1,000, I will aim for daily updates of 8,000 or even 10,000. Don't ask me who 8,000 and 10,000 are. That if I update at midnight tomorrow, I will start with 10,000 words to test the waters. That I hope that all of you can support me tomorrow. Just watching an ad will allow you to easily subscribe to a chapter. So I kindly ask for your assistance. Love you all. Mwah. Chapter 128. Skill Development Direction. Chen Feng's sailboat maintained a safe distance from Ma Shouting and her companions. This moment, he sat alone in the cabin, staring blankly at the document titled Investigation Records of the Otherworld. Internal China, Lu Xiaoping. This was a report Ma Shouting had just sent him through trade.as for the supplies she had mentioned selling at a low price. After acquiring the hourglass, Chen Feng felt no inclination to take further advantage. Upon seeing the name Lu Xiaoping associated with this report, and considering Ma Shouting's identity, Chen Feng pieced together the relationship between her and Lu Xiaoping. Flipping through the report, which was densely packed with various data, Chen Feng furrowed his brow, perusing page after page. This was internal intelligence from the Chinese government, and the details recorded were quite thorough. It took nearly an hour for Chen Feng to finish reading, and he couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the official resources. Since the onset of the calamity, there had been documentation and analysis of the situations encountered, all exceedingly detailed. Through team collaboration, there were indeed aspects of intelligence that Chen Feng was previously unaware of. While he was already familiar with much of the general information, there was one piece of intelligence he knew little about: research on skill development directions. The skills produced in the otherworld through skill cards bestow upon humanity a myriad of extraordinary abilities. These skills transcend human comprehension. It would not be an exaggeration to refer to them as magic. Currently, skills can be categorized into 2 types: passive and active. At the onset of the calamity, several individuals in China had utilized level 2 enhancers to meet the requirements for using active skills. Through internal research, it was discovered that there are a wide variety of skills, each with unique capabilities. However, experts found that skills can complement one another. For instance, Major Ma Shouting possesses a passive skill called oceanic power, which grants her 10 times her strength as long as there is seawater within 100 meters. The government previously acquired an active skill card named Spirit of the Pufferfish. Its effect is to infuse the user with pufferfish energy, resulting in a significant increase in size and strength tenfold. Limitations include a duration of 1 minute per use, up to 3 times a day, after which the user's body will revert to its normal size. Currently, when Major Ma Shouting employs this active skill, her physique undergoes a dramatic transformation. Some have already noticed that the effects of oceanic power and Spirit of the Pufferfish are remarkably similar. 10 times the strength may not seem particularly impressive, but when the two powers are combined, they can unleash 100-fold of strength. Therefore, experts recommend that when selecting skills, one should consider how they can synergize with existing abilities rather than blindly pursuing quantity. If 2 or even 3 skills have complementary effects, their power can multiply. Upon reaching this point, Chen Feng finally understood. He had previously observed Ma Shouting's combat process through goggles, astonished at how she transformed from a petite girl into a muscular warrior, capable of stunning a giant king crab with a single swing of her axe. It turns out that Ma Shouting's skills were so unique, enabling her to wield 100-fold strength. If she used that axe against someone, they would surely be reduced to nothing more than a pulp. Secretly impressed, Chen Feng resolved to keep a safe distance from that formidable girl in the future, reflecting on his own abilities. The wind wave skill controls wind elements to create destructive hurricanes, which does not synergize with his underwater breathing skill. Chen Feng felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing he had suffered from a lack of information and teamwork, hastily using skills without thorough consideration. Although underwater breathing does not complement any active skills, its practicality is undeniably strong, so it cannot be considered a significant loss. Once I acquire an active skill in the future, I shall be more judicious in its application. Fortunately, the temperature controller I obtained earlier has allowed Zhou Lingrui to utilize her abilities effectively. Her water manipulation and temperature control make for an excellent combination. Moreover, when Zhou Lingrui's skills are synergized with my wind and wave abilities, their potency is greatly enhanced, which is quite satisfactory. Concealing this intelligence, Chen Feng opened the game interface. Today's rewards from the dual leaderboards consist of 10 ghost energy crystals and 100 units of wood. Chen Feng's collection of ghost energy crystals has now reached 20, and his survival points have refreshed, totaling 5,623 points. He accessed the level 3 marketplace. The adage when skills are lacking, rely on equipment rings true. While Chen Feng's skills may appear inferior when compared to Ma Shouting's, it is essential to remember that his greatest advantage lies not within himself, but in his luck-based talents, armed with weapons that possess probabilistic attributes. Even if Ma Shouting is exceptionally strong, Chen Feng is unafraid to confront her. With over 5,000 survival points, Chen Feng promptly spent 5,000 to acquire 5 level 1 enhancement scrolls. The effects of these scrolls are astonishing, and he plans to dedicate the majority of his daily survival points to purchasing them, aiming to elevate all his crucial items to level 5. With 623 survival points remaining, he chose not to spend them, opting instead to reserve them for health potions or mana potions. Currently, the most beneficial item for survival is the Ghost Energy Defense Shield. As the radar detector and goggles are functioning well, the Ghost Energy Cannon also demonstrates impressive power. Chen Feng gazed at the purple quality, fine iron bow and arrows, feeling a tinge of regret. It has been his lifeline thus far, but after repeated usage, only a handful of arrows remain. Without arrows, the weapon's attribute effects would be rendered moot, thus reinforcing the decision to enhance the Ghost Energy Defense Shield instead. With 2 hours remaining until the sailboat upgrades to a cruise ship, Chen Feng's anticipation grew. The current diameter of the Ghost Energy Defense Shield is 65 meters. If the cruise ship turns out to be longer, it may not suffice. Previously enhanced once, he proceeded to enhance it 4 more times. After 4 flashes of light, a notification chimed. Enhancement successful. Ghost Energy Defense Shield, orange, level 5 to continue upgrading. Please use a level 2 enhancement scroll. Upon hearing the success prompt, Chen Feng inspected the shield once more. Unlike other enhanced items, the Ghost Energy Defense Shield retained the same attributes. It did not quantify its defensive capabilities. However, its diameter had expanded to 85 meters. a change that differed from the enhancement scroll's function, but Chen Feng was unconcerned as long as it had grown larger. Before the enhancement, Gina's million-volt attack could eliminate 2 layers of energy charge. After 5 enhancements, the attributes doubled. Chen Feng estimated that, using Gina's million volts as a reference, it should now only be able to take down 1 layer of charge. Yet, this would require testing, the next time a tsunami strikes. Activating the shield will provide clarity. Gina, maintain vigilance. Activate the Ghost Energy Defense Shield when a tsunami approaches, and keep an eye on Ma Shouting and her companions that if they come too close, alert me immediately. Understood, Master. Though Ma Shouting appeared exceptionally friendly, caution was necessary. After instructing Gina, Chen Feng returned to the cabin. The sailboat's upgrade to a cruise ship was just over an hour away, and he was filled with anticipation. Chapter 129. Zhou Lingrui. I'm jealous. Shortly thereafter, while resting in the cabin, Chen Feng heard Gina announce the impending tsunami. He promptly exited the cabin, activating the Ghost Energy Defense Shield to assess its current defensive capabilities. The thunderous waves crashed against the luminous barrier, appearing daunting at first glance. However, the fortified Ghost Energy Defense Shield merely quivered slightly, easily absorbing the impact. Once the tsunami passed, Chen Feng checked the shield's charge count. 9.5. The decimal point was unexpected. Despite his complaints, Chen Feng felt elated. The enhanced Ghost Energy Defense Shield indeed showcased remarkable defensive strength, requiring only half the charge to withstand the tsunami compared to before, resulting in considerable savings. Donning his goggles, Chen Feng glanced at Ma Shouting and her crew. Their ship emitted a faint glow, allowing him to make out their situation. As before, their sailboat submerged entirely beneath the waves, only to resurface moments later. Curiosity piqued, Chen Feng resolved to investigate the tools they were utilizing at his earliest opportunity. Having successfully weathered the storm, he felt no inclination to remain in the control room. With Gina on guard above deck and Xiaopeng safeguarding below, he felt quite at ease. Returning to the cabin, Chen Feng splashed some water on his face, preparing to rest. The recent storms had left him utterly fatigued. Just as he lay down, Zhou Lingrui entered, holding an iron bowl. Chen Feng, wait a moment before sleeping. Look, I've brewed a pot of turtle head soup. Dare not abbreviate. You must come and try it. Despite the bowl being filled to the brim and the sailboat swaying violently, Zhou Lingrui's water manipulation ensured not a drop was spilled though. Thank you. Chen Feng arose. Zhou Lingrui had gone to great lengths to prepare a midnight snack, and he felt it only right to sample it. This soup was likely made from the giant sea turtle meat stored in the warehouse, but upon hearing such an odd name, Chen Feng's expression tightened. Wait, turtle, I remember this one being male. Where do the eggs come from? Exactly. Only males have eggs. Eat it while it's hot. It's incredibly nourishing. Zhou Lingrui smiled mysteriously, bringing a piece of meat to Chen Feng's lips. Chen Feng, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, thought that consuming such a rich dish late at night might lead to another grueling battle. However, it must be said that Zhou Lingrui's culinary skills had indeed improved significantly. The turtle soup shimmered with a golden hue, its appearance quite appealing. The chunks of turtle meat and egg meat not only lacked any fishy smell, but also exuded a tantalizing aroma. Chen Feng took a bite. It was genuinely delightful, and he finished the bowl in no time. Raising his head, he handed the bowl back to Zhou Lingrui, only to find her gazing at him with a sultry expression, her eyes brimming with affection, as if she wished to devour him whole. You're full now. It's my turn to eat. With that, Zhou Lingrui pushed Chen Feng down and pounced on him. Whoa! Chen Feng exclaimed, inwardly alarmed. Half an hour later, Chen Feng stared blankly at the ceiling while Zhou Lingrui beamed with satisfaction, her delicate fingers playfully gliding across his face. You certainly know how to have fun. At that moment, Chen Feng felt that Zhou Lingrui's water and temperature control skills were perfectly suited to her. Zhou Lingrui smiled coyly. What if? Chen Feng's heart sank, sensing trouble brewing, and he quickly shook his head. No, let's save that for tomorrow. We'll talk about it then. Humph, I'll let you off this time. Zhou Lingrui teased, but her expression abruptly shifted as she pinched Chen Feng sharply, her displeasure evident. Chen Feng, I didn't ask you earlier, don't we have the ability to deal with natural disasters? Why did you choose to collaborate with that Ma Shouting? Is it because her crew is filled with women, and you found yourself drawn to them? Is having me and Gina not enough for you? You're thinking about the pot while eating from the bowl. I'm jealous. Huh. A triple threat? Chen Feng was taken aback by her three questions, sensing the murderous intent in Zhou Lingrui's gaze. Indeed, regardless of a woman's personality, this topic tends to be a sensitive one. Yet, suddenly, Chen Feng found Zhou Lingrui to be quite adorable, her girlish charm unmistakable. He smiled gently and immediately began to explain. What are you thinking? Did you not see that even though they're women, they're all legitimate naval officers? How could I entertain such thoughts? Then is it merely because of a sandglass that you chose to collaborate with them? Well, that is the primary reason, but I have other considerations as well. Then you must clarify it to me, otherwise I'll tie a bow around your dragon head. Zhou Lingrui pouted, demanding an explanation. Chen Feng felt a cold sweat break out and quickly spoke up. We can withstand the current natural disasters, but the number of participants in the deadly difficulty natural disasters is considerable. The world's number one ranked individual participated as well. In the world of the apocalypse, the most terrifying aspect is not the natural disasters, but rather human nature. Today, we encountered Ma shouting. Tomorrow we might face others, and it could lead to conflict. If we encounter someone stronger, what if we are not their match? Having a partner for collaboration would provide some assurance, wouldn't it? Upon hearing Chen Feng's rationale and recalling the likes of Tang Yuqing and Wang Rulong, Zhou Lingrui nodded in agreement. All right then, I misjudged you. Once she uttered this, her jealousy evaporated entirely. Transforming from a fierce tiger into a lazy kitten, she nestled into Chen Feng's embrace, seeking a comfortable position. All right, let us rest quickly. Once the sailboat upgrades to a cruise ship, we need to examine it. Sure, sounds good. Having soothed the tempestuous emotions, Chen Feng found himself tossing and turning, the effects of the turtle head soup lingering, robbing him of sleep. Once Zhou Lingrui had fallen asleep, he quietly rose, covered her with a blanket, shielding her delicate form, and then stepped out of the cabin to the control room. Gina, give me a foot massage. Make it electrifying. In the control room, Chen Feng found a recliner and settled in, instructing Gina. Yes, master. Gina knelt in front of Chen Feng, her delicate fingers expertly massaging his feet, occasionally sending tingling currents coursing through him. Since Gina evolved into a high-level mermaid, her mastery over electrical currents has reached an extraordinary level, with subtle currents providing Chen Feng a tingling sensation that is quite delightful. If others were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly express their outrage. How could such a beautiful and capable woman be reduced to merely using her feet? Time swiftly passed, and after an hour, as Chen Feng was on the verge of slumber, he suddenly heard a notification. The sailboat has successfully upgraded to a cruise ship. Please check your vehicle. Accompanied by this announcement, Chen Feng observed that everything around him was rapidly transforming. Chapter 130. The cruise ship. The sound of wood and metal clashing filled the air. Chen Feng, witnessing the magical transformation around him, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He had seen the vehicle upgrade before, from a raft to a sailboat, and the sailboat growing larger with each upgrade. However, the transition from sailboat to cruise ship was unlike anything he had experienced before. The substantial change in materials was visually stunning. The ground and walls were suddenly lifted by inexplicable metal plates, and the environment morphed like a living canvas. As this metamorphosis continued, the entire ship vibrated intensely. Fortunately, despite the commotion, Chen Feng and the others remained unaffected. What is happening? What is going on? Zhou Lingrui, startled awake by the tremors, quickly donned her clothes and climbed to the control room, her face filled with surprise as she inquired about Chen Feng. Was there even need to ask? The sailboat has successfully upgraded. Chen Feng teased, gently pinching the exposed part of her cheek, eliciting a playful scolding from her. The vibrations of the sailboat persisted for 3 minutes before gradually subsiding. At this moment, the control room where Chen Feng stood had undergone a significant transformation. Most of the materials had turned to metal, and the space had expanded considerably. Chen Feng excitedly beckoned Zhou, Lingrui, and Gina to step outside and take a look. Upon reaching the deck and surveying their surroundings, the trio was utterly astounded by the sight before them. Large, sturdy, tall were the immediate thoughts that coursed through their minds. To begin with, the cruise ship's size was remarkable. Chen Feng estimated its length to be around 80 meters, with a width remaining at approximately 25 meters, but now it soared to a height of about 20 meters, having shed its sails. Constructed predominantly from iron and copper, the cruise ship exuded an aura of robust solidity. Below was still the cabin, enveloped in a black metal exterior. However, the upper structure had transformed drastically. The previous sailboat's upper deck, which consisted of half-deck space and half a slightly elevated control room, now featured a significantly reduced deck area, with the other half entirely comprised of buildings. There were 2 levels in total. The first level was the control room, the very place Chen Feng had just exited, which also had a small door leading to the cabin. The second level was completely vacant, as if it contained nothing at all. After briefly familiarizing themselves with the cruise ship's general layout, Chen Feng and the others rushed into the upper structure of the second level to explore. Upon entering, they indeed found it empty, just a room with metal walls and wooden flooring. Essentially a newly created space following the upgrade. The upper structure extended for over half the length of the ship, approximately 60 meters long and 25 meters wide, resulting in an astonishingly spacious room of around 1,500 square meters. Additionally, numerous windows lined the walls, providing a panoramic view of the sea. Chen Feng's face lit up with joy. He was finally liberated from the confines of the cramped cabin, with this room surrounded by ocean on all sides. Who would want to remain in the hold? Gazing at the expansive room, Chen Feng hurriedly led the 2 women back to the cabin, determined to move all the furniture upstairs, intending for the cabin to serve solely as storage. Descending, they entered the control room and then the cabin. Compared to before, the cabin had transformed considerably. Beyond the change in materials, it had also grown larger. The wooden partitions that had previously divided the rooms had vanished, and the cabin was now divided into 2 main sections. The space near the bow was quite open, sparsely furnished with the previously arranged furniture scattered about, while the rear was separated by a metal partition with a small door. Chen Feng opened the door to find it equally vacant. Upon inspection, he noticed a notification. Power unit not installed. The cruise ship cannot navigate. Realizing this was the location for the power unit, he recalled that he had a bundled power unit, a propeller, purple, stored away when he unlocked the level 3 shop. He quickly retrieved it and chose to install it. To his amazement, the originally palm-sized propeller rapidly enlarged after he selected the installation option. Installing power unit. Time. 5 minutes. Please wait. The 5 minutes passed swiftly, and the once empty room was now filled with an object resembling a massive engine, magnified several times. The propeller was presumably located at the ship's stern. With that settled, Chen Feng turned around and collected the scattered furniture from the cabin, preparing to move it upstairs. Chen Feng sighed inwardly, recognizing that this world had its advantages. At least he didn't need to hire a moving company. He also placed a significant amount of supplies from the warehouse into the cabin, including iron blocks, copper blocks, and various packaged food and water supplies. Other important items and unpackaged food remained in the warehouse, as his storage had a refrigerator-like function for preservation. With these items stored, the cabin suddenly felt half as full. Content. Chen Feng returned to the second level of the upper structure, unloading various pieces of furniture, dining tables, stools, and several lamps for illumination. Finally, he placed his beloved round bed in the farthest corner. Chen Feng, are we going to sleep here from now on? Zhou Lingrui beamed, her face radiating happiness for the 2 of them. The vehicle was akin to a home, a living space that had now become larger and better, naturally filling their hearts with joy. Yes, the cabin felt too stifling. This is much better, with all the windows. Once the calamity passes and the sun shines, it will be so well ventilated. Chen Feng laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased. Yet he pondered, would they be seen while attending to their private matters here? Zhou Lingrui's cheeks flushed as she shyly asked. Chen Feng, caught off guard by her sudden boldness, stammered, I'll install some curtains. After arranging the furniture, Chen Feng suddenly realized that unlike the sailboat, the cruise ship was no longer swaying back and forth amidst the storm. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Xiao Peng had also released its tether and was swimming leisurely nearby. It seemed that the weight of the upgraded cruise ship had significantly increased, rendering the surrounding ordinary ways ineffective at disturbing it. This was indeed a blessing, sparing them from the constant rocking that had made them feel nauseous. Eager to examine the cruise ship's attributes, Chen Feng quickly accessed the game interface to observe its details. Small cruise ship, level, 21 dimensions. 80m times 25m times 20m, draft, 6m, power unit, propeller, purple, speed, 100 kilometers h, non-enhanceable energy. Ethereal energy 010. Each ethereal energy allows for 24 hours of navigation. No consumption when not in motion upgrade. Wood. Remaining 1400 required 20, plant fiber. Remaining 950 required 20, iron block. Remaining 20421 required 2000, copper block. Remaining 4120 required 800, heart of the sailboat. Remaining 1 required 1, or heart of the raft. Remaining 38 required 20, evaluation. Hosting a swimsuit party on the cruise ship is the ultimate dream every man should aspire to. Chen Feng meticulously studied the cruise ship's attributes, noting significant changes compared to the sailboat. New elements such as energy, power units, and speed had emerged, along with revised upgrade materials. Chapter 131. Ma shouting. I'm feeling jealous. While the former sailboat only had length and width as attributes, the new cruise ship now included height as well, measuring 20 meters. Chen Feng calculated that the upper structure had 2 levels, with an approximate height of 8 meters. The attributes indicated a draft of 6 meters, meaning that the submerged portion of the cruise ship extended 6 meters beneath the water surface. Navigating the cruise ship in the future might prove somewhat inconvenient, but Chen Feng deemed it manageable. He could easily craft a rope ladder when time permitted. The propeller served as the power unit, propelling the entire cruise ship at a speed of 100 kilometers h, which was quite rapid. Chen Feng initially intended to enhance the propeller once he had a surplus of survival points, but with the non-enhanceable restriction in place, that plan was thwarted. Nevertheless, it made sense, with 5 enhancements yielding a 100 attribute increase. Reaching 200 kilometers h on such a large vessel would likely result in significant consumption of ethereal energy. As for the energy, Chen Feng had noticed its explanation when he obtained the propeller. It consumed ethereal energy. It also required 10 charges, with each ethereal energy crystal allowing for 24 hours of navigation. This was neither too much nor too little, but fortunately, Chen Feng currently possessed 20 ethereal energy crystals. He had contemplated using some to feed Xiaopeng, encouraging it to evolve further, but with so many ethereal energy demands arising, and given Xiaopeng's current strength, he decided to hold off for now. He promptly replenished the cruise ship with 10 ethereal energy crystals, leaving him with just 10 remaining as for the materials required for future upgrades. Chen Feng had already speculated about the conditions for the next level during the upgrade from level 20 to 21. The results aligned closely with his expectations. The primary materials for upgrading remained iron and copper blocks, while the demand for wood and plant fibers had drastically diminished at this moment. Chen Feng felt that his earlier decision to trade wood for metal materials was indeed a stroke of genius. The current stock of iron is ample, likely sufficient for several upgrades. However, the copper supply appears precarious. Each upgrade demands a significant increase in materials, and it is anticipated that after 2 or 3 more upgrades, there will be a shortage of metallic resources. Chen Feng silently resolved to gather more in a couple of days for the special upgrade materials. The heart of the sailboat. He initially believed this item was essential for minor upgrades. To his surprise, he discovered that the heart of the raft could also substitute for the heart of the sailboat as an upgrade material, albeit in much larger quantities. After some contemplation, Chen Feng found this quite reasonable. Otherwise, the heart of the raft would be rendered useless while the heart of the sailboat remained scarce, making upgrades impossible. When the cruise ship upgrades to the next major tier, it is unlikely that the heart of the raft will suffice as a material for such a significant upgrade. With sufficient upgrade materials at hand, Chen Feng opted to proceed with the upgrade that he decided to use the heart of the raft for the special material upgrade. The cruise ship is upgrading, requiring 62 days and 12 hours. Oh dear, the duration for vehicle upgrades has become increasingly absurd. This upgrade demands an astonishing 1,500 hours. Chen Feng gazed at the solitary hourglass remaining in his storage. Feeling a pang of melancholy, he thought to himself, once the calamity passes, the price of hourglasses should decrease, allowing him to procure some. Hourglass used successfully, reducing vehicle upgrade time by 100 hours. Still requires 58 days and 8 hours. He decided to take his time with the upgrades. At this rate, he suspected that hourglasses would become a form of hard currency in the future, now that he comprehended the attributes of the cruise ship. Chen Feng reclined on the large round bed with Zhou, Lingrui, and Gina, thoroughly relishing the moment. Just as the story had yet to unfold further, Chen Feng noticed a message in his private chat. Chen Feng, did your cruise ship upgrade succeed? It was a message from Ma Xiaoting. The commotion caused by the recent upgrade had caught the attention of Ma Xiaoting, who was 500 meters away. Equipped with night vision goggles, she could see everything about the cruise ship clearly. Indeed, Chen Feng replied candidly. The cruise ship was so large that she could hardly miss it. Wow, that was fast. I just gathered the materials. And you've already succeeded. Ma Xiaoting's message clearly conveyed her astonishment. She had previously ranked 4th on the leaderboard and had received 10 hourglasses, but when she upgraded her sailboat to level 20, she used the hourglasses provided by Luxi UPI, returning several of them and keeping only 2, which she had sold to Chen Feng. Originally, she thought Chen Feng was still in the material gathering phase, even if he succeeded in upgrading. 2 hourglasses would not resolve the issue. Little did she expect that merely 3 hours had passed, and the cruise ship had already emerged. Hee, I must thank the hourglasses you sold me. Chen Feng chuckled. I admit, I'm feeling a bit envious. Ma Xiaoting was currently fixated on Chen Feng's cruise ship through her night vision goggles, her fair legs swinging back and forth, revealing her inner yearning. Be wide away. Chen Feng, check the leaderboard. Your ranking has changed. Ma Xiaoting's reminder piqued Chen Feng's curiosity. Now that his vehicle had transformed into a cruise ship, he wondered where he stood. The game interface leaderboard features regional ranking. Chen Feng remains first, with Ma Xiaoting closely following. No significant changes there. World ranking. 1. Pronoma vehicle level 20. Catastrophe difficulty 2. Chen Feng vehicle level 21. Catastrophe difficulty 3. Sophie Bin vehicle level 20. Hellish catastrophe difficulty 4. M. A shouting vehicle level 20. Catastrophe difficulty 5. Turtlefield Naya vehicle level 20. Catastrophe difficulty. Indeed, Chen Feng's ranking had ascended once more, pushing the previous second place down a notch. However, the first place, Pronoma's vehicle, remained at level 20, yet still overshadowed Chen Feng by a large margin. Chen Feng speculated that this individual likely had an abundance of crew or resources. Of course, Chen Feng did not particularly care about the fluctuations in ranking, as long as he remained in the top 10. The rewards would be the same. Although Chen Feng held this sentiment, the chat channels erupted with excitement. World chat. Wah, just one more night, and the easy difficulty catastrophe will pass. It's so hard to endure. I envy you. I still have some time left on medium difficulty. Everyone look, the world ranking has changed. Chen Feng has climbed to second place. Really? Chen Feng has become second. Ha! No surprise, he's a big shot. YYDS. His rise to second place is probably due to his level 21 vehicle. By the way, what has the level 21 vehicle transformed into? You don't even know this? How pitiful. After the sailboat, the level 3 shop sells blueprints for the cruise ship, so the vehicle must be a cruise ship. A cruise ship? I'm still swaying on my sailboat, while Big Shot Chen Feng has already switched to a cruise ship. I wonder when I'll be able to be as carefree as him. Big Shot Chen Feng, please share a screenshot of the cruise ship so we can admire it. Chen Feng. Sigh, the cruise ship is really not that great. It's too large, only accommodates 3 people. And feels so desolate. Upper level room, 1 man and 2 women making peace signs in a screenshot. JPG, Daily Speech 01. Online users 1.7 billion. After dropping a bombshell in the chat channel, Chen Feng finally felt drowsy and gradually fell asleep. Cradling Zhou, Lingrui, and Gina. Chapter 132. The transformation of the ethereal energy cannon. Perhaps owing to the cruise ship, the impact of the storm was minimal, and the night was unusually tranquil that a tsunami had struck once or twice during the night. But Gina activated the ethereal energy shield to withstand it, expending only 1 charge. The cruise ship swayed gently under the waves of the tsunami. The following morning, Chen Feng slept soundly, still unaware, his arms possessively wrapped around Zhou, Lingrui, and Gina. Zhou Lingrui, with her carefree and easygoing nature, slept soundly in Chen Feng's embrace in contrast, Although Gina was also resting, she leaned against the headboard, not fully reclined. The occasional opening of her beautiful eyes indicated her constant vigilance. Were it not for Chen Feng's firm hold on her, she would likely be on guard by the window. As dawn broke, Gina gently placed her slender fingers upon Chen Feng's chest, softly calling out, "Master, wake up! That group from yesterday has approached." I understand." Chen Feng was not in a deep slumber. Upon hearing Gina's alert, he quickly rose and made his way to the deck, observing Ma shouting and her companions gradually approaching. Chen Feng merely smiled at them. The two had already agreed yesterday to maintain their distance, and now with Ma shouting drawing near, he was uncertain of her intentions. Her sailboat came to a slow halt only when it was just a few dozen meters away. "I say, little Ma, didn't we agree that we would only interact when resisting the mutated sea beasts? What brings you here now?" Chen Feng extended the ethereal energy shield, partly to shield against the rain and partly for defense, his tone carrying a hint of jest. Fortunately, the ethereal energy shield had been reinforced 5 times, reaching a span of 85 meters. Otherwise, it would not encompass the enlarged cruise ship on the wooden sailboat opposite him. Ma Shouting and Wang Ruoshi stood at the bow, flanked by numerous female soldiers, each curiously surveying Chen Feng's cruise ship. Before the crossover, they had served in the Navy aboard genuine warships, and now, in this world, their vehicles were dilapidated. That moment, both Ma Shouting and her many subordinates could not conceal their envy. "Hey, Chen Feng, I came to take a look at your cruise ship. After all, the hourglass was sold to you. Is it too much to ask for a peek?" Ma Shouting, petite in stature, spoke with surprising assertiveness. "Sure, take a look, but please don't get too close, General Ma. Don't forget our agreement. The sea beast attacks are less than 10 hours away. Hurry back and prepare for battle." Chen Feng shook his head, understanding that they were Navy personnel, likely more enamored with powerful vehicles than the average person. Thus, he allowed them to gaze from a distance. After all, the ethereal energy shield was still active, preventing them from boarding, and Chen Feng had a strong trust in the character of the general from Huaxia. "Chen Feng, can we come aboard to take a look?" The more Ma Shouting looked, the more she liked it. Even Wang Ruoshi, who had previously shown indifference towards Chen Feng, now had a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. "No," Chen Feng replied, turning to walk away, leaving Ma Shouting and the others exchanging glances. "What a stingy person. It drives me mad." Ma Shouting stamped her foot, her cheeks flushed with anger, but she had no choice. She had previously agreed with Chen Feng to maintain their distance, so she would naturally uphold her word. "General, we really want to come aboard and take a look." The formerly poised female Navy soldiers, upon seeing Chen Feng's cruise ship, which was considerably larger than their sailboats, could not help but reveal their feminine side, clearly longing to board. "What are you staring at? We'll level up on our own. In a few dozen days, we'll have our own. If all else fails, I'll swallow my pride and ask Luxiupi for 2 hourglasses. That insufferable Chen Feng is so full of himself." Ma Shouting pouted in discontent, venting her frustration on the female soldiers, who were all too afraid to breathe. "Let us keep our distance from him." "Yes, today as survival points and leaderboard rewards have arrived. The leaderboard rewards consist of 10 items of white quality and 100 cans of luncheon meat. Barely satisfactory. Thanks to the successful upgrade of the vehicle to a cruise ship and the colorful sea serpent slain by the chubby one yesterday, the updated survival points are quite decent, totaling 7,482 points. After purchasing 6 enhancement scrolls, along with 1 from the storage, he has a total of 7, leaving him with 1,482 survival points. With 7 enhancement scrolls, Chen Feng now has 6 items to choose from. The ethereal energy shield, radar detector, which has been enhanced 5 times and cannot be further improved, goggles, ethereal energy cannon, seawater separator, farmland, and alloy shock spear. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose to enhance the goggles, as vision remains a paramount concern. The goggles have been enhanced twice, utilizing 3 level 1 enhancement scrolls, achieving a direct enhancement to level 5. Goggles Blue, 5 description, increases hit rate by 2, enhances your vision, and allows you to see through materials up to 10 centimeters thick. Evaluation. Do not harbor thoughts of using this feature for peeping. With the goggles enhanced once more, Chen Feng put them on and first gazed at the darkened sea surface. Quite impressive even during the day. He could see clearly to a depth of 500 meters. However, visibility would likely diminish at night. Turning back to observe Gina and Zhou Lingrui, he noted with satisfaction their clarity, a delightful sight indeed. With 4 more enhancement scrolls at his disposal, he proceeded to enhance the previously upgraded Ghost Energy Cannon to level 5 that after enhancement, the probability of its effects doubled. Yet for Chen Feng, it held little significance. His primary concern lay with its power. Ghost Energy Cannon, orange, description, consumes ghost energy to launch attacks, converting ghost energy into powerful fire elemental strikes. There's a 20 chance of igniting living targets, draining 1/10 of their life force per second for a duration of 4 seconds. And when striking living beings, there's a 2 chance to trigger energy recovery, replenishing ghost energy equivalent to the consumption of 2 attacks. Excess recovery is ineffective. Ghost energy, 10, 10, 10 attacks. That at this moment, the attributes appeared quite peculiar. The power remained largely unchanged, still dealing burning damage, yet the triggered effects had transformed. After the initial enhancement, Chen Feng had not perceived any alterations. But after 5 enhancements, the Ghost Energy Cannon had undoubtedly morphed into a formidable weapon. The previously lasting burning effect of 3 seconds had extended to 4 seconds, with the ongoing deduction of 1/10 of life force per second, now lasting 4 seconds. A remarkable enhancement indeed. Consequently, a single shell could now strip away 4/10 of a target's life force. Combined with the cannon's inherent burning damage, typically 2 shots would suffice to eliminate an adversary. Furthermore, the recovery effect had also altered, now granting a 2 chance of returning ghost energy equivalent to 2 attacks. This meant that as long as he struck a living target, energy would be replenished twice, with any excess being ineffective. Thus, even if the Ghost Energy Cannon could not trigger recovery against non-living entities in the future, as long as he retained a single bullet or utilized a ghost energy crystal after firing, he could fully replenish his ghost energy by attacking living beings. Upon contemplating this, Chen Feng could not suppress his glee. Henceforth, using the Ghost Energy Cannon, he need not worry about energy consumption when targeting enemy vehicles. He could unleash his firepower without restraint. Chapter 133. The Flying Dolphin. After an entire morning spent enhancing his items, Chen Feng meticulously inspected his cruise ship from top to bottom. Thoroughly enamored, he took a moment to enjoy lunch and feed Xiaopeng. The 3 of them fared well. Their combined food intake was minimal, but Xiaopeng was another matter. Now that all marine creatures had mutated, capturing prey had become exceedingly challenging, and with Xiaopeng's substantial size, Chen Feng could only resort to feeding it the supplies stored in the warehouse. Yesterday, the head of a sea snake, nearly a ton of food, vanished within moments, deepening Chen Feng's unease. It could not grow any larger, or he would be at a loss to sustain it. After enduring 2 waves of tsunamis that no longer posed a threat to him, time swiftly passed. The mutated sea beasts of the 4th day were poised to attack. At this juncture, although Chen Feng and Ma Xiaoting were 500 meters apart, they could both see each other preparing for the impending confrontation. On Chen Feng's side, he readied Xiaopeng for battle, while on Ma Xiaoting's end, numerous female soldiers were eagerly flexing their muscles, brandishing weapons, each appearing even more valiant than men. Chen Feng, don't forget, if your sea beast manages to handle it, come help me, Ma Xiaoting called out from the bow of the ship, waving at him. All right, the same goes for you, Chen Feng responded with a calm smile. While it was highly probable that he would not require Ma Xiaoting's assistance, a touch of humility would not harm his pride. Disregarding Ma Xiaoting further, Chen Feng turned to Gina and Zhou Lingrui, speaking in hushed tones. Unless absolutely necessary, both of you stay put in the control room. Now that Xiaopeng has reached level 3, its strength has significantly increased, and the Ghost Energy Cannon has been enhanced. As long as the approaching sea beasts aren't extraordinarily powerful, we should be able to handle them. In the past couple of days, Gina had hardly shown herself in front of them, and they likely had not realized that she was a high-level fisherman. It was prudent to conceal their true strengths from individuals like Ma Xiaoting. The 2 women nodded obediently and retreated into the control room. This was not entirely unexpected from Chen Feng. After all, he remained somewhat cautious of Ma Xiaoting and her group that, in an apocalyptic world, self-reliance was paramount. Without further ado, Chen Feng made his way to the deck, positioning himself behind the ghost energy cannon. With the vehicle transformed into a cruise ship, its bow now rose significantly above the ocean surface, and the cannon, already mounted on the deck, had been elevated accordingly, broadening its range of attack. Chen Feng rested his hands on the sides of the cannon, one foot on its firing platform, ever ready to unleash his assault. Meanwhile, Xiao Peng had already received Chen Feng's orders, patrolling around the cruise ship, vigilant for any potential foes. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Suddenly, Chen Feng felt an unexplainable force emanating from the depths below, as torrents of water surged, creating powerful undercurrents that rocked the massive cruise ship violently. Fortunately, despite the turbulence, the cruise ship remained sturdy. Devoid of the perils faced by sailing vessels, for added security, Zhou Rui had activated the ghost energy defense shield within the control room. Xiao Peng, prepare to attack. The sea beasts are coming. Chen Feng's expression turned serious. Xiao Peng let out a shriek, plunging into the depths of the sea, disappearing from the surface. Chen Feng focused intently on the radar detector, yet within its 200-meter range, no figures appeared, as the radar failed to detect any threats. Chen Feng decisively approached the edge of the deck, peering into the depths with his goggles, finding the 500-meter field of vision far more beneficial than the radar's limited range, the T 500 meters beneath the surface. Chen Feng's gaze fell upon a remarkable creature, leaving him astounded. Below, a silver dolphin measuring approximately 70 meters in length swam gracefully. Though not particularly large, it bore no resemblance to ordinary dolphins. It had grown 230-meter-long, fleshly wings on its back, propelling it through the water with astonishing speed, resembling a streak of silver light. This colossal dolphin had not only undergone a physical mutation, but had also evolved peculiar wings, which Chen Feng surmised might be a manifestation of supernatural abilities. Xiao Peng surged downwards, but compared to the dolphin, it was significantly slower. As Xiao Peng approached, the silver streak effortlessly evaded, swiftly swimming away with a flick of its wings. Buzz! After dodging Xiao Peng, the giant dolphin charged towards Chen Feng's cruise ship. Thud! It collided with the ghost energy defense shield, causing a slight depletion of power. Chen Feng distinctly noted the look of surprise in the dolphin's eyes. After failing its initial attack, it seemed to comprehend that Chen Feng's vessel was not an easy target. With a powerful flick of its wings, the dolphin leaped from the water, soaring high into the air, sending countless white frothy waves cascading behind it. All of this transpired within a mere 3 seconds, leaving both Chen Feng and Xiao Peng momentarily stunned. Watching the giant dolphin ascend several dozen meters above the water, Chen Feng was left bewildered. How could a creature of the sea take flight? However, it appeared that the airborne dolphin could only glide rather than achieve true flight like a bird. Upon reaching a height of 50 meters, it began its rapid descent. As it plummeted, a water column over 10 meters long erupted from its mouth, aimed directly at the cruise ship. This dolphin, unable to attack from below, resorted to aerial assault. Truly clever. Yet it had somewhat underestimated Chen Feng. With a faint smile, Chen Feng activated the ghost energy cannon, firing a fireball, while simultaneously conjuring a small tornado of pale blue wind element to counter the water column. The tornado, swifter than the fireball, collided with the water column first, causing it to disperse into countless droplets that fell like rain. Meanwhile, the fireball continued its trajectory, and despite the dolphin's remarkable speed, it found no leverage to evade. Boom! Chen Feng's luck activated, and the fireball ignited upon contact, causing the dolphin's smooth skin to peel back, revealing gruesome wounds as the burning effect persisted for 4 seconds, forcibly deducting 4/10 of its life force. The dolphin emitted pitiful cries, its eyes filled with agony. Chen Feng smirked. Although this mutated sea beast had evolved supernatural abilities, it was still inferior compared to the intelligent, mutated turtle he had encountered on the first day. Just as he prepared to unleash another shot to finish it off, Xiao Peng reemerged, furious and ready to retaliate. Seeing the giant dolphin, now less than 100 meters away and in free fall, Xiao Peng executed 3 consecutive space cuts, instantly dismembering the creature. Blood rained down in a horrific display. Xiao Peng consumed a substantial portion of the dolphin's carcass that had plummeted into the sea, then seized the head and part of its torso, tossing them onto Chen Feng's cruise ship. Chen Feng smiled, appreciating Xiao Pang's thoughtfulness. Without bothering with the dolphin's remains on the deck, he turned to observe Ma Xiaoting's direction. What a scene! Drums were beating, firecrackers were popping, red flags were waving. A sea of people, transforming back into a muscular woman, Ma Xiaoting, alongside Wang Ruoxi and a throng of female soldiers, was engaged in a fierce battle against a 90-meter giant sea snail. Chapter 134. Investigative Report on Chen Feng. Top Secret. The sea snail's exceptionally hard shell posed significant challenges for Ma Xiaoting and her companions, who found their various cold weapons largely ineffective against its formidable exterior. Only when Ma Xiaoting, empowered 100-fold, occasionally cleaved a fissure did it seem like a mere drop in the ocean. The giant sea snail, with its peculiar soft appendages, relentlessly lunged at the female soldiers, leaving many with gaping wounds, their blood staining the sea crimson that if Ma Xiaoting were to continue her slow assault, perhaps she could slay the creature, but at that time, their casualties would undoubtedly be devastating. Chen Feng shrugged and unleashed a blast from his ethereal energy cannon. With a resounding boom, the fireball soared, and just as it was about to strike the sea snail, the 3-second interval had elapsed, prompting Chen Feng to fire another. The two fireballs accurately struck the massive sea snail entangled with Ma Xiaoting and her comrades, igniting a fierce blaze that even the ocean could not extinguish. The creature writhed in agony, thrashing in the water, causing Ma Xiaoting and the others to hastily retreat. Each of the two projectiles burned for a mandatory 8 seconds, yet within approximately 6 seconds. The 90-meter beast could no longer withstand the relentless damage and began to succumb. The onlookers gazed in stunned silence towards Chen Feng, momentarily rendered speechless, especially Ma Xiaoting and Wang Ruoxi. Although they had acknowledged Chen Feng's formidable strength, they had always presumed he relied on the sheer size of his massive pet, the great white shark, to reach this point. However, the power of the fireballs he had just unleashed was astonishing within mere seconds. A 90-meter mutated sea creature had perished. They exchanged glances, both astonished into silence, their minds racing with a singular thought. The decision to ally with Chen Feng was indeed prescient, seeing the sea snail lifeless. Ma Xiaoting's form transformed from a muscular warrior to that of a petite girl. She swiftly returned to the sailboat, rallying her injured soldiers onto the deck, preparing for treatment. True to her rank as a general, Ma Xiaoting, though astonished by Chen Feng's prowess, did not forget her wounded comrades. The female soldiers assisted one another as they made their way back to the vessel. Chen Feng, thank you, Ma Xiaoting called, waving to him, her eyes reflecting deep gratitude, which Chen Feng noted clearly, and oh need for thanks. You should focus on treating your soldiers' wounds first. Don't let any complications arise, Chen Feng replied with a gentle smile. After all, the ethereal energy cannon's attack had triggered a regenerative effect on the life forms it struck, resulting in no loss for him. Merely a trivial effort. His shouting turned to Wang Ruoxi and nodded. Ruoxi, it's your turn. Upon hearing this, Wang Ruoxi, with a grave expression, nodded and waved her hands over the writhing female soldiers on the deck. A radiant green light emanated from her palms, cascading over the injured. Chen Feng, observing from a distance, was taken aback. He had assumed Ma Xiaoting would utilize level 2 healing potions for the wounded, but to his surprise, it was Wang Ruoxi who intervened. Moreover, it appeared she possessed a proactive healing skill. Waves of warm green light enveloped the grievous wounds, which gradually began to heal until they vanished completely. The female soldiers, no longer in torment, stood up as if nothing had happened. Chen Feng was once again astonished. This healing effect far surpassed that of level 2 healing potions. While the potions could mend injuries, they did not ensure immediate recovery, merely shortening the healing time. Yet Wang Ruoxi's ability could restore significant injuries in mere seconds. Truly remarkable. Chen Feng stroked his chin, contemplating the opportunity to delve deeper into Wang Ruoxi's capabilities and explore her depths. As the female soldier's injuries healed, Ma Xiaoting commenced binding the colossal sea snail to the side of the ship with rope. Excitedly, the soldiers began to extract the snail meat, as it represented a substantial food reserve for them. Chen Feng turned his attention, using an alloyed vibrating spear to pierce the skull of a dolphin. uncovering 7 ethereal energy crystals, which he subsequently stored in the hold. Now possessing a total of 17 ethereal energy crystals, he replenished the ethereal defense shield by 5, restoring it to full capacity. He also gifted 5 to the great white shark, recognizing its significant contribution. It deserved no less. However, he pondered how many ethereal energy crystals it would require to level up this time. As he weighed the remaining 7 crystals in his hand, he felt they were somewhat insufficient. The cruise ship's operations also required ethereal energy crystals, and with such a limited supply, Chen Feng felt a sense of unease. Just as he was lamenting, Ma Xiaoting's trade window appeared. Within it were 8 ethereal energy crystals. Chen Feng, these are the ethereal energy crystals I just extracted from the giant sea snail's brain. Here, all for you. Ma Xiaoting's private message followed. Chen Feng smiled faintly, noting Ma Xiaoting's straightforward nature, and replied, "Since you're being so generous, I won't hold back." If not for Chen Feng, they might have faced dire consequences, so her decision to share the crystals with him was entirely justified. "No need for thanks. You earned it, and I owe you my gratitude as well." After Ma Xiaoting finished her statement, Chen Feng felt that this petite girl had a forthright character, making her a potential ally. Without further ado, he noted the total of 15 ethereal energy crystals. Feeling reassured that they had successfully completed the day's battle, and he hastily retreated to his haven of comfort. That night, in Ma Xiaoting's private chamber, she was diligently composing a message for Lu Xiaoping. Investigation report on Chen Feng, top secret, target. Chen Feng personality, cautious, lecherous, vengeful, stingy, with a hint of compassion, strength. Level 21 vehicle cruise ship, 80-meter mutated great white shark pet with unknown abilities. A fire attribute cannon, speculated to be orange quality, hurricane ability skill, and an exceptionally strong defensive shield, likely with hidden strengths, resources, ample metal materials, sufficient ethereal energy crystals, significantly lacking hourglasses, companions, pet little fat. 2 women of unspecified strength, but it is evident from night vision observations that both share a bed with Chen Feng. Summary: preliminary contact with the target has been established, with potential for relationship development. However, attracting him for official service may prove challenging. Perhaps approaching through hourglasses or women may yield better results. After a lengthy composition, Ma Xiaoting's youthful visage bore an unexpected maturity and steadiness. Finally, she completed her report on all known information regarding Chen Feng, clicked on Lu Xiaoping's avatar in her friend list, and chose to send it. After a moment, as she watched the blinking private message, her expression turned contemplative. Lu Xiaoping replied, "He possesses formidable strength. Spare no effort to befriend him. If we can recruit him, it would be ideal. If not, ensure he does not become our adversary." Unbeknownst to Chen Feng, Ma Xiaoting's records were in motion. A S-night descended. Zhou Lingrui, in an inexplicable frenzy, dragged Chen Feng into combat, insisting that Gina serve as the audience. This was utterly overwhelming for Chen Feng. Chapter 135. The last 2 days of Cataclysm. The following morning, Chen Feng beamed at the over 4,000 survival points that had refreshed. Today, he could purchase some enhancement scrolls to upgrade his equipment. The daily rewards on the leaderboard varied each day. And today, it was a supply of living materials, which were of little significance to Chen Feng. Today marked the 4th day of the Great Cataclysm, and the simple difficulty level of the ocean storm had concluded. This indicated that a portion of players had escaped the disaster mode and returned to the normal sea. Early this morning, the system issued an announcement. The Great Cataclysm is ongoing. The time for simple difficulty has ended. Surviving players will be teleported back to their original locations, escaping danger. The mutated sea beasts of the original sea will not appear temporarily, and all rewards for surviving the cataclysm will be distributed after the completion of the death difficulty. Upon hearing the system announcement, players flooded the world chat with messages, expressing their relief at having survived. Currently, there were still 1.6 billion players alive, and those who chose the simple difficulty made up at least half. This meant that at least 800 million players had escaped danger. The announcement implied that the mutated sea beasts in the original sea would vanish, which should be good news for those who had already exited the Great Cataclysm. Although they might still struggle with fresh water and food, at least they no longer needed to worry about being attacked by mutated sea beasts at any moment. As for the fate of the mutated sea beasts, Chen Feng could not speculate. At least in his current sea, they would continue to attack periodically. Having familiarized themselves with one another through the previous day's interactions, Chen Feng had noticed Ma Xiaoting's subtle attempts at camaraderie. Even Wang Ruoxi, who had previously been at odds with him, often inquired about his well-being. Ruoxi's behavior raised Zhou Lingrue's vigilance, prompting her to caution Chen Feng to steer clear of that vixen. In truth, Chen Feng did not hold a favorable impression of Wang Ruoxi either. While she refrained from discussing the Treasure Island incident, he remained troubled by it. He felt it wise to remain cautious around her. As she was no dim-witted beauty like Zhou Lingrue, she was certainly no ordinary woman. Today's tsunami was moderate, and Chen Feng handled it with remarkable composure. A few hours later, the mutated sea beasts launched their scheduled attack. The incoming creatures were peculiar, schools of sardines stretching 2 meters long. With over 200 of them surging forward, they aimed to gnaw at the cruise ship. Observing their approach, Chen Feng did not even activate the ethereal energy shield. The metallic cruise ship withstood their bites without sustaining any damage, while many of their teeth shattered upon impact. For little fat, this swarm of sardines was a feast delivered to their doorstep. Effortlessly, they were all exterminated, and Chen Feng also managed to extract several ethereal energy crystals from their remains on the side of Ma Xiaoting. The marine creatures encountered today were rather unremarkable, consisting of 2 70-meter-long tuna, which were ruthlessly dispatched by these formidable women, resulting in a considerable haul of fish meat. Despite sustaining injuries, they had Wang Ruoxi to tend to their wounds, and miraculously, not a single female soldier met her demise. The apparent weakness of the mutated marine beasts was not the issue. Rather, it was the astonishing strength of Chen Feng and Ma Xiaoting that was truly formidable, in the perilous waters of death. While others might still be struggling against the relentless waves and valiantly facing the assaults of mutated marine beasts, survival for them would be a daunting challenge. As time flowed on, 2 days passed, and the calamity of moderate difficulty came to a close, freeing yet another wave of players from their plight. 4 days later, the calamity of hard difficulty also concluded. 6 days later, the hellish difficulty calamity followed suit. Now, the great disaster of the ocean storm had persisted for a full 9 days, with only 2 days remaining. Throughout these days, Chen Feng and Ma Xiaoting maintained their collaboration, mutually assisting each other in fending off the attacks of the mutated marine beasts. With Chen Feng often taking the lead and aiding her, in gratitude for his help, Ma Xiaoting willingly traded the spectral energy crystals harvested from the mutated beasts he had slain. Consequently, after these 6 days, the resources Chen Feng possessed had reached an alarming quantity. Each day, he had been vanquishing colossal mutated marine beasts, and setting aside those that were inedible or reserved for Xiaopeng, he had amassed approximately 300 tons of seafood meat. All of this was currently stored in the warehouse for preservation. In addition to the marine beast carcasses, he had also acquired a substantial number of spectral energy crystals from the beast brains. Originally, he had possessed a fair amount, and with the subsequent hunting of marine beasts, coupled with Ma Xiaoting's contributions, and after deducting the consumption for the spectral energy shield and treats for Xiaopeng, the total number of crystals had reached a staggering 82. This abundance of spectral energy crystals was sufficient for Chen Feng's cruiser to operate for several months, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding their supply. However, despite feeding Xiaopeng 1 or 2 crystals each day, there had been no observable changes in its size or abilities. Chen Feng found himself perplexed. Previously, after consuming around 10 crystals, it had undergone an evolution. Yet now, after devouring more than 20, there was no response. Reluctantly, he decided to continue feeding it gradually, uncertain of when its evolution might occur. Today, the survival points have been updated, reaching a total of 8,253 points. However, Chen Feng found little use for them. Level 1 enhancement scroll was no longer of any need to him, as he had already enhanced the remaining crucial items 5 times. Seawater separator, purple, 5. Usage: consumes firewood to distill seawater, yielding freshwater and coarse salt, 4L, 100 G day. Evaluation: with the seawater separator, my mother no longer has to worry about my survival. The freshwater produced has now increased to 4L per day, alongside a generous supply of salt, ensuring a reliable source of fresh water for the future. Farm 84M, blue, 5. Usage catalyzes plant growth, shortening the growth cycle tenfold, requiring sunlight and fresh water daily. Non-recoverable. Evaluation. Hard work yields rich rewards. The farm had been ravaged by the storm, and no plants had sprouted. However, Chen Feng believed it prudent to enhance it now, as it could always plant crops later. Although the enlarged farm could not be recovered, it could be relocated on the cruiser. With limited deck space, Chen Feng moved it to the top of the superstructure, wondering if the plants would eventually sprout green above it as for the alloy vibrating spear. Its enhancement only increased its damage output. Even after enhancement, the power of the purple weapon remained rather average, far inferior to that of cannons. With 2 days remaining until the calamity concluded, Chen Feng gazed at the darkening sky, gradually illuminated by faint rays of light, and let out a sigh of relief. The ocean storm was finally nearing its end. Although he had fared well and reaped considerable rewards over these days, the prolonged duration on the tumultuous sea had taken a toll on his mental state, leaving him extraordinarily fatigued. Chen Feng yearned for a swift conclusion, eagerly anticipating the rewards for enduring the calamity. He recalled the rewards for the death difficulty: 3 golden treasure chests, 60 space gems, 90 hourglasses, 60 spectral energy crystals, and 1 mysterious item. Anticipation danced upon his face. The system once again made an announcement. System announcement. The calamities of other difficulties have concluded, and the death difficulty is now updating. Chapter 136. Mysterious item. Red quality. Attention players of death difficulty. In the final 2 days of the calamity, a treasure hunt task will commence. The objective of this task is to locate the mysterious item, red quality, among the rewards from before the calamity began. The specific location of this mysterious item, red quality, will now be displayed on the maps of players within the death difficulty zone, allowing them to seek it independently. Furthermore, this task is not mandatory. If you prefer not to search, you may remain in place and will still be transported back to your original area when the great calamity concludes. During the treasure hunt, a global live broadcast will be available to all players who have completed the calamity. These players can use the temporary live function that appears in the game interface to observe the activities of players in the death difficulty zone from a god's eye view. Players' private content will not be visible and can send bullet comments, with 1 comment allowed per hour. Additionally, all players can place bets on the players in the death difficulty area based on vehicles, with a payout of 1 to 10 for each player. Bets can only be made using survival points. The player who ultimately obtains the mysterious item will be the winner, and the betting countdown is set for 12 hours to prevent external players from leaking information to those in the death difficulty zone through the live broadcast. Players in that zone will no longer be able to communicate with outside players and will be unable to view world chat and temporary live broadcasts. Furthermore, during the final 2 days of death difficulty, there will be no scheduled attacks from mutated marine beasts. This concludes the announcement. Surviving players in death difficulty, please commence your search. The system announcement echoed in Chen Feng and his companions' minds. He exchanged glances with Zhou Lingrui, both frowning as they contemplated the implications of the announcement. Chen Feng rubbed his stubble, having anticipated that the calamity of death difficulty would conclude without incident, only to be met with this unexpected twist in the final days. Moreover, he had originally believed that the mysterious item among the rewards for surviving death difficulty would be distributed to each player who survived with a vehicle. However, the announcement clarified that there was only 1 such item, necessitating a search. Although the announcement did not specify what the mysterious item was, it distinctly indicated that it possessed red quality. Red quality. Among the item qualities Chen Feng was aware of, white, blue, purple, and orange, red quality was evidently the highest tier. Having 2 orange items, he was well aware of their formidable capabilities. The prospect of acquiring an even higher level red quality item was immensely enticing. Yet he found it perplexing that the system would arbitrarily initiate a global live broadcast, showcasing the players in the death difficulty zone for others to see, and allowing for bets to be placed using survival points. This was quite unprecedented. Upon opening the game interface, he found that the world chat feature was indeed inaccessible, and the temporary live function appeared grayed out, confirming that players in the death difficulty zone were participants without viewing privileges. Upon checking the map, he observed an expansive area, with only the 50,000 square kilometers surrounding him displayed, yet it was far from the edges, in addition to seeing the locations of his friends on the map. A red arrow was flashing, indicating the location of the mysterious item, approximately 1,000 kilometers away. As he contemplated this, a private message from Ma shouting arrived. Chen Feng, did you hear the announcement? Are you going to search for the red quality mysterious item? Chen Feng smacked his lips. A red quality item was undoubtedly rare and precious. Given his current strength, he was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip by, and he had already resolved to investigate. However, after spending these days with Ma shouting, while their relationship had grown somewhat closer, he did not believe that their cooperative arrangement would remain steadfast in the face of such significant benefits. I'm still considering it. Why? Do you have any thoughts? Ma shouting, no fool herself, quickly grasped Chen Feng's hesitations and responded straightforwardly, I understand that you haven't truly trusted me yet, and our cooperative relationship seems fragile. How about this? I know you're likely to seek the mysterious item, but since there's only one, and many players will be vying for it, I'll forfeit my claim to it and assist you wholeheartedly. But you must agree to one condition. Intrigued, Chen Feng inquired, what condition? The specifics of the condition will be discussed after you obtain the mysterious item. If we join forces and are unable to even catch a glimpse of it, naturally, my condition will be null and void. Chen Feng frowned. Ma Xiaoting's words were cunning, neither clearly defining her condition nor jeopardizing their cooperative relationship. She was keenly aware of Chen Feng's prowess after spending time with him over the past few days. She recognized that in the contest for the mysterious item, she would not stand a chance against him. Thus, it was more pragmatic to relinquish her claim and fully support him, which might also help her fulfill Lu Xiaoping's task. Chen Feng pondered for a moment, refraining from outright rejection. While he believed in his own capabilities, the treacherous waters of the Death Difficulty Sea were not to be underestimated. Every player present was formidable. Should others unite against him, he might find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, the assistance of Ma shouting would enhance his chances of success. Consequently, Chen Feng did not hastily decline, tacitly agreeing to her proposal. After all, if Ma shouting proved unhelpful later, he could easily disregard her conditions. Very well. Since Ma shouting has made her intentions clear, I shall not be overly fastidious. Let us hasten towards our destination. The location of the mysterious item is visible to all, and many players must already be en route. Indeed, let us set sail. My yacht can reach a maximum speed of 80 kilometers h, which is somewhat slower than yours. You may proceed ahead while I follow closely behind. After conferring with Ma shouting, both reached a decision. Chen Feng entered the control room and pointed in a specific direction over the sea's surface. Gina, set course for that direction at full speed. Yes, master. Gina adjusted the helm, and after a couple of rotations, the massive cruise ship began to turn. Despite the turbulent waves, the vessel remained steadfast, the ship's propellers whirred to life, generating a continuous flow of power. The resonating hum filled the air as the cruise ship accelerated. Today, it truly unleashed its full speed, racing forth at 100 kilometers h at the bow, cleaved through the waves, carving a vast opening in the dark sea as they embarked on their grand journey. Meanwhile, Ma shouting and her cadre of female warriors busied themselves, hoisting the sails on their 3 masts. The ferocious sea breeze filled the sails, redirecting them as they swiftly pursued Chen Feng. Chapter 137. I'm all in on Chen Feng. Chen Feng's cruise ship was significantly faster than Ma shouting's sailboat. With a speed difference of 20 kilometers h, it wasn't too long before Ma shouting vanished from his sight, trailing far behind. Nonetheless, he could still observe her on the map as she continued in pursuit. The distance from Chen Feng to the coordinates of the mysterious item was approximately 1,500 kilometers, which would take him about 15 hours to reach, while Ma shouting and her crew would likely require nearly 19 hours. Presently, most of the surviving players in the Death Difficulty Sea were likely racing towards the target point with all their might. The location of the mysterious item had appeared suddenly, and there was a chance that some players might already be close to it. Chen Feng could not afford to waste time. He needed to reach it first. If Ma shouting and her crew were slow, there was no need to wait. After all, he wouldn't relish the idea of arriving only to find that someone else had already claimed the prize. The yacht's energy reserves were fully charged, capable of sustaining a 15-hour voyage without depleting even a single unit of energy, alleviating any concerns regarding power. Though Chen Feng could not view the world chat, private messages, or the temporary live streams, he still had access to the regional channel. The emergence of such sensational news left Chen Feng unaware of the sentiments of other players in the death difficulty sea. Regional channel, Kamioka Naoya, a red quality item. This is the first I've heard of it, I tell you. Don't even think about contesting with me. I'm only 1,000 kilometers away from it, and I'll surely reach it first. Ha! Nishini-I. Upstairs, son pig. What are you daydreaming about? I'll definitely get there before you. I'm not competing with you. The other rewards are quite decent as well. It's a miracle I've managed to survive this long, especially now that the mutated sea beasts are gone in a couple of days. I'll safely depart with my crew. You're 1,000 kilometers away? Haha, I'm only 900 kilometers away. I'll surely be faster. The red quality mysterious item is bound to be mine, Pranoma. It doesn't matter how close any of you are. Anyone who dares to contest us for the mysterious item is our enemy. The online count, 452. The messages in the regional channel were not overly abundant. Most of the surviving players expressed their unwillingness to compete for the mysterious item. However, whether they truly meant it remained uncertain. Chen Feng noted that Kamioka Naoya, a player from the Sun Country, was relatively close to the coordinates of the mysterious item, giving him a distinct advantage compared to Chen Feng. That a glance at the leaderboard showed that. Apart from himself, no one else had yet reached level 21 in vehicle upgrades. Thus, those who were closer would only arrive a couple of hours before him. The outcome remained uncertain. Furthermore, Pranoma, an American player, had also sent messages imbued with an air of dominance. Chen Feng surmised that should they cross paths, confrontation would be inevitable. However, it mattered little. Having chosen to vie for the item, he would not be intimidated by their threats. Currently, over 400 survivors remained in the region, likely comprising 5 to 10 groups. The exact number of players who would contend for the mysterious item would only be revealed upon arrival. As the cruise ship continued its journey, Chen Feng periodically checked the map, noting the diminishing distance to the coordinates of the mysterious item. Meanwhile, numerous players, having escaped the cataclysm, erupted with excitement upon hearing the system announcement. They were now free from danger. The sea was calm, and the previously feared mutated sea beasts had vanished entirely. For them, as long as there was food and water, life had become exceedingly comfortable. With the temporary live broadcast feature activated and a 24-hour countdown for betting, most players had grasped these straightforward functions. World chat, live broadcast feature, what a peculiar concept, although it doesn't concern me. I've heard it allows observation of the esteemed players in the death difficulty sea. That I wonder if I can catch a glimpse. Hey, LSP of the upstairs, everyone knows your intentions, but unfortunately for you, your plans will fall flat. Although the live feature allows viewing of the big shots in the death difficulty sea, privacy will still be obscured. You won't be able to see, by the way. Have you seen the betting feature? For those of us without vehicles, survival points are only useful for purchasing trivial items. Even if we win the bet, what can we do with the survival points? Survival points can currently only be used for shopping in the mall, but who knows if this oceanic game will develop new functionalities in the future. The fact that betting has emerged implies that survival points will certainly have value later. Speaking of which, who are you all betting on? Betting? Naturally, I'll wager on the strongest. Let me open the live stream first. Exactly. The world chat allows only one message per day, while the live room permits one message per hour. Come on, brothers, let us enter the live room. The game interface live room displayed more than a single live feed. Upon starting the broadcast, 8 names appeared. Ma Xiaoting, Chen Feng, Pranoma, Kamioka Naoya, Albert Kim Jian. These were the players currently surviving in the death difficulty sea with vehicles. Clicking on a name would bring up a live feed of that player's vehicle, allowing for manual rotation of the view, but not zooming in or out, while the live feeds varied. The chat box remained identical, displaying the messages from viewers simultaneously. This moment, the chat box was a flurry of activity, as the hourly message limit caused the messages to scroll by rapidly, nearly impossible to discern. Chat room. Wow. I see Chen Feng. His cruise ship is enormous. I'm watching Chen Feng too. The metallic yacht not only has cabins but also boasts towering upper structures. It is truly enviable. Look, He indeed has two beautiful women in the control room. So stunning. Is he on vacation while sailing a cruise ship amidst the apocalypse? Indeed. Look at the front of Chen Feng's yacht. Is that a cannon? Is there a massive shark swimming beside it? Why isn't it attacking? Could be his pet. Are you all just focused on the yacht? Have you not noticed the storm of the death difficulty? Such a tempest is utterly terrifying. If my level 14 sailboat were to face it, it wouldn't last 10 seconds. Ha! I'm watching Ma shouting. They truly are all stunning women. But I didn't expect them to all be bona fide naval officers. Ma shouting is actually a little lowly. I'm in love. I'm in love. I'm watching Pranoma. They have nearly 100 crew members on their sailboat. Their strength is indeed formidable. Hey, these big shots are all quite powerful. Who are you betting on? Need I say more? I'm betting all 3,000 survival points on Chen Feng. Within the live room, the chat was lively as players observed the death difficulty from a godlike perspective. Most of their information was visible to outside players. Chen Feng's ethereal energy cannon, along with Xiao Pang and the cruise ship, could not escape scrutiny. Fortunately, in order to conceal Gina's prowess and prevent others from noticing the lightning emblem on her forehead, Chen Feng had previously styled her bangs to cover it. Therefore, others only recognized that he was accompanied by two beautiful women, unaware that Gina was a high-ranking merman. Chapter 138. The Guardian Circle of the Mutated Sea Beasts, while outside players could see the statuses of those within the Death Difficulty Sea. They could not communicate with them. This disconnect meant that Chen Feng and his companions remained largely ignorant of other players' capabilities and crew sizes. At this moment, a dark expanse of ocean was traversed by an 80-meter-long metallic cruise ship. The surging sea crashed against the cruise ship, sending up waves soaring over 10 meters high. Yet the vessel remained undeterred, steadfastly continuing its voyage. Chen Feng glanced at the countdown on the game interface. He had always measured time by this timer. Since the update of the death difficulty early this morning, he had been sailing for 14 continuous hours, maintaining a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. After enduring 3 tsunamis, he was now less than an hour away from the coordinates of the mysterious item marked on the map. With his vision enhanced by goggles, the light on the sea surface was still adequate, allowing Chen Feng to see the horizon 3 to 4 kilometers away. However, as he progressed, he found no islands in sight, which struck him as peculiar, since the system had indicated that the coordinates of the mysterious item lay ahead. It should be fixed in that location. Chen Feng observed for a considerable time, but regardless of whether they were large or small islands, not a shadow of land was visible. Could it be that this mysterious item was anchored on the sea surface? Or perhaps it lay hidden beneath the waves? Unable to resolve the enigma, he decided to maintain his speed. All would be revealed upon arrival. Yet, just over 10 minutes later, a tremendous roar erupted from beneath the surface of the sea, followed by an alarm from Chen Feng's radar detector. He quickly focused his gaze on the seafloor ahead, where an over 80-meter-long red grouper was charging toward his cruise ship. What was happening? Hadn't the system announcement declared that there were no mutated sea beasts? What on earth was this fish? Chen Feng, startled by the sight of this mutated sea creature, quickly assessed the time. The designated attack period for mutated sea beasts had already passed today, confirming that the system announcement was indeed valid. Why then, was there a mutated sea beast here? Despite his confusion, the enormous red grouper was rapidly approaching, and Chen Feng hastened out of the control room to activate the ethereal energy cannon. Since the cannon's attacks on living beings did not consume ethereal energy, Chen Feng was reluctant to expend his companion skills. Xiao Pao and Gina. With a resounding boom, the crimson fireball struck true, igniting the massive red grouper, which writhed in agony. Before the flames could dissipate, Chen Feng fired another round, and within 8 seconds, the colossal fish lay dead. Xiao Pao, it's your turn. Chen Feng called out to Xiao Pao in the water. Having developed a tacit understanding, Xiao Pao would consume half of the sea beast's carcass, leaving the other half, including the head, for Chen Feng. After dismembering the immense red grouper, Chen Feng collected 8 ethereal crystals and returned to the control room to continue his voyage. He was puzzled by the sudden appearance of mutated sea beasts. But after checking the regional chat, he discovered that he was not alone. A couple of other groups had also arrived in the vicinity of the mysterious item and had faced attacks from mutated sea beasts. Piecing together their information, Chen Feng began to discern a pattern. Within 100 nautical miles of the mysterious item's coordinates, a multitude of mutated sea beasts had gathered, and any player who approached would be met with their aggression. This could very well be the game's way of increasing the difficulty in the search for the mysterious item, as the previously punctual attacks from mutated sea beasts had all congregated here. With this realization, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. The strength of these mutated sea beasts varied, and many were quite formidable, and if he were to proceed, the danger might escalate. However, Chen Feng was not one to shy away. He resolved to sail deeper and observe the situation. Meanwhile, in the temporary live streaming room, the chat exploded once more. Whoa! Did you see that? The mutated sea beasts and death difficulty are enormous. I thought those over 70 meters were just a tad big. But seeing one in person is utterly unimaginable. Such colossal mutated sea beasts are terrifying. Indeed, it's not just the mutated sea beasts. The tsunamis we faced earlier were also dozens of meters high. In comparison, those tsunamis seem like mere drizzles. Just think, battling a 30-meter mutated sea beast felt like a life-or-death struggle. The big shots and death difficulty are truly formidable. It took the great Planooma just a few minutes to dispatch those mutated sea beasts. A few minutes? Did you not see the prowess of Chen Feng? His cannon is simply invincible. 2 shots. In less than 10 seconds, an 80-meter-long fish was obliterated. Yes, I saw it. Chen Feng is so strong. Alas, I had all my bets on the world's #1, Planooma. Had I known, I would have wagered on Chen Feng. Whoa, I just caught a glimpse of Kitadanaya. I didn't TC Chen Feng. What a pity. Is there a replay function for the live stream? Stop spamming. Keep watching. 2 groups have already encountered each other. Let us see if they will clash, as Chen Feng continued his approach toward the coordinates of the mysterious item. The frequency of encounters with mutated sea beasts increased. From 1, it became 2, and then 2 turned into a swarm. At this point, Chen Feng could no longer afford to conceal his strength. The ethereal energy cannon fired relentlessly. With most of the mutated sea beasts falling victim to his attacks in his hands, the cannon proved to be exceptionally efficient against these creatures, taking down almost 1 every 10 seconds, with the sheer number of sea beast carcasses accumulating. Chen Feng's storage was reaching capacity, and Xiao Pao could no longer consume any more. He could only collect the ethereal crystals from their brains and press on. Chen Feng's stockpile of ethereal crystals surged to an impressive total of 112. Xiao Pao also joined in, utilizing all 3 of his cutting skills. However, Gina and Zhou Lingrui had yet to reveal their abilities, including Chen Feng himself, as these remained his trump cards, despite the numerous sea beasts encountered. Most were relatively scattered, attacking not in unison but space kilometers apart. Moreover, the strength of these mutated sea beasts was rather ordinary. They exhibited little intelligence or unique abilities, being merely physically mutated creatures. This allowed Chen Feng to continue forward with peace of mind, without worrying about Ma shouting and the others trailing behind. They would likely encounter few mutated sea beasts along the same route. As Chen Feng pressed on, eliminating foes, the distance to the mysterious item shrank to just over 10 kilometers. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the distant horizon. There, through his goggles, he clearly observed 2 sailing ships locked in a standoff. The vessels were manned by numerous crew members, and several massive mutated sea beasts were attacking them from the surrounding waters. The individuals aboard the ships were tasked with fending off the underwater beasts while simultaneously guarding against the opposing ship's crew, creating a scene that was nothing short of surreal. Chapter 139. Unspoken understanding. The 2 sailing ships were merely 3 kilometers away from Chen Feng. Enhancing his vision with his reinforced goggles, he could see the people aboard clearly. Both vessels were level 23-masted ships. On the left ship, approximately 60 individuals were present, led by a portly man with a face full of blubber, who stood at the bow, gripping a 5-meter-long silver harpoon. The end of the harpoon was secured with a rope as thick as a forearm, and as the rotund figure suddenly trembled, he hurled the harpoon toward a 90-meter-long mutated sea beast lurking beneath the waves. The 5-meter harpoon pierced its eye in an instant, and then, pulling on the rope's end with great force, the harpoon returned to his hand. Many individuals fought valiantly against the sea beasts in the water. And after several rounds of back and forth, the creature was finally slain. This stout figure, reminiscent of a sumo wrestler, was none other than Kiteda Naoya, whose name and avatar Chen Feng had seen in regional messages. After this display of combat, it was clear that Kiteda Naoya possessed considerable skill, and the harpoon he wielded was likely no ordinary weapon on the right. The leader was a voluptuous woman of notable beauty, though her appearance bore signs of surgical alteration, making it seem rather unnatural. She was of Han nationality, named Jin Jian, and ranked 16th in the world, clad in a swimsuit that barely concealed her ample figure. She commanded her crew from the deck, directing them to repel the underwater sea beasts. Her ship was manned exclusively by robust men, numbering around 50, most of whom had consumed enhancement potions, appearing strong and muscular. At that moment, more than 20 brawny men fearlessly assaulted the attacking sea beasts, seemingly undaunted by the danger, while Chen Feng distinctly witnessed 2 of them being swallowed whole, yet the others remained unperturbed, a truly bizarre scene. Soon after, the sea beasts were defeated, and the men returned to the ship, eagerly crowding around Jin Jian, rubbing against her, as if vying for her attention, while she appeared to relish the attention. Smiling as they groped her indiscriminately, IT was certain that this spectacle would incite yet another frenzy of comments in the live stream. With the attacking sea beasts temporarily vanquished, the 2 groups faced each other, neither making a move, both seemingly wary of one another. Suddenly, Chen Feng noticed Kiteda Naoya glance in his direction, and shortly thereafter, he received a private message that, Mr. Chen Feng, since you've arrived, why hide in the shadows? Why not come over and have a chat? Chen Feng was taken aback. While he could see them due to the enhancement of his goggles, Kiteda Naoya could also perceive him, indicating that this individual was no simple character. Having been discovered, Chen Feng decided to abandon any pretense and approach to ascertain what they were up to. The cruise ship continued to sail, drawing ever closer, with the 3 vessels forming a triangular formation, each maintaining a distance of 100 meters from one another. As Chen Feng approached, the tension that had previously existed between the 2 groups dissipated, giving way to an unspoken understanding. When 2 factions converge, there exists the potential for conflict. However, with 3 factions now present, they are no fools. Engaging in combat would only benefit the third party, leading to a more cautious atmosphere where conflicts are less likely to arise. Each party is among the world's elite, and a lack of knowledge regarding one another's capabilities heightens their wariness. Upon noticing Chen Feng's approach, Kiteda Naoya, with a seemingly cumbersome physique, stood at the bow of the ship, shouting incomprehensible phrases in Japanese. Wary yo. Chen Feng furrowed his brow, pondering whether this individual from the land of the rising sun might be somewhat foolish. It seems that only messages sent via chat or private messages would be automatically translated. Shouting was futile for Chen Feng to comprehend. He promptly shot off a private message. Are you out of your mind? Please be quiet and type. Kiteda Naoya continued his rambling until he received Chen Feng's private message, which made him realize his folly, igniting a mix of embarrassment and anger. Meanwhile, Jin Jian, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her body trembling with amusement, causing the burly men behind her to take notice. Zhou Lingrui, also observing her, leaned closer to Chen Feng and cautioned, "Don't look. With so many men around her, it's obvious what kind of woman she is. Be careful, or you might attract unwanted attention." Chen Feng gently pinched Zhou Lingrui's cheek in a soothing gesture. Shortly after, he noticed a new dialogue box in his private messages, containing a conversation among himself, Jin Jian, and Kiteda Naoya, that he was surprised to discover that the private messaging feature could facilitate group chats, something he had yet to explore. Jin Jian, esteemed gentlemen, I assume we are all here for the mysterious red quality items, correct? Any discoveries thus far? Kiteda Naoya, Chen Feng, don't think your second place ranking makes you superior. Don't get too arrogant. And Jin Jian, do you think I resemble a fool? What discoveries would I share with you? Chen Feng glanced at the messages, finding Jin Jian's directness rather suspicious. Jin Jian, oh. Keaton, please don't be upset. Since only the 3 of us have arrived near the coordinates of the mysterious item, I merely inquired. What are your thoughts, Chen Feng? This woman, even in her messages, exuded an almost enchanting demeanor. prompting Chen Feng to roll his eyes and glance up at her standing on the sailboat. If sensing his gaze, Jinjian playfully shaped her chest into a heart and blew him a kiss. Her antics nearly sent Zhou Lingrui into a fit of rage, ready to scold her. However, Jinjian appeared unfazed, her expression joyful and carefree. Truly, she was an odd character. Ignoring her, Chen Feng replied, "There's nothing to report. I just arrived as well. Let us observe the coordinates before jumping to conclusions." With little recourse, they agreed to follow Chen Feng's lead. The three maintained a distance of over 100 meters as they sailed toward the coordinates of the mysterious item. In just a few minutes, covering a distance of approximately 10 nautical miles, they arrived without encountering any mutated sea creatures. However, upon arrival, Chen Feng scanned the ocean surface, finding only the rolling waves devoid of any items. Keaton Naoya exclaimed, "Why is there still nothing here? Could it be that the mysterious item mentioned by the system is a hoax?" Jin Jian replied, "Keaton, don't be impatient, since there is no land in sight and nothing unusual on the surface. It must mean the mysterious item lies beneath the sea." Keaton Naoya questioned, "Beneath the sea? Are we expected to dive down to search for it?" Jin Jian, displaying her intelligence, deduced the same as Chen Feng. If nothing was visible on the surface, the item must be concealed in the depths below. Chapter 140. The Fragile Alliance, the live stream chat erupted that they've encountered each other. In a death difficulty sea, three major players have met. Why aren't they fighting? Disappointing, indeed, the players surviving in a death difficulty setting are no fools. Who would initiate conflict when searching for a mysterious item is paramount. Oh my heavens, is that the world-ranked 16 Jin Jian? What s with all those burly men on her ship? And why is she holding two balls? Haha, Keaton Naoya. I finally see the real deal. Just as his name suggests, he is even more repulsive in person. Exactly. Our Chen Feng is undeniably handsome. Chen Feng, steer clear of that plastic-faced woman from the cold country. Don T, let her taint you. By the way, where is the world-ranked first, Purinema? Chen Feng and the others have already arrived. If the mysterious item is taken, my investment of 1,000 survival points in him would be wasted. Don T fret. Purinema is likely just a bit farther away. He should be arriving shortly. Why are these three factions just staring at each other? Why aren't they starting their treasure hunt? Where is that mysterious item? Upon seeing Chen Feng and his companions converge at the designated coordinates, the live chat went into a frenzy, unable to contain itself. Yet at that moment, Chen Feng and his associates remained unperturbed. They continued deliberating in their newly formed chat group, realizing that the mysterious item was likely hidden beneath the ocean's depths, necessitating a dive for retrieval. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled a product he had never purchased in the level 3 shop. The special item, diving suit, blue, 1,000 survival points. Description: a diving tool allowing for an hour of underwater breathing, with a 1-hour cooldown. Oxygen must be available during the cooldown. Purchase limit: 1 review. Don this suit and explore the underwater world. Now that they intended to dive, Chen Feng, capable of underwater breathing, found the suit unnecessary for himself. However, Keaton Naoya and Jin Jian would surely require it. Moreover, as a special item, it could only be purchased once by those who had unlocked the level 3 shop. If they were to dive, lacking the passive ability for underwater breathing, they would need this item. Jin Jian. Gentlemen, since the mysterious item is underwater, we should each purchase a diving suit. I propose that the three of us, dive without any crew members, shall we? Chen Feng had initially considered buying a diving suit for Zhou Lingrui, intending to bring her, Gina, and the chubby fellow along. Yet he quickly realized that once they dived, their cruise ship would remain on the surface, vulnerable to tsunami or malicious attacks without anyone to guard it. Jin Jian's suggestion to dive without teammates reminded Chen Feng to leave Zhou Lingrui aboard the ship, where she could guide him back through the friend feature and activate the defense shield in case of danger. Keaton Naoya. I can go without crew, but I have a mid-level fishman that I must bring along. Jin Jian. That one do. If Keaton insists on bringing his fishman pet, Chen Feng and I would be at a disadvantage. If Chen Feng brings his great white shark pet, I doubt you'd agree either. If that happens, none of us will be able to dive, so we might as well just waste time. The three remained wary of one another. knowing that to search for the mysterious item. Mutual constraints were necessary, that if Chen Feng and Keaton Naoya brought their pets into the ocean, Jinjian would undoubtedly attack their vessels, leaving them unable to feel at ease, stuck in a stalemate. They couldn't fight on the surface nor dive due to disagreements. Chen Feng nodded. In that case, I agree that the three of us will dive. Our crew members lack diving suits and cannot join us. And no pets or fishmen are permitted. Keaton Naoya hesitated, remaining silent for a moment. Jinjian, Keaton, can you not make a decision? If Purinema arrives, we might not stand a chance. Keaton Naoya, what will we do if we find the item? How do we split it among the three of us? Jinjian, oh, that is simple. We're mutually constrained as we dive together to find the treasure. Whoever finds it will determine how it's divided. Keaton Naoya, all right, I agree, but if we truly find the treasure, I want to hold back. Chen Feng, agreed. Jinjian, all right then, gentlemen, let us agree that until we find the mysterious item, we will be allies. So no attacking one another. Thus, the fragile alliance among the three was established. Chen Feng briefed Zhou Lingrui on overseeing the cruise ship, reminding the chubby fellow to stay vigilant. He then purchased a diving suit and donned it. The suit was crafted from a highly elastic material, resembling rubber or leather, with a metallic helmet featuring a transparent glass section for visibility. Without an oxygen tank, it truly felt like advanced technology. Above the helmet, there was a round, rotating opening, which Chen Feng speculated was designed for consuming red or blue potions, a rather thoughtful design. Although Chen Feng could breathe underwater, they were unaware of this. Wearing the suit might serve to confuse them. Once the three donned their diving suits, they simultaneously plunged into the water, each maintaining a solitary distance. The unenhanced diving suits allowed for an hour of breathing time. Chen Feng kept a deliberate distance from the other two as they slowly descended into the depths. Meanwhile, his cruise ship remained unnoticed as Gina quietly submerged into the ocean. This was a plan meticulously orchestrated by Chen Feng long ago. He would not be foolish enough to plunge into the depths alone, but he had just instructed Gina to follow him discreetly into the sea after he made his descent, maintaining a distance of 100 meters for protection. The crew aboard the other two sailboats would never suspect that a seemingly ordinary woman on Chen Feng's yacht was, in fact, a high-level merfolk capable of submerging into the deep sea without the aid of diving gear. As Chen Feng and his two companions continued their descent, the underwater realm was not as tumultuous as the surface. Instead, it exuded an eerie calmness. The profound depths of the ocean were shrouded in darkness. Visibility was poor, and Chen Feng felt an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping him. Having descended approximately 200 meters, the once clear view to 500 meters below was now obscured by diminishing light. However, upon glancing back, he was relieved to see Gina trailing behind at a distance. Kuwaitianaya and Jinjian, however, lacked the enhanced vision that Chen Feng possessed and were unaware of Gina's presence in the rear. Just how deep the ocean floor lay remained a mystery, as the trio had been descending for 3 minutes, likely reaching 700 to 800 meters, yet still, the bottom eluded their sight. Fortunately, all three were level 2 enhancers. Otherwise, the immense pressure at such depths would have rendered them helpless. Despite their doubts, the allure of the mysterious object coordinates on the map compelled them to continue their plunge, after descending another 500 meters. Chen Feng suddenly noticed a glimmer of red light emanating from the ocean floor, and visibility gradually improved. As the source of the light became clearer, Chen Feng gasped in astonishment. There lay a flowing river of lava beneath the sea. Chapter 141. Underwater volcano at a depth of 1,300 meters. The trio felt fortunate to be level 2 enhancers. Were they ordinary individuals, the crushing pressure at this depth would have reduced them to mere pulp. Yet, even with their enhancements, Chen Feng could feel the surrounding water pressing in on him, making it difficult to breathe. The snug fit of their diving suits caused Kuwaitianaya, once resembling a small mountain, to appear significantly compacted, while Jinjian's proud figure was equally compressed, giving her an intriguing allure. Kuwaitianaya smirked, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Jinjian's form, yet she seemed indifferent, occasionally revealing her curves. Although the trio appeared harmonious on the surface, an unmistakable distance lingered between them, indicating a complete lack of trust. The red glow was intense, and both Kuitianaya and Jinjian soon noticed it as well. Their expressions filled with disbelief at the sight of lava existing at such low ocean temperatures. The lava surged from a large fissure on the ocean floor, the reddish-brown liquid mingling with seawater before gradually solidifying into black. Yet, the flow of lava from the fissure was unceasing, as if it would never cease. This phenomenon kept the underwater landscape perpetually in a state of molten flow, and Chen Feng could sense the temperature rising. The previously frigid water now felt almost warm. Kuitianaya tilted his head in confusion. How peculiar! A sea floor composed entirely of water, yet flows with lava. Jinjian, less surprised, replied, "It's merely an underwater volcano. Nothing extraordinary about it." Chen Feng had only witnessed such scenes on television, but seeing this seemingly boundless underwater volcano firsthand was profoundly shocking. Suppressing the tumult in his heart, he calmly stated, "Ladies, the coordinates on the map appear to be in the vicinity of this underwater volcano. Let us proceed further, as long as it is not directly at the volcanic vent." At first glance, the underwater volcano seemed small, but as the trio approached, they realized its vast expanse. The flowing lava covered at least 200,000 square meters, rendering Chen Feng and his companions diminutive in comparison. As they continued their descent, they reached a depth nearing 1,600 meters, where the pressure intensified, causing their descent to slow considerably. Furthermore, they were now only about 100 meters away from the lava. The water had become scalding hot, and Chen Feng was certain his skin must be reddened from the heat. Kuitianaya and Jinjian were also suffering through the transparent visor of their diving suits. One could see their brows furrowed in discomfort as they endured the searing pain. Jinjian halted, addressing Chen Feng and Kuitianaya. "Brothers, we cannot descend any further. The water temperature will surely be higher closer to the lava. Let us remain at this distance and search for any clues regarding the mysterious object." Kuitianaya's plump form felt increasingly uncomfortable within the confines of his diving suit, the rising temperature causing him to sweat profusely. He gasped in response, "All right, let us spread out and search that. If we find any clues, we shall notify each other." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but smirk, yet he replied, "Very well." The three gradually dispersed, scouring the lava-filled depths of the underwater volcano for clues. As for Kuitianaya's suggestion of alerting each other upon finding a clue, Chen Feng thought it a mere platitude. If any of them were to discover a clue, would they really inform the others? Certainly not. They would be inclined to keep the discovery for themselves. Chen Feng understood that should they truly uncover the mysterious object, their temporary alliance would dissolve, and they would be forced to confront each other with deadly seriousness. To prepare for such an eventuality, Chen Feng had not only instructed Gina to follow discreetly, but had also equipped himself with his fine iron bow and alloy vibrating spear. He had not utilized his wind-wave skill thrice today, and with ample survival points remaining, the level 1 blue potions would suffice. However, he was down to just a few arrows, which might prove insufficient. If a confrontation were to arise, bolstered by his luck-enhancing talent, Chen Feng was confident in his ability to hold his ground. What truly concerned him were the skills possessed by Kuitianaya and Jinjian. As captains of survivor ships with a death difficulty rating, it was hard to believe they lacked both passive and active skills. Individuals who had risen to prominence on a global scale surely had their own capabilities. Kuitianaya and Jinjian undoubtedly possessed active skills, which was part of the reason Chen Feng had refrained from attacking them earlier. The radar detector was constantly operational, allowing him to monitor his surroundings. Kuitianaya and Jinjian were positioned approximately 150 meters to his left and right, while Gina maintained a distance of 200 meters above. The coordinates of the mysterious object pointed precisely to this location. Albeit the area was relatively expansive, making the search in the water quite time-consuming. Currently, Chen Feng had no particularly effective methods, so he could only proceed with a gradual search. Meanwhile, in the temporary live broadcast, nearly all players were fixated on the trio at the underwater volcano, the barrage of comments lively and bustling. "How beautiful! The lava flowing from this underwater volcano is simply breathtaking. I've never witnessed such a spectacle in my life. What underwater volcano? Why are you not focusing? Look at Jinjian. Oh my, this omniscient perspective is simply divine." Goodness, that figure is to die for. Why am I drooling? Ugh, you fools. Why is your focus so misplaced? Should Tiwi be concerned about whether they can find the mysterious object? With such a vast expanse of lava, who knows how long it will take to locate it? Ah, these three should take their time. I bet on Pranema. Where is he? Haha, hurry up, Chen Feng. I'm rooting for you. Hey, look. Is something moving in the volcanic vent? Where? Let me see. The lava is flowing. Isn't that normal? It's not lava. I see it. Something is indeed moving. At that moment, the trio halted their movements simultaneously. The volcanic vent from which the lava erupted was circular, approximately 500 meters in diameter, and the three could easily see it. Within the vent, a massive orb emanating a white glow periodically surged upward from the flowing lava, only to quickly sink back down. Chen Feng, Koetianaya, and Jin Jian observed this phenomenon clearly. Chen Feng gazed at the volcanic vent. Such a large luminous sphere could very well be the mysterious object they sought. After spotting the orb, he glanced at his companions. They exchanged a knowing look, but then Koetianaya nodded towards Jin Jian, and their gazes towards Chen Feng turned cold, in unison. They charged at him. At that moment, it dawned on Chen Feng that these two intended to join forces to eliminate him as soon as they discovered the mysterious object. A battle was about to ensue. Finally, the confrontation had begun. The three individuals ranked within the top 20 of the world were finally clashing. It was uncertain who would emerge victorious. Seeing them engage in combat brought Chen Feng a sense of relief. A prolonged fight would buy time, and he hoped Pranema would arrive soon. Damn it, Koetianaya has actually teamed up with Jin Jian to attack Chen Feng. How shameless. This is to be expected. Chen Feng ranks second, while they are 5th and 16th. They must unite to eliminate the strongest first. In the temporary live broadcast room, the atmosphere grew animated as viewers witnessed the tense standoff at the underwater volcano. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, although aware that the two were preparing to attack him, remained unperturbed. A cold smile crept onto his lips. He had anticipated that this strange alliance would soon shatter upon the discovery of the mysterious object. He simply hadn't expected the two to coordinate their assault on him. They must have been in private discussion for quite some time. With both hands directed downward, Chen Feng gathered the elemental winds, forming two azure whirlwinds in his grasp. Subsequently, these whirlwinds manifested into two small water tornadoes within the sea, akin to having propellers affixed to Chen Feng's body. Utilizing the thrust of the water tornadoes, Chen Feng propelled himself upwards with remarkable speed. Faced with the onslaught of two adversaries, he prudently opted to create distance, evading their encirclement and reuniting with Gina above him. Don't let him escape. At that moment, Naoko Kamaima, in a state of agitation, was simultaneously sending private messages to Jin Jian. Abruptly, the sea before Kamaima began to churn violently, parting as if he commanded the water currents. He then brandished the massive harpoon he had previously used to slay a mutated sea beast. Shouting, "Shockwave!" The sharp tip of the metallic harpoon began to tremble ominously before it surged forward, the surrounding water parting to lessen its resistance. With a whoosh, the 5-meter-long harpoon darted towards Chen Feng. There was no doubt that if it struck him, even as a level 2 enhancer, he would be pierced through, leaving him chilled to the core. Meanwhile, Jin Jian's body suddenly became slick, moving through the high-pressure depths as if there were no resistance at all. Her speed rivaling that of Chen Feng, as she pursued him. A beguiling smile graced her face, and she sent a message. "Chen Feng, wait for me." Upon receiving no response, her feigned smile vanished, as she formed a heart shape with her hands over her ample chest. Deadly temptation. A pink, fist-sized, heart-shaped bubble flew forth from her hand as Chen Feng ascended rapidly. He glanced downward that on one side was the trembling silver harpoon, and on the other a flying heart. These two must be their respective active skills. Kamaima seemed to manipulate the water to evade, reducing resistance, indicating his passive skill might be akin to that of Zhou Lingrue's water control. The harpoon, under the influence of an active skill, vibrated strangely, its offensive capabilities likely comparable to Chen Feng's alloy vibrating spear. As for Jin Jian, her ability to glide through the water like a fish was intriguing, and the heart she produced appeared peculiar. Seemingly devoid of offensive power, Yet one could only wonder what might transpire upon contact. Currently, Chen Feng's arsenal consisted of iron arrows, the alloy spear, and active skills. However, in the face of their attacks, he chose not to wield a weapon, but instead activated the wind wave skill. Utilizing the remaining 2 skill uses, he conjured 2 wind walls, each spanning 5 meters, encasing the seawater and making them denser. With a rush, the silver harpoon and heart sped towards him. Unsurprisingly, the 2 attacks collided directly with the wind walls. The heart burst apart upon contact, while Kamayama's silver harpoon, through its incessant vibrations, began to penetrate the wind wall. Fortunately, the wind wall was sufficiently dense, causing the harpoon to slightly alter its trajectory, grazing past Chen Feng's body. Having failed to land a hit, Kamayama withdrew the harpoon. Chen Feng mused silently, realizing he had somewhat underestimated Kamayama. The power of that silver harpoon was indeed formidable. I must ask, what is the meaning of this sudden attack against me? I have yet to secure the mysterious item. After dodging the assault, Chen Feng continued his ascent while feigning ignorance in the group chat. Kamayama replied, "Humph, you are the strongest. We intend to eliminate you first before claiming that mysterious item. I am eager to see what you, the second strongest in the world, can truly do. Don't you dare run." Jin Jian chimed in cheerfully. Chen Feng, what was that ability you just used? It managed to thwart both our attacks. Don T, run away. Let your little sister see your precious skills. Chen Feng responded, Jin Jian, you may observe my skills, but my treasures are off limits. They are far too grand and might frighten you. You and he are teaming up against me. Even if I perish, are you certain you can best him? This fellow is no pushover. Jin Jian retorted, and no need for you to fret, Chen Feng. I have my own methods. Kamayama interjected, Chen Feng, do you take us for fools? Do you think your provocations will work at this juncture? As the 3 continued their banter, they were engaged in a life-or-death race. However, after swimming over 100 meters, Chen Feng abruptly halted, turned, and regarded the 2 with a calm demeanor as he sent a message. Jin Jian, I offer you an opportunity now. Join forces with me to eliminate this little Kamayama. Or else, I may not show you mercy either. Seeing Chen Feng stop, the 2 presumed he had exhausted his active skills, and, unable to consume any blue potions, was out of options. They slowly closed in. Grinning, Kamayama scoffed, Humph, you think you can team up against me? You're overestimating yourself. Jin Jian, use your skill to charm him and have him retrieve that mysterious item from the volcanic magma. Jin Jian replied. Chen Feng, I apologize, but since you refuse to reveal your grand treasure, I shall side with Kamayama that you'll have to sacrifice yourself to fetch that mysterious item. After sending this message, she once again formed a heart shape, sending another one flying towards Chen Feng. Frowning, Chen Feng discerned that Jin Jian's implication suggested her skill could control others' thoughts or bodies, and no wonder her crew, despite being robust men, had bowed to her command when he first encountered her. Chen Feng made no attempt to evade the approaching heart, merely watching the 2 with a smile. Just as Jin Jian and Kamayama believed Chen Feng had been rendered speechless by fear, a silhouette of a woman suddenly emerged behind him. This woman, not clad in diving gear, remarkably maintained her breath as she submerged into the depths, leaving both of them astonished. In an instant, this alluring beauty transformed into a massive gray electric eel measuring over 10 meters in length. High-level merman? They both exclaimed in shock. While they remained momentarily stunned, Gina, in her true form, had already launched her attack point 10 million volts. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, shot forth, instantly creating a vacuum in the surrounding sea. The heart that had been aimed at Chen Feng was obliterated by the electric surge, vanishing without a trace. The electric current surged directly toward Kamayama, an intentional directive from Chen Feng, knowing Jin Jian's skill could potentially manipulate thoughts or bodies. Upon seeing Gina, Kamayama recalled the merman leader he had encountered on Treasure Island and understood the formidable strength of a high-level merman at that moment. He had no time to ponder why Chen Feng possessed one. As the electric bolt barreled toward him, he let out a desperate shriek in Japanese that was incomprehensible. Yameka! His corpulent form became a significant hindrance, and Kamayama exerted all his strength to control the surrounding water, attempting to evade the strike. However, Even with the enhancement from 2 doses of strengthening potion, his water manipulation skill could only control 10 liters of seawater nearby. His bulk could not compare to the speed of the electric current, which struck him instantaneously. Reflexively, Kamayama raised the massive harpoon across his chest, but it provided no protection. The electric surge engulfed him, and despite his diving suit potentially being made of rubber, which might not conduct electricity, the overwhelming voltage transformed the current into a searing energy. Kamayama's body ignited in flames, consuming his diving suit. He barely had time to scream before losing consciousness from the pain. After a long while, the electric light dissipated, leaving Kamayama alive, albeit with his burned diving suit fused to his body, the head portion remaining intact to keep out the encroaching seawater and allow him to breathe. This was Chen Feng's deliberate intent, as he had instructed Gina to hold back. Otherwise, had she unleashed her full power, he would have been reduced to ashes. As for why he spared Kamayama's life, Chen Feng had his own plans. Stay where you are. If you dare to flee, I will end you. Observing Gina's swift defeat of Kamayama, Jinjian contemplated making her escape, while Chen Feng was distracted. However, a message from him sent chills down her spine, and she broke into a cold sweat. Gradually turning around, the smile on Jinjian's face was sincere yet bittersweet. Chen Feng, please don't kill me. Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. You still hold value. Chen Feng replied blandly, continuing, now, tell me about your and Kamayama's active and passive skills. Although Chen Feng had previously speculated on their abilities, he still lacked clarity, so he inquired further. Jinjian hesitated, reluctant to divulge her skills, as doing so would not be in her favor. However, upon receiving a glance from the transformed Gina, she shivered and hastily replied, my passive skill is schooling fish, which grants me incredible speed in the water, and my active skill is deadly temptation, which upon hitting allows me to control a person's thoughts, making them obedient to me, but it only works on men. Gui Tiange. I only have a general understanding of Naoya's abilities. His passive skill is water control, while his active skill is shockwave, which requires the aid of a weapon to utilize that IT allows the weapon to vibrate at high speeds, possessing formidable penetrating power. Observing this, Chen Feng nodded in agreement. It aligned closely with his prior speculations. Jinjian, I can spare your life, but you must agree to one condition. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, a hint of temptation flickered across Jinjian's face. Brother Chen Feng, Dante just asked for one condition. I would agree to 2 or even 3. Even if you want me to, Chen Feng interrupted, exuding annoyance. Enough of that. I need you to control Gui Tian Naoya and have him retrieve the glowing orb from the volcanic crater. Casting a disdainful glance at Jinjian, Chen Feng thought to himself that with so many strong men aboard the ship, he dared not entangle himself with her, why sparing Gui Tian's life. Chen Feng was also eyeing Jinjian's capabilities. The mysterious object, the massive glowing orb, was likely submerged in the magma below. Setting aside the unbearable heat of the magma, extracting the orb posed a significant challenge. Given Jinjian's ability to manipulate men's thoughts, Gui Tian Naoya would serve as an excellent tool, even if he were to be severely burned in the process, as long as the orb was secured. His fate would be inconsequential. All right, I understand. So, once I help you control him to retrieve it, will you let me go? Rest assured, I want to contend with you for the mysterious item, with Gina nearby. Witnessing Jinjian's charm offensive fall flat, Jinjian ceased her flirtation. Regarding the mysterious item, she dared not even contemplate it. Chen Feng's strength had instilled her with fear, and all she desired was to return safely to the ship and navigate through the calamity back to the normal sea. Let us see if you can manage it first. Chen Feng replied with a faint smile, a deadly allure. At Chen Feng's behest, Jinjian, with no other option and too frightened to flee, complied, forming a heart shape with her hands as a pink heart flew towards the unconscious Tian Naoya. Once the heart entered his body, his corpulent form trembled momentarily before stabilizing, yet he showed no signs of awakening. Although Gina had held back, her attack had still been considerable, and at this moment, he must have sustained serious injuries. Chen Feng approached him, delivering a sharp slap that made Naoya's head spin. Under the influence of the slap, Naoya gradually regained consciousness, but upon seeing Chen Feng, his expression remained devoid of life. Resembling a mere automaton, Jinjin gestured at him without uttering a word, demonstrating her ability to control him through mere thought. Naoya, wielding a massive harpoon, swam towards the volcanic crater below. Goodness, Jinjian's skill is terrifying. Although it has significant limitations, only being able to control men, it is nonetheless exceedingly formidable for them. Chen Feng mused, feeling the need to remain thoroughly vigilant around her. As Naoya approached, Chen Feng, along with Gina and Jinjian, drew nearer, trailing behind at a distance. When they reached 100 meters from the crater, Chen Feng halted. The underwater temperature was intolerably high, inflicting searing pain upon his skin. He could descend no further. Hurry! Have him use that harpoon to retrieve it. Chen Feng instructed Jinjian, aware that Naoya, being human, could not simply reach in with his hands to retrieve the orb. He hoped Naoya would utilize the longer harpoon to bring the glowing orb to the surface. Secure it in the storage, and present it to the two women. Under Jinjian's control, Naoya continued his descent, the extreme heat and immense pressure of the depths relentlessly compressing his body. The tattered diving suit was on the verge of giving way. Naoya's exposed skin was already forming large blisters, oozing blood. Emotionless, he hovered over the magma, cautiously extending the harpoon to poke the enormous orb that floated atop the molten lava. Chapter 144. The Super Giant Lanternfish. Just moments ago, Chen Feng had been besieged by the two women, managing to escape, and after reuniting with Gina, she had transformed into her true form, severely injuring and incapacitating Guetian Naoya. All of this was broadcast live for all to see. The live chat erupted. My goodness. The woman beside the great Chen Feng is actually a high-level fishman. Her bangs concealed the mark of the advanced fishman on her forehead. I couldn't see it at all. How is she able to control a high-level fishman? Aren't fishmen summoned from the fishman summoning card? With better odds, it should only yield an intermediate fishman. What on earth is a high-level fishman? Clearly, you're uninformed. There exists a creature known as the coral spirit, which has a certain probability of allowing intermediate fishmen to evolve into high-level fishmen. The great Chen Feng must have utilized this to evolve the intermediate fishman summoned from the card into a high-level fishman. One can only say his luck is exceedingly fortunate. In a word, incredible. High-level fishmen are terrifying. Guetian Naoya was instantly incapacitated. Moreover, Jinjian's skill is frightful. She can control others. I must keep my distance from her in the future. Haha, betting on the great Chen Feng was undoubtedly the right choice. Those who haven't placed their bets should hurry. The countdown is nearly over, and soon there will be no opportunity left. I regret my earlier bet on Guetian Naoya. My 2,000 survival points are surely wasted. Look, they are beginning to retrieve the mysterious item from the crater. As Guetian Naoya's metallic harpoon plunged into the scalding magma, it instantly glowed red from the intense heat. Straining, he pushed the enormous orb that emerged from the molten depths. Chen Feng finally discerned the orb's details. The team measured 4 to 5 meters in diameter, significantly larger than a human body, without storage. It could not be transported. Naoya needed to nudge it to the crater's edge, touch it with his hand, and then store it. The heated section of the harpoon was transferring temperature, rendering the entire harpoon searing hot. Naoya's hand began to emit wisps of smoke as small bubbles formed in the water. If he were to release the harpoon, he would lose a considerable amount of flesh. The harpoon itself gradually began to melt. Necessitating swift action, Naoya maneuvered the massive orb. It rolled within the magma. Slowly, the enormous orb began to inch toward the shore. With eager anticipation in Chen Feng and Jinjian's eyes, Naoya extended his hand, poised to press upon the orb and secure it in storage. In that moment, as he was controlled, he paid no heed to the orb's extreme temperature. Just as Naoya placed his hand upon the orb, mentally reciting the command to store it, an inexplicable occurrence transpired. The orb did not enter his storage. Instead, it notified him that it had exceeded the capacity limit of his inventory. As Chen Feng cast a puzzled glance at Jinjian, a sudden tremor coursed through the area. The seething magma within the crater began to churn violently, and everything around them shook. With a resounding boom, the cacophony seemed to pierce through eardrums. What is happening? Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment, quickly turning his gaze downward, while Gina, sensing danger, swam protectively around him. Could it be an eruption? Jin Jian's pupils widened in fear as she gradually retreated. Below, energy that had been accumulating in the crater for ages erupted forth, sending torrents of magma spewing into the air, transforming the sea floor into a hellish landscape. Naoya was caught directly in the eruption, his body immediately torn asunder. As the magma engulfed him, he began to wither away. And in an instant, he met his demise. Suddenly, the massive orb quivered and shot forth from the lava, followed closely by a monstrous creature stretching 200 meters in length. The orb was merely a part of its head. With 2 rows of serrated teeth, its maw opened wide, measuring 50 meters across, while its body glistened smoothly, with its tail and dorsal fins resembling an enormous fan. Additionally, streams of fiery red magma, akin to a dragon, coursed across its form. Within the crater lay a 200-meter-long super-giant lanternfish. The glowing orb floating atop the magma was merely its bioluminescent organ, not a mysterious item. The giant lanternfish appeared irked, as if disturbed, and swiftly devoured the now-defunct Tan Naoya, before turning its gaze towards Chen Feng and Jin Jian. Holy hell! Gina! We need to flee. Chen Feng immediately clung to Gina's true form, urging her to escape post-haste. What a joke! The largest mutated sea beast Chen Feng had ever encountered was merely 100 meters long. Now before him, this lanternfish emerged from the magma, boasting an imposing stature of 200 meters. Had the turbulent waters not propelled Chen Feng and the others away upon its emergence, he might well have been swallowed whole, a T-200 meters in size. Who could fathom what other powers it might possess? Regardless of its intellect or abilities, any of them could prove fatal to Chen Feng, who had no means of escape. Understanding Chen Feng's intent, Gina surged forward, her body crackling with electric currents, propelling her speed to its utmost limit. The results were evident as Gina and Chen Feng swiftly ascended towards the surface. Meanwhile, Jin Jian, realizing Chen Feng had taken flight, could not afford to remain idle. Her passive skill, fish-like swiftness, allowed her to swim through the water with the speed of a fish. She quickly turned and swam in the opposite direction. As Chen Feng fled, he anxiously glanced back at the lanternfish, only to be met with a sight that almost brought him to tears. The giant lanternfish wore an unusual expression, tinged with greed, fixating intently on Gina beneath him, showing no interest whatsoever in Jin Jian, who had swum away. Chen Feng's heart sank with a thud. Could it be that Gina had now transformed in her true form? Was this mutated sea beast intent on devouring her? Gina, put in more effort. Hurry up and escape. Faced with such a dire crisis, Chen Feng could only urge Gina to hasten her pace. If only they were aboard the cruise ship now. Armed with the spectral energy cannons, Chen Feng would not find himself in such a predicament. Almost there. Almost there. We've swum several hundred meters already. Chen Feng muttered incessantly, while Gina swam with unparalleled speed, covering over 300 meters in mere seconds. However, just as Chen Feng thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, the giant lanternfish beneath them suddenly opened its massive mouth wide, engulfing the surrounding seawater and creating an immense whirlpool. Chen Feng felt the water around him pressing down relentlessly, while Gina struggled valiantly against the currents. Yet the water still pulled her toward the gaping maw of the lanternfish at an alarming rate. Soon, both Chen Feng and Gina found themselves uncontrollably drawn toward the abyss of the fish's cavernous mouth. Like that moment, one thought consumed Chen Feng's mind. This lanternfish had undoubtedly evolved some extraordinary ability. Even though the lanternfish was colossal, capable of swallowing vast amounts of seawater due to its sheer size, Chen Feng and Gina had already distanced themselves by several hundred meters, drawing the water into its mouth. It was implausible that even a fish of 1,000 meters could manage that. The only explanation lay in some bizarre skill it had acquired, perhaps the ability to consume entities far exceeding its own size. Yet, Chen Feng had no time to speculate on its abilities. Terror gripped him. Their bodies were being swept into the whirlpool, spinning relentlessly toward its gigantic mouth. This was a disaster. Chen Feng lay atop Gina, his heart racing with anxiety. If they were swallowed, he could not bear the thought of meeting such a gruesome end. But a fleeting glance to the side revealed that Jin Jian, who had been fleeing, was unaffected by the whirlpool's influence. It seemed the vortex had targeted only him and Gina didn't know. More accurately, it was solely focused on Gina. Damn it, I told you not to be picky. Gina, zap it, as they drew nearer to the lanternfish. Chen Feng, pushed to his limits and filled with rage, prepared to fight back desperately. Upon hearing the command, Gina, facing a life-or-death situation, dared not hold back. The electric surge, unleashed from her body, surged through the water like a sinuous dragon, racing toward the mountain-like lanternfish. Chen Feng, crouched on Gina's back, could even feel the intense numbing sensation in the surrounding water. Yet the lanternfish, maintaining its insatiable gulp, seemed indifferent to Gina's assault. Its bell-like eyes merely glanced at the electric bolt, brimming with mockery, and made no attempt to evade. The electric surge erupted. Just as it was about to collide with the fish's head, a bizarre scene unfolded, freezing Chen Feng's smile in place. The thick electric bolt, under Gina's control, was aimed directly at the lanternfish's head. However, as it approached the gaping maw, the electric energy seemed to be mysteriously drawn in, swallowed along with the seawater, vanishing into the depths of the fish's mouth. Once inside, it was as if it had sunk into the ocean without a trace. What kind of ability was this? Not only could it consume seawater to create a tremendous suction force, but it could also absorb attacking energy without showing any signs of injury. The lanternfish's skills were alarmingly overpowered. If classified by levels, its strength undoubtedly surpassed level 3, possibly reaching level 4 or even 5. Such levels represented an insurmountable chasm between it and Chen Feng. Gina, at level 3, was certainly no match. With no spectral energy cannons aboard the cruise ship to provide a game-changing advantage, Gina's attacks proved ineffective, leaving Chen Feng utterly powerless. In his desperation, Chen Feng recklessly attacked, hastily retrieving his iron arrows and firing the last few in quick succession. 8 arrows, aided by the goggles' guarantee of a perfect hit, retained their momentum even underwater as they sped toward the lanternfish. Yet, as they approached, they too were swallowed by the whirlpool. Without striking the target, the bleeding effect could not trigger, leaving Chen Feng with no choice but to stow away the iron arrows. What to do now? Chen Feng found himself a loss. As he and Gina were on the verge of being drawn into the giant mouth, a voice from beneath him broke through. Master, this mutated sea beast target is likely me. I cannot escape. I still have one last attack of 10 million volts left. Chen Feng was baffled. Gina's previous attack of 10 million volts had been ineffective, so she could not possibly succeed again. What did she mean? Just as Chen Feng frantically sought a way to survive, a faint blue electric glow suddenly flickered across Gina's skin, the form of an electric eel. Chen Feng, caught off guard, was instantly electrified, feeling a jolt surge through his entire body, rendering him immobile. This was Gina's control over electricity, yet he could not fathom why she aimed it at him. Master, just wait. I will use the energy of 10 million volts to propel you to the surface. Do not worry. The electric energy will transform into a gentle thrust under my control, causing you no harm. As she spoke, Gina's enormous tail coiled, pulling Chen Feng from her back while she faced him, gathering electric energy in her mouth for one final attack of 10 million volts. What are you doing? Chen Feng realized her intent, but even with understanding, he remained paralyzed by the lingering, tingling sensation, unable to intervene in that moment. Gina, recognizing her inability to escape, understood that her strongest attack could not harm the colossal lanternfish, which had targeted her. She was willing to send Chen Feng away, sacrificing herself. The once ferocious 10 million volts, under Gina's deliberate control, transformed into a gentle, radiant beam, emerging from her mouth and striking Chen Feng's body. Stop! There are other ways. I command you to stop. Chen Feng's voice broke, tinged with desperation and a hint of tears. From the beginning, Gina had never been a mere summoned pet to him. She was special. The first living being he encountered after his arrival, and it was because of her that he had survived to this point. She was no longer just a pet, but a companion, a family member. In Chen Feng's heart, Gina held more significance than even Zhou Lingrui. Witnessing Gina's willingness to protect him, disregarding her own peril, tears streamed down Chen Feng's face. I command you to stop. The gentle electric surge pressed against Chen Feng's chest, the tingling sensation still leaving him immobilized. Yet, propelled by the electric energy, Chen Feng finally broke free from the whirlpool's grasp, shooting upward toward the ocean surface. Meanwhile, after unleashing the 10 million volts, Gina seemed to expend her last ounce of strength. Her body spiraling into the whirlpool, instantly consumed by the lanternfish's vast mouth. Master, being your pet, makes me very happy. With a resounding thud, the 50-meter-wide mouth of the lanternfish snapped shut, leaving only a faint, reluctant sigh in its wake. After devouring Gina, the lanternfish displayed a glimmer of satisfaction in its eyes, its mountain-like form spinning excitedly in the depths before seemingly losing interest in the fleeing Chen Feng and Jinjian. It plunged headlong into the volcanic magma, and once it entered, the magma ceased its eruption, restoring tranquility to the surroundings that moment. Chen Feng and Jinjian also emerged from the clutches of danger. Resurfacing above the waves, Chen Feng broke the surface. The tingling sensation finally dissipated, restoring his mobility in a fit of rage. He slapped the water with his palm. WCNM. Chapter 146. Bombarding the sailboat, the 200-meter-long lanternfish erupted from the volcano, killing Kitata and Naoya, frightening both Chen Feng and Jinjian, and ultimately, with Gina's help, Chen Feng managed to escape while she was swallowed whole. The entire scene was broadcast live in the streaming chat. The comments suddenly fell into an eerie silence. And within half a second, messages flooded in like a spring bursting forth, unstoppable. The chat was filled with exclamations of "What the heck? What the heck?" even from the blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. Clearly, the unfolding events had surpassed everyone's expectations, and the enormous lanternfish had terrified all onlookers. Every participant discussed Chen Feng, marveling at his ability to escape under such circumstances, and were deeply moved by Gina's sacrifice. Some speculated about the true nature of the mysterious item, while others eagerly anticipated Chen Feng's subsequent actions on the surface of the sea. An enraged Chen Feng, after uttering a phrase familiar to all Chinese, gradually consolidated the fury in his brows. Rather than diving back into the water to confront the beast, he needed to devise a strategy. With Gina likely swallowed whole, the chances of saving her were slim, but he must avenge her. As for the mysterious item, it was no longer of any concern to Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, get up here." Zhou Lingrui, aboard the cruise ship, spotted Chen Feng emerging from the water and immediately tossed down a rope. Chen Feng was positioned not far from the vessel, and upon seeing him surface, Xiao Pang rushed over to hoist him onto his back, carrying him to the edge of the cruise ship. Meanwhile, Jinjian, in a state of sheer terror, quickly returned to her sailboat, the crew of Naoya Keaton's sailboat. Having learned of their captain's demise, displayed a myriad of expressions. Some inquired about the circumstances surrounding Chen Feng and Jinjian's involvement in Keaton's death, while others cried out, urging a hasty departure. In this chaotic scene, the group was like a headless chicken, flailing in disarray. "Chen Feng, how are you faring? Have you gleaned any insights? By the way, where is Gina?" Zhou Lingrui retrieved a dry towel, gently wiping the seawater from Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng remained silent, deep in thought, contemplating how he might vanquish that lanternfish, the spectral energy cannon. Yet, the lanternfish lurked beneath the surface, having swallowed Gina before retreating into the magma. Regardless of its might, the spectral energy cannon was ineffective against an unseen foe. Chen Feng's most formidable weapons were the alloy vibrating spear and the iron bow, now devoid of arrows, along with the skills of the rotund Xiaopeng and Zhou Lingrui. Given that even Gina proved no match for the creature, relying on these means would be tantamount to courting death. Noticing Chen Feng's silence, Zhou Lingrui's concern heightened. With Gina missing, she could surmise the perilous circumstances Chen Feng faced upon diving into the sea. Choosing not to speak further, she opted to remain quietly by his side. "Chen Feng, did you kill our boss? You bastard, explain yourself." One of Keaton's subordinates suddenly stood at the bow of the ship, shouting at Chen Feng in Japanese, words that he could not comprehend, but the man's brash demeanor suggested hostility. Furrowing his brow, Chen Feng was too absorbed in devising a strategy to pay heed to the provocateur. Realizing that Chen Feng did not understand Japanese, the man took it upon himself to send a private message. Hey, did you cause our leader's death? You jerk, explain yourself. The audacity of the message ignited a fire within Chen Feng. When Keaton was alive, there might have been some restraint. Now that he was gone, and with Chen Feng fully aware of Jinjian's abilities, these individuals had the audacity to confront him if he allowed them to stand over him. Mocking him, he might as well be dead. Zhou Lingrui, adjust the bow. I intend to obliterate them. Fueled by rage, Chen Feng's fury seemed to find an outlet. Witnessing his intense anger, Zhou Lingrui dared not defy his orders. Swiftly turning the ship's bow towards Keaton's sailboat, Chen Feng moved to the cannon, activating the spectral energy cannon's attack pedal, launching a searing fireball towards their vessel. Simultaneously, he bellowed at Xiaopeng in the water. Xiaopeng, make sure to devour anyone who jumps overboard from that ship. If you miss even one, I'll feast on your fins tonight. Xiaopeng's eyes widened in terror, and it hurriedly surged forward. The fireball struck the sailboat with a resounding explosion. As Chen Feng intentionally aimed at the hull to ensure its destruction and sinking, flames erupted instantaneously, sending the crew into a frenzy. Baka, our captain is dead. Shouldn't we flee? Why provoke him? Now what if the ship sinks? None of us can repair it. The crew from Keaton's ship, previously bickering about their next move, erupted into chaos as they witnessed Chen Feng's retaliation. What are we afraid of? Let's fight back. A number of the more radical crew members leapt into the sea, determined to confront Chen Feng's cruiser. However, Xiaopeng had been waiting eagerly below. As each person plunged into the water, it opened its massive jaws, treating them as mere snacks, swiftly devouring them. Damn it, this idiot has led to our demise. Chen Feng's assault did not relent, launching fireballs with reckless abandon. Despite the rapid depletion of energy, occasionally hitting targets returned 2 layers of charge, making it seem as though the cannon's energy was inexhaustible. Boom! 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 The crew's cries echoed as they faced Xiaopeng beneath the boat, too frightened to jump overboard, while the fire continued to spread unabated. Let us get out of this cursed place. This Chen Feng is nothing short of a demon. Back on the ship, Jinjian, witnessing Chen Feng's onslaught, nearly lost control of herself in fear, her face pale and devoid of her usual allure as she urged the sturdy men to escape. Her sailboat raised its sails and hastily vanished from sight. The thought of the mysterious artifact, now far from her mind, 3 minutes later. As Chen Feng ceased his bombardment, the once lively sailboat lay in a hellish state. Flames flickering out, reduced to mere skeletal remains, with the sea littered with boxes that had fallen from the wreckage. The warehouses. Might their discarded supplies hold weapons of value? Chen Feng's rage had somewhat subsided, and upon seeing the boxes, a flicker of hope ignited within him. With his current arsenal ineffectual against the lanternfish, he felt akin to a drowning man grasping at straws, desperately searching through each box. Yet, disappointment awaited him. These were merely Keaton's subordinates, and the warehouses contained only worthless debris. With Jinjian already having fled, Chen Feng found himself unable to communicate with the outside world, even the trading function eluding him. Gritting his teeth, he seized the alloy vibrating spear and mounted Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng, let us plunge into the depths. He was truly desperate now. Chapter 147. I have never asked anyone for help in my life. Chen Feng, stop. Just as Chen Feng and Xiaopeng prepared to dive in the depths, Zhou Lingrui's anxiety reached a fever pitch. Chen Feng, I don't know what you encounter below, but if even Gino was no match, taking Xiaopeng down there will be futile. I want to allow you to throw your life away. Yet, Chen Feng, consumed by fury, paid no heed to Zhou Lingrui's words. Xiaopeng, dive. Xiaopeng, possessing a fair degree of intelligence, had grown familiar with Zhou Lingrui over the past days at this moment. It hesitated, sensing Zhou Lingrui's evident disapproval. However, after a brief moment of doubt, it felt Chen Feng's unwavering resolve and, being Chen Feng's loyal pet, dared not defy him. With a powerful flick of its tail, it prepared to dive. Chen Feng, what will happen to me if you perish? If you're determined to throw your life away, then I shall accompany you. Seeing Chen Feng's obstinacy, Zhou Lingrui's expression hardened with determination. Without a second thought, she leapt into the sea. What are you doing? Return. Chen Feng had no choice but to halt Xiaoping, lifting Zhou Lingrui onto its back. She could not breathe underwater and lacked diving gear. Venturing down would surely lead to her drowning, that I refused to return. Either you let me descend with you, or you tell me everything that transpired, and I shall help you devise a plan. Zhou Lingrui pouted, clinging tightly to him, fearful he might flee. Feeling the warmth and deep concern radiating from her embrace, Chen Feng's mind began to clear. With a sigh, he resignedly shook his head. Zhou Lingrui, though somewhat naive, could be as stubborn as a mule when she set her mind to it. He briefly recounted the events that had unfolded beneath the waves. After absorbing his explanation, Zhou Lingrui expressed her sorrow for Gina before advising. Chen Feng, given that the lanternfish is so colossal and possesses such peculiar abilities, even if you and Xiaoping descend, it will surely consume you both. You won't even be able to strike back. Why not lure it to the surface and attack it with the spectral energy cannon? Hearing Zhou Lingrui's analysis, Chen Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation, but soon shook his head. Luring it up was nearly impossible. Should he dive to entice the lanternfish to the surface? Once it employed its devouring skill, escape would be impossible, that it's futile, he replied, but Zhou Lingrui pressed on with her strategy. If it won't come up, what if we took the cruiser down with us? Take the cruiser down? At that moment, Chen Feng recalled something, as if a light had flickered in his mind. Right. Didn't you mention that Ma Xiaoting's sailboat possesses a peculiar device that allows vehicles to submerge? Coupled with the spectral energy shield to keep out the water, wouldn't that allow our cruiser to act like a submarine? Then your spectral energy cannon could be utilized. Exactly. Chen Feng smacked his forehead, suddenly remembering the submersible device on Ma Xiaoting's sailboat, a peculiar tool he had previously discussed with Zhou Lingrui in his panic over Gina's fate. He had overlooked this possibility until Zhou Lingrui's reminder sparked the thought that if they could use the submersible device to enable the cruiser to dive, then the spectral energy cannon, which required a vehicle for its attacks, would indeed come into play. With the immense power of the spectral energy cannon and its seemingly unfair ability to inflict damage, slaying the lanternfish would no longer be a distant fantasy. Chen Feng, filled with excitement, planted a kiss on Zhou Lingrui's cheek, that I will seek out Ma Xiaoting and persuade her to trade that item with me. Now devoid of impulsive thoughts, Chen Feng led Zhou Lingrui back from the edge of the cruiser to the deck. Promptly contacting Ma Xiaoting, I've encountered some difficulties. I know your ship has a device that allows vehicles to submerge. If you sell it to me, I am willing to pay any price. Spectral crystals, food, fresh water, or even golden treasure chests and hourglasses from the aftermath of disasters. Whatever you desire, I shall comply with your conditions. Chen Feng, what has happened? Don't rush. Explain everything to me first. Ma Xiaoting's sailboat lagged considerably behind Chen Feng's. And at that moment, while she was still en route, she suddenly came across Chen Feng's message, leaving her quite bewildered. Chen Feng, anxious in his heart, could only offer her a hasty explanation before promptly inquiring. Ma Xiaoting, will you sell your diving equipment? The implication of Chen Feng's words was crystal clear. Should Ma Xiaoting agree to sell, they might still maintain a friendship, but if she declined, their collaborative relationship would come to an abrupt end. On Ma Xiaoting's sailboat, she and Wang Ruoxi exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of indecision. Shouting, the ethereal diving device is an orange-tier item. Such quality equipment is rare and precious. Can you truly part with it? Wang Ruoxi pressed her lips together, her expression betraying reluctance. That I know. I feel the same way, but Lu Xiaoping has ordered us to do everything in our power to win over Chen Feng. He just mentioned that as long as I agree to sell it to him, he would accept any conditions I propose. This could make it easier to bring him into the fold later. Ma Xiaoting, petite in stature, paced back and forth, visibly torn. But can you guarantee that Chen Feng will keep his word? What if he changes his mind after obtaining the equipment? After much deliberation, the two remained silent, leaving Chen Feng awaiting a response. Growing increasingly anxious from the lack of communication, Chen Feng decided to take a gamble. I, Chen Feng, have never begged anyone in my life. Consider this me asking you. Upon seeing Chen Feng's message again, Ma Xiaoting clenched her fist, bit her lip, and her expression grew resolute. Chen Feng, don't talk to me about buying. The orange-tier item is far too precious. I cannot sell it to you. Just as Chen Feng's face grew colder, Ma Xiaoting continued to type. However, I can lend it to you without any compensation required, provided you return it after the calamity and agree to join the official ranks. Will you accept? Ma Xiaoting's proposal was not unreasonable. Chen Feng hesitated for a few seconds. Becoming a part of the official ranks didn't seem like a bad idea. Without overthinking it, he nodded in agreement. All right. No problem. I am willing to join the official ranks, and I will return the orange tier item once I am done with it. Great. Chen Feng, I will initiate the trade for the ethereal diving device now. But I hope you won't act impulsively. We are nearing our destination. And if you're not absolutely certain, I hope you can wait for me. As Ma Xiaoting sent that message, she was already disassembling a device in the control room. Clicking on Chen Feng's avatar to initiate the trade. Chen Feng, however, could not afford to wait any longer. With a method for revenge at hand, he was eager to act. The trade completed, and suddenly in Chen Feng's possession appeared a half-meter-long square iron box. Ethereal Diving Device, Orange, Chapter 148, Cruise Ship Submergence, Ethereal Diving Device, Orange. Description: consumes ethereal energy to control a vessel's descent into the sea. Only allows for sinking and surfacing, without providing propulsion. Note: ethereal energy 310. Energy consumption is 1 unit per minute while submerged. Evaluation: want to explore the underwater world? I hope you can solve the oxygen issue. After examining the attributes of the device, Chen Feng scrutinized its exterior. The black iron box featured 2 braking valves, labeled sink and float, which Chen Feng surmised were switches for controlling the depth of the vessel's submersion. Indeed, this orange-tier item allowed for the vessel's descent into the water. However, while it could facilitate submersion, it provided no means of propulsion or oxygen supply for those aboard. Thus, for Ma Xiaoting, it was merely a decent functional tool, suitable for evading a tsunami, but inadequate for actual diving, as she would first need to address the issue of breathing. Moreover, the sailboat only had a basic cruising speed underwater, comparable to that of a bicycle, which was alarmingly slow. Yet, in Chen Feng's hands, the device's true potential would be realized. He could breathe underwater. Setting aside the oxygen dilemma, the ethereal energy shield's ability to prevent seawater intrusion ensured that there would be sufficient oxygen available for him. When the cruise ship descended, activating the ethereal energy shield would eliminate any concerns regarding oxygen for a set duration. Even though the diving device lacked propulsion, the cruise ship's purple-tier propellers were quite swift. As for the ethereal energy consumed by the device, 1 unit per minute, it was a considerable expense for Chen Feng at present, but exhausting his ethereal energy crystals should suffice for several dozen minutes of operation. Without hesitation, Chen Feng promptly began installing the ethereal diving device, a process that would take 5 minutes. Before long, the installation was complete, and Chen Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Lingrui, both nodding in unison. Subsequently, Chen Feng decisively activated the sinking valve. Buzz! The enormous cruise ship appeared to be controlled by some mysterious force, gradually beginning its descent. Zhou Lingrui simultaneously activated the ethereal energy shield to prevent seawater from entering and to ensure she could breathe. Xiao Pao, stay close to the cruise ship. Chen Feng commanded the bewildered Xiao Pao, who was staring at the sinking vessel in a daze. Upon hearing Chen Feng's instruction, Xiao Pao snapped back to reality. Its massive form sinking alongside the cruise ship. Enveloped in a semi-transparent energy shield, the cruise ship slowly submerged into the ocean, leaving only the tumultuous waves above. Outside the ship, the deep blue waters surrounded them, and the energy shield effectively isolated the sea, having no impact on Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui within. Occasionally, Xiao Pao would curiously swim above the cruise ship, having never seen it from this angle before. However, Chen Feng had no time to admire the peculiar scenery around him. With the cruise ship lacking propulsion, it descended directly into the depths, not at a rapid pace, and it would likely take around 3 minutes to reach a depth of over 1,000 meters. Thanks to the goggles, Chen Feng's vision was quite clear at about 500 meters underwater, where the flowing magma provided ample light. Previously, when a lanternfish had used its strange devouring ability, Chen Feng had noted that its range was approximately 400 meters. Thus, as long as Chen Feng kept a safe distance, he should be able to strike with the ethereal energy cannon without fear of being consumed. At most, 3 shots from the ethereal energy cannon should suffice to eliminate it. As for Xiao Pao, its cutting skill had a range of only 100 meters, rendering it ineffective here. Chen Feng tossed over several thick hemp ropes to secure the rear of the cruise ship. Preparing for any potential encounter with the lanternfish below, it was time to engage in a fierce battle with the mutated lanternfish that had devoured Gina. With that thought, a fierce determination flickered across Chen Feng's face. The lanternfish would not escape its fate. As the cruise ship continued its descent, Chen Feng stood at the bow, already catching sight of the ocean floor ahead, where flowing yellow-red magma awaited, with a volcanic vent nestled within. They were approximately 450 meters away from the protruding vent, prompting Chen Feng to swiftly close the sinking valve. Buzz! The cruise ship stabilized, floating steadily in the deep sea, proving the effectiveness of the ethereal diving device. Chen Feng, is that volcanic vent the lair of the giant lanternfish you mentioned? It's curious how a fish can survive in magma, Zhou Lingrui remarked, astonished by the sight before her, yet more concerned about the giant lanternfish Chen Feng had referenced. Leave that for now, Zhou Lingrui. When we reach the control room, steer the cruise ship. If the giant lanternfish approaches, quickly ascend and reverse the propellers to retreat. We cannot allow ourselves to be within its devouring range. Otherwise, I cannot predict whether it could swallow the cruise ship. Though Chen Feng was eager for revenge, returning to the ocean floor and seeing the magma that had scalded Kitamorinalia and the spot where Gina had been consumed cast a shadow of caution over him. Understood, leave it to me, Zhou Lingrui replied nervously, hurrying back to the control room, ready to await Chen Feng's commands. Chen Feng focused intently, activating the goggles effect, which rendered the seawater in the depths remarkably clear. Within the volcanic vent, a massive spherical light orb floated atop the magma, pulsating in and out. This was it, the luminous organ on the forehead of the giant lanternfish, since it had emerged from the magma. It was the perfect target for Chen Feng's attack. As long as he struck it with the cannon, the damage effect would surely trigger. Chen Feng positioned himself behind the cannon, signaling for Xiao Pao and Zhou Lingrui to prepare to flee the cruise ship at a moment's notice. Then he aimed carefully, pressing down forcefully on the ethereal energy cannon's attack pedal, sending a fireball soaring forth. Gina, your vengeance will soon be fulfilled. The powerful fireball, transformed from ethereal energy, showed no signs of extinguishing even in the water. It sped towards the lanternfish's luminous organ, and just then, the 3-second countdown elapsed, eliminating the delay in the cannon's attack. Chen Feng pressed the pedal again, launching another fireball. The first fireball struck the lanternfish's luminous organ with tremendous force. Erupting into flames, the ethereal energy cannon's fireball inflicted burn damage, igniting fiercely as the seawater above the magma began to bubble and froth. With his luck enhanced, the burning effect triggered, replenishing his energy. The massive light orb quivered once more, stirring the magma within the volcanic vent, awakening the giant lanternfish once again, who was about to make its appearance. Xiao Pao! Zhou Lingrui! Retreat! Chen Feng shouted, knowing that the first fireball would certainly rouse the lanternfish. As soon as the second fireball was launched, Chen Feng prepared to escape. As long as he maintained a safe distance from the giant lanternfish, its devouring ability would not be effective, as the second fireball swiftly approached its target. Even if the fiery orb lacked formidable power, the enforced burning effect that would deduct 8/10 of lanternfish's health was enough to deliver a devastating blow. Following that, it was merely a matter of stalling until the third attack from the spectral energy cannon, at which point the colossal lanternfish would surely pay with its life. Chapter 149, Finally Dead. The live stream's comments erupted. I mused, what is Chen Feng after? The giant lanternfish is not the mysterious item he sought. Is it worth risking one's life for a mere fish? You understand nothing. Though it may be just a fish, it demonstrates that the esteemed Chen Feng possesses loyalty and righteousness that I in this apocalyptic game. Where can one find such a man? I'm a fan now. Indeed, my ultimate dream is to board Chen Feng's vessel. Bed. Fan for life. Chen Feng has unleashed his cannon again. Who would have thought such a massive cruise ship could submerge like a submarine? I am utterly bewildered by how he accomplished that. Stop flooding the comments. You're making me anxious. Look, the lanternfish is emerging again. Please switch cameras more frequently. Ma shouting and Planeo Ma's groups are closing in fast. Upon hearing Chen Feng's command, Xiao Peng and Zhou Lingrui exerted all their might. One frantically tugged at the rope, while the other engaged the ship's reverse thrust, rapidly ascending. The colossal cruise ship began to retreat swiftly at an upward angle. Simultaneously, as Chen Feng's vessel retreated, the enormous lanternfish emerged, its massive form accompanied by erratically spewing magma. With its colossal eyes scanning for the source of disturbance, it resembled a demonic deity, despite the glowing organ hanging from its front, which was continuously ablaze. There was no sign of injury. This sight astonished Chen Feng from afar. However, upon noticing the magma patterns etched upon the lanternfish's body and recalling its existence within magma, he suddenly comprehended. This mutated sea creature was impervious to fire attacks, indicating that the lanternfish possessed a natural immunity to flames. This was undoubtedly bad news for Chen Feng, with the spectral energy cannon's power rendered ineffective. He could only rely on the luck of a fortunate roll to trigger its special effects. The second fireball traced an arc, striking the lanternfish's visage. It sensed the ebbing of its life force. Its gargantuan face twisted into a mask of rage. Following the fireball's trajectory, it spotted the fleeing Chen Feng. The lanternfish, with a maw as abyssal as the void, opened wide again, preparing to unleash its devouring ability. Xiao Peng, give it your all. The cruise ship continued its retreat, but once the lanternfish burst from the volcanic mouth, it swiftly closed the distance, now merely 300 meters away. The surrounding seawater began to whirl, generating a formidable suction force once more. Hurry, 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 Chen Feng shouted in desperation, firing again. Having already struck twice, if this fireball hit, the enforced deduction of 1210 health would guarantee its demise. Moreover, Chen Feng had learned from past encounters. He refrained from aiming directly at the lanternfish, for its devouring skill had been activated, and a vortex was forming if he fired directly at it. The fireball might be consumed, rendering it ineffective. Thus, Chen Feng aimed to the side, and as the fireball exited the vortex, under the 100 hit probability of a glitch effect, it curved around the whirlpool, heading straight for the giant lanternfish. The cruise ship's speed was still insufficient. Battling against the suction force of the vortex, the propellers whirring rapidly as Xiao Peng gripped the rope fiercely, swinging the tail. Just as the cruise ship seemed on the verge of succumbing to the pull, the fireball from the spectral energy cannon finally struck true in Chen Feng's eager gaze. Boom! 3 strikes from the spectral energy cannon, 3 burning effects, enforcing a deduction of 1210 health. The lanternfish's bell-like eyes suddenly brimmed with endless astonishment and terror. It could not fathom why such a trivial fireball would induce waves of debilitating weakness within its colossal form. After 3 fireballs, its consciousness began to blur, its immense body faltering as the giant lanternfish closed its eyes. In that instant, it lay lifeless. The suction created by its devouring ability vanished, and the cruise ship was instantly freed from its constraints. Dead. The vessel stabilized as Chen Feng watched the lanternfish gradually descend, his disbelief overwhelming. Just moments ago, the creature had seemed godlike, and now 3 fireballs had extinguished its existence. With a splashing sound, its 200-meter form plummeted into the magma, floating atop the molten surface. Witnessing the once mighty lanternfish now resemble a lifeless carcass, Chen Feng could no longer contain his exultation. Finally dead. Gina, your vengeance is avenged. The rage found an outlet, yet with the anger dissipated. The fact of Gina's consumption lingered painfully. Chen Feng was engulfed by an overwhelming sorrow as he rose, retrieving his alloy shock spear, discarding his diving suit on the deck, and leaping from the cruise ship. He was determined to dissect the lanternfish's corpse. As Gina's most loyal companion, he needed to see her, whether living or dead. Xiao Peng, take the cruise ship to the surface. Staying on the seabed is depleting the spectral energy crystals far too rapidly. After emerging, Chen Feng directed Xiao Peng, who was intent on following. Upon witnessing Chen Feng abandon the vessel, Zhou Lingrui dashed from the cabin, donning the diving suit Chen Feng had discarded on the deck. Swiftly disengaging the spectral energy shield, the seabed temperature was exceedingly high, and she hoped to utilize her temperature-controlling abilities to lend Chen Feng a slight aid, with both of them off the cruise ship. It was wiser for Xiao Peng to return to the surface. Otherwise, the spectral submersible and energy shield would continue draining energy, and the crystals would soon be depleted. Xiao Peng nodded, then slowly guided the massive vessel toward the surface. Chen Feng did not deter Zhou Lingrui. With the giant lanternfish now deceased, the magma beneath had calmed, as long as they avoided contact with it. There should be little danger. Zhou Lingrui followed, her abilities potentially proving useful. Chen Feng, let us cut open its belly and see. Perhaps Gina is still alive inside. She grasped Chen Feng's hand, speaking through the diving suit. Although aware she was merely offering comfort, a flicker of hope ignited within Chen Feng. And he nodded in agreement as they descended into the depths. As they drew nearer to the seabed, Chen Feng felt the rising heat. The closer they approached the magma, the higher the temperature, causing both to experience stinging pain on their skin. Zhou Lingrui gestured, activating her temperature control ability, instantly lowering the surrounding water temperature by 10 degrees, and combined with her water manipulation skill, provided them with some relief. Chen Feng brandished his alloy shock spear, preparing to pierce the enormous lanternfish's abdomen. However, before he could strike, the radar detector suddenly blared. 2 red dots were rapidly approaching from 200 meters above, each merely 2 meters in size. Likely human. Chen Feng furrowed his brow, halting his actions and pulling Zhou Lingrui upward. Regardless of the newcomer's intent, he needed to escape the searing seabed to avoid being at a disadvantage. Zhou Lingrui realized someone was approaching. Chen Feng, what should we do? Xiao Peng and the cruise ship have already returned to the surface. Chen Feng silently regretted not anticipating visitors at this moment. Without the spectral energy cannon as a powerful weapon, he could only rely on himself and Zhou Lingrui's skills and weaponry. Leaving was no longer an option. The 2 figures above were descending at an alarming speed. Chen Feng hurriedly purchased several level 1 blue potions and level 2 red potions from the shop. Gearing up for battle. Gripping the alloy shock spear, his fingers tightened painfully, nails turning white as he glanced upward, pupils contracting. Point one was white, the other black. The black man was unfamiliar, but the white one was none other than Planeo Ma. The number 1 on the world leaderboard, Chapter 150. Planeo M.A.S. The 2 foreigners approached. They halted before Chen Feng, observing him with a smile. Chen Feng scrutinized them in turn. Both were clad in diving suits, indicating they were a team. The fact that both wore diving suits was peculiar, as such items were special and could only be purchased by those with access to a level 3 shop. The white man, Planeo Ma, was someone Chen Feng had noted multiple times. His appearance was etched in his memory. He possessed a level 20 sailing vessel, which allowed him to purchase a diving suit. Yet it puzzled Chen Feng why the black companion also had a diving suit. Either the black man had a level 20 vessel, or he had stolen it from someone. Chen Feng had tracked the world leaderboard closely and had never seen this individual's avatar. However, there was no time to ponder such matters. Their approach seemed aggressive. Chen Feng's gaze hardened as he handed Zhou Lingrui 10 bottles of level 1 blue potions, keeping 10 for himself, preparing for an imminent confrontation. Recognizing their formidable reputation, he decided to send a message first, opting for diplomacy over aggression. I ask you both, what is your intention? Upon reading the private message, Planeo Ma exchanged a few words in English with his black companion, both bursting into laughter, which deepened Chen Feng's frown. Mr. Chen Feng, we are both fluent in Chinese. Let us converse directly without the system's mediation. The diving suits insulated them from the seawater, allowing for audible conversation. Planeo Ma appeared cultured, exuding an air of sophistication, and his demeanor was notably polite. After exchanging pleasantries, Purinema continued, Mr. Chen Feng, your ability to breathe underwater is truly remarkable. Now, let us be direct. We have been observing you for quite some time through certain means, including your impressive feat of using the cannon aboard your cruise ship to eliminate that fearsome beast, as well as your remarkable shark companion assisting in your escape. We are here merely to inquire, rather boldly, if you possess any clues regarding other mysterious artifacts aside from that creature. Although Purinema appeared courteous, Chen Feng was not deceived by his facade, given that they had observed him for an extended period. Daring to approach only in his absence, their intentions were all too clear. Chen Feng coolly replied, I have no leads on any mysterious artifacts. I came here solely to slay a mutated sea creature. If you seek artifacts, I suggest you search for them yourselves. Beside them, the black man grew increasingly agitated. With a cold smirk, he drew a 2-meter-long sword, seemingly intent on attacking. Piranema's expression shifted abruptly as he barked. Albert! Upon hearing this command, the man named Albert ceased his movement. I apologize, Mr. Chen Feng. My friend seems to be lacking in manners. Since you have not uncovered any clues, I shall refrain from pressing further. That gigantic sea creature you vanquished appears truly formidable. Your prowess is commendable, Piranema remarked, smiling as he gestured toward the massive lanternfish floating in the lava. Never mind, Mr. Piranema, you should prioritize your search for mysterious artifacts. The coordinates are nearby. You might find something amidst this lava. Piranema appeared to have no ulterior motives, and Chen Feng had no time to entertain him. His focus was on swiftly breaching the lanternfish's abdomen to locate Gina, which was of utmost importance. Mr. Chen Feng, the mutated sea creature you killed is indeed quite substantial, nearly 200 meters in length. If I am not mistaken, I have never encountered such a creature. Surely, it must possess a considerable number of ethereal crystals within its brain. Piranema showed no inclination to depart, instead regarding Chen Feng with a sardonic smile. What? Do you intend to seize it? Chen Feng inquired coldly upon hearing this. No, please do not misunderstand. I am simply astonished that a creature of this size, even without considering the ethereal crystals, would yield nearly 1,000 tons of meat. Albert and I both command level 20 sailboats, anchored above with over 100 crew members each. With so many mouths to feed, our provisions are quite scarce. Should you be willing to sell me the creature's carcass, I would be immensely grateful. After all, since we have not found any mysterious artifacts, acquiring some ethereal crystals and sea creature meat would make our journey worthwhile. I shall offer 2 purple quality items for it. What say you? Piranema maintained his congenial demeanor, akin to a benevolent buyer. Yet the underlying implication of his words was clear. He and Albert commanded level 20 sailboats with over 200 subordinates. It would be in Chen Feng's best interest to sell to them. With such a blatant proposition laid bare, Chen Feng understood perfectly. Selling the carcass was out of the question. Gina remained trapped within the fish's belly, and he had to find her. Moreover, the notion that 2 purple quality items could exchange for the body of a creature of such magnitude was no different from robbery. He promptly declined, stating, I'm afraid I have no intention of selling this fish's carcass. I shall keep it for my own purposes. Piranema seemed to have anticipated this response, his amiable visage twisting into something more sinister. Oh, very well, Mr. Chen Feng. Since you do not intend to sell, it is indeed a pity. Our 200 crew members may soon find themselves hungry. You see, when people grow hungry, they can resort to all manner of madness. Has your cruise ship not returned to the surface? My crew might be causing havoc up there. And as for your shark, that 80-meter mutated sea creature could prove quite fierce. I wonder if our ship's weaponry can contend with it. A blatant threat? You seek death? At this overt intimidation, Chen Feng's fury ignited. With Gina's fate uncertain within the fish's belly, the relentless harassment from these two had pushed him to the brink of action. Ah, Mr. Chen Feng, you mustn't speak so harshly. We Americans are just and would never resort to taking what belongs to others that I have already mentioned. This is a trade. I offer 2 purple quality items in exchange. What difference does an inequitable trade make from theft? How noble of you, a true embodiment of American justice. Chen Feng could hardly suppress a bitter laugh. Before he could respond, Albert, the black man, finally revealed a sinister grin. So what if we do steal it? Your cruise ship is absent, your cannons are gone, and your pet is entangled with our men above. Let us see how you contend with us. There's a saying in your land. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I believe we could be the orioles, couldn't we? If you willingly surrender the sea creature, we might allow you to leave. Otherwise, you and that girl beside you are no match for us. Albert waved his sword menacingly, clearly displaying his formidable potential. Chen Feng had overlooked Albert until now. His absence from the rankings suggested he was hiding his true strength. Although they appeared aggressive, both men still regarded Chen Feng with caution. Knowing he was ranked 3rd in the world and not to be underestimated, they were reluctant to act rashly, which was why they resorted to verbal coercion. Suddenly, Chen Feng erupted into laughter, his anger palpable. You both speak Chinese quite well. Your phrases are quite rehearsed, but do you know another saying? If you can strike, then why waste breath? Upon uttering this, Chen Feng summoned the wind element. Zhou Lingrui, attack! Chapter 151. Undersea battle. Zhou Lingrui had long been prepared. Having distanced herself from the molten lava below, the surrounding water had cooled to a temperate 0 degrees. Upon hearing Chen Feng's command, she quickly crossed her arms, unleashing her temperature manipulation ability in the presence of abundant seawater. There was no need for her to utilize her passive skill to control the flow. She merely envisioned the area before her, conjuring over a dozen fist-sized ice blocks to her current level of skill. The shapes of the ice blocks were not yet finely detailed, but she could at least ensure they were as sharp as possible. Once the ice blocks were formed, Zhou Lingrui swiftly delivered them to Chen Feng. At that moment, Chen Feng had already coalesced the wind element, employing both hands simultaneously to create two tornadoes that swiftly morphed into small whirlpools within the water. As the ice blocks merged into the fray, they fused with the swirling wind, launching a barrage of icy projectiles toward Pyrenema and Albert, positioned over 20 meters away. Chen Feng had exhausted the arrows from his finely crafted iron bow, and the alloy vibrating spear was ill-suited for ranged combat. Utilizing skills was the most strategic choice. The combination of his and Zhou Lingrui's abilities significantly amplified their offensive power. As Chen Feng initiated his assault, Pyrenema's demeanor shifted to one of heightened alertness, while Albert erupted into a raucous laugh, clearly relishing the confrontation. Pyrenema, being the top-ranked player in the world, possessed undeniable strength, not merely reliant on his vessel, but also equipped with both passive and active skills. As the icy tornadoes approached, he furrowed his brow, evaluating the potency of Chen Feng's attack. When the tornadoes surged toward him, he swiftly contorted his body in an uncanny manner. His form became extraordinarily pliable, reminiscent of a soft-bodied creature, allowing his chest to twist and shift to evade the impending strike. Chen Feng was taken aback by this astonishing transformation. The man could contort his body as if he were an octopus, devoid of any skeletal structure. What sort of bizarre skill was this? There was no time to ponder, as Albert also prepared to counter the assault. Rather than retreating, he welcomed the approaching tornado with a chilling smile. His body, including his diving suit, began to morph, sprouting a layer of black exoskeleton resembling that of a turtle shell, appearing exceedingly resilient. When the icy tornado collided with this newfound armor, it produced a cacophony of clanging sounds. As the whirlwinds dissipated, so too did the exoskeleton, leaving Albert unscathed. One man could contort his body to an extraordinary degree to evade attacks, while the other could summon a protective shell to withstand them. The strength of their skills was staggering. Chen Feng's expression grew increasingly grave. They had only showcased a single skill thus far. Judging by the strength displayed, it was likely an active skill, and he had yet to witness their passive abilities. This was becoming troublesome. Mr. Chen Feng, you truly are impulsive, acting on a whim. Since you insist on this course of action, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Pyrenema, sensing the intensity of Chen Feng's attack, seemed to cast aside his reservations, revealing a sinister grin. Turning to Albert, he commanded, "Go. You deal with that girl. I will handle Chen Feng." Albert licked his dark lips, exposing a set of gleaming white teeth, nodding eagerly in anticipation. Following Pyrenema's directive, he launched into the fray, his arms once again softening, resembling the tentacles of an octopus as he writhed through the water. Suddenly, his two elongated, softened arms shot forth like infinitely extending spears. Fiercely lunging towards Chen Feng, that Albert's method of attack was rather unremarkable. He simply charged forward wielding a longsword, with his sights set on Zhou Lingrui. Upon witnessing the two advance, Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui did not remain stationary like wooden puppets. Realizing the impending collision with the outstretched arms, Chen Feng understood that the consequences of being struck would be dire. He hastily conjured a wall of wind to shield them, pulling Zhou Lingrui within its confines. The speed of Pyrenema's elongated arms was astonishing, and in an instant, they collided with Chen Feng's wind barrier. Upon impact, the softened arms stiffened dramatically, producing a resonant sound that caused the surrounding seawater to churn violently, releasing countless bubbles. After the strike, the arms weakly retracted, while the wind barrier began to dissipate. I could see that moment. Albert's longsword followed closely behind, its razor-sharp blade aimed directly at Zhou Lingrue's forehead. A direct hit would surely split her in two. Having just formed a wind barrier, Chen Feng found himself unable to conjure another in time. Although Zhou Lingrue was panicked, she remained composed, her hands once again dancing through the air, summoning a massive ice sphere that hurtled towards Albert's blade. With a resonant clang, the ice shattered, deflecting the sword to the side. Zhou Lingrue's delicate brows furrowed. In her lifetime, she had never been struck like this. The skill of temperature manipulation was not as instantaneous as Chen Feng's wind wave, requiring time to gather. However, her skill did not necessitate such preparation, and having recently replenished her mana with a blue potion, she still had one attack left. Gritting her silver teeth, with Albert now within 10 meters, she unleashed her temperature manipulation, directly lowering Albert's body temperature. Suddenly, Albert halted, his body temperature plummeting by 10 degrees, causing him immense discomfort. He began to tremble uncontrollably, unable to move. Chen Feng, noticing the effectiveness of Zhou Lingrue's skill, urged her to continue as he also gathered wind elements, preparing for an assault. Yet, Zhou Lingrue's skill usage had reached its limit, and she retrieved a level 1 blue potion to consume, just as Chen Feng unleashed his wind wave. Albert regained his normal state. The abrupt drop in body temperature had only inflicted a brief discomfort of about 2 seconds on him, thanks to his consumption of a level 2 enhancement potion. Such a minor fluctuation in temperature was quickly overcome. However, Chen Feng's wind wave was already upon him, leaving Albert no time to summon his skill and create a shell around himself. Just as the wind blade was about to tear through his body, a flexible arm extending over 20 meters coiled around Albert, yanking him back and causing Chen Feng's wind blade to miss its mark. Chen Feng lamented the missed opportunity, while Pranoma intervened, sparing Albert from harm. "Be careful. That woman's skill can alter temperature, but it seems to have a range limit. Do not get too close." Albert expressed his gratitude to Pranoma, who nodded in acknowledgement, her silence indicating a contemplative strategy. However, before long, the two launched another attack. Pranoma used her elongated arms while Albert formed a shell around his body before advancing. Zhou Lingrue's attempt to control his temperature proved ineffective. Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrue, one wielding wind wave and the other conjuring ice, engaged in a fierce exchange of skills, the seabed becoming a chaotic battleground as the water roiled and countless bubbles ascended to the surface. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. The active skills had limited uses, and the four of them were fervently battling while simultaneously consuming level 1 blue potions. This was truly a battle that drained resources. Chapter 152. Orange Skill, True Form of the Octopus. The battle raged on. All four participants were level 2 enhancers, and their skills were evenly matched. Each possessed ample survival points, pouring level 1 blue potions into their diving suits, as if they were free. At that moment, no one could gain the advantage. Perhaps Pranoma and Albert, due to their naturally robust physiques, had a slight edge over Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrue. Yet, Chen Feng's wind barriers and Zhou Lingrue's ice blocks often thwarted the advances of their opponents. Chen Feng silently gritted his teeth. If only he had his iron bow and arrows. With his perfect accuracy, dealing with these two would not be so arduous. However, pondering such matters was futile. He continued to analyze the situation while engaged in battle. The four possessed a substantial stock of level 1 blue potions, allowing them to maintain their skill usage. And while it seemed that he and Zhou Lingrue could hold their ground against their adversaries, Chen Feng was acutely aware that if this stalemate persisted, the longer they delayed, the more perilous it became for Gina, who had been swallowed by the lanternfish. Time was not a luxury he could afford. Just then, Albert once again summoned a shell around his body, wearing a cruel smile on his face. Originally aimed at Zhou Lingrue, his longsword suddenly veered towards Chen Feng as she conjured a massive ice block for defense. At that moment, Chen Feng had just unleashed a wind blade and was unable to intercept the attack in time. "Chen Feng, be careful!" Zhou Lingrue cried out in alarm. Yet despite his intentions to evade, Chen Feng was slightly delayed. With a cutting sound, the long sword grazed his arm, leaving a deep gash over 10 centimeters long, revealing the bone beneath, crimson blood streaming into the seawater. Chen Feng, are you all right? Zhou Lingrui exclaimed upon seeing the wound on his arm. She waved her hands, sending a massive ice block crashing into their opponents, temporarily pushing them back. Seizing the opportunity, she pulled Chen Feng back a few steps. I'm fine, just a minor wound. The injury was indeed significant, and the saline water exacerbated the pain, causing Chen Feng to break out in cold sweat. Though it went unnoticed in the water, he retrieved a level 2 red potion. Biting off the stopper and applying it to the oozing wound, which healed at a visibly rapid pace, leaving only a faint scar. Chen Feng had suffered an unexpected blow and was now wary. Quickly raising his gaze to assess the situation with their adversaries, to his astonishment, Pranoma and Albert had ceased their attacks, their expressions betraying a sense of exhilaration as they regarded Chen Feng. Ah, Mr. Chen Feng, you have finally sustained an injury. Allow me to share some unfortunate news. Albert's passive skill is Shark Soul. Although this skill typically has little effect, once he tastes the blood of an enemy, he will enter a frenzied state, losing all rationality and attacking the source of the blood with enhanced abilities. Pranoma's deep-set eyes sparkled with delight, as if eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. Chen Feng's heart sank at this revelation. The fact that he would openly disclose his partner's passive skill indicated his confidence. Indeed, Chen Feng observed Albert nearby, grinning at the blood dispersing through the water. To his astonishment, Albert directed the blood towards the opening of his diving suit, squeezing it inside before extending his crimson tongue to lick it. Instantly, Albert's eyes turned a sinister red, his head twisting grotesquely as if on the brink of losing control, presenting a terrifying spectacle. 10 seconds later, he appeared utterly devoid of reason, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Feng as a hardened shell re-emerged around him. Wielding his longsword, he charged at Chen Feng. This passive skill was indeed formidable. Chen Feng had no time for contemplation and prepared to defend alongside Zhou Lingrui, conjuring both wind and ice barriers simultaneously. However, as Albert's sword struck, a resounding clang echoed, shattering both the ice and wind barriers in an instant. And Albert's longsword retained its momentum, his strength seemingly doubled. Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui were forced to defend while retreating, overwhelmed and beset by dangers. Ha ha! Don't forget about me, Pranoma, observing the retreat of Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui, revealed a sinister smile, her arms extending once more as her two limbs crashed toward Chen Feng like artillery shells. Bang! Bang! The wind barrier that had just formed was shattered by Albert's sword, leaving Chen Feng unable to withstand the onslaught as Pranoma's arms struck him squarely in the chest. The impact resonated loudly, and blood trickled from the corner of Chen Feng's mouth. Haha, I ask you, Mr. Chen Feng, why be so stubborn? It's not too late to abandon the lanternfish's corpse and leave. Pranoma cackled maniacally as she unleashed a torrent of relentless attacks, her arms firing like machine guns. The frenzied strikes of Albert's long sword swiftly dismantled the defenses of Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui as Pranoma's extended fists bore down upon him. Chen Feng found himself with no means of escape. He shielded Zhou Lingrui behind him, his gaze hardening with determination. Bang! Bang! Several more of Pranoma's fists struck Chen Feng's chest, causing him to spew forth blood. Just as Pranoma reveled in her triumph, she suddenly noticed Chen Feng's peculiar demeanor. The sinister smile gracing his lips was far from the expression one would expect from an injured individual. With a swift motion, he reached out, seizing both of Pranoma's incoming arms, in a flash. A metallic spear materialized in his right hand. Pranoma felt an ominous foreboding, attempting to withdraw her arms, only to find them ensnared in Chen Feng's grip, rendering her immobile. Panic began to set in for Pranoma, as she realized that Chen Feng, now appearing even more deranged than Albert, had something sinister planned at that moment. Chen Feng's ruthless nature was fully awakened as he thrust the alloy shock spear into both of Pranoma's arms. I'll show you how it feels to face a machine gun. With a sickening sound, the spear pierced from right to left, completely impaling her arms, blood gushing forth as if two faucets had been turned on in the seawater. You bastard! Pranoma let out a heart-wrenching scream. the pain radiating from his arms rendering him nearly lifeless. Yet, before he could regain his composure, Chen Feng pressed the switch on the alloy vibrating spear, causing the metallic weapon to tremble violently. A strange force surged from his arm, spreading through his body. The luck of the European monarch activated, and the spear's effect of shattering targets manifested. Boom! Flesh erupted. Pranoma sensed the bizarre movement in his arm and instinctively elongated it, narrowly escaping the shattering effect due to the limited range of the vibration. Alas, he had fled too swiftly. Otherwise, his very body would have been obliterated. Chen Feng released the remnants of flesh in his grasp, wiping a mouthful of blood from his lips. That moment, Pranoma's arms were shattered, leaving only his empty shoulders that gushed forth blood. The previously courteous expression on Pranoma's face had vanished, replaced by an utterly contorted visage. His eyes, filled with hatred, bore into Chen Feng, as if he wished to devour him whole. Just as Chen Feng exhaled in relief, believing he could disregard the armless Pranoma and focus on Albert, Pranoma suddenly roared in madness. Chen Feng, I will kill you! Today, no matter the cost, I shall end your life. Prepare to witness my orange active skill. Octopus form. Upon uttering these words, Pranoma surprisingly stored his damaged diving suit away. His flesh writhed violently, and he began to expand, completely forsaking his human form. As he transformed, he bellowed at Albert, "Get lost, don't interfere." Under this rebuke, Albert seemed to regain some clarity, his eyes widening in fear as he retreated. Chen Feng's gaze sharpened as he beheld Pranoma's grotesque transformation, muttering to himself, "An orange skill," from what Pranoma had said. It appeared he was about to unleash an orange quality ability. Point 1 active skill allowed his limbs to extend for attacks. The nature of his passive skill remained unknown, and now he was about to employ an orange skill. This suggested that he possessed 2 active skills. Chen Feng was astonished. The world's #1 was indeed formidable. Thus far, he had encountered numerous individuals and their abilities. Ma Xiaoting, Wang Ruoxi, Kimi Denaya, Kim Jiyoung, whose active skills, when assessed by power, were all of purple quality. Although their effects varied, the strength of abilities granted to humanity was uniform. There was no time for contemplation. Pranoma's body was undergoing a bizarre metamorphosis. His limbless form gradually morphed, sprouting 2 octopus-like tentacles from his abdomen and armpits, each exceeding 3 meters in length. Simultaneously, his feet began transforming into tentacles, their skin slick and adorned with countless small brown suckers, continuously oozing slime. In a short while, the transformation ceased, and he no longer resembled a human, but rather a monstrous entity. As Chen Feng gazed at the abomination before him, he couldn't help but gasp. This creature was grotesquely terrifying. The current Pranoma retained only a human head and torso, while tentacles extended from his shoulders and legs. Had Chen Feng not shattered his arms, he would have been an unadulterated octopus monster. Even without the diving suit, the transformed Pranoma could breathe freely underwater, suggesting a fundamental change in his bodily structure. Was this the orange skill? Octopus form. Chen Feng unconsciously tightened his grip on Zhou Lingrui's hand. Clearly feeling the tension, Chen Feng, I initially had no intention of using this skill due to its severe side effects, but you dare to shatter my arms. Today, I will ensure your demise at the bottom of the sea. No matter the cost, Pranoma's twisted visage was a mask of madness and malevolence. Though he spoke human words, he appeared more deranged and brutal than any sea beast. Albert, witnessing Pranoma's transformation, regained some clarity and, in terror, retreated, unwilling to stand his way, thus leaving an opening for attack. Meet your doom. Following his frenzied shout, Pranoma launched his assault, his 6 octopus tentacles extending simultaneously, rapidly aiming for Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui. The tentacles' tips had transformed from human hands into sharp points. Chen Feng knew that if struck, the result would be fatal. Without a moment's hesitation, he and Zhou Lingrui fortified their defenses, downing 2 level 1 blue potions as wind walls and ice walls quickly materialized. Pranoma's transformed octopus form meant his limbs had multiplied, and combined with his initial limb extension skill, his offensive capabilities had undoubtedly undergone a qualitative leap. 2 arms had morphed into multiple tentacles. leaving Chen Feng uncertain if the wind walls and ice walls could withstand the onslaught. The official internal skill report penned by Luxi UPI had long indicated that two synergistic skills, once activated, wielded formidable power, defense, 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. Despite the thickness of the protective barriers before him, Chen Feng felt a profound sense of foreboding against the 6 piercing tentacles. The speed of the tentacles was astonishing, closing in an instant. With a series of piercing sounds, the wind walls and ice walls shattered instantaneously. Feeling the force of the tentacles, Chen Feng was struck with terror. The attack power of Pranoma, now using octopus form, was more than tenfold compared to his pre-transformation state. The defenses conjured by Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui proved utterly insufficient. Whoosh! 4 tentacles obliterated the defenses, and, lacking resistance, 2 others lunged directly for Chen Feng's chest and abdomen, intent on ending his life in one fell swoop. Chen Feng's arms were too weak to lift the alloy vibrating spear for defense, leaving him powerless to resist the critical moment. Zhou Lingrui suddenly dashed in front of Chen Feng, resolutely shielding him from harm. With a sickening sound, 2 tentacles pierced through Zhou Lingrui's abdomen before retracting, leaving her diving suit torn and her flesh mangled. Zhou Lingrui. Chen Feng's eyes brimmed with rage. He never anticipated that she would take the fatal blow for him at the brink of death. Zhou Lingrui's body collapsed weakly, and Chen Feng caught her in his arms. Chen Feng, you must flee. As soon as the words escaped her lips, Zhou Lingrui lost consciousness from excessive blood loss, her damaged suit allowing seawater to seep in. Chen Feng, ignoring his grief, swiftly retrieved a level 2 healing potion, desperately pouring it over her wounded abdomen. The injury began to close, yet Zhou Lingrui showed no signs of awakening. Chen Feng could only press against the torn diving suit to prevent more seawater from entering, fearing she might suffocate. This can't be. Another life lost. Chen Feng's heart ached as he held the unconscious Zhou Lingrui, propelling himself through the water with urgency. There was no choice but to escape. Think you can run away? A sinister grin spread across Planoma's face as multiple tentacles surged forward at astonishing speed. Chen Feng, burdened by Zhou Lingrui, struggled to maintain pace, while Planoma, accompanied by Albert, drew closer. The scene unfolded like a dead end for Chen Feng, just as despair threatened to engulf him. The radar detector suddenly blared an alarm. 2 red dots were rapidly approaching from 200 meters above. Chen Feng initially assumed they were Planoma's subordinates and prepared to change direction. In the next instant, a private message filled him with elation. Chen Feng, hurry and swim up. I'm here to rescue you. The 2 figures were none other than Ma Xiaoting and Wang Ruoxi, who had arrived just in time. Seeing Ma Xiaoting's message ignited a surge of excitement within Chen Feng. Having collaborated with her for some time, he understood her capabilities well. Though Ma Xiaoting's fleet might lack overall strength, her individual prowess was undeniably formidable. With her passive skill, Ocean's Might, granting a 10-fold strength boost, and the active skill, Spirit of the Puffer Fish, offering another 10-fold enhancement, she was a veritable powerhouse. With her presence, Planoma might not stand a chance. In a moment of desperate hope, Chen Feng rapidly kicked his legs, propelling himself upward to reunite with Ma Xiaoting. The 200-meter distance was neither excessively long nor particularly short. Behind him, Planoma and Albert relentlessly pursued, tentacles lunging menacingly. Chen Feng, cradling Zhou Lingrui, could only muster a wind wall while desperately swimming upward, his movements frantic. Ma Xiaoting and Wang Ruoxi quickly approached from above, and at last, Chen Feng spotted their figures, Ma Xiaoting and Wang Ruoxi. Just then, 2 tentacles lunged toward Chen Feng, poised to pierce his body. Above, Ma Xiaoting, clad in her diving suit, noticed Chen Feng's imminent peril, her brows furrowed in anger. How dare you harm him? Seeking death, with a sharp cry, she swiftly retrieved an axe from her storage, not pausing to halt the tentacle's advance before launching the axe. The massive weapon, propelled by Ma Xiaoting's extraordinary strength, cut through the water like a cannonball, slicing through the sea with a deadly spin toward the extending tentacles. Though Planoma appeared deranged, he still possessed a measure of reason. If his tentacles continued toward Chen Feng, they would surely be struck by the axe, risking the loss of 2 appendages. Realizing the futility, Planooma's expression darkened as he hastily retracted his tentacles, allowing Chen Feng to narrowly escape calamity. In that fleeting moment, Ma Xiaoting and Wang Ruoxi reached Chen Feng's side. "Chen Feng, how are you holding up? Did I arrive in time?" Ma Xiaoting clapped Chen Feng's shoulder, her face beaming with triumph. Upon seeing the unconscious Zhou Lingrui, she inquired further, "What happened to Zhou Lingrui? Your timing is impeccable. I owe you my life." Chen Feng expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the strength of their partnership. Zhou Lingrui seemed to have fainted from blood loss. "Hey, no need for formalities. She's unconscious? No problem. Ruoxi, use your healing skills." After momentarily warding off Planooma, Ma Xiaoting appeared unfazed, instead engaging Chen Feng in conversation. "Chen Feng, it's impressive that you can breathe underwater without a suit. Unlike us, this diving suit is terribly uncomfortable. If we hadn't bartered with Jin Jian for one, Ruoxi wouldn't have made it down here." Chen Feng's ability to breathe underwater was known to Wang Ruoxi, and Ma Xiaoting's surprise at his ease was tempered. From her words, it was clear they had encountered Jin Jian and procured a diving suit, allowing Wang Ruoxi to accompany her. "Let me treat her." Wang Ruoxi stepped forward, eager to take Zhou Lingrui into her arms. Just as Chen Feng was about to relinquish her, he recalled Zhou Lingrui's damaged suit and hesitated. However, upon noticing the prompt to repair the suit for 300 survival points, he promptly opted for restoration, and the damage was instantly mended. He then handed the unconscious Zhou Lingrui to Wang Ru 11. "By the way, did you see my yacht and my pet great white shark when you arrived? There should be 2 groups attacking my yacht on the surface." Chen Feng recalled his concerns for the yacht and little fatty, worry lacing his voice. "Don't worry. Luckily, I arrived just in time, but as soon as I did, I saw Chong Wei attacking the other side. There were many people on 2 sailboats assaulting your yacht and pet. Fortunately, your pet is quite fierce, though it sustained some injuries. One of the sailboats is severely damaged, and many crew members fell victim to little fatty's jaws. When I arrived, my warriors weren't pushovers either. After eliminating several foes, they fled on their sailboats. Your yacht and pet are safe. I have dozens of warriors watching over them on the surface. I was worried about you underwater, so I brought Wang Ruoxi to check on you." Ma Xiaoting seemed well prepared for Chen Feng's inquiries, explaining the situation in detail. Hearing this, Chen Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though concern for little fatty lingered, it likely suffered significant injuries, and he resolved to reward it generously later. He also felt the need to express his gratitude to Ma Xiaoting. As the 4 of them began to converse and tend to injuries, Planooma and Albert observed from a distance, their expressions darkening. Ma Xiaoting's earlier attack had demonstrated considerable power, prompting Planooma to exercise caution. "Is this the renowned Miss Ma Xiaoting, ranked 3rd in the world? This is a matter between Chen Feng and me, so I urge you to leave and refrain from interfering." Planooma's seemingly calm words were laced with veiled threats, seeking to coerce Ma Xiaoting into retreating, as he wished to avoid conflict with an unknown powerhouse. Unfazed by Planooma's words, Ma Xiaoting dismissed him with disdain, her face flushed with annoyance as she turned to Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, what's going on? Aren't you supposed to be dealing with the lanternfish? How did you end up in a confrontation with him?" Chen Feng succinctly recounted the events leading to their current predicament, including details about Planooma. "That scoundrel! There's such a person?" Upon grasping the situation's context, Ma Xiaoting's face turned crimson with fury, and she brandished 2 enormous double-bladed axes, her penchant for weapons seemingly boundless. "That I say, Miss Ma, if you leave now, I would be willing to share the body of the lanternfish with you. That if you refuse, you might find yourself perishing by my hand." Planooma's patience had reached its limit, his words punctuated by gritted teeth. "Chen Feng is also a Chinese, and you, American swine, expect me to abandon my compatriot? Dream on." Ma Xiaoting's temper mirrored Chen Feng's. She was equally fiery. After all, Chen Feng was the official representative Lu Xiaoping had urged her to ally with. If he were to fall, her previous efforts would be in vain. Furthermore, the lanternfish Chen Feng had slain rightfully belonged to him, and it was shameless for Planooma to attempt to lure Ma Xiaoting with the carcass. Infuriated, Ma Xiaoting lifted her 2 axes, addressing Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, You may have been formidable aboard the yacht, but in terms of individual strength, you cannot compare to me. Previously, vanquishing sea beasts was your moment to shine. Today, I shall show you what a violent lowly truly is. Pufferfish spirit. With that declaration, Ma Shouting unleashed a fierce shout, her petite figure rapidly swelling. Her muscles bulged, and she grew to an imposing height of 3 meters. Swinging her axes as she advanced toward Planaoma. Witnessing Ma Shouting's transformation for the first time left Chen Feng astounded, but he was even more amazed by the diving suit's material, despite her dramatic increase in size. The suit merely stretched, showing no signs of damage. It was no wonder that even Kuei-Tianji had worn a suit that appeared slightly loose. Perhaps this particular item was designed to adapt to the human form. Upon witnessing Ma Shouting's transformation, Planaoma's demeanor shifted, and he urgently commanded Albert, "Let us attack together." 2 figures emerged, one extending a long tentacle towards her, while the other, encased in a hardened exterior, swung a long sword with ferocity. Yet, Ma Shouting remained undaunted. Observing the encroaching tentacles in the blade, she brandished her hands in a fluid motion. With a swing of her axe, the massive weapon appeared as light as a feather. A glimmer of cold light flashed as one of the tentacles lunging at Ma Shouting was severed, while several others collided harmlessly against the axe's surface. The axe in her right hand transitioned from a slashing motion to a powerful strike, sending both Albert and his sword hurtling away. Remarkably, Ma Shouting emerged unscathed, the magnitude of her strength amplified 100-fold, proving to be utterly terrifying. "Damn you, you scoundrel!" Planaoma howled in agony as yet another tentacle was severed, his fury nearly overwhelming. Albert, having been knocked back, wore a shocked expression on his dark face. He could feel the force emanating from Ma Shouting's colossal axe. If not for his protective shell, the blow could have cost him his life. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "What peculiar skill is this?" Planaoma, filled with rage yet tinged with trepidation, realized that Ma Shouting had suppressed the abilities granted by his orange skill, the octopus form, highlighting the formidable nature of her own strength that, in truth, Ma Shouting's skill, the spirit of the pufferfish, amplified her strength tenfold, which, when considered alone, seemed rather ordinary. However, when combined with her passive skill, oceanic power, which also provided a tenfold boost, the synergy between these abilities rendered her one of the most powerful entities encountered thus far. Even with Planaoma's orange quality active skill, he found himself compelled to retreat. You must be Planaoma. What manner of skill has rendered you a wretched half-being? I wonder if you can ever return to your former self. Just now, I severed one of your tentacles. Have you considered that should I sever another, you might regain the use of your limbs, perhaps even wear trousers? Ma Shouting did not deign to respond to his queries. Her voice, coarse yet laced with mockery and derision, incited the fury of the 2 adversaries before her. The 3 engaged once more in a tumultuous battle, stirring the sea into a frenzy. Aware of Ma Shouting's immense strength and the terror of her axe, Planaoma and Albert approached their next assault with caution. Albert consumed a level 1 blue potion, maintaining his shell while occasionally probing with his sword, reluctant to engage directly. Meanwhile, Planaoma, the 5-clawed octopus man, wary of losing more tentacles, opted for a more cautious approach, refraining from reckless thrusts. Although Ma Shouting possessed great strength, her speed was lacking. As they exchanged blows, her attacks struggled to gain the upper hand, leading to a stalemate. Watching Ma Shouting embroiled in combat, Chen Feng felt a surge of anxiety. "Wang Ruoshi, first heal Zhou Lingrui, then attend to my wounds. My bones in both arms may be fractured, rendering me powerless." "Understood." Wang Ruoshi nodded, her hands glowing with verdant light as she gradually infused the unconscious Zhou Lingrui with healing energy. Wang Ruoshi's passive skill, underwater invisibility, coupled with her active skill, healing green glow, allowed her to mend injuries effectively, restoring her allies to their former selves, provided they were not dead or missing limbs. However, the casting time for this skill was lengthy, taking a full 10 seconds and could be disrupted, imposing significant limitations. After 10 seconds, Zhou Lingrui slowly regained consciousness, her pallor improving. Upon seeing Ma Xiaoting and Wang Ruoxi and hearing Chen Feng's explanation, she comprehended the situation. Wang Ruoxi, please heal me. Chen Feng, gritting his teeth against the pain, extended his arm. Wang Ruoxi continued to channel her healing green glowed. In fact, Wang Ruoxi's active skill had been selected for her by Lu Xiupai at Ma Xiaoting's behest. With her healing abilities, she would undoubtedly become a formidable support character. Combined with her passive skill of underwater invisibility, she could heal her allies discreetly, making her nearly invincible in combat. Chen Feng's wounds healed swiftly, and both he and Zhou Lingrui regarded Wang Ruoxi with newfound warmth and gratitude, the barriers between them dissipating entirely. Feeling the restored power in his arms, Chen Feng seized his alloy shock spear and declared to Zhou Lingrui and Wang Ruoxi, "Let us aid Ma Xiaoting and vanquish them." The trio joined the fray, with the robust Ma Xiaoting leading the charge, while Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui provided range support in the middle, and Wang Ruoxi, ever vigilant, tended to their wounds from the rear. This quartet rapidly forced Planeo Ma and Albert into retreat. Planeo Ma's anxiety mounted as he fought. Despite the formidable power of his orange skill, the limitations and side effects were significant. He felt increasingly agitated, knowing this battle could not be prolonged. Initially, he had nearly slain Chen Feng, only to be thwarted by the sudden appearance of Ma Xiaoting, a source of both annoyance and helplessness, compounding his distress. His subordinates on the surface were persistently messaging him, urging him to return due to the damage sustained by their vessel. He began to entertain thoughts of retreat, discreetly signaling Albert to prepare for their escape. Trying to escape, Chen Feng, having noticed their exchanged glances, bellowed in anger. Without hesitation, he unleashed the wind element in his hands, collaborating with Zhou Lingrui to conjure an ice blade storm that surged toward them. Caught off guard, the two were struck by several ice blades, leaving numerous lacerations. Ma Xiaoting's dual-bladed axe was relentless, inflicting grievous wounds upon them. Planeo Ma lost yet another tentacle, while Albert's mouth bled slightly, under the combined assault of Chen Feng, Zhou Lingrui, and Ma Xiaoting. Both adversaries bore many injuries, though Chen Feng and his companions also sustained wounds. Wang Ruoxi's immediate healing ensured that the two opponents found themselves in a dire predicament. Unable to locate her as she vanished from sight, Chen Feng, do you truly intend to eradicate us? Planeo Ma's expression darkened. Even with his orange quality skill, the numerical disadvantage weighed heavily against him. Albert, too, was engulfed in panic, the bravado he had exhibited before Chen Feng evaporating, leaving only dread etched upon his face. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Chen Feng's icy retort plunged the two into despair. Following this declaration, their assault intensified. Remorse flickered across Planeo Ma and Albert's faces. They now recognized that had they not coveted the lanternfish's corpse that Chen Feng sought to slay, but instead pursued mysterious artifacts as they originally intended, they would not have provoked Chen Feng and his allies, nor forced themselves into this dire situation. Yet now, regret was futile. Chen Feng, you have concealed yourself well. I never imagined this young lady beside you possessed such formidable abilities, and your companion who was devoured by the lanternfish seems rather extraordinary as well. As Ma Xiaoting swung her colossal axes, she observed Zhou Lingrui's capacity to freeze and control the seawater, even managing to taunt Chen Feng behind her. The implication of her words revealed her discontent with Chen Feng's secrecy regarding the prowess of the two women at his side. Chen Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. He had been wary of Ma Xiaoting and had deliberately concealed the abilities of the two women. However, given that Ma Xiaoting had just saved him from peril, and that the situation was being broadcasted globally, further concealment was pointless. Thus, he chose to be forthright. Indeed, I had intentionally concealed their capabilities. I hope you will not take it to heart. Zhou Lingrui, like me, possesses both passive and active skills, while Gina, who was swallowed by the lanternfish, is a high-ranking fish person. Her fate remains uncertain. We must resolve our current predicament swiftly. I wish to cut open the lanternfish's belly. A high-ranking fish person. Chen Feng, you are hiding far too much. Ma Xiaoting exclaimed inwardly, astonished. Players who have participated in the cataclysmic challenges had all experienced the might of high-ranking fish people. If Chen Feng's high-ranking fish person were still alive, what would become of the two adversaries? Although Ma Shouting was astonished, her movements remained undeterred, accelerating as the transformation of her spirit of the pufferfish neared its third minute. She sought to conserve her blue potions, thus hastening her attack speed. All right, let us increase our tempo. Ma Shouting led the charge, and the ferocity of their assault escalated. Now, Planeo Ma and Albert began their retreat, scrambling in disarray. Planeo Ma's speed was somewhat greater. Despite the numerous wounds inflicted by Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui's combined techniques, he pressed onward with all his might to escape. His survival instinct was remarkably tenacious, yet he was left with only 3 tentacles, having lost the rest to their onslaught. Even if he managed to survive, his future prospects appeared grim. Suddenly, as he fled, Planeo Ma's form began to shift rapidly. His octopus appendages contracted, and his body gradually morphed into that of a normal human. However, the transformation left him in a pitiable state, with only his left leg intact while the remainder of his limbs lay severed, some completely lost, others half gone. Evidently the result of Ma Shouting and Chen Feng's earlier strikes. Now a mere shell of his former self, Planeo Ma found himself unable to breathe underwater, hastily donning a diving suit. Yet as he donned the suit, he began to cough violently, spewing blood that stained the suit's visor crimson. He collapsed, utterly drained of energy, unable to move, lingering in place. This must have been the significant side effect of his orange skill, octopus form. While the specific manifestations remained unclear, he now resembled a lifeless creature, indicating the severity of the consequences. Albert soon caught up, hoisting Planeo Ma and continuing their flight. The winds, conjured by Chen Feng, crashed against the surface of his hardened shell, proving to be utterly ineffective. Run, I wonder how far you can flee. Realizing his skills were futile, Chen Feng continued the pursuit. Upon catching up, he intended to rely on Ma Shouting's immense strength. Albert's shell would be no match for her might. The 6 individuals alternated between chasing and fleeing, inexplicably converging towards the corpse of the deep-sea lanternfish, creating a scene of intense excitement. Meanwhile, the temporary livestream room erupted once again with frenzied comments. Goodness, fellow compatriots from Huaxia, did you see that? The world's 4th-ranked Ma Shouting has arrived. Chen Feng is safe now. It's time for the world's #1 American to make a run for it. Ha ha! What a thrill! It's all twists and turns. Just a moment ago, I was urging Chen Feng to escape, and now I find myself shouting for him to give chase. Let us take down those 2 Americans. Ah, look at the world's #1, Planoma. He is down to just 1 leg. At this point, can he even be considered human? Your description is quite vivid. By the way, how did Ma Shouting transform for a petite girl and is such a rugged figure? Ah, I am heartbroken. Ugh. The person above is truly twisted. Ma Shouting was once an adorable lowly before her transformation, and you dare to have such thoughts about her. You're inhuman. You beast, to someone like you. I can only say, back off. Let me handle this. Ah, regardless of whether Ma Shouting is a lowly or a muscular woman, I adore her strength. The person above is incredible. I feel the same way. He, damn Chen Feng, unable to win, seeks assistance and teams up with Ma Shouting for people hunting down just 2 of Planoma. This is utterly shameless. You Huaxia folks are truly insidious. Ugh, you American pigs above. Accusing us Huaxia people of being deceitful. Are you Americans paragons of virtue? Back when Chen Feng had a shark pet and yacht, why didn't T Planoma dare to make a peep? Later, he even attempted to force a sail. Who is truly insidious here? You Huaxia are cunning. Don't let me encounter you again. Otherwise, I will kill you on sight. What the heck? This American pig is stirring up trouble. Do you really think we Huaxia are pushovers? You threaten us with your words, and I can only inform you. Those who offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they are. Yes, those who offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they are. The chat in the live stream shifted from discussing the chase between Chen Feng and the others to a heated exchange of insults between Huaxia and American viewers, with the chat flooded by the refrain. Those who offend China shall be punished, no matter how far they are. The comments targeting the Huaxia people were drowned in the overwhelming tide of bullet comments. When it comes to cohesion, it cannot be overstated that no other nation in the world can compare to Huaxia. No, we are not even on the same level. Comparison is futile. The barrage continued, but suddenly, a brief comment cut through the noise, causing the rallying cries to halt abruptly. Stop spamming. Look, did the giant lanternfish in the volcanic depths just move? This simple message acted like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of astonishment. Holy cow. Don't scare me. Wasn't Chen Feng just using a cannon to blast that lanternfish? How can it still be moving? Exactly. Stop with the nonsense. This is a survival game, not a zombie game. It moved. Really moved. Look, the magma patterns on the giant lanternfish are continuously absorbing magma from the volcanic vent. And I saw its glowing organ twitch. It really did move. I saw it too. Its eyes opened. It's alive. How can this giant lanternfish come back to life? It's getting up. It's about to unleash that devouring skill again. This mutated sea creature dwelling in magma absorbs it. Perhaps it is this very magma that revived it, is being reborn from the flames. Chen Feng, you all must run. As the players watching the live stream realized the giant lanternfish had revived. It was impossible for Chen Feng and the others not to notice either that moment. The 6 individuals pursuing each other came to a halt, frozen in place as they beheld the enormous lanternfish rising. Its body now measuring 200 meters, a mere 50 meters away from them. No way. You could come back to life? Chen Feng's emotions were incredibly complex. He found it difficult to comprehend how, after having clearly killed it, it could revive moments later. What to do now? Chen Feng, wasn't he dead? The towering figures of Ma, shouting, and the others appeared diminutive before the giant lanternfish. Indistinguishable from flies at such a proximity, shouting couldn't he help but swallow hard, her gulp sounding unnaturally loud among the petrified group. How would I know? Chen Feng was also sweating profusely. Being so close, if the lanternfish went on a rampage, it would be better to lie down and die comfortably. Can you kill it again? Wang Ruoshi interjected. Even in her invisible state, she dared not make a rash move. What do you think? Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Zhou Lingrui was trembling with anxiety. She had witnessed Chen Feng's earlier battle with the lanternfish and understood its terror all too well. Not just Chen Feng and his 3 companions, but Planoma and Albert were also frozen, paralyzed in fear. Despite their considerable strength without vehicles, facing this supersized sea beast, they appeared utterly dazed. Chen Feng could no longer pursue Planoma. He began to retreat slowly. The only option now was to return to the surface, to the yacht, and use the ghost energy cannon to strike it down once more. Attempting to defeat it with sheer manpower was akin to chasing after shadows. But just as Chen Feng took a slow step back, the giant lanternfish's bell-like eyes locked onto him in an instant. Its gaze gradually filled with hatred. It clearly remembered that it was this human who had slain it with that peculiar cannon. Now that the cannon was absent, its eyes reflected a mix of hatred and a hint of delight. Suddenly, the lanternfish opened its massive jaws, rows of serrated steel teeth glinting ominously in the glow of the magma. Once more, it was using the devouring skill again, a tremendous suction force enveloping Chen Feng and his companions. Run. Hurry and run. Chen Feng shouted anxiously, grabbing Zhou Lingrui, pulling Ma shouting, and Wang Ruoshi as they frantically swam backwards. Meanwhile, Albert dragged the incapacitated Planoma, striving to swim upwards. Yet, under the force of the suction, the whirlpool expanded relentlessly. Even Chen Feng's yacht was being drawn in by the devouring skill. There was simply no way for Chen Feng and the others to escape. Amid their desperate gazes, they were swiftly caught in the vortex, scattering and flying into the giant lanternfish's gaping maw, disappearing without a trace. After swallowing Chen Feng and the others, the giant lanternfish's hatred slowly faded. Its massive body swimming a few strokes before plunging headfirst into the magma of the volcanic vent. In the live stream room, they were consumed just like that. It's over. It's all over. They were all dead. Chapter 156. The maze of the fish's belly combined. The multitude of viewers in the live stream watched in shock as Chen Feng and his companions were swallowed whole by the revived giant lanternfish. No one could have anticipated that the giant lanternfish, previously thought dead, would rise again. Many viewers speculated about the fate of Chen Feng and the others, while others analyzed the reasons behind the lanternfish's revival. Drawing from the earlier scene where the lanternfish absorbed magma through the patterns on its body, many speculated that this creature, dwelling in magma, could potentially be reborn like a phoenix if it remained submerged for a while after death. At this moment, the live stream showed nothing but darkness after Chen Feng and the others were swallowed. No visuals were visible. Regardless of whether it was Chen Feng, Ma Shouting, Planaoma, or Albert, any viewer selecting any of these players' perspectives would only see a void of darkness. This led all viewers to believe that these individuals had perished. The survival point was lost just like that. Betting on anyone was futile. I knew that a 1 to 10 odds wouldn't be easy to hit. I can't believe Chen Feng has met his end like this. How tragic. Indeed, what is the point of competing? In the end, no one obtained mysterious items. The difficulty of death is truly terrifying. Even the top players are all gone. What a pity. Had they only waited patiently for the death difficulty disaster to end without greedily seeking mysterious items, perhaps none of them would have fallen. A few individuals are rather clever. The only ones still alive amid the death difficulty are, and Jin Jian. The world rankings are about to change dramatically. Speaking of Jin Jian, I almost forgot her. Brothers, I'm off to watch the ball. As the livestream featuring Chen Feng and the others faded to black, numerous viewers, no longer willing to wait, expressed their regrets and exited their perspectives, flocking to watch Jin Jian in the football battle instead. However, at that moment, within the depths of the volcanic vent, the giant lanternfish gradually fell into slumber, its body housing a vast void of activity. Time passed, and suddenly, Chen Feng awoke. Opening his eyes, he was met with complete darkness. Unable to see even his own hand, I gingerly touched the ground beneath me. I was met with a soft, slippery, and viscous substance, approximately 10 centimeters deep. The air was thick with an indescribable stench that made Chen Feng feel utterly nauseated. Hadn't I been swallowed by a lanternfish? Am I not dead? Where am I? Zhou Lingrui, Ma Shouting, Wang Ruashi. Are you there? The fact that I was still alive brought Chen Feng a flicker of joy, prompting him to call out for the others. However, apart from the repugnant, soft ground beneath his feet, there was no sign of anyone nearby. As he extended his hands to feel his surroundings, he suddenly realized he was in a narrow, cramped passage where even standing upright was a challenge. He retrieved a piece of firewood and ignited it. The passage, devoid of seawater, was filled with sufficient oxygen for the fire to burn. The faint flicker of flames allowed Chen Feng to discern his surroundings. Could it be that I am inside the intestines of a colossal lanternfish? The sight of the viscous liquid lining the passage sent a chill down his spine. Yet disregarding the dismal environment, he hastily opened the game interface to check the map and locate his friends. A glance at the countdown revealed that less than a day remained until the cataclysm would conclude, indicating that they had been swallowed by the lanternfish for several hours. The daily rewards and survival points on the leaderboard had already reset. Surprised at how much time had passed, Chen Feng checked the map again. Fortunately, Zhou Lingrui, Ma Shouting, and Wang Ruashi were all still alive, their locations indicated on the map. Their survival filled Chen Feng with even greater delight. Perhaps Gina was still alive as well. He resolved to reunite with Zhou Lingrui and the others to devise a plan to escape the lanternfish's belly. However, upon examining the distances on the map, Chen Feng was taken aback. Zhou Lingrui was 300 meters away, Ma Shouting was 400 meters distant, and Wang Ruashi was 500 meters away. What was going on? The lanternfish's body measured only 200 meters in length. How could the space inside it appear so vast? Puzzled, Chen Feng speculated that it had something to do with its swallowing ability. Perhaps the space within was akin to a pocket dimension, far exceeding expectations. This realization posed a dilemma, as an infinitely expanding space could leave him trapped. Chen Feng, are you there? Suddenly, a private message notification from Zhou Lingrui illuminated his screen. "I in a hurry," he replied. Zhou Lingrui, are you all right? Are you injured? I'm fine. I woke up and couldn't see any of you, so I could only locate you on the map. Where are we? Don't panic. We are likely in the intestines of the lanternfish. The space here is larger than we imagined. Let us meet up first and then discuss our strategy. All right. However, this intestinal passage seems to be winding and filled with many forks. We'll just have to take it slow. With the map to guide us, we will eventually reunite. Chen Feng observed the narrow passage, which indeed resembled a labyrinthine maze within the fish's belly. Although the exact paths remained unknown, the map provided enough guidance for them to find one another eventually. Zhou Lingrui agreed in her subsequent message, and Chen Feng began to navigate the repugnant, narrow intestinal passage. During this time, he also established contact with Ma Xiaoting and Wang Ruoxi. After analyzing their surroundings, they agreed to meet at the central point on the map. Despite their proximity of only a few hundred meters, reuniting proved challenging. Chen Feng held the firewood aloft and continued forward, seemingly heading toward the designated meeting point on the map. Yet he found himself veering off course after a while. Reluctantly, he retraced his steps and sought another fork to venture inward, but this slow exploration consumed a considerable amount of time. Chen Feng pondered alternative strategies. Given that the surrounding area was composed of the lanternfish's intestines, soft and pliable, he contemplated using his alloy vibrating spear to pierce through and create a pathway. However, when he thrust the spear with all his strength, he was astonished to find that the slippery, soft intestine clamped down on the spear, rebounding with tremendous force, rendering it ineffective. A Shouting had also attempted to cleave the intestinal wall with a massive axe, but it merely glided across the surface without leaving a mark. For now, they could only navigate this fish-belly maze with patience. After approximately half an hour of searching, the four of them remained at a standstill. During this time, Ma Xiaoting even suggested that since they were in this peculiar intestinal maze, where there was oxygen and no immediate danger, they might as well wait for the catastrophe to end and be teleported back, sparing themselves unnecessary trouble, only regretting that they had not managed to eliminate Pranoma and Albert. Chen Feng was initially inclined to agree, but he suddenly noticed that the viscous liquid beneath him had deepened from 10 centimeters to 20. The liquid was rising. Though the substance was not toxic, should they become submerged, they would have to don diving suits. Chen Feng was unconcerned. While the liquid was unpleasant, he could still breathe freely within it. However, Zhou Lingrui and the others would be in dire straits. The diving suits only provided oxygen for 1 hour. Given that the liquid could fill the passage within 5 hours, and with 20 hours remaining until the cataclysm's conclusion, they would surely suffocate. This plan was unfeasible. They would need to gather and devise another strategy. Consequently, the group dismissed other thoughts and continued their slow exploration, much to the annoyance of the increasingly impatient Ma Xiaoting, who nearly sank to the ground in frustration as Chen Feng searched. He kept a watchful eye on the map, aware that he was different from the others that M. A. Xiaoting, as well as the previously deceased Kitatanalia and the now absconded Pranoma, possessed items that expanded their field of vision. M. A. Xiaoting wielded night vision goggles, enabling her to see far in dimly lit areas, while the items used by Kitata and Pranoma remained unknown but likely served a similar purpose. Chen Feng, however, had a radar detector that autonomously alerted him to any movement within a 200-meter radius, a significant advantage over the others' visual tools. Additionally, equipped with goggles and the flickering light of the firewood, his visibility was quite extensive. He focused his attention on the intestinal walls, hoping to spot any other forks. He was suddenly drawn to a corpse located deeper within the passage. The body was grotesquely burned, its skin charred and flesh mangled, with exposed teeth creating a chilling visage. Yet upon recognizing who it was, Chen Feng smiled. It was none other than Kitatanalia, who had been scorched by lava and had now been swallowed by the lanternfish. His remains visible against the intestinal wall, Chen Feng maneuvered around to finally stand before the corpulent corpse. Gazing at the wooden chest beside the bloated body, he hurried over, hopeful that the gluttonous Kitata storehouse would contain valuable items. After all, Chen Feng had destroyed his sailboat, and the warehouses of the defeated minions had yielded little of worth. The sailboat's heart was the only item of interest, while the rest should be found within Kitata Naoya's repository. As Chen Feng examined the chest floating in the viscous liquid, he was rewarded with a bountiful array of supplies. First to catch his eye were the abundant resources: wood, 846, plant fibers, 712, iron ingots, 1584, copper ingots, 492, raft hearts, 149, sailboat hearts, 2 ethereal crystals, 76, various food items, 250 tons, freshwater beverages, 500 liters. These supplies were quite satisfactory. With several sailboat hearts at his disposal, Chen Feng need not worry about upgrades for his cruiser for the time being. The ethereal crystals also serve as a substantial supplement. Following this, he discovered some low-quality items that held little interest for him at present. White quality items, 23 blue quality items, 11. A cursory glance revealed that few were of significant utility. The spear previously wielded by Kitata Naoya being a notable exception, though it had been destroyed by lava. Thankfully, the warehouse still contained a purple quality item. Chen Feng examined it closely. Blood orchid seed, purple. Description: a unique plant from another world. When grown, it produces crimson flowers resembling orchids. Consuming these flowers temporarily enhances a character's attributes and increases skill potency, though they may trigger potentially dire side effects. Specific attributes can be observed with the finished blood orchid. Note: must be planted in farm equipment. Produces 5 flowers every 10 days. Rating: a potent rage potion with minor side effects. Chen Feng was astonished to discover that this purple quality item was an unusual plant seed, with its blossoms capable of enhancing attributes. Effectively a special potion, he had struck gold. Given that Kitata Naoya had likely not possessed any farmland, Chen Feng was in an ideal position to plant it. Should he return to the ship? Aside from the fragrant orchid seeds, the quality of Naoya Kamita's warehouse was rather mediocre. Not a single orange-grade item could be found. Chen Feng spat in disdain. Feeling somewhat disappointed that it seemed he had overestimated Naoya Kamita. Orange-grade items were indeed quite rare. Currently, only Chen Feng, Ma Xiaoting, and Piranema possessed such treasures. Chen Feng cleared out some of the clutter from the warehouse, selectively gathering various items from Naoya Kamita's stock before continuing on his journey. Time was of the essence. Having already looted the bag, he needed to make haste, as the rising slime beneath his feet showed no signs of abating. Not long after resuming his trek, Chen Feng came to a sudden halt. The radar alarm blared, revealing a red dot approximately 200 meters ahead. Upon seeing the alert, Chen Feng swiftly retrieved his alloy vibrating spear, concealing himself around a bend in the intestines that this moment. The red dot appeared on the radar, indicating a presence whose location was not visible on his map, suggesting it could not be Zhou Lingrui and the others. Apart from them, there were also Piranema and Albert, who had been swallowed alongside him. The signs of movement within 200 meters could likely be one of them. Holding his breath, Chen Feng focused intently on the location indicated by the radar. The path taken by this individual must coincide with his own. As they gradually approached, Chen Feng gripped his alloy vibrating spear tightly. Whether it was Piranema or Albert, both possessed rather peculiar skills that would be challenging to contend with. He needed to remain concealed, ready to strike with lethal precision. As the figure drew nearer, Chen Feng's grip tightened, his nails and joints turning white from the pressure. 20 meters, 10 meters, 1 meter. Chen Feng had long since held his breath, and as the shadow rounded the corner, he lunged forward, his alloy vibrating spear slicing through the air like a silver flash, aimed directly at the figure before him. The spear was exceedingly sharp. While it might not penetrate the intestines of the lanternfish, it would surely pierce through flesh without any defense. Just as he sensed the figure's approach, the fire had already been extinguished by Chen Feng, leaving no light. Even with his goggles, he could barely make out the silhouette. However, in that fleeting moment of jumping out, he caught a glimpse of a curvaceous figure with cascading wavy hair draped casually over her chest, her long legs extending a full meter and 20 centimeters. Though her face remained obscured, Chen Feng could ascertain from her fair complexion that this was undoubtedly Gina. Gina? Chen Feng exclaimed, abruptly halting his assault, unable to contain his astonishment. The figure, startled by the sudden appearance of a large man brandishing a weapon, instinctively prepared to retaliate. It was the familiar stance and aura of Gina's skill, 10,000 volts. A mighty blue arc of electricity surged from her hands, thick as an arm, arcing toward Chen Feng. Yet upon recognizing his voice and the illuminated visage revealed by the electric light, she swiftly redirected the attack to avoid harming him. The shapely and unclad figure before him was indeed Gina, the very one swallowed by the giant lanternfish's skill. The electric discharge grazed Chen Feng's cheek before striking the intestinal wall behind him, igniting a shower of sparks that charred the flesh. Master. Gina, you fool. I nearly harmed you, realizing it was Chen Feng. Gina's face flushed with guilt as she knelt on one knee, bowing her head in apology. However, Chen Feng bore no semblance of reproach as he discarded his spear and pulled Gina to her feet, his bloodshot eyes brimming with emotion. In her astonished gaze, he enveloped her in a fierce embrace, his demeanor both rough and tender. Gina, you're alive. This is truly wonderful. Sensing Chen Feng's fervent emotions, Gina remained silent, allowing him to hold her as long as he desired, despite her usually emotionless demeanor. Her expression softened, understanding that she meant more to Chen Feng than merely a pet or weapon. After a lengthy moment, as Chen Feng's emotions gradually stabilized, he released her, only then noticing her lack of clothing. Having transformed before being swallowed, it was a miracle she had any garments at all. Realizing he had held her so intimately, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly shed his t-shirt, offering it to her. Here, put this on? Yes, master, Gina responded, deftly donning the shirt, which covered her figure down to her thighs, leaving only her long, elegant legs exposed. Though Chen Feng's clothing appeared slightly oversized on her, it still accentuated her alluring curves, lending her a charming boyfriend-style appearance. Now, tell me about your experience after being swallowed, Chen Feng urged eagerly as Gina finished dressing. Nodding, she recounted her harrowing ordeal within the intestinal maze. Unlike Chen Feng and the others, Gina's superior constitution had prevented her from slipping into unconsciousness. Her electric eel form had become trapped in the cramped space, rendering her immobile, and she had to revert to human form to navigate the labyrinthine passages. She described the twisting, expansive space that seemed to stretch endlessly, ultimately leading to their fateful encounter. All right, I understand. We'll regroup with Zhou, Lingrue, and Ma, shouting before strategizing our escape. Chen Feng concluded, as Gina's tale mirrored his own, offering no new insights. The fact that she had survived and reunited with him was, in itself, good news. As Chen Feng bent down to retrieve his fallen alloy vibrating spear, he was taken aback to discover that the section of the intestinal wall struck by Gina's electric discharge was charred and hardened. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch it, realizing that this area had lost its elasticity, becoming rigid. When he prodded it forcefully with his spear, it emitted a metallic clang, though the spear did not penetrate. The wall's usual resistance had vanished. His elation. Chen Feng recognized that Gina's electric attack had had an unexpected effect on the intestinal barrier. Perhaps this was the key to their escape. If he could not pierce the wall, surely Ma Xiaoting, the brawny muscle woman, could cleave through it. If they could shatter the intestinal barrier, they might force their way out of the lanternfish's belly. Grasping Gina's hand, Chen Feng excitedly continued down the path to regroup. After walking for a while, Gina suddenly furrowed her brow, seemingly recollecting something, and addressed Chen Feng. Master, there's something I should mention, but I'm uncertain if it's the right time. What is it? Just tell me. Chen Feng replied casually, turning back to her. Well, while wandering through the intestines, I stumbled upon a peculiar bead that darted around. It moved with incredible speed, and I couldn't catch it. Unlike you all, I lack the ability to discern item attributes, so I have no idea what it was that you think it could be the red-grade mysterious item you seek? Gina recalled, recounting her encounter with the strange phenomenon. A bead that runs about. Chen Feng paused, abruptly halting his steps, that he opened his map to verify the coordinates of the mysterious item. Indeed, the location of the mysterious item aligned perfectly with his current position, indicating its proximity. Initially mistaking the lanternfish's bioluminescent organ for the mysterious item, he had forgotten all about it until Gina's mention rekindled his hopes. Where did it appear? Chen Feng inquired eagerly. It was in the direction I just came from, the same path we are currently on. There's a fork ahead. A turn will lead us there that IT was darting about, but I'm not sure if it's still there. Gina pointed toward the dark passage ahead, her expression uncertain. Let us go. We may have to take a slightly longer route, but we must investigate. Chen Feng resolved, seizing the opportunity before him, with the intestines filled with slime. They likely had over 4 hours before it became an issue. Following Gina's guidance, Chen Feng advanced swiftly, utilizing the faint glow of the fire and the enhanced vision from his goggles to navigate quickly. Chapter 158. Dragon Pearl, read at this moment. Chen Feng was invigorated by the prospect of a potential mysterious item. Although the reason behind the lanternfish's revival remained unclear, perhaps he should be grateful for it, as being swallowed had led him to this moment. Otherwise, had he breached the fish's belly, he might not have found himself in this particular space, risking the loss of the mysterious item altogether. "Master, take the left passage." Upon reaching the fork, Gina pointed toward a narrow, constricted path. Without hesitation, Chen Feng followed her lead, knowing that if the bead was indeed elusive, they needed to act swiftly before it could escape their grasp. In a short while, Gina led Chen Feng to another junction, which had transformed into 3 separate paths, forming a crossroad with the route Chen Feng had taken. Is this the place? Chen Feng halted at the intersection, scrutinizing the 3 new paths with a furrowed brow. With the emergence of these 3 routes, he was utterly perplexed as to which direction the elusive orb might have fled. For the moment, he could only remain stationary, unable to advance. Indeed, I chased it to this very spot, and it vanished at the intersection that I had no option but to select one path to leave, and that was when I encountered you. "My master," Gina nodded, acknowledging that under the current circumstances, she too was at a loss. Since they had no knowledge of which path it had taken, blindly pursuing it could potentially lead them to lose their way back. Chen Feng and Gina could only remain where they were, biding their time. Chen Feng decided to wait for an hour. After all, with the radar detector in place, he would certainly sense the orb if it reappeared within a 200-meter radius. If the hour passed without a sign, he would have no choice but to regroup with Zhou Lingrui and the others, as escaping and returning to the cruise ship was their primary objective. Leaning against the intestinal wall, Chen Feng naturally embraced Gina due to the confined space. Patiently awaiting their next move, Gina, compliant in her demeanor, was able to precisely regulate the electrical currents without causing harm to Chen Feng. And she found herself enjoying his touch. Having been reunited, Chen Feng was quite fond of her. Going back and forth. You know what I mean, during the waiting period, Chen Feng included Zhou Lingrui and the others in a group chat, relaying the good news of Gina's discovery and informing them that they would linger there for a while. The news of Gina's survival filled Zhou Lingrui with immense joy. She was well aware of Gina's significance in Chen Feng's heart. Upon hearing that Gina might have perished, Zhou Lingrui felt a pang of sadness. Perhaps there was an innate jealousy in her towards Gina's existence, but if given a choice, she would prefer for Gina to be alive. For that would spare Chen Feng from excessive sorrow. A shouting and Wang Ruoshi expressed their intense curiosity. They had always believed Gina to be human, and now that they knew she was a high-level fish person, they were eager to meet her. As Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui chatted, nearly 40 minutes had elapsed, and impatience began to creep in. Suddenly, the radar detector indicated signs of movement within 200 meters. Chen Feng examined the map, estimating that the object was likely located within one of the passages at the intersection. The speed of the object's movement was rapid. It seemed unlikely to be human, and most probably it was the orb that Gina had mentioned. The orb's ability to move indicated a certain sentience. If they approached it directly, it might very well flee in fright. Chen Feng gestured for Gina to take positions on either side of the passage, planning to seize the orb as it rushed past them. Once caught, they could store it in the warehouse, leaving it no chance of escape. With resolve, Chen Feng and Gina took their positions, both refraining from making any noise, fearful that any sound might startle the orb away. Soon, the orb approached the intersection, but its speed decreased as it seemed wary of the unfamiliar crossroads. Chen Feng activated his X-ray vision, penetrating the intestinal wall before him, and was met with the sight of the orb emanating a faint glow. This orb was entirely red, with shimmering streams of light swirling within, suspended in mid-air, betraying its extraordinary nature. Chen Feng felt a wave of tension wash over him as he eagerly gazed at the orb. "Come here. Come here," he silently shouted, hoping it wouldn't suddenly turn and flee. Perhaps fortune favored Chen Feng, for although the orb remained cautious at the intersection, it gradually inched closer. Chen Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Gina. As soon as the orb revealed itself, they would spring into action and capture it. Gina nodded in understanding. Time seemed to stretch, the very air feeling frozen as the orb's red glow illuminated the intersection. Just as it peeked out, That very glow struck Chen Feng and Gina's faces. "Gina, act now!" Chen Feng shouted, and in an instant both sprang forward, hands outstretched in an attempt to grasp the orb. The orb, sensing their movement, attempted to turn and escape. However, having been lying in wait for nearly an hour, Chen Feng would not allow it to slip away easily. Gina blocked its retreat, while Chen Feng's hand successfully seized the orb. Despite being captured, the orb continued to struggle, attempting to break free. "Got it! Secure it!" Chen Feng tightened his grip, ensuring the orb could not escape. He swiftly stored it in the warehouse, and in an instant, the frantic orb vanished from his grasp. Chen Feng's face broke into a radiant smile, having successfully captured the orb. Opening the warehouse, he began to examine its properties. Dragon Orb Red? The title alone sent a thrill of excitement through Chen Feng. Truly, this orb was indeed a mysterious item of red quality. Dragon Orb. The name exuded power. Chen Feng could scarcely contain his exhilaration, bouncing with joy while holding Gina, inadvertently squishing the rabbit nestled in her arms. A red quality item, truly one of a kind in the world. Its rarity was beyond measure. After a while, releasing the bewildered Gina, Chen Feng resumed inspecting the Dragon Orb's properties. Dragon Orb Red? Description: allegedly the key to unlock the deep-sea Dragon Palace. It possesses remarkable sentience that a drop of blood can establish a bond with its master, but its true powers can only be accessed within the Dragon Palace. For now, it is merely a glowing, mobile orb with no practical use. Evaluation: wow. After searching for ages, I found a useless orb. Ha! Upon reading the qualities of the Dragon Orb, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. He had initially anticipated that the Dragon Orb would possess some extraordinary ability. Being of red quality, its effects should have been formidable. However, this description indicated that the Dragon Orb was merely a key to some Dragon Palace, and that its powers would only manifest upon reaching that location. He cursed under his breath. In the vast ocean, where on earth could he locate the deep-sea Dragon Palace? Chen Feng was infuriated, never expecting that a mysterious item would turn out to be so trivial. Yet, despite his frustration, knowing that the deadly challenges were nearing their climax, the emergence of such an item made him skeptical that it would be as useless as the evaluation suggested. It might not serve a purpose now, but it could very well be of great significance in the future, and thus it must be kept. The description also mentioned that it could recognize its master through a drop of blood. Reminiscent of a trope from a cultivation novel. Leaving Chen Feng speechless, he used a small knife to make a cut on his hand, allowing a few drops of blood to flow, then retrieved the Dragon Orb from the warehouse and held it in his palm. The moment the orb appeared, it attempted to flee, but as it was already in contact with his blood, it halted after a few meters. Mastery of the Dragon Orb successful, accompanied by the system's notification. Chen Feng suddenly realized that he could manipulate the orb with his thoughts, guiding it to move around him. However, after establishing a bond, the orb's speed diminished significantly. It lacked the power to serve as a weapon, but was quite useful as a mobile light source. Shaking his head, Chen Feng stored it back in the warehouse. Although it felt like a momentary letdown, he did not allow himself to succumb to despair. The viscous substance beneath him had risen to knee height, and their immediate priority was to regroup and make their escape. Chen Feng and Gina hastily moved into the passage, searching for the others. Chapter 159. Reunion. The lanternfish was of considerable size, its intestines winding like a labyrinth, leaving Chen Feng and Gina feeling dizzy from the twists and turns. The convoluted pathways further illustrated that the lanternfish's belly was akin to a spatial pocket, containing boundless mysteries. Though anxiety gnawed at him, Chen Feng had no other recourse but to exercise patience and systematically explore each passage. Nearly 2 hours had gone by, and the viscous liquid had risen to his thighs, hindering their movement. Just as Chen Feng wore a frown while searching, a red dot appeared on the map, pinpointing the location of Zhou Lingrui through the friend locator. Chen Feng quickly beckoned Gina, and the two rushed to reunite with her. Upon seeing Chen Feng and Gina approach, Zhou Lingrui's previously empty heart was suddenly filled with a sense of safety. She rushed forward, enveloping both Chen Feng and Gina in a warm embrace. The three had finally reunited. "Chen Feng, it's so wonderful to see you." Despite their predicament within the lanternfish's belly, Zhou Lingrui beamed with joy upon seeing Chen Feng, her sense of crisis dissipating as she continued. Gina, you have no idea. Chen Feng was so furious when he saw you being swallowed by the lanternfish. He wanted to challenge it with a spear. Hearing this, Gina's delicate brows softened, and she pressed her lips together, revealing a smile that bore no difference from a human's, filled with genuine emotion. Gina is immensely grateful to her master. Let's not dwell on that. Just promise me you won't act impulsively again. Chen Feng shook his head, wishing to avoid revisiting his rash actions in no time for idle chatter. We must hurry and regroup with Ma Xiaoting and the others. With Gina's electrical abilities, perhaps we can escape this nauseating intestinal passage. The trio ceased their conversation and set off once more. After some further exploration, the viscous liquid had risen to their waists, and finally, at a junction, Chen Feng rejoined Ma Xiaoting. That moment, Wang Ruoxi had also found Ma Xiaoting, and the five of them successfully reunited. I say, Chen Feng, you've been hiding quite well. We've been collaborating for days, and despite observing you daily, I never realized this beautiful lady was a high-level fish person. Ma Xiaoting exclaimed as she approached Gina, noticing the lightning emblem peeking from her disheveled bangs. Soon to be laughing, it's not that I concealed it deeply, but rather that you never asked. I have never claimed that Gina is a typical human. Chen Feng chuckled awkwardly. Sleeping with a fishman every night certainly indicates a rather peculiar taste. Wang Ruoxi maintained her icy demeanor, murmuring softly, seemingly venting her resentment towards Chen Feng for his previous indifference. Although Ma Xiaoting and Wang Ruoxi's conversation was somewhat odd, this time, whether lending Chen Feng the psychic diving apparatus or braving the dangers of the sea to assist him, it was evident that Chen Feng owed them a substantial favor. He shouldn't be angered by a few words from others. Chen Feng had no choice but to change the subject. By the way, Ma Xiaoting, given that Gina is a high-level fishman, her electric shock ability can render these originally elastic and resilient intestines devoid of elasticity, transforming them into a brittle texture. If Gina delivers an electric shock, with your 100-fold strength amplification, we might just be able to rupture the intestines and find our way out? Really? Ma Xiaoting, aware of Gina's abilities, felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Chen Feng's words. Before Chen Feng could respond, Wang Ruoxi furrowed her brows and interjected. Even if we can breach the lanternfish's intestines and find an escape. The lanternfish resides in magma. Wouldn't we be? That makes perfect sense. Chen Feng had not considered that before. Suddenly, her brow arched as she conceived a brilliant idea. Ma Xiaoting, did you arrange for the warriors to be aboard my cruise ship? Yes, Ma Xiaoting replied, momentarily taken aback. Nodding, that's excellent. Send a private message to your subordinates, instructing them to dismantle a spherical device from the control room of my cruise ship and bring it over. That's my ship's defense shield, capable of blocking external entities from entering. It may just be our opportunity for escape. All right, I'll message them right away. Ma Xiaoting promptly contacted her warriors, and before long, she presented the psychic defense shield to Chen Feng. Chen Feng recalled that the psychic defense shield could be mounted on vehicles or held in hand, that he hurriedly activated the shield, and instantly, a luminous barrier enveloped him. Surrounded by the intestinal walls, the light sphere could not expand fully, leaving just enough space for one or two people. This was quite fortunate. Had it been several meters long from the outset, Chen Feng would have been at a loss. Once they broke down some surrounding intestinal walls, it would suffice to accommodate everyone. Great. Now that we have the means to ensure our safety, let us act swiftly. This slime is revolting. Ma Xiaoting waved her hand impatiently, urging action. Upon Chen Feng's signal, Gina unleashed a powerful jolt of electricity. The blue arc crackled fiercely as it struck the nearby intestinal wall, causing its elasticity to dissipate and turning it charred and brittle. A Xiaoting consumed a bottle of level 1 blue potion, uttering the incantation spirit of the pufferfish, her petite frame swelling dramatically, leaving the three of them cramped within the intestines, barely able to stand, appearing quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, her arms still retained mobility. Ma Xiaoting brandished her giant axe, unleashing her pent-up frustration, although there was no room to charge. The confined space did not hinder her. With 100-fold strength behind the swing, the axe descended like a hydraulic press. With a resounding crack, the blade struck the area previously electrified by Gina, causing the now brittle intestinal wall to splinter like a spider's web. With a mere push, the wall collapsed like a brick structure, revealing a passage behind it. Wonderful. This method is indeed effective, witnessing such promising results. Chen Feng couldn't help but wave his hand, his expression brimming with excitement. Continue, Ma shouting signaled to Gina. Her active skill, Spirit of the Pufferfish, had a time limit, and wasting time equated to wasting the level 1 blue potion. Having spent so many days with Chen Feng, Zhou Lingrui, and Wang Ruoxi, Gina had learned some Chinese and could communicate with Ma shouting without issue. The 10,000 volts posed no significant drain for her, allowing for frequent use as she continued to collaborate with Ma shouting. Chen Feng had chosen not to disclose his recent acquisition of the Dragon Ball to Ma shouting and the others. There was no rush, as the red quality Dragon Ball appeared to be of little use, that he could share that information once they returned to the cruise ship. Thus, Chen Feng, Zhou Lingrui, and Wang Ruoxi cheered from behind, as Gina and Ma shouting took the lead in breaking the wall. The group examined the map, ensuring a straight line, preparing to carve out a path in a single direction. Chapter 160. The Death of Planooma with the cooperation of Gina and Ma shouting. The intestinal walls could no longer impede Chen Feng and his companions. Although the pace of breaching the intestinal walls was slow, the glimmer of hope for escape was beginning to materialize. The lanternfish's abdominal cavity was surprisingly vast. Even after an hour of reckless navigation within its intestines, having traversed nearly 1,000 meters, they had yet to reach the edges. This underscores the peculiarity of the space created by the lanternfish's devouring skill. At this moment, the slime had begun to creep up to Chen Feng's belly. Time was of the essence. A shouting lamented the depleting level 1 blue potion, prompting Chen Feng, unable to bear her distress, to hand her over 20 bottles, alleviating her furrowed brow. With a thunderous crash, yet another intestinal wall crumbled. This was now an unknown number of walls Ma shouting had shattered. Suddenly, Chen Feng glimpsed a familiar figure amidst the fallen flesh. This individual was struggling to float atop the slime, desperately avoiding suffocation, yet his inability to move rendered the effort excruciatingly difficult. It was none other than Planooma, the first-ranked foe who had previously attacked Chen Feng. Upon noticing the sudden breach in the intestinal wall and the chunks of flesh cascading down, he was struck with terror, his complexion paling at the sight of Chen Feng and the others approaching. Realizing that encountering Chen Feng was akin to meeting death itself, a familiar face, Chen Feng exclaimed with surprise upon seeing the immobilized Planooma, who had indeed dealt him a significant blow. Had it not been for Ma shouting's timely arrival, Chen Feng would have already been defeated. Observing Planooma, Chen Feng made several discoveries. Floating upon the slime, the aftereffects of his earlier use of the orange skill, octopus transformation, had likely left his body severely compromised, rendering him immobile. It was also possible that he had lost 3 limbs and bled excessively. Yet remarkably, the single remaining leg he had was now gradually regrowing, the new limbs resembling those of an infant. To lose limbs and yet have them regrow? What a peculiar ability. Chen Feng was thoroughly intrigued. Chen Feng, how shall we deal with him? Ma shouting asked, cracking her knuckles, her smile bearing an air of menace. No rush. Let me have a word or two with him first. Chen Feng stepped forward, feeling no need for excessive caution with Planooma, now incapacitated. Don't come any closer. Stay back. Planooma shouted in sheer terror. Now you know fear. Were you not intent on killing me? Were you not seeking to forcibly acquire the lanternfish's corpse? Chen Feng reached out, pulling him closer, leaning in to stare intently at the figure floating in the slime. No, I want to kill you. I beg you, spare me. Chen Feng, Great One, it was my fault. I should not have harbored malicious thoughts or coveted your spoils. Hold on, before you say anything further, tell me about your skills. I am quite curious, and also, how is it that you can regrow severed limbs? If I tell you, will you let me go? That depends on whether what you say is interesting. Realizing he had no other choice, Planooma divulged all his skill secrets to satisfy Chen Feng's curiosity. Planooma possessed 2 active skills. One was called rubber limbs, allowing his limbs to stretch like rubber while maintaining a degree of resilience, enabling long-range attacks with impressive effect. His other skill was the orange-quality octopus transformation, which transformed his limbs into octopus tentacles, both in quantity and strength. This skill was undeniably formidable, yet it bore a significant drawback. The more powerful the orange skill, the greater its limitations. The after effects of this skill meant that 10 minutes post-usage, his body would experience internal bleeding due to the deformation of his organs, resulting in temporary paralysis that would take a considerable time to recover from, with even red potions failing to heal him. This was precisely why Planooma had been reluctant to employ this skill when encountering Chen Feng. Such side effects could only be mitigated by consuming a level 3 enhancement potion. Additionally, his passive skill, limb regeneration, allowed him to regrow any severed limbs, as long as his head remained intact. Hence, Chen Feng now observed that the 3 limbs he had lost had regrown to the size of an infant's arms. These 3 skills were meticulously crafted by him, with a passive skill limb regeneration and the active skill rubber limbs designed to synergize with octopus transformation. The effectiveness was remarkable. In a one-on-one scenario, Chen Feng would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage against him. Had it not been for Ma's shouting and the other's timely intervention, Chen Feng would have certainly met his demise upon hearing Planooma's account. Ma's shouting nodded at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, Planooma's skill set is quite impressive, especially the orange skill octopus transformation. Although it has its drawbacks, its benefits outweigh the negatives. Once we escape the disaster, I plan to compile a report on his skill characteristics to submit to Luxi UPI for thorough analysis. It may prove beneficial to us. Ma shouting made a valid point. Matters of expertise should be entrusted to professionals. Regarding the skill set of Planooma, if Liu Xiaoping were to conduct research with official backing, it would undoubtedly yield unexpected rewards, and he nodded in agreement. Well, I've said all I needed to say. Could you perhaps spare my life? Planooma's voice trembled as he uttered these words that we won't kill you. But eventually, you will be drowned by these viscous substances. How about I assist you on your way? It would be a painless end. Chen Feng replied languidly, his expression eerily calm. I've divulged everything you inquired about. Why must you still seek my death? I'll relinquish all the items from my warehouse. I beg you, please spare my life. Planooma cried out frantically, his eyes filled with desperation, recalling the moments when he was hunted down. Chen Feng drew a dagger and, without a hint of hesitation, plunged it into Planooma's heart. I will accept the items from your warehouse, so do not blame me. This is all you're doing. Seeing Chen Feng's unwavering determination, Planooma's pleas became frantic. No, I don't have much of value in my warehouse, but my ship holds treasures aplenty. If you take me with you, I will give you everything from my ship. Please spare my life. Chen Feng, great Chen Feng, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Albert will avenge me. You shall all face his wrath. You will certainly die. With a swift motion, Chen Feng withdrew the dagger, and blood gushed from Planooma's wound, rendering him incapable of finishing his final words. Observing Chen Feng's decisive action, Zhou Lingrui remained relatively unaffected, while Wang Ruoxi appeared somewhat unsettled, her gaze towards Chen Feng filled with complexity. However, Ma shouting regarded Chen Feng with admiration. As a military individual, she felt no discomfort witnessing his act of killing. As Planooma's life slowly ebbed away, his gaze became increasingly vacant. Subsequently, a wooden chest materialized beside him, signifying his true demise. A shouting. Let us share the spoils from his warehouse. It is your considerable merit that led to his death. Chen Feng declared upon seeing the chest, opting not to hoard it for himself, as he was not particularly greedy. He recognized Ma Shouting's contributions, and Planooma's warehouse rightfully deserved her share. Very well, I shall not hold back. Let us see what treasures lie in his warehouse, and we shall divide them accordingly. With Planooma's death, the world rankings underwent an immediate transformation. Chen Feng, who had previously held the second position, ascended to first place, and the others shifted down a rank. This alteration in the rankings caught the attention of numerous players, who realized that Chen Feng and his companions, having been swallowed by the giant lanternfish, were indeed alive, despite the absence of live footage from within. The chat room erupted once more with excitement. Don't look at Jin Jiyin's ball. The world rankings just changed. The former top-ranked Planooma has vanished. What does this imply? What else could it imply? It means the formidable players who recently perished were not actually dead after being swallowed by the lanternfish. However, it is highly likely that Planooma is truly dead. Indeed, the only two reasons for dropping in the rankings are voluntary withdrawal or death. Given that Planooma was left with only one leg after being struck by ma shouting, it is likely his injuries proved too severe. Chen Feng has become the world number one. Chen Feng is incredible. Huaxia is incredible. It could also be that Chen Feng and his companions hunted him down. Considering their deep-seated enmity, I don't care how he died. My 8,000 survival points wagered on him have gone to waste. Whoa, is me and my survival points enough chatter? We still can't see any footage of Chen Feng and his companions. How did they manage to survive being swallowed? And how will they escape? Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. I hope my survival points weren't in vain. After observing for a considerable time without any footage, some viewers lost interest. This is boring. I might as well watch a match. At this moment, Chen Feng was far too preoccupied to pay attention to the leaderboard. He, along with Ma Shouting and others, were astonished by the contents of Planooma's fallen warehouse. The sheer number of storage compartments within Planooma's warehouse reached a staggering 100, indicating he had indeed made ample use of spatial gemstones to expand his storage. Nearly all 100 compartments were brimming with items, leaving only a few spaces available. Upon closer inspection, Chen Feng noted the vast abundance of resources, a staggering 500 tons of food, 1,000 liters of fresh water, and over 1,000 units each of wood and plant fibers, metal materials, specifically iron and copper, numbered in the thousands, proving quite sufficient. Though he lacked the heart of the sailboat, he astonishingly possessed over 200 hearts of raft. The sheer quantity of these raft hearts left Chen Feng feeling unnerved rather than elated. Setting aside the raft hearts, Chen Feng observed that there were almost no high-quality colored items in Planooma's warehouse. He only found a little over 100 bottles of Level 1 blue potions and Level 2 red potions purchased with survival points. After some contemplation with Ma Shouting, they deduced that Planooma's combat style relied heavily on his skills, rather than on weapons or similar items, which, if he possessed, were likely aboard his ship. This aligned with his final words before death. Although there was a tinge of regret, Chen Feng chose not to dwell on it and continued his examination. He found 124 units of the ethereal crystal and 4 hourglasses, a pleasant surprise, as he hadn't expected Planooma to retain such valuable items. Overall, the contents primarily consisted of supplies, though Chen Feng felt a hint of disappointment at the absence of orange-quality items. Those skills Planooma had likely learned directly, which could not drop upon his death. There was one item of utmost importance: Planooma's diving suit, purchasable only by those who had unlocked the Level 3 marketplace, making each one exceedingly precious. Despite its severe damage, upon inspecting its attributes, a repair prompt appeared. Chen Feng spent 200 survival points and successfully restored ITAS for the diving suit belonging to Kitadanaya. It had long since disintegrated after being drenched in magma. After a brief inventory check, he promptly divided the items with Ma Shouting. Fortunately, with Zhou Lingrue's warehouse available, they could offload many items, as Chen Feng's own storage was already at capacity. Just as Chen Feng and his companions concluded their preparations and set forth once again, a private message caught Chen Feng's attention. The sender was Albert's black-faced messenger. "Chen Feng, I just saw that Planooma is dead. Did you kill him?" Surprised by the direct message from this adversary, Chen Feng did not refute it, and simply replied, "Indeed, I killed him. Would you like to come find me for revenge?" After sending the message, he casually sent a friend request. He soon received a notification. "The other party has declined your friend request." Albert was no fool. Chen Feng's current status was uncertain, and revealing his location could lead to an ambush. With Planooma's death, Albert knew he stood no chance. After a prolonged silence, Albert replied, "Chen Feng, if I manage to escape this place, I will ensure you meet your demise in my hands." Chen Feng scoffed. "Very well, I shall wait for that." Albert, unwilling to even add him as a friend, was not worthy of Chen Feng's concern. This trivial matter did not warrant any delay in their endeavors, and the group resumed their efforts to break through the wall, with dozens of Level 1 blue potions now at their disposal. Ma shouting no longer hesitated to consume them, treating them as casually as water, maintaining her formidable physique throughout. After another hour of relentless work, the viscous substances had risen to their chests, making each step feel akin to swimming, which hindered their speed. Chen Feng's ethereal shield could only encompass himself due to the cramped space, leaving the others unprotected. But if this continued, they would need to don diving suits, just as they grew increasingly anxious. Ma shouting finally succeeded in breaking through as the intestinal wall ruptured. Torrents of red and white liquid surged forth from the breach, accompanied by a foul stench. Suddenly, the entire surroundings began to shake violently, tossing everyone about, making it difficult to maintain their footing. "What is happening?" Ma shouting exclaimed, hastily donning her diving suit. Chen Feng furrowed his brow, uncertain of the cause, but with the noxious liquid and the surrounding chaos. He suddenly realized they had breached the lanternfish's bizarre space and entered its very body. The prior disruptions to the fish's abdominal cavity likely had no effect on it, causing it no pain. However, now that they had reached its body, it would surely be in agony from the injury. With this revelation, Chen Feng felt a surge of elation. Having reached the lanternfish's body meant they were close to escaping its strange realm. The lanternfish's body measured merely 200 meters. With continued effort, they could soon break free. "We have penetrated the lanternfish's flesh. It will surely writhe in pain. Let us continue our excavation. Perhaps we might even slay it as we make our escape. It can be revived once, and we can slay it again." Upon hearing Chen Feng's declaration, the crowd's expressions turned jubilant, and they all voiced their agreement. Confronting the colossal lanternfish head-on, the moment it unleashed its devouring skill, Chen Feng and his companions found themselves at a disadvantage. However, now that they were within its body, wreaking havoc, surely the lanternfish could not extract them. That it was likely that the lanternfish, in its wildest dreams, never anticipated that those it had consumed would manage to breach its enigmatic space and delve deep into its very being. That moment, the lanternfish experienced excruciating pain radiating from within, thrashing violently in the magma pool at the volcano's mouth, stirring the seafloor filled with scorching lava. Chen Feng and his companions showed no signs of halting. The more the lanternfish struggled, the more exhilarated they became. Everything around them no longer resembled the rigid confines of the fish's labyrinth, but was instead a soft, viscous mass. Chen Feng wielded a metallic, vibrating spear, stabbing at any flesh he encountered, causing blood and viscera to splatter everywhere. Zhou Lingrui did not lag behind, pulling out lower-temperature water from the storage, freezing it into countless icy spikes to jab here and there. Gina was ferocious, unleashing arcs of electricity that charred pieces of flesh black. A shouting was even more aggressive, twirling two massive axes, reminiscent of Damasia's might. Wang Ruoshi, on the other hand, was comparatively lackluster, merely wielding a common cold weapon. Slashing about, for the gigantic lanternfish, the actions of Chen Feng and his companions were nothing short of torment. It could only alleviate the pain inflicted by their assault through violent thrashing. Yet, the fiercer its struggles, the more intense the agony became. This moment, the lanternfish's bell-like eyes were bloodshot, consumed by a singular thought. Why had it swallowed these rascals, who were now excavating tunnels within its body? Chen Feng and his companions were in a realm of their own, solely focused on digging. Having awakened the lanternfish, recklessly emerging might lead to their demise. Instead, they chose to hollow it out from within, preventing any possibility of revival. Before long, they broke through layers of viscous substance and fish flesh, finding themselves in a space enveloped by fish bones. Upon closer inspection, Chen Feng's face lit up with uncontainable joy. Before them lay numerous fist-sized ghost energy crystals. At a glance, numbering at least in the hundreds. Had they truly tunneled into the lanternfish's brain? No wonder the viscous substance had felt so absurdly thick. It was brain matter. Chen Feng clapped Ma shouting, who was momentarily stunned, on the shoulder. "What are you dazed for? Collect the ghost energy crystals. Let us see who can grab the most." Hearing Chen Feng's reminder, Ma shouting instantly regained her senses. These were all ghost energy crystals, all money. Can money be disregarded? She promptly entered harvest mode, while Zhou Lingrui, Gina, and Wang Ruoshi were also busy. although Chen Feng and Ma Xiaoting had a partnership. The ghost energy crystals before them were like money lying on the ground. Whoever seized them would claim ownership, and no one would hold back. The ghost energy crystals were attached to a gelatinous substance. Much like plucking grapes, a simple tug would detach them. Chen Feng's hands moved incessantly, frantically pulling down crystals and stowing them away. As each ghost energy crystal was extracted and stored, the lanternfish's struggles weakened. Its source of energy depleted, and its life force began to wane. Now it truly faced death. Even if magma were to infuse it with energy, without the ghost energy crystals in its brain, it ceased to be a mutated sea beast. Finally, after a prolonged period of labor, Chen Feng and his companions had collected all the ghost energy crystals that a rough count revealed that Chen Feng had secured around 300, while Ma Xiaoting had about 200, clearly at a disadvantage due to their numbers. Humph! Ma Xiaoting huffed, displaying her dissatisfaction. Chen Feng noticed this and couldn't help but chuckle. All right. This time, I owe you one. Even if you got fewer ghost energy crystals. But I haven't forgotten the conditions you mentioned earlier. Once we successfully escape, I promise to grant you any request. Chen Feng would not forget the debt of gratitude owed to Ma Xiaoting for her selfless rescue. No matter how demanding the conditions she set, he resolved to agree, viewing it as a way to repay her kindness. What? You agreed. Wasn't he the mysterious item not found? You could have opted not to agree. Ma Xiaoting was taken aback. She had previously stated that helping Chen Feng obtain the mysterious item was essential for their agreement to be valid. Now, although she had saved his life, she had not assisted him in acquiring the mysterious item. So the agreement was null. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. Obtaining the Dragon Ball could also be attributed to Ma Xiaoting's influence. Considering it a form of assistance, he then grinned enigmatically. Who said I didn't obtain it? What? You acquired the mysterious item. Why didn't you say anything about it? What is it? What is it? Ma Xiaoting's mind exploded with questions, each tumbling out in rapid succession. Even Wang Ruoxi and Zhou Lingrui stared at Chen Feng in bewilderment. They had all been swallowed into the fish's labyrinth together, and yet Chen Feng had secured a mysterious item without their notice. All right, I did indeed acquire it. No need to concern yourself with how I obtained it. Once we return to the ship, I'll show you, and that will suffice. Chen Feng disregarded Ma Xiaoting's inquiries, noting that the surroundings had ceased their tumultuous motion. He urged everyone to prepare for departure. Ma Xiaoting understood that returning to the ship was paramount, her mind brimming with questions, pouting slightly, and could only heed Chen Feng's instructions. The group continued to dig until they broke through the lanternfish's skull, at which point a surge of molten lava poured in. Fortunately, the surrounding space was sufficiently expansive, and Chen Feng had activated the ghost energy shield, barely encompassing everyone within as the scalding lava made contact with the shield. It emitted wisps of smoke, but could not penetrate. The four women surrounded Chen Feng, tightly enclosing him. Chen Feng felt the softness of the women around him, experiencing a mix of pain and pleasure. With no other thoughts on his mind as he led them away from the lanternfish's corpse, before them lay a vista of red lava. With the corrosive effect of the lava, the charge count of the ghost energy shield rapidly decreased. 10 times, 9 times, the pace was swift, indicating that the lava's power was not to be underestimated. Chen Feng did not dare to be complacent. He consumed a bottle of level 1 blue potion, summoning 2 wind tornadoes in the lava outside the shield to provide propulsion in an instant, he sped towards the lava's mouth with the women in tow. With a splash, they finally emerged from the molten rock. Returning to the depths of the sea, taking a deep breath, Chen Feng relished the sensation of being back in the water, a welcome relief. They continued to ascend, gradually swimming toward the surface. Chapter 162, Volcanic Eruption. With the assistance of Chen Feng's wind wave skill, he embraced the 4 women as if they were equipped with miniature motors, rapidly ascending towards the ocean's surface. Before long, they had broken through the water surface. Chen Feng shook the water from his hair, finally catching sight of the scene above. Though the waves still roiled, smiles adorned the faces of Chen Feng and his companions. Escaping death was no easy feat. General, on Ma Xiaoting's sailboat, a cadre of female soldiers spotted them and hurriedly waved from the deck. Chen Feng glanced over. Aside from Ma Xiaoting's sailboat, His cruise ship lay quietly nearby, showing numerous signs of damage, likely inflicted by Polano and Albert's subordinates. They were fortunate to have Ma shouting. Otherwise, their cruise ship might have been sunk. As Chen Feng's figure caught their attention, a massive shark swiftly approached, its dorsal fin resembling a flag. None other than Little Fatty. Little Fatty dove into the water, surfacing from the seafloor to lift Chen Feng and the others onto its back, shielding them from the tumult of the waves. Chen Feng caressed the not yet fully healed scars on Little Fatty, his heart aching. The scars, numerous and varied, bore witness to arrow wounds and knife cuts, clearly the handiwork of Polano's crew, before diving into the sea to rescue Chen Feng. Ma shouting must have administered a red potion to it, as the healing was nearly complete. Little Fatty, you've worked hard. Thanks to you, we're in your debt for the ghost energy crystals to come. Chen Feng patted Little Fatty's broad back, his words igniting excitement in the shark, which wagged its tail vigorously. With Little Fatty's help, everyone returned to their respective ships. Upon boarding, Chen Feng received a system notification for vehicle repair, spending 200 iron blocks and 100 copper blocks to initiate the repair, as only he had the authority to restore his own vehicle. Meanwhile, Ma Shouting was on her sailboat, inquiring about the situation with Wang Ruashi. In a live broadcast room, "Look, the great Chen Feng has brought Ma Shouting and the others out of the sea." "What? How? How did they emerge? I didn't T-select their perspective earlier, so I didn't T-see a thing." "I saw it. They burst forth from the underwater volcano. As for how they escaped the molten rock, it was all black screen before this, so there was nothing to see." "Incredible. They traversed through lava." "If they made it out, that means the great Chen Feng and his crew must have slain the gigantic lanternfish that swallowed them. Who knows? Perhaps, but we didn't T-witness it firsthand. Nonsense, it's certain that the great Chen Feng killed the giant lanternfish. I always knew how formidable he was, especially when teaming up with Ma Shouting. A mere lanternfish is nothing. The great Chen Feng is truly remarkable." "Huh. They've emerged, but what of Albert? This concealed powerhouse? We don't know if he is alive or dead. Who cares? Those two Americans had it coming. Albert didn't T-activate the leaderboard, so who knows if he is alive? Chances are he is dead. Is there any follow-up regarding the mysterious item? Have the mysterious items been found or not? It remains uncertain. For now, we can only await the system announcement at the conclusion of the deathly calamity to see who has obtained them. It is possible that no one has acquired them, or perhaps one of two individuals, Chen Feng or Ma Shouting, has succeeded. Let us wait and see. It must be the esteemed Chen Feng. I have staked 2,000 survival points on him. So have I. As for Chen Feng and his companions' escape from peril, the majority of players watching the live stream were not only astonished, but also deeply concerned about the ownership of the mysterious items. Unfortunately, when Chen Feng obtained the enigmatic Dragon Ball, it occurred within the lanternfish's belly maze, and the live stream did not capture the moment. We will only know once the calamity has ended. It is not just the viewers who are curious. Ma Shouting, now back on the sailboat, is incessantly messaging with inquiries. Chen Feng, however, does not rush to respond. Upon returning to the cruise ship, he stowed most of the supplies and materials in the ship's cabin. As the system's built-in storage was completely full, the abundance of supplies was beyond count, and even Chen Feng had lost track. He planned to thoroughly organize everything once he had the time to spare. Today marks the final day of the Great Calamity. With less than 10 hours remaining until its conclusion, he and Ma Shouting have decided not to move from their current position and are prepared to wait patiently until they can return to their original area. For the moment, it suffices to rest and recuperate. However, an hour later, just as Chen Feng believed all was resolved, the small creature known as Xiao Pang suddenly emitted a frantic cry. Chen Feng stepped out of the cabin to gaze upon the sea, where Xiao Pang appeared exceedingly agitated, swimming back and forth in the water, beckoning him with an expression filled with urgency. "What is it, Xiao Pang?" Chen Feng inquired, observing that the storm still raged on. Although the waves had grown slightly larger, there was no tsunami. Such waves posed no threat to the cruise ship. Xiao Pang frantically nodded towards the depths, signaling to Chen Feng that something dreadful lurked beneath the surface. After signaling, Xiao Pang used its body to push against the cruise ship, seemingly urging Chen Feng to leave immediately. Chen Feng was momentarily perplexed. Yet he understood that Xiao Peng would not act without reason. He focused intently, activating the visor's X-ray function. The activity at a depth of 500 meters suddenly became apparent. The water remained calm and deep, seemingly unremarkable. Yet as time passed, Chen Feng noticed a faint red glow emanating from the ocean floor. Red light? Where could it be coming from? A sudden sense of foreboding gripped him. Could it be that the lanternfish had perished, and without its suppression, the underwater volcano was beginning to erupt? Good heavens! It cannot be that terrifying. Chen Feng gasped, recalling that even the spectral energy shield would rapidly deplete under the scorching onslaught of lava. If a volcanic eruption truly occurred, the ensuing lava would be a chaotic threat. Even with the spectral energy shield activated, it could not withstand indefinitely, and the energy crystals would be significantly consumed. Moreover, the shield's maximum range was merely over 80 meters, sufficient to protect only his own cruise ship, leaving Xiao Peng and Ma shouting in grave danger. As Chen Feng pondered, the red light intensified, illuminating the depths further. Lava! It was all lava. Xiao Peng's instincts were indeed correct. They had to flee. Zhou Lingrue? The underwater volcano is erupting. You and Gina, head to the control room and turn the ship around. We must leave at once. Chen Feng shouted to the two women, tossing several ropes to Xiao Peng to assist in pulling the ship. Glancing at Ma's shouting sailboat nearby, he saw the young girl still boasting about her underwater adventures to her subordinates. Shouting. Enough bragging. We need to run now. Chen Feng yelled, startling her into alertness. Ma shouting, having just removed her diving suit, appeared as a typical airport girl, irritated by Chen Feng's interruption. What is it? The volcano is erupting. Erupting. No problem. I killed the lanternfish. What is there to fear from a volcano? Wait, a volcanic eruption? Yes, good heavens. Run, run, run. All soldiers follow commands. Turn the ship around. Full speed ahead. Only then did Ma shouting snap back to reality. After all, she had escaped from the lava alongside Chen Feng and was well aware of its perilous nature. The cruise ship and the sailboat now both surged forward at full speed, racing away in unison. Just as Chen Feng and Ma Shouting's vessels had traveled over 100 meters, the lava from the ocean floor finally erupted onto the surface. Shooting forth with blistering heat, the lava burst forth from the water, soaring into the sky. Upon contact with rain and air, it generated a massive cloud of ash, billowing smoke all around. The erupting lava soared hundreds of meters high. Resembling a blooming firework before crashing back down, a rain of fire suddenly descended, a pitter-patter. The fiery rain fell, and Chen Feng, Ma Xiaoting, and the others had no means to evade it. Chen Feng was relatively safe. Having activated the spectral energy shield, which consumed some energy but left the vessel unharmed, Xiao Peng submerged in the water, minimizing damage. However, the situation was dire for Ma Xiaoting, as numerous fiery droplets landed on their wooden sailboat, igniting it immediately. Fortunately, many of the female soldiers had sought refuge in the control room, escaping disaster. As the sailboat caught fire, they scrambled to fetch water to extinguish the flames. Otherwise, if the blaze persisted, the vessel would inevitably be destroyed. The volcanic eruption intensified, with countless streams of lava shooting into the sky, while the lava on the surface relentlessly pursued Chen Feng and Ma Xiaoting. Zhou Lingrue, use your water control to help extinguish the flames. Chen Feng gestured for Zhou Lingrue to assist, while he retrieved more ropes, heading to the stern of the cruise ship to tie them off. Tossing one end to the lagging Ma Xiaoting and her crew. Shouting, make your sailboat speed up and tie these ropes to your ship. I'll pull you along. Ma Xiaoting grasped the ropes, instantly comprehending Chen Feng's intentions. With the cruise ship capable of 100 kilometers h and her sailboat only able to reach 80 kilometers h, this slight difference in speed could very well determine their survival in this critical moment. Although pulling her along might slow his own vessel, Chen Feng could not abandon them now. But a grateful expression crossed Ma Xiaoting's face as she quickly secured the ropes, and the massive cruise ship began towing the sailboat across the sea, gradually increasing speed to 90 kilometers h. Meanwhile, the lava continued to spread across the surface, and the fiery rain kept falling. Fortunately, If they maintain their current pace, Chen Feng and his companions should be able to escape. Ah, no worries. Our speed is adequate. We should be able to make it out, seeing the lava recede into the distance. Chen Feng exhaled in relief, his tension easing. A shouting also patted her chest, her expression relaxing as she flashed Chen Feng a charming smile. Chen Feng. Thank you. Chapter 163. I want you to die with me. The volcanic eruption beneath the sea was a truly spectacular sight. Below lay the frigid waters, while above surged the searing lava. It is difficult to fathom how such an icy and fiery phenomenon could coexist. At this moment, the temporary live stream room had once again reached a climax. Viewers, witnessing Chen Feng and Ma shouting, fleeing at full speed, were filled with concern for their safety, seemingly having forgotten about the mysterious items. Although most players focused their attention on Chen Feng and Ma shouting, some chose to observe other survivors from the death difficulty level, such as the adept Jin Jian, who was equally captivating. The livestream's comments exploded with discussions about the volcanic eruption and whether Chen Feng would survive. Suddenly, a new message caught everyone's attention that I wasn't paying attention earlier, but when I switched the livestream perspective, I inadvertently clicked on Albert's view, and it's no longer black. He has returned to his sailboat. What? Albert is alive too. The experts of the death difficulty truly are formidable. He has also survived. Wait, why does Albert's sailboat not have any lava erupting around it? Wasn't he swallowed alongside Chen Feng? Shouldn't they be in the same area? Since their escape, over an hour had passed. Albert likely harbored animosity towards Chen Feng, hence he would not dare appear near him. He must have swum far away underwater before returning to his sailboat. How cunning of him to maintain a safe distance, thus avoiding the lava eruption. That fellow is quite lucky. Indeed. What a fortunate guy. But wait, why is there a mutated sea beast following Albert's sailboat? 1, 2, 5. Has he lost his mind? He is provoking the sea beast within the mysterious item's protective circle and attracting so many to attack him. He must have a death wish. Why is he sailing towards the direction of the volcanic eruption? This man must be insane. At this moment, Chen Feng and Ma shouting observe the encroaching lava behind their vessels. Their expressions having relaxed considerably. The cruise ship's speed was indeed sufficient, with a velocity of 100 kilometers per hour. Even with Ma shouting sailboat in tow, the speed may have diminished slightly, yet it still surpassed the rapid advance of the encroaching magma behind them. If they continued at this pace, they would soon fully distance themselves from the underwater volcano. Chen Feng shook his head. The cataclysmic natural disasters of death's difficulty were indeed terrifying. Over the past few days, they had faced numerous perilous situations, and despite his considerable strength, he had narrowly escaped death on several occasions. While Chen Feng pondered these thoughts, Ma shouting, sensing that the danger had likely passed, stood at the bow of her sailboat, gazing across the sea at Chen Feng, who was at the stern of the cruise ship. Chen Feng, the condition you agreed upon when borrowing the ethereal energy submersible from me is still valid, right? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng snapped back to reality. In a moment of urgency, he had indeed promised Ma shouting that he would join the official organization when he borrowed the submersible to descend and hunt lanternfish. Later, while inside the lanternfish's belly, he had reconfirmed this with her. Now, confronted with her inquiry, Chen Feng would certainly not deny it. Although he was uncertain of the benefits and restrictions of joining the organization, he felt that since it was an official body, they would not impose excessively harsh conditions upon him. Joining could merely be considered a way of repaying Ma shouting's kindness. After all, once the calamity concluded and they returned to their respective domains, joining the organization would not hinder their path from crossing with Lu Xiaoping. What was there to fear? With this in mind, a relaxed smile graced Chen Feng's face as he jested with Ma shouting. Of course, since I promised, I shall fulfill it. I want to go back on my word. I wonder if joining the organization will come with some official title or perhaps some benefits. Ha! Don't even think about being an official. In this apocalypse, the original official system has long ceased to exist. The current official body operates under a unique management structure. There are certainly benefits, but only if you are willing to contribute. Of course, what you contribute will correspond with what you receive in return. To be honest, I am not particularly clear on the specifics. Once the calamity of death's difficulty passes and we can communicate with the outside world again, I will have Lu Xiaoping, the official representative, reach out to you personally. Ma Xiaoting flashed a playful smile. Chen Feng's agreement to join the official organization was a significant accomplishment for her, and Lu Xiaoping would surely commend her for it. All right, when the time comes, I will definitely inquire about it in detail. Chen Feng was not unfamiliar with Lu Xiaoping, having previously purchased some hourglasses from him. Reflecting on it, Lu Xiaoping was quite a reasonable individual. After their conversation, Chen Feng retrieved the ethereal energy submersible from the cruise ship and returned it to Ma Xiaoting, simultaneously trading her 100 ethereal energy crystals, while others might consider it a generous loan. Chen Feng understood the principle of reciprocity and would not simply return it without due regard. A Xiaoting, devoid of pretense, accepted it and offered Chen Feng a solemn salute. The ethereal energy submersible was indeed a remarkable item, and Chen Feng had wielded it with great proficiency. Its orange hue denoted its powerful effectiveness, and since he and Ma Xiaoting were now considered good friends, future borrowing should pose no significant issue. Just then, as both vessels maintained their steady course, Chen Feng turned his head and, aided by the enhanced vision of his goggles, spotted a sailboat approaching in the opposite direction. What in the world? Chen Feng squinted, scrutinizing the vessel, and suddenly recognized a familiar face aboard. The individual was none other than Albert, who had been swallowed by the lantern fish alongside Chen Feng, initially believing he had perished along with the fish's carcass in the magma. Chen Feng was astonished to see Albert had somehow escaped and was now aboard a sailboat. However, what was his intention in coming this way? Even from a distance, the sight of the volcanic ash and lava should have been apparent. Did Albert truly wish for death? Ma Xiaoting also noticed Albert and exclaimed in astonishment, "How did this guy manage to escape?" Chen Feng pondered for a moment and soon realized that Albert possessed an active skill that formed a hard shell around his body, providing remarkable defense. He must have fortuitously emerged through the passage that Chen Feng and the others had excavated, using his ability to escape from the depths of the sea. After his escape, he likely feared Chen Feng on the surface and retreated to his own sailboat, albeit his crew had presumably commandeered the vessel of Planet Oma. Suddenly, Chen Feng received a private message from Albert. "Chen Feng, I told you, I will ensure your demise by my hand." Chen Feng chuckled. Die by Albert's hand? Currently aboard a cruise ship, he feared no one yet, as he shook his head in disbelief at Albert's situation. He was left utterly stunned. That moment, Albert's sailboat was manned by several crew members, all of whom bore expressions of sheer terror and were hurling insults at Albert. Despite their curses, none dared to confront him, clearly intimidated by his strength. The crew's bizarre behavior piqued Chen Feng's curiosity, and as he continued to observe, he discovered that Albert's vessel was being pursued by several mutated sea beasts from the parts of their massive bodies that occasionally broke the surface. He could identify tiger sharks, manta rays, tuna, and even a colossal jellyfish. This was merely what could be seen above the waves. The depths likely concealed even more, and these mutated sea beasts were undoubtedly over 70 meters in length. This lunatic, he truly intends to drag me down with him. Upon seeing these mutated creatures, Chen Feng realized the gravity of the situation, scowling as he cursed under his breath. Albert must have known he lacked the strength to confront Chen Feng directly, disregarding the lives of his crew to lure a horde of mutated sea beasts in a desperate attempt to eliminate him. Even if Chen Feng and Ma Xiaoting could handle such a multitude of creatures, they could not afford to waste a moment. The searing magma behind them continued to spread, and should they be caught, it could cost them their lives. "Chen Feng, what should we do?" Ma Xiaoting exclaimed, alarmed, as she inquired whether he had a plan. Chen Feng stroked his chin. Altering their course was no longer an option. Any turn would allow the magma to gradually close in on them, leaving them with no choice but to confront the threat head-on. "We have no choice. We must charge through. Prepare for battle." Chen Feng had no alternative but to brace himself for the impending confrontation. Ma Xiaoting, in response, rallied her female soldiers into a state of readiness, while Chen Feng positioned himself at the bow of the cruise ship. Behind him, Gina and Zhou Lingrue in the control room bore serious expressions. Clearly aware of the perilous circumstances they faced, caught between a rock and a hard place, stationed behind the ethereal energy cannon, Chen Feng recognized that since he could already see Albert in the distance, he would not be polite. He unleashed a barrage of cannon fire to eliminate him first. Boom! 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 From a distance of a kilometer, Chen Feng was untroubled by the cannon's firing rate. The fireballs rained down upon Albert's sailboat. He watched intently as the fireballs struck their target, causing chaos among the crew, some of whom were incinerated where they stood, while others, gripped by terror, leapt into the sea, only to be devoured by the lurking sea beasts. Albert remained unfazed, standing boldly at the bow, smiling as he observed Chen Feng. Finally, a fireball found its mark, igniting Albert in flames. As he looked at Chen Feng's cruise ship, a terrifying smile spread across his face. And he sent Chen Feng a private message. "I will await you in hell." No sooner had he sent the message than Chen Feng witnessed Albert's sailboat engulfed in flames, eventually torn to shreds by the multitude of mutated sea beasts lurking beneath the surface. Even the boxes dropped by the deceased crew members vanishing without a trace. This madman, Chen Feng, cursed under his breath. Albert's insanity far exceeded his expectations. He was willing to sacrifice not only his own life, but those of his crew, merely to drag Chen Feng down with him. Was Planoroma truly worth such devotion? At that moment, Chen Feng had no time to ponder these questions, nor did he lament the loss of the warehouse boxes that had fallen from Albert's crew. A kilometer away, the numerous mutated sea beasts that had obliterated Albert's vessel had now set their sights on Chen Feng's cruise ship, charging toward him, but if they encountered a lone mutated sea beast, Chen Feng would find it amusing, especially considering the ethereal energy crystals within their brains would be a valuable prize. However, facing a swarm of them was a matter of life and death. Resolutely, Chen Feng gritted his teeth. At this distance of a kilometer, he had no choice but to fire upon them. He would kill as many as he could, hoping that when they finally converged, their numbers would not be overwhelming. Chapter 164. The stun torpedo launcher in the distance. Approximately 7 or 8 mutated sea beasts floated upon the surface. Chen Feng could only discern parts of their massive forms. Yet this did not hinder the ethereal energy cannon's assault at this range. Only Chen Feng could execute long-range attacks. Without hesitation, he continued firing. Boom! 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 Although there was a 3-second interval between the cannon's shots. The distance afforded Chen Feng ample opportunity to unleash multiple rounds. The first 2 fireballs struck the largest jellyfish, its semi-transparent body revealing many of its internal organs. Its sheer size made it the prime target for Chen Feng's assault. The 2 fireballs burned for 8 seconds, deducting a staggering 80 of its health. And with the additional fire damage, it was swiftly obliterated, regardless of its abilities. With 1 down, Chen Feng hastily redirected his fire toward another mutated sea beast. The ethereal energy cannon continued its relentless barrage, and Chen Feng cursed the fact that he possessed only 1 barrel. In just over 30 seconds, he had launched more than a dozen fireballs, leaving 5 or 6 enormous sea beast corpses floating on the surface of the ocean. These remains were undoubtedly valuable, with their brains likely containing a considerable number of ethereal energy crystals. Yet no one had the time to collect them. Their massive sizes rendered it impossible to store them in the warehouse. They could only be returned to the SEAT this moment. Chen Feng's feet had gone numb from standing. Yet he dared to lift his gaze and scan the seemingly tranquil sea surface. His astonishment. Beneath the calm waters lurked numerous sea beasts, and after 30 seconds of movement, these creatures had closed the distance to a mere 300 meters. It was as if they were right at hand. With such a multitude of sea beasts converging upon them, it was uncertain whether they could fend them off. If they were to be blocked by these creatures, the impending lava would show no mercy. Gina, Zhou Rui, Xiaopeng, prepare to attack. Chen Feng, overwhelmed by the urgency, called out to the 2 women behind him and the little fat figure in the water. Gina sprang forth, her immense voltage having restored itself by the second day. Powerful currents crackled around her, ready to transform back to her true form at any moment. Meanwhile, Zhou Rui had positioned himself at the edge of the deck, conjuring ice orbs. Faced with the mutated sea beasts exceeding 70 meters in length, their fusion skills were rendered ineffective. Xiaopeng, despite clutching a hemp rope in his mouth, bared his teeth defiantly at the numerous mutated sea beasts. showing no signs of fear. The group stood poised for battle, fully prepared for a fight to the death. I in the live streaming room. Countless viewers were already terrified. They had witnessed one or two mutated sea beasts over 70 meters attacking simultaneously. But to see more than a dozen, perhaps even dozens, of these creatures launching a coordinated assault was a scene of sheer horror. The oppressive atmosphere sent shivers down their spines, even from the safety of their screens. How terrifying! If I were there, I'd probably wet my pants. Don't just say you wet your pants. I'd be so scared I might even lose control. That Albert is really ruthless. He is willing to risk his life for revenge. Damn, those black beasts are formidable. Let us see how the great Chen Feng and Ma shouting handle this, with mutated sea beasts in front and molten lava behind. I reckon it's hopeless. Chen Feng dared not pause, relentlessly pressing the attack pedal of the ethereal energy cannon. Even if he could slay one in 8 seconds, the sheer number of mutated sea beasts made it impossible to eliminate them swiftly. If they were to collide with him, it would spell disaster. Ma shouting, trailing behind, was aboard a sailboat, whose defensive capabilities were certainly inferior to Chen Feng's cruise ship, especially given his ethereal energy shield. Should the sea beast crash into them, destruction would be inevitable. Realizing this, Chen Feng quickly messaged Ma, shouting, you all need to abandon ship and escape. Everyone come aboard my cruise ship. I'll activate the shield. It'll just drain some ethereal energy. Those sea beasts won't be able to harm us for the time being. Faced with such dire circumstances, this was the only viable solution, though he wondered how they would cope once the lava caught up and drained the shield's energy crystals. Chen Feng, so you can feel anxious too, Ma shouting replied, but her tone suggested she was overly concerned. Are you out of your mind? There are at least 20 mutated sea beasts out there. If you don't come over, I might not even be able to find your corpse on the sailboat later. Hurry over. Oh, little brother, don't worry. I have a way to keep those mutated sea beasts from attacking us. Just focus on sailing forward. Though Ma shouting's tone was teasing, Chen Feng understood that she had a military background and wouldn't joke in the face of life-threatening danger. Since she said as much, she must possess some special means. Chen Feng felt a slight sense of relief, but couldn't suppress his curiosity. Come on, you have to tell me what your method is. I'm completely in the dark here. Not telling you. Just keep sailing forward. You brought this on yourself by not revealing what mysterious item you obtained. Oh, by the way, I'll activate a secret weapon soon, so you better tie a few more hemp ropes around Xiaoping. Just in case. Chen Feng rolled his eyes. Fine. This girl is really something. Yet Ma shouting's words only heightened his curiosity. What kind of secret weapon could even affect Xiaoping? Her cryptic remarks left him no choice but to believe. He halted his attacks and secured Xiaoping with more hemp ropes for reinforcement, which left the little creature looking quite bewildered. If there's a secret weapon, why not use it already? What are we waiting for? At this point, the mutated sea beasts were merely 100 meters away, and Chen Feng couldn't help but urge her onward. Don't rush, don't rush. It's coming, little brother Chen Feng. Soon you'll see just how powerful your sister is. As soon as Ma shouting finished speaking, Chen Feng, standing at the bow of the cruise ship, suddenly heard a dull thud, reminiscent of a cannon firing. Did Ma shouting's sailboat just launch a projectile? Impossible. I've seen her sailboat many times. It has no armaments, only an orange-quality ethereal diving device, but the sound of the cannon was unmistakable. Following the source, he was startled to see a long, torpedo-like object swiftly cut through the water beside his cruise ship. That at a torpedo. Chen Feng was astonished. Ma shouting had such modern weaponry. That was simply unbelievable. Before he could fully process this revelation, the torpedo had already been launched into the midst of the sea beast swarm, yet it failed to strike any of them directly. Instead, it detonated suddenly. A deafening sonic wave erupted, prompting Chen Feng to cover his ears in the span of just a moment. A ringing filled his ears, and he found himself temporarily deafened. He could clearly see circular waves of sound expanding through the water. And as these waves spread, the mutated sea beasts that had been charging towards him flipped onto their backs, eyes rolling, frothing at the mouth, seemingly lifeless. There were over 20 of them, large and small, floating in a state of unconsciousness. In no way does it have that much power. One projectile incapacitated dozens. Chen Feng was rendered speechless, astonished at the might of Ma shouting-s weapon. Could it possibly be of red quality? In the midst of his shock, Chen Feng suddenly noticed Xiaopeng beneath the ship also turned over, unresponsive. Just as he was about to inquire, Ma shouting sent him a private message. Don't panic. Those sea beasts aren't dead. They've merely fainted temporarily, and their stupor won't last long. You need to keep sailing. Let us get out of here first. The urgency in Ma shouting's message was palpable. Chen Feng had no time for further questions and continued forward, internally cursing. Damn it, she's really playing it cool. Thankfully, I secured Xiaopeng with multiple ropes earlier. The cruise ship continued to tow Ma shouting-s sailboat and little Xiaopeng. As they passed the massive bodies of the mutated sea beasts, Chen Feng couldn't help but doubt whether they would wake up immediately. Fortunately, the deafening sound wave from the torpedo seemed effective. The sea beasts appeared as if they were truly dead. After sailing nearly 1,000 meters, Xiaopeng suddenly regained consciousness, shaking his head in confusion. Not only Xiaopeng, but Chen Feng could also see several of the sea beasts that had just fainted stirring back to life. Upon seeing Chen Feng's cruise ship vanish, they let out furious roars. However, the lava was already encroaching in an instant. The molten rock consumed them all. Even submerged in the water, they could not escape its grasp. Over 20 sea beasts met their demise in an instant, and the thought of the wasted ethereal energy crystals weighed heavily on Chen Feng's heart. At last, Chen Feng and his companions had escaped peril. With no mutated sea beasts threatening them, the cruise ship drifted away, leaving the lava behind. Indeed, Ma shouting-s torpedo had only incapacitated the creatures, not killed them outright. Had they all been slain in one blow, Chen Feng would have been utterly despondent. Now then, what exactly is that weapon? You seem to be hiding even more. Although Ma shouting-s weapon merely caused temporary incapacitation, its power was undeniably formidable. You think I'd let you in on all my secrets? I can tell you what this weapon is, but you must also reveal the details of the mysterious item you obtained. All right, I promise to tell you. Okay. This weapon of mine is also orange quality, known as the stun torpedo launcher. Due to its significant limitations and high ethereal energy consumption, CC has always been reluctant to let me use it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have struggled so much when hunting sea beasts in the past. Let me send you its attributes. There have been previous hints about this. I wonder if the readers still remember. Upon hearing Ma shouting-s words, Chen Feng swiftly opened the weapon-s attributes she sent. Stun torpedo launcher, orange. Description: consumes ethereal energy to launch a torpedo that explodes 100 meters away, with an effective range of 200 meters from the detonation point. The torpedo emits a deafening sound wave that can temporarily stun biological entities. Only affects aquatic creatures. Minimal effect on surface dwellers, with a stun duration of 30 seconds and no damage effect. Note: each attack consumes 10 units of ethereal energy, with a charge capacity of 0.10. It must be installed at the bottom of the vessel and can only be used underwater. Cooldown, 1 hour. Evaluation. The effect of this torpedo is akin to that of an air cannon. It simply stuns you. Upon seeing the weapon's attributes, Chen Feng finally understood a shouting actually possessed 2 orange-grade items. And this torpedo launcher was installed at the bottom of her sailboat, which explained why he hadn't noticed it. This weapon, with such a powerful control effect, while limited in some respects, was undoubtedly a formidable asset. With a 30-second control window, they could launch several rounds in that time. Gazing at such impressive attributes, Chen Feng could hardly contain his envy. Chapter 165. The catastrophe finally comes to an end, combined version, despite the lingering desire. This weapon rightfully belongs to Ma shouting. Chen Feng smacked his lips. Although the dizzying torpedo launcher was impressive, it paled in comparison to his own ethereal energy cannon. Each had its merits, but with his luck-based talent. The devastating effects of the ethereal energy cannon far surpassed those of her weapon. And jealousy here. Truly, not an ounce. Chen Feng and Ma shouting sailboat had long since escaped the erupting magma behind them. Strangely, perhaps due to Albert's incessant disturbances, Chen Feng encountered not a single sea beast as they departed this treacherous maritime region. This left him somewhat disheartened, as he had intended to hunt a few mutated sea creatures nearby to harvest some ethereal energy crystals. However, the most perilous phase was behind them, and he was reluctant to maintain his incessantly busy demeanor. Once they were away from the volcanic eruption zone, they anchored on a relatively calm sea surface. Patiently awaiting the end of the death-level catastrophe, the extraordinary control weapon wielded by Ma, shouting, left the viewers in the live stream in awe. Chen Feng's ethereal energy cannon was formidable enough. Yet Ma shouting also possessed such an outrageous weapon. Many lamented the unfairness of the world, bemoaning their own insignificance, upon witnessing Chen Feng successfully evade multiple mutated sea beasts and exit the eruption range. The livestream chat gradually calmed, with far fewer messages flooding in. Indeed, Chen Feng and Ma shouting were remarkable. They managed to escape such a chaotic scene, truly deserving of their rankings among the top 3 to 5 in the world. No, Chen Feng was now ranked first. While Ma shouting had ascended from 4th to 3rd, they had evaded danger. But can anyone tell me if the mysterious item has appeared? Who has obtained the mysterious item? Let us not ask further. As no one has seen anything, we will have to wait for the system announcement once the death-level catastrophe concludes. Right. There's no use in hurrying. We can wait patiently. I am betting on Chen Feng. How I hope he has acquired the mysterious item. May my 1,000 survival points multiply to 10,000. Oh, I am no longer even curious about who might have obtained the mysterious item, or if anyone has it all. After all, I wagered on Planet Oma, and he is dead. My survival points are surely wasted. Don't blame others upstairs. You chose your own. Regret one T change anything. Alright, enough about the mysterious item. Does anyone know what peculiar events will unfold after this maritime storm catastrophe? Will mutated sea beasts re-emerge in the ocean? We have only just enjoyed 2 days of peace, and I dread further anxieties. Whether there are mutated sea beasts now remains uncertain, but fear not, for the days ahead will not be easy. Judging by the historical patterns of this maritime apocalypse game, we are likely to enter a countdown for a second catastrophe. As for what that catastrophe entails, we can only await the system announcement. Ugh. Why must you drag me back to reality? I was almost forgetting we are in an apocalypse. Sigh. I hope the next great catastrophe is mild. If it resembles this one, many lives will be lost. Originally, we started with 4 billion people, and now only 1.5 billion remain. Soon, humanity may face extinction. Regardless of what the second catastrophe entails, I only hope it either arrives swiftly or is indefinitely postponed. Father, mother, and my 4-year-old daughter, what will you do if you are transported to this world and I am not by your side? I nearly forgot. After the second catastrophe, the frail and elderly will be transported to this world. Goodness, for those who have not consumed enhancement potions, arriving in this world with their ordinary bodies would be akin to stepping into hell. I am genuinely worried. My 8-year-old son just started elementary school. At this moment, the livestream chat had shifted its focus away from Chen Feng and the others. Instead, participants in this rapidly timed channel began speculating on the forthcoming changes in the world. Aside from conjectures about the world, concerns arose regarding the frail individuals who would soon be transported post-second catastrophe. Of course, worrying now serves no purpose. All must wait until the second catastrophe concludes to address these matters. Unbeknownst to Chen Feng and the others, they were oblivious to the ongoing chat in the livestream. Currently, Chen Feng was true to his word, sharing the attributes of the red-quality dragon pearl he had acquired with his companions. In the group chat comprising Chen Feng, Ma Shouting, Zhou Lingrui, and Wang Ruashi, Ma Shouting's message revealed her disdain for the dragon pearl. Chen Feng could only smile wryly and shake his head. Yes, it is precisely this item. Regarding Ma Shouting's scorn, Chen Feng felt somewhat helpless, as it appeared that the dragon pearl indeed held little immediate value to Ma Shouting. If it serves such a trivial purpose, I wouldn't feel too heartbroken for not acquiring it. Zhou Lingrui, what if it's useless? At least it's a red-quality item, unique in the world, and it certainly looks splendid. It could even serve as a lamp in my room. Sparing Gina the need to recharge, Chen Feng, Wang Ruashi, I believe we should not underestimate this dragon pearl. Its indicated purpose is to unlock the underwater dragon palace, a red-quality key item. It implies that this dragon palace is extraordinary. This dragon palace may very well be pivotal to the future trajectory of the maritime game. With Chen Feng obtaining the Dragon Pearl, he is seizing an opportunity ahead of others. The name Dragon Palace suggests it is a treasure trove within the depths of the sea. Who knows what treasures it may harbor? Moreover, the Dragon Pearl's description states it will unlock its true abilities upon entering the Dragon Palace. So the powers of the Dragon Pearl may be astonishing indeed. Wang Ruoshi's analysis was quite insightful. Hearing her words, Chen Feng began to reconsider. A red quality item could not merely serve as a lamp. With Wang Ruoshi's reasoning, Zhou Lingrui, who was beside Chen Feng, nodded vigorously and then messaged in the group. Exactly. Wang Ruoshi is right. How could the Dragon Pearl be useless? It will surely have numerous applications in the future. Wang Ruoshi, I didn't expect you to be quite astute. I'm grateful for your assistance this time. From today onward, I shall cease to regard you as an adversary. We shall be friends, provided you do not covet my Chen Feng brother. Wang Ruoshi. Ma shouting, Chen Feng is willing to join the official ranks, and you're trying to steal him. As for the Dragon Pearl, let us assume it has some value. After all, we don't even know where the Dragon Palace is. Zhou Lingrui, you're just jealous that my Chen Feng brother got the Dragon Pearl? Ma shouting, Zhou Lingrui, you little brat are quite impertinent. Chen Feng, later invite her to my ship. I'll train her like one of my soldiers. Chen Feng, all right, enough of the banter. Analyzing the Dragon Pearl's function now is futile. We must wait until the catastrophe concludes and see if the next catastrophe is related. Ma shouting and her companions had risked their lives to rescue Chen Feng, and both he and Zhou Lingrui found their fondness for her greatly increased. Their conversation had grown casual, even playful. Although Ma shouting possessed her own vessel and did not consider herself part of Chen Feng's crew, their relationship had blossomed into that of good friends, or perhaps cooperative partners. After all, they had originally occupied the same region. And once the catastrophe concluded and they returned to their areas, they would likely see each other as locations again, considered as allies. Chen Feng refrained from continuing the chat, opting instead to step onto the deck alone. Gazing at the unrelenting storm, he couldn't help but reflect that this catastrophe was finally drawing to a close. The past 10 days had kept him on edge. One moment of inattention could have led to his demise in the sea. With only a few hours left, tranquility would soon return to the waters. With a bit of time remaining, Chen Feng called over Ma shouting, instructing her to dock their sailboat alongside the cruise ship. As the two vessels came together, Chen Feng's deck was significantly larger than hers. Activating his ethereal energy shield, he ensured that rain could not penetrate, inviting Ma shouting, Wang Ruoshi, and the dozens of female soldiers from their sailboat to join him for a bonfire dinner amidst the tempest. On the expansive deck, the group busied themselves. Some set up the bonfire, others tended to the massive carcasses of sea beasts, while yet others prepared seasonings. The cruise ship soon brimmed with the aroma of cooking, utterly devoid of the grim atmosphere one would expect in an apocalypse. After a brief period of bustling activity, Chen Feng and the others began their meal. Have you ever tasted king crab legs the length of several meters? Or sardines larger than a person? Or squid tentacles measuring 3 meters long? The sight of the abundant, massive ingredients prepared from the sea creatures was nothing short of spectacular. In addition to these delectable dishes, Chen Feng was not stingy with his friends, presenting some special food he had acquired, such as luncheon meat, bread, tomatoes, and corn on the cob. With dozens of people collaborating, the food was swiftly prepared, and with the ample seasonings. These dishes not only appeared irresistibly tempting, but also tantalized their taste buds. As they gazed at the spread, everyone awaited the commands of Chen Feng and Ma shouting. Without their cues, the female soldiers dared not indulge recklessly. Eat as you please. Tonight's feast and revelry are all courtesy of the esteemed Chen Feng. Ma shouting beamed with a smile, gesturing with her delicate hand to signal the gathering to commence. Chen Feng, with a serene smile, did not dwell on the matter. Instead, he fetched a copious supply of huiyuan fruit juice and vinda napkins from the storeroom. One could deem this a rare celebration. These exquisite items ignited a wave of excitement among the numerous female soldiers, who were accustomed to seafood and the absence of napkins, as they chattered animatedly, their faces alight with joy. These female soldiers are human, and indeed women, and when not confronted with the horrors of natural disasters, they too possess their own inherent nature. A shouting, regarding her somewhat disheveled subordinates, merely smiled gently, refraining from harsh reprimands, as she herself was busy gnawing on a crab leg larger than her own hand. The crowd began to snatch their food, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhou Lingrui and Ma, shouting, seemed to be in a competitive spirit, one clutching a crab leg while the other tugged at squid tentacles. Their eyes locked in a playful contest to see who could eat faster. Gina and Wang Ruoshi maintained a slightly more refined demeanor, yet their speed was commendable. The female soldiers, with hearty appetites, continued to feast, unable to pause. Feeling the jubilant ambience aboard the ship, the chubby creature emerged from the sea, its massive head gazing longingly at the abundant food on the deck, eyes filled with desire. However, noticing that Chen Feng appeared inactive, it looked at him with a pitiful expression, akin to a hungry puppy begging for scraps. All right, I haven't forgotten you." Chen Feng chuckled, patting the eager creature, and retrieved dozens of sardines, nearly the size of a person, pouring them into its waiting mouth. Though these sardines were unprocessed, the chubby creature relished them nonetheless. He tossed it over a dozen ethereal energy crystals, intending for it to savor the moment, uncertain of how many it would require to level up. After feeding the creature, Chen Feng joined the dinner festivities. Turning back, he was taken aback. What was this? Ma shouting seemed to be outpaced by Zhou Lingrui, who had activated the spirit of the pufferfish, transforming into a formidable figure, devouring her food at an astonishing speed, much to Zhou Lingrui's chagrin as she accused her of cheating. The food dwindled. Chen Feng dared not linger. He hastily consumed his share, aware that it would soon be gone. The live stream still attracted numerous viewers, and at that moment, Chen Feng leading the female soldiers in a bonfire dinner evoked a wave of envy, prompting many to lament, "What is this scene? Dining by a bonfire with dozens of women. Am I seeing things? A cruise ship, the ocean, a bonfire, beauties, and dozens of them. Why must we face natural disasters while he enjoys a vacation? Is this a mistake? I can't stand it. When Chen Feng returns, I shall have my revenge. Move aside. Dealing with Chen Feng is a task I shall undertake. Oh, but you all should first consider how to tackle that 80-meter giant shark. Not to mention his cannon. I was merely jesting. Why do you lack a sense of humor?" Precisely. Before long, the bonfire dinner concluded, and Ma shouting, along with her fellow soldiers, reluctantly returned to their sailboat, with only a few minutes remaining before the disaster ended. They knew that if they did not return to their vessel, who could say where they might be transported? Chen Feng. "Once we return to our original area, be sure to come find us." Ma shouting waved at him as she turned to enter the control room. Wang Ruoshi smiled quietly, saying nothing. Meanwhile, the female soldiers, whose appetites had been whetted by Chen Feng's offerings, waved their adorable hands to bid him farewell. "Chen Feng, dear leader, do come and play with us. You are soldiers. Do you hear how that sounds?" Oh, I must be more serious. Make sure to say it like this. "Chen Feng, dear leader, next time, remember to invite me." Chen Feng looked upon these charming soldiers, unable to suppress a smile. Returning to their original domain, the sea was vast, and encountering them again would not be an easy feat. That moment, he felt a twinge of reluctance. He waved goodbye to them. Surviving players of the death difficulty. The maritime storm disaster is about to conclude. Please return to your vessels as teleportation will commence shortly. If you possess pets, ensure they remain close to the vessel, or they will be left behind. Teleport countdown. 9, 1. The familiar white light enveloped the vessel, and Chen Feng had already ensured that the chubby creature was snug against the cruise ship. The vessel ascended once more, a sensation of weightlessness washing over them, followed by a swift descent, culminating in a resounding thud as it met the surface of the sea. The white light faded, and Ma shouting and her companions vanished, replaced by the newly risen morning sun, a tranquil sea, and an infinitely azure sky. Everything was so serene. Chapter 166. Rewards of the disaster upon returning to the ocean surface. A gentle sea breeze caressed his face, the storm nowhere in sight. Chen Feng, accompanied by the two women, stepped onto the deck, where everything felt warm and comfortable, instantly refreshing their spirits. Survival points updated. 451818647233165. Daily rewards for world ranking. Space Gem 10. Daily rewards for regional ranking. Copper block 100 suddenly. A daily notification from the system rang in Chen Feng's ears, announcing the arrival of survival points and daily rewards from both rankings. Following the disappearance of the daily update, another alert followed. Congratulations to all surviving players. You have successfully weathered the first major disaster, the maritime storm. First, we announced the final completion of the search task for the death difficulty disaster. The mysterious item Dragon Pearl has been obtained by player Chen Feng. The properties of this item are as follows. The death difficulty has concluded, and the temporary livestream function is now closed. Special reminder. The function of the Dragon Pearl relates to the second disaster, so player Chen Feng is advised to handle it with care. The betting function is now dispersing payouts. Congratulations to those who bet on Chen Feng. Survival points will be credited shortly. Additionally, rewards for all difficulty levels of the disaster will also be issued to player storage soon. If your storage is full, it will temporarily overflow. After withdrawal, the storage capacity will remain unchanged, so please check accordingly. The first disaster has officially concluded, and the second disaster is on the horizon. Before it begins, players will have a 3-day grace period to adjust. After 3 days, the system will update again, at which time details regarding the second major disaster will be released. With the conclusion of the first disaster, the system will no longer provide various beginner benefits. From now on, the storage function will be somewhat restricted. Only identical items can be stacked, with a limit of 100 units per item. Single items weighing between 1 ton and 100 tons will occupy one item slot, while items exceeding 100 tons cannot be collected. Food items stored in the warehouse can now maintain freshness, but this will not last indefinitely. In addition to the warehouse, the trading function has been updated. From now on, trades will incur a handling fee, charged in survival points. Each transaction, regardless of value, will incur a fee of 100 survival points, and auction listings will also incur a fee of 200 survival points. Furthermore, players' survival points can now be freely traded. We hope players will utilize survival points as currency. This concludes the announcement. 3 days later, the next update will occur, and during these 3 days, the ocean will pose no dangers. We encourage players to enjoy this leisurely time. As this announcement concluded, a plethora of information was presented. Chen Feng was particularly taken aback that the system revealed the properties of the Dragon Pearl he had acquired. While it made sense to announce the recipient, he wondered why the attributes were also disclosed, shaking his head, suspecting it was crucial for the upcoming second disaster. Subsequently, the payouts for bets began, and many players who had wagered on Chen Feng received their survival points. Those who had placed bets on Chen Feng were ecstatic, and with the live stream closed, they flooded the world chat with messages of their joy. Simultaneously, Chen Feng received countless private messages, but he closed the game interface, hesitant to open them. Chen Feng was indifferent to their reactions. His primary concern was the rewards following the disaster's conclusion, particularly those from the death difficulty, which were quite substantial. Upon opening his storage, he found no rewards yet, recalling that the system had mentioned they would be issued shortly, so he decided to wait. Taking this opportunity, Chen Feng contemplated the system's announcement. The changes to the warehouse were not overly significant, but the diminished freshness feature was not good news for him, considering he had several hundred tons of sea beast meat. If it spoiled, it would be disastrous. Additionally, it would no longer be possible to store vehicles in the warehouse. Thus, selling the sea beast meat quickly became a priority. It was better to trade it for something else than to let it rot. Speaking of trading, Chen Feng recalled the changes to the trading function. Now, transactions would incur handling fees, and given that survival points were already scarce, he sighed, realizing he would need to be frugal when purchasing items in the store. Thankfully, players could now trade survival points, which was a positive change. Otherwise, players without vehicles would accumulate points without any means to spend them, rendering them useless. Now, survival points could serve as a valuable currency, and although trading would incur a fee, it was better than letting them languish unused. Zhou Lingrui also possessed several thousand survival points, which would come in handy later. In addition to these, the announcement concluded by stating that the countdown to the next disaster would commence 3 days later, and that there was no immediate danger during this period, which can certainly be regarded as good news for all surviving players. This moment, the world chat buzzed with excitement. Wow, there is so much in the system announcement. I am a bit overwhelmed. It's Chen Feng. I knew it was him. He obtained a mysterious item, and my bet of 1,000 survival points has instantly transformed into 10,000. Ha! The person above me is even better. My bet of 3,000 has turned into 30,000. I won the most? Ha! Those who bet on Planoma, Albert, Kuwaitianalia, and Jinjian, come out and speak up? Ha! Yes, those who said Huaxiao was incapable, open your eyes wide and see. Which country does the one who obtained the red quality Dragon Ball, Chen Feng, belong to? Who is currently ranked first in the world leaderboard? Which country is he from? You all are just old DGs. By the way, isn't anyone concerned about the Dragon Ball Chen Feng obtained? The system stated that this Dragon Ball is the key to unlocking the Deep Sea Dragon Palace. What on earth is that? I speculate that the Deep Sea Dragon Palace might be a region in the depths of the ocean, and the next disaster could be related to such areas, with only Chen Feng possessing the key to the Deep Sea Dragon Palace. In the upcoming disaster, Chen Feng will undoubtedly be a pivotal figure. Ah, Chen Feng, great master, please take me with you, please. I'm in the same region as you. Can I board your ship? A bed will do. I am beautiful, robust, and well-rounded. I can bear children and farm. I wonder why the system decided to activate the betting feature. Most people must have bet on Chen Feng, right? The odds set by the system are certainly a guaranteed loss, which has led to a significant influx of survival points among players. Now that survival points can be traded, we no longer need to barter with goods. We can simply purchase what we want directly with survival points. Exactly, regarding the survival point quantity determining item value, it may be quite unstable for now, but it should gradually stabilize in the future. Has everyone received their rewards after surviving the disaster? The rewards have been distributed. Haha, I faced the disaster on normal difficulty, and I've already received a bronze chest, space gems, and hourglasses in my warehouse. Wow, have they been distributed? I'd better check quickly, woo-woo. I chose the difficult mode. And all I got was a silver chest, 10 space gems, 20 hourglasses, and 4 ethereal crystals. I'm so unfortunate. Look at mine. Help difficulty. 1 golden chest, 20 space gems, 30 hourglasses, and 20 ethereal crystals. Ha, with these hourglasses. My sailboat is about to be upgraded to a cruise ship. While you all are flaunting your rewards, I, with only a black iron chest, feel utterly outclassed. How terrifying. At this moment, Chen Feng was also examining his warehouse, where the disaster rewards had just been deposited. Death difficulty disaster rewards. 3 golden chests, 60 space gems, 90 hourglasses, and 60 ethereal crystals. Space gems, which can expand warehouse capacity, should be used directly, so he quickly consumed 70 space gems, coupled with the 10 received from the leaderboard rewards, bringing his warehouse item count to a staggering 150.as for the 60 ethereal crystals. Chen Feng was indifferent since he already had plenty. He didn't even have time to count the exact quantity, but 90 hourglasses, that equates to a reduction of 9,000 hours in upgrade time. Chen Feng's cruise ship had been stuck at level 21 for quite some time, and with these hourglasses, he could reach new heights. However, there was no urgency to upgrade just yet. He still had 3 golden chests waiting to be opened. First, he decided to examine the attributes of the golden chests. Golden chest, 3 description, 99 probability of yielding precious materials or a substantial number of white, blue, or purple items. 1 probability of yielding orange quality items. Evaluation. Wow, legendary, upon seeing the attributes of the golden chests. Chen Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The description of these golden chests truly made him want to laugh joyously, although he had anticipated that the golden chests might yield orange quality items. Witnessing their attributes firsthand still sent shivers of excitement through him to a 1 chance of receiving an orange quality item. With the luck of European Emperor, it's surely 100. That means 3 golden chests would yield 3 orange quality items. Thinking of this made Chen Feng want to contact Ma, shouting immediately, asking her to hold on to the chests. As they cannot be traded online, he would open them when he found her. However, that was merely a thought. Aside from whether Ma shouting would agree and endure until he found her, if he were to open the chests at that time, he might only obtain 1 type of item due to the probability, which he could hardly explain. Moreover, even if they were very familiar, it would be impossible to conceal this process from her. Chen Feng shook his head, suppressing that notion. He must not reveal his luck as a European emperor. No longer indulging in wild thoughts, Chen Feng hurriedly brought the golden chest to the cabin, not allowing Zhou Lingrui to enter. The blocked Zhou Lingrui pouted in frustration, claiming she wouldn't grant Chen Feng any favors that night. Chen Feng paid her no mind, finding a flat and somewhat spacious area. Hoping to avoid being crushed by the chest's contents later, he decided to open all 3 chests at once. Chen Feng clicked to open, each chest requiring 1 minute to unlock, and a 3-minute countdown began. Although he knew he would definitely get orange quality items, he was still quite anxious to find out what they would be, making the 3 minutes feel exceedingly long. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As Chen Feng counted down in anticipation, the 3 golden chests suddenly opened, releasing a cascade of various items that scattered across the floor. Among them were 3 objects that appeared to gleam with golden light, instantly transforming Chen Feng's eyes into sparkling stars. Chapter 167. 3 orange-quality items. Chen Feng gazed at the multitude of items strewn about, excitement causing him to salivate, ignoring the other chaotic items. He quickly picked up the 3 shimmering orange objects to examine them. The first was a short, thick black cylindrical object, palm-sized, resembling the previously obtained ethereal energy cannon and propeller, likely a miniature model designed to be mounted on a vehicle. The other 2 orange items were cards. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Feng began to inspect their attributes one by one. Azure Ring, true form of the sea serpent, orange. Description, skill card. Upon use, it grants the unique ability to temporarily transform the human body into that of a sea serpent, possessing the attacking characteristics of the Azure Ring sea serpent, in addition to the formidable physique of the sea beast. It also possesses a special ability, blinding venom spray, which upon hitting a living being can blind it for 20 seconds. The higher the enemy's level, the shorter the duration. Daily skill usage. 1-1. Each use lasts for 5 minutes. Note: it is advisable to use a level 3 enhancement potion before using transformation skills. Using it recklessly at level 2 will cause internal injuries that cannot be healed with red potions. Orange quality skills require a level 2 blue potion to replenish usage. Evaluation. After transforming into the Azure Ring Sea Serpent, will you change your name to Little Qing? This is an orange quality skill card. Upon seeing the first orange item, Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement. This skill card allowed for transformation. He recalled Planoma's skill that transformed the human body into a creature resembling an octopus. Although somewhat grotesque, it was undeniable that after transformation, his power significantly increased, enhancing both physical strength and skill effectiveness by more than 1 tier. Such transformation skills are truly extraordinary means of temporarily boosting one's power. The Azure Ring, true form of the sea serpent, as the description indicates, not only offers physical attack capabilities, but also a venomous attack. As long as it strikes a living being, it blinds for 20 seconds. How powerful! Despite the internal damage it may cause to a level 2 enhancer, it is undoubtedly an excellent means of self-preservation. Setting it aside for now, Chen Feng continued to check if the second orange card was also a skill card. Flash, orange. Description, skill card. Upon use, it grants the ability to perform a short-range instant teleportation of 10 meters, with daily skill usage. 2.2. Note: during teleportation, the distance cannot be altered, and there can be no impassable objects in between. Otherwise, teleportation will fail. Orange quality skills require a level 2 blue potion to replenish usage. Evaluation. Hey, can't catch me. I have Flash. Once again, another orange skill card. Chen Feng was at a loss for words to express his joy. This skill allows him to teleport up to 10 meters away. Although it may not seem particularly powerful and has many limitations, one should not underestimate this skill. Chen Feng knew very well that had he possessed this skill underwater, he could have easily appeared behind Planoma for a surprise attack, which would have been impossible for her to evade. Moreover, this teleportation skill could also be used to dodge fatal attacks. With 2 uses daily and the availability of recovery options after reaching level 4 in the shop, one could say that the teleportation skill is simply a divine technique for combat. Think he had obtained 2 orange quality skill cards at once. Chen Feng could confidently say that his future individual strength would not fall short compared to others. Now he turned his gaze to the last orange item. Stupefying sonar, orange. Description: consumes ethereal energy for area attacks, capable of locating and launching sonic assaults on life forms within a 500-meter radius. Effect range of 50 square meters. With no resistance possible within this range, thereby reducing the speed of the targeted life forms by 1/10. Additionally, there is a 20 chance to trigger a corrosive effect, impairing the biological functions of the targeted life forms, reducing their overall attributes, strength, agility, skill power, by 1/10 with a duration of 15 seconds. Note: requires installation on a vehicle for use and is only effective against marine life. 0.010 charges. With each attack consuming 1 charge. Evaluation: a formidable control weapon. The third orange item is a ship-mounted weapon. Chen Feng gazed at its attributes for a moment, deep in thought. This weapon must possess a remarkable degree of power. Previously, Ma Xiaoting's stunning torpedo launcher was a weapon with a strong control effect, capable of forcibly stunning all life forms within a certain marine area. When Chen Feng first saw its attributes, he kept his thoughts to himself, yet he was undeniably intrigued by such potent control weapons. Now, having acquired a powerful control weapon himself, Chen Feng's face lit up with joy. The stupefying sonar boasts a significant attack range of 500 meters, far surpassing Ma Xiaoting's torpedo launcher. Furthermore, within its effective range, this sonar attack is uncounterable. Thus, anyone within 500 meters is easily targeted within the 50 square meter attack zone. The sonar is inherently a form of area attack, capable of impacting multiple foes simultaneously, which is even more formidable than the 100 hit rate provided by Chen Feng's goggles. Some attacks may hit, yet be blocked, rendering them ineffective. The sonar's enforced speed reduction of 1/10 cannot be evaded. Additionally, there exists a probabilistic effect with a 20 chance to trigger corrosion, which diminishes the enemy's overall attributes, such as physical functions and strength. Once hit 10 times, the enemy would be rendered utterly immobile, akin to being incapacitated. If enhanced, the attributes could potentially double. Install it. Chen Feng promptly clicked to install. Such a divine artifact could never be excessive. The black cylindrical model sword from Chen Feng's grasp, seamlessly merging into the hull of the luxury yacht. Stupefying sonar installation in progress. The attack mechanism will be positioned beneath the ship, while the control device will manifest in the control room. 5 minutes remaining for installation. The system provided a brief prompt regarding the operation of this weapon, indicating that it could be managed conveniently from the control room. Once installed, he would take a closer look. Chen Feng then picked up 2 orange skill cards. Such powerful skills surely could not be left to gather dust in the warehouse, and he naturally used them. He clicked to utilize the blue ring true form of the sea serpent. Friendly reminder: orange quality and above skill cards can only have 1 card of each quality learned at you wish to confirm learning blue ring true form of the sea serpent? Once learned, no other orange skill cards may be acquired. Just as Chen Feng was about to proceed with the learning, a notification caught his attention. Orange quality skill cards indeed have a quantity limitation. If higher quality skill cards were to appear in the future, could only one of each quality be learned? Contemplating this, Chen Feng found himself in a quandary that if he could only learn one, which would be more advantageous, the blink or the true form of the sea serpent? After much deliberation, Chen Feng ultimately decided against learning the orange skill card for now. After all, he had just joined the official ranks. And when Lu Xiaoping contacted him later, he could inquire if there were any updates on skill information. Surely, Ma Xiaoting had informed him about the Pranama Octopus true form skill. The official faction is powerful, and their analysis of such orange skills would undoubtedly be more thorough than his own. Chapter 168. Another Fishman's Summoning card. As the stupefying sonar was being installed, Chen Feng stored the 2 orange skill cards and turned his attention to the other items scattered on the floor. The other treasures emerging from the golden chest were substantial in quality rather than quantity. There were not many additional items, just 3 cards with unknown attributes, 10 small bottles filled with unknown liquid, and 3 dark iron lumps. Chen Feng first examined the small bottles. These transparent containers held a black liquid, similar in size to red potions. Observing the attributes: invisibility potion, blue. 10 description: when evenly applied to the surface of the body, it grants invisibility for 3 minutes. Evaluation: An invisibility potion. This is a splendid item. The utility of this potion is akin to Wang Ruoshi's underwater invisibility. It might not be immediately useful, so I shall store it in the warehouse for now. Next, he inspected the 3 dark iron lumps. High explosive grenade, purple, 3 description. Pulling the grenade's pin will cause it to explode after 5 seconds, with a kill radius of 10 meters, powerful enough to eliminate a level 2 enhancer. Evaluation. This item is quite dangerous. Best to throw it quickly. To encounter grenades, such modern weaponry, was a surprise for Chen Feng, with a 10-meter attack range and the ability to annihilate a level 2 enhancer. It should significantly exceed the power of Chen Feng's own skills, making it a rather formidable weapon, albeit with only 3 available. Finally, he turned to the 3 cards. Summoning card, blue, 3 description, Fishman clan card. Upon use, allows the random summoning of a single, absolutely loyal low-level Fishman warrior to fight for you, with a 1 chance to trigger an upgrade, changing it to a mid-level Fishman warrior. Usage, 1-1 evaluation, a Fishman warrior. What part of this Fishman retains its humanity? Gazing at this item, Chen Feng could hardly contain his excitement. He had once again encountered a summoning card, and this time, it was 3 of them. The last time he obtained a summoning card was on Treasure Island, where it had enabled him to summon Gina. This type of item is exceptionally powerful, akin to the beast-taming scroll he used on Little Fatty. Despite the lower color quality, it is undoubtedly rare. Subsequently, Chen Feng had sought to acquire such cards and scrolls through trading, yet those who obtained them would typically use them immediately rather than sell them. Leaving Chen Feng unsuccessful in his search for quite some time, to his astonishment, he now found 3 from the golden chest. Aside from these items, there was nothing else in the golden chest. He stored the empty chests in the warehouse, converting them into 6 units of gold. This metal should be preserved, as it might be needed for future vehicle upgrades, carrying the 3 Fishmen summoning cards. Chen Feng exited the cabin. Upon emerging, he noticed Zhou Lingrui eavesdropping at the door, tried to act nonchalant as she hurriedly walked away upon seeing Chen Feng. Enough of the spying. I've opened all my chests. Come here, called Gina over. I have some new companions to introduce to you. Chen Feng flashed a mysterious smile at Zhou Lingrui before leading the way onto the spacious deck outside the control room. New companions? In this vast ocean, I can't see a single shadow. Where did you find these new companions, besides? Do you need my permission to find new companions? Have you set your sights on some woman? You scoundrel! Is Gina not enough for you? Zhou Lingrui was initially perplexed, but then, as if she had discovered new territory, her expression turned a shade of annoyance. Gina, come out. Your master has found new love. Zhou Lingrui, filled with resentment, followed Chen Feng with a bewildered Gina in tow. Meanwhile, Little Fatty was sunbathing on his back in the water, raising his eyes curiously at the commotion on the boat, wearing an expression of intrigue, as if he were a bystander witnessing the unfolding drama. What are you thinking? Your mind is filled with lemons. Always overthinking. Chen Feng playfully flicked Zhou Lingrui on the forehead. Hearing Chen Feng's explanation, Zhou Lingrui realized her misunderstanding and began to play along, dramatically feigning immense pain in a rather endearing manner. All right, stop pretending. I summoned you out to show you the Fishman warriors I will summon shortly. Chen Feng explained with a smile. Fishman warriors? Both Zhou Lingrui and Gina were astonished. After their surprise, Zhou Lingrui quickly inquired, are they Fishman warriors like Gina? Mid-level fishmen, right? Yes. Are they male or female? I don't know. Will there be any parts of their bodies that resemble actual fish? Mid-level fishmen certainly will. I hope it's a male fishman, one that's ugly and old. Otherwise, you won't escape from your clutches. Chen Feng shook his head with a chuckle, disregarding Zhou Lingrui's rambling, and began the summoning. Summon, 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 detected use of a probabilistic item, modifying probability to 100, resulting in a 100 chance to summon mid-level fishmen. Utilizing all 3 summoning cards simultaneously, they transformed into 3 beams of white light. Materializing before Chen Feng, as the white light gradually dissipated, 3 figures emerged. Honorable Master, the mid-level octopus person, Mimi, is willing to fight for you. Honorable Master, the mid-level turtle person, Fatty, is willing to fight for you. Honorable Master, the mid-level jellyfish person, Lele, is willing to fight for you. With their resounding voices, Chen Feng finally discerned their appearances. The first, a mid-level octopus person named Mimi, bore a striking resemblance to the octopus that had pursued him on Treasure Island. With 8 2-meter-long tentacles crawling on the ground and an upper body resembling a voluptuous woman, she was completely unclothed and currently bent over in a bow towards Chen Feng, prompting Zhou Lingrui to roll her eyes and hurriedly toss her a piece of clothing. The intermediate sea turtle man, known as Fizai, despite his hefty name, resembles a diminutive old man, with limbs akin to those of a human. However, he is adorned with a massive turtle shell that envelopes his body. Reminiscent of a ninja turtle, the intermediate jellyfish merman, named Lele, appears as an unremarkable young man, his lower half consisting of numerous slender, soft tentacles, while his waist is draped in a pink, skirt-like flesh pad. At this moment, the 3 mermen regard Chen Feng with solemn expressions, awaiting his command. They converse in the merman tongue, but fortunately, Chen Feng is able to comprehend their speech. The intermediate merman possesses a strength level of 2, placing him on par with Chen Feng. Each merman possesses a unique special ability. Remembering this, Chen Feng hastily retrieved a long-forgotten item from his storage, a merman compendium. He aimed the compendium at them, scrutinizing their attributes one by one. First up was Mimi. Intermediate octopus man, ability, possesses exceptionally agile lower limbs and can expel ink with a potent adhesive quality. Weakness, a type of soft-bodied fish man. His physique is exceedingly fragile, with low defensive capabilities. Intermediate sea turtle man, ability. His most notable trait is his thick skin and robust physique. In battle, he can temporarily amplify his body tenfold. His rock-solid form serves as an impenetrable shield. Weakness. His movement speed is sluggish, and, at times, he can be overly straightforward, lacking flexibility in his thinking. Intermediate jellyfish merman ability, a rather average merman with limited combat prowess, yet possesses commendable healing abilities. His numerous soft tentacles can secrete a healing slime, allowing him to touch wounds with dexterity during battle, providing a degree of healing. Weakness, poor self-defense capabilities, and a slow disposition, with a lengthy cooldown period for healing skills. The information of the 3 mermen materialized before Chen Feng in the merman compendium. He nodded, acknowledging the distinctive capabilities of these 3 mermen. In simpler terms, the intermediate octopus man Mimi functions as a close combat ink shooter. The intermediate sea turtle man Fizai acts as a sturdy tank, and the intermediate jellyfish merman serves as a healer with a lengthy cooldown for his abilities. Overall, they are quite impressive. Chen Feng had already discerned their level from his personal attributes. They were all level 2, just like him. However, as mermen, they had no limitations on the usage of their basic skills, allowing them to execute abilities without the need for potions, a significant advantage compared to Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui, who could only use their skills 3 times a day. You 3, from now on, follow Gina. She is a high-ranking merman, and apart from me, you shall heed her commands. Having grasped the characteristics of the 3 mermen, Chen Feng wished to delegate responsibility and allow them to accompany Gina, planning to address combat matters when the time arose. Yes, Master, we shall comply with Lady Gina's instructions. The 3 responded in unison. Mermen. They exhibited no emotions, solely understanding the command to obey. Turning to Gina, Chen Feng cautioned, I entrust these 3 mermen to you. Familiarize them with the ship and help them learn Chinese as quickly as possible. At least they should be able to understand it. Constantly speaking in a merman language is quite cumbersome. Yes, Master, Gina replied with a nod, then waved her hand at the 3, her demeanor exuding authority. You 3, follow me and become acquainted with the ship's environment, and we shall begin learning Chinese pinyin. Chen Feng was astonished. Gina could even teach Chinese pinyin. Yes, they chorused. The imposing presence of a high-ranking merman was undoubtedly intimidating to the intermediates, causing the 3 to break into a cold sweat, too afraid to breathe audibly. Watching the 3 mermen follow Gina, Chen Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. He had unexpectedly acquired 3 mermen, significantly enhancing his combat strength. If only he had materials like coral spirits, he might have been able to elevate them to high-ranking mermen that he planned to check the trade for potential acquisitions later. Chen Feng, I'm not concerned about the sea turtle and jellyfish merman. But what about the octopus man Mimi? You don't harbor any feelings for her, do you? Zhou Lingrui leaned closer to Chen Feng, wearing a knowing expression. What nonsense, MIA horse. So many types, Chen Feng exclaimed. Feigning indignation, go prepare lunch. With our growing numbers, you shall serve as the dedicated chef? Oh, Zhou Lingrui was dismissed, and Chen Feng fed his pet Xiaopeng before retreating to the cabin. There remained an important task to address, organizing supplies. Upon returning from the perilous seas of the death difficulty, Chen Feng's storage was still in disarray, and he had yet to count the items. The cabin was cluttered with various materials and supplies. Unlike his storage, which had quantity annotations, now he needed to categorize and clarify everything to prepare for further upgrades to the ship. After a strenuous half-day, drenched in sweat, Chen Feng finally compiled a comprehensive inventory list. Gazing upon the densely packed quantities of supplies, he felt a swell of satisfaction. He anticipated such a bountiful yield from a single venture into the calamity. Materials and supplies. Wood, 2571 plant fiber, 2487 iron ingots, 49210 copper ingots, 17562 heart of raft, 197 heart of sailboat, 4 silver ingots, 6 gold ingots, 6 ethereal crystals, 408 hourglasses, 93 space gem depleted, food and freshwater, sardine meat, approximately 100 tons sea turtle meat, approximately 200 tons red snapper meat, approximately 100 tons tuna meat, approximately 200 tons dolphin meat, approximately 100 tons canned luncheon meat, 340 GX 100 various flavored instant noodles, 200 corn seeds, 90 kilograms tomato seeds, 10 kilograms Huiyuan fruit juice, 25 LX 100 ice spring mineral water, 550 milliliters x 100 pulse drink, 600 milliliters x 100 Coke, 600 milliliters x 50 distilled fresh water, 500 L various quality items, white quality, trash 26 blue, farmland X5, goggles X5, radar X5, invisibility potion X10, diving suit X2 purple, alloy shock spear X5, refined iron bow, no arrows, stench orchid seeds, high explosive grenade X3, seawater separator X5 orange, ethereal cannon X5, ethereal shield X5, dull sonar, green ring sea serpent true form skill card, blink skill card potions, level 2 red potion, 20 level 1 blue potion. 80 of these represent the general inventory of Chen Feng. Some items were too scarce and of little use, so he didn't bother to remember them. Notably, the food supplies had reached a staggering 700 tons. Given the change in storage conditions, preservation was no longer feasible, prompting Chen Feng to expedite the disposal of excess food by selling it for survival points. Additionally, he intended to enhance some of his weapons, planning to upgrade a grenade and the dull sonar to level 5. With an ample supply of survival points, even Zhou Lingrui's points could be transferred to him. Without hesitation, Chen Feng extravagantly spent 10,000 survival points to purchase 10 level 1 enhancement scrolls, leaving him with 165 points. He then had Zhou Lingrui transfer all her 8,000 survival points, boosting his total to 165, and he decided to hold onto these points for the time being, with the help of his fortunate talent. All 10 enhancement scrolls were successfully utilized. Dull sonar, orange, level 5 description, consumes ethereal energy, a range attack capable of targeting life forms within a 1,000-meter radius with sonic wave attacks, effective range of 100 square meters, which cannot be resisted. That reduces the speed of affected life forms by 1/5, while also having a 40 chance to trigger a corrosive effect, damaging their bodily functions and reducing all attributes, strength, agility, skill, power, by 1/5 for 30 seconds. After 5 enhancements, its effects doubled. Chen Feng entered the control room, discovering a display screen adjacent to the helm, indicating the sonar's attack direction. Although large, it couldn't detect surrounding movements like a radar. It merely indicated the direction of attacks. In addition to the screen, the control panel featured an attack button, marked with a 3-second cooldown, indicating a relatively long attack interval. However, given its power, this was not a significant concern. Next, he examined the purple quality grenade. As a consumable item, he only enhanced one, considering the scrolls were too valuable to waste. High explosive grenade. Purple. Level 5 description. Pulling the grenade's pin will cause it to detonate after 5 seconds. With a lethal radius of 20 meters, capable of severely injuring Level 3 enhancers or Level 3 sea beasts, including mermen. Indeed, its lethality had escalated from eliminating Level 2 enhancers to severely injuring Level 3 ones, meaning it could now inflict significant damage on foes of Xiaopeng and genus caliber. In the future, should Chen Feng leave the ship without the ethereal cannon, he would no longer feel unprepared. With these tasks completed, Chen Feng turned his attention to the ship. Now that he had sufficient materials and 93 hourglasses, it was time for an upgrade. Chapter 170. Level 25 Grand Cruise Ship, recalling the ship's upgrade. It was still in the process of advancing from Level 21 to Level 22. Previously, due to a limited supply of hourglasses, Chen Feng had not rushed the upgrade. Now, with the calamity behind him and rewarded with 90 hourglasses, he had ample resources to elevate the ship several levels. The current cruise ship has ascended to Level 22, yet still requires an additional 50 days, equivalent to 1,200 hours, for its next upgrade. Chen Feng promptly employs 12 hourglasses to expedite the process. Cruise ship upgrade successful. Currently at Level 22, please review the ship's attributes. With the system's notification, Chen Feng eagerly examines the cruise ship's attributes and mutters to himself. I hope the materials needed for the next upgrade will be fewer. Small cruise ship, level 22 dimensions, 85, 26, 22m, draft, 7m, propulsion, propeller, purple, 100 kilometers per hour, cannot be enhanced energy, ethereal energy 1010. Each unit allows for 24 hours of navigation, no energy consumption when stationary weapons. Ethereal cannons 5, dull sonar 5 defense. Ethereal shield 5 upgrade requirements. Wood remaining 2571, needed 40. Plant fiber remaining 2487. Needed 40. Iron blocks remaining 49210, needed 2500. Copper blocks remaining 17562, needed 1000. Heart of the sailboat remaining 4, needed 1. Or heart of the raft remaining 197, needed 20. Evaluation. Well, the current cruise ship may be small, but it is well equipped. Firstly, regarding the ship's aesthetics, Chen Feng noted that the cruise ship had grown significantly, with an increase of 5 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and 2 meters in height. However, the continued lengthening of the vessel brought him little joy, as the maximum protective diameter of the ethereal shield was only 85 meters. Activating the shield now barely encompassed the ship itself. Should the cruise ship continue to upgrade and grow longer, the shield's coverage would become inadequate. Ceasing upgrades was not an option. Fortunately, the ship's metallic composition afforded it a degree of defense. Now, he only hoped to expedite the ship's upgrade to Level 30, thereby unlocking the Level 4 marketplace. At that point, he could purchase Level 2 enhancement scrolls to further fortify the ethereal shield, expanding its coverage. Upon reviewing the materials required for the next upgrade, Chen Feng observed that the increases in wood and plant fiber were almost negligible, and he had ample supplies of these resources in his warehouse. The demand for iron and copper blocks, however, had risen considerably. Thankfully, during the calamity, he had managed to acquire a substantial stock of materials from both Turtle Field and the warehouse of Pronoma, supplemented by his own purchases, which were currently sufficient. As for the heart of the sailboat and heart of the raft, which presented a choice for upgrade materials, the latter would diminish in utility over time, and thus he resolved to utilize it first. After reaching Level 22, the demand for this material remained constant at 20 units, which would be adequate for leveling up to 30 since the materials were ample. Chen Feng proceeded to select the upgrade option. Materials deducted, upgrading in progress. Estimated time for completion, 83 days, 8 hours. My goodness, the upgrade time has lengthened once more. Level 21 to 22 took 1,500 hours, while Level 22 to 23 requires 2,000 hours. Even with 93 hourglasses at my disposal, I am uncertain how many levels I can ascend. Regardless, he decided to upgrade until he either exhausted his materials or hourglasses. Cruise ship upgrade successful, currently at Level 23. Please review the ship's attributes. 2,000 hours later, using 20 hourglasses, the cruise ship instantly reached Level 23, leaving him with only 61 hourglasses remaining. The demand for iron and copper blocks had risen. But with sufficient materials, he continued to upgrade. Materials deducted, upgrading in progress. Estimated time for completion, 104 days. 2,500 hours later, consuming 25 more hourglasses, he was left with 36. Cruise ship upgrade successful. Currently at level 24. Please review the ship's attributes. Onward. This time, the required duration was 3,000 hours. Cruise ship upgrade successful. Currently at level 25, please review the ship's attributes. After this upgrade, Chen Feng found himself unable to proceed further. Although he possessed a considerable amount of materials, his hourglasses were once again insufficient, leaving him with just 6, while the upgrade time had escalated to 3,500 hours. This predicament left him somewhat speechless. The time required for upgrading vehicles was excessively lengthy, and without hourglasses, upgrades were virtually impossible. Waiting several dozen or even hundreds of days would surely lead to disaster when the next calamity struck. For now, he would remain at level 25, as the cruise ship had grown significantly in size that he observed the attributes of the level 25 cruise ship. Large cruise ship, level 25 dimensions, 100. 29, 28 m, draft, 10 m, propulsion, propeller, purple, 100 kilometers per hour, cannot be enhanced energy. Ethereal energy 1010. Each unit allows for 24 hours of navigation. No energy consumption when stationary weapons. Ethereal cannons 5. Dull sonar 5 defense. Ethereal shield 5 upgrade requirements. Wood remaining 1971, needed 320. Plant fiber remaining 1887, needed 320. Iron blocks remaining 40210, needed 4000. Copper blocks remaining 13962, needed 1600. Heart of the sailboat remaining 4, needed 1. Or heart of the raft remaining 137, needed 20. Evaluation. At last, the cruise ship can truly be regarded as a haven of love. The ship's length has reached an impressive 100 meters. With the upper structure adorned in white, while the hull is a deep black, presenting a strikingly grand appearance from afar. However, it is likely that the ethereal shield may struggle to provide complete coverage when activated. Yet, such concerns are minor. Reaching level 25 brought Chen Feng immense satisfaction. His ability to swiftly elevate his vehicle to this level placed him far ahead of other players. As he pondered this, he suddenly recalled the leaderboard feature that allowed players to view each other's vehicle levels. Curiosity piqued, he hastily checked the levels of others' vessels. Following the calamity, many players had acquired hourglasses, undoubtedly accelerating their vehicle upgrades. Chen Feng was eager to see if Ma Xiaoting and the others had upgraded to cruise ships. Opening the world leaderboard, he noted, 1. Chen Feng, vehicle level 25.2. Ma Xiaoting, vehicle level 22.3. Sophie Bin, vehicle level 21.4. Jin Jian, vehicle level 21.5. Jin Sanjun, vehicle level 19. 18. Lu Xiupai, vehicle level 20. 98. Fan Jinxiang, vehicle level 19. The world leaderboard now displayed only the players' rankings and their respective vehicle levels. The details regarding calamity difficulty had vanished, suggesting that when the second calamity commenced, the leaderboard's information would also undergo changes. Chen Feng's level 25 vessel was evidently in a league of its own, followed by Ma Xiaoting, whose upgrade to level 22 surprised Chen Feng, though it wasn't entirely unexpected. Jin Jian, who had fled, had also surprisingly elevated her vessel to level 21, demonstrating her resilience. Lu Xiupai's ranking had surged from 72nd to 18th, a testament to his formidable strength, especially considering he operated from the official base. The hourglasses rewarded during the calamity would surely suffice for upgrades, but it was evident that Ma Xiaoting and the others were now lacking essential materials, particularly iron and copper blocks, which were notably scarce. Chen Feng had capitalized on the calamity, acquiring a significant amount of wood and plant fiber to trade for metals. Suddenly struck by inspiration, a smile crept across his face. With hourglasses in ample supply, it was time to procure more hourglasses through trading. Before making any purchases, Chen Feng decided to first observe the world chat to gauge what others were currently discussing. World chat, purchasing iron blocks, offering 10 survival points per unit. Bulk buyers preferred. Those who wish to haggle, kindly leave. Buying copper blocks, offering 15 survival points per unit. Private messages only. A transaction fee applies. minimum of 20 units. Front row selling wood, plant fiber, along with a small amount of iron and copper blocks, and 2 spatial gems priced at 5, 7, 13, 17, and 500 respectively. Interested parties, please DM. Wow. Ever since the Calamity rewards were distributed, everyone has stopped chatting and is frantically gathering materials. Is anyone still in the mood for idle chatter? Although their SA 3-day safety period, who knows what updates the game will bring afterward. Everyone has received plenty of rewards. Shouldn't they be focused on gathering materials to upgrade? Exactly. What else is there to discuss? Upgrading vehicles is the priority. Just look at the world leaderboard. That scoundrel Chen Feng has somehow managed to upgrade to level 25. I truly cannot comprehend it. The hourglasses are understandable, but where did he acquire so many iron and copper blocks? Don't tell me you're unaware. During the Calamity, Chen Feng exchanged wood and plant fiber for a massive amount of metal materials. At that time, most players were still using sailboats, and when damaged, they could only use wood and plant fiber for repairs. He essentially profited from the disaster. This man is truly cunning to the core. Wait, I genuinely didn't know. I had no idea he was so devious, exchanging low-cost materials for iron and copper blocks. How despicable. The two of you are utterly foolish. What do you mean, buy low value? No matter how low the value of an item, if demand is high, it will appreciate. Rarity begets value. Although Chen Feng managed to profit, the wood and plant fiber he sold saved countless individuals. You know, mindless keyboard warriors, you just spew nonsense. Indeed, if you had a large quantity of wood and plant fiber at that time, would you have sold it at a low price? Truly brainless. All right, enough of this. Let us focus on trading the materials we lack. Survival points are functioning as currency now, making things much easier that I'm selling 1 hourglass, as I don't need it for the time being. For 1,000 survival points, interested parties, please DM. I want it. Chen Feng observed the chat for a while. His vehicle had reached level 25, and he could not help but feel a tinge of jealousy. Some individuals were mindlessly berating him, but thankfully, there were those who stood up for Chen Feng. That, of course, he paid little heed to this information. His primary concern was the price of the hourglass. The global chat was abuzz with messages about the acquisition and sale of various materials, and the hourglass was no exception. Upon seeing it for sale, Chen Feng promptly checked the price in the trade section by searching for the keyword hourglass. The quantity available was not extensive, numbering about 20, each listed by different players. Some offered 1 or 2, while others had 3 or 4 that after survival points became the currency. The prices of these hourglasses were marked in survival points. And Chen Feng shook his head in disbelief. The price of the hourglass was indeed steep. On average, each was priced around 1,100 survival points, with some exorbitantly reaching 2,000 survival points. With only 21,165 survival points to his name, he could purchase approximately 20 of these hourglasses at most. This pricing was, for the time being, hard to accept. Rather than making a hasty purchase, Chen Feng decided to post a message in trade, offering to buy hourglasses at 900 survival points while simultaneously selling various sea beast meats. After completing this, he received a private message from Ma shouting, "Chen Feng, you're so fast." The message left Chen Feng somewhat speechless. But he understood that Ma shouting must be astonished by his rapid vehicle upgrade. He quickly typed back, "Can you be a bit more serious in your private messages? After all, you are a general." He just teasing you. By the way, we've only been apart for half a day, and you've already leveled your cruiser to 25. That is incredibly fast. I just reached level 22, and I'm running low on metal materials. Do you have any extra to sell me? I do have some metal materials, but I estimate I'll need them all to reach level 30, so I can't sell any for now. But since you can't use the hourglass at the moment, why not sell some to me? I want to sell. Hourglasses are scarce, and once used, they will only become more limited if I sell you some now. Where will I find more later? No way. Chen Feng smirked. This little girl was quite astute. Since Ma shouting was unwilling to sell, he decided to hurry and purchase some in the trade instead. Ending the conversation. Wait, there's one more thing I wanted to tell you. You promised to officially join the organization, right? I've already contacted Lu Xiaoping, and he will reach out to you shortly to discuss some matters. Be prepared. All right, I understand. By the way, have you opened your golden treasure chests? Did you get any orange items? I've been so unlucky, opening 3 chests without a single orange item. I SNT the one chance for an orange item too low. Oh, about the golden treasure chests and orange items. I actually got one. What? You got one. Your luck is too good. How many did you open? What did you get? I want to tell you what it is. But I'll share the number. 3. You stingy person. 3 oranges? That's not too bad. What? 3. Ah, Chen Feng, I'm coming to find you, and I'll snatch them from you. Chen Feng closed the private message. Finding Ma Xiaoting's jealous outburst rather amusing to AS for a threat to come and snatch from him, he dismissed it, confident it was merely playful banter. However, her words reminded him that he was currently in a 3-day respite, during which no danger would arise, as everyone would be occupied with upgrading their vehicles. The hourglass, being a unique item, would diminish with use. He needed to acquire a batch as swiftly as possible. If, in a couple of days, the market was devoid of hourglasses, Chen Feng would find himself in a predicament. The last time his vehicle reached level 20, Ma Xiaoting had beaten him to it, leaving him without any rewards. The 2 orange items Ma Xiaoting had were likely the rewards for reaching level 21st, either the ether submersible or the stun torpedo launcher, both of which left Chen Feng envious. The first vehicle to reach level 30 would likely reward a red quality item, and this time, Chen Feng was determined not to let anyone steal the spotlight, with his survival points being limited. Relying solely on them to acquire hourglasses would yield only a meager amount. Therefore, he had to quickly liquidate some of his temporarily unused resources, and the hundreds of tons of sea beast meat were the most suitable commodity. After all, excess meat would not remain fresh indefinitely in storage. It was better to sell it sooner rather than later. Chapter 172. The agreement with Lu Xiaoping Chen Feng was in the process of listing the sea beast meat in the auction, when another private message caught his attention. It was from Lu Xiaoping, the person Ma Xiaoting had just mentioned. Chen Feng had added him as a friend prior to the onset of the calamity, and Lu Xiaoping must have reached out following Ma Xiaoting's news. Hello, Chen Feng. I hear you've agreed to officially join the organization. Chen Feng quickly replied, Mr. Lu, indeed, I am very eager to join the official team. However, in this world, all humans are scattered across different areas, and we seldom have any interaction. Even if I join the official team, I cannot reach your base. You need not worry, Chen Feng. Though you're not in the official area, it does not mean you cannot connect with the organization. Many members, like yourself, are dispersed in various regions, but we maintain communication through the trade function. Chen Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation and responded, I would like to hear more. Lu Xiaoping continued, once you join the official team, you will not have to do much. Instead, the organization will provide you with a platform for contribution. You can earn contribution points by submitting resources or weapon skills, which can then be exchanged for items or intelligence from our stockpile at significantly lower prices than those in the market. Such a benefit. Chen Feng's face lit up with a smile upon realizing that joining the official team meant access to an internal trading platform. With more members, the variety and quantity of items would surely be vast. And as Lu Xiaoping mentioned, prices would be comparatively cheaper, a tremendous boon indeed. The intelligence he had gathered from Ma Xiaoting corroborated this to AS for the contribution points obtained through resource submission. Chen Feng felt reassured. As Lu Xiaoping represented the official organization, unlike the unscrupulous Tang Yuqing. However, he was aware that there is no free lunch in this world, given the substantial benefits of joining the official team. Chen Feng doubted Lu Xiaoping would truly require nothing from him. Mr. Lu, having such an exchange platform is indeed a great benefit, but I cannot believe that joining the official team will require no effort on my part. Please be candid. Haha, since you're a perceptive individual, I shall speak plainly. Joining the official team does require some level of commitment. Although you're not currently in the official base area, you must agree that if a merge occurs and you happen to find yourself in the same region as the official base, you are obliged to report to the base and take on the responsibility of protecting it. Do you agree to this condition? Lu Xiaoping's stipulation was quite reasonable. After all, joining the official team necessitated prioritizing the protection of the official base. Chen Feng had no objections, as the likelihood of the merging was minuscule. No problem. I can agree to that. Good. The second and final condition is that after the second calamity concludes, I need you to do your utmost to protect the Chinese individuals who were transmitted to your region, specifically those who were delayed in their arrival due to the oceanic apocalypse system. Provide them with basic survival conditions to the best of your ability. Chen Feng was taken aback by this message. It was not the severity of the condition that shocked him, but rather the sudden wave of emotion he felt. He had not anticipated that even in this unknown world, the organization would not abandon their compatriots. Chen Feng fell silent for a moment, reflecting deeply. Noticing his prolonged silence, Lu Xiaoping assumed Chen Feng was reluctant and continued, "Of course, in this unknown world, laws no longer restrain anyone as the official organization. We merely hope to save as many of our compatriots as possible. If any among those transmitted choose to act ungratefully, you are free to decide whether to assist them." Mr. Lu, you misunderstand me. I am not unwilling. I simply did not expect the organization to still care for our compatriots, and I am merely a bit moved. No problem. After the second calamity, I will provide assistance within my means. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chen Feng acquiesced to this reasonable request. Excellent. With your word, I am at ease. Including you, there are 2 official members in your region, you and Ma Xiaoting. Now that you are in the same area, I hope you can support each other and face the challenges together. All right, Mr. Lu, I would like to inquire about the format of the materials submitted to the organization and the exchange platform. Could you please elaborate? Since all the requests have been agreed upon, Chen Feng certainly had to inquire about the benefits of joining the official organization. Naturally, allow me to briefly describe it for you. The items submitted will be assessed based on their current market value and converted into the corresponding number of contribution points. This value is determined by our professional official team, so you can rest assured. It can include food, fresh water, weapons, skills, special items, unique materials, or crucial intelligence, and so on. However, the variety of items currently available for exchange is not extensive. Apart from some intelligence summaries compiled by the officials, they are mostly materials. Notably, high-quality items, particularly purple items, are exceedingly rare on the official exchange platform, and there are none at all for orange items. However, there are quite a few materials and special supplies available that I will send you an updated list of the current exchange items shortly. The types of items available for internal exchange, with the numbers representing the unit price and contribution points, are as follows. Wood, for plant fiber, 6 iron block, 9 copper block, 12 space gem, 500 ethereal crystal, 100 hourglass, 800 heart of the sailing ship, 1,000 heart of the raft, 200. Information on mutated marine beasts, contributor. Ma Xiaoting 1,000. Information on orange skills, contributor. Ma Xiaoting 2,000. Chen Feng immediately began to browse through the numerous exchange items sent by Lu Xiaoping. Most were acceptable, but as he continued to scroll, he found it increasingly difficult to contain his excitement. The variety of items on the official exchange platform was truly abundant, aside from the absence of some purple and orange items. Almost everything Chen Feng had encountered before was available, especially the last few pieces of intelligence from other worlds. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. What Chen Feng desired most at that moment were the hourglasses and the orange skill report from Ma Xiaoting. After thorough research by the official professional team, there would surely be some valuable conclusions. Currently, Chen Feng possessed 2 orange skill cards, but as he could only learn one, he found himself in quite a dilemma. With the availability of the orange skill intelligence, he hoped to glean some insights from it. With that thought in mind, Chen Feng hurriedly inquired of Lu Xiaoping. Mr. Lu, I wonder if the official organization is interested in marine beast meat as a food supply. If so, how many survival points can be exchanged for each ton of this food supply? Yes, we do require marine beast meat. Moreover, the official base is quite large, with a substantial population, making food a constant necessity. However, due to recent changes in the warehouse, the supply of food items has increased significantly, leading to a reduction in value. Currently, each ton of marine beast meat can be exchanged for 100 contribution points. I wonder how much food you intend to submit, Brother Chen Feng? 100 contribution points. Overall, that's quite reasonable. When compared to survival points, the value of contribution points is certainly higher. Presently, a meal of marine beast meat is worth approximately 90 survival points, making the exchange for 100 contribution points a very advantageous deal. The benefits of the official contribution platform became evident, and Chen Feng's favorable impression of the organization significantly increased. He quickly replied to Lu Xiaoping, I have 700 tons of food. Let's exchange 500 tons for now to avoid spoilage. Lu Xiaoping. Chapter 173. Acquisition of hourglasses. Did you perhaps make an error, Brother Chen Feng? Are you certain you meant 500 tons? Not 50? Indeed. I confirm it is 500 tons. Lu Xiaoping was momentarily incredulous, but after sending that message, he seemed to realize something. He had watched the live broadcast, and although Chen Feng had not acquired many marine beast corpses since starting the live stream, Lu Xiaoping was aware of the weight of those corpses. Chen Feng's sale of such a large quantity of marine beast meat indirectly indicated just how many he had hunted and the difficulty of the cataclysm. Well, I didn't expect you to have such a substantial food reserve that if you wish to exchange it all for contribution points, unless our base's population has recently increased again, we might not be able to consume this much food. However, we can manage to take it. I will record 500 tons of marine beast meat as 50,000 contribution points for you. 50,000 contribution points. Splendid. Chen Feng was quite pleased to see such a high amount of contribution points. According to the value of the exchange items provided by Lu Xiaoping, each hourglass required 800 points, meaning he could obtain at least 62 hourglasses if he exchanged all his contribution points. With that thought, Chen Feng became exhilarated. Such a quantity of hourglasses would allow the cruise ship to level up at least twice. Clicking on Lu Xiaoping's profile, Chen Feng directly selected the trade option. A trading window promptly appeared, which was far superior to the warehouse interface, as it did not impose restrictions on the quantity and type of items. Chen Feng promptly listed 500 tons of marine beast meat. Trading prompt. Both parties will incur a fee of 100 survival points. Do you agree to the trade? Just as he clicked to confirm the trade, the notification of the transaction fee popped up, indicating a dual charge. Chen Feng sighed in resignation and remarked, "The once free service for humanity has now begun charging." Although it was somewhat costly, he had no choice but to accept. Soon, the trade with Lu Xiaoping was completed. Brother Chen Feng, your 50,000 contribution points have been recorded so far. You hold the highest contribution points among all official members. As a valued client like yourself, I will personally serve you from now on, since you have acquired contribution points. Do you have any items in mind for exchange? Just let me know. With the supplies submitted, Chen Feng did not hesitate to respond. Mr. Lu, I wish to exchange all 50,000 survival points for hourglasses. Upon seeing this message from Chen Feng, Lu Xiaoping felt a wave of despair wash over him. After a long silence, he finally replied, Brother Chen Feng, I forgot to mention that since the establishment of the official exchange platform is relatively recent, while the variety of items is decent, the quantity is still quite limited. Moreover, hourglasses are particularly scarce at the moment that I currently have only 40 hourglasses available, which were sourced from outside, so I can only exchange that many for you. Chen Feng was not particularly surprised. This was somewhat expected. He had not anticipated the official organization to have many hourglasses available. Having 40 was already quite satisfactory, and the officials had not increased the price for him. The hourglasses sourced externally could even potentially lead to a loss if they exchanged them with Chen Feng. With that in mind, Chen Feng did not wish to complicate matters. All right, let us exchange these for now. If you acquire more hourglasses in the future, please do inform me. Absolutely, no problem. Brother Chen Feng, let me know if you need anything else, and I will arrange a trade for you. Chen Feng then reviewed the list of other items he had sent. As for special materials, including upgrade materials, he was not in need of an excessive stockpile. Otherwise, he would lack space in the cabin for items. There was nothing particularly appealing, but he did find interest in one last item. Let's add one orange skill intelligence as well. Sure, that will be 40 hourglasses and one orange skill intelligence, totaling 34,000 contribution points. Brother Chen Feng still has 16,000 survival points left, which has been recorded. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to reach out to me. By the way, information-based exchange items can only be viewed by yourself and must not be disseminated. If any private distribution is discovered, your official membership will be revoked. I kindly ask you to adhere to this. Understood? No problem. The two completed the trade once again, and the conversation with Lu Xiaoping came to an end. Chen Feng felt quite pleased with his decision to join the official organization. Although there were some additional conditions, they were not a concern for the time being, and he remained a free individual. The official exchange platform provided was incredibly convenient, both in terms of pricing and variety, making it far more advantageous than acquiring items through the trade system. Putting away the orange skill intelligence, Chen Feng planned to study it during his leisure time. For now, it was imperative to prioritize the acquisition of hourglasses. The information regarding the procurement of hourglasses in the trade section had already attracted numerous private messages discussing prices. Initially, his purchase price was set at 900. Currently, the general market price hovered around 1,000. Those who had messaged him offered various terms, such as 1,000 for 2 hourglasses, 1050 for one, and so forth, as long as the offers were close to market value. Chen Feng did not feel inclined to engage in lengthy negotiations. He accepted them all, as hourglasses were a scarce commodity, and every single one counted. If it were not for the scarcity of materials, hourglasses would not be available for sale in the market at all. After a lengthy period of negotiation, Chen Feng managed to acquire 22 hourglasses, leaving him with only 1,300 survival points remaining. He found himself unable to continue purchasing, as most hourglasses had already been depleted from the market, and his own survival points were insufficient that he would have to wait for the survival points to refresh the following day before continuing his search. Taking out the remaining hourglasses, he had a total of 68. Chen Feng intended to proceed with upgrading the cruise ship. With 68 hourglasses, considering that each level of the vehicle required 500 hourglasses, he realized that he could only upgrade it twice with 65 hourglasses. Chen Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "Upgrading vehicles is truly challenging. The journey ahead is long and arduous." With a few swift motions, the cruise ship visibly transformed, elongating and strengthening. The vessel now appeared longer, darker and sturdier, exuding an imposing presence. Super Cruise Ship, level, 27 dimensions, 110, 31, 34M, draft 12M, power system. Propeller, purple, 100 kilometers per hour, cannot be enhanced. Energy, ethereal energy 1010. Each ethereal energy allows for 24 hours of navigation. No consumption when stationary. Weapon systems. Ethereal energy cannons 5, dull sonar 5. Defense systems. Ethereal energy shield 5. Upgrade requirements. Timber, remaining 1211, required 600. Plant fiber, remaining 1127, required 600. Iron blocks, remaining 34210, required 8,000. Copper blocks, remaining 6162, required 2600. Heart of the sailing ship, remaining 4, required 1. Or heart of the raft, remaining 97, required 20. The current superstructure has transitioned from 2 levels to 3, with an additional layer mysteriously appearing between the control room and Chen Feng's bedroom. Chen Feng intends for this new space to accommodate the 3 newly summoned intermediate mermen, facilitating their vigilance in the control room while allowing Gina to spend more time with him. Ha ha! Chapter 174. The choice of orange skills with the cruise ship upgraded to level 27. Chen Feng's information on the world leaderboard has once again transformed. Now, there is no need for Chen Feng to flaunt in the world chat channel. Each time he levels up, his achievements are displayed for all to see. With a vehicle at level 27, he firmly holds the title of the world's best, while Ma Shouting lags behind at level 22, creating a significant gap of 5 levels. This has incited another stir in the world chat, filled with envy and resentment, the messages echoing as if they had consumed a plethora of lemons. Even Ma Shouting has been privately messaging Chen Feng, expressing a desire to see his robust cruise ship. Unfortunately, although they are in the same area, they are far apart and unlikely to meet anytime soon. Observing these individuals turning into sour lemons, Chen Feng remains vigilant. Albert, who is not fond of climbing the ranks, has reminded him that there may still be others who prefer not to be on the leaderboard, making their true strength and vehicle levels uncertain. Now is not the time for complacency. He must continue upgrading the cruise ship and strive to reach level 30 to obtain the red quality rewards. The information regarding the acquisition of sandglass in the trade section remains valid. After completing these tasks, Chen Feng picked up the orange skill intelligence exchange from Luxi UPI. The previous skill intelligence had greatly enlightened Chen Feng, prompting him to pay close attention to the synergy between skills. For instance, during the calamity, he encountered Planaoma and Ma Shouting, both of whom had skills that complemented each other, particularly with Ma Shouting. The combination of 2 seemingly ordinary skills yielded explosive results, showcasing terrifying single-target prowess. This realization led Chen Feng to understand that he must not choose skills blindly in the future. The orange skill obtained from the golden treasure chest allows for the learning of only one. So Chen Feng intends to analyze the official intelligence thoroughly, as the official research on skills is quite authoritative. This is a paper report, wrapped in an envelope, and Luxi UPI specifically mentioned that the intelligence is for personal viewing only and must not be disseminated, underscoring the importance the officials place on this information. Extracting the report, Chen Feng read it meticulously. Orange Skill Research Report. Based on the combat experiences shared by Ma Xiaoding and Planooma, the orange skills learned by internal personnel at the official base, and the analyses derived from temporary live broadcasts through the analysis of multiple orange skill users. The types, restrictions, abilities, and side effects of orange skills have been identified. Restrictions. Unlike purple skills, only one orange skill can be chosen and learned. Types. The currently discovered orange skills can be broadly categorized into two types. Similar to purple skills, point one type directly affects the body, enhancing physical capabilities. Practitioners rely on their transformed bodies to fight. Though these transformations are generally brief, referred to as transformation skills, the other allows individuals to possess special skills without altering their physical form, with limited usage, referred to as spell skills. These two skill types closely resemble traditional MMORPGs, with one relying on physical combat and the other on magic spells. Each has its unique characteristics and combat styles, necessitating careful consideration in the selection process. However, the choice of orange skill fundamentally determines future developmental trajectories. If one opts for a transformation skill, it is advisable that subsequent skills chosen complement this. The same holds true for spell skills. Abilities. Orange skills possess formidable power. Transformation type orange skills can temporarily boost one's strength significantly. For instance, a level 2 enhancer using a transformation orange skill can briefly elevate their capabilities to nearly that of a level 3 enhancer. Spell type orange skills are also more potent than their purple counterparts, offering greater utility or strength. Side effects. While orange skills are powerful, they also come with significant drawbacks. Using transformation skills at level 2 can impose considerable strain on the body, leading to severe injuries post-use, resulting in a loss of combat effectiveness. It is advised that level 2 enhancers refrain from using them unless absolutely necessary, and preferably after consuming a level 3 enhancement potion. Spell skills, on the other hand, have fewer uses but exhibit no notable side effects. Currently, this is all the intelligence available on orange skills. The officials continue to rely on team efforts to gather more information, so stay tuned. After reading this, Chen Feng contemplated for a long while. The officials truly excel at analysis. The characteristics of orange skills have been thoroughly examined. He had not anticipated that besides Planooma, there were others at the official base learning orange skills, indicating that the Huaxia officials also harbor hidden talents. One should never underestimate others. Chen Feng possesses two orange skill cards. One is a teleportation skill, Blink, and the other is Azure Ring, true form of the sea serpent. One skill is a spell type, and the other is a transformation type. Since he can only learn one orange skill, Chen Feng has already decided to have the other skill learned by Zhou Lingrue. However, he feels somewhat conflicted about his own choice, as it will shape the direction of his skills in the future. Should he choose to be a warrior or a mage? Considering that his first purple quality skill, Wind Wave, is of the spell category, Chen Feng leans towards Blink. He has become quite adept at controlling wind elements, whether attacking foes or enhancing his own agility, allowing for remarkable flexibility. With the ability to teleport, his combat prowess would become even more unpredictable and agile. Conversely, opting for a transformation skill would alter his physical form. Disregarding the side effects, the enhanced body capable of venomous attacks would not synergize with his wind-based abilities, and there would be a time constraint to consider. After some reflection, Chen Feng resolved his indecision, though he took out the Blink skill card and clicked to learn it. Orange quality skills can only be learned one at a time. Do you wish to confirm? Confirm. The card transformed into a white light and merged into Chen Feng's body, whereupon he suddenly felt an extraordinary power surging within him. The Blink skill now appears in his skill section. Blink, orange, allows traversal of a distance of 10 meters when there are no insurmountable obstacles, with no casting time, daily usage limit 2-2, and can be replenished with level 2 blue potions. Indeed, after successfully learning, the charging of orange skills can be restored using blue potions, but he must wait until his vehicle reaches level 30 to unlock the level 4 marketplace, where he can purchase level 2 blue potions. At last, there is something to look forward to. Imagining the potential for unlimited blinking while using potions excites Chen Feng greatly. For now, he set aside his own matters. It was already late afternoon. Stepping out of the cabin, Chen Feng entered the control room and gazed out the window to beheld the tranquil sea, where a setting sun bathed the water in a fiery glow and the gentle sea breeze caressed his face, imparting a sense of refreshing serenity. Observing this breathtaking scene, Chen Feng felt momentarily dazed, as if he were on a leisurely cruise rather than having endured the despair of a post-apocalyptic world. However, upon seeing Gina and the three half-human, half-fish mermen within the control room, he was jolted back to reality. Everything was indeed real, present. It was merely a 3-day respite granted by the game system to all players. After these 3 days, he wondered what horrors would come next. At the very least, danger was inevitable. Inside the control room, Gina was instructing the 3 intermediate mermen, having them practice their Mandarin diligently, word by word. This situation has proven particularly vexing for several newly summoned mermen. Perhaps Chen Feng urged them to engage in combat, compelling them to charge forward with all their might. However, the prospect of learning the intricacies of the challenging Chinese language seems utterly daunting. Sun Wukong's Sun, Xia Wujing Xia, Jiu Beijing's Jiu. At this moment, Gina is tapping the blackboard, meticulously instructing them on the correct pronunciation. Yet, she has only recently begun her acquaintance with the Chinese language, and her own pronunciation is rather peculiar. Chen Feng could hardly contain his amusement as he approached. "All right, Gina, let's call it a day?" "Yes, master." Upon seeing Chen Feng, Gina immediately softened her serious demeanor, offering him a faint smile, though she was uncertain of the purpose of smile. Zhou Lingrui had informed her that Chen Feng, this LSP, delights in seeing women smile. "All right, Mimi, Fizai Lele, you 3 can take your time to learn later. It's nearly time to wrap up, so come out." Chen Feng called for the 3 mermen to step onto the spacious deck. Now, with the cruise ship at level 27, the deck's area has reached over 1,200 square meters at this moment. Zhou Lingrui is in a corner, busy preparing dinner, perspiring profusely. "Zhou Lingrui, you needn't busy yourself for now. Come over here, and let us observe the abilities of the newly summoned mermen together." Chen Feng gestured for Zhou Lingrui to join him. Coming, Chen Feng, accompanied by Gina and Zhou Lingrui, stood at the edge of the deck and casually addressed the 3 mermen. "You 3, take turns showcasing your respective abilities." These 3 intermediate mermen, in terms of strength, are equivalent to 3 level 2 enhancers with the capability to unleash their active skills indefinitely, which is quite advantageous for Chen Feng. With some leisure time on his hands, he intends to thoroughly examine their specific abilities. "Yes, master." The 3 intermediate mermen are Chen Feng's summoned beings, and their loyalty is at its peak upon summoning, enabling them to comply with his commands without hesitation. The first is Mimi, an intermediate octopus person. Chen Feng had previously encountered this type of merman on Treasure Island and has some understanding of their capabilities. Mimi approached the center of the deck, her lower half adorned with 8 supple, slippery tentacles complementing her alluring upper body, and she spoke with a stoic expression. "Master, I can attack using multiple tentacles from my lower half and can spray a highly adhesive ink." After stating this, 2 of Mimi's tentacles whipped through the air, producing a sound akin to a sonic boom. Resounding sharply, if such a strike were to connect with a person, it would undoubtedly leave them severely injured. However, unlike Pranoma, she cannot extend her tentacles, limiting her attack range. Subsequently, Mimi inhaled deeply, her chest swelling rapidly, and released several clumps of black, viscous ink-like bullets, which traveled over 30 meters before plunging into the sea. Impressive. Excellent close-range capabilities, and you possess some control skills at a distance." Chen Feng nodded, quite satisfied. The second is Fizai, an intermediate turtle person who can magnify his size tenfold. This little old man approached without uttering a word, carrying a massive turtle shell on his back, and directly activated his skill. Suddenly, his original height of 1.4 meters surged to an astounding 14 meters, with a width of 10 meters at a colossal sea turtle, resembling a human's limbs and head, emerged. "Master, am I large enough for you?" Fizai swayed his head and ambled slowly, taking a couple of steps. Chen Feng was momentarily startled by his imposing size. This little old man certainly looked formidable after his transformation, though his movement was rather sluggish. Nevertheless, his hard and massive shell serves as an excellent shield. That's quite enough, Fizai. Return to your normal size, Chen Feng urged, gazing up at Fizai, who moved at an exasperatingly slow pace. The third is Lele, an intermediate jellyfish person, whose lower half resembles Mimi's, also adorned with multiple tentacles, but with an added fleshy skirt and a pink hue. He sauntered to the center of the deck without a hint of urgency. Master, my ability is to heal injuries. Please take a look. Upon finishing his sentence, Lele, a young man with a delicate face, opened his mouth to reveal a set of perfectly aligned teeth, then suddenly bit into his arm, creating 2 rows of wounds from which blood gushed forth. Whoa, this young man. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Chen Feng exclaimed, astonished by Lele's reckless demonstration of his healing skills after inflicting the injuries. One of Lele's tentacles elongated, slender as a finger, yet exceeding 3 meters in length, and even capable of extending further. This tentacle coiled around the freshly inflicted wounds, secreting a translucent adhesive fluid. As the liquid enveloped the wounds, they began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate, leaving no trace of scarring. However, the process took a bit longer, approximately 15 seconds, yet the healing effects surpassed that of a level 2 red potion, fully restoring the wounds. Finally, a healer, how delightful, Chen Feng thought, feeling quite pleased. Previously, while collaborating with Ma Xiaoding and Wang Ruoxi, he found Wang Ruoxi's healing green light skill remarkably useful. Now, Lele's abilities are akin to hers, promising significant assistance for Chen Feng in the future, sparing him the need to purchase red potions from the store with his survival points. All right, I've grasped your skills. It's getting late. Let us eat. Chen Feng waved to everyone, his taste buds awakened by the enticing aroma wafting from Zhou Lingrue's culinary endeavors. Tio Chen Feng. These intermediate mermen were akin to emotionless weapons. However, they are still living beings that require sustenance. He did not concern himself with their identities and arranged for them to dine together. The 6 gathered around the stove, which Zhou Lingrue had modified. Today's meal featured grilled meat, quite abundant. This was not Zhou Lingrue's fault. They were preparing a mutated sardine, a whole fish larger than an adult human, which posed challenges in handling and bore a strong fishy odor. Grilling it, accompanied by some cumin, chili, and pepper salt, was the best way to mask its pungency. Chen Feng retrieved a small knife and, following Zhou Lingrue's predetermined cuts, opened the fish's belly, which was already emitting a delightful aroma. Extracting a sizable piece of fish meat to take a bite. The skin is crispy, and the flesh beneath is tender and delightful, though the thicker portions are a bit firm, causing slight discomfort between the teeth. Unable to restrain himself, Chen Feng chewed quickly, closing his eyes in sheer enjoyment. Meanwhile, Gina, Zhou Lingrue, and several mermen stared at Chen Feng, eagerly awaiting his impression of the meal. Finally, once he finished his bite, he declared, "Not bad, very delicious. Everyone, dig in." Gina and Zhou Lingrue could no longer contain their appetites, elegantly devouring their meals as if in competition. The newly arrived 3 mermen exchanged bewildered glances, hesitant to eat, as they had never consumed food before being summoned by Chen Feng. Under his command, they finally took curious bites, immediately captivated by Zhou Lingrue's grilled meat, and began devouring it heartily. Before long, a 2-meter-long mutated sardine was effortlessly polished off by the 6 of them. Chen Feng patted his belly and addressed the 3 mermen. "From today onward, you each will have your own tasks. Please command us. Master, 3 Mimi, with your numerous tentacles and considerable strength, I shall assign you the task of cooking. If you encounter any difficulties, consult Zhou Lingrue." "Yes, Master, Fizai. Since you are somewhat slow and sluggish, your duty will be to stand guard on the deck. Enemies may appear at any moment in the ocean, so the vigilance task is yours." "Yes, Master, Lele. You also possess several tentacles, yet lack combat capabilities, so I will assign you to the control room to oversee the ship's navigation. Mimi will alternate with you when she is free." "Yes, Master. All right, the tasks are set. Now, you may each attend to your responsibilities." The 3 intermediate mermen, under Chen Feng's arrangement, proceeded to their designated posts. Having organized the three mermen, the sky began to darken, and Chen Feng led Zhou Lingrui and Gina to their room on the third floor. Chen Feng, are you hastily bringing us to the room because you want those three mermen to fulfill our wishes? Zhou Lingrui leaned closer to Chen Feng, her breath fragrant, her cheeks flushed with a hint of red. Her tone elongated and laden with implication. What is this girl thinking? Chen Feng thought, initially inclined to reprimand her, but upon reflection he mused, this notion might not be so bad after all. Clearing his throat, he feigned irritation, lightly tapping Zhou Lingrui's quivering form. All day long, thinking of GHs, I'm taking you to the room to show you a treasure. Now, follow me. A treasure? You think I don't know about your treasures? I can barely hold onto them with both hands, she giggled. The three arrived at the top floor's room. Chen Feng produced the orange skill card, Qinghuan's Sea Serpent True Form. What? Chen Feng, you are giving me an orange quality skill card? Zhou Lingrui felt her heart melt with gratitude. It had only been a short while since she received the temperature control skill, and now Chen Feng was gifting her another skill card of orange quality. Zhou Lingrui was acutely aware of the rarity of orange quality items and the formidable power of orange quality skills. Chen Feng was indeed generous in presenting her with such a gift, leaving her speechless and teary-eyed. But what about you? You can't just give me this. No, you should learn it yourself. Chen Feng chuckled softly. This girl is quite considerate. Gently patting her head, Chen Feng smiled and remarked, Don't mind me. I still possess another orange skill. This particular skill suits you well, and each individual is permitted to learn but one orange skill. Do not decline. What? You have another orange skill card. Zhou Lingrui was already astounded by the summoning of three intermediate mermen, and she had witnessed the installation of the orange weapon, dull sonar. To her surprise, Chen Feng possessed two orange skill cards. At this moment, Zhou Lingrui found herself at a loss for words, unaware that Chen Feng boasted a 100 chance of obtaining a treasure from opening boxes, leaving her to marvel at his extraordinary luck. Indeed, upon hearing Chen Feng reaffirm his statement, Zhou Lingrui numbly nodded, no longer resisting. She merely murmured to herself, After all, my newfound strength contributes to your prowess. It's a win-win. Under Chen Feng's explanation, Zhou Lingrui swiftly grasped the intricacies of the skill. He elucidated the synergy between skills, and as she learned this new ability, her transformation into a supple sea serpent would serve as a means of attack, a significant enhancement. The primary focus of Chen Feng's consideration, however, was the blinding venom spray. Although the venom, being a liquid, would not travel far, Zhou Lingrui also possessed the skills of temperature control and water manipulation. Thus, she could freeze the venom and launch it, significantly increasing both range and potency. After clicking to learn the skill, a beam of white light enveloped her, signifying her success. Chen Feng, may I try using the skill now? Zhou Lingrui, sensing a change within herself, could not contain her curiosity. Chen Feng, once again, playfully patted her head, causing her to pout in feigned annoyance. Have you lost your mind? Did I not mention that transformation-type orange skills can only be utilized at level 2? Doing so would have detrimental effects on your internal organs, injuries that neither medicine nor skills can remedy. If you end up gravely wounded and bedridden, would that not be unpleasant? This skill should only be employed in life-or-death situations. Do you understand? Oh, I see. Zhou Lingrui, slowly coming to her senses, recalled the dire state of Pranema after her transformation, and she instinctively patted her chest, filled with trepidation. She then touched her head, seemingly puzzled, and whispered to Chen Feng, If I transform into a sea serpent, does that mean I will become a snake demon, like by Nyangzi and Shaoqing? Well, if you wish to think of it that way, it could be said so. Chen Feng rolled his eyes, unable to suppress his admiration for Zhou Lingrui's imaginative thought process. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lingrui suddenly wore a mysterious smile and, striking a pose, asked, My lord, would you like to be a grassroots hero? Chen Feng exclaimed, What the heck? Are you serious? After his loud outburst, Chen Feng could no longer contain himself. He swiftly removed his clothing and leaped onto the large round BED-MY lady. Hurry and join me. Another fierce battle ensued, and the spacious room was soon filled with the sound of chaos. Only Gina, who was overlooked by both Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui stood to the side, intently observing the two with bright, eager eyes. That I've learned so much. When my master allows me to experience this mysterious power, I shall also attempt this pose. Chapter 177. Sowing Seeds and the Infant Elimination Device. Yesterday's Resource Acquisition Assessment. Yesterday's Vehicle Upgrade Assessment. Resource Survival Points acquired. 0. Upgrade Survival Points acquired. 6,000. Total Survival Points. 1,306,000. 7,300. World Ranking Daily Reward. DLS Infant Elimination Device. 10. Regional Ranking Reward. Pig Kidneys 200 G100. Early in the morning, Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui lay sprawled across the large round bed. Chen Feng opened his bleary eyes as the system relayed the daily update on survival points and ranking rewards. The update on survival points was as anticipated. It was now a 3-day safety period, and with not a single creature in sight, no new resources had been acquired. The hourglass obtained yesterday was utilized for upgrading the cruise ship. Hence, the only survival points distributed were from that upgrade. The ship had advanced from level 21 to level 27, earning 6,000 survival points, which was quite commendable. However, acquiring more hourglasses from the market proved to be a challenge. He would have to wait and see if Luxupii had any to exchange, and it's better to save these survival points for now. But what on earth are the double ranking rewards? The regional ranking reward is Pig Kidneys, and the world ranking rewards 10 infant elimination devices. Are they worried Zhou Lingrui might have one? Regardless, these are valuable items and will be stored away. Zhou Lingrui's antics had grown more elaborate. She had fully embraced the role-playing. Truly believing herself to be by Nyangzi. Cautiously getting out of bed, she discovered Gina still standing nearby, having vigilantly watched over the two until dawn. Master, downstairs. Mei Mei has prepared breakfast. Please come down to enjoy. Chen Feng, now dressed, wore a look of surprise. He had only instructed the octopus person, Mei Mei, to learn cooking yesterday, and yet she had already completed it by this morning. Curiosity piqued, he hurried downstairs. The turtle person, Fatty, resembled a ninja turtle, curled up with limbs tucked in, napping on the deck, barely fulfilling his role as a lookout. The jellyfish merman was at the helm, though the cruise ship was not sailing, almost as if merely pretending. Only Mei Mei, the octopus person, was diligently at work, her reddish-brown face smeared with cooking soot, appearing rather disheveled, at the table. She had already set down a large pot of white porridge. Likely something Zhou Lingrui had mentioned to her. Chen Feng took a simple taste and found it quite satisfactory, offering encouragement to Mei Mei, which delighted her immensely, with the assistance of the merman. Chen Feng, Zhou Lingrui, and Gina finally found some respite. After feasting, they also fed their pet, little Fatty, and with nothing pressing to do, Chen Feng decided to wake his wife. He intended to rouse Zhou Lingrui from her slumber, as there were matters that required her attention. What is it? Chen Feng. Go find Gina. Zhou Lingrui, thinking he had ulterior motives, frighteningly buried her head under the covers. What the heck? Am I that kind of person? You were the one who wouldn't stop yesterday. And looking for Gina. I'm not a merman knight. After a moment of speechlessness, Chen Feng yanked the covers away and retorted, Stop hiding. I need you for something important. The farmland on the ship's roof has been left untended since the disaster. Hurry up and take care of it. Zhou Lingrui sighed in relief upon hearing this. Oh, so it's about farming. You should have said so earlier. With that, she cheerfully donned her clothes and playfully stuck out her tongue at Chen Feng, appearing quite adorable. Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui ascended to the top of the cruise ship, where the space spanned over 1,000 square meters. With the farmland occupying only a small, inconspicuous portion, the soil remained intact post-storm, albeit in disarray, yet it was still suitable for cultivation. Chen Feng, shall we plant corn and tomatoes again? Zhou Lingrui, possessing some talent for farming, skillfully managed the land thanks to her water manipulation abilities, yielding a commendable harvest. However, Chen Feng was not eager to cultivate corn and tomatoes. While these crops were indeed rare, food was not currently in short supply. He retrieved stench orchid seeds from the warehouse and handed them to Zhou Lingrui. Take good care of these. They will prove quite useful in the future. Zhou Lingrui inspected the seeds, which resembled watermelon seeds. Scrutinizing their attributes, with renewed confidence, she patted her chest, thinking that nurturing a flower should not pose much difficulty. The stench orchid required minimal soil, occupying merely 1 square meter. After successfully planting the orchid, Zhou Lingrui filled the remaining space with corn and tomatoes. In this oceanic realm, vegetables and fruits were indeed a rare commodity. After a day of hard work, she had completed all tasks. The farmland would shorten the growth cycle of the crops. Corn and tomatoes would mature in just over 10 days, and the stench orchid would bloom after 10 days as well. Chen Feng quietly mused, hoping that the blossoms of the stench orchid, imbued with a frenzied effect, would offer him some significant assistance. Although the 3-day safety period was quite secure, it also felt rather uneventful. The sea remained calm and undisturbed, with no signs of mutated sea beasts. After completing some simple tasks, Chen Feng found himself either daydreaming in his room or amusing himself on the deck with little Fatty, feeling quite bored. Occasionally, he managed to acquire 1 or 2 hourglasses through trading. But after accounting for transaction fees, the survival points deducted were substantial, causing him distress. In the evening, after everyone had enjoyed Mei Mei's first attempt at making takoyaki, Chen Feng retreated to his room for rest. Upon entering the room on the 3rd floor, he was surprised to find Gina already there, lying on the large round bed, covered with a blanket. Chen Feng was perplexed. Gina was usually diligent and had never been one to retire early. Today, for some unknown reason, she had gone to bed early. Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui typically rested together, and occasionally Gina would join them, though it had never progressed beyond that. How strange. Where has Zhou Lingrui gone? Isn't she usually eager to sleep right after dinner? Chen Feng pondered aloud, though he thought little of it. Perhaps Zhou Lingrui had disapproved of the evening meal and gone to instruct Mei Mei on cooking. Approaching the bed, Chen Feng noticed Gina's eyes tightly shut, lying under the blanket in silence, seemingly waiting for something. Gina, what's wrong? Why are you sleeping so early? Are you tired? Chen Feng, puzzled, posed the question, but as soon as he finished, Gina threw off the blanket, leaving him dumbfounded. Master, today, Gina shall not allow your escape any longer. Her expression is quite grave. Chen Feng. Everything has arrived too suddenly. Chen Feng is utterly unprepared. Although he has long regarded Gina as his personal possession, he feels somewhat awkward at this juncture. Perhaps it is due to Gina being a fish person, a consequence of their differing races. Gina, how about postponing this for another time? Please allow me some mental preparation. Chen Feng's face betrays his discomfort, and he inwardly curses. Where has Zhou Lingrui vanished to, making the atmosphere so awkward? No, Zhou Lingrui has said that once this village is passed, there will be no more shops. Danger will soon be upon them, and their master will be busy again, that if Gina wishes to experience this, who knows how long she will have to wait. With a serious demeanor, Gina is clearly defying Chen Feng's command for the first time. It is evident that Zhou Lingrui has instigated this. Zhou Lingrui, I shall deal with you later. Chen Feng curses Zhou Lingrui internally, gritting his teeth. Damn it, so what if our races are different? Chen Feng can no longer dwell on such matters. The infant-reducing device awarded to him that morning comes in handy. 3 minutes later, Chen Feng stares blankly at the ceiling, experiencing this electrifying task for the first time. As for Gina, emotionless as she is, it seems she has begun to nurture a peculiar feeling deep within her heart. For reasons unknown, she feels joyous, warm, and fond. This what human emotion feels like. Gina murmurs to herself as she curls up in Chen Feng's embrace, clinging to him affectionately, and the two drift into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, on the deck, Zhou Lingrui is explaining the secrets of barbecuing to Mimi. After sensing the cruise ship swaying for 3 minutes, it abruptly ceases. Zhou Lingrui laughs and scolds. That was quick. It seems the current is quite useful. I must experience it myself next time. The safety period lasts for 3 days, and today marks the 2nd day. By the 3rd day, Chen Feng has still not acquired many hourglasses, nor has Luxupi. The market has stabilized, and since hourglasses are consumables, their scarcity is only to be expected without replenishment. There is no choice but to await the next system update, hoping for new monsters that might drop treasure chests, where he might find hourglass items that on the evening of the 3rd day, in the expansive 3rd floor room of the upper structure, Chen Feng is joyfully playing with Zhou, Lingrui, and Gina. Ah, what a beautiful scene, a paradise on Earth. Chapter 178. The Second Catastrophe. The Vortex Secret Realm. To all surviving players, the system is commencing an update. The content of this update is the Second Catastrophe. The Vortex Secret Realm. The Second Catastrophe differs from the first. The Second Great Catastrophe, the Vortex Secret Realm, will adopt an elimination system. Players will be given ample time to develop their vehicles, and after the designated time. Based on the vehicle's level, players with lower-level vehicles will be directly eliminated, and their vehicles destroyed. Players without vehicles will also be eliminated if they are not on a qualifying vehicle when the countdown ends. Players whose vehicles meet the required levels will receive various rewards, while those without vehicles will receive none. Countdown to the Second Great Catastrophe, Vortex Secret Realm. 39 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Vortex Secret Realm Explanation. This catastrophe will commence in 3 hours, forming multiple vortices of various sizes on the vast sea. When players or vehicles enter these vortices, they will be transported to a parallel space on the ocean surface, referred to as the Secret Realm. Monsters or mutated marine beasts inhabit the Secret Realm, and players can obtain chests of varying levels by defeating these creatures. It is important to note that high-level monsters or marine beasts will certainly drop hourglass items, with the quantity related to the creature's level. To optimize the display of monster levels, players will see the specific level of monsters upon observation. This Secret Realm is divided into 4 rounds, initiated sequentially. The first Secret Realm lasts for 10 days, named Ghost Ship, a personal secret realm requiring players to control their vehicles to enter, and they will not encounter other players' teams once inside. The second Secret Realm lasts for 10 days, named Fishman Island, a regional team secret realm requiring players to reach the island on foot, where they may encounter other players' teams. The third Secret Realm lasts for 10 days, called Deep Sea Dragon Palace, a cross-regional team secret realm where players must dive into the deep sea. Vehicles are not allowed. Upon entry, they may encounter other players' teams. Note: player Chen Feng will have a day of priority exploration after using the Dragon Pearl to open the Dragon Palace door. Other players must wait until the following day to enter. The fourth Secret Realm lasts for 10 days, named Deep Sea Titan, a cross-regional team secret realm where players must dive into the deep sea. Vehicle restrictions do not apply, and they may encounter other players' teams. The vortices generated by this Vortex Secret Realm in the ocean pose no destructive threat. Players need not worry about their vehicles sustaining damage if they do not intentionally collide with them. Entry into the Secret Realm is voluntary. Players unwilling to enter may remain on the normal ocean surface without any danger, provided they ensure their supplies are sufficient. However, the system kindly reminds that if the 40-day countdown concludes and a player's vehicle level is insufficient, they will be directly eliminated. The standards and rewards for vehicle requirements will be announced after 40 days. If a vehicle is below level 20, the reward is elimination. If a vehicle is level 20 to 25, the reward is a golden chest. If a vehicle is level 26-30, the reward is a platinum chest. If a vehicle is above level 30, the reward is a diamond chest. Alongside the second catastrophe, the leaderboard feature has also been updated with the following rules. The daily rewards for the leaderboard remain unchanged, still randomly distributed, but the ranking rules have changed. Rankings will now be based on players' vehicle levels and the number of monsters or mutated marine beasts defeated. Today's leaderboard has been entirely reset and will be republished once players enter the Ghost Ship Secret Realm and defeat their first monster. This update announcement concludes here. The first Secret Realm, Ghost Ship, will open in 2 hours and 55 minutes. Players are advised to keep an eye on the vortices appearing on the ocean surface and choose whether to enter the Secret Realm for battle. Just after the 3-day safety period has passed, Chen Feng once again hears the system's update announcement. Both he and Zhou Lingrui are quite astonished. The mode of the second catastrophe, the Vortex Secret Realm, differs significantly from the first catastrophe, the Sea Storm. Compared to the first catastrophe, the Vortex Secret Realm appears particularly ruthless. After 40 days, those with vehicles that do not reach level 20 will be directly eliminated by the system, and those without vehicles will also face the same fate if they are not standing on a vehicle of level 20 or above. This effectively places a metaphorical knife at the throats of all players, compelling humanity to seek ways to upgrade their vehicles or find high-level ones to ensure their survival, lest they face death. Of the 1.5 billion humans globally, approximately 100 million possess vehicles, and among these, only a few dozen have reached level 20. It is easy to envision the brutality of this impending catastrophe. Naturally, the system announcement also mentions that the Vortex secret realm will form on the ocean's surface, allowing for transportation to a parallel ocean space, which offers some good news for certain individuals. For instance, Chen Feng, whose vehicle has already reached level 27, will not face any penalties from the system after 40 days, even if he chooses not to enter a secret realm. Instead, he stands to gain treasure chest rewards. The allure of these rewards is enticing, with the minimum being a golden chest, followed by higher-tier platinum and diamond chests. It is hard to imagine what quality items might be contained within these chests. Additionally, the announcement states that monsters and mutated marine beasts exist within the secret realm, which can drop hourglass items, undoubtedly allowing all players to rapidly enhance their vehicle levels. Although Chen Feng's vehicle is already at level 27, relatively high compared to others, he risks being surpassed by others if he does not participate in the secret realm. Thus, he has firmly decided to venture into this so-called Vortex secret realm, the AS for the names of these secret realms. While he is aware of them, he lacks understanding of their contents. The Ghost Ship's secret realm. What kind of monsters could it harbor? It is a personal secret realm requiring vehicle control for entry, ensuring that he will face numerous monsters alone, accompanied only by Zhou Lingrui and Gina, his summoned companions, in unfamiliar waters, the Fishman Island secret realm. A regional realm, Chen Feng speculates will indeed be related to fishmen. After all, the highest level fishman is merely a high-level fishman, which should be manageable. Besides the hourglasses and treasure chests, he might even procure some coral essence from Fishman Island to level up his 3 mid-level fishmen. As for the Deep-Sea Dragon Palace secret realm, Chen Feng's interest is piqued. This cross-regional secret realm means that players from all around the world will converge in the same location. The system announcement specifically mentioned his name, granting him the privilege of entering first due to his possession of the Dragon Pearl, while other players must wait until the following day. This grants Chen Feng a significant advantage, and he eagerly anticipates the experience. The final secret realm, the Deep Sea Titan, sounds like it may be related to the Titan race. He wonders how terrifying it might be. Only time will tell. Additionally, the leaderboard feature has now been disabled for both the global and regional rankings. Chen Feng noticed that there were no rankings on the leaderboard, indicating that he could only wait until the first secret realm, Ghost Ship, was open to see what would happen. He hoped to maintain a position within the top 10, as the rewards from the leaderboard, though not substantial, accumulated over time, proved to be quite generous. Furthermore, some rewards were particularly special, which Chen Feng greatly cherished, such as the DLS brand infant pacifier he received yesterday. Chapter 179. Will there be any tricks in the Ghost Ship? The content regarding the second calamity has been updated, and with such a flood of information, the world chat was abuzz with discussion. Could it be? This calamity seems rather terrifying. After 40 days, if one's vehicle is not level 20 or they are not aboard a level 20 vehicle, is that a death sentence? Congratulations to the one upstairs for getting it right. I feel so fortunate. Our captain sailboat is already level 19, and in 20 days, it will reach level 20, so after 40 days. I will definitely have no worries. Haha. I truly envy you. I have a sailboat too, but it's only level 13 that I wonder when it will reach level 20. For those with lower vehicle levels, I suggest it's unnecessary to persist stubbornly. It would be better to destroy your sailboat, obtain the heart of the sailboat, and seek out those with higher vehicle levels, attaching yourself to their ships for survival. That's exactly what I did. The person upstairs is quite ruthless. Unless absolutely necessary, I believe there's no need to be so extreme. Why not upgrade your sailboat first and see what opportunities arise? Being on your own vehicle is certainly preferable to relying on others and having to gauge their moods. That's a valid point. By the way, why are these secret realms so different? Ghost Ship, Fishman Island, Deep Sea Dragon Palace, Deep Sea Titan, it's all quite dizzying. It's quite simple. It's as if the system has set a small goal for all of us humans. We need to strive within the secret realms to obtain hourglasses and other materials dropped by high-level monsters or sea beasts, and upgrade our vehicles as quickly as possible. These secret realms are akin to the various dungeons in the game. Monsters drop loot, after all. Indeed, these secret realms are opened sequentially, with the first being the one called Ghost Ship. When the time comes, it will also be a parallel space of ocean. It's just uncertain what kind of monsters will be present. Are you kidding? Everyone has started discussing these secret realms. Hasn't the system stated that players can choose whether or not to enter the secret realms? There is no compulsion.as for me. I intend to remain in a safe place. Only fools venture into such cursed locations to seek their demise. I want to go either. Let whatever happens happen. I'm exhausted. Let it all be destroyed. The two upstairs are the true fools. The hourglass drops from the secret realms present an excellent opportunity to upgrade vehicles. If you don't go now, even if we survive this calamity, when the next one arrives, it'd still be a death sentence. Exactly. Regardless of how difficult the secret realms may be, one must still venture forth. But what kind of place will this ghost ship's secret realm be? Could it be a ghost ship filled with spirits like those from old movies? Oh my, don't scare me. I've never dared to watch horror films. If I actually encounter a ghost, do you believe I'd explode on the spot, whether there are ghosts or not? In just over 2 hours, once the whirlpool opens, we'll find out when we each enter. This time, it's a personal secret realm. I speculate that only those on the same vehicle will find themselves in a parallel space when they enter the whirlpool and encounter others. Whatever. Once the secret realm opens, let us just go for it. It's the perfect time for a reshuffle of the leaderboard. The ranking criteria will no longer solely depend on personal ability, but rather on vehicle level and the number of monsters killed. That Chen Feng has always dominated the rankings. This time, I will frantically slay monsters and surely surpass him, claiming the top spot on the world leaderboard. The person upstairs is dreaming. Do you think you can just surpass the great Chen Feng? His vehicle is already level 27. Even if he rests the whole time, he won't need to worry about the penalties from this calamity after 40 days. You think you can catch up to him? What a fantasy. I don't share your perspective. I believe that Brother S argument holds merit. It's well known that Chen Feng's cruise ship has never had many crew members aboard. He may be strong, but compared to us with numerous crew members, he may not have killed as many monsters. Therefore, it's entirely possible that Chen Feng gets pushed down the leaderboard this time. Exactly. We must suppress Chen Feng. It infuriates me to see him at the top every day. Enough talk. Let us wait for the ghost ship calamity to commence in 2 hours, and then we'll dive into action. I hope there are no ghosts in the ghost ship. I'm so scared. Chen Feng merely observed the messages in the world chat, remaining a passive spectator, as for those who claimed they would suppress him from the rankings. He simply smiled without responding. While it would certainly be a challenge to push Chen Feng down the leaderboard, it was not an easy task. Not to mention his vehicle, Chen Feng's combat strength was formidable as well. Both Chen Feng and Zhou Lingrui possessed orange active skills. There was a level 3 fishman named Gina, 3 level 2 fishmen, and a level 3 little chubby. This didn't even account for the 2 orange weapons and 1 orange armor aboard the cruise ship. When Chen Feng entered the secret realm with these assets, he would undoubtedly astonish those who considered themselves superior. In addition to the messages in the world chat, Chen Feng also received a message from Ma Xiaoting. Ma Xiaoting expressed her desire to team up with Chen Feng, wishing to board his sailboat and enter the secret realm together. With greater strength, their capabilities within the secret realm would be enhanced. However, after contemplating for a moment, Chen Feng declined Ma Xiaoting's request that it wasn't that he was unwilling to take her along, but rather that this secret realm would last 10 days, and the objective was to slay monsters to acquire hourglasses for upgrading their vehicles. If Ma Xiaoting accompanied him, she would certainly have no time to manage her own vehicle. Should any changes occur in the later stages of the secret realm, her presence on her own vehicle would be crucial. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoting understood well and ultimately agreed to each enter the ghost ship secret realm separately, planning to reunite and collaborate when the Fishman Island region's secret realm opened. The time until the system prompted the opening of the ghost ship secret realm was drawing near. Chen Feng, along with Zhou Lingrui and Gina, quickly addressed their needs aboard the cruise ship before all stepping onto the deck to quietly await the whirlpool's emergence. Time passed swiftly, and 3 hours flew by in an instant. Chen Feng, accompanied by the 2 women and 3 fishmen, stood on the deck, while the little chubby in the sea seemed to sense the change in atmosphere. Continuously surveying the calm sea alongside Chen Feng and the others, eager to witness the impending transformation. The ghost ship's secret realm is about to open. Countless whirlpools will form on the sea surface. Players should seek them out and decide whether to proceed. As the system's announcement echoed, a fierce sea breeze swept across the surface, causing Chen Feng and the others' clothing to flutter wildly. Utilizing the enhanced vision provided by his goggles, Chen Feng clearly observed the sea surface 1,000 meters away, suddenly beginning to whirl violently, with water swirling around to reveal a pitch-black, bottomless abyss beneath. Without hesitation, Chen Feng commanded Lele, the jellyfish fishman in the control room, set a course straight ahead. The cruise ship set sail majestically. Upon nearing the whirlpool, Chen Feng discovered that aside from this whirlpool, there was another one 1,000 meters away, indicating that there were indeed multiple passages leading to the secret realm. Gazing at the continuously spinning whirlpool, with water being drawn aside to unveil the dark, unfathomable seabed, Chen Feng felt a chilling presence seeping from the depths. Without a moment's pause, Chen Feng steered the cruise ship directly toward the whirlpool, with the little chubby closely following as they advanced. The cruise ship suddenly plunged vertically into the whirlpool, splashing into the water as it sank beneath the surface. Thankfully, Chen Feng had activated the ethereal defense shield in advance, preventing any water from entering the vessel. Once submerged, Chen Feng was astonished to feel the gravity shift. The cruise ship was rotating upward, with the seabed transforming into the ocean surface, while the ocean surface simultaneously morphed into the seabed. With a splash, the cruise ship emerged from the depths, and the whirlpool had vanished. What lay before them was merely the boundless, eerie green sea and the dim, oppressive sky, an unsettling aura pressing down upon them. This was the parallel space of the ghost ship's secret realm. Chapter 180. There truly are tricks. Chen Feng's cruise ship glided serenely across the endless, sickly green sea. Yet he detected no signs of activity around. Everything appeared eerily calm. Why is the environment in this ghost ship's secret realm so chilling? Zhou Lingrui stood behind Chen Feng, surveying their surroundings, and felt an unsettling chill run down her spine, her voice quavering slightly as she spoke. Chen Feng, however, seemed unfazed. The ocean remained the ocean, albeit with a ghastly green hue, and the azure sky had turned overcast, affecting visibility, but nothing else. What is there to be anxious about? We haven't encountered anything yet. Chen Feng, this is the ghost ship's secret realm. Surely there aren't really ships filled with the dead like in the movies in this area, right? I'm so scared. Zhou Lingrui, perhaps innately sensitive to supernatural entities, was already trembling at the mere mention of the term ghost ship. In stark contrast, Gina and the three intermediate fishmen, along with the little chubby, exhibited no fear at all, each diligently attending to their respective tasks. Look at you. Just because it's called the ghost ship's secret realm doesn't guarantee there will be ghost ships. I yearn to encounter them sooner. The system has indeed stated that these monsters drop hourglass items and will be ranked according to the number of kills. The more the merrier. Chen Feng was eager to try his hand at it. Previously, he had shown little interest in such specters, firmly believing in the power of science, dismissing all superstitions as mere paper tigers. As the cruise ship continued its voyage, the whirlpool on the sea had vanished, and it appeared they would have to wait 10 days before returning to normal waters. With no way to turn back, Chen Feng instructed Lele to accelerate the ship to its maximum speed. In this tranquil sea, no specters were visible, and time was of the essence in the chat channel. Others were similarly discussing the eerie environment of the ghost ship's secret realm. Most, like Zhou Lingrui, expressed trepidation at the frightening surroundings. Yet they had not yet encountered anything peculiar. After navigating for over 10 minutes and feeling a bit bored, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the sea. The fog grew denser, impairing visibility further, even with goggles. Chen Feng could only see about 200 meters ahead. The onset of the fog heightened his vigilance, prompting him to command everyone to take their positions and prepare for battle. His caution proved warranted. As amidst the fog, he discerned the tumultuous rolling of the mist 200 meters away. As the rolling intensified, a massive wooden ship's bow suddenly broke through the fog, slowly revealing itself. Prepare to attack. The ghost ship is ahead at 200 meters, Chen Feng shouted, alerting those whose vision was not as keen. He swiftly positioned himself behind the ghost cannon, as it was likely the most effective weapon against such vessels. The wooden ship drew closer, and Chen Feng could finally see its full form. A large, peculiar wooden sailing ship, measuring an astonishing 200 meters in length, significantly larger than his cruise ship. The vessel floated silently upon the water, its hull riddled with holes and signs of decay, the sails torn and fluttering in the wind. Strangely, not a single soul was visible aboard, from a distance. It resembled a ghost ship adrift, leaving one to ponder how such a dilapidated craft could still navigate. The ghost ship approached Chen Feng's vessel, and he remained on high alert. The system had warned that this was the realm of ghost ships, and it would harbor monsters. There was no way he would believe that such a tattered giant ship was devoid of creatures. Without hesitation, he fired 2 cannon shots to test the waters. Boom! The ghostly cannon unleashed 2 massive fireballs, hurtling toward the decaying vessel. Upon impact, the fireballs ignited fiercely. Yet to Chen Feng's astonishment, after a few seconds, the flames began to wane, and the ship remained unscathed. What on earth was happening? Chen Feng was bewildered. The ghost cannon's fireballs were typically quite effective. Logically, the wooden ship should have continued to burn. Instead, the flames extinguished after the initial effect, leaving the ship unharmed. This was indeed perplexing. The ship continued its ominous approach, and out of caution, Chen Feng ordered Lele to reverse the cruise ship. The vessel retreated at full speed, 100 kilometers per hour, while the ghostly ship, being quite massive, moved slowly, rendering it impossible to catch up. Perhaps sensing Chen Feng's withdrawal, the giant sailing ship became agitated, unwilling to let him escape. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, causing the air temperature to drop noticeably. Roar! Roar! A series of terrifying and grating howls erupted from the ghostly ship. A sound unlike anything human or beast, truly bizarre. Accompanied by these guttural noises, numerous figures materialized aboard the enormous vessel. Chen Feng focused intently, and to his shock, he beheld around 30 figures, each resembling a human, but were mere skeletons draped in tattered remnants of flesh and cloth. Their hollow eye sockets glowed with burning green flames, and the horrific roars emanated from these very skeletons. Moreover, each skeleton wielded various melee weapons, akin to ancient pirates. This ghost ship was indeed uncanny. The sailing ship pursued the cruise vessel relentlessly. The fog dissipated, and Zhou Lingrui, now able to see the multitude of skeletal figures, gasped in terror, clutching Chen Feng's arm tightly, her face as pale as a sheet. However, upon seeing the skeletal horde, Chen Feng unexpectedly broke into a smile. This was not due to a morbid fascination or perverse enjoyment. Rather, his observational skills revealed that each skeleton bore a level designation. Surely, this was the system's feature allowing players to assess monster levels. Level 1, Level 1, Level 1, Level 2, Level 1, Level 2. Among the 30 skeletons, 18 were Level 1, 12 were Level 2, and not a single Level 3 creature in sight. In contrast, Chen Feng's side boasted 5 Level 2 and 2 Level 3 entities. Even without utilizing the overpowered ghost cannon, they would decisively dominate this encounter. The skeletons on the ghost ship clamored fiercely, their menacing glares fixed upon Chen Feng and his companions, as they observed the cruise ship retreating. The entire horde of skeletons leaped into the sea, beginning their pursuit of Chen Feng's vessel. Perhaps due to their lack of flesh, these skeletal foes swam remarkably fast, closing the distance to Chen Feng's cruise ship. Your cannons cannot destroy our ship. How could I not vanquish you? Chen Feng smirked at the feeble skeletons, signaling his companions to commence their assault. Gina and Mimi stood at the bow, unleashing a lightning strike and a spray of ink respectively, while Little Fat prepared to bite, and Zhou Lingrui conjured ice orbs. Boom! Alongside Chen Feng's cannon, a multitude of attacks, each radiating with different hues, surged toward the swarm of skeletons below. A resounding crack echoed. The first to strike was Gina's 100,000 volts. The blue lightning illuminated the sea, targeting a cluster of skeletons. Instantly, the affected skeletons trembled violently, their green flames flickering ominously, rendering them momentarily immobile. Following this, the viscous ink emitted by Mimi ensnared several skeletons, binding their limbs and bodies together, leaving them reliant on their legs to continue swimming toward Chen Feng. Chen Feng's cannon obliterated one skeleton before the burning effect could even activate, reducing it to mere shards scattered across the water. Zhou Lingrue's ice shards also shattered a couple of skulls upon impact, while Little Fat gleefully devoured several skeletons without even utilizing its space-cutting abilities, merely chewing them up and spitting them out in disdain. The sea turtle and jellyfish folk remained on standby, awaiting Chen Feng's orders that I end just one round of attacks. The 18 level 1 skeletons were almost entirely annihilated, leaving only a few level 2 skeletons remaining. Chen Feng was elated. With another 2 or 3 rounds of assault, all 30 skeletons would surely fall. As they launched their next barrage of attacks, lightning, ink, ice, and fireballs. Before long, the pursuing skeletons had been reduced to mere bone fragments, drifting atop the sea. Chen Feng was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated the monsters aboard this ghost ship to be so weak. Easily dispatched without incurring any losses. Having eliminated them all, Chen Feng halted the cruise ship, preparing to salvage the spoils of battle, eager to see if any treasure chests or hourglasses had dropped. He also intended to investigate the distant giant sailing ship later, curious if the ghost ship harbored any unique features. However, before he could dive into the water, the fragments of the recently destroyed skeletons began to coalesce in the ocean. And within seconds, the skeletons resurrected in unison. What was happening? Indestructible. This bizarre turn of events left Chen Feng in shock. He had just reduced the skeletons to nothing but shards. Yet here they were, revived as if nothing had transpired. Could they be akin to the giant lanternfish, immortal and unyielding? As the multitude of skeletons revived, they resumed their shrill cries, charging toward Chen Feng's cruise ship without a hint of fear. Just as Chen Feng and his companions prepared to resist once more, a towering skeletal figure emerged on the deck of the ghostly ship, fixating its gaze upon Chen Feng. This skeleton, adorned with patches of decaying flesh upon its ashen bones, bore a relatively intact visage, revealing the features of a sinister Western youth. Observing the revival of his skeletal minions, a smug grin spread across his face as he called out to Chen Feng. "Pitiful humans, to think you could annihilate my indomitable skeletal army is nothing but a delusion. Ha! I shall relish the sight of you being torn to shreds by my undead legion." Upon hearing the taunt, Chen Feng lifted his gaze toward the massive ghost ship, astonished to find a figure standing at the bow, a skeletal creature capable of speech, conversing in Chinese, perhaps a courtesy extended by the system to facilitate player interactions. Chen Feng hastily scrutinized this apparent skeletal commander. King of Skeletons, Brook, level 3. After careful observation, Chen Feng surprisingly discerned the information above the figure's head. As he had suspected, this was indeed a boss, not only possessing a name, but also boasting a formidable strength of level 3. A level 3 skeletal creature could prove to be quite a challenge. Chen Feng gritted his teeth in silence. Moments earlier, Brook had claimed that skeletal monsters were immortal, if what he said were true, and these skeletal beings could not be killed. The implications could be dire. With no time to ponder, the multitude of skeletons below the sea surged forth once more, led by Gina as they launched another assault. Waves of attack struck the skeletal foes in the water, while this so-called king of skeletons, Brook, merely stood at the bow of the ship, showing no inclination to intervene, allowing Chen Feng and his companions to assault his minions. In a matter of moments, the numerous skeletons were reduced to mere fragments, but after just 10 seconds, they resurrected again, drawing even closer to Chen Feng's cruise ship, seemingly on the verge of climbing aboard. What could be the reason for this? Chen Feng was indeed baffled. No matter the approach, these skeletal creatures could not be vanquished. How could one fight such an enemy? Should the skeletons board the cruise, it would spell disaster. Suddenly, Chen Feng caught sight of Brook's mischievous smile from the opposing sailboat, and an intense fury ignited within him. He aimed the ghostly cannon at Brook and unleashed a fireball. The fireball blazed with ferocity, the heat seemingly melting the very air around Chen Feng's astonishment. Upon seeing the fireball hurtling towards him, Brook opened his arms wide and allowed the fireball to strike him directly. In an instant, flames engulfed him, and Chen Feng successfully heard the system prompt indicating the activation of a burning effect. With a second fireball, Brook still did not evade, and his life force began to diminish. 2 fireballs swiftly reduced him to a pile of ashes. Yet in the next heartbeat, a chilling wind swept by, the ashes coalescing into the shape of a figure. None other than Brook himself. What the hell? Chen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, and he cursed under his breath. At that moment, he was at a loss for words. These skeletal monsters aboard the Phantom ship, even with their level 3 leader Brook, were not particularly powerful, and Chen Feng's attacks could indeed eliminate them. But the fact that they could resurrect, rendering them immortal, was a power beyond comprehension. Who could endure such an ability? Ah, humble human, have you begun to comprehend the terrifying power bestowed upon me by the great Phantom King? Dennis, tremble. Feel fear. Run for your lives. I shall offer your souls to the magnificent Lord Dennis. Brook cackled maniacally, clearly relishing Chen Feng's helpless expression. The Phantom King Dennis? The words of Brook seemed laden with significance. However, Chen Feng had no time to concern himself with any Phantom King. Dispatching the skeletal monstrosity before him was of utmost priority. Laugh all you want. You think you're impressive, yet you're merely a minor boss in a dungeon. Just level 3. Chen Feng scoffed, his composure unwavering as he shouted at the cackling Brook. He abruptly abandoned the cannon assault and turned to Gina, saying, Gina, hold off this king of skeletons for a moment. Since we cannot slay the skeletons in the sea, I shall transform them into plant skeletons. Yes, master. Gina instantly shifted into her true form and soared into the sky, challenging the king of skeletons Brook. Level 3 against level 3. Who could say who would prevail? Meanwhile, Chen Feng's intentions were straightforward. He still had 2 orange weapons yet to be utilized. One was the ethereal energy shield, and the other, the dull sonar. Once these weapons were deployed, even if the skeletons could not be destroyed, they would pose no threat to Chen Feng. Little brother, what are you so arrogant about? Chen Feng chuckled dismissively, muttering to himself as he activated the ethereal energy shield, enveloping most of the cruise ship in its radiant barrier. He then approached the control panel for the dull sonar, preparing to launch an attack.